orphaned, living on welfare, the top student in my grade, yet looked down upon as a poor wretch. While the entire class was going crazy over a summoner class card, I quietly activated the transmigrator's ultimate benefit, the tycoon system, starting with 20 million in cash and double returns on spending. While they were still mocking me for not being able to afford the class card, I had already stunned the entire crowd with 20 million in cash. While they ridiculed me for being a summoner unable to afford a summon, I had already used the legendary golden entry granted by my spending to evolve my initial trash monkey into the legendary Black Myth, Wukong, in Baliang City, at Baliang Academy. The entrance to the senior year's Class 1 was packed with people, all there to witness the star of the day, Jiau Changfeng from Class 1. He had just awakened his class and obtained a Summoner class card. Summoner, a bottomless money pit, known as the Nightmare class for the poor. The Academy's principal, Lu Changhe, was anxiously persuading him to sell the card to change his life. Name a price. Suddenly, a voice caught everyone's attention. The crowd turned to see Su Chen and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you want to buy a Summoner card? Do you, a poor bastard on welfare, have the money? Don't embarrass yourself, get lost. Su Chen, an orphan living on government aid, was nevertheless the undisputed top student in his grade. But everyone knew he couldn't possibly afford the 8 million starting price. 9.5 million. A stunningly beautiful woman walked in. She was Jiau, the chief secretary of the Iron-Blooded Alliance, here to acquire the card. Just as Jiau Changfeng was dazed by this astronomical price, Su Chen's discordant voice sounded again. TCH, the Iron-Blooded Alliance is so stingy, only 9.5 million? The entire place fell silent, and everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. Su Chen, get out. Stop causing trouble here. Principal Lu Changhe couldn't take it anymore. Jiau Muyu sneered contemptuously. 9.5 million is a small amount? Then how much are you offering, classmate? When did a welfare-receiving pauper start talking so big? Su Chen just smiled faintly. He wasn't the original owner of this body. He had transmigrated 12 years ago. It wasn't until yesterday that he finally activated the transmigrator's ultimate benefit, the tycoon system. It started him with 20 million in cash and offered double returns on all spending. More importantly, the first 20 million yuan purchase would grant a legendary golden entry, which could be bestowed upon a summoned creature, evolving it directly to legendary status and ensuring its eternal loyalty. This system was tailor-made for a summoner, and today's class card, he was determined to get. 20 million. Su Chen's words were shocking. Is he crazy? 20 million? The highest record in history is only 15 million. The crowd was in an uproar, but more than shock, it was disdain. No one believed he could produce that much money. Card, who uses cash anymore? Amidst the mockery, Su Chen calmly handed over his welfare-issuing bank card. Principal Lu Changhe took the card, sighed, and prepared to watch him make a fool of himself. However, after he swiped the card on the POS machine and entered the password, successfully spent 20 million yuan, the place fell dead silent. Everyone was stunned. Jiau Muyu's beautiful face instantly lost its color. How is that possible? In the stunned silence, Su Chen took the Summoner class card and used it on the spot. Su Chen, class, Summoner, successfully spent 20 million yuan. 40 million yuan has been returned to your account. You have obtained one legendary golden entry. You can't play a summoner without money, but I have a cheat. Su Chen thought with a cold smile. The entire place exploded. A poor student living on welfare had spent 20 million to buy a class card. This was definitely explosive news. Su Chen ignored the commotion behind him. He now just wanted to level up in the novice dungeon as soon as possible. But he also knew that a novice summoner's initial summon was too weak to even beat a mob. With a thought, he summoned his initial creature. Macaque, quality C. A malnourished-looking monkey appeared, clinging to his leg and trembling. It all depends on this entry now. He went to the novice dungeon entrance. The area was already crowded with people. When they saw him, a summoner who had just spent 20 million but didn't even have a single piece of starter gear, they burst into another round of laughter. Hey, isn't that Su Chen? The walking 20 million. A summoner without even gear wants to team up? Get lost. Just then, a sharp gaze fell upon him. It was Shin Zimo, the young master of the Iron-Blooded Alliance, a well-known rich kid in Baliang City, and also a summoner. He was decked out in a full set of purple exquisite gear, with a majestic exquisite saber-toothed tiger by his side, standing out from the crowd. You don't disgrace the summoner class, Shinzimo said contemptuously. You have the nerve to compete with me for a class card? Are you out of your mind? Come on, summon your pet. Let's see if it's even fit to shine my saber-toothed tiger's shoes. Amidst the jeers, Chen summoned his malnourished monkey. The entire crowd roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, is this thing for fighting or for picking lice for the monsters? Watching Shinzimo's triumphant sneer, Chen just smiled. Since you've presented yourself on a silver platter, it would be a shame not to take a bite. He looked at Shinzimo and said in a voice just loud enough for everyone to hear, an exquisite saber-toothed tiger is all you've got, and you think you can look down on my macaque? Don't forget how you've spent the last 3 years living under me. He emphasized the word under. For the past 3 years of high school, Shinzimo's grades had been firmly suppressed by Chen in second place. Shinzimo was instantly enraged. You broke bastard. You dare to bet with me on who can clear the dungeon? What's the bet? I have 5 million here, my monthly allowance. I'll bet it against all your assets. I happen to have 40 million here. Chen showed his bank card. After verifying the funds, the crowd was shocked again. Shinzimo, unable to back down, gritted his teeth and took out a legendary grade weapon, the Wuji staff, worth 15 million, as part of the bet. How do we bet? The nightmare grade dungeon. Chen walked directly to the blood-red, terrifying-looking dungeon entrance. Is he crazy? Challenging a nightmare-grade dungeon at level 1? He's courting death. After signing the betting contract, Chen looked at the legendary golden entry in his hand, then at his malnourished macaque. An idea flashed through his mind. Dark Evolution. The Dark Evolution entry has been successfully bestowed. Summon Beast, Macaque, C, plus Dark Evolution, Legendary, equals Black Myth, Wukong, Legendary. His C-rank macaque instantly evolved into a nearly 3-meter-tall giant ape with golden fur and a fierce expression. Black Myth, Wukong, Quality, Legendary. Attributes, Strength 30, Constitution 30, Agility 30, Spirit 30. Skills, Indestructible Body LV. 10, Legendary, Myriad Transformations LV. 10, Legendary. Your contract summons attributes have been greatly enhanced and will automatically feed back to balance your attributes. You have gained Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 10. I'll win the Wuji staff and use it as Wukong's golden hooped rod. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Chen stepped into the dungeon. Before disappearing, he turned and gave Shinzimo the middle finger. Thanks for the 40 million. Jiao stared in disbelief at the figure curled up on the ground in a sorry state. It was none other than Shinzimo, the future helmsman that the Iron Blood Alliance had high hopes for. The students erupted in an uproar. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Shinzimo is equipped with an exceptional set. He should be able to breeze through the school's novice trial dungeon. His exceptional saber-toothed tiger is recognized as a fierce pet for summoners, and it shouldn't even need Shin to intervene. The pet could clear the dungeon on its own. How could he be in such a predicament? What about that useless Chen? He entered the dungeon at the same time as Shin and even signed a bet, so logically he should have been teleported to the same dungeon. Could it be? Do you think there's a possibility that we are witnessing the story of a useless person turning the tables on a rich second generation? You can dream, but the claws of the monsters will bring you back to reality. At that moment, Shinzimo shamefully got up, his face flushed with anger. As expected of the nightmare difficulty of the demon fortress, the demons came at me like a tide. My saber-toothed tiger couldn't protect me. We were attacked from all sides. I could only hold on for 10 waves before being overwhelmed. The crowd suddenly understood. So it was the demon fortress. Young master, there's no need to feel disheartened. Jiao adjusted her glasses, a sympathetic smile gracing her beautiful face. As everyone knows, the demon fortress is the hardest of all novice dungeons. So far, among students who have yet to take the college entrance examination, the highest record for clearing it is only 55 levels, and that wasn't even at nightmare difficulty. Moreover, the other side specifically prepared to tackle the demon fortress, having made extensive preparations and purchased disposable items worth hundreds of millions to summon soldiers and fishmen, thus forming a temporary summoned army. Jiao chuckled lightly. To break through 10 levels on your first attempt is undoubtedly impressive. No one can question that. Shinzimo's expression softened, and he nodded in agreement. Those demons are really strong. The blood demon, after being defeated, actually hugged my saber-toothed tiger and self-destructed. The explosion's aftermath was enough to breach my exceptional set's defenses. The flame demons always come in groups. They are not like the foolish low-level monsters. They know how to feint and use their numbers to attack me, a vulnerable summoner. But the most terrifying are the high-level abominations. They have executioner's bloodhooks tied around their waists that can be thrown from a distance to ensnare me, dragging me away from my tight defenses. The students nearby listened with their hearts racing, unable to help but imagine if they could clear the demon fortress in place of Shen. The answer, of course, was that they would be powerless. In past college entrance examination questionnaires, there was a popular question: how to deal with high-level abominations in the case of XXX? The answers varied widely, but everyone agreed, without the advantages provided by the XXX scenario in the question, an ordinary candidate encountering a high-level abomination unprepared would only end up being chewed to pieces, becoming the monster's nourishment. But a voice from the crowd murmured at an inopportune moment, if the demon fortress is really that terrifying, why hasn't Chen been kicked out yet? Novice dungeons shouldn't be lethal, they would immediately teleport the player out in case of danger. Shen Zmo immediately froze in place, embarrassment flooding his face. Seeing this, his secretary Jiau quickly came to his defense. In my opinion, Chen is most likely hiding somewhere to avoid battle, trying to buy some time to create the illusion that he is more capable than our young master Chen. But his little cleverness is destined to be useless. Jiau sneered, the terms of the bet I notarized are very rigorous and the clauses are clearly stated. If it's a lower difficulty dungeon, the standard is based on the speedrun time. For high difficulty dungeons, like the Demon Fortress, the standard is based on the number of levels cleared. Shinzimo rubbed his sore injury, but a sneer appeared on his face, as expected of the first secretary of my Iron Blood Alliance, truly trustworthy. I'll just wait here a bit longer, eager to see him fail in his little scheme and lose 40 million. Wait, we must expose Chan's hypocritical true face as this pretentious fool. Someone immediately expressed their willingness to stand with Shin Xiao. That scene is too beautiful, I dare not imagine it, hee. The classmates laughed heartily, as if they could see Chen being beaten to a pulp, his weak summoned beast, the little monkey, limping after being brutally attacked, even dying in the dungeon, with Chen holding it and crying. Meanwhile, Chen was happily collecting experience and loot from waves 1 to 10 of monsters. TSK, only able to level up to 2? Well, it should be higher later on. Chen looked at the golden light flickering around him and the additional skill point, feeling a bit dissatisfied. But leveling up as a professional was inherently difficult, unlike some games where one could jump straight to level 999. What a pity, I didn't get a skill book. For now, I can only save the skill points. Chen sighed and then looked at Black Wukong. Malu, your experience bar has been limited by me as the summoner, so you haven't leveled up until now. You should be able to break through to level 2 now, right? Sure enough, it had a full 99% experience for level 2, along with an extra skill point. As a legendary summoned beast, Black Wukong was already ahead of the game, with its innate indestructibility and versatility maxed out at level 10. Then, a scene that made Chen's pupil shrink appeared. On the Great Sage's panel, a third skill suddenly appeared. Your summoned beast has awakened a new skill, hair clone. Black Myth Wukong can pluck its hairs to summon many monkey clones, at least 12, and with skill level increases or skill mutations, the number can be enhanced. Awesome! Chen was overjoyed, and a brilliant idea flashed in his mind. With hair clone, my Malu can become an army by itself. Why are dungeons like the Demon Fortress so hard to conquer? Mainly because they are war-type dungeons where demons swarm from all directions. One's strength is ultimately limited, especially against blood demons who excel at self-detonation, making them nightmares for single-target classes like swordsmen, martial artists, and assassins. On the other hand, mages and priests, who possess area damage spells, often have skill cooldowns and cannot provide comprehensive fire coverage. Moreover, they are too fragile and can easily be ambushed by high-level abominations, dragged into enemy crowds, and brutally beaten to death. The strategy of overwhelming numbers is the true path of war. Whoever has more soldiers can do as they please. The idea of the weak defeating the strong or the few overcoming the many is extremely rare. My Malu, one person is like an enhanced squad. What fear do we have of demons? Once hair clone is maxed out, it might just be a mighty battalion of the Great Sage. Wouldn't that mean gods are slain and demons are vanquished? Chen happily envisioned this and thought of another significant matter related to his summoned beast. He hurried to check Black Wukong's attribute panel. Black Myth Wukong quality, legendary level 2, synchronized with the summoner. Attributes, strength 35, constitution 35, agility 35, spirit 35. My goodness, the full attributes at level 1 are 30, and at level 2, they skyrocketed to 35. Chen was overjoyed. My Malu's talent growth per level is actually +5 to all attributes. It's simply an all-around powerhouse, the king of summons. It's worth noting that a typical summoned beast would be considered a small gem if it had a growth of 2 or more, often only increasing one attribute by +2, unlike Black Wukong, which could increase all attributes by +5. When it grows to the later stages, at hundreds of levels, this would mean a difference of thousands of attribute points. Truly exceptional, no wonder it's the Great Sage equal to heaven, with a fierce and menacing appearance, aiming to dominate the world. Chen was quite satisfied, then began rummaging through the spoils presented by the supply officer. Oh, a blue-quality paladin staff? Here, Malu, take it and have some fun. Among the weapons, Chen only found one that the Black Wukong could use. Although the staff had restrictions on the class that could wield it, the summoned beasts couldn't change classes, so they naturally weren't bound by the system's limitations. Ma Lu discarded the streetlight that had cracked from the demon skull's impact and happily accepted the staff, playing the role of a paladin for a while. Chen also distributed the assorted armor evenly between himself and Ma Lu. Most of this junk was of white quality, worth 5 gold each in the shop, but it was better than nothing. So, when the war horn of the demon fortress sounded again and the city guard reminded Chen that the 11th wave of demons was about to attack, Chen and Ma Lu stood out in their beggar outfits, quite conspicuously on the city wall. The NPCs in the dungeon frequently glanced over, probably fearing that the two would suddenly kneel and beg, "Sir, could you spare a couple of buns? The child has been hungry for 3 days and nights." Hey! Ma Lu brandished the paladin staff, casting the clone technique, and instantly 12 identical monkeys appeared. The great sage transformed into the Flowerfruit Mountain's 13 protectors. Interestingly, they all held wholesale staffs. Chen gazed at the Ma Lu squad, his thoughts wandering. It seems my summoner career plan also needs to be adjusted. The strongest known summoner was a sage from about 100 years ago, codenamed Undead Catastrophe. It was said that with a mere wave of his hand he could summon an undead legion. Bone dragons with wings that blocked out the sky, succubi that cast shadows over the sun, skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages formed a trinity of skeletal seas. The army of ghouls, the divine aberration corps, and the Death Eater cult were all his underlings, capable of drowning all living beings. His classic saying was, "I alone am the undead catastrophe." This sage once defended an 800-mile border with his own strength, sniping the invading demon army, severely crippling an entire high-level demon legion. But after that battle, he vanished, likely having sacrificed himself heroically. This is the qualitative change brought about by quantitative change. Chen sighed, if my summoned beasts could emulate this sage, they would undoubtedly be invincible. His black myth Wukong would surely learn the ultimate skill of gigantification in the future, law of heaven and earth, and when he cast the clone technique, then it would be a giant monkey legion. But the Monkey King only used his staff throughout his life, which meant he could only engage in close combat, while any legion needed a certain amount of ranged firepower. Next, when I collect summoned beasts, I must strive in this direction, Chen thought to himself. After all, he had the godly rich system, and in the future, he could definitely spend money to get the top-tier output-type summoned beast. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, a stone demon's roar echoed from the north of the demon fortress. Chen immediately snapped back to attention, his expression turning serious. Among the demon race, stone demons weren't considered high-level demons, but they held a crucial strategic position in siege warfare. This was due to their two strategic abilities. The first was their innate ability, turning stone to mud. As the name suggests, they could turn reinforced concrete walls into mud, easily tearing apart human fortifications. Historically, the demon fortress had been built with the help of heavy machinery, featuring 7 layers of walls, 4 of which had fallen to the stone demons. The second was a simple yet brutally effective advantage, its body. When they were killed at the base of the wall, their corpses became piles of stone, serving as natural siege ladders that couldn't be cleared away. Other demons could easily climb the walls using the steps formed by the stone demon corpses, invading the city. A battle order was immediately issued from the demon fortress. Emergency summons. Please, professionals, form a raid team and venture out of the city to hunt the stone demons, preventing them from approaching the city walls. The rewards are generous. You can exchange the number of stone demons you kill for exclusive sets from the dungeon, demon fortress. Chen's eyes lit up, instantly invigorated. A hidden event has been triggered. Indeed, the lower the level, the easier it is to trigger additional rewards in the novice dungeon. I must seize this opportunity to exchange for a few powerful exclusive sets. Just thinking about the formidable attributes of the sets made Chen salivate. Since the era of universal job changes began, sets have always been synonymous with top-tier equipment. Even low-level sets can last a long time. Monkey King, let's go, follow me out of the city. Chen picked up a blue-quality light crossbow that had just dropped and unhesitatingly followed the great sage down the city wall. Although he was generally regarded as a fragile, low-health, easily killed summoner, the 10 points of all attributes granted by the Black Myth Wukong made his personal attributes exceptionally high at this stage, far surpassing those of ordinary students. After all, an ordinary student's attributes at level 1 are mostly single digits. A 5-star warrior with high health, high defense, and high attack was the true reflection of Chen at the moment. This was also the reason he dared to venture into the nightmare-level dungeon without buying equipment. In addition to Chen and Wukong, the garrison of the demon fortress also dispatched a 100-man execution squad to act alongside them. Killing 1 stone demon is not a loss, killing 2 is a profit. That stone demon is so burly, it scared me to death. Then let's fight in the shadow of the stone demon. It must be very cool, hee hee. Fearless in the face of death, we shall not disappoint our youth. If you're a man, follow me to death. The soldiers of the execution squad were all fearless, their eyes filled with fierce battle intent. They even discarded all their rations, never considering the possibility of returning alive. Chen's heart tightened, the playful mindset fading away as he felt the bravery and fearlessness of the martyrs from decades ago when the demon fortress fell. This was also the reason why high school education specifically set up a series of historical dungeons, not only to inherit the power of professionals but also to pass on the warrior spirit of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers. The stone demons have arrived. The 11th wave of demons once again densely filled every visible area of the demon fortress. Chen took command. Without hesitation, everyone, follow me and my summons, forming a spearhead formation. I will be the blade, leading the charge. Once I break through the demon army's formation, you must immediately follow me without hesitation, expanding the breach to create an opportunity to annihilate the stone demons. Those who hesitate in battle will be treated as traitors and killed without mercy. Those who delay the mission wait until we return to the city to face a military tribunal and become war criminals. All injured soldiers must be abandoned. We are a death squad, not medics. If you truly pity your comrades, give them a quick end to spare them from becoming the demon's food. The soldiers of the execution squad immediately responded, understood. In reality, a senior high school student, even after completing a job change, would not have the authority to command soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. But here, in the dungeon, the NPCs have low intelligence, with AI levels comparable to that of children, so the students must personally command to maximize the soldiers' abilities. After all, the dungeon is similar to a game, and the students are like players. Chen took a deep breath and instructed Black Wukong, charge. We head northwest to attack that mixed squad of stone demons and blood demons. 13 giant monkeys charged across the battlefield like heavy tanks. Whenever they encountered a demon, they swung their clubs wildly, turning them into a pile of meat paste almost without a single defeat. This execution squad seemed like an unyielding rock standing for millions of years amidst a stormy sea, maintaining a frenzied advance speed even under the layered siege of demons, creating a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood on the battlefield. The first mixed squad of stone demons has been locked on. Chen had changed into heavy armor, relying on his high attributes to take the lead as bait. The reason was simple. The demons in the demon fortress would prioritize attacking players over NPCs, which was one of the basic logics of all dungeons. He wanted to protect the members of the decapitation team as much as possible because they were equipped with kinetic rifles capable of providing strong ranged fire support, which was exactly what Chen lacked at the moment. Moreover, they were only in the second phase of the demon fortress dungeon, which ultimately refreshed a total of 99 waves of demons. In a city defense battle, every ranged fire point was crucial, and Chen wanted to bring this team back intact to preserve their combat power for the subsequent clearing. Hey! Brother Monkey faithfully executed Chen's command, swinging the heavy staff, the scepter, and striking hard against the skull of the stone demon. Boom! The stone demon, taking a direct hit from the scepter, exploded, yet it still struggled to rise and fight back. As a top student, Chen naturally understood the reason. The core of the stone demon was located 3 inches under its armpit. That was its true weak point. As for its head, the child simply didn't know better. It was just for show. Whoosh! The prepared crossbow bolt was fired with precision. The stone demon's core was instantly shot to pieces, and its massive corpse collapsed, crushing several blood demons nearby. In the various subjects of the 9-year compulsory education's equestrian and archery, Chen had basically scored full marks in every one, so his accuracy was quite guaranteed. In an instant, the morale of the decapitation team soared, and they all followed suit, aiming for the stone demon's weak points. The sound of gunfire rang out incessantly as one stone demon after another fell. However, while Chen was enjoying leading the hunt for stone demons, the atmosphere at the school was quite strange. Shinzimo and Jiau, along with a group of students, waited anxiously. From being relaxed to becoming composed, gradually, Shinzimo began to sweat profusely. Jiau also became restless. Why hasn't that fool Chen fallen out of the demon fortress dungeon yet? Finally, a student from the crowd asked in confusion, breaking the deadlock. Perhaps. Jiau racked her brain but couldn't find a reasonable explanation. Her theory that Chen is hiding and deliberately stalling for time had already fallen apart. In any dungeon, if a player disengaged from combat for a while, they would be automatically kicked out. This was a design to save public resources, preventing students from lingering in dungeons and wasting the school's electricity and educational funds. Could it be that Chen has broken through levels 1 to 10 and is currently facing the 11th to 20th waves of demons? A classmate suggested in shock, presenting the most likely scenario. Absolutely impossible. Shinzimo instinctively refuted, glaring at the other person and roaring hoarsely. How could a level 1 summoner with no gear survive in the nightmare-level demon fortress? There has never been a precedent for this. Well, that may be true, but how do we explain that Chen still hasn't returned from the dungeon? That classmate, also from a good family and unafraid of the Iron Blood Alliance, retorted with a sneer. Shinzimo was immediately at a loss for words and looked to their Iron Blood Alliance's chief secretary for help. Jiau furrowed her brows and suddenly said, could it be that the dungeon system has malfunctioned? Chen is stuck inside and can't get out? Oh, that is indeed a possibility. There are only a few days left until the dungeon system maintenance. Yeah, it could be that there is too much redundant data or the processor circuit has burned out. Anyway, I would rather believe there are ghosts in the world than believe Chen is conquering the demon fortress. Many people immediately echoed loudly. Shinzemo's face darkened as she took out her phone and reported to the school. I am Shinzemo, son of the school board member Shin Jinghong. I believe the dungeon system has a bug. One of my classmates is stuck inside and cannot get out. Please send someone for rescue immediately. The sycophants eagerly took the opportunity to give a thumbs up. Young Master Shin is so righteous. Chen deceived you into a bet, yet you still hold no grudges and are willing to find someone to rescue him. Truly worthy of being the heir of the Iron Blood Alliance with great magnanimity and compassion. After I graduate, I want to join the Iron Blood Alliance and follow you. Please remember my student. ID. Shinzemo felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. If it had been an hour ago, he would have found these flattering words refreshing, but now he only felt that these people were all insincere, each speaking in a strange tone. Considering the face of the school board member's son, the Beiliang Academy immediately reacted and called Principal Jiau Renjie. The principal quickly contacted the mayor, as every city's nightmare-level dungeon was personally designed by the powerful mayors. Since the era of universal job changes began, monsters from the abyss have threatened every human city. Thus, civilian mayors were eliminated. In their place, high-level professionals took on the role of mayors, guarding their territories. Only mayors could control the permissions of nightmare-level dungeons, so they also needed to step in for repairs. The mayor of Beiliang City was the high-level warrior known as the Windslayer Sword Saint, Chen Shuani. Nonsense. Chen Shuani scoffed at Principal Zhao's notification after receiving the call. I personally crafted that dungeon. How could I not know how many high-level materials I used? Even if your brain is broken, the dungeon can't be broken. Principal Jiao Renjie could only smile wryly. Old Chen, don't get angry just yet. Middle-aged men who lose their temper easily tend to go bald. You wouldn't want to be called a greasy middle-aged man at 40 or 50, would you? As for the bug in the nightmare-level dungeon, I didn't believe it at first either, thought it was absurd, because your skills are certainly trustworthy. The principal was a clever man and understood Mayor Chen Shuani's temper well, knowing that this stubborn man needed to be handled delicately, so he first flattered him a bit. Old Jiao, stop pretending and get to the point. Chen Shuani snorted, quite familiar with his old friend's rhetoric. But there is a senior student who just became a summoner today, with a sea-level little monkey as his summon, who has been in the nightmare-level dungeon, Demon Fortress, for 1 hour and 9 minutes. The principal said seriously, what do you think? Is the probability of a bug in the dungeon higher, or the probability that this student named Chen is a once-in-a-millennium talent? Interesting. Chen Shuani stood up, pacing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city. Old friend, do you think this Chen might have hidden strength? Based on the time, he should be resisting the 11th to 20th waves of demons. Some prepared geniuses could definitely manage that. Principal Zhao smiled wryly. I know Chen very well. Oh, the genius you sponsored? He really is one I sponsored. I personally award him national relief funds every year, and he has received it for 3 whole years. The principal sighed, considering he lost both parents at a young age and has no one to rely on. It's truly tragic. I even specially take out of my own pocket to supplement him with 3,000 yuan for living expenses each year. Chan Shuani. Besides, you know that a summoner's first summon is their life beast, which cannot be easily changed. Principal Zhao shook his head. How talented do you think a summoner who can only use a sea-level little monkey can be? Chen Shuani pondered deeply. If that's the case, then the dungeon really is in trouble. I need to hurry over, lest you lose your prized student. Chen in the dungeon, of course, knew nothing of what was happening outside. Right now, all he could think about was how to go further in the Demon Fortress dungeon. Kill 15 stone demons, extra experience plus 150 kill. Kill 30 stone demons, extra experience plus 300. Congratulations, the urgent mission hunt the stone demons has been perfectly completed. Mission completion. SSS. Please go to the quartermaster to receive the hidden military merit badge in exchange for exclusive rewards from the dungeon. Upon receiving the dungeon reminder, Chen immediately snapped back from the blood-soaked state of slaughter, waving to the decapitation squad of just over 50 people. Retreat. We have fulfilled our mission and hunted down all the stone demons. A great victory, triumphant. Instantly, all the soldiers cheered. The demons, having lost the stone demons as their siege units, retreated early. The defense work from Wave 11 to Wave 20 was surprisingly completed ahead of schedule. I didn't expect that the hidden mission hunt the stone demons could actually terminate the demon siege in advance. This is something that has never been mentioned in any textbook. If this information could be sold, it would definitely be worth a lot. Chen immediately realized the value of the information. Strategy trading was a popular business in this era of universal job changes, often monopolized by many prominent families and large organizations, for the efficient training of their juniors. After returning to the Demon Fortress with the decapitation squad, Chen clearly felt his prestige in the city had risen. The quartermaster looked at him with admiration, and his title changed. Hero, congratulations on your triumphant return. Everyone in the demon fortress is grateful for your contributions. His next sentence made Su Chen's heart soar. The 55 surviving members of the decapitation squad greatly admire your command skills and wish to join you as your temporary followers. With ranged combat power, isn't this just perfect? Su Chen was overjoyed because he had memorized the concept of temporary followers from his literature textbook, which was a must-know topic. The so-called temporary followers simply referred to as temporary summoned beasts in the dungeon. All the kill counts, drops, and battlefield merits of these 55 elite warriors would belong to him. And of course, what Su Chen cared about most was the exclusive set rewards from the Demon Fortress dungeon. He immediately opened the reward shop at the quartermaster's. At first glance, it was as if a man who had been single for 50 years saw a stunning beauty in a swimsuit, unable to look away. One of the hidden rewards of the Demon Fortress, Swarm Heartset quality, dark gold level requirement, none effects of each piece, slight dot. 2 piece effect. All summoned beasts levels +1, not restricted by summoner's level 4 piece effect. All summoned beasts levels +2, gain an additional summoned beast. Slot each piece exchange requires merit 50 points. It should be noted that the set effect is an additional boost, and this Swarm Heartset, though so plain and unadorned, was incredibly practical. If I can gather the 4-piece set, that's an extra 3 levels. Su Chen swallowed hard, drooling, but his gaze quickly locked onto another reward, second hidden reward of the Demon Fortress. Customizable rare summoned beast egg description. You can choose the evolution, direction and ability inclination of this summoned beast. We will spare no resources from the Demon Fortress to customize a beast egg for you, esteemed summoner. Beast egg exchange requires merit 30 points. Su Chen hesitated for a moment but quickly made a decision. I completed the urgent mission and hunted 30 stone demons, just enough to earn 30 merit points. It seems this is also a hint from the dungeon, wanting me to choose this reward. Right. Now, I have too few trump cards and urgently need to enhance my combat power. A brand new summoned beast would perfectly fill my gap. Su Chen took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and directly chose reward 2. The quartermaster immediately took out a form for him to fill out his requirements. Su Chen glanced at the 55 elite warriors beside him and thought, they are certainly impressive, but they are not my summoned beasts. When we leave the dungeon in the future, it will just be goodbye. So, I need to follow my previous plan and choose a ranged attack type summoned beast. He immediately filled out the form. Requirement 1, ranged attack type. Requirement 2, preferably with shadow clone skills. Requirement 3, it can also have skills like split arrow, critical hit, infinite growth, glass cannon, spell mastery, and other high damage skills. After finishing, the quartermaster took the form and hurried off to the research facility of the Demon Fortress. Soon, before the 21st wave of demons attacked, a summoning egg shimmering with a strange purple glow was brought before Su Chen. Su Chen quickly ran to wash his hands and began to sing the exclusive BGM for the lottery. Today is a good day, everything I wish for can come true. Drop blood. Activate the beast egg. A mist of colorful haze rose up. In front of Su Chen, a small fox appeared, fluttering its clear, intelligent eyes, staring wide-eyed at Su Chen. Why is it a juvenile fox? Su Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit disappointed. Although it was adorable and stunningly beautiful, sure to attract countless envious gazes from beautiful women, it might not be very helpful for conquering the Demon Fortress. Could it be that I drew the infinite growth? A tribute? Su Chen, being a top student, had a few guesses in his mind. Generally speaking, summoned creatures are mostly of the use immediately type. For instance, the C-grade macaque Su Chen initially summoned, although weak, could at least serve as a meat shield. With some light armor, it could barely help a level 1 class changer. Level up. But the little fox in front of him was clearly identified as a juvenile, which must be due to it possessing some powerful attribute, thus being weakened. In age, this was the balance of fate. In the academic field of summoners, Su Chen had read papers holding similar hypotheses. Sure enough, when he opened the little fox's panel, Su Chen's face lit up with surprise. Contract summoned beast successful, Qingqiu fox, juvenile, quality, excellent, level 1, can be upgraded to the same level as the summoner. Attributes: strength 5, constitution 5, agility 10, spirit 10, infinite growth. This Qingqiu fox possesses a special bloodline, awakening a special ability every 5 levels. Archer talent, ranged specialization. All ranged skills deal 100% more damage. Profitable, this is an excellent level. Summoned beast. Su Chen rubbed the little fox's fluffy head, feeling very satisfied, all his complaints swept away. It's worth noting that the Iron Blood Alliance spent a fortune to buy the saber-toothed tiger for Shinzimo, which is only at this level. Moreover, the Qingqiu fox with the infinite growth attribute has a certain probability of being cultivated to legendary level in the future. If I were to sell the little fox to Shinzimo, the Iron Blood Alliance would probably offer up to 100 million. Su Chen pouted, unable to help but sigh. Is this the hidden task reward for a nightmare level dungeon? Truly generous. It seems I need to work hard to uncover hidden tasks and strive to make a fortune. Come here, darling, good girl. He waved his hand, calling the little fox to the base of the city wall. There's a target over there, attack it. Chen pointed, preparing to evaluate its abilities comprehensively. The Qingqiu fox let out a soft roar, woo. With its palms together, a fireball larger than itself suddenly condensed. Boom! The target exploded into countless fragments. Impressive power. I didn't expect it to be so strong even in its juvenile stage. Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. He began to imagine, once I complete the tasks of the wealthy system and obtain the second legendary golden attribute to bestow upon the little fox, how strong would it become? But unfortunately, he, still in the dungeon, could not spend 120 million for the time being, as the currency in the dungeon was unified as gold coins. This wasn't an online game, so there was no way to spend money on it. Huff! After casting her spell, the Qingqiu fox collapsed onto the ground, panting and exhausted. Seeing this, Chen bought a can of limited supply dried fish for summoners from the quartermaster and handed it to her. The Qingqiu fox's face lit up with joy as she hugged the dried fish, licking, nibbling, and sucking on it, thoroughly enjoying her meal. Chen rolled his eyes. Don't eat so greedily. Are you practicing gratitude? When will you transform into a little fox girl and offer yourself? After a moment of peaceful rest, the 21st wave of demons appeared on the horizon, charging violently towards the demon fortress. This time, there were no stone golems or other siege units, it was purely a head-on clash. Chen immediately commanded his 55 temporary followers to form a line, using the standard 3-segment spear tactic, hiding behind the black wukong to ruthlessly harvest the demons. The Qingqiu fox squatted on his shoulder, occasionally rubbing her hands together to conjure a fireball that sent demons flying. Meanwhile, the Monkey King, who had used the hair clone technique, was a standard damage dealer in this level 1 novice dungeon, easily crushing all the demons who couldn't even break through his defenses. Chen saw 2 types of damage numbers constantly popping up from the Monkey King, -1 and immune. To the tough-skinned Malu, the blood demons were like a group of scraping masters, the fire demons were akin to bathhouse attendants, and the skinning demons could be considered a bunch of hairdressers. Thus, the 21st to 30th waves were completed without any surprises or dangers. Chen's level finally rose to level 3, slightly increasing his attribute values: Strength 17, Constitution 15, Agility 18, Spirit 22. Being a damage dealer is really satisfying. Chen was very pleased, though he felt a bit regretful about his attribute growth. Sigh, after all, the summoner is just a basic class. I can only gain +1 to all attributes per level, which makes me really weak compared to the black wukong. I can only wait until I change to a higher rare class in the future to make up for this missing part of my attributes. People are not as good as pets, he sighed softly, then began searching through the loot for usable equipment to swap for himself and the black wukong. The juvenile Qingqiu fox, however, would not have any suitable equipment. Even a helmet would be enough for the tiny Qingqiu fox to sleep in as a nest. Unless it was some rare special equipment, the Qingqiu fox wouldn't be able to equip anything. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, more and more students were gathering. The principal of Beiliang Academy, Jiau, had arrived on the scene, calming the students. Everyone disperse, it's just a small bug in the dungeon. Why make a fuss? Go back to your dorms and do your assignments. A bold student teased, Principal, it might not really be a bug. We can't see what's wrong with the dungeon. Isn't it operating normally? Song Qingfeng, are you implying? Shen Zimo glared at him coldly. The student named Song Qingfeng had a good relationship with Chen and was also a rich second generation, not intimidated by the so-called Iron Blood Alliance young master. He put his hands on his hips and retorted, my meaning is very simple. Who knows, Chen might just be a rare summoner genius. He's busy clearing the Demon Fortress dungeon right now. I calculated that, since the spawn rate of this script is fixed, Chen should already be fighting the 23rd wave of monsters. A beggar living on welfare, and he's worthy? Shen Zimo sneered without a second thought. Song Qingfeng snorted coldly, why isn't he worthy? Just based on the fact that he was the undisputed top student in all subjects during his 3 years of high school, he is worthy. If he isn't worthy, what are you, who will always be second? Are all of us diligent students in the 3rd year of high school being trampled underfoot by a pig? The surroundings fell silent. Shen Zimo was so choked up that he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Seeing this, Secretary Jiao Muyu sighed inwardly and stepped in to help. This student, that's not how you should phrase it. Jiao Muyu cleared her throat, her beautiful face revealing a hint of assertiveness. When we analyze matters, we should speak with evidence, starting from the perspective of strength. Chen is merely a newly transitioned level 1 summoner, and his summon creature is just a common C-grade monkey from a bulk supply. He has neither god-level equipment nor support from a major force. Can he really break through the most difficult novice dungeon of the nightmare level, Demon Fortress, just with sheer passion? You must understand, throughout history, even the top geniuses, with the backing of the most powerful forces, have only set a record of 55 floors. Jiao Muyu was full of confidence, displaying the poise of a debate champion from University days, speaking eloquently. It's unfortunate Reality is not like the popular blood and guts comics of the old days. Chen cannot suddenly unleash his inner universe and awaken superpowers just by shouting about friendship, bonds, or the future like those protagonists. Can you provide an example of a skill that would allow Chen to survive until the 20th wave of demons? Please explain. Jiau was sharp-tongued, and Song Qingfeng, who was speaking up for Chen, instantly turned red. But he indeed couldn't come up with any evidence. Someone retorted, Chen unexpectedly spent 20 million today to buy a summoner profession card and then bet 40 million against Shinzimo, which shows he has been playing possum. In my opinion, he must have a trump card. Jiau chuckled, I saw it with my own eyes. During the bet, Chen's bank card had only 40 million left because after swiping, that card was cleared. In other words, Chen is most likely being supported and cultivated by a small force due to his status as a top student, and that's all there is to it. She showed disdain, laughing scornfully. 60 million may be an astronomical figure that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. But for a professional, especially a summoner, it's just an exceptional grade summoned beast with a premium attribute. Our Iron Blood Alliance provides an average annual subsidy of 50 million to the summoners under our banner. As the chief secretary, Jiau had the data at her fingertips. The classmates nodded in agreement. This data can be verified, it's online, she's not lying. For exceptionally talented top summoners, our leader Shin Jinghong is willing to provide over 200 million in welfare subsidies every year. Jiau threw out another heavy piece of data, both advertising and striking at Song Qingfeng, a force that only offers 60 million to its emerging summoners. I can't say much. Perhaps it's some newly established unknown small force? I can only say it's a bit too stingy, lacking any ambition. How much support do you think this mysterious small force can provide our classmate Chen? She countered aggressively. Song Qingfeng. As the verbal sparring came to a close, the outcome was clear, and Shinzimo laughed with satisfaction. Song Qingfeng, I know you have a good relationship with that kid Chen, but he's just a silver-plated spearhead. In the old days, a small-town test-taker like Chen might still have a way up, showcasing his talents in business and politics. But in the era of universal job transitions, the strong are respected, and the victors are kings. Chen, bah. Shinzimo scoffed proudly. The surroundings fell silent. Shinzimo's words, though harsh, were the plain truth. Over the years, 99% of the rising high-level professionals came from prominent families and large enterprises. Stories of grassroots rising to power probably only frequently appeared in comic books, novels, and movies. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! At the pinnacle of the sky, a sword shadow, like a shooting star, whistled through the air, leaving a rainbow trail that lingered for a long time. Countless people gasped, that's the semi-divine sword of the mayor. The Abyss Judgment. It is well known that this renowned sword saint of wind slashing has a hidden profession, Sword Immortal. His signature sword technique is the most dazzling emblem of Chen Xuani. Welcome, City Lord, to provide guidance. Everyone clenched their right fists and placed them on their chests, bowing respectfully. No one dared to be negligent towards this guardian of Bailiang City, the sword wielder, and lifelong honorary mayor. In the next moment, the sword aura shone brightly, and a figure stood in the void. Mayor Chen Xuani of Bailiang had arrived, riding the wind on his sword. No need for excessive courtesy. Chen Xuani casually stepped through the void, descending from the cloud peak, arriving at the entrance of the academy's dungeon, waving at the principal, old Jiau. What's going on? The dungeon looks very stable, with no signs of energy leakage, and the rune circuit is flawless. Are you misreporting the situation? Principal Jiao shrugged, but our student named Chen has been inside for over an hour. Let me repeat his information. Level 1 summoner, just changed jobs today, no equipment at all, C-grade summoned beast. Are you joking? That's quite rhythmic. Reuniting with an old friend, Chen Xuani teased with a grin, showing no airs of a top-tier professional. The principal smiled wryly. I don't have the leisure for that. Hurry up and check it. There have been cases where students got stuck in dungeons and couldn't be rescued in time. Later, when the dungeon was repaired, that student had died over 800 times inside, ultimately going insane. That's terrible. No, please shut down the dungeon immediately and rescue my good classmate Chen. Shinzimo blurted out. You can't just shut down the dungeon recklessly. Jiao Ranjia shot a sidelong glance at Shinzimo, snorting coldly. Forcibly kicking Chen out of the dungeon would harm his spirit, leaving him weak for a long time. The college entrance examination is in a month. If Chen is mentally exhausted, he probably won't be able to perform well and might have to repeat a year. Shinzimo looked innocent but was deeply dissatisfied with the principal, as this was exactly his plan. No need to rush, let's have some tea first. Mayor. Chen Xuani waved his hand leisurely, opened his phone, and surprisingly ordered afternoon tea takeout right in front of everyone. The crowd exchanged glances, wanting to say something but hesitating, not daring to speak out against the city lord. Principal Jiao Ranjia suddenly realized, so that's it. You want to wait another hour, that will be the refresh time for the 55th wave of demons. Exactly. Chen Xuani smiled lightly, the demon fortress. dungeon has a very regular pattern. The refresh time for each wave of monsters is fixed. Since that's the case, why should we be in a hurry? What if that young student named Chen really has the potential to break the world record for the Demon Fortress? Records exist to be broken. Chen Xuani interlaced his fingers, lazily scanning the students. You don't need to belittle yourselves, thinking that breaking records has nothing to do with you. Young people, if you lose your drive and are shackled by records, how will our dragon country counterattack the abyss in the future and reclaim the old mountains and rivers occupied by demons? Understood, we will follow your teachings. The students clasped their hands again and bowed, feeling greatly inspired. Only Shinzimo felt gloomy but could only lower his head, not daring to speak out. After all, Chen Xuani had once traversed 30,000 miles with a single sword, infiltrating the abyss to behead the great lord of the ninth layer, the Demon Queen, saving Beliang City from the demon siege that erupted in the year 357 of the new calendar, rescuing all citizens from the clutches of demons. He held absolute authority in Beliang City. Even the formidable leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, Shin Jinghong, had to bow his head and pay taxes to him. Let's wait, it's just 1 hour. Principal Jiau Renjia waved his hand, instructing the school to bring over 2 gaming consoles. Come on, old Chen, it's been a long time since we sparred in fighting games. Let's have a bow 7 to settle the score. Although you've come further on the path of a professional, I was the electronic sports champion of the whole school back in the day. Hey, I've gotten old and forgetful, I can't remember who the runner-up was. Shout it out for me. The principal placed his hand to his ear, pretending to listen. Chen Xuani's face darkened. That's ancient history. I'm busy with a million things. How could I remember such trivial matters? Stop the nonsense, let's battle. Alright then, loser treats to a big plate of chicken tonight. Chen Xuani perked up, channeling the spirit of his past expeditions into the abyss, determined to regain the face he lost in his student days. The students exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. If someone were unaware of the identities of these 2 prominent figures, they might think they were just 2 ordinary old gaming enthusiasts. Meanwhile, in the Demon Fortress dungeon, Chen was leisurely mowing down enemies. Because waves 31 to 40 of demons consisted of high attack, high health, but low defense rat demons. They came in droves, with their tails capable of releasing elemental arrows. Fire, ice, poison, wind, light, dark, and even pure physical attributes were all present. Then, with a sweep of his staff, the black myth Wukong turned dozens of rat demons into mush. When their elemental arrows struck the giant monkey, they were simply deflected by the LV-10 indestructible monkey fur. Such low damage, high-frequency attacks met with the high defense and damage reduction of the monkey brother, making it a true nemesis. It was like a mischievous child throwing 100 eggs at a nanocarbon alloy steel plate in 1 second. It wouldn't even leave a dent. Benefit stage, how delightful. Chen, with the little fox, hid on the city wall, using the terrain to effortlessly harvest experience from the rat demons, enjoying the pleasure of fighting without taking damage. By the time the 40th wave of demons was counted, Chen had already leveled up to 4, while the quartermaster brought a small team to present the numerous loot they had collected at the foot of the city wall. Oh, is that a skill book? Chen was shocked by the high drop rate in the dungeon but was disappointed by the content of the skill book. Skill book: Shadow Training, Restriction, Shadow Warrior class or Ninja class. Can train your shadow to become an assassin, inheriting 20% of your attributes. Clearly, it was ineffective for a summoner. Chen could only tuck it away, planning to auction it off later. However, the dropped equipment gave Chen a pleasant surprise. Treasure, Phantom Pearl, Restriction, None, can be embedded in any equipment with a socket. When the wearer casts a spell, there is a 5% chance to summon a phantom that lasts for 10 seconds. The phantom can replicate the wearer's casting actions and release the same skills, but the mana cost is borne by the wearer. In short, when the phantom exists, it's like double casting. Chen summarized. His first reaction was to equip it on Black Wukong. However, when Chen ordered the monkey brother to wear the Phantom Pearl and cast a skill, the 5% chance failed to trigger completely. It seems that when monkey brother releases his skills, it doesn't count as casting at all. As a top student, Chen quickly pinpointed the reason. Although this thing has no restrictions and anyone can use it, it actually has an invisible threshold. It's only useful for spellcasters. He then looked at the Qingqiu fox, who was eagerly staring at the Phantom Pearl with what written all over its face. Alright, you can wear it for now. Chen tied the Phantom Pearl around the little fox's neck. He didn't think much of it, as this was an item that needed to be embedded to activate. But whether wearing it around the neck counted as embedding? It's hard to say. But what he never expected was that when the 41st wave of monsters attacked, the little fox immediately triggered the illusion pearl, and like twin siblings, a 1-to-1 replica of a new fox appeared. Bang! Bang! 2 fireballs exploded simultaneously within the demon army. However, the enemy was completely unharmed. Chen's expression changed drastically as he finally realized why previous geniuses had all perished around the 41st to 50th waves. Because this batch of demons was the advanced version of the flame demon Yanma. Fire demon, flame demon, Yanma, and Yimo. This is the lineage of this demon family, and it is a very straightforward naming method. As pure elemental life born from magma, they are immune to all fire element attacks, and even when the Qingqiu Fox's fireball landed on them, the most absurd thing happened. Not only did no red damage numbers appear, but instead, a huge green healing number soared, plus 500. Damn! Devouring fire elements, such a perverse ability, actually appears in a novice dungeon. Is this reasonable? Su Chen rolled his eyes and couldn't help but complain, because it was very unfair. Fortunately, he had chosen to be a summoner. If a fire element mage faced the 41st wave of Yanma, how desperate would that be? Little fireball. Yanma life plus 50. Wall of fire. Yanma life plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. Fiery rain. Yanma life plus 200 plus 200 plus 200. At that time, the only thing a fire element mage could do would be to pick up their staff and smash the Yanma's head. But dungeons never negotiate fairness with professionals. Because the dungeons simulate classic battles from reality, the siege initiated by demons is naturally advantageous to the demons. Emergency summon. Emergency summon. Emergency summon. On the city wall, the messenger shouted the commander's military orders anxiously, even repeating important matters 3 times, showing just how urgent the situation was. Another hidden mission is coming. Su Chen thought thoughtfully and instantly recalled the mission content of the demon fortress. Sure enough, just like the beheading operation when the stone demon attacked, Yanma was also a special unit that required targeted hunting. The reason for such fear of Yanma made Su Chen immediately remember the answer from his high school history textbook. Before the fall of the demon fortress, the reason it was able to slay 1,000,000 demons was largely due to the old honor troops of the Dragon Kingdom, the 311th Regiment. The 311th Regiment is a special operations unit composed of fire element mages drawn from various military districts. Su Chen felt a chill in his heart and murmured to himself, in other words, if I want to defend the demon fortress until the last moment like in real history, I must eliminate this group of Yanma, because they are the nemesis of the 311th Regiment. The marshal has made a decision. The messenger said solemnly, we will send out the last unit of dragon cavalry to penetrate deep into the demon territory and hunt down the Yanma. Enthusiastic citizen Su Chen, our hero, if you are willing, please assist in the battle. Su Chen bowed heavily. I am willing to lead the beheading squad into battle again, and I will not disgrace my mission. As wise as he was, he already understood the marshal's decision to abandon the dragon cavalry and use their sacrifice to gain an advantage. For the fire element mage group, the dragon cavalry is renowned in the Dragon Kingdom as heavy cavalry, dominating the battlefield and considered an invincible force. But unfortunately, the battle for the demon fortress was a genuine siege, leaving no room for cavalry to exert their strength. Rather than waiting for the demons to destroy the thick city walls, causing the dragon cavalry to dismount and become infantry to fight street battles with the demons, it was better to turn them into a lone force, a sacrificial piece, to assassinate the strategic units of the demon army, trading lives for lives. This is the cold and hard battlefield command, where lives are merely numbers, and both professionals and demons are pawns. To this, Su Chen could only obey. Knowing that sacrifice is inevitable, yet willingly embracing death in obedience is the supreme virtue of a soldier. It is also the reason why humanity has repeatedly triumphed over the strong, standing firm against the onslaught of abyssal demons. One must understand, once the flame demons are not exterminated, they will absorb all powerful large-scale fire spells, thus shielding the main demon forces as they rush to the walls of the demon fortress. At that time, this solitary city will be obliterated in an instant. The overwhelming firepower of the 311th Regiment is the greatest contributor to the historical defense of the demon fortress. The flame demons must die. Su Chen rallied the giant monkey, bringing along the surviving 55 members of the decapitation squad, and also received 100 reserve soldiers newly dispatched by the marshal, forming a death squad to confront the flame demons. Go! The Dragon Kingdom marshal waved goodbye from the city wall. Your names will be unknown. Your achievements will last forever. The Dragon Knights and the Death Squad charged out from the thunderously open city gates like a torrent of steel, rushing towards the northeast where the flame demons were most numerous. Do. The charge horn resounded above the demon fortress, igniting the fury of all soldiers. Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Everyone shouted, with no one thinking of returning safely. Su Chen was once again inspired by the martyrs, no longer speaking, but leveraging his high attributes to shield the NPCs from the demons' ranged attacks. Outside the dungeon, you lost, just like always, a noob. Principal Jiao Renjie contemptuously sneered at City Lord Chen Shuani. I mean, bro, are you even capable? In the Bow 7 match, you just cleanly lost 0-4? And you call yourself a sword immortal? What a joke! Chen Shuani was furious, kicking over a small stool. Draw your sword, let's spar tonight. Regardless of life or death. Jiao Renjie rolled his eyes. So petty, losing and flipping the table. Your rogue face is no different from your student days. TCH, are you scared? Then let's do a bow 9. First to 5 wins. Chen Xuani sat back down at the game console. We can do bow 9, but what about the big plate chicken from bow 7? As a Generation Sword Immortal, with my holy sword spanning 90,000 miles, I once faced a million demons. Can I really owe you a big plate of chicken? Then let's bet on a hot pot of lamb for bow 9. Get lost trying to fleece the sword immortal? My sword is not without its advantages. The principal and the mayor bickered, cursing, and continuing to play the game. Shinzimo couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, asking, Secretary Jiao, do you think there's even a slight possibility, a 1 in a billion chance, that Su Chen has really held on until now? Jiao decisively rejected. There is absolutely no such possibility. My college thesis was about the Battle of the Demon Fortress. She scoffed coldly. So, when it comes to understanding this war, I know more than many professors. Do you know why most students couldn't last from wave 41 to wave 50? Without waiting for Shinzimo to respond, Jiao asked and answered herself, because the flame demons have come. The flame demons can devour all fire element damage, turning the attacks of the demon fortress into healing. Back and forth, 1 + 1 - these 10 waves of demons are truly unstoppable. Jiao said solemnly, in real history, our troops were able to hold on because the last dragon cavalry of the Dragon Kingdom fully mobilized, playing the final dirge on the battlefield. Before they set out, they had all written their wills, each prepared to perish alongside the flame demons. She admired with a hint of emotion, to sacrifice oneself for the nation's peril, to regard death as a return home. Is their true portrayal? It was precisely due to their suicidal attacks on the flame demons that the city walls were barely held. Shinzimo's eyes widened. Then, what about in the dungeon? Since the dungeon is based on real history, the dragon cavalry should also be able to exterminate the flame demons, right? Ha, if the dungeon purely copied history, then why would you need to go in and experience it? Mayor Chen Xuani interjected with a sneer. Upon hearing their conversation, of course, I reduced the number of dragon knights and increased the number of flame demons by a bit. That's what makes the dungeon challenging. Want to win? Then you must follow in the footsteps of the dragon knights, fighting to the death against the flame demons while being besieged by the demon army. Chen Xuani chuckled coldly. There are no shortcuts, no loopholes to exploit, only by facing life and death head-on. Can you break the deadlock? Shinzimo was overjoyed and hypocritically said, well, if Su Chen is still trying to clear the dungeon, I wish him smooth sailing. Jiao scoffed. A level 1 summoner has no advantage against the flame demons. I'm 99% sure the dungeon has a bug. My judgment does not require your questioning. Chen Xuani glanced at her indifferently. Jiao felt as if struck by lightning, her pretty face turning pale. She quickly lowered her head, fearing that the esteemed sword saint would blame her. Hee, you lost again. Bow 9 lost 0 to 5. Even a maggot can do it. Principal. Jiao Renjie stretched lazily. Chen Xuani was furious. Even a dog can do it, and you're saying it's downgraded to a maggot? You little brat, dare to insult me? Take this, a sword strike. Are you going to cheat again? It's all that girl's fault for being so talkative, causing me to lose focus. That last match doesn't count. Besides, the game console monitor you provided is too bright. The stools at your Bailiang Academy are too hard. Your old face is too ugly, making it impossible for me to perform at my true level. That was just a warm-up. Now I'm finally in the zone. Principal Jiao Renjie, you really are a master of shifting blame. I don't care. Rematch. Fine, you're the sword immortal. You can be a rogue as much as you want. I'm just a lowly civil servant. What else can I say? Time continued to pass second by second. The students eagerly awaited Su Chen to tumble out of the dungeon exit in a sorry state. However, it was empty. Monkey King, retract the formation and use the 72 transformations against the flame demons. Su Chen cautiously recalled the Black Wukong. That was charging into battle. Killing was its nature, so it often got carried away, charging into the demon army to smash various demons, creating batches of blood demon meat pies, rat demon meat sauce, and flame demon firecrackers. But one's strength was ultimately limited. Su Chen knew very well that to win the battle of the demon fortress, the key was not himself, but to protect the station NPC troops and hold the city walls. The city walls represented geographical advantage. The NPCs represented manpower, and his arrival might just be the timing. The combination of timing, geographical advantage, and manpower was the key to clearing the demon fortress through 99 waves. The Black Wukong made a hand sign and transformed into a flame demon. At the same time, an attack from a high-ranking flame demon lord from the enemy side landed on the heads of the suicide squad in the next second. It's the explosive flame ball. Find cover, an NPC hurriedly warned. Don't panic. Su Chen smiled faintly, reassuring everyone, I am the cover. As a summoner, he manipulated the Black Wukong in his heart, unleashing its current flame demon power, opening a massive blood-red mouth towards the sky. All fire elements were instantly devoured, and that powerful explosive flame ball ultimately created a huge green healing number above the Monkey King's head, plus 5,000. Brr! The Monkey King was stuffed. The NPCs were dumbfounded. An attack from a high-ranking demon was actually eaten? Chen couldn't help but marvel in his heart. This is the power of a legendary summoner beast, capable of easily changing the battlefield dynamics. The 72 transformations truly lived up to its reputation as the most well-known signature skill of the great sage equal to heaven. For a high IQ summoner, it was undoubtedly a powerful skill that could be played to great effect. A transformed flame demon Monkey King directly reversed the battlefield situation, greatly boosting the morale of the Suicide Squad. At this moment, the main force of the demon army was composed of standard fire element demons. The flame demon was in command, the fire demon acted as the overseer, and the fire spirits served as cannon fodder. The Monkey King, transformed into a flame demon, was like a high-level pass that allowed Chen to quickly maneuver the Suicide Squad through the battlefield. Thus, a scene unfolded that left the Dragon Kingdom commander on the Demon Fortress and the Demon Lords manipulating the Abyssal Eye to observe the battlefield dumbfounded. A giant eastern monkey created 12 hair-thin clones, resembling 12 giants, more robust than any demon. They charged across the battlefield like heavy armored vehicles, unstoppable. And that giant monkey had transformed into the Flame Demon King, opening its mouth to form a vortex that could actively devour all fireballs, rockets, and fire rains. This made the human Suicide Squad seem to be in a state of fire immunity. No, it wasn't fire immunity, it was fire absorption. The attacks from the fire element demons were completely healing the Monkey King, more effective than a genuine professional priest. Seeing this, the demon lords were furious but helpless, forced to compromise with that human summoner. Roar! The demon lord issued the order to sound the retreat. Chen was astonished. Huh? Is this cheating? Didn't we just reach the 45th wave? The AI of the demon lords in the dungeon is this advanced? They actually know how to cut their losses? Truly a dungeon crafted by the city lord himself. The invasion of demons from waves 41 to 50 was prematurely halted. However, the rewards did not diminish. Instead, because Chen repelled the demons early, the commander of the demon fortress was overjoyed and directly doubled the hidden rewards. Emergency summon, the flame demon must die, completed. You have earned 100 merit points. Due to your outstanding completion of the task, altering the course of history and saving the elite 311th Regiment from a 50% casualty rate, maintaining a completeness of 95%, you will receive a special reward, the Dragon Kingdom 3rd Class Hero Medal. Holding this medal will be regarded as a combat hero of the Dragon Kingdom, allowing you to enter any major military district without examination, with a minimum rank of 2nd Lieutenant. You can also use this medal during dungeon raids to summon all your temporary followers to assist in battle. Remaining uses. 1. Note 1. When the uses are exhausted, you can use merit points to recharge it during dungeon settlement. Note 2. The attributes of your followers are related to the level of the merit medal. Damn! Chen was shocked. He didn't expect this reward to be a rare summoning type equipment. He could summon this elite group of warriors to assist in the dungeon, undoubtedly greatly reducing the difficulty of the raid. Just thinking about the future, while other classmates were fighting in the dungeon, shooting monsters with little bows and arrows, he could simply wave his hand and summon a whole squad of elite soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom to directly crush various monsters. How delightful. What pleased Chen the most was that this Dragon Kingdom 3rd Class Hero Medal did not occupy the summoner's beast space. It didn't even count as equipment, taking up no equipment slots. It just needed to be placed in the backpack to take effect. Incredible. It was practically a minor artifact. What Chen didn't know was that when the dungeon's AI awarded him the 3rd Class Merit Medal, it simultaneously transmitted a certification message to the outside world. After all, this medal was a rarity on the reward list. It was only awarded to genius professionals who rewrote history and changed the battlefield in nightmare-level dungeons. Its effective interviewing for a position in the major military districts of the Dragon Kingdom naturally required official certification from the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, the mayor of Bailiang City, Chen, who held the highest authority in the Bailiang military district, received the information immediately. He was originally engaged in a heated spar with Principal Jiau. For the first time, he had the upper hand and was about to win the first game of the Bow 15. Chen glanced at his phone, his hand trembled, and his actions faltered. Jiao Ranjie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Good opportunity. There's a flaw. Take my Rising Dragon Strike 3-hit combo and then the ultimate move, you're already dead. Lost again, old Chen, a dignified sword immortal, why are you so useless in this little video game? The principal mocked mercilessly. But Chen didn't care about that, laughing maniacally. I told you the dungeon didn't seem broken, and it turned out just as I expected. Old Jiao, congratulations to your Bailiang Academy, you finally have a top genius, you're getting a promotion and a raise, and tonight's big plate of chicken is on you. Jiao Ranjie was taken aback. What are you talking about? Oh my god. The elegant principal jumped 3 feet high. Because the nightmare dungeon actually played a notification. Congratulations to the students of Class 007, Grade 3, Bailiang Academy, Chen, for completing 2 hidden missions in a row, rewriting the historical course of the Demon Fortress dungeon, saving the 311 Fire Element Mage Corps and the 404 Dragon Cavalry Corps, which were supposed to suffer heavy losses during the 41 to 50 waves of demon sieges. Current completeness of the 311 Fire Element Mage Corps, 95%. Current completeness of the 404 Dragon Cavalry Corps, 83%. Hereby awarding Su-Chen a third-class hero medal. Please review it, City Lord. Outside the Nightmare Dungeon, there was a dead silence. All the students were dumbfounded. What's going on? The dungeon really had no bugs. Su-Chen was actually trying to clear the demon fortress? He even broke the dungeon's inherent plot, rewrote history, and saved 2 renowned elite units of the Dragon Kingdom? Everyone felt a magical sense of a historical hero stepping out of the pages. As Su-Chen's close friend, Song Qingfeng couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laugh 3 times. I told you. Brother Su is mighty, Brother Su is imposing, and he hasn't even graduated from high school yet, and he's already a second lieutenant. Principal Jiao Ranjie even grabbed Mayor Chen Xuani, wearing bribery and backdoor on his face, and in front of hundreds of students he completely dropped the act. Old Chen, oh. No, my dear Chen brother. I, Jiao, never ask for favors in my life, but today, for the sake of sending talent to the Dragon Kingdom, I beg you. You must approve it and grant him the third-class military medal he deserves. I have 2 bottles of Demon Core brewed blood wine, aged for 20 years, originally meant for my lovely granddaughter's wedding. I'll give it to you. Speak up. What do you want? Anything I, Jiao Ranjie, have, we can negotiate. The classmates. Ahem, principal, mind the influence. The academic director quietly reminded. There are so many students watching. Yes, there were quite a few students just now, I admit. I got a bit carried away after winning the game and spoke too loudly. Jiao Ranjie clasped his hands. Elbow, come with me inside, I'll kneel for you. The classmates. Chen Xuani. Silence reigned at Bailiang Academy tonight. All the students felt as if they had been force-fed 10 tons of lemons, sour from head to toe. Envy, my friends. Please calm down. Mayor Chen Xuani cautiously rolled his eyes. Old Jiao, don't be so pathetic, it's just a third-class military medal, right? I'm going to download his gameplay video and watch it, frame by frame, to study how he saved the 311 and 404 Corps. If this Su-Chen is truly a military genius, I won't hesitate to personally invite him to join the Bailiang military district, grant him the rank of second lieutenant, and make him an officer. Wait. Suddenly, Shinzimo, whose veins were bulging and seemed possessed, interjected. It could also be a dungeon bug. Or Su-Chen might be cheating using a bug. Around them, many classmates who were equally stunned and incredulous were also supporting him out of jealousy. Exactly. An ordinary summoner, rewriting history? Come on, who believes that? It must be a bug. Definitely a bug. Su-Chen eats in the same cafeteria and lives in the same dormitory as us. Why is he so exceptional? The Demon Fortress dungeon is recognized as the most difficult national-level novice dungeon. With over 1 billion people in Long Country, geniuses are as numerous as stars, yet no one has achieved it. How could it be that Su-Chen rewrote history? Support a thorough investigation. Principal Jiao Ranjie was furious. A bunch of fools. At this time, you're still infighting and jealous of Su-Chen? Have your brains been sucked out by a mind-eating monster? Su-Chen's achievement today will bring a large sum of funding to our school. I can upgrade our teaching staff and increase your scholarships. Everyone will benefit from Su-Chen's glory. Not only are you ungrateful, but you're also reporting him behind his back? No wonder Su-Chen dominates the top of the grade. You have no competitive spirit at all. The students who were reprimanded immediately shrank their necks, mumbling, and dared not speak further. Shinzimo instinctively looked at Jiamuyu, casting a pleading glance. She hoped this chief secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance could use her debating champion skills to help him question Su-Chen and regain face. Jiamuyu lowered her head, pretending not to notice the young master's hint. Her mind was in turmoil, and she couldn't help but think, am I on the wrong side? Have I offended a minor who has already earned a second lieutenant rank? When he rises to prominence in the future, will he grab me and instantly refine me? Or even send troops to capture me, turning me into his hard-working slave? Calm down, it's not impossible that there's a bug. If he can really do it, your Bailiang Academy will easily get approved for the National Key Middle School application this year. It's worth it for me to personally send him relief funds every year and even dig into my own pocket to help him with nutrition. Jiao Ranjie was overjoyed, the wrinkles on his old face blooming with laughter. Meanwhile, Shin Zimo suddenly felt a chill. He looked up and found that the sycophants who had been so close were now tiptoeing away from his line of sight. After all, Shin Zimo had just dared to interject while the principal and the mayor were speaking, and had been met with the sarcastic remarks of the Sword Saint of the Wind, so it was uncertain whether he would soon receive a strike from the Holy Sword. In the interval before the 51st wave of demons attacked the city, Su-Chen was quite satisfied as he rubbed the hero medal in his hand, then looked at the people he had brought back. 120 elite warriors, 108 dragon knights. If only these dragon knights were from real history, Su-Chen sighed. In the actual battle of the demon fortress, there were over 10,000 dragon knights. The dungeon was merely a mimicry of history, proportionally reducing the participating forces of the Dragon Kingdom and the demon legions. After all, this was just a novice trial dungeon. Having successfully repelled the flame demon, Chen had achieved great military merit, and naturally, this group of people became his temporary followers. In the future, he could also summon this group in other dungeons using his military achievements. 100 merit points can completely exchange for 2 pieces of the Heart of the Swarm set, activating the 2-piece effect. Should I exchange them or not? Chen fell into deep thought. This was a risky investment because once he left the Demon Fortress dungeon, it would be nearly impossible to collect other scattered pieces, unless there was another summoner who also completed 2 major hidden tasks, gaining merit points to exchange for the other 2 scattered pieces that Chen lacked. But that was almost impossible. Chen knew very well that even if he wrote a strategy guide and published it, could others simply copy his tactics? Without the numerical monster Black Wukong, how could one hunt the stone demon? Without the fire immunity and fire absorption brought by the 72 transformations, how could one extinguish the flame demon? Let's hold on to it for now and see if I want to exchange it when the final settlement comes. Chen hesitated and decided to put it aside for the time being. After all, the main force in the current dungeon was Black Wukong. No matter how luxurious his equipment was, it wouldn't affect the battle situation. After a 10-minute break, a dense swarm of demons appeared again in the distance of the demon fortress. This time, the main army was the special demons living in the swamp, snake demons. Most geniuses can't get past the 55th floor. There's indeed a reason for that. Chen sighed lightly, fully aware of the snake demon's special trait, petrification attack. The Medusa from mythological tales was a powerful leader-level snake demon, truly terrifying. According to historical records, when the snake demons launched a full-scale attack, a Medusa once turned an entire human shield guardian legion into stone, with only a few high-level shield guardians who had particularly stacked petrification resistance in their equipment attributes managing to survive the disaster. The snake demons were the main force for the siege. Just like the stone demons, when a snake demon fell, it would directly turn into stone, becoming a stepping stone for the demons behind. The bodies of the fallen snake demons would pile up to form a long staircase, nullifying the advantage of the walls of the demon fortress. Moreover, Chen could no longer take a suicide squad out of the city to eliminate the snake demons because their numbers were too terrifying. Since there's no way to take shortcuts, let's fight to the death. Chen stood calmly on the city wall, his battle robe billowing. Beside him was the now upgraded Monkey King. Having dropped too much equipment, Chen pieced together a set of fine heavy armor for the Monkey King, while he himself got some robes and a wizard hat that boosted mental attributes. Of course, given that Chen's level was too low, only reaching level 5, the equipment he could obtain was all novice gear. Attributes are basically things like strength +1 or defense +2. Not worth mentioning, insignificant. Here they come. The Serpent Demon Legion has finally reached the range of the fire element mages on the city wall. Everyone, chant the spell, Meteor Shower. Commander of the 311th Regiment reported to his superiors while directing. Our regiment has completed the incantation. Please give instructions. On the clock. Launch at 15 hours 27 minutes and 9 seconds. The Marshal issued a series of commands. Yes. Order the Divine Archers to cast Frost Arrow at the marked location at 15 hours 27 minutes and 6 seconds. Order the Druids to release Vine Whip at the marked location at 15 hours 27 minutes and 3 seconds. Understood. Chen quickly saw the cooperation of various professions. The Vine Whip at 3 seconds swept wildly under the city wall, binding countless incoming serpent demons, turning them into live targets. At 06 seconds, a large number of frost arrows poured down densely from the sky, creating a snowstorm that enveloped the serpent demons. At 9 seconds, the long-prepared meteor shower from the fire element mages delivered the final fatal blow to the serpent demons. The vines were ignited. The ice was melted. The fusion of water and fire, the burning of fire and grass, vividly showcased the collision of elements. The lives of the serpent demons were instantly wiped out, taken down in large numbers by the demon fortress. I see, the commander is indeed clever, worthy of being a war hero that can be written into history textbooks. Chen understood this wave of operations. Why choose meteor shower? Because it could smash the serpent demons into meat paste, which meant that when their bodies petrified, they wouldn't form a staircase, just adding another layer of sand to the ground. Why use the elemental reaction of ice and fire? Because under thermal expansion and contraction, the bodies of the serpent demons would first freeze into ice sculptures, then explode under the fierce fire, also turning their bodies into a mess of flesh, preventing the serpent demon commander from using low-level serpent demons as cannon fodder and then stacking the cannon fodder bodies to create a staircase to the wall. It seems, the most troublesome problem has been solved. I won't be stuck like other professionals? Chen suddenly realized the trick. Because the 311th Fire Element Mage Regiment was completely preserved, the commander could use the ice and fire bombardment tactic to blow the serpent demons' bodies into meat paste in chunks, so the serpent demon army couldn't stack cannon fodder bodies to create a path like in real history. Everything is interconnected. Like the butterfly A fact, what was originally an insurmountable deadlock could be easily resolved. Ah, I see, this is the ultimate strategy for the Demon Fortress dungeon. Chen smiled in realization while shooting serpent demons with crossbow arrows on the city wall. The legacy of the previous level will become the key to the next level. The difficulty of defending the city will not only not increase but will instead decrease like a rolling snowball. It seems I really have a chance to clear 99 levels and be the first in the world to conquer the nightmarish level Demon Fortress. Finally, the 55th wave of serpent demons fell under the Demon Fortress. Chen received a system notification. Congratulations, Chen. Your progress in the Demon Fortress dungeon has broken the current global record. Would you like to announce it? Yes/no. Chen laughed loudly. I'm not a low-key person, nor do I like to play dumb. I want to use the heat of breaking the record to hype it up, cash in on this wave of traffic, and make a fortune to get a second golden attribute. With the godly rich system. Announce, Chen said without hesitation. In an instant, a message popped up on the news panels of all professionals in Long Country. The nightmarish level Demon Fortress dungeon record has been broken. Record breaker, Bailiang Academy, Class 7 of Senior 3, Summoner Chen. Bailiang Academy. Outside the dungeon. Even though there was already a certain psychological expectation when the record-breaking national announcement was released, all the students still felt a shocking thrill. Are we witnessing history? One student reacted first, murmuring, this record-breaking event will definitely be written into history textbooks, right? That's for sure. The Demon Fortress may just be a regional dungeon in our dragon country, but it's open to the whole world, which means Chen is truly the strongest challenger globally. Someone sighed. Yeah, in the old days, it would be like being the first Olympic gold medalist in the country. It's incredibly significant. Now, our Bailiang Academy can take pride in this. Look at Shinzimo's expression, it's so amusing. Many people glanced at the pale-faced Shinzimo, the young master of the Iron Blood Alliance, who was staring incredulously at the national announcement on the panel. His mouth was still trembling. Impossible, it can't be, how could that fool Chen do it? The next moment, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. The caller was none other than his father, Shin Jinghong, the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance. Dad, you. Shinzimo answered in a daze, accidentally pressing the speakerphone button, allowing everyone to hear the conversation between father and son. Shin Jinghong's excited voice came through. Good son. I remember you mentioned him several times at home, and I've heard Chen's name many times at your parent-teacher meetings. If I remember correctly, he's your classmate, right? You must have a good relationship, right? After all, he's always first, and you're always second. Scholars must appreciate each other, encourage one another, and progress together. Shinzimo froze in place, his face as dark as a demon's heart. Shin Jinghong continued to talk to himself. Let me tell you, you need to head to the dungeon exit immediately, then play the emotional card with your classmate to recruit him for our Iron Blood Alliance. For such an outstanding individual, I'm willing to pay him 300 million in allowances every year, and I promise to help him customize a dinosaur summon in the Jurassic dungeon. The minimum will be an exceptional level overlord, and there's even a chance it could be a legendary dinosaur egg. Shinzimo. Even among exceptional level summons, there are distinctions. His saber-toothed tiger was merely an ordinary type within the exceptional level, and its potential had already peaked. Meanwhile, the dinosaur summons produced in the Jurassic dungeon are all at least of the overlord bloodline, and can continue to grow. After all, even a 3-year-old knows the difference between a saber-toothed tiger and a T-Rex. Shinzimo's phone silently slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground, effectively halting the awkward conversation between father and son. But 5 seconds later, ding-dling, Jiao Muyu's phone was dialed by the eager Shin Jinghong. Secretary Jiao, great. You're actually at Bailiang Academy. Quickly, recruit this Chen. Our Iron Blood Alliance is trying to conquer the world-class dungeon in Eagle Country, Jurassic Park. High-level summoners are crucial. You could say that Chen's involvement is tied to the rise and fall of our Iron Blood Alliance. I want you to spare no effort to secure him. Money is no object. Equipment, give him whatever he needs. If you need to use your charm to win him over, I'll compensate you handsomely. Consider it your uncle begging you, my good niece. Since Shin Jinghong was shouting loudly, even if she hadn't put it on speaker, a large number of students around still heard. Their filters shattered into pieces. The looks they gave Jiao Muyu instantly became strange. The chief secretary could only awkwardly respond, I'll do my best, but it seems there are quite a few powerful forces trying to approach Chen on site right now. Ha! Shin Jinghong was taken aback. Jiao Muyu didn't waste time and opened a video call showing him the scene above the sky. 2 strong foreign men jumped straight down from a helicopter, both wearing the emblem of the Rose Knight Order, and surprisingly, they didn't even use parachutes. They landed directly on the ground, cracking the marble floor, yet they were unharmed, walking straight towards the mayor and the principal, greeting them. Hi, man. Those are at least third-tier knights, with terrifying defense and health, which is why they can ignore a fall from hundreds of meters. Shin Jinghong immediately identified their profession. In another direction, a bipedal pterosaur came rushing in. Riding on the pterosaur's neck was an extraordinarily beautiful and graceful woman who stepped on the void, flickering continuously, and soon appeared in the square like a ghost. Oh, the mayor is also here. Are you trying to recruit little brother Su Chen? Shen Jinghong's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn, it's that shadow assassin from Mystic Sanctuary. Don't they only recruit assassin-type professions? Did they expand their admissions this year? Jiao Muyu bitterly smiled and pointed the phone's camera at the road outside the campus. Countless convoys came in a grand procession, but upon seeing the strong figures of the Rose Knight Order in Mystic Sanctuary, they turned around dejectedly, clearly realizing they were not qualified to compete for Su Chen. They flocked here only for Su Chen. Such an eye-popping scene left all the students dumbfounded. Those who had previously slandered Su Chen quickly blended into the crowd, afraid to show their faces. They felt anxious and fearful, worried that Su Chen would retaliate later. Principal Zhao Renjie snorted coldly. What's going on? Our Su Hong just gained a little fame and you all rush to poach him, huh? Let me tell you, he is a grateful and good kid. You have never sponsored him, so he will definitely stay at school and won't casually join you. Mayor Chen Xianyi, however, had a slight smirk on his lips. Their intentions are probably not as simple as yours, old Zhao. I'm afraid they are not just thinking about Su Chen, but are also coveting the demon fortress in his hands. Chen Xianyi saw through their motives at a glance and sneered. It is well known that the first 100 clearances of each dungeon come with extra rewards. Many special equipment and mysterious treasures can only drop during the first 100 clearances. After that, they will never drop again. Hee, you are right, the shadow assassin from Mystic Sanctuary shrugged her fragrant shoulders, readily admitting, but the world is bustling for profit and the world is chaotic for gain. This is a well-known saying in our dragon country. When I came, I had someone investigate Su Chen's file. He turned out to be an ordinary poor student receiving national subsidies. She sighed leisurely. Now, he has changed to the most expensive profession, the summoner. I guess he must be in dire need of money, and we Mystic Sanctuary have several large financial groups, even controlling a company ranked among the global top 500. We are willing to offer him a fair price. Shen Zmo stared blankly at the verbal sparring of the big shots. He had once fantasized, in his dreams, standing amidst a crowd of thousands, being adored by these prominent leaders of powerful factions. Clearly, he was the one who came first. He was the one who called Zhao Muyu to acquire that summoner job transfer card. He was the one who pleaded with his father to get the exceptional level saber-toothed tiger. He was the one who sweet-talked his mother into buying a full set of purple equipment. Why did it end up like this? Why did the one who stole the spotlight become that scoundrel Su Chen? Jiao Muyu, the secretary. Shen Zmo couldn't help but glance at this once very pleasing beautiful secretary. He had thought about taking her as his private plaything after graduation to thoroughly enjoy those incredibly elastic long legs, but now he was filled with resentment. What do you think? Is it possible that the ordinary Su Chen suddenly stands out because he has had some fortuitous encounter? Jiao Muyu was taken aback, lightly tapping her delicate chin. Of course, a level 1 summoner with no family background who can repeatedly break through the challenges of the Demon Fortress dungeon must have some kind of fortuitous encounter. Most likely, he obtained a small artifact from the dungeon's loot or accidentally discovered a hidden quest reward, she speculated according to common sense. Shen Zmo impatiently interrupted her. What if there's a possibility that his summoner job transfer card has some tricks, allowing him to transfer to some hidden professions? For example, the summoner branches like necromancer, fiction writer, lord of the underworld, dinosaur kin, and so on. The ones he mentioned were all high-level summoners who left their mark in the era of universal job transfers. The necromancer was a well-known hidden profession associated with the infamous undead calamity. The fiction writer, it is said, holds a personally written book, and whenever he opens the pages, the fictional creatures from the story leap out from the paper, bizarre and strange. The lord of the underworld must have a certain abyssal bloodline to take up the profession, allowing direct communication with the abyss and signing contracts with many underworld beings for his own use. The dinosaur kin is a new summoner profession that emerged in recent years when scientists from the Eagle Nation implanted dinosaur DNA into humans, allowing them to control dinosaur tribes. Jiao Muyu, having risen from a commoner's background to become the chief secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance, had a keen sense of observation. She immediately read a hint of resentment on Shen Zmo's face. Coupled with his words, after careful consideration, Jiao Muyu felt a mix of shock and anger. This scoundrel young master wants to attribute Su Chen's rise to that ordinary job card, thus placing the blame for her grudge against Su Chen on her failure to acquire that job card. If Shen Zmo successfully shifts the blame and convinces Shen Jinghong, the Iron Blood Alliance would undoubtedly hold her accountable. How would she assess the losses then? Jiao Muyu's heart sank, almost suffocating her. Just a slight calculation made her feel dizzy. How much is the birth of an unparalleled genius worth? How much is the first clear of a nightmare-level dungeon worth? How much is a legendary summoner with limitless potential worth? Even if Shinzemo could really obtain a top-tier hidden job card, he might not achieve the same success as Su Chen. Because people are different. There are only a few dozen legendary summoners who have left their mark in history, but the global population is vast, and even if there aren't 1,000 hidden summoner professions born each year, there are at least 800, with most geniuses dying on the path of growth. But do Shinzemo's parents believe that? They spoil him so much that they would only think their son is exceptionally talented, and if he could get a hidden job card, he would definitely be stronger than Su Chen. Jiao Muyu's forehead broke out in a dense layer of transparent sweat. Her fair face instantly turned even paler. It's impossible. Jiao Muyu forced a smile and said seriously, any job card can have its data seen directly on the panel. Any hidden job card is worth at least 100 million on the market. She shook her head. The classmate who sold the summoner job card wouldn't be foolish enough to sell a hidden card for just 20 million. Who knows? Shinzemo snorted coldly, completely unconvinced that stupid student named Chung Feng is usually not very bright. His grades are poor. What if he really misjudged it? Jiao Muyu was left speechless. She was well aware that Shinzemo was being unreasonable. His words lacked any logic and even seemed to be venting his frustrations. But what if the Shin family believed his nonsense? Moreover, she had repeatedly supported Shinzemo, which undoubtedly offended Su Chen and could even be seen as deepening the rift between Shinzemo and Su Chen, making their relationship irreparable. She felt trapped. Jiao Muyu took a deep breath, her mind racing, and when she looked at Shinzemo's venomous gaze, there was already a hint of coldness in her beautiful eyes, perhaps the clue to that artifact she had painstakingly sought, which could greatly enhance a summoner's combat power, no longer needed to be sold to the Iron Blood Alliance. Su Chen is about to become wealthy, and when he purchased the summoner profession card, he was extremely generous, easily defeating me. He is the best buyer. Jiao Muyu composed herself, already contemplating leading the Iron Blood Alliance. After all, the prince of the alliance was inherently vicious, vengeful, and utterly irresponsible. Did she really want to be the scapegoat? In the Demon Fortress dungeon, Su Chen finally defeated the 60th wave of the Serpent Demon Lord, letting out a long sigh. Fortunately, the final boss isn't Medusa. With no petrification resistance whatsoever, if he encountered Medusa, who possessed the petrifying gaze, he would likely have to flee the dungeon in embarrassment. But Monkey King shouldn't be afraid, Su Chen thought. For a moment, feeling a bit regretful, he is a born stone monkey created from the last piece of colorful stone left after Nuwa mended the sky, so he definitely can't be petrified. If Medusa attacks, the Monkey King would be her nemesis. Who knows, he might drop 1 or 2 pieces of dark gold equipment or even a minor artifact. The logistics officer soon brought a large pile of loot to Su Chen on a small cart. Next time, we might need a big truck for transport. Su Chen glanced back at the Black Wukong, the Qingqiu Fox, and the 120 elite Dragon Kingdom warriors and 108 Dragon Knights with satisfaction. This was the advantage of a summoner. All kills of summoned creatures counted as his own loot. It's a pity. As Su Chen sifted through the spoils, he sighed. There's only one chance to run a nightmare-level dungeon before the college entrance exam. After that, I won't get to enjoy it again. Sigh. Dungeons were a benefit created by various countries at great expense, provided to professionals. The equipment, experience, and skills produced each time actually came from the national treasury, funded by citizens' taxes. Therefore, each professional had a limited number of times they could run dungeons, unless they could step onto the Abyss battlefield and fight real-world demons to earn tangible military achievements, which could be exchanged for a dungeon pass to enjoy the benefits of running dungeons. Later, after leaving the demon fortress, I need to meet some real monsters at the battlefield's edge, Su Chen murmured to himself, deep in thought. Those wealthy heirs like Shinzemo had dungeon passes provided by the Iron Blood Alliance. Although the official inheritance ratio of military achievements was specifically limited to 3-1, this meant that for every 300 points of military achievement Shin Jinghong gifted to Shinzemo, the latter could only receive 100 points, with the remaining 200 points counted as inheritance tax. However, the passes for low-level dungeons were already quite cheap, and Shin Jinghong could easily afford them, allowing Shinzemo to stay in the dungeon for 24 hours grinding for equipment. Su Chen could only wait for the dungeon's cooldown to refresh, which happened roughly every 3 months, giving him one opportunity. Of course, if he could achieve a top 100 score in the province during the college entrance exam and join a top university, he would receive an additional weekly dungeon allowance. This was also the reason why students worked so hard to improve their rankings. Just then, during a break, Su Chen suddenly saw a system notification pop up on the panel. I am Chen Xuani, the mayor of Beiliang City. I have an important matter to discuss with you, related to tens of millions in income. Can we have a video call? Su Chen was taken aback. Could he actually communicate with the real world while in a nightmare-level dungeon? But then he thought the nightmarish level dungeon was personally crafted by the mayor, who had developer privileges equivalent to a GM in an online game or a cheat code in a single-player game, so of course he could do as he pleased. He immediately became humble and said, "So it's the sword. Saint of Winslayer, I'm your fan. If there's anything you need, just command me. I will definitely go through fire and water. For you. Chen pounded his chest loudly. Old Jiao, your student is quite impressive. Chen Xuanyi chuckled lightly, and then a video pop-up appeared in front of him. In the video, there were two people. One was someone Chen was very familiar with in real life, Principal Jiao Renjie. The other was a familiar face Chen often saw on television and in videos, Mayor Chen Xuanyi. Chen had always held great respect for Jiao Renjie because every time he went to the cafeteria to get food, he could feel Jiao Renjie's kindness from the remaining balance on his meal card. This principal was completely different from the financial principal. Lu Changhe, who was always thinking about making money off students, he was the head of the 7 principals of Beiliang Academy, focusing mainly on research and not much on trivial matters. Jiao Renjie smiled warmly and said, Chen, you've broken the global record for clearing the Demon Fortress. You are already an outstanding alumnus and have made significant contributions to the school. For that, I am very grateful. It's only right. Chen smiled, not taking credit for himself. I have to thank the school for nurturing me. Without the 2 poverty student grants provided by the country and the principal, I probably wouldn't have been able to complete my studies smoothly. Ahem, let's not get too personal. I wanted to ask, would you agree to let me broadcast your clearing of the Demon Fortress to the global battle network? Chen Xuanyi got straight to the point, stating his intention. To be honest, after your record-breaking news went viral globally, many good-hearted people immediately dug up your background. Among them, a group of foreigners, with their filthy mouths, actually slandered you for using bugs, claiming you are a false idol pushed out by our dragon country, deliberately breaking records to attract attention. Chen Xuanyi slammed the table. Angrily, I will not allow them to defame our country. So I'm asking you, if we can live stream your clearing of the Demon Fortress, in the face of unalterable real-time footage, all doubts will vanish. The mayor shrugged. Of course, I will transfer every penny of the broadcasting fees and tips from global viewers to you, only taking taxes, no profit sharing. Of course, I agree. Chen readily accepted without hesitation, for this was a great opportunity to become a global internet celebrity. This was no longer an era of quietly amassing wealth. As long as one had traffic and fame, one could easily earn a fortune. And he was a summoner. The cost of nurturing summoned beasts was dozens of times that of ordinary professionals, and even with the rich system in hand, he would never say no to more money. Wait a moment. Principal Jiao Renjie, being a good-natured person, cautiously reminded him, once you go live, your skills and attributes will inevitably be exposed. Some of your trump cards will also be revealed. Moreover, your exclusive Demon Fortress strategy will leak, and someone has already offered you 50 million for it. Jiao Renjie was straightforward. So, in front of the camera, a graceful and elegant beauty squeezed in, waving her fair arms to greet. I am Bufian from the Mystic Sanctuary, a 5th-tier sanctuary assassin. We are willing to pay 50 million to buy out your nightmarish level Demon Fortress strategy. Chen was a bit shocked. For a mere level 1 dungeon, you're willing to offer 50 million? The Mystic Sanctuary is truly a wealthy powerhouse. If the little brother is interested in joining our Mystic Sanctuary, as long as you're willing to sign a 10-year long-term contract, we'll offer you an annual salary of 200 million. How about that? Bufian was very sincere. Chen shrugged. Thank you, but I heard you only recruit assassin-type professions, and I'm a summoner, so I might not be a good fit, right? That's alright. For top talents, our recruitment standards are quite flexible. Bufian chuckled lightly. 50 years ago, we had a standard of only recruiting women. Later, we encountered a genius male assassin who changed his class to Azura Demon Stabber, and we revised the rules overnight. Even the Lord of the Holy Hall took the initiative to marry him, promising to serve him tea for a lifetime, which helped us recruit him. Thus, the mystery Holy Hall grew from a local gang into a national power. By the way, he is my father, Bufian explained simply. Chen. But I refuse to sell strategies. Under Bufian's eager gaze with her clear, watery eyes, Chen firmly declined. You? Bufian immediately put her hands on her hips, feeling greatly disappointed and even a bit angry, as Chen had just shown a willingness that seemed to tease her. However, Chen said seriously, I have a very good impression of the mystery Holy Hall and feel quite flattered by your recruitment, Ms. Bufian. Therefore, I must adhere to my life principle, never to deceive friends. Oh? Bufian was taken aback, a hint of curiosity rising in her heart. Are you saying that the strategy has issues? Chen replied earnestly, when you purchase a strategy, you are merely hoping to secure a spot in the top 100 clearances to farm some top-tier equipment or rare skill books, right? Of course, she nodded like a chick pecking at rice. But unfortunately, my strategy has no replicability at all. Your people probably won't be able to copy the homework. Chen smiled faintly. I could comfortably accept 50 million because the strategy one provide can indeed clear the game without any forgery, but you, having spent that money, won't earn a single cent back. It's purely a loss. I see. Bufian's favorability towards Chen instantly skyrocketed. What a good person. He truly is a good kid still in the ivory tower of school. A sunny and cheerful young man. If it were someone from society, they would definitely take the 50 million from the mystery holy hall without a second thought, leaving them at a loss. Principal Jiao Renjie showed a look of satisfaction. In this desperate world of abyssal invasions, we should still maintain our humanity and not be driven solely by profit. Su Chen, I am very pleased with you and will do my utmost to help you apply for national level rewards. Hey, thank you, Principal. Su Chen waved his hand, feeling quite pained himself. After all, that was 50 million. However, having awakened the god of wealth system, he felt it unnecessary to offend a well-regarded major power over 50 million. That would be too small-minded. He was a man aiming for the stars and the sea. Very well, since your strategy is useless if copied, let's make a fortune through live streaming. Chen Xuani smiled approvingly. Let the global professionals see the prowess of our dragon kingdom's genius. He lowered his voice. Seize this opportunity. Many high-ranking officials from top universities are watching you. Moreover, you just received the rank of second lieutenant, and the leaders of various military districts are quite interested in you, so make sure to perform well. Understood. Su Chen's expression turned serious as he immediately changed his and Monkey Brothers' back equipment to Kate gear. No matter the attributes, as long as it looked cool. Thus, when the live stream titled Full Support for Su Chen's Strategy on the Demon Fortress went online, the camera revealed two striking figures in battle robes. One was a giant monkey standing like a diamond on the city wall, while the other was a handsome, youthful boy covered in wounds, resembling a small beast licking its wounds. Is this Su Chen, who just broke the world record for clearing the 55th level of the Demon Fortress? Instantly, countless viewers flocked to the live stream. After all, it is the era of information, and the news of Su Chen's live broadcast instantly topped the charts of major search engines, becoming the #1 trending topic on various short video and Weibo-like apps. The audience from Long Country was the most enthusiastic. They all wanted to witness the birth of a genius powerhouse from their homeland. An ID named Step by Step Smoke was the first to enter the live broadcast room, directly tipping 100,000. I'm here to support Brother Su Chen. Our mystery sanctuary is cheering for him. Meanwhile, foreigners also crowded into the live room. Shit, flower queue. Why are there two monkeys from Long Country in the frame? One big and one small. It's really hilarious. 8 grids of teeth. I don't believe Long Country can conquer the long-sealed Demon Fortress dungeon. There must be something fishy. Our Cherry Blossom Country will send top inspectors to find evidence of Su Chen's cheating. Su Chen, is it possible that we, from the Stick Country, have lost our bloodline in Long Country? Su Chen couldn't see any bullet comments. He could only see a virtual camera aerially filming himself in the battlefield. He smiled and pointed at his face. Pay attention, this man is called Little Su. Aside from being a bit more handsome, a bit more charming, a bit smarter, having slightly better grades, slightly stronger abilities, and a bit higher emotional intelligence, he has almost no outstanding qualities. Chen Xuani, Jiao Renjie, Bu Fian. I didn't expect that, Junior. Su Chen is actually a live broadcast genius, very good at creating atmosphere. Bu Fian showed an interested expression. This top genius from the Mystery Sanctuary, who possessed the hidden profession of sanctuary assassin, had always had high standards and was now showing unreserved interest in someone of the opposite sex for the first time. After all, he had just helped her save 50 million. Those who pursued her could never throw out such a huge sum, and she, being reserved, would never accept it. But this time, it was equivalent to Bu Fian receiving a 50 million gift from Su Chen, so her first impression was naturally excellent. Principal Jiao Renjie, however, had some concerns. He wouldn't be so engrossed in live streaming that he neglects the dungeon strategy. Would he? If we ruin his plan to clear the dungeon, wouldn't that be a sin? Chen Xuani scoffed, unconvinced. Even if he accidentally fails to clear it, so what? I, the mayor, can directly give him a dungeon pass and let him clear it again, can't I? If once isn't enough, then 10 times. After all, I'm a sword immortal with achievements that are endless. Even if the dungeon limit is reached, it doesn't matter. After all, this dungeon was created by me, and using my management privileges, I can just open a backdoor for him. This was blatant favoritism. Jiao Renjie. That's true, after all, he has already broken the record. Looking at it this way, it's more important to showcase our national strength during the live broadcast. He performed well. Chen Xuani was very satisfied, his sharp gaze sweeping over his summoned beast. What is that giant monkey? I've never heard of or seen anything like it. Could it be another mysterious summon? Jiao Renjie shook his head. A giant monkey with a good understanding of humanity. Its eyes seem to have experienced the vicissitudes of life, yet it remains forever youthful and passionate, with a surging fighting spirit. Yukon's life was a life of struggle. Jiao Renjie's evaluation was quite apartment. The 61st wave of demons is about to arrive. Let me show all the viewers something fresh. This should be the world's first exposure of this information, right? Su Chen raised 2 thumbs. Congratulations, you've made a profit. Now, please keep your eyes peeled. The camera cooperatively followed Su Chen's gestures, overlooking the war-torn land. The dimensional gate opened wide. Creatures from the abyss roared as they crawled out, overwhelming in number, beyond imagination. The identity of the demons was also evident. They were the cover monsters from middle school biology, abyss worm demons. As a top student, Chen immediately began to educate the viewers in the live room. So it's them, they really do restore history quite well. In the Battle of the Demon Fortress, due to the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Core being heavily annihilated by the serpent demons around the 60th wave, the Dragon Kingdom is facing a severe shortage of elemental damage. Only a remnant of warriors, gunners, and archers remain, still holding the lonely city with a tenacious fighting spirit. Therefore, the Demon Lord cleverly dispatched the insect demons. Chen shrugged. These small-sized abyssal creatures have low attack, low defense, and low health, but their numbers are overwhelming. They only fear area of effect spell damage and are not afraid of high-level warriors, gunners, and archers at all. Previously, the reason the Demon Lord didn't send them out was certainly due to the 311 core. Chen smiled. However, everyone, I managed to completely preserve the fire elemental mages who were supposed to be annihilated in history thanks to 2 hidden quests. After saying this, the camera in the live stream focused on the main city wall. Sure enough, the battle flag of the 311 core, Soul of the Flame Dragon, was still flying high on the tower, while rows of mages were frantically drinking mana potions to replenish their magic. What? The audience from Sakura country was dumbfounded. It must be cheating. It's already the 60th wave. How can the main force that was supposed to be annihilated still survive? The audience from Gull country expressed their outrage. How did you do it? The audience from the Dragon Kingdom, who had all participated in the Demon Fortress dungeon during their school days and recited this moving history, were the most curious. Chen smiled faintly and explained, it's simple, just complete 2 urgent summon tasks. The first is to lead a suicide squad out of the city to eliminate all the stone demons. The Demon Legion will then lose the strategic ability of turning fossils into mud, making the city walls as solid as gold and providing perfect protection for the warriors. The second is to take the Dragon Knights out of the city to hunt down all the flame demons. The Demon Legion will thus lose its restraint over the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Core, as well as its long-range fire strike capability, allowing this heroic group to rest easy and freely cast fireballs on the city walls. This is the dungeon strategy you are curious about. I've laid it all out. No lies, you've gained something, right? He asked, spreading his hands. The audience? No, dude. Someone was utterly speechless. The urgent summons you mentioned, we've all seen. But, Demon Fortress is a solo dungeon. Who dares to venture out of the city into the encirclement of the demon forces? Yeah. Another person chuckled bitterly. You might as well write this strategy. Just deal 9,990,000 damage in one hit to kill the Demon Lord, and you can defend the Demon Fortress. What? You can't do it? Then you haven't reached the threshold of my strategy. You're just too weak. Not that the strategy is flawed. Chen was helpless. What can I do? You all say it's impossible, but I did it. No one could refute him. All the audience were left speechless. Ha, this kid is just my type. Mayor Chen Xuani laughed heartily. Such bold words show the martial virtue of our Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps, all the answers lie in his summoned beast. Shinzimo had become convinced of this speculation and coldly said to Jiao, Secretary Jiao, it's obvious that the problem lies with his class change card. Because before he entered the dungeon, I saw very clearly that the summoned creature was just a C-class macaque. Shinzimo sneered repeatedly, but now? That creature looks at least exceptional, and it might even be legendary. Where did it come from? There's only one explanation. His hidden class can mutate ordinary summons to become stronger. You have failed in your duty. If I had obtained that summoner class change card, all the honors this time would belong to our Iron Blood Alliance, he pointedly accused. Having made her decision to change jobs, Jiao no longer bothered to placate this difficult young master. She spoke candidly, you are present as well, and you have higher authority than I do. You have 40 million in available funds. If you thought there was a problem at the time, you could have taken over the acquisition and offered a price higher than Chen's 20 million. Chen Zmo was momentarily stunned. Jiao continued to retort, moreover, young Master Shen, you seem to be a bit out of your depth, completely unaware of the transaction process for professional cards. Because any professional can directly add the professional card to their panel, the seller absolutely cannot hand over the professional card to the buyer for inspection in advance. The reason is simple, they fear we might take the goods and run without paying. Only after the money and goods are settled can the inspection be conducted on the spot during delivery. She snorted coldly, so, we can only trust the seller's word. If they say it's a regular summoner professional card, then it cannot be a hidden professional card, understand? Because of this, you question me? I must respectfully disagree. Jiao shook her head, speaking indifferently. I have fulfilled all my duties as a secretary. Even if the Iron Blood Alliance dismisses me in the future, they cannot speak ill of my record. Instead, they must provide me with N+1 severance pay. Chen Zmo. He did not expect that Jiao, who had always been humble and deliberately trying to please him, would become so sharp-tongued after becoming assertive. When I get home, I will definitely have my parents fire you, you nasty bitch, Chen Zmo thought maliciously. The gasps of his classmates quickly interrupted his thoughts. Shinzimo also stared in shock at the stunning scene. Chen was commanding the troops. Monkey King first used the hair clone technique, then used the 72 transformations to turn into the flame demon. Little fox, just stand on my shoulder and cast the fireball, but be careful to dodge the demon's ranged attacks. Ahem. Dragon Knights, heed my command, drop your swords. Use guns and aim to shoot the bug demons. If the bug demons manage to attack the city wall, switch to shields to protect us. Brothers of the Suicide Squad, just shoot arrows randomly with me. We'll just mess around and be slackers. After all, we are not the main force in these waves of demon assaults. Let's conserve our energy and wait for the subsequent battles. After Chen finished speaking, a thunderous response erupted. Behind him, understood, Lord Chen. Dragon Kingdom audience, exclamation point. Eagle Kingdom audience, isn't he a level 1 summoner? Why are there hundreds of summoned creatures behind him? Elephant Kingdom audience, something's not right. How can an ordinary soldier command such a large group of elite warriors? The Dragon Kingdom must be cheating. Shinzimo's eyes nearly bulged out in anger as he roared. I told you that must be a hidden class summoner card. Jiau, do you still dare to shirk responsibility? Look at that giant monkey, it has at least 2 talents, shadow, clone and transformation technique. The most outrageous part is that ordinary shadow clones cannot inherit skills, but this giant monkey can actually transform into 13 flame demons at once. What else could Chen be if not a hidden class? He questioned loudly. Jiau was also dumbfounded, unable to help but think, could it be that the student who sold the professional card is really a fool? Selling a hidden professional card as if it were a regular one? Just 20 million, and he sold Chen a top-tier professional card? Under the astonished gazes of many, the Black Wukong transformed flame demons were crazily spewing molten lava, turning the battlefield into fiery pits. Any bug demon that stepped into them was instantly fried. Meanwhile, the 311 elemental mage corps on the city wall was mercilessly raining down meteor showers, slaughtering wave after wave of bug demons. Together, they directly annihilated 90% of the bug demons, while the others just followed along to finish off the remaining ones, successfully holding back the 61st to 70th waves of demon tides that made global geniuses turn pale at the mention. Ah, that's just how we summoners are. Chen bowed apologetically to the audience. I'm sorry, there's not much showmanship nor the intense battles you were expecting. Breaking records is just this plain and dull. The global audience collectively fell silent. Bufian's expression was complex, and she couldn't help but sigh. The strategy of my junior really has no replicability. If I saw a line in a strategy one spent 50 million on saying, just slack off, and the NPCs and summon creatures will clear wave 61 to 70 on their own, I definitely wouldn't believe it. I would think it's a fake strategy. She moved her small hand and rewarded Chen another 100,000, feeling immensely grateful. Audience from Koala Country. Oh my god. This guy named Ming Su is truly our greatest enemy for the next decade. Once he grows up, he will likely monopolize the records of all major dungeons, turning every world record into his private possession. Audience from Sakura Country. Is Chen really just a poor student from an ordinary family? Impossible. Only those of noble blood can achieve supreme greatness. He must be the illegitimate child of some big shot or possess some special noble lineage, like the protagonists of old comics, who are all super scions, or the grandsons of admirals, sons of the 4th Hokage, descendants of Shinigami and Quincy, and so on. Audience from Elephant Country. I get it. Mr. Chen must have fed his summoned beast cow dung and curry to gain the great power of Lord Shiva, allowing it to mutate so excellently. Tonight, I'll also give my summoned beast a special meal and add a cup of Ganges water to help it mutate sooner. The audience didn't even discuss the fierce battles in the dungeon because it was too boring. What's the point of watching NPCs rain meteors down on the poor insect demons? Some Eagle Country audience even protested, insect demons have lives too. We firmly oppose the Dragon Country's brutal killing of insect demons, especially broadcasting it live in front of all global professionals. Ugh, disgusting. We're turning off the lights. Even the seasoned sword immortal Chen Xuani was shocked by the bizarre audience and hurriedly muted a few and banned others to restore some harmony in the livestream. If that's just an ordinary summoner profession card, the already obsessed Shinzimo was still racking his brain to analyze, then he, like me, only has 3 summoning spaces, and it's impossible to have a large group of densely packed soldiers after the giant monkey and little fox. The experience light from those soldiers killing demons must have also gathered into Chen's body. Clearly, they are his summons, Shinzimo declared emphatically. That's definitely a legendary summoner profession card comparable to top-tier professionals like Undead Catastrophe. Jiau Muyu rolled her eyes, too lazy to refute. 20 million for an Undead Catastrophe? You must think the seller is a fool. She also firmly decided to leave the Iron Blood Alliance. After all, Shinzimo is the only son of Shin Jinghong and will surely inherit the Iron Blood Alliance in the future. Offending this vengeful little man means that any future efforts in the alliance would be meaningless. Even if she held a high position, she would be completely dismissed when Shinzimo takes over. Just as everyone was discussing, two very conspicuous military vehicles arrived at Beiliang Academy. Principal Jiao Renjia quickly went out to greet them. They represented the Dragon Country's top military academy, Hunting Country Military Academy, and the Dragon Country's third military academy, Flame Bright Military Academy. Every year, they send a massive number of officers to the front lines against the abyss, producing countless heroes and legends. It is also a holy place that many students aspire to. If the students of the old era dreamed of getting into the 5 prestigious schools of Qingbei, Fudan, and Bluefly in the era of universal job change, they only longed to join the top 10 national military academies of the Dragon Country. The reason is simple: the allowances given to professionals by military academies are double that of ordinary universities when it comes to dungeon passes. Moreover, every year, based on credits, students enrolled in these academies receive a set of profession-specific equipment. This means that when they graduate and join the battlefield, students from the top 10 military academies can rely on their school and dungeons to possess graduation equipment at their current level. Their attributes and skills naturally far exceed those of ordinary university students, giving them a head start. Hello, I am Sun Jiangwo, the Deputy Director of the Admissions Department at the Hunter Nation Military Academy. A middle-aged man in a suit shook hands with Jiao Renjie, smiling as he said, "The purpose of my visit is obvious. I want to specially recruit Chen. However, the slots are limited, so I'd like to observe his abilities first." Coincidentally, our Yanhuang Military Academy is also very interested in Chen. Beside them, another elderly man in a tang suit smiled faintly and interjected, "I am Chu Tanchi, the Vice President of Yanhuang Military Academy. I believe in the evaluation given by the AI of the Demon Fortress Dungeon, and I hope that Second Lieutenant Chen can join Yanhuang." The two major military academies were already vying for a promising talent. The students witnessing this scene felt a pang of bitterness in their hearts. Why do my eyes often brim with tears? Because my mouth is full of lemons. Meanwhile, having sensed something was off from his mumbling son and the vague secretary, Shen Jinghong secretly boarded a raptor and rushed to the Beiliang Academy. He wore sunglasses to conceal his identity. "Dad? Alliance leader?" Shen Zimo and Jia Muyu, who had been summoned to a corner, looked in surprise at the middle-aged man who had taken off his sunglasses. It was none other than the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, the inheritor of the high-level warrior profession, the Wild Fighter. Shen Jinghong's expression was serious. "What's going on? Every time Chen is mentioned, you all speak in circles, deliberately avoiding the topic. Did you offend him?" Shen Zimo immediately stammered, retracting his neck. Jia Muyu sighed lightly and recounted everything in detail, starting from the purchase of that summoner profession card to young Master Shen Zimo's 40 million gambling incident. "We've had some friction with him. However, it's really just a matter of pride among students, nothing to worry about." "It's just what?" Shen Jinghong's heart sank. Jia Muyu forced a smile, thinking that since her mother was about to change jobs, she might as well be straightforward. Later, in a fit of anger, young Master Shen impulsively reported that the dungeon had a bug, which attracted Mayor Chen Xuani. He also publicly accused Chen of possibly cheating with the bug. If Chen finds out about these two incidents in the future, it's likely to make things very unpleasant for our Iron Blood Alliance. Slap. A resounding slap landed on Shen Zimo's cheek. "Fool." After reprimanding his son, Shen Jinghong shouted loudly. Jiao Muyu felt greatly disappointed, secretly lamenting, "Is that all?" She was keenly observant and noticed that there wasn't even a handprint left. Clearly, Shen Jinghong had held back. He was a 5th-tier high-level warrior, a strong man with over 500 points of strength. It's worth noting that Shen Zimo might have provoked a future legendary summoner for the Iron Blood Alliance, committing a grave mistake, yet he only received a slap. This showed just how much he was spoiled. With this thought in mind, Jia Muyu took out her phone, went directly to the App Store, and began downloading the Abyss Direct Hire app, preparing to submit her resume to other factions. "If I can't stay here, there will be a place for me elsewhere." In front of the dungeon at Beiliang Academy, the verbal sparring between the 1st Military Academy of Longwa and the 3rd Military Academy had already begun. "Our 1st Military Academy has held the top ranking for 10 years. The mere 3rd place should not even try to provoke us, understand?" Sun Jiangwo, the Deputy Director of the Admissions Department, wore a face of disdain. "It's just a case of false pretenses." Chu Tianqi, the Vice President of Yanhuang Military Academy, retorted directly, "Over the years, because it is the top military academy, how many powerful factions have had the privilege of exempting their students from entrance exams? How many big shots have stuffed their nephews, nieces, grandsons, and granddaughters into your school? Your students have long been a mixed bag, unfit for great use. The reason you are still rated as the top military academy is that the graduates from previous years were excellent, still able to generate a large number of points for you. To put it bluntly, it's just that a dead camel is still bigger than a horse, nothing more." Chu Tianqi scoffed, disdainfully drawing his sword. "Anyone with eyes can see that your leading advantage is shrinking and you are soon reaching a critical point. Within 3 years, you will surely fall from your pedestal. As for us at Yanhuan Military Academy, we are dedicated to our work, only allocating resources to the most outstanding students, unlike you, who only tilt precious resources towards the children of big shots. Sun Jiangwo's face darkened. Exposing each other's dirty laundry was a customary program when major military academies met. Moreover, they often knew each other's ins and outs all too well. To put it simply, the issues Chu Tianqi mentioned were basically present in all major military academies. Sun Jiangwo did not believe that Yanhuan Military Academy was that innocent. Calm down, Principal Jiao Renjie coughed, reminding them, gentlemen, the top 10 military academies are sacred places in the hearts of Beiliang students. Are you sure you want to continue tarnishing this brand? Sun Jiangwo and Chu Tianqi were taken aback, glancing around, and indeed saw countless students displaying pained expressions of my brother's reputation has collapsed, their filters for the top 10 military academies shattered. Ahem. The two immediately changed their tone, revealing standard smiles, and began to chant their promotional slogans. Our Ligua Military Academy has a strong faculty, beautiful teaching environment, and offers a vast number of overseas study opportunities each year, with our own high-level blacksmith and enchanting teams, providing personalized service for students. Welcome to enroll. Our Yanhuang Military Academy, located in the border city of Longhua, faces the abyss, where danger and opportunity coexist. During your time at school, you can quickly accumulate merits and exchange precious materials and top-tier equipment at a 50% discount, making it the best choice for professionals looking to level up quickly. Beiliang students. At this moment, Shen Jinghong stepped out from the shadows, smiling as he said, Zimo, this is your uncle Jiangwo, come and greet him. Son. Jiangwo was momentarily stunned, revealing a nostalgic smile. Oh, old classmate, it's been a long time since we last met, almost 10 years, right? The two immediately put their arms around each other's shoulders and exchanged pleasantries. Brother Sun, are you here to specially recruit Su Chen? After some polite conversation, Shen Jinghong's eyes flickered, and he pouted, revealing a look of disdain. But isn't your Ligua Military Academy the one that values command ability the most? Su Chen may be popular, but he's just an internet celebrity, a fleeting trend. Just look at his command during the livestream. Heh. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw the livestream where Su Chen, facing the 70th wave of abyss demons, lazily curled his pinky finger and casually instructed, Monkey, do your thing. Followers, just watch and learn. Little fox, come let me rub your fluffy tail, hee hee, don't run away, big brother isn't a bad guy. The audience. This record-breaking young summoner from Longhua really understood live streaming too well, yet he was about to easily clear the 70th level, and it seemed that even the 99th level wouldn't pose a challenge for him. Shen Jinghong laughed heartily, see, brother Sun, are you sure that Ligua Military Academy needs this kind of talent? Sun Jiangwo fell silent. As the deputy director of the admissions office, he was also a top-notch strategist and immediately realized that Shen Jinghong was deliberately targeting Su Chen. After a moment of weighing his options, Sun Jiangwo made a decision. Choosing Su Chen would undoubtedly offend this old friend immediately and provoke the dissatisfaction of the Iron Blood Alliance, a large organization, while the only benefit would be that Ligua Military Academy would gain a good seedling. If one were to wisely choose Shen Zimo, they would gain a tremendous favor from a fifth-tier professional, which could later be used to arrange some dirty work with the Iron Blood Alliance, and the Hunter Nation Military Academy would also receive a significant donation from the Iron Blood Alliance. After 3 seconds of weighing the situation, Sun Jiangwo slightly nodded and said with a serious expression, indeed, what we value most at the Hunter Nation Military Academy is tactical literacy and on-the-spot command ability. However, after watching Su Chen's live stream of clearing the first 70 levels, it seems he relies solely on that magical monkey. This probably doesn't quite meet our admission standards. I must observe cautiously, he declared grandly. Many keen observers, however, smirked with disdain. Who among those present did not understand the tacit agreement between Sun Jiangwo and Shen Jinghong? Chu Tianqi, the vice president of the Yanhuang Military Academy, couldn't help but smile and nodded, respect, blessings, happiness, I support director Sun's decision, hee hee. With the competitor voluntarily withdrawing, Chu Tianqi felt quite satisfied and was too lazy to expose their sordid dealings. He only sneered inwardly, the #1 military academy in Longhua? It seems it will soon be down for the count. With this style and speed of corruption, who knows if they will even make it into the top 10 in the future. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly addressed the camera. I know there are definitely many viewers who are dissatisfied and will ask, little Su, we are watching your live stream late at night. Can you show us some skills, demonstrate your microcontrol over summoned beasts, or your high-level tactical understanding? Sun Jiangwo was taken aback, almost thinking Su Chen had seen his conversation with Shen Jinghong. Many people were intrigued, perking up their ears, waiting for Su Chen's explanation. But I can only say, your perspective is too narrow. Su Chen casually stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a lonely master, standing on the city wall, overlooking the burning battlefield. War is a path of deception. The highest realm is never about showing off operations on the battlefield, but rather that when I deploy my troops, the enemy has already lost. The outcome of the battlefield is actually decided outside of it. This is the realm of a military strategist. As a time traveler, Chen took out the art of war from Earth to show off, then shrugged. My tactical classes have been perfect scores since middle school, but why do I only let my summoned beasts watch and fight? Why? The global audience was eagerly anticipating, stirred by his words. Chen's lips curled slightly because for a summoner, the most important thing is to cultivate their own summoned beasts. My monkey brother can defeat 10 with 1. Why need to command? Why bother with operations? The great way is simple. Returning to the essence. To learn my operation, you just need to push through. The global audience was left speechless. They felt something was off but couldn't find a point to refute. Chen's words are a bit profound and unfathomable. Bu Fian. From the mystery hall looked at Principal Jiao Renjie and Mayor Chen Xuani beside her with some confusion. I say, both of you seniors, we should all be supporting Chen, right? I want to ask, that Shen Jinghong, openly colluding with the deputy director of the admissions department to snatch Chen's special admission qualification for the first military academy, and you actually don't help? Jiao Renjie scoffed. The first military academy? Just a hollow reputation. Chen Xuani snorted coldly. Vice President Chu Tianqi is right. The resources at the Hunter Nation Military Academy will only tilt towards the offspring of big shots. Chen has no family background, so he can only obtain basic resources. His first choice for admission better not be the Hunter Nation Military Academy. Then, what do the seniors think of Chen's command art? Bu Fian asked curiously. She had specialized in assassin training since childhood and knew nothing about tactics, so she was easily swayed by Chen. Insightful. Jiao Renjie gave a thumbs up. Wonderful. Chen Xuani clapped directly. Bu Fian, are you really not being sarcastic? Are you top-tier noobs? Suddenly, Chu Tianqi stood up, his admiration unmasked as he shouted, awesome. He's simply the treasure boy that Yanhuang Military Academy has been looking for. Oh, to put it bluntly, isn't his command just watching and fighting? Sun Jiangwo couldn't help but sneer, scoffing. I see Yanhuang Military Academy is going downhill. They actually praise such crude command. Chu Tianqi exploded with a curse. You, an office-dwelling academic, know nothing. You sit there all day in the air conditioning, typing away, only able to publish unrealistic tactical papers in magazines. How many times do you even go to the front lines in a year? How many high-level demons have you killed? Sun Jiangwo was furious. He was usually very composed and rarely lost his temper, but Chu Tianqi had hit a sore spot, striking him right at his weak point. Chu Tianqi switched to full-on attack mode, continuing to confront him angrily. Haven't you heard Chen's original words? Return to simplicity. The path is straightforward. The most efficient way to deal with demons has never been some intricate tactics but directly smashing 6th-tier divine arts onto their heads. Longinus dragon-slaying spear. Chen's words resonate with the supreme military sage's realm of defeating the enemy without fighting. And unlike you, who can only spout empty grandiose words, he is personally practicing his command art. Chu Tianqi's eyes were filled with admiration. Look, the unprecedented 70th level clearance was achieved under his command. You, who talk so much about command art, how many levels have you cleared at your limit? Sun Jiangwo was immediately choked into silence, because his limit record was 12 levels. A fivefold gap. Saying it out loud would only invite laughter. Just lucky. It's completely unfair. Sun Jiangwo could only mutter under his breath. He got lucky with a mutated summon beast. If I had one, I could do it too. Chu Tianqi sneered. The first lesson of tactical command studies. Second line, make full use of all the resources at your disposal. Shen Jinghong, who you traded with, used his resources to help his son get a special admission to the Hunting Nation Military Academy, while Chen has no power or influence, so you abandoned him. Why didn't you mention fairness just now? Chu Tianqi directly exposed the underlying trickery, retorting, now that Chen has obtained a mutated summon beast, you keep talking about fairness? But that Shen Zimo you're about to recruit, when he first entered the dungeon, was wearing an exceptional set and had an exceptional saber-toothed tiger. Is that fair? Pa! What a double standard. Chu Tianqi glared at him in disgust, ashamed to be associated with him. Suddenly, applause erupted around them. It turned out that the students from Beiliang had heard their argument and were instantly enraged, rallying in support of Yanhuang Military Academy, the first military academy, harboring filth. So the special admission quotas of the Hunting Nation are given to those with power and influence, and they still have the face to boast about fair educational resources? Utterly ridiculous. Chen is a genius about to break the global record for clearing the demon fortress, yet the Hunting Nation Military Academy discarded him like trash and slandered his tactical command ability. Shen Zimo, who had access to massive family resources, was eliminated in the 10th wave, yet he became a tactical master through special admission. What a Hunting Nation Military Academy. What a top-tier institution. Sun Jiangwo's face turned ashen, but he dared not speak further. He had realized He had incurred the wrath of the crowd and feared the matter would escalate, so he decided to play dead and let it cool down. Meanwhile, after Chen finished resting, the 71st to 80th waves of demons came charging in. It's actually soul snatchers. The live stream erupted in chaos. The relaxed and carefree expressions on their faces vanished in an instant. Chen also wore a serious expression as he educated the clueless rookie players. The so-called soul snatchers are a rather rare type of high-level demon. They have two innate abilities, both extremely perverse. The first is body borrowing, which allows them to possess the corpses of our human warriors and gain most of their skills from when they were alive. The second is soul snatch, which can directly extract the soul of a practitioner using powerful mental strength, taking over their body right in front of them. Chen said gravely, as if facing a great enemy. Just imagine a trusted comrade at your back suddenly being possessed by a soul snatch and stabbing you in the back. Wouldn't that be an easy victory? And the most terrifying part is the ensuing suspicion and distrust. Comrades can no longer trust each other, everyone fears being ambushed. Isn't that disastrous? Unless there are mental-type practitioners to cast anti-mental shield on the NPCs, how can we fight against the soul snatch? The audience felt a chill for Chen. The moment to truly showcase tactical prowess has arrived. Sun Jiao from the Hunter Military Academy laughed heartily. Is Chen still just watching the fight? Even if Chen is eliminated in Wave 71, he has already made history by raising the world record of Wave 55 by a full 16 waves. Who dares to underestimate him? Chen's abilities surpass all the top students in your military academy. Bufian coldly questioned. Her mystic sanctuary was not intimidated by the Hunter Military Academy at all. Sun Jiao laughed 3 times shamelessly, pretending to be calm as he poured himself just luck. Perhaps he can run rampant for a while with sheer luck, but ultimately, it won't hold up. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The tension on Chen's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a sly grin. I'm so scared. Oh, I'm just pretending. Audience friends, isn't it just a soul snatch? It's no big deal, watch me crush them. After saying that, he waved at the 120 elite warriors and 108 dragon knights. Same as before, just watch the fight. Put. Sun Jiao spat his tea all over Shin Jinghong's face. This Chen is too arrogant. He won't crash and burn, will he? Principal Jiao Renjie felt a pang of anxiety for him. Chen Xuani, however, was quite calm. I think he's very open-minded, quite carefree. I guess he realizes he has no cards to play against the soul snatch, so he's just giving up and preparing to leave the outcome to the NPCs in the demon fortress. Well, knowing when to let go is also a sign of great courage. Indeed, after all, it is a soul snatch. Bufian's delicate face was filled with helplessness as she sighed. They are in ghost form, immune to physical attacks, and their attack type is soul-based. I remember that practitioners below tier 3 basically have no soul-based abilities. High-level demons live up to their reputation. Chen, this is where it ends. Shin Jinghong sighed deeply, feeling satisfied. What he feared was the fixed reward that would inevitably come after the global first completion of the demon fortress, a random legendary, epic, or even artifact-level exclusive item. Many record-breaking prodigies relied on this unique reward to embark on their brilliant paths to fame. He had specifically come to target Chen, and the reason was simple. Since his son had offended him greatly, there was no need to mend their relationship. He would directly take away Chen's opportunity, suppress him into the dust, and reduce him to an ordinary failure. After all, while his son had indeed made a grave mistake, everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Who wouldn't protect their own? As a loving father, after educating his son, he should, and could only, do his utmost to clean up after him. The global audience was also pessimistic. The audience from Gaul, after all. It's a soul snatch, just raise the white flag and surrender. We're familiar with this. The audience from Elephant Country. Why do all these soul snatches look like beautiful women? Gulp. The more I look, the more charming they seem compared to giant lizards. How about it, Chen? You close the live stream, enjoy yourself first, then exit the dungeon. The audience from Stick Country. Demons that steal others' bodies. They must be of the same origin as us stealing our country. So, our Stick Country's demons can indeed easily slaughter the genius of Dragon Country, right? However, just as the 71st wave of monsters attacked, Chen pointed forward and said, Hey, Monkey King, it's tough for you. Jump down from the city wall and be a target for the Soul Snatchers. Without a word, Black Wukong climbed down the city wall and agilely reached the front of the battlefield. Is he crazy? On such a vast battlefield, there's only a lonely summoned beast. It will become the target of all the Soul Snatchers. The audience was in an uproar, as this was an outcome everyone understood was inevitable. Does he think he hasn't lost fast enough? As a tactical master who published 5 high-scoring papers annually in authoritative military journals, Sun Jiao immediately pointed out that Giant Monkey Summon is the only support Chen has to hold off 70 waves. I've observed it. It has a steel-like body and high attributes. Most demons can't break its defenses, making it the perfect meat shield. That's why it helped the NPCs in the Demon Fortress significantly reduce casualties, successfully snowballing to grow stronger and forming a top-tier temporary follower team. But once it is possessed by the Soul Snatcher, the balance shifts. He is strong. I am weak. All of Su Chen's advantages will turn into huge disadvantages. Sun Jiangwo struck a profound scholar's pose, pulling out a folding fan and elegantly playing with it. I can already see Su Chen's end. Inside the Beiliang Academy, there was also a silence. Most students hoped Su Chen could defend to the 99th floor and achieve the first clear of the Demon Fortress. But, unfortunately, encountering an irresistible force like the Soul Snatcher, they could only stop here. Sigh, what bad luck. We can only blame the dungeon designer for being a psychopath, actually stuffing Soul Snatchers into a level 1 novice dungeon. Isn't this deliberately making it difficult for people? It seems this dungeon was never designed to be cleared from the start. We can only consider ourselves unlucky. The students were helplessly furious, watching Sun Jiangwo revel in his small triumph, while Shen Zimo displayed a mocking arrogance and Shen Jinghong relaxed in disdain. However, just as the Soul Snatchers soared into the air, transforming into terrifying shrieks of black mist and drilling into Black Wukong's head, an astonishing scene unfolded. The attack of the Soul Snatchers seemed like butter colliding with molten lava, sizzling and emitting black smoke, and then evaporating, disintegrating into countless soul fragments. Ha! Did I see that wrong? Sun Jiangwo's smile instantly froze, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Countless Soul Snatchers soared into the air, like fireflies drawn to a flame, attempting to occupy Black Wukong's body. However, poof, poof, poof. All the cackling Soul Snatchers that charged in were evaporated within the great sage's body, all perishing. And the Monkey King merely stood on the ground holding his staff with an indifferent expression, like a lighthouse, attracting all the Soul Snatchers' attention. That is an absolute soul strength suppression. Chu Tanchi from the Yanhuang Military Academy joyfully slapped the table. Su Chen, oh Su Chen, how many surprises do you have that I don't know about? This summoned creature is not an ordinary summon in the common sense. It has spiritual roots and seems to possess a complete life arc, having weathered many trials. Its soul is whole. The attack of the Soul Snatchers, in principle, is a direct competition of soul strength. Whoever is stronger will occupy the initiative of the body, just like a dual personality in a mental illness. The strong personality will enslave the weak one. Chen Xuani was very satisfied. So that's how it is. Su Chen is indeed a top scholar, although he is just a low-level practitioner and has no means to deal with soul attacks. His foundational knowledge is solid, deeply understanding the principles of soul attacks. Therefore, he specifically used a summon with extremely high soul strength as a live target, throwing it into the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the global audience was also filled with astonishment and confusion. Did he cheat? Why did those Soul Snatchers, clearly seeing their companions perish, still rush forward to their deaths? What kind of god-level summon is this? Quick, contact Su Chen. I'm willing to pay 1 billion to buy him out. Mamma mia, in such a dire situation, can we really turn the tables? Is tonight really going to witness the global premiere of the Demon Fortress? Although Su Chen couldn't see the bullet comments, it was as if he could perceive human nature, the corners of his lips curving into a slight smile. I guess there are definitely many who doubt the intelligence of high-level demons. Why do they still madly crash into my monkey brothers' body after seeing their companions die? Su Chen shook his head. I advise those professionals holding such views to retake their sophomore biology class. It's clearly stated in the section on high-level demons that the instinct of soul-devouring demons is to consume powerful souls, living through death. Their instincts are irresistible, because once they successfully devour a high-level life form, they can transform into a soul-devouring demon lord, evolving into a higher form. Moreover, any solid fortress, if persistently attacked, will eventually be torn apart. Every soul-devouring demon hopes to be that lucky one. My summon just happens to possess a strong, resilient, and invincible powerful soul. Su Chen reminisced with a hint of nostalgia, recalling the plot of Black Myth. Wukong, he had raised the rebellious Rui Jingubang 3 times towards the heavenly court. He aimed to slay the gods of the heavenly court and the Buddhas of Ling Mountain, who sought immortality by consuming the essence of the people. One call of Wukong, a lifetime of the great sage. It must be known that the soul is a term from the West, while its Eastern counterpart is called the Yuan Shen. Back in the journey to the West, during the 81 trials, Wukong had once left his Yuan Shen, traversing from Ling Mountain to the underworld, seeking the Demon King and visiting the Bodhisattva. How formidable was that? A mere soul-devouring demon thinks it can destroy his Yuan Shen? It dares to covet his body? Furthermore, the 6-ding divine fire in the furnace of Taishan. Lao Jun had refined the great sage's physical body to perfection, making it extremely difficult for soul-devouring demons to find a way to invade the great sage's soul, only to crash futilely against his Yuan Shen. The corners of Su Chen's lips curled slightly as he spoke confidently in the live broadcast. This live stream has a high academic content. Do you all understand? The stronger the soul, the more fatal the temptation it poses to soul-devouring demons, making them willingly crash to their deaths before my summon. Of course, if there exists a high-level soul-devouring demon lord on the battlefield, it can order all soul-devouring demons to give up and instead attack those ordinary soldiers lacking resistance. Chen smiled, but the demon fortress is ultimately just a level 1 novice dungeon. Even at the nightmare difficulty, a high-level demon lord cannot appear. The reason is even simpler. Insufficient performance. Low battery. The audience looked confused. They were trying to grasp the biology concepts. Why did Chen suddenly shift to performance and battery? Although Chen couldn't see the bullet comments, he seemed to see through the world, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. I know many people probably don't understand what I mean, but the principle is quite simple. Listen to my analysis. What concept is a high-level soul-devouring demon lord? He spread his hands. That's a proper demon lord. Killing it guarantees a 100% drop of a divine artifact. And dungeons are not reality. All demons are simulated by the dungeon's AI computing power. To simulate a demon lord, how much performance would be needed? How much electricity would it consume? It's like dreaming of running a AAA game on an old flip phone while demanding 8K resolution and 144 Hz refresh rate. Purely a fantasy. The audience, what he said makes so much sense, we can't refute it. Brother Chen, truly a top student. Our secret sanctuary has lacked a strategist with unparalleled cunning for years. The more Bufian looked at Chen, the more interested she became, intending to recruit him. Meanwhile, Shin Jinghong was instantly furious, a mix of shock and anger swelling within him. He racked his brains to get close to them and privately promised to donate a teaching building to the Hunter Nation Military Academy, just to snatch away the special admission quota that originally belonged to Chen from Deputy Director Sun Jiao. He thought that he could finally cut off Chen's opportunities, stifling him at the university stage and making him just another face in the crowd. But he never expected the secret sanctuary, stronger than the Iron Blood Alliance, actually intended to extend an olive branch. And Chen was surprisingly positioned as a core decision-making consultant, military strategist. Regretting it now? Chu Tianqi, the vice president of the Yanhuang Military Academy, laughed wildly as he stood in front of Sun Jiao from the Hunter Nation Military Academy, a mocking expression on his face. Chen actually possesses a strategic summoning creature, the giant monkey. Not even level 10 yet, can already stand firm against hundreds or thousands of Soul Snatchers' attacks. With a little training in the future, it could become a trump card against the Soul Snatcher horde. Any military district would spare no effort to recruit such strategic talent. Chu Tianqi spat as he spoke, his expression one of ecstasy as if he had found a prized horse at a bargain. A second lieutenant rank? That's just the starting point for Chen. Chu Tianqi pounded his chest loudly. I dare to bet my career that once he graduates, there will definitely be military districts promising him a major rank, luring him to serve. In the future, whenever a city faces a demon invasion and a wave of soul snatchers erupts, Chen only needs to make a slight move, and he will instantly become the hero who turns the tide. At that time, our Yanhuang Military Academy's outstanding alumni points will soar, quickly surpassing yours and ranking at the top of the 10 military academies. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Jiangwo's expression changed dramatically. Mayor Chen Xuani added a precise jab. Vice President Chu Tianqi's words are very forward-looking. Scientists from all universities and research institutions across Long Nation have exhausted their efforts but have yet to find an effective method to combat the soul snatchers. Our human souls are inherently weaker than demons and are easily ambushed by soul snatchers. And Chen's giant monkey seems to possess a powerful soul, originating from some otherworldly dimension. That it can be summoned by Chen is truly a blessing for our Long Nation. Sun Jiao suddenly said, yes, such a fierce summoning creature has considerable research value. I suggest the state urgently requisition it and submit it to the Academy of Sciences for dissection and study. If a significant breakthrough in the field of summoning can be discovered, benefiting summoners worldwide, Chen will be forever recorded in history. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. What a despicable scoundrel. President Jiao Renjie's refined face turned pale with anger. Spouting lofty ideals, pretending to act for Long Nation, but in reality, just wanting to destroy a future hero seed. Many students from Beiliang glared angrily. What a patriotic first military academy director. You've made a lot of money today and your family is even rolling in wealth. Why not contribute to the national treasury to support the frontline war? When it comes to requisitioning others, you strike hard. When it comes to voluntary donations, you cower. Claiming to act for Long Nation but in reality plotting against a rising talent, how shameless. Sun Jiao retorted with a strange laugh. Clearly beneficial to the country, and you all oppose it? In my opinion, it's time to investigate your backgrounds. Many of you might be foreign spies. TCH, old dog, you really take your words too seriously, Bufian casually countered. Our Long Nation's higher-ups have always only requisitioned idle equipment and the corpses of summoned beasts. There has never been a case of forcibly seizing a summoner's life-summoning beast, a case of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Sun Jiao snorted. Coldly, times have changed and the front lines are becoming increasingly tense. Special types of demons are on the rise. The threat of soul snatchers is imminent. In order to win the war and defeat the demon invaders, requisitioning a student's summoning beast is a trivial matter, merely an insignificant cost. He proudly pointed to the emblem of the National Military Academy on his chest. Who is closer to the power structure and understands the policies better, me or you, a mere wild force girl? After saying this, he curled his lips slightly and saluted. Everything for the Dragon Kingdom. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts and fell silent. After all, the deputy director of the admissions office of the First Military Academy definitely belonged to the military decision-making level, and his words carried significant weight. TCH, shut up, your words are just tarnishing the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, Vice President Chu Tianqi sneered, to covet a hero's destined summoning beast? Do you think you are worthy? Do you really think that by claiming to act in the name of righteousness you can act despicably without restraint? Do you think the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom are as foolish as you? It is well known that a destined summoning beast is often bound to the summoner's soul. Once taken away, it is equivalent to carving out a part of the summoner's soul which will inevitably harm his talent and potential, leading to a drastic drop in attributes. He will become a mediocre person with no future. Chu Tianqi snorted coldly. That is just a necessary cost for the Dragon Kingdom to fight against the abyss. If Su Chen is unwilling, then he is unpatriotic. Sun Jiangwo shouted. You, a good-for-nothing hiding in an office to avoid frontline battles, are you qualified to define who is a patriot? Chu Tianqi trembled with anger. A citizen of the Dragon Kingdom only needs to fulfill the duties of paying taxes and defending the country, and that already makes them a true patriot. If there really are officials who come to find Su Chen with a special requisition order trying to force him to surrender the giant monkey and sacrifice his own future, then I can only say there are probably many other countries more worthy of Su Chen's love than the Dragon Kingdom. Chu Tianqi's words were shocking, leaving Sun Jiangwo dumbfounded. You, how outrageous. What? Want to say I'm not a patriot? Chu Tianqi laughed heartily, lifting his coat to reveal his scarred abdomen. Look at this bite mark scar. He poked at a gruesome scar nearly 30 centimeters long. This is proof of my defense during the Battle of the Falling Sky, where I held the line and fought fiercely against the high-level snake demon lord. Our squad fought until the last man, which was me, ultimately slaying 78 high-level snake demons, successfully completing the sniping mission, all with heads as proof. I was thus awarded first-class merit in the Dragon Kingdom, promoted to colonel, and will be inscribed on the Heroic Souls Monument after my death. Chu Tianqi pointed to other scars in succession. This is not a tattoo, it is the mark left by the acidic liquid of the underworld dragon Salakaris, eternal and unyielding. Do you understand what this means? That is the mark of all who participated in the Dragon Kingdom's Operation number 008. Dragon Slayer, which means if I were not a Loki person, I would be qualified to wear a Dragon Slayer honor badge on my chest. Look at this dent, it's because I lost a rib. That happened during the 137th Abyss counterattack when I was ambushed by a bug demon lord leading 8,000 offspring, falling into a bug nest where my ribs were pulled out one by one for their amusement. When my comrades rescued me, the accompanying healer retrieved my scattered ribs from the bug nest and put them back inside me, but unfortunately, one was missing. After saying this, Chu Tianqi proudly puffed out his chest and questioned the other party. Are you saying that I, Chu Tianqi, a first-class combat hero of the Dragon Kingdom, holder of the Dragon Slayer badge, holder of the Demon Hunter badge, a veteran who has dedicated my life to my country and will soon be inscribed on the Heroic Souls Monument, will eventually be called a martyr, am not patriotic? Sun Jiangwo staggered back, tripped, and fell to the ground. I didn't say that. I didn't say it. You all bear witness. He dared not bear the charge of insulting a martyr. Get lost. Su Chen will be protected by the Yanhuang Military Academy, and no one can use any banner to seize his destined summoning beast. Chu Tianqi crossed his arms and said indifferently, besides, just look at the global livestream. Every country is witnessing his heroic feat of breaking the demon fortress for the first time. Such a prodigy, and instead of protecting him and shielding him from the storm, you want to conspire against him? Let me put it plainly, if he intends to change his nationality, he would immediately receive 100 or 80 invitation letters. Just as Chu Tianqi said, the footage of Su Chen effortlessly annihilating all the soul snatchers in Wave 71 to 80 was quickly transmitted back to the military headquarters of various countries as crucial military intelligence. After all, the soul snatchers, as high-level demons, have always been a key focus of research for all nations. The Eagle Nation allocates $60 billion annually from Congress to support cutting-edge research on soul snatchers. Spare no effort to win over Su Chen. This directive from various countries was the consensus among all major powers. Thus, in Su Chen's live stream room, countless accounts representing their respective countries immediately began generously tipping, leaving messages such as, I am very interested in you. Personally, I hope to discuss in detail I would like to invite you to be the spokesperson for our multinational company with a fee of over 10 million. Please be informed. Our school has unanimously decided that Su-chan can come to study at our Cambridge University without an entrance exam, with a full scholarship, no foreign language requirements, and we will provide a job recommendation letter after graduation. We hope you will consider it. Mayor Chen widened his eyes in amazement and said, indeed, the impact of the soul snatchers is profound. Just in the last 10 minutes, Su-chen has received 20 million in tips. Principal Jiau Renji also sighed. That professional card of his seems to have been bought for 20 million. He has earned it back in an instant. Meanwhile, amidst Su-chen's slightly bored yawn, the 81st to 90th waves of demons appeared on the horizon. A huge battle achievement board suddenly appeared on the walls of the Demon Fortress. The system prompt for the dungeon also arrived as expected. Congratulations, Su-chen. The Demon Fortress dungeon is nearing its end. Due to prolonged attacks without success, the demon army is extremely furious and is about to send out all its elite troops. You will no longer drop items. All kills will only convert into experience and merit. The conversion ratio of monsters to merit is as follows: Stone Demon Lord, 2 merit points; Insect Demon Lord, 1.5 merit points; Flame Demon. At the end of a long list, there was a Scarlet Special Mark, Medusa, 100 merit points. What the hell? The lazy Su-chen instantly jumped 3 feet high, his eyes nearly popping out. Is this cheating? A perverse monster like this actually appeared in the Demon Fortress? What's wrong? Most viewers were slightly taken aback. After all, since they entered the livestream, they had only heard phrases like just watch and casually mess around, and had seen Su-chen's powerful summons effortlessly slaughtering demons. Many were thinking, if only I were a summoner, I could take on these weak demons too. So when the difficulty of the Demon Fortress truly arrived, the audience found it hard to believe. Su-chen took a deep breath and solemnly addressed the camera. Sorry, friends from various countries, I might not have time to comment later. A real bloodbath is about to begin. After saying that, his finger depressed on the last name on the list, Medusa, a rather ordinary legendary demon. Hiss. All viewers worldwide, whether lying in bed watching the mobile livestream, sitting at their computers with one arm propping up their chin, or gathered in the living room watching the livestream on the TV, together, collectively gasped in shock. Insane. Medusa. Mamma mia, are you kidding me? A legendary demon in a level 1 dungeon? This global first clear is way too valuable. Can it still be a first clear? Yellow-skinned, white-skinned, black-skinned, regardless of skin color, everyone was sweating for Su-chen. Suddenly, Principal Jiao Ranjie grabbed Mayor Chen by the throat. This scene left everyone present in shock, because all the students knew the principal's profession: a healer, a pure support role, a dignified 6th-tier sword immortal, the sword saint of wind slashing, undoubtedly a tough guy. Was being choked by a healer? It was simply an explosive abstract scene, comparable to a toad riding a swan, or a teddy dog riding a dragon. Did you get drunk and make this up while doing the dungeon? Jiao Ranjie angrily questioned. Do you just want to torture the students? Throwing a legendary overlord into a level 1 dungeon? You bastard, watch me pull your hair and crush your eggs. The students were petrified as if struck by Medusa. Ahem, please mind your image. Bufian hurriedly pulled the two old men apart. I think Mayor Chen must have special thoughts. I just want to restore the true history. Chen awkwardly said. The Demon Fortress was the first dungeon I created when I first became mayor, and I was quite inexperienced. At that time, I just wanted to restore historical facts and forgot that its target users were level 1 novice adventurers. Plus, over the years, the highest record was only 55 waves, so I forgot that the boss guarding the 90th wave was Medusa and never modified it again. Principal Jiao Ranjie was very frustrated, directing the students to disperse. Don't block the dungeon exit, prepare flowers and cannons for me, and roll out the red carpet. Although Su-chen stops here, it's not because he didn't try hard, it's just that he encountered an unreliable trash mayor. This is fate. He is still the pride of our Bailiang Academy, and the school band will play The Sun Also Rises to encourage him to keep going. Mayor Chen awkwardly said, I will privately give him some beginner gear as encouragement. He said it voluntarily. Save the video and audio as proof. Jiao Ranjie changed his expression in an instant. Now that's more like it. Damn, you old thief Jiao Ranjie, you just deliberately stirred my feelings of regret, wanting me to propose compensation? Chen was dumbfounded, extremely annoyed. We who fight in the battlefield are ultimately not as thick-skinned and black-hearted as you office workers. Sigh, your little compensation can't compare to the honor, rewards, and huge exposure brought by the global first clear of Demon Fortress. Jiao Ranjie sighed, full of regret. Perhaps Su-chen still has a way to get through. His close friend Song Qingfeng gritted his teeth, but he also knew this was just a pure beautiful dream. Bufian also said, look, Chen has never given up. He is still running, trying to find a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. We should support him. In the live broadcast, Su-chen quickly walked up to the quartermaster. I want to claim all the accumulated experience points. At your command, Lord Su-chen. Then, beams of golden light gathered Chen, relying on his massive experience reserves, directly leveled up to level 10. Generally speaking, a level 1 novice adventurer's first dungeon can level up to around level 5. But first, Chen's difficulty was nightmare level, and second, every first clear of Demon Fortress would grant additional experience rewards, which were quite substantial, allowing him to jump straight to level 10. Chen didn't want to level up to 10 in front of a global audience because it was well known that every 10 levels for adventurers was a threshold, allowing them to draw extra rewards. This would be an unknown trump card for Chen. But, after weighing the pros and cons, he believed that the global first clear reward of Demon Fortress was the current top priority. What if, by sheer luck, he drew a divine artifact? In life, one must have dreams. Who knows, he might just become a lucky star. On the panel, Chen's attributes skyrocketed. Chen class, summoner level, 10/100 attributes, strength 24, constitution 22, agility 25, spirit 29, summoned beast space, 2/3, available level 10 reward, class skill book. Chen no longer hesitated, closed his eyes, drawl. Global players all came from the novice phase and they understood Chen's actions at a glance, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Eagle Country audience, although you are from Dragon Country, you are somewhat like our country's superhero, an ordinary person, fighting against legends. There's a bit of blood boiling, let's support you this once, Sue. Harmony Country audience, Chen-san, unleash your little universe. The cherry blossoms of your hometown will bloom for you. We are all cheering for you right now. Elephant Country audience, TCH, everyone is pretending to be internationalists, right? Is it only our country's audience that genuinely hopes Chen dies at the hands of Medusa? Sigh, we are too real, you are too hypocritical. Gull Country audience, go home and drink curry, UA3. Every time humanity defeats a legendary demon, it is a tremendous encouragement for the global resistance against abyssal invasions, providing valuable reference data for human scientists, benefiting all global players. This is a great battle that benefits all humanity, and you fools are still making sarcastic remarks, truly short-sighted. Got it, great. Chen suddenly opened his eyes, satisfied as he looked at the drawn talent skill. Beast King Aura skill type passive effect increases the health and attack power of all your beast type summoned beasts by an additional 50%. A simple and straightforward talent skill, but exactly what I need. Very good. Chen used it directly, and then saw that both Black Wukong and Xingqiu Fox had their health and attack power significantly increased. After that, he directly said to the quartermaster, bring out the merit list, I want to spend it all. As you command. Chen spent 200 merit points to acquire the set he had previously coveted but ultimately decided to give up. Heart of the Swarm, Summoner Class Set. Note, this set is exclusive to the Demon Fortress dungeon and cannot be obtained through other means. Quality, Dark Gold level requirement, none 2-piece set. Effect, all summoned beasts levels +1, not restricted by the Summoner's level 4-piece set. Effect, all summoned beasts levels +2. Additionally gain 1 summoned beast slot. Effects of individual pieces. Swarm Armor, defense +5, all elemental resistance +5, has a damage reduction aura that decreases all summon damage by 10%. Swarm Boots, defense +2, all elemental resistance +2, speed +5, has a swiftness aura that increases all summon speed by 10%. Swarm Gauntlets, defense +2, all elemental resistance +2, attack +2, has a strong strike aura that increases all summoned attack by 10%. Swarm Helm, defense +5, all elemental resistance +5, has a resilience aura that increases all summoned life by 10%. Chen was quite satisfied with the attributes of the Heart of the Swarm set. Unfortunately, it was just a level 1 set with no level requirements. Even though it was dark gold quality, even though it was exclusive to the summoner class, even though it was a limited product from the Demon Fortress dungeon, due to the limitation of being a level 1 set, the values were relatively low. But Chen no longer felt pained by the expenditure of 200 merit points. What he valued most were the 4 major auras on the individual pieces. Black Myth Wukong was his trump card, so anything that could temporarily enhance its abilities was a timely help. Soon, Chen spent his last merit points to purchase a monk-class staff that he had previously bought but could not use for Black Wukong. Mysterious Demon Subduing Staff quality, epic level requirement, level 13 attack, 25 all skill levels +1 all elemental resistances +5. Strength +5 agility +5 constitution +10 critical hit rate +20% splash damage +20%. That was indeed an incredibly powerful epic staff, and its attributes were quickly uncovered and announced in the live stream. The audience buzzed with excitement. TSK, as expected of a hidden reward in a dungeon, it's directly epic level. That giant monkey, could it be a summoning beast of the monk class? Interesting, its power will soar because of this staff. Everyone, I just realized, Chen has been hiding his strength all along. He has accumulated a large amount of experience without allocating points and has a pile of merits he hasn't spent. Quite shrewd, a crafty boy. Just now, Chen was in the casual mode and now he's in the top student mode, completely different. But many sharp-eyed people also noticed the trick. After holding back for a while, not daring to speak in front of the big shots, Shinzimo finally burst into laughter. Chen made a fool of himself under Medusa's immense pressure. That mysterious demon subduing staff is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, the minimum level requirement is 13, and a professional can only gain experience up to level 10 in a dungeon. It can't be higher. Zimo showed disdain. Chen's thoughts are easy to guess. He probably has his eyes on the splash damage of that staff, wanting the giant monkey to hit down and splash damage over a wide area, creating a crushing effect. Unfortunately, he overlooked the level requirement. Beside him, Secretary Jiaoyu immediately covered her face, slightly disgusted and embarrassed, saying, "Young Master Shen, let's say less to avoid mistakes. Too many words lead to loss." "What do you mean?" Zimo glared angrily. "Her meaning is simple." Bufian chuckled lightly. "Level restrictions aren't unbreakable. There are many ways to solve it. For example, a suffix that reduces equipment requirements, level requirement -5. She directly showcased an epic level leg armor. Or, a custom gem embedded, equipment requirement reduced by 10%. Bufian casually took out an expensive rune stone from her bag. She shrugged her fragrant shoulders and continued to give examples. "Look, search online for the artifact, Supreme Demon Sword. Its holder can ignore all equipment level restrictions. And there's also a legendary universal skill called Universal Skillful Hands. Thieves with this skill can also ignore level requirements when choosing daggers." Shinzimo was momentarily speechless from the rebuttal but still stubbornly countered. "The examples you gave are all high-level equipment that's hard to obtain. Where would Chen get them? Open your cash-spending eyes wide and take a good look at Chen." Bufian pouted, her eyes shining. As she looked at Chen, who had upgraded his gear, wow, he actually got a set of dark gold armor that doesn't exist in the current known equipment catalog. Now, this is going to be interesting. Heart of the Swarm, as a special set for the Demon Fortress dungeon. Due to no one clearing it, it has never circulated to the outside world. Chen was completely wrapped in a brand new set forged from insect demon leather armor. The smooth, fitted lines showcasing his 8-pack abs and the noble dark gold color exuded a mysterious and regal vibe. The 4 great halos shimmered with a hazy hue, clearly high-quality divine gear. Shinzimo was dumbfounded, craving, jealous, and intensely envious. The next moment, the Black Wukong directly hoisted the mysterious demon subduing staff, without any sense of incongruity, even performing a unique staff technique from another world on the spot. Wow, that giant monkey summon even mastered the martial arts of the heroic class. An amazing all-purpose summon. It can use monk equipment, master the skills of a hero, and just now it was wielding a paladin's staff. But Chen's journey to strength was far from over. Because he exerted great effort going through all this, his goal was not just these minor enhancements in stats. Chen's true aim was to unlock the potential of the Monkey King. You see, in the final battle of Black Myth, Wukong, the Monkey King could unleash the power of the heavens and the earth. In his giant form, he could pummel the 4 heavenly kings and fiercely battle Erlangchen, showcasing immense strength. If he could unlock this skill for the Black Wukong ahead of time, it would create suspense in dealing with Medusa. But unfortunately, when Chen examined the Monkey King's panel, he only saw a string of old skills: Indestructible LV.11, Legendary. Transformations LV.11, Legendary. Hair Clone LV.2, Legendary. Well, I guess I was too greedy. The power of the heavens and the earth is an ultimate skill, and it can't be unlocked too early. Chen sighed, but when he caught sight of the little transparent Qingqiu fox, he was momentarily stunned. Because her innate skill was infinite growth, she could awaken an additional skill every 5 levels. Now that she had accompanied Chen to level 10, she had awakened 2 major skills. Demon Fox Talent, Charm +20, can briefly charm all enemies within a 50-meter radius whose mental strength is lower than her own. Interesting, even though it's just a supportive skill, it seems to have great potential to be tapped. A clever idea flashed in Chen's mind. Immunity to all evils, all resistances +50. With the little Qingqiu fox's resistances maxed out, she can now face Medusa's petrification without fear. After all, this is just a level 1 dungeon. 50 resistance should be more than enough. Chen murmured. Meanwhile, the demon army was already surging forward. Dark clouds loomed over the city, and black mist completely enveloped the demon fortress. Chen took a deep breath, called all his summons and followers, and stood at the city gate rather than on the city wall. He knew very well that this time, the mixed demon army included stone demons skilled at turning stone to mud, flame demons capable of resisting fire magic, along with a massive number of high-level demons. There was no way the first city wall could hold. In front of the camera, Chen finally said, "Wish me luck, see you later." With that, he waved his hand in farewell and stepped into the torrent of battle. The professionals of the demon fortress all mobilized without any reservations. The only thing that gave Chen some comfort was that, due to the previous 80 waves, having wiped out a massive number of demons, many of the defense troops that should have fallen long ago were preserved, and the current forces were still quite ample, far from the dire straits of true history. The cards I have in hand. Chen counted on his fingers. First, my summons are strong and robust. Second, all 7 layers of the demon fortress's walls are intact. According to second-day history, the commander detonated the high explosives buried in the walls during the retreat, causing mass casualties among the demons. Since the dungeon's restoration is extremely high, there should be a similar setting. Third, there are well-organized NPC legions. Their strength is much greater than mine, but their command is rather rigid. Well, the dungeon is a stage for professionals to showcase themselves, so NPCs will naturally defend mechanically according to their programming. I need to mobilize all 3 advantages. Chen took a deep breath, squinted his eyes, and focused intently on the city gate, which was being relentlessly battered by the siege hammer. Just a wall apart. 4. Strong ogres, their eyes blood-red, completely ignored the attacks from the city wall, putting all their strength into assaulting the titanium alloy gate. Bang! 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 Every fierce crash against the door resulted in large chunks of reinforced concrete shattering and falling, twisting the bolts of the city gate and causing the ground of the demon fortress to tremble. Boom! Finally, a bursting fireball from the flame demon became the last straw that broke the camel's back, helping the ogres break through the city gate. But what awaited them was not an easily attainable victory, but the long-awaited Chen and his summoned army. Monkey King, surround and beat the ogres. Dragon Knights, immediately flank them and trap the demons at the gate. Warriors, follow me to kill the enemies head-on and drive these beasts out of our home. The concise yet precise commands prompted everyone to spring into action. Outside the dungeon, the audience was tense, their hearts stirred by the live broadcast, as if they were fighting alongside Chen. Will we win? Murmured Bufian, leaning against the cherry blossom tree, her delicate hand pinching her exquisite chin, worry etched on her fair, flawless face. Her graceful, voluptuous figure attracted countless furtive glances from classmates, yet she remained oblivious. We will win. Jiau adjusted her intellectual black-framed glasses, crossing her arms, which immediately accentuated her ample bosom, creating a deep, bottomless white ravine. Oh, aren't you the secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance? How come you're speaking up for Chen? The assassin asked, puzzled. I'm writing my resignation letter. The secretary's right hand furiously tapped on her office phone's 9-key input method. I was planning to wait to be fired and collect an N+1 compensation, but upon careful thought, I really don't dare to go against the Iron Blood Alliance, so I can only voluntarily give up the compensation and adopt an "I've been honest, please let me go" attitude. Meanwhile, the reclusive director Sun Jiao poked his head out. Is that it? His command ability doesn't seem that great, does it? There's hardly any high-end maneuvers. Can he really withstand the demons? Vice Principal Chu Tianqi scoffed, a fool who only knows how to talk about strategy on paper, clearly lacking any battlefield experience. So-called battlefield command is never the best or the most advanced, but the most effective. He earnestly taught all the students from Beiliang, don't learn the outdated academics of the First Military Academy. Know that the battlefield changes in an instant, and commands are difficult to convey smoothly. We must streamline all commands and convey the most information with the simplest words. What Chen is doing is the standard battlefield command. Learn from it. Sun Jiao huffed in anger, pulling out a pile of magazines from his briefcase to display. I've published a total of 28 heavyweight papers in authoritative military magazines, helping me attain the title of professor. What about you? Chu Tianqi coldly laughed, taking out a medal from his pants pocket and slapping it on the table. I beheaded over 10,000 real demons in my lifetime, serving as commander in 6 recorded battles. What about you? The scene erupted in laughter, the atmosphere lightened by the banter between the 1st and 3rd military academies. Meanwhile, the dungeon had erupted into the most brutal bloodbath. Hey! Black Wukong and 12 shadow clones charged violently at the ogres. Although they were slightly inferior in size, their attributes still dominated. Chen, with painstaking effort, exhausted all resources to equip the mysterious demon subduing staff, which proved remarkably effective. A strike came crashing down, triggering a critical hit. That turned the already weakened ogre into a meat paste. The 20% splash effect directly covered the narrow entrance of the city gate, simultaneously crushing the blood demons that followed the ogres in. The Dragon Knights had also surrounded the flanks. They were heavy cavalry in thick armor, like iron cans. When they drew out their heavy battle shields and formed a textbook standard oval formation for defense, a shocking scene unfolded for the global audience. Behind the shattered city gate, Chen had created a pocket formation of copper walls and iron barriers. The Dragon Knights held the flanks with heavy battle shields, while 13 giant monkeys formed a line of scattered soldiers at the front, then crazily triggered area splash damage. A large number of demons, upon rushing through the city gates, were directly obliterated by the splash damage, leaving no trace behind. Only a few elite demons and high-ranking demons could withstand the first wave of the undead, but they would immediately be evaporated in an instant by the ranged attacks of Chen, the Qingqiu Fox, and 120 elite warriors. This defense lasted for a tedious 10 minutes of relentless slaughter. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sun Jiao's face changed dramatically. According to the data returned from the terminals of various dungeons, analyzed using statistical models, it is known, after the city gates are breached, 95% of the walls will fall within 3 minutes. What a fool. This time, Principal Zhao Renji of Beiliang Academy was no longer afraid of offending the First Military Academy, disdainfully saying, "Can't you see? Chen has exhausted all resources just to activate the last affix of that mysterious demon-slaying staff, splash damage plus 20%. With a total of 12 avatars, all inheriting 20% splash damage plus the main body, that amounts to a terrifying 260% area damage covering all demons within a 50-meter radius of the city gate. So of course he can hold it. Orphan watched with delight, captivated by Chen's calm command in the face of strong enemies, his unflinching demeanor under the demon siege, and his heroic spirit carving a bloody path out of despair, leaving her unable to contain her emotions for a long time. Jiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light, lost in thoughtful contemplation. Well, that's just a clever trick for clearing dungeons. The leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, the 5th tier, wild fighter, Shen Jinghong, stepped in to support. Seeing his ally Sun Jiangwo being scolded by the students of Beiliang, he couldn't hold back. If it were real demons, they wouldn't be foolish enough to be surrounded and slaughtered by Chen's Q execution tactic. Shen Jinghong emphasized with a cold snort, it's only because this is a dungeon, and the demon's AI level is very low, equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child, that they keep rushing into their deaths. That's right. Sun Jiangwo's eyes lit up, immediately playing the role of the foil. The reason Chen can succeed is purely because he is using a gamer's mindset to clear the dungeon, which is actually very unrealistic. In other words, even if he can hold out to the 90th floor, it only means he is a keyboard warrior type of player. Just a who excels only in dungeons. In reality, if he encounters a demon cub, he would just wet himself, hee. The crowd glared at the two in disgust. Chen is just a high school senior, yet to step onto the battlefield. On what basis do you slander him as being afraid of demons in reality? Orphan couldn't help but question, hands on her hips. Sun Jiangwo was skilled with words, adept at twisting logic, and immediately shot back. How do you know Chen isn't a master in the game but a cowardly soft-shell turtle in reality? Can you prove it? Little girl, you need to speak with evidence. Orphan was stumped. She was only good at master-level backstab max, master-level disembowel max, and master-level heart extraction max, and wasn't very good at verbal sparring. Step aside, let the national debate champion handle this. Jiao. You sent out the document she had prepared, then stepped forward without hesitation, coldly saying, Miss Orphan, you have fallen into Mr. Sun Jiangwo's trap of sophistry. He has created a false logic, namely, if you cannot prove that Chen is also strong in reality, then he is a coward. This logic is exactly like a famous fallacy. If you cannot prove that there are no ghosts in the world, then it proves that there are ghosts. Jiao scoffed, her exquisite face filled with disdain. His logic simply cannot withstand scrutiny. Because every student in the world cannot prove that they will be brave and fearless when they step onto the battlefield in the future, does that mean they are all cowards? Sun Jiangwo. He certainly did not dare to take that bait, as launching a broadside against students worldwide would undoubtedly backfire and trigger a public outcry. Shen Jinghong was furious, coldly glancing at the other party, secretary. Jiao, it seems you are a bit of a traitor? Taking our company's salary while speaking for our enemies? Jiao shrugged, helplessly saying, please check your email, Alliance Leader Shen. There is my resignation. Notice, effective from the moment you received the email. I have voluntarily given up my salary for this month and have no further ties with your Iron Blood Alliance. You. Shen Jinghong's gaze turned predatory, traitorous. Scum. Just a worker, no need to be so harsh with your words. Jiao casually pulled out her lip balm, applying a layer of glossy lip glaze to her alluring red lips, calmly stating, aren't you and your son already prepared to make me the scapegoat for the Iron Blood Alliance's feud with Chen? You've already found the reason. The professional card I was responsible for purchasing had an issue, missing out on a top-tier hidden profession card, which should have belonged to Shenzimo, and instead gave the opportunity to conquer the demon fortress to Chen. Shenzimo gritted his teeth. Isn't that right? It's you, big-headed ghost. Jiao. You rolled her eyes. Since I graduated and joined the Iron Blood Alliance, I have handled the procurement of 537 professional cards, with not a single mistake or oversight. Yet you, without any evidence, baselessly slander me, claiming I was blind and misread a summoner profession card's description? She couldn't be bothered to play nice anymore. After all, even if she offended the Iron Blood Alliance, she had to protect her reputation as a professional agent, which was essential for future job applications at other companies. You. Shenzimo racked his brain but couldn't find a rebuttal. Indeed, she had once been a renowned chief secretary in the industry, with outstanding achievements, and it was impossible for her to make such a low-level mistake. Their bickering was soon diverted by an event in front of the demon fortress. Medusa, surrounded by a host of 8-armed Naga, arrived at the foot of the city wall, before the city gate. Hiss, foolish humans, you will ultimately be devoured by the abyss. She actually spoke human words, her high intelligence evident. A strange shield in the shape of a 33-faced polyhedron appeared around her body, providing all-around defense, blocking all arrows, magic projectiles, and stones. Chen's expression changed slightly in the live broadcast. That's Medusa's signature skill, Demon Magic Shield. The global audience also showed shock. Gallic audience, where's my national flag? I feel it's time to wave our pure white flag, family. Korean audience, is that the High-level demon lord? Seems pretty average. If our Korean warriors were to go out, it would only take 1 minute to capture Medusa, and then she would kneel under the Taiji banner, bowing to us, the descendants of the sun. Thai audience, oh my god. She's so beautiful. Sorry I couldn't help it. I've already pitched a little tent. Let's end today's live broadcast here. I can't hold it anymore. All snakes. Maybe my pet cobra is just as charming. Although the male audience from Thailand collectively logged off, the total number of viewers in the live room surged by 2 million due to the excitement of Medusa's arrival. Everyone wanted to see how the academic prodigy from Dragon Country would combat this demon lord with high attack, high defense, and the incredible abilities of gaze petrification and demon magic shield. Phew, here she comes. It's time for you to step up, little fox. Chen, holding the Qingqiu fox, climbed up the city wall and looked at the 10-meter-tall giant snake demon. Come on, Medusa, let me show you the united strength of the demon fortress. Hiss. Medusa had already locked her gaze on Chen. With a certain level of AI intelligence, she was well aware that Chen was a formidable enemy of the Demon Legion, and being a summoner, he was stereotypically easy to kill and prone to sudden death. She immediately turned her attention to him, her vertical pupils suddenly taking on a strange yellow hue. Don't look at her! All the spectators instinctively shouted in front of the display screen, but their warnings were destined to go unheard by Chen. Chen is doomed. How dare he show off in front of Medusa? What a fool, probably just trying to gain attention, valuing views over his life. Sun Jiao took the opportunity to sneer. In the next moment, however, Chen raised the Qingqiu fox high. He issued just 2 commands. Little fox, use your fox spirit talent to charm the crowd. All followers, lower your defenses and willingly accept its charm. The response was unwavering trust. Yes, we will obey the military order. Ha! Outside the instance, everyone was in an uproar, left dumbfounded by Chen, unable to comprehend what he was doing. Soon, the charm took effect, and the pupils of Chen and his followers turned into heart shapes, gazing obsessively at the Qingqiu fox, their hearts and eyes filled with it, leaving no room for anyone else. Thus, when Medusa's petrifying gaze came, a strange dark sheen swept over them, and then, immunity. The skills of a high-ranking demon lord had all failed, and everyone who had been charmed was still launching attacks, all striking at Medusa's body. What the hell is going on? The audience was bewildered. Can any high-level professionals explain this? Is Chen cheating? How can he be immune to such a high-priority petrification? If I remember correctly, even magic immunity skills can't withstand the petrifying gaze because it's a legendary skill that ignores magic immunity, defense, and spiritual priority. Someone who understands, please explain the principle to us. It's urgent and crucial. Sun Jiao was furious. It must be cheating. What a disgrace, showing the ugly side of our Dragon Country people cheating in front of a global audience. Shenzimo looked disdainful. I guess the mayor of Bailian must have intentionally adjusted the instance data from the backend to help Chen lower the difficulty. At this moment, looking at the students who were exchanging glances, Principal Jiao Renjie sighed and helplessly said to Shenzimo, how do you usually manage to rank second in your grade? Just because Medusa is an obscure knowledge point, an extracurricular reference that won't be included in the college entrance examination, you don't read it at all? He sighed softly. Learn, children. Chen is indeed an outstanding graduate of our Bailiang Academy. He has thoroughly studied the knowledge points about Medusa and applied it skillfully to immunize against the opponent's attack. Quickly explain. I don't understand either, Mayor Chen Shuani urged somewhat awkwardly. The entire faculty and student body clasped their hands together. Me too, Principal. Alright, after all, 99.99% of people will only see Medusa in videos and movies throughout their lives, so you probably didn't notice that page 132 of the extracurricular guidebook, Dancing Face-to-Face with the Demon Lord, states the activation condition of the petrifying gaze technique is not the traditional making eye contact with Medusa, because, according to numerous practical cases, closing your eyes will also result in petrification. According to scientists who conducted battlefield experiments with murderers on death row, who had their eyes gouged out, the conclusion is, perceiving Medusa's killing intent is the true activation condition. After closing his eyes, he could still perceive Medusa through smell, touch, and even instinct, and would thus be petrified. Principal Jiao Renjie said softly. Therefore, Chen applied what he learned. He had that fox spirit summon charm his summon creatures in advance, making them gaze wholeheartedly at the fox demon, with their eyes, ears, mouths, noses, and hearts all under the fox demon's control, naturally unable to perceive Medusa. Thus, they became immune to Medusa's legendary skill. My goodness, such a high-level maneuver? The students were in an uproar. This is what is meant by, as long as I gouge out my own eyes in advance, I won't be affected by flashbangs. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream, and I said I was admiring Chen's high-level live show. Now she's kneeling in front of the TV with me. Without the petrifying gaze, isn't Medusa just a live target? However, many other questions arose from the audience. Bufian asked, after being charmed, why are Chen's summoned creatures still attacking Medusa? Their movements show no signs of being sluggish at all. Jiao Renjie smiled. Because Su Chen is a summoner, he is controlling his summoned army through the fox demon's charm, like manipulating a marionette. It may seem no different, but previously it was through commands, and now it is through mental control, which is entirely different. Shin Zemo showed an incredulous expression, but, even if everyone else is charmed, those giant monkeys and that fox demon directly endured Medusa's petrifying gaze. Why didn't they turn to stone? Jiao Renjie shook his head and said lightly, that is Su Chen's secret, but I guess he must have equipped all the items or treasures with petrification resistance to the giant monkeys and the fox demon, stacking their resistance to a level that can withstand Medusa. Or, when he leveled up to level 10, Su Chen might have lucked out and drawn a skill that increases resistance. This time, he guessed half right. The Qingqiu fox indeed relied on the awakened skill immunity to all evils, which provided plus 50 to all resistances, allowing it to be unafraid of petrification. The Black Wukong, on the other hand, was born from the last piece of colorful stone used by Manhwa to mend the sky, a stoneborn monkey, so it was inherently unafraid of any petrification abilities. It was like trying to drown a fish with water or suffocate a person with pure oxygen. It was simply impossible. Next, people excitedly witnessed the fall of the high-level demon lord. Fire element mages frantically hurled explosive fireballs, which detonated on the demon magic shield. Druids released their flying beast pets, launching airstrikes on Medusa. Crossbowmen and archers shot at maximum speed. And the most eye-catching was Su Chen's summoned giant monkey, surrounding Medusa like the 13 protectors, engaging in a frenzied group assault. The sea of people. Tactic is always the most reliable battlefield killer. Su Chen smirked slightly, revealing a confident smile of a winner. It seems the first 90 waves couldn't stop me. Having activated the Beast King aura and the 4-piece set of Swarmheart, he provided his summoned creatures with a significant boost. Thus, Medusa's demon magic shield was visibly dimming at a rapid pace. As the name suggests, the magic shield relies on burning its own magic to provide damage-absorbing shields. Su Chen was not surprised, displaying the demeanor of a wise man in control. Its mana is finally exhausted, and its life is about to reach its end. Finally, under the gaze of the crowd, Medusa let out a desperate roar and collapsed to the ground. It exploded directly, dropping a multitude of items shimmering with strange luster. Su Chen bent down to pick up a skill book, which instantly petrified, and he muttered, in front of the live stream camera, I can't be dreaming, right? A legendary skill book. Can this really drop from a level 1 dungeon? The audience caught a glimpse and saw the text on the cover of the skill book, Magic Shield. In an instant, spellcasting professionals around the world went wild. A prince from an oil-rich nation roared, quick, send someone to the Dragon Kingdom to contact Su Chen. I'm willing to offer 100 million for the Magic Shield. A 5th-tier professional from the Kangaroo Nation said grimly, immediately, dispatch a team of assassins to find Su Chen. We must seize that skill book. It has been priceless for a full 20 years. A high-ranking ninja from the Harmony Nation directly contacted the person in charge of the Northern Liang region. At all costs, secure the Magic Shield. Our Black Dragon Group on Myoji urgently needs it for defense. In front of the dungeon of the Northern Liang Academy, countless phones were ringing off the hook. Sun Jiangwo, the deputy director of the Hunter Nation Military Academy, immediately wore a mournful expression as he received 2 directives from the higher-ups, both urging him to use any means necessary, spare no special recruitment slots, and not hold back on any equipment or money. He must obtain that strategically legendary skill book. Sun Jiangwo no longer dared to speak ill of Su Chen. If he were willing to hand over that skill book to the higher-ups of the Hunter Nation Military Academy, he could immediately gain countless favorable conditions, even if it meant being dismissed himself. Moreover, if Su Chen learned the Magic Shield himself, it would mean he was no longer a fragile summoner but would possess great survivability. After all, the reason the Magic Shield was so sought after was that it solved the survival issues of all ranged magic professions, even allowing mages to become the defensive core of magic classes. It was a crucial piece for an all-around mage profession. However, in front of everyone, Su Chen directly tore up the skill book and mastered it. Congratulations, you have mastered the legendary spell, Magic Shield level. Beginner effect. After activation, for every 1 point of damage you receive, 1 point of mana will be burned to offset the damage taken. A concise description, with an incredibly powerful effect. Su Chen happily envisioned the consumption ratio at the beginner level is 1:1. In the future, at the master level, grandmaster level, or even when upgraded to a god level magic shield like Medusa's, it should reach 1:100. Truly a divine skill. This trip to the demon fortress is worth it. The audience exchanged glances. My magic shield, he actually used it just like that. Immediately mobilize our nation's resources to study Mr. Su Chen's demon fortress dungeon strategy, send people to challenge it. We might also be able to obtain the Magic Shield skill book from Medusa. Save tonight's live broadcast recording, let all the strategists analyze it frame by frame, and figure out a 100% way to clear the demon fortress. We need to beat the other nation's professionals to it and thoroughly farm this Dragon Kingdom dungeon. In an instant, the demon fortress dungeon became extremely hot, a coveted prize in the eyes of countless powerful factions. Although it was said that the reason the magic shield skill book could drop was likely due to the extra drop rate from being the first in the world to clear it. But even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance, the major factions were unwilling to give up the possibility of obtaining the magic shield. What a pity, Jiau lamented with a hint of regret. If Chen entrusted the magic shield to me, I could gather a temporary auction and sell it for a sky-high price of 1 billion. Orphan, who had become familiar with this former chief secretary, asked in surprise, is this skill really that expensive? In our assassin profession, only some ultimate skill books dare to demand that price. Of course, Jiau replied without hesitation, mages are all very wealthy, so their skill books are always heavily marked up. As for you, assassins, a bit poor. Woo-woo, you hit the nail on the head, stop speaking such harsh truths. Orphan pouted, looking displeased, yet had to admit it. Professionals are ranked in tiers, with clear distinctions in strength. Magic professions have always been regarded as noble professions that say, if you don't have money, don't play, while commoners often gravitate towards melee and support roles because they are more economical. After all, reality is not a game. There are no developers to weaken or strengthen, so there is no balance among professions. For example, the summoner that Chen works for can, as long as they have money, equip all their summons with top-tier gear, allowing them to single-handedly form an army and freely gang up on others during PK, which can be said to have an extremely high ceiling. Of course, this does not mean that spellcasting professions are high and mighty, unable to compete. Monks can use their powerful splash damage to wipe out summons. Assassins can slip into the shadows, stealthily approach the summoner, and directly eliminate the main body. Warriors can charge in barbarically, smashing through summons to reach the summoner. It can only be said that each has its own fate and encounters. Dear audience, friends, tonight's live broadcast is about to end, with only 9 waves left. It seems my global first clear is secure. Chen took a bottle of champagne from his backpack and said with a grin, although it's said that those who travel 100 miles should consider 90 as halfway, I'm going to pop half a bottle of champagne to celebrate vigorously. I refuse to believe that the demons in the last 9 waves can take me down in one hit. Flag raised. Chen really knows how to liven up the stream, huh? He's starting to boost the atmosphere. I think he's getting cocky, full of himself, and is about to bring about his own downfall. The 90th wave has already brought out Medusa. I can't even imagine what monsters might appear from wave 91 to 99. The viewers in the live chat were lively, engaging in a spirited exchange. Meanwhile, the crowd in front of the dungeon looked towards Mayor Chen. Xuani. I say, Principal Jiau Renjia snorted, glancing sideways at his old classmate. You're not hiding some disgusting trick again, are you? Medusa is already outrageous enough. Thankfully, Chen is skilled. What comes next? I signed a confidentiality agreement with the state, so I can't say. Chen Xuani rolled his eyes dramatically, but Chen is an extremely cautious good kid. The fact that he suddenly wants to celebrate with half a bottle of champagne means he must have grasped some kind of guaranteed victory method. Oh, is there really a guaranteed method for the demon fortress? The students craned their necks, eager to pry information from the dungeon designer. Chen Xuani sighed deeply. I think, given Chen's thorough understanding of the history of the demon fortress, perhaps he really might have figured out that hidden secret to clearing. Let's wait and see, everyone. The students exchanged glances, and the audience fidgeted in anticipation. As the crowd eagerly awaited, a terrifying abyssal eye suddenly appeared above the dome of the demon fortress, glaring down in a frenzy of rage at the war-torn land below. The roar belonging to the demon lord, filled with a heavy sense of intimidation, echoed throughout the demon fortress. The apocalypse has arrived. You shall not escape. All of you, rise up, descendants of the abyss. Spread blood and fire, plague and poison, into the fragile otherworld. Countless crimson portals abruptly opened from the heights of the sky, from the sides of the ground, and from the banks of rivers. The breaths of all the spectators quickened. The final battle of the demon fortress indeed exploded with excitement, perfectly recreating that tear-jerking moment in history. A variety of demons took the stage. Dark wings blotted out the sky, and burning hooves shook the earth. Almost all the types recorded in demonology made their appearance, resembling a floating world from the abyss. Under the burning sky, a summoner clad in battle robes stood alone on the city wall. His eyes burned like iron, calmly gazing down at the multitude of demons, the corners of his lips curling into a cold arc. As if the demon lord were merely a lowly creature, he was the strongest man beneath the starry sky. Behind him stood 13 giant black wukongs, a dense mass of dragon knights, countless fire element mages, druids, shield bearers, sharpshooters, and crossbowmen. Stretching endlessly, the supreme 9-clawed golden dragon battle flag of the Dragon Kingdom danced wildly above their heads. Millions of citizens looked on. Is this the burial ground of the martyrs of yore? Countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom felt a rush of mixed humiliation and heroism as they recalled a certain chapter of history. To cover the retreat of 7 million residents, Marshal Lin Ligua led all 53,022 members of the Beiwai army to confront the enemy here, vowing to fight to the death without retreat. All bravely sacrificed themselves, slaying over 180,000 demons and ensuring the safety of the people. From that Momadon, the Beiwai army was disbanded and no military district would bear that name again. Statues of Lin Ligua began to appear throughout the streets and alleys of the Dragon Kingdom, and the name Ligua was even used to name the country's first military academy. Under the gaze of the masses, Su Chen raised his staff. Fight to the death. All the soldiers roared like a tidal wave. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. No one wished to retreat. 50,000 loyal souls would be buried here. The audience of the Dragon Kingdom fell silent, and in their eyes, Su Chen's figure gradually merged with the historical shadow of Marshal Lin Ligua, becoming one. Many veterans' eyes glistened with tears. Next, there was no room for clever tactics, as the demons were powerful, their attributes and values overwhelming the forces of the demon fortress in every aspect, easily tearing apart the already fragile defenses. Perhaps the demon lord had used some form of mind control ability, driving the demons into a frenzy, fearless of death. The flamestorm gradually weakened as the fire element mages on the city walls were suppressed and gasping for breath, rapidly losing numbers. The arrows became sparse as more and more wall-climbing demons charged into the ranged troops, wreaking havoc. Su Chen used the Beast King aura to cover all summoned creatures, while Black Wukong and the Dragon Knights formed a solid defense on the outskirts, with the remaining followers and the Qingqiu Fox launching ranged attacks from within, subtly forming the shape of a miniature legion. But ultimately, one person's strength was limited. The first city wall finally began to crumble, overtaken by the demons. Slowly retreat to the second city wall. Monkey King, leave your 12 hair clones here to hold off the enemy. Fighting until the last moment. Su Chen issued the orders with a serious expression, retreating while fighting alongside his summoned creatures. Outside the instance, Shinzimo exclaimed with joy, Su Chen is showing signs of fatigue. He's already on the verge of defeat. Sun Jiangwo, however, closed his mouth, not daring to speak, because he saw that on the BBS forum of the Ligua Military Academy, many students watching the live broadcast were rapidly growing fond of Su Chen. That moment when he stood on the city wall, facing the demons alone, really resembled Marshal Lin Ligua from a documentary. I've watched his entire live broadcast. This person has top-notch tactical skills and extremely rare talent among high school students and really has a chance to break through the demon fortress. It's said he's an academic achiever. It seems we'll see him at the new student ceremony at the Ligua Military Academy next semester. As the head of the admissions department, Sun Jiangwo was well aware of the power of public opinion within the school, and he knew one thing very clearly. He had deliberately picked on Su Chen, nitpicking to shift the special admission quota that rightfully belonged to him to Shinzimo. If this matter were to be exposed, he would likely be forced to pack up and leave immediately, and even the school board would not retain him. After all, the sordid dealings of the Ligua Military Academy must remain behind the scenes. As the first military academy of the Dragon Kingdom, they had to maintain a dignified and upright image in public. The viewers in the live broadcast room sighed in despair. Could it be that someone as strong as Su Chen cannot turn the tide and save the demon fortress in the instance? Sigh, stopping at the 90th round is somewhat acceptable, but it's a bit of a pity. The real complete victory must be left to our skilled compatriots from the stick country. The reason Su Chen lost to the demons has been found. The demons speak German, and Su Chen had to perform a French military salute. TSK, you might as well say that Su Chen isn't actually from the Dragon Kingdom but is of Korean-Japanese mixed heritage, so when the demons spoke American English, Su Chen immediately realized that standing opposite him was his father. A group of people in the live broadcast room was in an uproar, uninterested in watching, as everyone had already concluded, Su Chen was bound to lose. Only Chen Xuani slightly nodded, revealing a smile. Indeed, a top student from Beiliang. He has keenly sensed the direction of the battle and realized the last glimmer of hope I left for the challengers. Sword immortal uncle, what are you mumbling about? Bu Fian, with her stunning, snow-like dimples, turned towards him, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. Chen Xuani replied calmly, look, the turning point is about to appear in 10 minutes? That's way too late. Jiao Muyu, who was curled up with her snow-white long legs, squatting under the cherry blossom tree with her knees hugged, also smiled bitterly. Chen Xuani remained expressionless. 9, 8, 7. The two beautiful women immediately rolled their eyes. You really are boring. It's already the era of job transitions, and you're still playing outdated cold joke references. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the words fell, everyone saw Su Chen's 12 giant monkey avatars. Surrounded by demons, their health points reduced to 0, disappearing without a trace. Thus, all the demons prepared to launch an attack on the second city wall. Just then, boom! A thunderous roar erupted from silence, and a blazing white light burst forth beneath the demons' feet. The terrifying annihilation explosion directly destroyed the blank defense zone between the first and second city walls, creating a deep chasm. All the spectators were instantly dumbfounded. Those chewing on ribs choked, and those drinking milk tea coughed. What's going on? What's happening? Oh my god, there's still a miraculous turnaround. Could it be that Su Chen has a hidden card? Is he really a level 1 summoner? Why are his trump cards coming out one after another? Such a earth-shattering explosion. Could it be the self-destruction mechanism of the demon fortress? Amidst the crowd's inquiries, Mayor Chen calmly recounted a piece of history. In the past, Marshal Lin Ligua detonated the last insurance buried underground at the critical moment with the demon fortress. It seems you all have forgotten that Marshal Lin Ligua was also a 6th-tier professional. And his profession is. All present lowered their heads in shame. They indeed knew nothing about Lin Liegua's profession, as his career as a marshal was too glorious and heroic, with almost no records of direct combat with demons. Principal Jiau Renjie sighed. He was a science student, and upon graduation he went to the 3rd Demon Research Institute of the Longwei Academy of Sciences. His official profession is actually a hidden profession, antimatter engineer. Bingo! No wonder he was once the leader of the Bailiang academic circle. Mayor Chen snapped his fingers and said lightly, his ultimate professional ability is to create antimatter bombs. Thus, during his time stationed at the Demon Fortress, he continuously buried countless antimatter bombs underground at various defense lines. That is the final insurance. As long as the person is in the city, if the person dies, the city falls. Chen admired inside. Clearly, Su Chen also thought of this hidden history. He must have borrowed Chronicles of the Demon Fortress from the Bailiang Library. By the way, the author of that book is yours truly. Everyone! Wu, reading an extra book, actually plays a life-saving role at this moment. It seems that my obsession with the old era's magical girl Sakura, monthly, girls Nozaki-kun, and so on during school was indeed not in vain. Wu Fian proudly placed her hands on her hips. Chan Xuani. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, Su Chen was also laughing heartily. Indeed, although the writing of Chronicles of the Demon Fortress is utterly terrible, with poor word choice and sentence structure, it records everything accurately. That author is most likely a veteran who personally experienced this battle. Chen Xuani? Jiao Renjie, ahem, the child doesn't understand. Just joking, old Chen, don't take it to heart. Put. You really know how to comfort people. What the heck is Poochie? You old rascal couldn't hold it in until the end, could you? Chen Xuani fumed. Sorry, Jiao Renjie said seriously, I'm a top-notch micro-expression control master. I usually don't break character unless a little turtle is handling its school withdrawal procedures. It's not staying in school anymore, haha. However, the others ignored the bickering of the two old men. They were all focused on the live broadcast, the antimatter explosion, which would turn thousands of demons into ashes. But there was still a group of high-level demons, tough-skinned and resilient, who withstood that wave of attack and continued to charge towards the second city wall along with the demons rushing in from the distance. The situation is still dire, Bufian said, still sweating nervously for Su Chen. Yes, the strength of the second city wall is much weaker than the first, and more critically, the morale inside the city is in shambles. With only a group of battered soldiers left, their defensive capabilities reduced by at least 70%. Jiao Muyu assessed the situation clearly. But, thanks to Marshal Lin, we still have enough antimatter bombs. Su Chen's murmured words clearly reached every viewer's ears. So, a glint of resolute coldness flashed in Su Chen's eyes. At this point, I can only play my final trump card. The strategist enters the fray. Watch me defy the heavens. The audience's blood was instantly ignited. Wow, Su Chen is finally going to pull off some top-tier moves. A counterattack is about to unfold. I didn't expect Su Chen's live broadcast to be so explosive, turning the dungeon raid into an epic hero's tragic finale. It's truly shocking. They widened their eyes as they saw Su Chen walk towards the 311 Fire Elemental Mage Corps, which was resting on the south side of the second city wall. He straightforwardly asked, everyone, how much mana do you have left? Do you have any recovery potions? One of the grey-robed mages staggered to his feet, wiping the dried blood from the corner of his mouth, and bitterly said, all our recovery potions are in the stockpile beneath the first city wall. Moreover, even if we had enough mana potions, we would still find it very difficult to cast spells. We are completely out of mana. Mana depletion is a common phenomenon among spellcasters. The more mana recovery potions used in a short period, the worse the recovery effect becomes, ultimately resulting in a potion that should restore 3,000 points of mana only recovering 300 points in actual combat. The 311 Mage Corps had completely lost their combat effectiveness. Su Chen nodded slightly, pointing to the open space between the two city walls, and said solemnly, that is the most scientifically sound detonation point. I am certain that there are antimatter bombs buried there, made by Marshal Lin. Oh? The leader of the 311 Corps looked at him in confusion. Why are you telling us this information? Su Chen replied calmly, when the 93rd wave of demons attacks, can I ask all members of the 311 Mage Corps to stand there and intercept the demons, sacrificing their hearts for the 7 million civilians of Longwa behind the demon fortress? The live broadcast room fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Chen's intentions were glaringly obvious, with no room for misinterpretation. The leader of the 311 Corps trembled. You want us to be bait, to attract the demons to hunt us there? All the fire elemental mages were in an uproar. They had never seen someone so brazenly asking others to die? Chen made no attempt to hide. Yes, may I ask you all to go to your deaths? A chilling silence ensued. The mages went from arguing to anger, and finally fell silent. Outside the dungeon, a storm of curses erupted as viewers from various countries began to furiously insult Chen. Oh my god, even Satan would have a tattoo of Chen on him. He is truly evil to the core. Does he have the bloodline of a demon lord? To make the heroes of an entire nation become cannon fodder and willingly go to their deaths is simply absurd. In our country, the heroes of the 311th Regiment will be enshrined in the shrine, worshipped for generations, their heroic souls immortal. Chen is desecrating their glory. He truly deserves to be damned. Chen has gone mad. Those are the true martyrs from the monument of heroic souls. He actually let the martyrs die again in the instance. In front of a global audience, has he committed the crime of insulting the martyrs? As the insults escalated, the grey-robed mage leader of the 311th Regiment trembled as he removed his hood, reached out to touch the military emblem, and declared firmly, I am willing. All insults came to an abrupt halt, and the global audience looked in disbelief at the NPC in the instance that was supposed to have little intelligence. The other fire element mages also showed expressions of relief, rising one by one, willing, willing, willing. Their roars transformed into a tragic howl. The song of humanity is a song of courage and sacrifice. Chen clutched his chest and bowed, tears welling in his eyes. Gentlemen, step ahead on the road to the underworld. Wait for me and Commander Lin. Today, in the Fortress of Demons, no one will survive, but our generous sacrifice will illuminate the path for the Dragon Kingdom. 7 million old, weak, women, and children will be preserved because of this. Everything for the motherland. Chen solemnly looked at the temporary followers behind him and commanded, Dragon Riders, step forward. You will guard the 311th Regiment here. Loyal bones lie buried in every green mountain, and I believe you have already awakened. The Dragon Rider commander smiled faintly, revealing Chen's tactical intent. Understood. After a series of battles, the stunning performance of the 311th Regiment's element mages has long made them a thorn in the side of the Demon Lord. Therefore, you have ordered them to be bait to exert their last strategic value, attracting all demons to this place for an assault. When the demons send heavy troops to annihilate the 311th Regiment, you will lead the remaining forces to retreat to the third city wall and detonate the antimatter bomb. We will perish together with the demons, in this glorious sacrifice for our country. Chen nodded slightly. Are you willing to die? Willing, 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 willing. The Dragon Riders' response was like a tsunami, their final song bringing tears to all the viewers. Chen no longer hesitated, turning to leave. Farewell, my comrades. When we meet again in the underworld, I will surely bring you the good news of all the civilians retreating safely. Thank you, Commander Chen. Everyone's address to Chen changed, implicitly acknowledging him as another leader in the Fortress of Demons at that moment. The viewers in the live broadcast room had also stopped the insults, silently watching the soldiers farewell. No one accused Chen of being despicable or selfish anymore, for that group of Dragon Riders was originally his temporary summons, and if they survived, they could use the Dragon Kingdom third-class hero medal to fight in other instances in the future. Once the Dragon Riders fell, Chen would permanently lose this group of followers, unable to resurrect them. The subsequent battle unfolded just as Chen had scripted. The 93rd wave of demons attacked, and after a fierce battle, they discovered the 311 Heroes Regiment, which had lost its protection in the open ground and immediately charged like sharks smelling blood. At the same time, the 94th wave of demons, after gathering intelligence, rushed towards them recklessly. Chen decisively led the remnants back to the third city wall. Only the Dragon Riders continued to hold their heavy battle shields, protecting the 311th Regiment until the last moment. The fire element mages did not allow the demons' claws to shred their bodies. With their last bit of mana, they unleashed their final elegy, Corpse Explosion. The target of the spell, themselves. Countless demons were blown away, with a large-scale casualty. In the command center of the Fortress of Demons, the NPC Marshal closed his eyes and activated the antimatter bomb he had planted. The great explosion arrived as scheduled. The 93rd and 94th waves of demons were all buried with the 311th Regiment, leaving no bones behind. Chen stood on the city wall, solitary and staggering, appearing desolate as he murmured two phrases. Your names are unknown, but your achievements will last forever. Now, I finally understand why our Dragon Kingdom has been able to stand firm for 100 years amidst the demon tide. Countless students were moved to tears, weeping for the sacrifices of the 311th Regiment. With the 93rd and 94th waves of demons completely annihilated, the 95th wave of demons was isolated and helpless, facing a fierce beating from the enraged soldiers in the demon fortress. Finally, we have reached the final battle. Chen sighed deeply, cradling the back of his head with both hands, feeling a sense of relief as he said, only the 95th to 99th waves remain, a total of 5 waves of demons. But we still have the 3rd to 7th city walls, a total of 5 layers of walls. He exhaled, even if one layer of Antimatter bombs takes out one wave of demons. I have already cleared the demon fortress.
The audience was taken aback. Then they suddenly realized, hey, that's true. The audience
from the Elephant Kingdom commented, ah, what a live show with a tiger's head and a pig's tail. It was fine in the early and mid stages, but it didn't maintain the suspense until the
end.
It's like when I'm eating curry and see a giant lizard, you already know its fate.
The audience from the Kangaroo Kingdom remarked, courage is commendable, but wisdom is lacking.
Chen didn't need to deceive those elemental mages into sacrificing themselves because now he doesn't have to die, which makes it seem rather hypocritical and a bit awkward.
The
audience from the Big Ying's kingdom said, to be fair, indeed. Chen's performance just now was full of theatrics. He got himself caught in his own trap, and now it's hard for him to
exit. Hee. The audience from the Eagle Kingdom noted, people from the Dragon Kingdom are always hypocritical.
It's said that when they receive gifts, they insist on 3 refusals. And 3 offers. You have to offer them 3 times before they happily accept, unlike us who open them right away.
Jiau Renjie and Chen Xuani exchanged smiles. TCH, a bunch of
foreigners, they are quite unfamiliar with the history of our Dragon Kingdom and only know how to babble nonsense. Jiao Muyu smiled lightly. In the Demon Fortress instance, even if it's cleared, there will definitely be a plot kill at the 100th wave. Otherwise, why are the earlier waves numbered 1 to 10, 11 to 20, and yet the last is 91 to 99, missing 1 wave of
monsters? A very clever young lady, Mayor Chen Xuani said solemnly, since it's a tribute to real history, it must have its seriousness and cannot alter the true history. Therefore, the 100th wave will be led by the Demon Lord, Moin Caesar, himself, a truly god-level being surpassing the 6th tier. Mayor Chen Xuani showed a
look of nostalgia and indignation. Damn demons.
Damn abyss.
We will avenge Marshal Lin Ligua and rescue the fallen lands sooner or later.
Humanity will ultimately triumph over the abyss.
Everyone fell silent. After all, 70% of the territory of the Dragon Kingdom had already become corrupted abyss territory. Other countries were even worse. Like the Lobster Kingdom in Australia, an entire continent had fallen, leaving only a solitary doomsday city still struggling to hold on. Under Chen's mechanically precise command, the battle of the Demon Fortress had no further waves. He resolutely executed the most effective strategy, 1 layer of wall for 1 wave of demons.
The 95th wave of demons was first brutally beaten by the soldiers, then blasted apart by antimatter bombs in their confusion. The 96th wave of demons, boom. The 97th wave, the 98th wave, the 99th wave, all spiraled into the sky in the rhythm of boom.
Finally, amidst the astonished gazes of all the spectators, the Demon Lord, Moin
Caesar, riding on rolling demonic flames, appeared in the sky, towering as if hundreds of meters tall.
With a wave of its hand, it unleashed the forbidden spell, destruction of heaven and earth. A small piece of meteorite was summoned from outside the atmosphere above the Demon Fortress, transforming into a blazing fire that obliterated this solitary city, which had held out until the last moment.
Chen fulfilled his promise, perishing alongside the Demon Fortress in a heroic sacrifice.
But as he gazed at the gigantic Demon Lord, his expression changed slightly, for he had witnessed this scene in his previous life.
In the climactic battle, at the end of Black Myth, Wukong, the fight between Black Wukong, the Chosen One, and Erlangshin, the true Lord of Manifestation, bore an uncanny resemblance to the appearance of the demon army. Could it be that Black Wukong also has the potential to surpass the 6th tier and become a god-level being?
As he pondered this, the Demon Fortress dungeon officially concluded.
In the live broadcast, the settlement data for the Demon Fortress dungeon suddenly appeared. Congratulations to Chen for clearing the Demon Fortress. As this is the world's first clear of the nightmarish difficulty, you will be specially rewarded with a summoner's exclusive list. Calculating. Based on the previous world record of 55 levels, you will receive an additional reward for 44 extra recorded levels. Calculating. Congratulations, you have obtained. Damn, are you kidding me? Did I lose power? Why is the live broadcast gone? All viewers around the world could only see a pitch black screen. This live broadcast has ended. The host has gone offline. Please click to follow for the next viewing. You can also set the host as a special follow, and you will receive a special reminder when they go live next time. Mayor Chen Xuani snorted coldly. Of course, it's impossible to announce the reward Chen received to avoid attracting envy and exposing his trump cards. You foreigners really think too highly of yourselves. Bufian couldn't help but lick her red lips, enviously saying, he raised the record limit by a full 44 levels, and it's the world's first clear at nightmarish difficulty. With triple buffs stacked, how generous must this reward be? Could it be a divine artifact? It could also be a god-level summoned beast, or a god-level skill book. Jiao Muyu also mused dreamily, constantly mentioning the word god. After all, in the era of universal job changes, god gear is what everyone dreams of. After confirming that the camera had disappeared several times, Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the dungeon reward. Demigod-level potion, potential. Awakening elixir. Effect can allow one of your summoned beasts to awaken its true potential, raising its quality to at least demigod level. The concise description hinted at an extremely terrifying effect. Chen couldn't help but place his hands on his hips and laughed 3 times. All the effort was worth it. It's not in vain that I burned all my merits and spent nearly all my temporary followers. He didn't hesitate any longer and directly signaled Monkey Brother to consume it. A new summoning panel popped up. Black Myth Wukong, quality, demigod. Level, 13, attributes, strength 195, constitution 197, agility 194, spirit 198, skills, indestructible LV.11, legendary, ever-changing LV.11, legendary, hair clone LV.2, epic, ding. The attributes of your contracted summoned beast have received a significant boost and will automatically balance attributes. You gain strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, agility plus 20, spirit plus 20. Chen felt a surge of immense energy rushing out from his limbs and bones. The attributes returned by Monkey Brother were so numerous that his personal attributes were comparable to those of a level 20 professional. This is the benefit of being a summoner. How delightful! Chen was very satisfied and couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, when he was only of legendary quality, Monkey Brother's growth was plus 5 to all attributes per level. Now, with demigod quality, Monkey Brother was already plus 10 to all attributes per level, which was quite absurd. Currently, Chen was only level 10, and Black Wukong was stuck at level 13, so the advantage of high attribute growth was still not prominent, but in the future. Ha ha! Chen imagined the future of the Monkey King rampaging through the world and couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, some of the data on the panel did not reflect the true growth of the Monkey King. Suddenly, Chen felt a flicker of intent from the spirit of Black Wukong. I can absorb the spiritual essence. Chen was dumbfounded. Monkey King, you've gained sentience? Is this the hidden reward for a demigod summoner? But Black Wukong merely stood coolly in place, arms crossed, looking at him without saying a word. On the panel, a line of hazy text appeared, not very clear: awakened talent, soul devour. Black Myth Wukong seems to be able to absorb the spiritual essence from the bodies of defeated demons, gods, and immortals, making it his own and continuously growing stronger. Chen pondered, isn't this the growth method in Black Myth Wukong? Continuously defeating various demons and celestial soldiers, enduring countless trials, obtaining spiritual essence from those guys, retracing the journey to the west and growing into the destined successor of the great sage equal to heaven. But, Chen thought again, feeling a bit of a headache. There are no demons here. Where would the spiritual essence come from? The Monkey King pointed at his chest. You have it inside you. Damn, killing me will give you spiritual essence? Chen rolled his eyes. Oh, right, spiritual essence is what living beings in the 3 realms and 6 paths contain, hence the name. So, doesn't that mean the abyss monsters have it too? He suddenly realized, in the original game, you obtain spiritual essence by defeating various bosses and elite monsters. So, we should hunt elite demons and high-ranking demon lords. We must be able to obtain spiritual essence. Just as they were conversing, Chen was enveloped in a beam of light and returned to reality. Phew, I'm back. As soon as his feet touched solid ground, he was surrounded by the jubilant students of Beiliang, who then tossed him into the air. Long live! Long live! Long live! Congratulations, Chen. Beiliang Academy is proud of you, and I will help you apply for a special scholarship. Principal Jiau Renjie clapped with a beaming smile. The Beiliang city government also has a special talent reward program. I will specially select a summoner exclusive reward for you from the treasury. Mayor Chen Xuani was equally generous. Once the crowd's enthusiasm cooled down, the disheveled Chen immediately began to search around. Jiao Muyu stepped forward with a light laugh, presenting Shen Zimo's bank card and a mystical staff. I know you're looking for young Master Shen. Here, this is his wager. As for him, do you think he would stay here to be humiliated by you? He must have slipped away already. Chen took the spoils from her delicate hand, feeling somewhat puzzled. Shouldn't you be acting very angry, disappointed, and furious? Why are you smiling so brilliantly? He was well aware of the position of this chief secretary of the Iron Blood Alliance from their previous encounters. Oh, I resigned, I'm now unemployed, Jiao Muyu replied calmly. I'm an extremely professional secretary, serving my purpose in my position. When I was working for the Iron Blood Alliance, I could transform into a vicious dog and help Shen Zimo bite you hard. Now that I've resigned, I'm just an ordinary stunning beauty, responsible only for looking beautiful. As she spoke, she smiled and handed him a business card. You can also hire me, after all, you know best how sharp-tongued I can be. After saying that, she lowered her voice and reminded him, there's a crucial piece of information on the back of the business card. Please take note. Jiao Muyu wisely stepped aside, no longer delaying Chen's time. And Chen's time for celebration was just beginning. Those powerful factions attempting to recruit him began to gather around, radiating warm smiles. Hey, man! 2 blonde knights from the Rose Knight Order flashed enthusiastic smiles at Chen. One person stepped forward. I am a 3rd-tier pseudo-dragon knight, Carlos Lee. Our Knight Order has always aimed to attract ambitious young people from around the world to conquer the abyss. Although you are merely a novice summoner, you possess a talent that rivals that of the former Lich King. Join the Rose Knights. Our Grand Commander, is the renowned 6th-tier paladin Lancelot the Just.
The golden-haired knight expressed heartfelt admiration and continued to promote, "Our Rose Knights are also famous worldwide. TCH, they're too poor, with limited resources and no future." Buffian interrupted the other's pitch directly, bluntly exposing the truth. Lancelot is indeed just, but he's a bit of a blockhead and he has a heavy savior complex. He enjoys working for the officials for free, often risking his life against abyssal
demons, so you can imagine the atmosphere in the Night Order, just a bunch of hot-blooded fools.
Buffian scoffed, although anyone must admit they are truly good people.
With an excellent reputation, do you also want to become a free laborer for governments around the world? The kind that pays for their own coffins? Chen immediately clasped his hands together and respectfully said, "I apologize, I admire it, but I prefer the principle of equivalent exchange, doing work for the amount of money given. Well, we may be willing to sacrifice, but we never morally coerce others. I wish you great success in your endeavors," golden-haired knight Carlosly said without much disappointment, only slightly bitter as he handed over a business card. "But in the future, if you encounter our Rose Knights on the battlefield of the Abyss, please take care of us. After all, we fight for the weak."
"Of course."
Chen nodded and shook hands to bid
farewell. "I have admired the Rose Knights since childhood, but I am just a commoner and currently lack such high aspirations.
However, if there is an opportunity to collaborate in the future, I will certainly do my utmost to assist." After the two Rose Knights lingered and left, Buffian smiled and said, "Our Mystic Sanctuary is currently in urgent need of summoners. I can take the lead and offer you a scholarship contract, applying for 200 million in private funding each year for your growth.
Until you reach the 3rd tier, we will not summon you for any actions, so you can grow in peace and attend any military academy you wish."
Hiss! Gasps of surprise arose around them. The offer from the Mystic Sanctuary was simply too generous. 200 million in funding, while not a lot for top-tier summoners, was essentially free money.
There was no cost at all before reaching the 3rd tier, receiving 200 million to spend freely each year. This was not just a recruitment offer, it was like taking in a son-in-law.
The students from Beiliang looked enviously at Chen's handsome face, unable to help but think, this guy has become a web celebrity. Who would have thought his first admirer would be the young Lady Buffian from the Mystic Sanctuary?
In the future, he might end up living off her, relying on her to wash his feet and achieve great success. "I also want to join the Mystic Sanctuary and drink Miss Buffian's foot bath," the students lamented inwardly.
Chen directly took that delicate little hand. "I'm in.
Rich lady, I don't want to struggle anymore. Please pamper me generously."
Buffian's cheeks flushed. "Oh? You're so straightforward. Are you really willing to join the Mystic Sanctuary? I haven't even mentioned the
treatment you'll receive after reaching the 3rd tier."
Chen shrugged. The Mystic Sanctuary has an excellent reputation in Beiliang City and is well regarded online.
Especially Lord Bolingtian of the Azura Demon Stab, who is a famous philanthropist. Basically, all the scholarship funds in our Beiliang schools have his private sponsorship.
This means that my 9 years of compulsory education could be completed smoothly, thanks to him.
So, whether from a personal perspective or historical ties, I have no reason to refuse your recruitment. Chen smiled calmly. "Human hearts are made of flesh. I have always believed in repaying kindness,
and I will return it tenfold." Buffian was taken aback.
She never expected that the so-called charitable activities she usually considered a waste of wealth could not only bring some tax exemptions to the mystery sanctuary but also attract a future top summoner at this critical moment. Principal Jiau Renjie interjected, "Ahem, hold on. Chen's priority right now is the college entrance examination. Moreover, he currently has no guardian, so according to the employment law for practitioners, all agreements must be signed under the supervision of the school, and a tripartite document must also be supplemented."
"Oh, I certainly understand the specific process."
Buffian smiled brightly, excited about having recruited a once-in-a-lifetime genius. "Then I'll head back to the Mystery Sanctuary and discuss it thoroughly with my parents.
I came here too hastily this time and haven't informed them yet."
Jiao Renjie was taken aback and shook his head. "Young people are just impulsive. The contract provided by your Mystery Sanctuary must first have the signature of the Shura Demon Spike or your mother's official seal. Otherwise, how can it have legal effect? Hee, I'm the heir of the Mystery Sanctuary. These matters are just trivial. I just need to mention it when I get back, and my father and mother won't oppose it." Buffian pinched her slim waist and winked at Chen. "Remember, you are already reserved by me. Don't sign contracts with other forces yet. I will give you the best offer."
"Okay." Chen smiled. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. With the godly rich system in hand, he wasn't short on money.
Given that the Rose Knight Order had hit a wall and the Mystery Sanctuary had made a strong reservation, no other forces stepped in to recruit him. As for Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo from the Hunter Nation Military Academy, he had long retreated in disgrace amidst the jeers of the students from Beiliang.
Only Chu Tianqi, the
vice principal of the Yanhuang Military Academy, ranked 3rd in Longhua, remained smiling in place, waiting for Chen to accept the cheers of all his classmates before stepping forward. "Young man, would you like to become a special recruit of the Yanhuang Military Academy? You can enter the school without an exam and receive the highest scholarship."
Su Chen looked at the kind elder in front of him and pondered for a moment.
I still want to participate in the college entrance examination. After all, the free national instance provided by the college entrance examination is a benefit I've been looking forward to for a long time.
Of course.
We also recommend all special recruits to experience the national instance of the college entrance examination. This does not contradict our special recruitment. Chu Tianqi took out a very complete contract from his bag. Here, just sign your name, and regardless of your college entrance examination results, you will join the Yanhuang Military Academy with top treatment. The only limitation is, if you become the top scorer, you cannot seek another option, you still have to join our Yanhuang Military Academy.
Su Chen chuckled in disbelief. Top scorer? You flatter me too much. He, who can predict the events of tomorrow? Chu Tianqi patted Su Chen on the shoulder, encouragingly saying, I believe you can do it. Thank you for your kind words.
Su Chen smiled and accepted the special recruitment contract.
As for whether to join the Yanhuang Military
Academy, he planned to think about it for another 2 days. After all, it was only the third military academy in Longwa. He still needed to give the first and second military academies some time to make their offers. The students from Beiliang had all witnessed the deputy director of the Hunter Nation Military Academy's demeanor, but Su Chen, busy with the strategy against the Demon Fortress, was temporarily unaware, so he still maintained a favorable impression of the first military academy. A military academy named after the martyr Marshal Lin from the Hunter Nation was naturally revered by everyone. This had been a long-standing impression. Over the years, Chu Tianqi stopped talking and left by car. At this moment, Principal Jiao Renjia generously waved his arm. Tonight, the cafeteria will have extra meals, all free buffet,
to celebrate our outstanding
student Su Chen breaking the world record for the Demon Fortress. All orange juice and cola, each person can receive 2 bottles for free with their student ID.
Yay! Long live the principal! Long live Su Chen! The students' cheers nearly brought the teaching building down.
Soon, the cafeteria contributed all its stock of ingredients, with large pots sizzling and flames blazing. The aroma of various delicious dishes wafted through
the Beiliang Academy.
Su Chen sat at a table with his classmates, enjoying the feast comfortably. Song Qingfeng raised a cola, shook it vigorously, and then popped the cap, turning it into a spray of champagne. Come on. Cheers. I told you Su Chen is a top student. He can definitely handle the Demon Fortress.
That's right, we all agree that Su Chen can do it. The classmates nodded enthusiastically like chicks pecking at rice. TCH, Wang Lin, didn't you say Su Chen definitely couldn't win against Shen Zimo? Someone exposed a classmate's previous statement.
Ahem, I was just worried that Su Chen would become the focus of public opinion and couldn't handle the pressure, so I downplayed him in advance to lower everyone's expectations to prevent you from overpraising him.
That's what you call being a sophisticated fan, you understand, right, little brat?
Oh, come on, you really just say whatever comes to your mind. If your fighting ability was half as sharp as your tongue, the record for Demon Fortress would probably belong to you.
The classmates burst into laughter, while Su Chen focused on devouring a chicken leg, joining in the fun. By the way, where's Shen Zimo? Is he really not coming back to school?
That's skipping class. He should get a major demerit.
Song Qingfeng slyly brought up the second top student again.
Su Chen smiled. He did contribute 40 million to me, after all. One shouldn't mock those who have helped, so I won't make fun of him.
I can't believe you actually have a moment of conscience.
Song Qingfeng rolled his eyes. By the way, I saw your global livestream is on fire, with audiences from all over the world showering you with gifts.
You must have made a lot. Oh right, I still have that money.
Su Chen scratched his head. I remember Mayor Chen promised that he would only take taxes, not commissions. All the broadcasting fees and tips I earn belong to me. The classmates were envious again. Wow. I remember when you cleared the level, all sorts of gifts were flying around. You must have made at least tens of millions. If you become rich, don't forget us.
We all had the same 9 years of compulsory education. Why are you so outstanding? Su Chen then stood up amidst the laughter of his classmates and walked towards Principal Jiao Renjie and Mayor Chen Xuanyi, who were sipping drinks at a nearby table. The 7 principals of Beiliang Academy and the 3 major department heads had all been called to accompany the esteemed guest, Chen Xuanyi. The head of the senior department asked in confusion, "Where's Lu Chanha?" Su Chen's summoner
profession card was purchased in his presence.
He should be considered a contributor. Why isn't he here for the dinner? Don't mention it.
The administrative principal in charge of campus discipline sneered, "A
dog can't change its habit of eating shit."
You other principals probably don't know Lu Chanha's true nature, but I know it all too well. When he learned that Zhou Chengfeng from our senior class had awakened the summoner profession card, Lu Changha didn't follow the usual practices and unspoken rules to prioritize the internal distribution of this high-level profession card. Instead, he made a call to the external force, the Iron Blood Alliance, and brought in their chief secretary, Xiao Muyu. As for the reason, those who understand know. He naturally wanted to earn that hefty commission. The vice principal in charge of student transfers turned pale with anger. This scoundrel, a traitor.
No wonder my performance has been declining year after year and my KPIs are always hard to meet. The number of high-level professionals at Bailiang Academy is getting worse. It turns out we have this pest within our ranks. My high-level teaching title is ruined because of him. Principal Jiao Renjie was also instantly furious. The 7 principals of Bailiang Academy each have their own duties and do not interfere with each other, yet he secretly sold students high-level profession cards behind our backs? A principal stooping to act as an agent? Let me guess, he must have made things difficult for Chen, fearing that when Chen returns with a record he would publicly expose this embarrassing incident, which is why he chose to feign illness and hide at home. Thinking about the top-tier summoner Chen almost missing out on his professional card, all because Lu Changhe was greedy for a trifling profit. Principal Jiao Renjie felt a wave of fear and decisively said, I will immediately write a report and request the Bailiang Education Bureau to send a special investigation team to launch an urgent inquiry into Lu Changhe. He is unworthy to be a teacher and must be expelled from the teaching staff at once. The senior officials of various schools cursed loudly, still shaken. Indeed, when they were trudging forward with integrity, there must be some scoundrel enjoying the spoils. At that moment, Chen walked up to their table and, upon hearing their indignant curses, scratched his head. Chen, did you hear all that? Jiao Renjie glanced at this proud student and sighed, I'm sorry, I've been so busy with the Abyss project that I neglected school management, allowing Lu Changhe, this past, to take advantage. Upon reflection, how could an ordinary summoner professional card sell for a sky-high price of 20 million under normal circumstances? Exactly, the highest transaction record ever was only 15 million, a principal chimed in. It must be that Lu Changhe is sabotaging things, forcing you to raise the price. That little rascal is truly despicable, a department head gritted his teeth. Exploiting a poor student on welfare, how could he be so heartless? Chen felt awkward. The reason he quoted a flat price of 20 million was purely due to the task from the godly rich system. But the next moment he heard Principal Jiao Renjie assure him, we will investigate this harmful element Lu Changhe. In the future, I will help you apply for 10 million in compensation from the bribes confiscated from him. Great! Chen immediately responded with righteous fervor, I'm not after the money, I just hope the principal will stand up for the 100,000 teachers and students of Bailiang Academy and restore a clear sky to the education sector. So when will the funds be transferred? Jiao Renjie, Chen Xuani. The two of them had a certain understanding of Chen's flexible moral standards. Just wait a bit, you'll definitely get it approved before your college entrance examination. Mayor Chen Xuani, the most experienced with official processes, casually replied while curiously asking, you sneaked over to our table, you must have some ulterior motive, right? Can't I just want to thank you? Chen raised a can of cola, you specially came to help me with the live broadcast and avoid trouble, so I'd like to toast you, wishing you great fortune in martial arts, mastery over the world, blessings as vast as the East Sea, and longevity as deep as the abyss. Your mouth is as sweet as honey. Hey, wait a minute. Chen Xuani rolled his eyes, you mentioned live streaming right away, you want to ask how much the live stream earned, don't you? Chen smiled. Awkwardly, just asking casually, mainly, I'm quite curious. I've already asked them to transfer the money as soon as possible. Now that I think about it, it should be about time for it to arrive. Just as Mayor Chen finished speaking, Chen's phone buzzed with a notification, Longhua Rising Bank, dear customer, the global live streaming platform has completed a transfer of 15,203,771.9 yuan to your account ending in 8801 on May 8 at 2000 hours. Please take note. Chen's hand trembled and he was dumbfounded. In just one night, from just one live stream, I earned 150 million? Even more profitable than his godly rich system. Chen Xuani smiled gently, the demon Fortress dungeon has remained unbroken for many years and is quite famous among global professionals. This is a massive flow of traffic and you consumed it all, naturally, earning a fortune. It's a pity that we are not the prophetic witch or diviner professions. The mayor sighed, without prior promotion or business deals, otherwise, you could have easily earned at least 5 times more tonight. I'm already very satisfied. Chen clasped his hands, but his heart was bleeding. Indeed, such a huge business opportunity could be considered a fortune beyond measure. Principal Jiao Renjie coughed and reminded him, things on the internet are all virtual, you can't grasp them. Child, having 150 million in revenue is already a huge profit, so don't be too greedy. How about this, your live streaming account can be managed by Uncle Jiao. I'll take care of it for you, Jiao Renjie suggested with delight. Chen rolled his eyes wildly, I wish you could take care of it, but I'm afraid that global viewers, used to the elegant and dashing Eastern handsome men, would suddenly be faced with an old grump who looks like a ghost, and they'd all unfollow and run away, wasting a live streaming room with 20 million followers. Jiao Renjie. Put. Mayor Chen Xuani couldn't hold back and laughed out loud while handing him a small note. Here, account password. The real name authentication is also done with your Chen's information, so you can take over seamlessly. From the very beginning, Mayor Chen and Principal Jiao never intended to take his live streaming account. After all, this thing was highly tied to Chen, and no one could steal it. They simply wanted to tease him a bit.
Although the account belongs to you, you are still a student and you must focus on the college entrance examination and concentrate on your studies.
Jiao Renjie sternly
reminded him, do not let a small person become arrogant and indulge in live streaming for quick money, becoming just like everyone else.
However, Chen Xuani held a different
opinion. You really are an old fossil and out of touch with the times.
Anyway, Su Chen has already received a special recruitment contract from the Yanhuang Military Academy, so why bother with the college entrance examination?
Instead, live streaming is the real career that can provide a livelihood, and he should do it well.
You should do the math. Before Jiao Renjie could explode, Chen Xuani was already counting on his fingers to show them, an ordinary graduate from Beiliang Academy. After
university, we can estimate a monthly salary of 5,000.
That's just 60,000 a year. We won't count taxes and expenses, assuming he saves everything.
In 10 years, that's 600,000. Assuming he works for 50 years, that's only 3 million. And Su Chen's new live streaming account gained 20 million followers overnight last night, and those are all
genuine active fans, not a single zombie follower.
They all have high hopes for Su Chen, and their desire to tip is very strong, which is why he made a net profit of 1.5
billion last night. And for Su Chen's second livestream, as long as it's slightly interesting, I can guarantee he'll earn at least another 50 million. Even if Su Chen messes up and the subsequent live streams lack entertainment value, I estimate that this big internet celebrity account will ultimately earn at least 300 million. Chen Xuani smirked. With such a huge sum in hand, how many epic gear can he buy? How many skill books? Since he can rise to the top in one step, why bother following the traditional path of studying for exams, going to university, and then finding a job?
Jiao Renjie stammered. The significance of the college entrance examination is not just about
making money.
Chen Xuani dismissed him. Don't sanctify the college entrance examination for professionals.
It's just a talent screening mechanism, a stepping stone to society.
The nightmare level dungeon, Demon Fortress, is the real college entrance examination for Su Chen.
He has already secured the special recruitment and future employment.
Jiao Renjie was left speechless. He realized that what Chen Xuani said made a lot of sense. The college entrance examination for professionals mainly provides a fair upward path for underprivileged students, while Su Chen had already achieved fame in one battle, soaring up and catching the attention of countless high-level
professionals. By the way, the kid came here brazenly to ask Mayor Chen Xuani to convert your commendation for me into something else. Su Chen clasped his hands and earnestly pleaded. Oh, speak freely.
The kid wants to request a pass, allowing me to go to the Beiliang 037 Abyss battlefield.
As soon as these words were spoken, the high-ranking officials of the Beiliang Academy at the table all turned pale. Are you crazy? One principal firmly objected. No way. Even if the mayor agrees, our school will absolutely not consent. How can a student with little practical experience casually go to a real battlefield? If you die there, you won't be able to resurrect like in a dungeon. That's right.
Although you, kid, have taken a unique path and, with Mayor Chen Xuani's support, have become a combat internet celebrity overnight, living without worries and becoming rich in a single night, in terms of combat experience as a professional, you are still a rookie just starting out.
You need to follow the
standard procedure. First, achieve a passing score in 10 trial dungeons, which means a C-level clearance rating, then earn enough graduation equipment in the military academy. And finally wait for the teachers at the military academy to assess your mental state and real combat power to decide if you are qualified to step onto the real battlefield. This is a matter of life and death. We cannot be careless. The crowd exchanged words, refusing to relent. After all, Su Chen was the most extraordinary genius in the history of Beiliang Academy. If he were to be chewed up by a rat demon on the battlefield only to be reborn in the form of excrement, it would be a tremendous loss of a
heavyweight alumnus. Su Chen said seriously, what about before there were dungeons? At the beginning of the Abyss invasion,
the martyrs of our dragon country had just changed jobs, and many of them didn't even master any skills. But they still resolutely stepped onto the battlefield with their weak level 1 bodies to fight against the monsters for
the sake of saving the country and its people.
I wish to emulate the martyrs and hone my strength directly on the real battlefield.
He bowed again with a determined expression. I hope you all will approve this.
The crowd exchanged glances.
Su Chen was prepared and continued to try to persuade them. Moreover, the 037 Abyss
battlefield is a standard low-intensity Abyss battlefield with a level cap of only 20. The monsters inside are not very strong, making it suitable for newcomers like me to
practice.
I have heard that many new recruits from the military and some professionals from prominent families actively apply to go there for trials.
If they can go, then I can go too. This last statement made Principal Jiao Renjie hesitate.
The head of the third-year department frowned and reminded, Little Su, the reason new recruits go to clear the 037 battlefield is out of duty. They must control the number of monsters to prevent those creatures from breaking through the blockade and attacking civilians
in residential areas.
As for the professionals from powerful factions, they have undergone intense training since childhood, and their equipment and skills are top-notch. They can deal with low-level monsters below level 20 as easily as cutting vegetables.
But you. He said no more, but his meaning was clear. Su Chen had just awakened. Today, although he had received many rewards in the Demon Fortress dungeon, he still had many shortcomings. No, I actually think Su Chen should go. Mayor Chen Xuani suddenly put down his chopsticks and spoke decisively. Get lost. Don't try to fool our passionate students from Baliang into becoming your cannon fodder. I know the forces on the Abyss front are always tight, but we can't just let a mere level 10 summoner go to the battlefield for free. Principal Jiao Renjie glared angrily at his old friend. Chen Xuani rolled his eyes. The forces that are tight are on the 002 Abyss battlefield where the 4th tier professionals are fighting fiercely. Su Chen hasn't even reached the threshold. Besides, the 037 Abyss has always been used to train newly promoted professionals, and the danger level is very low. In professional jargon, it's a beginner's village. Even before the dungeon system was established, the death rate in the 037 Abyss was only 13%, which is practically baby bus level difficulty. He shrugged dismissively. A 13% death rate, is that low? Jiao Renjie snorted coldly. 1 in 10 will die. Who can guarantee that they won't be that unlucky one? Chen Xuani scoffed lightly. Old Jiao, I see you've become foolish from academic research, too comfortable for too long, and have forgotten a fundamental truth in resisting the Abyss. Our human race has never held the advantage. We have always fought for our lives, filling the void with blood and flesh. All noble great undertakings must be accompanied by great sacrifices. A casualty rate of 13% is already the result after popularizing demonology and basic occupational skills. One must know that during the first 10 years of universal job changes and the Abyss invasion, he continued, the casualty rate of Abyss number 037 was 68%. It was the experiences summarized from countless lives that were written into textbooks and passed down to future generations that brought it down to 13%. Chen Xuani snorted coldly. 99% of the dangers have already been explored. Low-intensity battlefields are hardly rare, and there are no secrets to speak of. What is there to fear? Moreover, with a top student like Su Chen, he must be thoroughly familiar with all the taboos of the number 037 battlefield, moving about without obstruction. Here, I've signed the pass. After saying this, Chen Xuani directly ignored his old friend's dark expression and flamboyantly signed a pass. Su Chen happily took it, his mouth twitching as he thought, damn, such ugly cursive, a crab could crawl through ink on paper and make it look better than your handwriting. What a shame you looked so cool signing it. Turns out it was just a cover for how ugly your writing is. Of course, I won't go back on my word. The reward I promised you earlier will still be given. As Su Chen turned to leave, Chen Xuani reached out and grabbed the back of his collar, pulling him back like an eagle catching a chick. A shiny golden ring was taken out from Chen Xuani's backpack and tossed onto the dining table. Hiss. Is it that? The senior members of Baliang Academy immediately lit up, saliva uncontrollably flowing. Magic ring, Hydra emblem, number 004, quality, dark gold. Level description, this is a demigod-level magical creature, a Hydra, whose soul fragment dropped after being besieged by multiple 6th-tier warriors on the Great Barrier Reef in Australia. It was born from the 4th head of the Hydra, the lightning element head. Effect, all lightning element spells cast by the wearer can split into 9 chain lightning bolts. Level restriction, level 10 can grow. Please collect the other 8 soul fragments to unlock more functions. Su Chen was taken aback and instinctively declined. No reward without merit. Such a treasure, how can I accept it? Please, Mayor, take it back. Although he was drooling over it, he understood a simple truth of human society. There is no free lunch. Whatever value someone offers, they must hope to receive an equivalent return. Don't be fooled by the fact that this dark gold ring is only a level 10 item. Its prefix is magic ring. Level 10 is merely a facade. If he could gather all 9 soul fragments of the Hydra into equipment, it could potentially grow into a semi-divine artifact, or even a divine artifact. By then, the usage requirements would surely soar above level 100. Chen Xuani smiled faintly. I am a sword immortal and no longer cast lightning element spells, so I have replaced the ring slot equipment with another divine ring. It has been eliminated. Moreover, among my juniors, there are no lightning element mages. But I'm not an element mage either. Su Chen spread his hands. Chen Xuani glanced at him, but that fox pet of yours seems to be an all-element mage. You just need to buy it a skill book for chain lightning paired with the Hydra magic ring, and, just imagine, every time it casts a spell, it would unleash a network of 9 chain lightning bolts covering a wide area of abyssal creatures, a true lightning mage. Su Chen's eyes flickered. The moment he saw that magic ring, he had already envisioned this scene. But, what do you want me to do for you? No reward without merit. I need to weigh this carefully. He asked solemnly. Gifts come with expectations. Su Chen looked deeply at Chen Xianyi. The latter clapped his hands and smiled. Level up to 20 as soon as possible and complete your first job change. At that time, I will make a request for you to go to a wild abyss rift and help me collect 2 precious materials. That rift is extremely unstable and only allows practitioners below level 30 to enter. No way. Before Su Chen could consider it, Jiao Renjie had already slammed his hand on the table. Your Talking about the abyssal rift, gate of the deceptive nation, right? Chen Xianyi narrowed his eyes and glanced at his old friend. A cold bitterness flickered in his gaze, passing swiftly. He was not lying. Instead, he readily admitted, exactly the gate of the deceptive nation. Whenever the abyss fog boils, the spirits and demons will roam the night at the gate of the deceptive nation. So, I absolutely cannot allow you to get involved. Principal Jiao Renjie glared sternly at Su Chen. This matter is not up for discussion and absolutely cannot be refuted. What exactly is the gate of the deceptive nation? Su Chen scratched his head, curiosity piqued. Perhaps, deep down, every good student harbors a rebellious spirit eager to stir. Chen Xianyi set down his wineglass, put down his chopsticks, wiped his lips, and slowly gazed at the young man before him. It involves a taboo topic in the academic circle that has persisted for 3 years, a secret that all official entities around the world are trying to cover up. But unfortunately, the area of the deceptive zone is gradually expanding, and the bizarre disasters are intensifying. It can no longer be concealed. The sword immortal pinched his brow in frustration. I only know one thing: when it is made public in the future, it will undoubtedly cause widespread panic. As a scholar, old Jiao should know more about the gate of the deceptive nation than I do. Chen Xianyi shot a glance at his old friend. I'm not good with words and might misdescribe it. If I make a mistake, your prized student might encounter a bizarre entity and easily meet a tragic end. It's better if you explain it yourself. Sigh, fine. Anyway, the existence of bizarre entities can no longer be hidden. Jiao Renjie sighed dejectedly. Within 6 months, all governments around the world will reveal their secrets. In that case, let me give you a brief overview of the information so you won't be completely clueless when you accidentally stumble into a disaster zone. Ahem. Clearing his throat, Jiao Renjie began to speak to the attentive audience. In the African savannah, what fate awaits a young elephant that strays from its herd out of curiosity? First, the fiercest lion pride will swarm in, trying to feast on the little elephant. That is the abyssal demon clan that covets our planet. Jiao Renjie sighed. But are the lions the only ones eyeing the young elephant? Next, hyena packs will also want to share in the spoils after the lions have had their fill. After the hyenas feast, the scavenging vultures will arrive, followed by decomposers like dung beetles and E. coli. Jiao Renjie's expression turned serious. The portals from the abyss have left our planet riddled with wounds, losing all defenses. Thus, hunters from other worlds are also setting their sights on us. The demons come from the abyssal gate, while the bizarre entities come from the gate of the deceptive nation. Jiao Renjie said solemnly. Bizarre entities are very unique. They are neither alive nor dead. Even if you shatter them into pieces, they can always come back time and again, seemingly impervious to any means of destruction, only able to be suppressed by sealing techniques. They represent a completely different kind of strange power system compared to our universal job change system and the devouring system of the abyssal demons. Jiao Renjie sighed, clearly troubled. Isn't that like the vengeful spirits in horror movies? Su Chen immediately made the connection. Of course, it's different. Principal Jiao shook his head vigorously. The ghosts in horror movies are merely fairy tales for adults. I can't be bothered to watch them, nor would I be scared. Being rated at least PG-13, or even R, and possibly classified as forbidden for those under 18, is a fairy tale in your eyes? A principal exclaimed in astonishment. Jiao Renjie nodded as if it were obvious. Exactly. Think about the prototypes of those ancient horror stories, like strange tales from a Chinese studio. They basically revolve around an honest person who was bullied, only to transform into a vengeful spirit after death, seeking revenge on heartless individuals, big landlords, corrupt officials, and the like. Normally, for an ordinary person at the bottom of society to seek revenge on those in high positions, how much effort would they need to climb up, and how many days and nights of endurance must they endure? Jiao Renjie scoffed. But in horror stories, all it takes is a white silk to hang oneself from the eaves, and one can gain superpowers, becoming an unmatched vengeful spirit. Isn't that just an ancient version of a superhero story? In short, it's merely a fairy tale embodying the most beautiful desire for rebellion. The crowd exchanged glances. Insightful. Mayor Chen Xuani gave a thumbs up. Lu Yuan scratched his head. Then, what's the difference between strange entities and ghostly beings? What they possess is neither a spirit nor can they be harmed by garlic, peachwood swords, black dog blood, or talismans. Upon mentioning strange entities, Principal Jiao Renjie once again wore a serious expression. There were 6th-tier professionals who used the divine art, holy light, illuminates, attempting to purify them, yet these beings were completely unharmed. Logically, any evil creature should receive double damage from holy light attributes. There was also a hidden summoner profession, necromancer, that tried to use soul summoning on strange entities, but the result, sigh. Jiao Renjie wore an expression that was hard to describe. Su Chen, as a summoner, naturally had considerable research on hidden professions of the same type. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, soul summoning can call forth unclaimed necromantic beings as temporary servants, yet it's ineffective against strange entities? Yes, completely ineffective. The necromancer's offense only angered the strange entity which possessed him, leading him to jump off a building in front of everyone the next day. Although this incident was classified as
Suicide. All researchers had seen his psychological evaluation report, perfectly healthy, with no signs of a suicidal person. Jiao Renjie sighed deeply. Later, many scholars risked their lives to study them, and they also met with bizarre deaths.
So what now? Isn't it unsolvable? Su Chen looked shocked. If so many high-level professionals and
top scholars were helpless against strange entities, it would be a disaster more terrifying than an abyss invasion.
Just thinking about the possibility of encountering
them at any moment and dying a horrific death made Su Chen instinctively shudder.
No need to panic too much.
Mayor Chen Xuani, however, was casually picking his teeth. Smiling faintly. In simple terms, strange entities are not in the same power system as us, so there are no effective solutions.
It's like a three-dimensional bullet. Cannot harm a two-dimensional being, or a higher-dimensional four-dimensional creature.
However, sealing techniques can imprison strange entities within certain objects.
That is cutting-edge high-end academic research, which we low-level scholars in the impoverished northern Liang region are currently unqualified to access.
Jiao Renjie. Su Chen, you are already aware of the terror of strange entities, and the gate of the strange nation is the passage linking our world to theirs. Therefore, I absolutely do not agree with you recklessly venturing inside. Although that dark gold magic ring given to you by that old man Chen Xuani is valuable, it is not worth a talented summoner risking their life. Su Chen, however, shrugged nonchalantly. Sorry, Principal Jiao, but my
decision might disappoint you.
You? Jiao Renjie was alarmed. He did not want to see his proud student perish in the gate of the strange nation. We professionals have always faced the abyss, combating various incredibly powerful demons. In my opinion, strange objects are nothing more than more
powerful high-level demons.
He shook his head. To obtain the powerful dark gold equipment, the Hydra emblem, a group of 6th-tier professionals
needs to team up to confront the demigod-level Hydra, Udila.
Therefore, its value is worth my trip to the gate of the strange nation. It's worth
betting my life on.
Very good.
I like this kind of young genius. Mayor Chen Xuani showed a satisfied expression. Rest assured, all the
research organizations around the world are working tirelessly on the gate of the strange nation.
By the time you grow strong enough to venture into
the gate, who knows, we might have already deciphered the secret of the immortality of strange objects. What Su Chen was thinking, however, was, I have the godly rich system which can customize the golden attributes of summoned objects.
At worst, I can get some attributes like strange revival or strange arrival to bestow upon my summons. At that time, even if they are strange objects, can't they kill each other? After eating and
drinking to his satisfaction, Su Chen left the cafeteria contentedly, put on his mask and returned to his dormitory to rest. But as he fumbled for his access card, his fingertips brushed against a business card. It was none other than the alluring secretary Zhao Muyu, who had once been at odds with him but later adopted a much lower profile, even going so far as to reveal her deep, alluring chest when apologizing. The card still carried a hint of her high-end perfume, with a fresh bass note. Su Chen only glanced at it, but his expression suddenly froze, for he discovered a line of elegant small characters on the card. I have clues about the summoner's exclusive artifact, Portable World.
We can discuss it in person or with a small knife.
If you're interested, please contact your sister. Next to it was a pink lip print, shimmering with a mesmerizing sheen under the
streetlight. His first reaction was, could it be a trap? Is it a beauty trap from the Iron Blood Alliance? Did Shin Zimo want her to test her skills?
Perhaps he could turn the tables and probe her depths.
But some scams, despite being crude, often succeed because their temptations are too great.
Although Su Chen did not trust Zhao Muyu, his eyes seemed glued to the 4 characters Portable World.
As a summoner, who wouldn't want a portable world?
It should be noted that ordinary summoners, like Su Chen now, have extremely limited summoning beast spaces.
Currently, Su Chen
only has 3, although he will gain more with class changes and upgrades in the future. Normally, from 1st to 6th tier, it is impossible to
have more than 10 summoning beast spaces. The number of summoning beasts is the foundation of a summoner. Even if the quality of the summoning
beasts is somewhat poor, as long as the quantity is sufficient, it can still achieve the effect of many ants killing an elephant.
The infamous undead
Catastrophe had a vast summoning beast space, summoning an overwhelming army of bone dragons and a sea of skeletons with a wave of its hand. It is said that they possessed the artifact Portable World. Unfortunately, after the undead catastrophe vanished into the long river of history, this artifact also disappeared without a trace, most likely burned or shattered by the abyss demons.
In the active community of summoners, there is often
a saying, artifacts usually have a divine level suffix, indestructible.
They can only be dropped, stolen, or broken into fragments, but they can never be completely destroyed by demons.
Those fragments are destined to gather and reassemble over the long course of history, reforming into the
artifact's original body and reappearing in this world. Su Chen furrowed his brows tightly, quietly pondering, if Zhao Muyu didn't deceive me, and
the news about the artifact Portable World really leaked out, then this would be a tremendous opportunity. But shouldn't she sell it to Shin
Zimo? Could it be that the rumors about her resigning publicly are true? Su Chen learned from his friend Song Qingfan's embellished description
That Shin Zimo attributed all the credit for breaking through the demon fortress to his own profession card, and he even swore that it was a hidden, high-level summoner profession card. After a moment of thought, Chen understood the reason behind Jiao Muyu's angry resignation. She didn't want to be the scapegoat. That profession card was something Chen had snatched away at a high price of 20 million right in front of Jiao Muyu and Shen Zimo. This meant that if Shen Zimo was telling the truth, then Jiao Muyu was the primary responsible party. As a professional secretary and manager, Jiao Muyu was merely working for the Iron Blood Alliance. They had an employer-employee relationship. If Jiao Muyu really made the low-level mistake of mistaking a high-level profession card for a regular one, her reputation would be ruined and no one would hire her in the future. Therefore, she absolutely refused to take the blame as it concerned her future career. However, she couldn't afford to offend the future heir of the Iron Blood Alliance, so Jiao Muyu had no choice but to resign. Jiao Muyu probably isn't using her charm to manipulate anyone. This piece of information couldn't possibly be a bait released by the Iron Blood Alliance, Chen concluded. Although he didn't know much about the Iron Blood Alliance or Jiao Muyu, after 3 years of being classmates, he understood Shen Zimo very well. This guy was extremely arrogant, vengeful, and particularly harsh and ungrateful. Shifting his failures onto his secretary was perfectly in line with his character. Chen no longer hesitated and dialed Jiao Muyu's number. An hour later, Chen, wearing ordinary sunglasses and a medical mask, pretending to be a severe cold patient, and Jiao Muyu, sporting flashy sunglasses and a trendy golden mask, pretending to be a street celebrity, sat together in a private room of an internet cafe at the school gate. Hee, we look quite like a little couple, Jiao Muyu said, handing him a cup of oolong peach milk tea. Sipping it casually, she asked, has the Iron Blood Alliance caused you any trouble yet? Oh, we have no grievances or grudges. Why would they create trouble for me? Chen frowned, probing. Jiao Muyu smiled, you should know Shen Zimo, and I know his father, Shen Jinghong. They share a vengeful nature, and they are equally ruthless. You may not harbor much hostility towards them, but in Shen Jinghong's mind, he has already taken action against you, convinced that you will definitely retaliate in the future. Therefore, eliminating you in the cradle to solve all troubles once and for all is his style. He has taken action against me? Chen was taken aback. Yes, to prevent you from rising in the future and avenging his good son, Shen Jinghong personally intervened and snatched away the special admission quota to the top military academy in Longwa that was meant for you. Jiao Muyu said with a half-smile, there's an old saying in our Longwa's old times, blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. Taking away your path to advancement is no less than a blood feud of family proportions. Chen forced to smile and sighed. It was truly a case of trouble coming from nowhere. First, Shen Zimo presumptuously speculated that his unremarkable summoner profession was actually a hidden special profession. Then Shen Jinghong mistakenly believed that Chen harbored resentment against his son, leading to a situation where they were at odds. Consequently, Shen Jinghong took it upon himself to seize the special admission quota to the military academy that Chen didn't even particularly care about. In the end, Shen Jinghong assumed that Chen would definitely be furious about this, and they had become enemies as if blocking someone's path to wealth was akin to a deep-seated hatred. Who can withstand this kind of presumptuous expectation and self-inflicted damage? Chen sipped his milk tea in frustration, looking at the stunning secretary with the desperation of someone drowning seeking a last straw. Do you think I can reconcile with Shen Jinghong? I can apologize. Yes. Jiao Muyu smiled lightly, ruthlessly shattering his hopes. Based on my understanding of Shen Jinghong, he must think you are just pretending to be weak, actually feeling very unconvinced inside, merely trying to buy some time for leveling up. When the day comes that you also become a 6th-tier professional, he will definitely return the hidden hatred tenfold. Chen, this should just be your imagination, right? He was somewhat skeptical. Is Shen Jinghong really that extreme? Unfortunately, in the Iron Blood Alliance, his nickname is Mad Warrior Shen Jinghong, which perfectly matches his hidden profession, Wild Warrior. Jiao Muyu said, you are an academic, you should have read a truth. There are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Chen could only sigh deeply, finally shaking off his gloom, revealing a fierce look like a rolling knife. Fine. If Shen Jinghong keeps pestering me, then I, am not someone to be trifled with. This guy is simply bullying me to the extreme. Does he really think I'm made of soft clay? Very good, I like your spirit, Jiao Muyu said, chewing on a macaron, offering her suggestion. You don't need to panic, because right now you have received special attention from the 3rd Military Academy of the Dragon Kingdom, Yanhuang Military Academy. Vice Principal Chu Tianqi has even given you a special recruitment slot. Moreover, Mayor Chen Xianyi has also informed everyone, publicly expressing that he has high hopes for you. Such a statement is enough to make Shen Jinghong wary. Not to mention, your live stream of conquering the Demon Fortress dungeon is globally renowned and extremely popular. This means that before the netizens forget you, you are a big internet celebrity. Every move you make is under scrutiny. After all, the Iron Blood Alliance is an officially registered organization, and Shen Jinghong wouldn't dare to act recklessly against you in this situation.
Chen nodded, exhaling a long breath. That's true. Whether in the old era or the era of universal job changes, the death of a big internet celebrity will bring about extremely high exposure, making it hard for Shin Jinghong to escape responsibility. Confirming that he was temporarily safe, Chen felt a strong motivation to level up. To survive under a 6th-tier wild warrior, he at least needed to be a 5th-tier summoner. How much are you selling? The information about the artifact, world in a pocket? How can I prove the authenticity of the news? Chen asked thoughtfully. I witnessed the grandeur of your global livestream yesterday, Jiau said with a particularly cheerful smile. So, those rows of rewards were indeed generous, making this girl almost want to pay you back. Chen's heart skipped a beat, his face stiffening as he said, that global livestream requires international taxation, so I actually didn't get much money. I'm a master's student in international finance, Jiau said, her lips curling into a charming smile. I know more about taxes and international settlements than you, right? Bad man, always thinking of taking advantage of others. Chen looked at the enchanting beauty radiating charm before him, swallowing hard, instinctively clutching his lifeline. You, don't come over. Yes, that lifeline, his bank card. One price, 100 million. Jiau lazily offered a very precise price. In her view, Chen had made a substantial profit from this livestream, and he must be at his highest spirits, bound to have ambitions regarding the artifact's information. No summoner could resist the temptation of world in a pocket. After all, it meant an infinitely large summoning space, which signifies an infinite number of vast summoned beasts. Qualitative change can arise from quantitative change. Jiau continued to persuade with a charming smile. The current price to buy a summoned skeleton is about 5,000 cash. If you spend a little money to buy 10,000, you can store them all in the world in a pocket. When encountering any enemies at that time, just throw them out without a second thought. It can be said to be invincible at the same level. Chen curled his lips. I don't need it. I'm also invincible at the same level. However, he recalled the expenditure required by the godly rich system, 120 million. Spending this amount would allow him to obtain a legendary golden attribute. Therefore, Chen simply waved his hand generously. Alright, it's a deal. I really do need to spend this money. Jiau Yu was taken aback, somewhat confused about what he meant by really need to spend this money. Wasn't the word spend a bit excessive? But Chen had already signaled her to provide her bank account number and to prepare an electronic contract herself. Don't we need a notary? Jiau asked curiously. After all, this involves a business deal of 100 million. What if I really trick you with false information, and once I get the money, I just escape abroad? Wouldn't that be a wasted effort? Chen rolled his eyes. The money will definitely be transferred to the official platform of Long Country first, not directly into your account. Once I confirm the authenticity of the information, the 100 million will be paid to you in installments from the official platform. I'm not some naive virgin who loses his mind at the sight of a beautiful woman and doesn't understand basic anti-fraud knowledge. Alright, that sounds reasonable. Jiau was confident in her information and believed the official platform was reliable, so she printed 3 copies of the electronic contract and both parties signed. Here, 1 for you, 1 for me, and 1 to be sent to the official platform. Jiau was very efficient, quickly handling all the contracts, and then sat up straight to tell him about the information. The artifact, world in your pocket, was once the possession of the Lord of the Undead Calamity. After the martyr fell, this artifact was torn apart by demons and secretly sealed away. In order to prevent high-level summoners like the Lord of the Undead Calamity from obtaining it, they maliciously sealed the fragments of the artifact in a low-intensity abyss battlefield. Chen was taken aback, his expression changing slightly. Is it really in that low-intensity abyss battlefield? The forbidden zone only allowed for novice practitioners below level 20? Chen suddenly realized, no wonder the artifact, world in your pocket, hadn't appeared for so long, as if it had vanished without a trace. It turned out its fragments were sealed in that cursed place. The abyss battlefield was a special area where human practitioners and abyssal monsters fought fiercely. However, practitioners from level 1 to 6 had vastly different strengths and could not possibly fight in the same abyss battlefield. Thus, the abyss battlefield was divided into 7 tiers, 6 tier abyss battlefield, 5 tier abyss battlefield, 4 tier, 3 tier, 2 tier, 1 tier, and the low intensity abyss battlefield, designated for untransformed novices. This can be understood from a gaming perspective, similar to how many esports games have ranked tiers divided into bronze, black iron, silver, gold, etc. However, not long after the Abyss invasion, the low-intensity Abyss battlefield was legally abolished and the state no longer recommended untransformed individuals to enter. The reason was simple: most novice practitioners below level 1 were minors. How could these children be allowed to fight against monsters right after they transformed? Humans are different from monsters. The killing instincts and innate skills of monsters are ingrained in their DNA at the genetic level, something they are born with. The combat power of human practitioners, however, needs to be learned from school, honed through dungeons, and gained from equipment. Therefore, the decisions of governments worldwide
were undoubtedly wise. Humans gave up the benefits of the low-intensity Abyss battlefield but preserved their strength, taking the initiative in the various Abyss battlefields from level 1 to 6. This could also be considered another form of a strategic race. So, Chen squinted his eyes. I need to step into the low-intensity Abyss battlefield before I change jobs and find the fragments of the artifact world in my pocket? In fact, he had just received the Abyss battlefield pass number 037 signed by Mayor Chen at the celebration banquet that had just ended. Even without clues about the artifact, he was prepared to go to the battlefield to kill monsters and level up, aiming to reach level 20 as soon as possible. Bingo! Jiao Muyu snapped her fingers and said seriously, the revival of an artifact is usually a very complicated and high-difficulty series of tasks, with each link dependent on the previous one. The information I have indicates that when a summoner kills 1,000 monsters in the low-intensity Abyss battlefield, they will trigger the artifact revival task. However, I do not know the details of the task. Jiao Muyu sighed lightly. After all, the conditions to trigger the task are too harsh. That's 1,000 kills. The monsters in the low-intensity Abyss battlefield mostly range from level 10 to 20. If Chen were just an ordinary level 10 summoner, then not to mention achieving 1,000 kills, even getting a 10-kill streak would be extremely difficult. This is not a simple mowing grass game. One must remember a fundamental logic. If a person is killed, they will die. Yes, the low-intensity Abyss battlefield is reality. It is not a dungeon. It is not a dungeon. It is not a dungeon. All beings that enter, whether human or monster, have only one life. The reason Chen could leisurely livestream clearing the demon fortress is that it was a dungeon. Even if he lost, he could return intact and try again next time. Therefore, he could approach everything with a relaxed mindset as if it were a game. Is this the difficulty of obtaining an artifact? Chen sighed, but it ignited his fighting spirit. But for me, the difficulty is just right. Jiao Muyu smiled gently. That's right, with your legendary level summon beast, you can definitely walk through the low-intensity battlefield with ease. This task is undoubtedly tailored for summoners like you. For other professions, no matter how strong their talent, achieving 1,000 kills in the low-intensity Abyss battlefield would be a pipe dream. Because they are ultimately mere mortals, they will tire, exhaust their mana, and lose health. The monsters know how to ambush, set traps, and gather into a tide of monsters, launching a full-scale attack. Not to mention, even if 1,000 monsters stood still and let them attack, ordinary professionals wouldn't have enough weapon durability. Swords would dull and chip against the bones of the monsters. Staves would run out of power and need to be re-enchanted. That's why it is a task exclusive to summoners. Summoners can leverage the vast number of monsters on the battlefield to summon an infinite number of skeletons, thus using the skeleton army tactic to push through the Abyss battlefield, achieving a qualitative change with absolute numerical superiority. Here, I prepared the skill book for you. Consider it a small gift from our big business. Jiao Muyu thoughtfully handed him a skill book. Skeleton summoning technique, class restriction, summoner. If you change jobs to necromancer, all skeleton soldier attacks plus 50%, health plus 50. Effect, summons a skeleton soldier from a corpse. The type of skeleton soldier depends on the corpse type, which can be a melee skeleton warrior, a ranged skeleton archer, or a casting skeleton mage. Oh, thank you, sister. Jiao Muyu. Chen's heart blossomed with joy because the market price for this skeleton summoning technique is over 200,000, and now he got it for free from her, which felt really great. Hee hee, such sweet words, senior sister really likes it. Jiao Muyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at him, and she suggested again, I say, why not hire me as your agent? After all, I'm currently unemployed, and you, as a big internet celebrity, can't be a lone wolf, right? You don't even have a little assistant. Why choose me? Chen was taken aback. With your senior's abilities and about to gain 100 million in capital, you could easily start your own business, right? Why bother working for someone else? Jiao Muyu, however, retorted angrily. Start my own business? In an era where professionals reign supreme, where is the space for ordinary people to start their own ventures? Do you think I want to work in that wretched place, the Iron Blood Alliance? That old thief Shen Jinghong keeps stealing. Glances at my beautiful legs with his lecherous eyes, and even though he has a wife, he still dares to think, if there's work, the secretary does it. If not, the secretary does it too. I know the filth in his heart, but I can only endure. Fortunately, his mother Tiger is quite powerful, a 6th-tier professional with a strong family background, so Shen Jinghong doesn't dare to act recklessly and can only pretend to be a good man from the Gu family. Jiao Muyu sighed, strength is respected, that's the hidden creed of the era of universal job change. She gazed out the window, her eyes misty with tears. I also come from a small town. My parents contracted a barren mountain, and through hard work, they planted it full of fruit trees, diligently fertilizing and caring for them, ultimately reaping a bountiful harvest. Do you think they would welcome the final harvest? Jiao Muyu's lips curled into a beautiful yet cold arc. I witnessed it with my own eyes. 2 merchants came to our door. One was willing to offer a fair price to help us escape poverty. The other only offered 30% of the market price and wanted to buy all the seasonal fruits from our orchard.
My parents ultimately chose the latter because he was a shadow assassin, a 4th tier professional with the most part-time killers. That night, my petanin was disassembled into dog skin, dog meat, liver, entrails, blood, and intestines, all neatly packaged in plastic wrap and left at our doorstep. Chen fell silent. I actually miss the old days more. Jiau smiled sweetly, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. In that era, I could climb to the pinnacle of human power with my intellect, and the weak could be protected by the law. But now, we must be vassals of the strong to have a fair chance to compete with others. She looked at Chen, blinked her beautiful eyes, and extended her snow-white fingers, poking his chest. You are the man that the senior wants to be a vassal to. Ahem. Chen nearly spat out his oolong peach. Milk tea, senior, if you were to have a relationship with me now, I could easily report you for harassing a minor. Jiau laughed so hard that she trembled, a wave of attention-grabbing energy surging. She extended her right hand, cradling her fair face, and said with great interest, you seem a bit off. This year's national XP rankings clearly have kids driving big cars in first place, surpassing last year's NTR Minotaur. Chen suddenly became interested. Oh? I remember Shinzimo once had fantasies about you, and now you want to become my manager. Isn't that equivalent to me stealing his secretary's sister? His younger brother has committed a crime. Jiau chuckled in disbelief. Alright, Jiau, senior. After the teasing, Chen put away his playful demeanor and said seriously, if you really want to be my manager, we must maintain a serious relationship from the start. That way, when it comes to discussing salary and contracts in the future, we can be clean and clear, with no guilt on either side. Our cooperative relationship can also last long without affecting each other's personal space. He was not just a little boy easily toyed with by an older sister. He was a transmigrator, with a mature mindset and a long-term vision. Jiau looked at Chen in shock, suddenly realizing she couldn't see through the junior before her. Beneath his youthful appearance, there seemed to be a depth of understanding about the world, exuding the charm of a mature man. Chen smiled, taking the lead. The reason you want to be my manager must be because you know Miss Buffian from the Mystic Sanctuary has extended an olive branch to me. You know they will shelter me, so they come to take advantage of my protection, right? Jiau. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed, as if all her thoughts had been seen through. But you are right, we should indeed unite. Chen broke the awkwardness and said seriously, because we are both on Shen Jinghong's blacklist. And don't forget, that guy Shen Zmo is acting like he's possessed, insisting that you bought the wrong profession card. Although what he says is absurd. What if you die? No one can refute him, and his words will automatically become true. Jiao's pupils constricted. He really is the kind of person who could do such a thing. Shen Jinghong would also actively help his son erase this stain on his life, because his heir can never be a clown. Yes, as long as you are alive, Shen Zmo will always be the clown. Only when you are dead can their maneuvering space become limitless, allowing Shen Zmo to become a tall, upright, perfect heir. Chen sneered lightly. For example, adding a check sign with my name to your belongings. For example, accidentally discovering a diary you wrote containing a series of evidence that you had already sided with me. All of these could easily prove that Shen Zmo didn't lie. Jiau stood up and formally extended her hand. Let's get to know each other again. I am Jiau. Please take care of me. I am a multi-million follower internet celebrity, the world record holder of the Demon Fortress, a third-class hero medal holder of Long Country, tall and handsome, the prince of a million girls' dreams, Chen, the handsome guy who will become the summoning king in the future. Jiau. Their hands clasped together. Chen instinctively squeezed, and indeed it was fragrant and soft. He couldn't be blamed. After all, it was the first time in over a decade of crossing over that he shook hands with such a stunning beauty, and at his age, it was also the peak of male hormone secretion. Jiau chuckled. Just now you spoke with righteous indignation, but your body is quite honest, Junior. After saying that, she also hooked her pinky into Chen's palm. Chen was almost straightened up by her teasing, and he lost his composure. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Since you are willing to let me be your agent, first please allow me to present my career plan and my operational ideas for you. Jiau also put on a serious, cold expression. As far as I know, there is a low-intensity abyss battlefield on the outskirts of Beiliang City, numbered 037, where there is also an electronic signal. So, your second live broadcast can be conducted there. With exposure, the Iron Blood Alliance won't dare to act rashly. Your live broadcast is your lifeline. We can fully promote this matter grandly, letting global viewers escort you. Jiau said. However, Chen shook his head and said seriously, no, let's change the promotional plan. I want you to spread the news that I am about to head to the low-intensity abyss battlefield, and let it reach the ears of the Iron Blood Alliance through secret channels. As for the live broadcast, we will start promoting it after I enter the battlefield, he said lightly. Jiau understood immediately. You want to fish for law enforcement? You want to trick Shen Jinghong into sending people to the abyss battlefield to hunt you, and then counterattack them? Chen smiled. The entry level for the low-intensity abyss battlefield is from level 1 to level 20, and I am currently only level 10. If you were Shin Jinghong, wouldn't you want to send some level 20 experts to crush this little bug? But level 20 professionals are really much stronger than level 10 professionals, Jiao Muyu said anxiously. Don't worry, the man you choose to be your vassal is very strong. Su Chen patted his chest. Jiao Muyu rolled her eyes, but my judgment of men is very poor. Don't forget, I once wanted to be a vassal of Shin Jinghong from the Iron Blood Alliance, and in the end, I treated him like a good uncle, but he wanted to be my bad uncle. Su Chen. Well, we should make full preparations. Jiao Muyu said solemnly, before coming here, I already offered a reward of 2 million to help you purchase the rare skill book, Skeleton Specialization. I added a 20% premium, so it should be acquired soon. But you'll need to reimburse me for this part. Su Chen simply transferred 20 million to her. Here, go register a private studio of mine, specifically responsible for operating my live streaming business. Use this money to handle my daily affairs. Just show me the bills every month. Su Chen trusted his people and sent the money directly. Of course, the reason for his generosity was purely to complete the task of the godly rich system. Sure enough, the godly rich system also notified him that the consumption task of 120 million had been completed. Successfully spent 120 million, 240 million has been refunded and received 1 legendary gold attribute. Next time to obtain a gold attribute, you need to spend 500 million. Friendly reminder, your spending must be used to enhance personal strength and cannot be squandered at will, otherwise the godly rich system will not double the refund. Su Chen temporarily suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. This 1 legendary gold attribute had been planned for a long time, and it finally arrived. Jiao Muyu was also very satisfied with Su Chen's generosity. Alright, Junior, it seems that global live streaming has made you a fortune. Don't worry, this low-intensity battlefield livestream will definitely be a big hit. After all, it's been many years since anyone at level 10 has ventured into the Abyss battlefield. We can do a series of live streams, dominating the Abyss battlefield from 0 foot. Jiao Muyu said excitedly, the fresh low-intensity Abyss battlefield, along with your overwhelming prowess, will surely create a brand new experience for global viewers. Plus, occasionally dealing with some assassins from the Iron Blood Alliance as a little embellishment for the livestream, I can only say the streaming effect will be maximized. Interesting, we can go with this plan. Su Chen also thought it was great, but his only concern was, I'm already level 10, can I still be considered starting from 0? Jiao Muyu shrugged, your first livestream was clearing the Demon Fortress. At that time, you were starting from 0 and that's enough. Alright then. After all, live streaming is just about providing entertainment and emotional value for the family. They shouldn't nitpick. Su Chen chuckled. Then, he directly tossed the pass for Abyss Battlefield number 037 in front of Jiao Muyu. Mayor Chen. Xianyi's signature was very clear, as those 3 characters exuded a strong aura of sword and fire, making it impossible to forge. Ah, this. Jiao Muyu stared at him in disbelief. Have you been playing dumb with me all along? You were actually planning to venture into the low-intensity Abyss Battlefield number 037 from the very beginning? The artifact information I sold you, was it useless? Her expression suddenly became extremely complicated. Then why did you agree so readily to give me 100 million? Were you trying to keep me? Su Chen smiled, it's just a coincidence. Besides, your artifact information is certainly worth that price, because normally I wouldn't be interested in monotonously killing 1,000 monsters. After all, I only need to level up from 10 to 20, and based on experience, about 700 monsters should be enough. Jiao Muyu showed a relieved smile, but then couldn't help feeling a bit shy. If that's the case, we really are on the same wavelength? Okay, time to get down to business, my dear senior. Alright, wait for my good news, my annoying junior. So, under Jiao Muyu's manipulation, a piece of information quickly flowed into the secret dark web. Iron Blood Alliance building. Shin Jinghong was scolding Shin Zimo, fool. They say a tiger doesn't father a dog. How did I end up with such a stupid son? Shin Zimo held his neck high. It is known, a tiger father has no dog son. It is also known, I am the dog son. Therefore, you are not a tiger father, but most likely a dog father. Shen Jinghong? Then, he rewarded his son with his favorite big slap, a big mouthful, and a big ear flick. Prove it to me again. Let me hear your reasoning. Shin Jinghong glared at Shin Zimo, still not satisfied. With a bruised face, Shin Zimo said, it is known, a kind father often spoils his son, a tiger father often has dog sons. It is also known, I am the dog son. Therefore, you are both a kind father and a tiger father. Woo woo. Mommy, I want to go home. At that moment, a message was sent to his phone. Shin Jinghong squinted his eyes and said softly, the Su Chen really knows how to stir things up. He must be infatuated with becoming an internet celebrity, wanting to maintain his live streaming account, so he decided to venture into the low-intensity Abyss battlefield. This piece of information was revealed when Su Chen was seeking to purchase the Skeleton Specialization skill book, and its credibility is extremely high. Moreover, he is offering a 20% premium, which clearly indicates urgency. This obscure skill book is most effective in the Abyss battlefield. Shin Zimo's eyes widened. This idea is great, father. We must stop him. If he really makes a fortune again, he might be able to earn enough resources to cultivate himself just from live streaming. By then, Chen might really become a force to be reckoned with. He has made a foolish mistake. Shen Jinghong sneered ominously. After all, he is just a naive boy. He has no idea how big the gap is between level 10 and level 20. That's a double attribute difference. Moreover, level 20 equipment completely crushes level 10 equipment. Shen Jinghong said lightly, I will immediately mobilize some level 20 professionals trained within the Iron Blood Alliance to jointly eliminate Chen. This will be our Iron Blood Alliance's home ground. In terms of direct combat, Chen, this rookie, is just a complete novice. How can he compete with the warriors trained by our Iron Blood Alliance? He said proudly. Exhaling deeply, this hidden danger can finally be eliminated. I thought it would be a thorn in my throat for a long time. 3 days later, the anonymous Chen met with the disguised Jiau Muyu at a small restaurant outside the 037 Abyss battlefield. The latter directly took out the purchased skeleton specialization and a protective talisman and handed it to him. Here, I did not fail you. The 20 million you gave me has been spent almost entirely, but it has been worth it. Ha, so fast? You really have a talent for spending money. Chen's eyes lit up, feeling that hiring her to work for him was like adding wings to a tiger. The god of wealth system needs people who are good at spending money. Jiao Muyu said irritably, when you mock me, can you say it with such sincerity every time? I didn't cheat you out of your money, just look at that talisman. Chen was taken aback and directly identified it. A look of joy instantly appeared on his face. Small talisman, skeleton research maniac, effect, skeleton summoning +1 level, skeleton specialization +1 level, slot, effective when placed in the backpack. Description, only one of the same type of talisman skill can be effective, cannot be stacked, although its effect is merely to provide levels for 2 low-level skills. Chen knew very well that the most precious aspect of this item is that it is effective when placed in the backpack. It does not occupy valuable accessory slots like necklaces or rings, and all additional effects are free. Moreover, the backpack can be expanded with money, potentially making it infinitely large. Awesome, senior sister. Chen gave a thumbs up, generously praising, if I can return safely from this trip, you will be credited. Jiao Mu. You blinked your beautiful eyes. If you can return safely, senior sister can give you your first kiss. Any small or large talismans that are useful to me as a summoner, feel free to purchase. Chen generously transferred half of the 240 million he received to Jiao Muyu as her startup capital. Jiao Muyu was genuinely a bit shocked. Did you really earn that much from your last live stream? Your disposable income is even more than Zhao Zimo's. No wonder you chose the rich man's exclusive profession, summoner. Chen waved his hand. Don't ask where the money comes from, just help me spend it. Anything that can enhance my strength, no need to haggle, just a one-price deal. As the owner of a godly wealth system, Chen wasn't short on money. Unfortunately, the system restricted spending to when he was enhancing his strength. Otherwise, he could have let Jiao Muyu use his money to dive into the stock and real estate markets and then lose it all, allowing him to easily double his profits. Alright then, your strength is the foundation of our live streaming career. Jiao Muyu nodded. In the recent few live streams, we should focus on building our popularity. Once our fan base stabilizes, we can start trying to sell products for profit. Chen waved his hand. Forget about exploding family members' gold coins. It's dirty money, not worth earning. Once my army of summoned creatures is formed, I can easily harvest a bunch of drops, materials, and equipment on the battlefield. We can auction them off in my live stream to make money. That works, after all, it's your live stream, I'll follow the boss. Although Jiao Muyu felt that selling products was the real profit, as an agent, she chose to unconditionally follow Chen's plan. The more she interacted with Chen, the more she felt he was mysterious and unpredictable, with countless hidden channels and energies. This was a super thick leg hidden in the Beiliang Academy, currently lying low, and Jiao Muyu had already made up her mind to attach herself to him. Moreover, he has a conscience, acts with principles, and even hesitates to cheat his fans, which means Chen will never turn against people like Shen Jinghong in the future, she thought to herself, particularly satisfied with her new boss. I'm off. I hope the assassins sent by the Iron Blood Alliance can create some thrilling livestream effects for me. Don't let me get too lonely. Chen stood up and bid farewell to Jiao Muyu. Be careful of assassinations, she shouted. Chen casually waved his hand. Don't worry, I prepared a super turtle shell for myself. No one can break through my defenses. Jiao Muyu? Next, Chen activated an AI drone equipped with an 8K resolution camera to assist him in his live stream. While debugging the drone, Chen sat cross-legged at the edge of the 037 Abyss battlefield. He first chose to learn the skeleton specialization skill book acquired by Jiao Muyu. Its effects were very straightforward and moderate. Summoned skeletons would have plus 10% attack, plus 10% defense, plus 10% magic resistance, plus 10% damage reduction, and plus 10% health. All enhancements only apply to skeleton-type summons. Essentially, all summoners who transition towards the necromancer class would max out the skeleton specialization skill.
Because among the skeleton-type summons, there were not only the osteoporosis-ridden skeleton warriors, the poorly aimed skeleton archers, and the skeleton mages who couldn't cast fireballs for ages, but also the infamous ultimate skeleton, the bone dragon. After that, Chen took a deep breath and summoned the confused Jiao fox, gently rubbing her fluffy tail. Little one, it's time to give you a legendary golden attribute. Chen closed his eyes, activating his scholarly memory, searching for those legendary golden attributes he had memorized thoroughly. The first thing that came to mind was the incredibly popular little fox girl Ping Ping from Black Myth Wukong. She would sweetly call out "Monkey Brother," melting the hearts of countless players. Thus, Chen almost gave her the golden attribute, curvy waist and round hips. But in the end, he still overcame his awkward soul. After all, there is a famous saying among summoners: a good summoner should not control their summoned beasts, at least not in a crude way. Chen executed the original plan, granting legendary attribute unlimited mana. Ding! Unlimited mana attribute granted successfully. Summon beast, Jiao fox, A, plus unlimited mana, legendary, equals three-tailed demon fox, epic. Chen took a deep breath, feeling quite satisfied. It actually broke through the legendary limit and successfully evolved to the epic level. It seems the little fox's potential is indeed terrifying. Turning his head, he looked up and down at the three-tailed demon fox. Finding that her appearance was not much different from before, she was still the adorable little fox. Only now she had two more tails, swaying in the wind. And her mana, due to the unlimited mana attribute, skyrocketed from the original 1000, 10th level, 100 base spirit to a staggering 10,000. Yes, this is the effect of the unlimited mana attribute, a tenfold increase in mana and a tenfold increase in mana recovery speed. Chen looked at that 10,000 mana, drooling at the corners of his mouth. Then he used a cheap skill book he bought online, Mana Sharing. This was a rather useless summoner skill book that he had purchased for 20,000 on a second-hand trading site. For a profession that always boasted of wealth, it could be considered a fire sale. Mana sharing, as the name suggests, allows the summoner to share mana with their summoned creatures. For an average summoner, mana is already scarce, and since the summoned creatures have low intelligence, their spirit attributes are naturally low, resulting in low mana as well. Thus, mana sharing can lead to an awkward situation. The second-to-last student in class makes progress, turning a single-minded approach into a deadlock. But with the help of the unlimited mana attribute, the little fox directly became Chen's super mana power bank. 10,000 points of mana freely squandered, inexhaustible. Chen's lips curled slightly as he glanced at his only legendary spell, Magic Shield. Whenever you take 1 point of damage, 1 point of mana will be consumed to negate it. I now essentially have a super meat shield with 10,000 health points. Even when teaming up, I can withstand much more than the MTs, main tank, primary defensive meat shields, main damage bearers, in the group. This was Chen's tactical system concept. He aimed to walk the strongest path of a summoner, one-man army. No need for a team, no need for support, no need for a meat shield. He could handle everything by himself. His summoned creature alone was like a legion of professionals. That was the path once walked by the legendary summoner, the undead cataclysm. And for all summoners, their greatest professional flaw was the fragile summoner body. They could be directly skull-crushed, kidney shot, backstabbed, and then hit with a blade dance, instantly killed by a combo of skills. They could also be instantly killed by mages unleashing skills like Mind Storm, Thunderstrike, Fiery Rain, etc., amidst a sea of enemies. In short, instantly killing the summoner body is the key to dealing with summoners. Countless graduation theses from professional academies are related to this, such as the wonderful use of barbaric charge, how high-level warriors can smash through summoned creatures blocking their path to instantly kill the summoner, essential makeup tips for summoners, how to skillfully disguise as a summoned creature to avoid assassination by assassin professionals, and so on. Chen's solution was to rely on Magic Shield, directly taking the path of a magic-based meat shield, turning the weakest fragile body into the strongest meat shield. Let's go, now I can rest easy. Safety index 5 stars. Chen strode towards the entrance of the 037 Abyss battlefield. Stop right there, no entry for idlers. 2 armed soldiers immediately frowned and intercepted Chen, glancing at the drone broadcasting above his head. One of them helplessly said, "Little brother, if you want to stream, it's better to find some thrills in haunted houses or ghost villages. Those places are scary but actually quite safe, perfect for fooling ignorant viewers. But the low-intensity Abyss battlefield can really be deadly." The other soldier, uninterested in small talk, coldly refused. "Only those with a pass are allowed to enter the 037 Abyss battlefield, huh?" The soldiers were taken aback because Chen had already pulled out the pass from his pocket. Mayor Chen Xuani's signature was very conspicuous and no one could forge it. "Let him through." The soldiers immediately stepped aside, reporting the matter upwards, but soon received feedback that it was in accordance with regulations. "What's going on?" One soldier couldn't help but complain. "Has Mayor Chen Xuani gone mad? Letting a student venture into the 037 battlefield? Doesn't he know the demons inside are extremely powerful? Hey, wait a minute, I found this student's stream.
Another soldier quickly located Su Chen's streaming room based on his drone. It wasn't hard to find. Jiau had paid to promote it, temporarily pinning it to the top, starting from 0 to dominate the Abyss battlefield. Learn, little brothers. Isn't this the genius summoner who live-streamed clearing the demon fortress a few days ago? The guarding soldier recognized Su Chen's identity inside, so it's a web celebrity with millions of fans. Coming to our 037 Abyss battlefield to experience life. TCH, even a web celebrity can be ripped apart by a terror claw demon. The Abyss battlefield is such a serious matter, and he's actually live-streaming it with a laugh. Another soldier snorted coldly. Not respecting the Abyss will lead to being devoured by it. I reckon he's going to fall in there. Just as they were chatting, another group of people arrived at the entrance of the Abyss battlefield. Stop right there, you must have a pass. The soldiers exchanged glances. The new batch of professionals all held passes. What's going on? After all the professionals entered the Abyss battlefield, the guarding soldiers looked at each other, a bit confused. Usually, there are hardly any willing to venture into the Abyss battlefield in a year, but today more than 10 came directly. Could it be that a new boss has emerged in the 037 Abyss battlefield? But our radar hasn't detected any strange energy fluctuations. The soldiers, looking at each other, completely couldn't understand today's bizarre events. However, those around the world who were following Su Chen's streaming room received a special notification. Ding dong. The streamer you follow, Su Chen, has started broadcasting. Would you like to watch? From all over the globe, from the 4 oceans to the 7 continents, people of various races noticed Su Chen's stream. Oh, it's that genius from the Dragon Kingdom who broke the world record for clearing the demon fortress. Has he come up with something fierce again? Oh my god, it's Ming Su, that yellow-skinned monkey. Is he trying to tackle a new dungeon again? He will be our country's great enemy for the next 20 years. We must be cautious, hurry and go. Watch. Su Chen GG is live. Everyone, quickly go give our little fresh meat streamer some popularity, send gifts. As the newly crowned popularity king, he received a lot of attention. Thus, all sorts of characters immediately gathered in Su Chen's streaming room. Under the drone's camera, Su Chen revealed a confident smile. Hi, all brothers and sisters, welcome to my teaching live stream. Although I'm only level 10, I think the way you've been tackling the Abyss battlefield in the past is really weak. Today, this expert will sweep through, crush, bloodbath, and dominate the Abyss battlefield. Let me teach you how to speedrun the Abyss battlefield with a glorious victory. Su Chen arrogantly gave a thumbs up, pointing at his own chest. Learn, little brothers. Welcome to the world's strongest technical live streaming room, and next, you will witness the rise of the strongest summoner. That's how live streaming works. No matter the circumstances, first, you have to blow your own trumpet. If you can achieve what you boast about, then that's truly impressive, and you can naturally maintain the persona of a technical streamer. If you can't do it and your viewers see through your bluster, then you'll look quite foolish, and you can shift to the clown streamer route, becoming an abstract comedic figure and still earn a fortune. In short, you have to boast. Without the eloquence of a debater and a bulletproof face, what kind of streamer can you be? Global viewers expressed their doubts. Dude, even though your level is only 10, your verbal skills are probably maxed out at level 6. Su Chen GG, if the apocalypse comes, can I hide in your mouth? That must be the sturdiest shelter. Sigh, it seems better to believe in the existence of the supernatural than to trust a man's mouth. The ant upstairs has now proven that the gates of the mysterious nation are open. After demons, the mysterious race has also landed on Blue Star. Su Chen had no time to chat with the bullet screen. He first summoned his signature 2 summoning beasts. The demigod quality Black Wukong made a strong entrance. The epic quality Little Fox made a grand appearance. Wow, monkey brother, you're even more powerful now. Welcome to Southeast Asia. This is your hometown filled with your disciples. Am I the only one who feels like the little fox has grown up? She's becoming more and more beautiful. Am I a fox control? The little fox, evolved from the Qingqiu fox into a 3-tailed demon fox, appeared increasingly adorable. Charming global viewers. What attracted the most attention was her novelty. The image of this 3-tailed demon fox had never appeared in this world, just like Black Wukong was making his debut. But the little fox is cute, while Black Wukong is a fierce monkey. The former is destined to crush the latter in popularity. Then, Su Chen had monkey brother use the hairy clone technique to summon the 13 protectors of Flower and Fruit Mountain, while he took out a basic skill book, lightning spell, from his backpack for the little fox to learn. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Su Chen stood at the first exit of the 037 Abyss battlefield, looking around. The exit was a tunnel, and what caught the eye was the towering mountains surrounding a basin, blocking all Abyss creatures from escaping into the hills. Su Chen took on the role of a scholar, smiling as he educated everyone. The 037 low-intensity Abyss battlefield is designed for new professionals from level 1 to 20 to hone their combat skills and face life and death battles. Originally, it was a rather prosperous ancient town, with a huge influx of tourists every year, thriving business. Unfortunately, a random Abyss portal refreshed in the town center.
That was a massive disaster. Most travelers and townsfolk were directly corroded by the abyss, becoming targets for the insect
demons to lay their eggs, quickly turning into parasitic humans.
Chen sighed. In that era, such tragedies were a numbing cliché on our planet, happening everywhere. Therefore, to prevent our
parents and children from suffering the abyss's torment, humanity must overcome the abyss.
This speech resonated with global professionals. Everyone grew up under the threat of the abyss, and
everyone was using their lives to fight against it. Countless bullet screens flooded the chat. Humanity will ultimately conquer the abyss. Heroic spirits live forever. The martyrs are immortal. Wow, even though you're in the lowest intensity abyss battlefield, it feels a bit passionate.
Chen pointed at the ring-shaped mountains and admired. Everyone, do you know how our dragon
Kingdom's strong warriors later sealed an ancient town with numerous paths, turning it into today's abyss battlefield number 037? The ring-shaped mountains seem to form a perfect ellipse, unlike natural terrain. Chen snapped his fingers. Bingo! This friend called CatDog got it right.
At that time, a god-level practitioner who surpassed the 6th rank cast the forbidden spell, Earthquake, shakes the mountains, and precisely controlled its range.
Centered on the ancient town, the area of the Dragon Kingdom within a 50-mile radius was covered under a terrifying earthquake. In
the end, that area sank 1,000 meters into the Earth's core, becoming a basin, and the demons, unable to climb the 1,000-meter cliffs, were trapped near the spatial rift of the portal, reproducing to this day, evolving into the abyss battlefield.
Chen sighed with longing. That god-level practitioner is the first god mage in our Dragon Kingdom's history. Grandma Jiau Yenji.
Her profession was civil and earth mage. It is said that before the abyss invasion, she was a struggling civil engineering graduate supervising workers at construction sites every day.
Wow! Civil engineers saving the world.
I always thought civil engineering was just for rough men who love local shops and big swords. I didn't know there were girls studying it too.
Civil engineers. Civil spirit.
It's a pity that nowadays, civil construction is mostly done by earth mages, and there's no longer the romantic sweat of mixing cement and the graceful speed of moving bricks.
Get lost. If you want to mix cement and move bricks, go do it yourself. Romantic my ass.
It's obvious you're just a spoiled brat. Don't come near.
Chen introduced the origins of Abyss Battlefield.
Number 037 to his viewers, then leaped directly from the 1,000-meter-high platform.
Ha! Live suicide?
All the viewers were dumbfounded.
The drone camera faithfully executed the program
to follow Chen, allowing everyone to feel the rapid descent intensely. When he was still nearly 100 meters from the ground, Chen casually said, "Monkey brother, 72 transformations.
Designated target, that demon." A burst of white mist enveloped him, and Black Wukong instantly transformed into a giant four-winged bat, carrying Chen and gliding towards the edge of the battlefield.
This summon creature is too versatile. It's a must-have for home and travel.
What's its name? I want to buy one too. At a glance, it's obvious you're a new fan, just started following the dog streamer, right?
It's called Wukong, nicknamed Monkey Brother, a mutated summoned beast, unique in the world.
Brothers, does anyone know if Black Wukong can transform into a beautiful girl? Can it specifically turn into the global superstar V Lilith?
Damn, V is a child star, only 9 years old this year.
Is there a cyber police here?
We have a beast from the copper
smelting industry.
May I ask if it's a supersized V transformed by Black Wukong, and I have relations with her, does that count as smelting? This is a legal gray area. A girl is still
a girl. According to the principle of presumption of innocence, who dares to arrest me? Chen's mouth twitched. Indeed, with birds flying high, there are all kinds of forests.
The viewers were
truly eccentric and could not be judged by common sense.
As he descended to the edge of the battlefield, a group of locally bred fire-breathing insect demons, along with a group of human-faced owl
demons that had wandered here from the Abyss Rift, caught the scent of human flesh.
There were about 20 of each, all the scale of an Abyss squad.
Run, streamer!
The viewers immediately broke into a sweat, as their levels were clear. They were all level 15, while Chen was a well-known fragile summoner, surrounded by a full 40 demons.
Chen scoffed, run?
In this handsome guise
dictionary, there is only battle. Just witness well. I will fight until madness, fight until the great path is obliterated, fight until all Abyss demons bow down in submission.
For the sake of the show, he forced himself to suppress his sense of shame and spoke in an extremely cringy tone. These words, spoken from the mouth of a vibrant and youthful boy, indeed had an outstanding live
broadcast effect. Wake up, streamer, stop watching those old-school passionate anime.
Sigh, tomorrow I'll report the anime, saying that foolish kids imitating it have led to deaths, so parents
can take it as a warning. Do you think that just because you're fired up, bursting with your little universe, chakra exploding, and awakening your conqueror's haki, you can deal with the abyss? Actually, can you?
The audience stared in disbelief as Black Wukong's 12 hair clones charged majestically at the fire-breathing insect demon, swinging their sticks. The insect demon's sturdy shell instantly caved in, brain matter splattering everywhere. It was a complete attribute crush. Meanwhile, the troublesome flying demon, the human-faced owl demon, also suffered a terrifying and devastating blow. The little fox cast a spell, throwing out a simple basic
lightning spell, lightning technique, which then instantly forked into 9 branching lightning strikes.
The electric net directly covered the human-faced owl demon, and although the damage was low due to it being a basic spell, the paralysis
effect of the lightning magic took effect.
The human-faced owl demons twitched and rolled down from the high sky, turning into a puddle of mush. Ha! After a few days, why can your little fox instantly cast a high-level spell? 9.
Branching exquisite lightning? What kind of demigod summoning beast is she? Is she stronger than Monkey King's bloodline? The viewers were completely dumbfounded. Nonsense. 9 branching lightning is a threshold that only 4th tier professionals can reach.
The viewers were in a flurry of discussions, all having their worldviews and understanding overturned by Su Chen.
The 9 branching exquisite lightning, which only a 4th tier lightning mage could master,
now appeared on a mere level 10 summoning beast.
How magical.
Su Chen smiled faintly. I told you, let you witness a miracle, learn well from me how to slay demons. Without some hidden skills, how can you solo speedrun the abyss?
Battlefield?
Su Chen smirked, not explaining further, just saying, learn, little brothers. Although in terms of age, I should call you older brothers and sisters, in the realm of skills, you're all younger siblings.
The viewers, they really couldn't refute that. This 9 branching exquisite lightning was indeed too advanced.
A 4th tier skill. According to statistics, only 2.7% of high-level professionals worldwide reach the 4th tier, while most people remain stuck at the 1st and 2nd tiers for life, then switch careers to logistics and production.
After all, not everyone has the
courage to face life and death, and working in production and support is also honorable, essential for the continuation of human civilization, nothing to be ashamed of.
But many well-informed high-level professionals quickly guessed the trick. As far as I know, there are some legendary level equipment that can come with the 9 branching lightning chain. Su Chen
just recently broke the world record for Demon Fortress, and with the first clear reward plus the record-breaking reward, he might have obtained a top-notch semi-artifact.
Sigh. Comparing people just makes one mad.
When I was level 10, I could only wear a small inherited dark gold set, all because my unambitious parents didn't work hard, causing me to lose at the
starting line.
Upstairs, what a filial son you are. I think you can use military boxing on your old man at home and smash their gold coins hard.
Ha!
Being able to wear a dark gold
set at level 10 is already top tier, okay? They're just low-key flaunting their wealth and you think they're a filial son?
Su Chen didn't explain. This dark gold Hydra emblem was personally awarded by Mayor Chen Xuani,
and this was not a gift.
All the unseen benefits come at a cost. He would have to step into the terrifying and unpredictable gate of the Eerie country in the future to repay this kindness from Chen Xuani. Su Chen overdrawn his future to obtain it, naturally making its power exceptional. Next, Su Chen began his tedious grass-cutting journey. The 13 protectors of Waguashan surrounded Su Chen like an iron barrel formation, and any demon that approached would be struck dead with a single blow, leaving the viewers in awe of Monkey King's high attributes. Meanwhile, the little fox descended like the king of thunder, unleashing an infinite barrage of 9 linked forked lightning, creating a vast electric net that turned the battlefield into daylight, endlessly shocking the monsters, leaving them crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, exuding a rich aroma.
Su Chen
swallowed inside. Friends, the electric roasted demon smells so good, I'm getting a bit tempted.
By the way, has anyone here tried demon meat? Is it delicious? Is it crunchy? I really want to give it a try.
Try it and you'll be done for, a nutritionist joked. Demons contain a massive amount of abyssal elements that can easily corrode your mind.
If you eat it, you'll probably turn into an old pervert right away.
Su Chen replied seriously. Some friends slander me saying I'll become an old pervert. I must clarify, I am not old.
Pooh ha ha. Many people were closely watching Su Chen's livestream.
Principal Jiau Renjia had specially set up a focus on Su Chen's streaming room. Therefore, as soon as he started broadcasting, Jiau Renjia immediately lurked in.
Because Su Chen had just broken the record for the Demon Fortress Bailion Academy,
received many special scholarships, and some applications for campus renovations were quickly approved, earning special commendations from higher-ups. It can be said that Principal Jiau Renjia was basking in glory, all thanks to Su Chen, who had already been promoted to his beloved disciple. In his heart, although Principal Jiau Renjia had never taught Su Chen a single class, did that stop him from considering Su Chen as his closed-door
disciple? Anyway, the other teachers dared not compete for this honor.
You little rascal, you're indeed impressive, Jiau Renjia said, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Just then, a girl with bright eyes and white teeth bounced into his office.
Grandpa, Yanhuang Military Academy is on break. I brought you your favorite mutated beast bone wine. I'm back to see you.
The stunning girl exuded an eye-catching charm, with a fair face and long, straight legs. Dressed in hot pants and a short shirt, she showcased her beautiful figure, embodying both purity and desire.
She was none other than Jiau
Shuriying, the campus belle of Yanhuang Military Academy.
Oh, Ying is here. How's life at the military academy? Are you receiving a pile of love letters every day? Any that caught your heart?
Grandpa supports you in early romance. Get married and have kids as soon as possible, ideally 7 at once. The rather traditional Jiau Renjia immediately urged marriage.
Jiao Shuriying's delicate face instantly fell. Old fossil, I'm taking back the bone wine, I'll just give it to Grandpa instead. Oh, come on, Jiao Renjie said awkwardly. As the old and young engaged in tactical banter, Jiao Shuriying turned her head and saw Su Chen's livestream, instantly surprised. Aren't you usually only watching online academic conferences? Why are you stylishly watching young people's live streams now? Oh, it's a novice summoner stream? You're at least a 4th-tier professional, is this out of curiosity? Having already advanced to a 1st-tier professional, Jiao Shuriying naturally lacked interest in novice summoners. But 0.1 seconds later, she covered her mouth in shock. Frozen, 9-linked exquisite lightning? Are the younger students all monsters now? Seeing this, Jiao Renjie thought, a girl 3 years older than him is worth her weight in gold, especially since our Ying is only 1 year older than Su Chen and is a senior. Bell, that kid must be drooling. So, he cleared his throat. This is my proud student, the exceptionally talented summoner Su Chen. He recently broke the record for the Demon Fortress and received a special invitation from your military academy. He will soon become your junior. How about I arrange a blind date for you two? Jiao Shuriying's face immediately fell again. Are you never going to stop? I'm going home. Cough, then let's not mention it. Come watch the live stream with Grandpa. Su Chen is sweeping through the low abyss battlefield right now, Jiao Renjie quickly said. At this moment, Jiao Shuriying became interested. In the terrifying abyss battlefield, countless professionals fall every year, yet this Su Chen can sweep through? At the headquarters of the Iron Blood Alliance, Shen Jinghong summoned intern Shen Zimo to his office and gestured towards the wall-mounted LCD screen. Look, your lifelong rival is at it again with high-intensity antics. Shen Zimo focused and immediately gritted his teeth. Su Chen, his sea-level macaque has actually mutated into this terrifying beast, and even a weak fox can unleash 9 consecutive lightning strikes. This must be thanks to a special profession card. It's all the Jiamuyu's fault for being so foolish. Otherwise, I would be the one enjoying all the glory and obtaining a hidden profession. Shen Zimo was clearly a bit deranged. Shen Jinghong, however, did not expose his delusions but calmly said, very well. The heir of the Iron Blood Alliance must not be a failure. You can blame the former secretary, but remember, you must never back down. We, the ones in power, must spare no effort to defend our authority. Just like in ancient times, the emperor is always right. It's the treacherous ministers who execute poorly. I'm not shifting the blame, Shen Zimo said anxiously. It's really her fault. It must be a mistake. Why is Su Chen stronger than me? Your acting skills are so superb that I can't even detect the flaws in your micro-expressions. Shen Jinghong nodded in approval. Shen Zimo, once our assassin takes care of Su Chen, a dead man can never refute you. At that time, you can rest easy. This 6th-tier wild warrior of the Iron Blood Alliance took out a bottle of crimson blood wine from his drawer, leisurely watching the live broadcast, and curled his lip. No matter how strong the summoned creature is, it still needs the summoner to command it. But unfortunately, summoners are ultimately just fragile magic-type professionals who can only wear cloth armor. Battle-hardened Shen Jinghong had personally taken the heads of countless summoners. He looked down on the fragile magic-type professionals, especially those reclusive summoners who always advocated for one person as an army and refused to team up with others. Calm down, the assassin is about to make a dazzling appearance, giving Su Chen a little bit of a shocking instant kill, Shen Jinghong said leisurely, filled with anticipation. Shen Zimo nodded like a chick pecking at rice, a glint of sinister delight flashing in his eyes, unable to help but think, in the ivory tower of campus, you are indeed a top student. But once you step into society, Su Chen, what do you have to compete with me? You give it your all? I rely on my father. Competing with your dad won't kill you, you rural bumpkin. In the Mystery Sanctuary, in the landmark building, the 99-story Crimson Dome, Bufian was holding the arm of a beautiful woman, pouting and pleading, Mom, I want to invite that person who is receiving S-level treatment in the Mystery Sanctuary. He's currently live streaming, and he's a super summoner with limitless potential. Why don't you watch the live stream with me? You'll definitely change your mind. When you recruited my dad, didn't you also handle it specially? I want to follow your decisive example. Bufian pleaded softly, her face full of anxiety. She thought her parents would definitely support her special recruitment of Su Chen 100%. She had even promised conditions. But unexpectedly, her mother, Wu Mengxi, flatly refused, stating that the Mystery Sanctuary was not lacking in talent at the moment, and the organizational structure was already perfect, so there was no need to recruit unfamiliar professionals. Su Chen is truly a super potential stock, Bufian earnestly recommended. Mom, I witnessed him transform from an ordinary poor student, breaking the record of the Demon Fortress, becoming a $1 million internet celebrity, and overnight turning from a carp into a dragon. He has already accepted my invitation. As long as you give a nod and grant S-level treatment, our Mystery Sanctuary can win in the future. Wu Mengxi rubbed the crow's feet at her temples and asked indifferently, what does your father think? He said that the personnel management of the Mystery Sanctuary is entirely up to you, and he won't interfere. Bufian felt quite frustrated. What she thought would be an easy matter turned out to be as difficult as climbing to the sky. What she didn't know was that the more eager she appeared, the more vigilant Wu Mingxi became towards Su Chen. In fact, Wu Mingxi had already selected a perfect marriage alliance for Bufian, one that would ensure her a worry-free life and access to top-tier professional resources, which was the best path. In Wu Mingxi's eyes, the appearance of Su Chen, however, was a black swan event. Wu Mingxi feared the emergence of a cliché story of a rich girl falling for a poor boy, which would ruin the happiness she had arranged for her daughter. We really don't need a summoner, Wu Mingxi said patiently. If you sign some kind of recruitment agreement with Su Chen, I can help you cancel it. We will pay the original price for the contract termination. Compensation. But, Bufian's eyes brimmed with tears. Mother, you once went to great lengths to recruit my father, who had the hidden profession of a Jura demon stab, even marrying him and accepting the fact that he was just a poor boy. Why is it that when I find someone with greater potential, you won't even give me a mere S-level contract? Wu Mingxi hesitated, and after a long pause, she pursed her lips and said, you probably believed the rumors from the media. In reality, the situation is not as you think. Ha! Bufian was taken aback. But she heard her mother continue, the reason I had the foresight to choose your father and willingly married him was actually all an act. Our mystery sanctuary has a basic understanding of the transfer methods for all assassin hidden professions, so I know very well that the career inheritance of Azura Demon Stab has always been controlled by the hidden profession family, the Azura family. At that time, your father concealed his identity and used a false identity as an ordinary person to attend university, pretending to be a poor boy living on just 2,000 yuan a month. He was of average looks and had no girls interested in him, but that was just part of his self-discipline and family trials. So I played along, deliberately presenting myself as the heir of the mystery sanctuary, making him mistakenly believe that I was madly in love with him and marrying him. In reality, it was our third-rate mystery sanctuary that finally climbed up by attaching itself to the prestigious assassin family, the Azura family. 3 years have passed, and the Azura has returned. The fruits of my hard work and acting are finally here. Wu Mingxi revealed the truth. With the strong support of the Azura family, the mystery sanctuary transformed from a nearly bankrupt small organization into a large assassin organization dominating the northern part of Longwa. Therefore, the political marriage task I undertook from the beginning was clear. Bufian was left in shock. She suddenly realized why her parents, who were said to be the protagonists of a sweet love story, had actually quarreled constantly since childhood, often living apart and nearing divorce multiple times. Moreover, the way her father looked at her mother was always mixed with deep disdain and disgust. It turned out that from the very beginning, it was all lies and deception. The so-called enviable love story was actually a plot within a plot, a play within a play. Seizing the moment, Wu Mingxi said lightly, so, there is no such thing as having an eye for talent, Fian. I never believed in the so-called poor boy's rise, especially for summoners. That is a profession monopolized by the wealthy. How much do we need to invest to get enough returns from that Su Chen? With the same funds, we could easily train 10 hidden profession assassins. Give up on that thought. Wu Mingxi smiled slightly. You inherited my stunning beauty, and even in terms of charm, you surpass me. Once you awaken your succubus physique, the hidden charm value for targeting the opposite sex will double. You will be the ultimate dream girl for men. How could a mere poor boy from Bailiang Academy be worthy of you? Besides, internet celebrities can hardly ascend to the grand stage, and streamers aren't exactly respectable professions. You are the proud daughter of the union between the Mystic Sanctuary and the Azura clan. How could you marry the likes of lowly commoners? Wu Mingxi displayed a blatant look of disgust. The theory of bloodlines thrived in the old era, revered by many as a standard for judging others, and in the age of universal class change, it gained even more recognition, as many hidden professions indeed had certain bloodline requirements. It is widely acknowledged that hidden professions are stronger than ordinary ones. Thus, a new concept has increasingly gained acceptance: bloodline nobility. For instance, those born into the Azura clan who can access the threshold of the Azura Demon Stabber profession without a profession card and can transition to it upon reaching adulthood, are among the top-tier bloodline nobles. In contrast to bloodline nobles, there are, naturally, the commoners, like Su Chen. However, people like Wu Mingxi, who are so self-righteous, seem to have forgotten the so-called bloodline inheritance can only guarantee a person's professional minimum, while the maximum achievement and the endpoint of their journey ultimately depend on the individual. But that elusive future is hard to grasp, and no one can foresee it. So Wu Mingxi firmly stated, "Good daughter, our greatest strength as women is always the men we are attached to. I, your mother, have chosen the Azura Demon Stabber family and developed the Mystic Sanctuary into a first-class power, while your talent surpasses that of the Azura and your enchanting allure is threefold greater than mine. I have arranged for you to meet the heirs of two major bloodline noble families. The first is the Weak Water family, who wield the power of the tides. They possess the inheritance
Of the hidden profession, see Demon Warrior, undefeated at the same tier, holding the Guinness record for 13 ocean dungeons.
The second is from the Dragon Wrestling Legion, a lord named Fong Hegales. He is a hidden profession, Dragon Blood Warrior, with a strong bloodline power that allows him to temporarily transform into a half-dragon.
Parents love their children and must plan for their future. I, your mother, have painstakingly designed
your life for the next 50 years to ensure you enjoy everlasting glory.
You must understand my heartfelt intentions, dear daughter.
Bu Fian,
who had remained silent, finally left without a word, her lips pressed tightly together, two crystal-clear tears streaming down her beautiful face.
Abyss Battlefield number 037. Su Chen contentedly munched on sunflower seeds, chewed on dried fruit, and held a bucket of soda, chatting and boasting with his viewers.
This unique style left the
professionals in the live stream room dumbfounded. Many new viewers couldn't help but ask, is this clickbait? Aren't you supposed to be battling in the Abyss Battlefield?
Why is it a walking tour?
Live stream? By the way, where are you streaming from? It looks gray and hazy, really reminiscent of the Abyss Battlefield.
I also want to come over for a honeymoon, let the child experience the
atmosphere of the Abyss Battlefield in advance.
Su Chen, helpless, had to give the order, drone, raise the angle, stop focusing on me, this useless summoner.
Give more shots to Monkey Brother and Fox Sister.
Show more of the brutality of the Abyss Battlefield, don't just showcase my stunningly handsome face. After all, we are a technical livestream, not a beauty livestream.
Saying this, Su Chen
stuffed another handful of chips into his mouth and sighed. Advancing in the Abyss Battlefield is really tiring, my feet are sore from all the walking. The viewers were left speechless.
Listen, is that even human talk?
When we are in the Abyss Battlefield, we are surrounded by demons in layers, like being trapped in a barrel. We can barely advance a few hundred meters in half a day, and here you are, with all the demons being obliterated by your summons while you just stroll along.
Technical livestream? Beauty livestream? This is clearly an eating show. It's a big eater. Livestream. Can you put down the soda in your left arm and the chips in your right hand?
Where's the brutality?
If you ask me, the ones feeling the battlefield's cruelty are those unfortunate little demons. Insect demon, the humans outside the portal are too terrifying. We need to return to the abyss, woo woo wah.
Mom, I also want to change to summoner, it's so easy and comfortable.
Being a tank warrior is painful. Getting beaten by monsters every day, my heart hurts, my face hurts even more. Watching the chat from his viewers, Su Chen yawned in boredom. Demons, really weak. Despite
the abundant experience, he was almost level 13, much faster than leveling up in dungeons. Sigh, mowing grass is just so dull and boring, luckily I can still chat with the viewers in the live
stream. Su Chen complained casually, causing the camera to zoom in on a lizard demon in front. Are there any brothers from the elephant country in the live stream?
Look at that giant lizard, isn't
it still charming? Quickly take a screenshot and save it, we'll use it tonight.
Sigh, the streamer is so kind, even helping you solve your physiological problems.
Poha, the streamer is truly
indulgent towards the brothers from the third world, it's touching.
Why not hurry up and tip the streamer a bowl of curry rice? Get lost.
I'll tip you a bowl of cow dung flavored Ganges water, so you can taste all kinds of bacteria and viruses from around the world without leaving your home. The viewers from the elephant country angrily scolded, knowing that Su Chen was making fun of
them, mocking their international meme about the giant lizard.
The live stream continued in such a bland and tedious manner, and the viewers, who were once very eager to tip, gradually became sparse. Because Su Chen's Battlefield livestream was purely a boring mowing grass experience, slaughtering demons, the viewers quickly grew tired of it. Invincibility is a kind of loneliness. What people want to see is a balanced and perilous confrontation, not just beating up little demon kids. Moreover, mowing grass as a summoner is the most boring, as they don't even need to take action themselves. Just walk forward and watch their summons clear the field. It's purely a walking simulator. Su Chen couldn't help but think, why are the useless members of the Iron Blood Alliance still on
the sidelines? How long have they been observing? Why haven't they made a move?
My throat is parched, just waiting for the poison dagger to come and slice.
If you don't make a move soon, what will happen to my live stream? Assassins, help me out.
As he eagerly anticipated, even deliberately letting the 13 guardians of Flower Fruit Mountain disperse to provide an opportunity for the
assassins to strike. Sure enough, the assassins lurking in the shadows moved. Whoosh!
A hand crossbow accurately shot a poison black arrow, hitting Su Chen's rear.
Damage -1. For Su Chen, who had
terrifying attributes and was wearing a dark gold set, it didn't break his defense at all, only forcibly deducting 1 point of health. But the paralysis effect of the poison took effect, leaving
Su Chen stiff in place for 1 second. Here it comes, seize the precise opportunity.
In the office of the Iron Blood Alliance's president, Shen Jinghan laughed and high-fived his son. Next up is the signature assassin's assassination combo, taking out the annoying Su Chen. As the second top student of Bailiang Academy, Shen Zimo had memorized the combo perfectly. Come forth.
Skull crush. Kidney strike for increased damage. Backstab critical hit. Then finish with the ultimate skill, blade dance. The viewers in Su Chen's livestream were instantly dumbfounded. They never expected that in the Abyss battlefield where human professionals united against demons, there would be a traitor. It must be known that there is an ironclad rule that applies to all Abyss battlefields. Any grudges must be temporarily set aside in the face of the great conflict between humans and demons to jointly resist the demon invaders, otherwise, it would be a crime against humanity, subject to public condemnation and even military tribunal with a death sentence by electric chair, no probation, immediate execution. Run, Su Chen. That's a skill only a level 20 assassin can master. Skull Crush. You're just a level 13 little summoner, you can't withstand it, the fans exclaimed. Oh my god, humanity has perished, morality has declined, there's actually a traitor jealous of Su Chen's achievements, wanting to crush him in the cradle to prevent his growth. We must investigate this thoroughly, this is simply the accomplice of the Abyss trying to harm our human races. Talented professionals. The knowledgeable individuals turned pale with anger. Oh no, this is a disaster. Su Chen was actually live-streamed being assassinated. This is too ruthless, truly unprecedented. Really unprecedented. How can a mere summoner withstand a full combo from a high-level assassin? The little blackies were gloating. Yet only one person remained unfazed, instead smiling brightly. Finally, we have waited for the Death Warriors of the Iron Blood Alliance. The bait-and-catch operation is a great success. Jiau smiled charmingly, lifting a delicate white leg wrapped in black stockings. She was aware of Su Chen's entire plan, so she knew his trump card very well. At the same time, die. Director Sun Jiangwo of the Hunting Nation Military Academy shouted in his heart alongside Shen Zimo, cheering for the assassin. Then, in the next moment, Skull Crush activated, and the assassin struck fiercely, hitting Su Chen on the back of his head, causing a damage number to float above him. It was blood red, representing an absolute level crushing damage, -1. Ha! Did he miss? All the viewers rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they were seeing things. But the 1-second stun from Skull Crush had indeed taken effect, clearly hitting its target. In the blink of an eye, before everyone could comprehend, the assassin's kidney strike also activated. It was light green, representing a debuff that deepens damage, -1. This. Isn't kidney strike supposed to ignore 20% of defense? Why is it still an unbroken -1 point damage? The audience was confused. The assassin was also flustered, his traditionally practiced combo, which he had executed 1,000 times daily, trembled at this moment, causing his backstab skill to miss Su Chen's back and instead stab him in the mouth. A scarlet damage number appeared, and it was a large number, indicating that the assassin had hit the jackpot with a critical strike. Boom! Accompanied by the explosive sound effect of the backstab. -1, super large font version, super eye-catching version, super explosive effect version. Put. All the viewers, sipping tea, drinking wine, downing coffee, or slurping milk tea collectively spat out their drinks. What just happened? Although Su Chen's mouth is indeed tough, his eloquence is dazzling, and he can boast to the heavens, but he actually managed to block the assassin's critical hit? Oh no, is this the power of the world's #1 tough mouth? That guy who said he wanted to hide in Su Chen's mouth during the apocalypse was truly visionary. I am a master of skin peeling, willing to pay a high price for Su Chen's lip skin, wanting to create a defensive artifact. I'm just missing this divine material. What was initially a shocking assassination instantly turned into a clown's feast. Everyone was mocking the assassin's overestimation of his abilities. Su Chen smiled faintly, glancing at his panel, warning. You have been hit by an unknown assassin's Skull Crush skill, unbroken defense, stunned for 1 second, forced to lose 1 point of health. You have naturally recovered 1 point of health. Warning. You have been hit by an unknown assassin's kidney strike skill, unbroken defense. You are affected by damage deepening effect. Next damage taken increased by 30%, forced to lose 1 point of health. You have naturally recovered 1 point of health. Warning. You have been hit by an unknown assassin's backstab skill, ignoring 20% defense, determined as critical damage, calculated as 142 points of damage. Magic shield skill activated, consuming 142 points of mana, negating all damage this time, forced to lose 1 point of health. As expected, the magic shield is the ultimate defensive skill for magic users. Su Chen wore a faint smile, coldly glancing at the assassin who was frozen in place. The other party hadn't even had time to complete the final combo, Blade Dance. The little fox raised a hand, and 9 linked lightning bolts instantly covered the assassin, activating the paralysis effect. Su Chen directly raised the magic staff in his hand and struck the assassin's head heavily. Little brat, take a hit from your mage. I'm a melee summoner with dual mastery in magic and martial arts. Bang! Su Chen's attack triggered a critical hit. A scarlet -358 damage number popped up. The assassin died on the spot, turning into a puddle of pus and blood. Oh my god, is this the magic attack of a summoner? What does 358 points of damage even mean? This is too fake. Why can a level 13 little summoner deal crushing damage to a level 20 assassin? This is crushing damage that should only apply when the strength attribute difference is doubled.
Usually, only we warriors can trigger crushing effects against magic classes in close combat. The answer is simple. Su Chen's strength is more than double that of the assassin. Conclusion: his attribute points must all be allocated to strength. Nonsense. Didn't you see that Su Chen only lost 1 point of health when he was critically hit? In my opinion, Su Chen must be following the mainstream path of a tank summoner with a constitution to spirit point ratio of 1:1, half tank and half damage. The viewers were in an uproar. Su Chen, however, squatted down and picked up a dropped piece of equipment from the assassin's corpse, curling his lip. A quality dagger? Oh, it's the well-known civilian little artifact of assassins, the sad dagger. Not bad at all, worth 4,000 bucks in the market. Profit. Meanwhile, the assassin's corpse began to rot rapidly, turning into a puddle of pus and blood, quickly disappearing without a trace. Su Chen glanced at the vanished assassin's body and curled his lip. This guy must have had corpse-dissolving water in his backpack, a standard item for death warriors. It seems that some major force sees me as a thorn in their side and specially sent someone to assassinate me in the Abyss battlefield. The upcoming journey on the battlefield shouldn't be lonely. Su Chen smiled warmly at the viewers, waving his hand. Exciting, right, viewers? Now you see the spirit, huh? Don't fall asleep, get up and hype. Let's wave our hands and warmly welcome the next assassin together. The viewers. Your mental state makes us a bit scared. Are you the one who's crazy, or are we crazy, or is the world crazy? Isn't Sad Dagger just a quality weapon, not even at the excellent level? Why is it called a civilian little artifact? Is it really that impressive? A viewer with the assassin class curiously asked. Su Chen sighed. Finally, a viewer remembers that we are a technical livestream. Before I answer, let me repeat, although I can also rely on my looks to make a living, I'm not a pretty face streamer. Although I'm humorous, I'm not an abstract entertainer. Although I can eat a lot, I'm not a big eater streamer. As a reward for this viewer, you can privately message me your home address and I will send you the sad dagger with cash on delivery, as a small gift. Welcome to actively participate in our live stream in the future to improve the average technical level. Su Chen generously wiped the dagger clean and tossed it into his backpack. The viewers laughed. No way, dude, cash on delivery? You saving a few bucks on shipping? Didn't expect you, with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be such a penny pincher. Give me one too. I'm a bully. Bringing students, I advise you not to be ungrateful. You just got assassinated, dude. You really have guts, standing on the assassin's corpse to draw lots, right? Too abstract. Su Chen remained unfazed and began explaining the wonderful uses of the sad dagger. Viewers, as a skilled player, I advise you, when purchasing equipment on the consignment platform, do not judge the value purely based on the equipment grade or you will suffer a big loss. Look at the affixes of the sad dagger. Although it is only a quality piece of equipment with just 3 sub-affixes, they are all super practical effective affixes. Backstab skill +1 additional damage, +30, and 5% chance to trigger venom. Don't underestimate the 5% probability. The assassin class has a very fast attack speed, and the venom effect triggers quite frequently. Su Chen shrugged. All the civilian assassins looking to take the poison route and eventually transition to the toxic burst assassin class can spend a month's salary to buy a cost-effective, heartbreaking dagger. You deserve it. A 5th-tier assassin with an official certification side. I've been in the assassin profession for 40 years. Although I've probably shattered more ribs than you've eaten spare ribs and cut more throats than you've gnawed on duck necks, I've never owned a civilian artifact like the heartbreaking dagger. It's truly embarrassing. You are indeed a level 13 master. I've learned something. I'm going to place an order for one to keep as a family heirloom. Su Chen. Viewers, isn't this the famous beauty assassin from Sakura Country, known as Unknowing Cherry Dance, Sister Chidori Cheshue? She's also a little internet celebrity with 1 million fans, only 90% less impressive than you, Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and ignored the 5th-tier assassin trying to ride the coattails of his popularity. Although the other party was strong, in the realm of live streaming, it's all about popularity, not strength. In fact, from a rational perspective, clown streamers often have more fans than technical streamers. Su Chen directly ended the topic of the heartbreaking dagger, thanked some viewers for their donations, and said lightly, I also appreciate everyone's concern, but when it comes to assassins, I'm not surprised at all and don't really care. Because this is a low-intensity Abyss battlefield, which locks the level cap for entrance. Below level 20, Su, can roam freely, invincible in this world. Su Chen said nonchalantly, hands on his hips, striking a pose of a great demon lord looking down. Kiki, those noob chickens trying to harm this master are just seeking their own doom. Stop Kikik. Haven't you heard the rumors in the martial world? Kikik, die quickly. Even if you are defending and counterattacking, indiscriminate killing is never a good thing. This monk hopes you can show mercy, spare the assassins, and hand them over to the Dragon Kingdom for official judgment, rather than directly killing them in front of the camera. That would set a bad example for the kids. You wouldn't want your live stream to be reported by parents for promoting violent negativity, would you? Where did this saintly monk come from? Isn't your profession all about fierce wrath and stopping war with death? The other side comes in with an assassin's instant kill combo, not even giving a greeting, clearly wanting to put the streamer to death, and we should talk about forgiveness
and mercy with a murderer, right? Chen smiled and said, this viewer's response isn't a big problem. After all, I'm a public streamer now, so I have to be mindful of my influence.
Sometimes, we streamers have to endure some grievances and can't act on our whims, lest we cause trouble for the live streaming platform's review process.
So, he said seriously, next time I kill an assassin, I'll temporarily black out the livestream, handle the body, and then turn the camera back on with a positive energy vibe, ensuring my hands are free of any blood. Please call me the living bodhisattva of the Dragon Kingdom, a host of immeasurable merit.
Viewers,
you're the living king of hell of the Dragon Kingdom, right? Ahem, it doesn't really matter.
Ever since the era of universal job changes began, live streaming, strategy dungeons and abyss battlefields have always been mainstream content.
Moreover, there are countless humanoid monsters among the demons, and bloodshed is no
longer considered restricted content. Yes, countries are actually advocating for children to get used to the violence and bloodshed of fighting demons early on, as
that is the foundation of our human civilization's continuation. The war between humans and demons will also be the main theme for the next 500 years.
The
main theme of any era is closely related to its historical context.
After Chen finished explaining, he perked up. Alright, viewers, it's time to get to the main
topic.
Let's unlock the real live stream content of today together. Before reaching level 20, I want to complete the achievement of slaying 1,000 demons.
The viewers, you want to kill 1,000 demons in a single abyss battlefield? Is that even possible?
Even if the knife dulls, the sword breaks, or the staff wears out, you
could at most slay 200 demons. Did you bring 5 full sets of spare equipment? My goodness, I thought you were just an ordinary prodigy and that academic types are often boring.
I didn't expect you to be a true genius in the live streaming field. In your second live stream of life, you dare to attempt the brutal task of 1,000
demon slay.
At this moment, the viewers instantly became interested. At any level, in any battlefield, achieving 1,000 slays in a live stream is universally recognized as a top-tier accomplishment, stirring everyone's sense of human honor and igniting their confidence in abyss warfare.
Chen smiled slightly. Of course,
it's very difficult, so I've made all the necessary preparations. Come on, let me show you what the terror of the undead plague looks like.
I will emulate
the legendary predecessors of summoners, the immortal legends of humanity, and push through the abyss battlefield with a massive undead army. He raised his arms
passionately and began to chant in a grand and heroic epic tone. Ha! The undead plague?
No way, you're only level 13, and you dare to summon the undead plague,
leading the creatures of the underworld to sweep through the demon army? Wake up! Stop dreaming!
It's all because the undead plague's one-man army is too famous, having been featured in countless movies and series over the years, fooling the young ones into a frenzy. He is strong because he is the undead plague.
You are weak because you are an ordinary rookie summoner. Don't just blindly follow in the footsteps of the predecessors. You don't deserve it. Viewers from all over the world laughed mockingly.
But there were also quite a few viewers who genuinely recognized Chen as a genius, believing he had a 0.000001% chance of catching up to the undead
plague in the future.
So, everyone widened their eyes, watching Chen's incantation.
Of course, many summoners had only heard the first syllable and had already posted their assessments in the comments.
Oh, it's summoning a skeleton, I can recite it fluently.
It is said that many veteran summoners have made modifications to
the syllables, allowing them to summon special mutated skeletons. But Chen's spell is exactly the same as mine, pure common stuff, just what we learned in 9 years
of compulsory education.
The next moment, from the corpse of a bug demon, a frail little skeleton struggled to crawl out. It was supposed to tear apart the bug
demon's skin and be reborn as a skeleton.
But, when the little skeleton fiercely poked at the skin with its claws, crack, its finger bones shattered. The little skeleton was stunned, continuing to push upward, but all the viewers could see clearly, beneath the transparent skin, it was trying hard but couldn't get out at all.
Haha, the viewers couldn't hold back anymore. Is this the undead plague? How did you summon the weakest disabled little skeleton? It seems to have the negative gray attribute, osteoporosis. Its claws can't even tear open the bug demon's skin. It's going to die in the womb, stuck in a difficult birth. Dude, this is too funny and abstract.
If we were to rank the top 10 prodigy summoners this year, you might not make the cut, but if it's the top 10 clowns in the live streaming circle, you
would definitely be a heavyweight.
Chen also had a black line on his face and directly opened the little skeleton's panel in front of everyone, displaying it. The 3 major attributes it was supposed to have as a temporary summon were all represented by negative gray effects. Osteoporosis, your summon has worked too hard.
For the Abyss Lord in its early life, lacking exercise, leading to osteoporosis.
Short-lived ghost, your summon was scammed by the Abyss Lord, sacrificing half of its soul fire, hoping the Lord could first advance to a great Lord of the Abyss, then lead the bug demons to advance to minor lords, achieving a joint promotion. Cursed blade, your summon creature has suffered an injury, losing a part of its hand, so its newly formed weapon claws will be exceptionally fragile.
Su Chen. Global viewers.
Then, Su Chen briefly blacked out the screen, and a voice of halt echoed in everyone's ears, followed by the sound of bones turning to dust. Sorry, this guy is a bit politically incorrect. I'm afraid its attributes might imply something that could get our live stream banned.
When Su Chen
reopened the screen, the little skeleton was gone, and he said seriously, our first step in the undead catastrophe was unexpectedly thwarted by this little skeleton, but no worries, let's continue summoning.
Cast. Summon. Observe.
The attributes of the second skeleton archer were much more normal. Burning arrows, it had the talent to manipulate fire elements in life, allowing it to shoot flaming bone arrows, dealing an additional 30% splash damage. Bone of Destruction, it had soaked in the blood pool of the Duke of Destruction in life, thus possessing bones tougher than
ordinary skeletons. Defense plus 30%, magic resistance plus 30%. Thieving habit, its little hands aren't very clean, with a 5% chance to hide the equipment in front of it. Su Chen nodded, a little gem, not bad, looks like luck has finally returned.
The next moment, the livestream screen went
black again.
Then came the halt command once more. When the screen returned to normal, Su Chen smiled and said, sorry, this skeleton archer said it missed home, so I sent it back to the abyss. I'm just too kind, please flood the public screen with kindness.
The viewers broke into a sweat.
One viewer with the ID Dark Psychologist spoke the truth. With Su Chen's stinginess, he definitely wouldn't allow a skeleton archer with a
thieving habit under his command.
His personality is the standard capitalist persona. If you try to take advantage of him, he'll send you straight
back to the abyss.
A system prompt popped up in the livestream. Dark Psychologist has been banned for 30 days.
You understand well, but don't understand next time. Su Chen's face was filled with embarrassment and anger, clearly hit by the truth. The viewers laughed heartily. They never
expected that the high-pressure environment of the Abyss battlefield wouldn't break him, nor would the sudden assassination, but the blunt truth from this viewer did. Sigh, 1,000 lies, and Su Chen couldn't care less, but a single truth makes him blush. It really takes the truth
to hit home.
Of course, the reason the truth hurts is that it can't be refuted. But Su Chen didn't give up, still tirelessly summoning his skeleton army. Soon, the audience noticed his summoning conditions, only summoning skeleton archers and skeleton mages, while any skeleton warriors that appeared were turned to dust.
So, Su Chen wants to form a pure output skeleton ranged army? What about his frontline meat shields? Many
questioned, but then they saw the 13 guardians of Flower Fruit Mountain. In the Abyss battlefield, Black Wukong was practically invincible,
with no monster able to break its defense.
That makes sense, that godlike Black Monkey is enough to rival any meat shield. Su Chen just needs pure
output to cover his firepower. The crowd sighed in amazement.
An hour later, Su Chen summoned 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages, forming a substantial squad of summoned creatures, sweeping through the demons on the Abyss battlefield. At this point, many of the viewers who had originally mocked him fell silent.
Damn, Su Chen just leveled up to 14 and can actually have 100 temporary summons? Is this normal, folks? These
skeletons aren't his summoned creatures, they don't take up his summon space, but maintaining temporary summons requires continuous mana consumption.
Just how much mental power does Su Chen have? How high can his mana be? Even if he keeps popping mana potions, he can't possibly sustain such a massive consumption, right?
A seasoned summoner stepped forward to explain, in my experience, maintaining a low-level summon consumes about 1 mana
per second. That means Su Chen is currently consuming 100 mana per second, and he still looks energetic, showing no signs of mana depletion?
Everyone was baffled, and many directly rewarded him with thousands, sending eye-catching super bullet comments to inquire about the reason. Su Gu,
can you explain how you maintain this army of summons with such mana consumption? High price offer for the streamer's energy-saving summoning technique, willing to trade 5 million, if not, the price is negotiable. Do you have any artifact that restores 100 mana per second? Please, tell me, I can do anything, even if I have to bend over backwards.
Su Chen just shrugged, sorry, I have a little secret.
The viewers.
At this moment, a familiar super bullet comment stood out. No, dude, I'm Song Qingfeng, your good deskmate.
Considering our friendship, can you sell me that secret? I also want to change to a summoner.
Su Chen recognized his online name and couldn't help but chuckle. Old Song, I didn't expect your family to be quite wealthy, dropping $500 right off
the bat.
Alright, since you asked, in light of the 3 years you spent washing my socks in high school, I can reveal a bit. My trick is to pay 107 mana per second to maintain this
army.
Yes, he had mana sharing from the Little Fox, and the Little Fox's legendary golden attribute, infinite mana, was something they couldn't even imagine. Infinite mana, your
base mana value is increased tenfold.
Your base mana recovery is increased tenfold.
Currently, the Little Fox has 10,900 mana, with a recovery speed of 153. This means maintaining this 100-strong skeleton army is far from Su Chen's limit.
What you said is just nonsense,
Song Qingfeng said, frustrated.
Su Chen smiled, what's wrong with nonsense?
But it's also the truth.
As for why my mana recovery is so terrifying, 3 years of washing socks isn't enough. Then I'll wash your underwear too in the future. Song Qingfeng promised without hesitation. Chen nearly choked on his water, almost losing his composure. Get lost. The global viewers burst into laughter. It's a pair of boys who wash each other's underwear. This CP, I ship it. The little secret you just mentioned, it can't be a secret affair with your roommate, right? Now your sexual orientation is exposed. But our LGBT community supports you. Welcome to the rainbow family. Chen retorted, you brat, trying to lead me off track, huh? I just got a skinning advancement, secondary profession skill book from the Abyss Battlefield, thinking of selling it to you at a low price, and now it's gone. Don't, Gu. You know I love skinning, I aspire to be the best. Butcher in Beiliang, save it for me, I'll go raise the money right now. Song Qingfeng immediately logged off. Chen casually teased, viewers, this classmate of mine really has a peculiar hobby. Although he's a rich second generation, he doesn't flaunt his wealth to chase girls, doesn't indulge in material pleasures, doesn't do charity work, and doesn't play holographic games. Instead, he likes to go to slaughterhouses to personally deal with mutated beasts. Wow, that's a bit twisted. Is there really such a unique preference in the world? It seems that the taste of peeling the skins off monsters intoxicates him. I'm Hannibal, I share the same interest as your classmate. Can you give me his contact information? Chen nodded. His kind of habit is probably related to the fact that his family holds 100% of the shares in all the chain slaughterhouses in Beiliang. The viewers exclaimed. You bastard. Isn't that just an ordinary rich second generation getting familiar with the family business in advance? An interesting soul instantly turned into a vulgar capitalist. Meanwhile, as Chen animatedly chatted away, the number of viewers in the live stream stabilized at 4.8 million, and the donations kept climbing. Whoosh! Another dagger's cold light sliced through the sky. An assassin from the Iron Blood Alliance was on the move again. This time, Chen didn't hesitate and directly took the incoming crossbow bolt to the face. Ding ding ding. 3 poisoned crossbow bolts lodged into his lips. Critical hit -1. Venom -1. Laceration -1. Damn, he really is the hardest mouth among summoners. An assassin of the same level can't even break his defense. That's terrifying. That group of assassins just got completely defeated. Why are they coming back to hand over their heads? They really don't learn. The puppet master probably thinks the -1 damage is too absurd to believe, so they're testing again. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Chen was overjoyed. Thank you all. Now I have the persona of the world's toughest mouth streamer. And as a streamer, I need some personas and symbols to spread around so that wealth can flow in and popularity can soar. As a thank you, Chen smiled. Archers, prepare to shoot. Mage team, conjure fireballs. The assassin hurriedly activated, sprint, trying to escape the battle. But can a person be faster than arrows and fireballs? Whoosh 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 whoosh. Boom 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 boom. The screen went black, but the screams were real. Fortunately, I truly have a heart of a bodhisattva, promoting positive energy and preventing the audience from seeing bloody scenes. Chen nodded in satisfaction. When his camera turned back on, only 2 pieces of equipment lay quietly in a pool of corpse water. Chen took a look and revealed a strange smile. Oh, aren't these the universally homemade equipment, Iron Blood Belt, enhanced version, and Iron Blood knee pads, internal test version, monopolized by the Iron Blood Alliance? The viewers erupted in an uproar. Isn't this finding the real culprit? Some old fans familiar with Chen and the Iron Blood Alliance's grudges quickly explained. The young leader of the Iron Blood Alliance has always had a grudge against Chen. He lost 40 million to him in a bet last time. And the current leader, Shin Jinghong, openly snatched his special recruitment from the Hunting Nation Military Academy at Beiliang Academy. Wow, is it that bullying? Not enough, they even sent assassins to kill him. Is this a normal human profession organization? It feels more like an evil cult worshipping the abyss. Let's go, brothers, charge at the Iron Blood Alliance's official blog. Meanwhile, Shin Jinghong and his son Shinzimo, who were watching the livestream, couldn't help but show their anger. This idiot, didn't he say to prohibit the use of our homemade equipment and to conceal his identity as much as possible? But at this point, it was irretrievable. Moreover, the assassins were equipped with only 3 pieces of gear each, and this time they were just too unlucky to drop 2 pieces. Shin Jinghong quickly regained his composure. It doesn't matter, equipment can be traded and dropped. We'll just insist that someone is trying to frame us. Anyway, that assassin has turned into corpse water with no evidence left. Yes, I'll also publicly declare that my conflict with Chen is just a minor friction on campus, not something that escalates to life and death. Shinzimo mimicked. Not long after, Shin Jinghong's phone was bombarded with calls. Report to the chairman. Hundreds of thousands of professionals are leaving messages under our official blog cursing us as despicable and shameless. Our recruitment billboards in many cities have been vandalized with graffiti and paint. The public sentiment is fierce. Should we activate crisis public relations? Manager of the Iron Blood Alliance Public Relations Department. Please,
Report immediately to the North Liang City Lord's Mansion about the movements of your practitioners below level 20, in detail, without omission. Otherwise, you will be dealt with according to Articles 3 and 7 of the Protection Law for Unemployed Practitioners. You will be regarded as committing crimes against humanity for endangering the young practitioners of the human race who have not yet transitioned. Special Operations Police Group of the City Lord's Mansion. We, the North Liang Academy, along with the National Academy Joint Union, strongly protest your violation of the Human Race Covenant by attacking our students on the Abyss battlefield. We condemn this in the strongest terms. A report has already been filed. Official statement from North Liang Academy. Shin Jinghong, you are the one to blame, your mother is to blame. Concerned citizen. Shen. Zimo, you little bastard with pus, I present an asterisk hashtag at a keyboard artist. Damn Su Chen, aha.
Shen Zimo let out a scream of impotent rage. He stole my hidden profession card and my chance to be the first to break the demon fortress globally, and now he wants to ruin my reputation. It's utterly
shameless. I will not rest until I take him down. Shut up. What kind of behavior is this? You are a man of the Shin family, yet you act like a hysterical fool. It's disgraceful.
Shin Jinghong turned off his phone directly, staring coldly at him. If outsiders see your disgraceful behavior,
won't they immediately think we are the true culprits behind this? Yes. Shin Zimo hurriedly fell silent, looking worriedly at his father. But what if we are arrested and interrogated next? What should we do? If someone tortures me, I'm afraid I won't withstand the torture and will confess. You are the young leader of our Iron Blood Alliance, who would dare do that?
Shin Jinghong sneered. Moreover, the current situation is very clear. It was just an assassin using our Iron Blood Alliance's custom equipment, nothing serious. There are plenty of reasons to brush it off soon. Shin Jinghong casually drafted a statement and released it to major media outlets. Please do not attempt to frame the Iron Blood Alliance
any longer, Su Chen. I have seen through your little tricks. First, you hired someone to impersonate an assassin to attack, pretending to be positive energy, deliberately blacking out, then creating a series of fake noises, allowing the actor you hired to escape, and finally throwing 2 pieces of our Iron Blood Alliance's branded equipment on the ground. Such clumsy mudslinging. Do you think you can deal with us, the Iron Blood Alliance? Wishful thinking. I advise you to walk the right path, act properly, and sit straight. Do not use our old organization, the Iron Blood Alliance, to hype your popularity. It is truly despicable. Additionally, we hope the public will see clearly that our Iron Blood Alliance produces countless pieces of equipment every year, which does not mean that anyone using our equipment must be from the Iron Blood Alliance. We hereby solemnly declare anything that happens in the low-intensity Abyss battlefield has nothing to do with us. Please do not disturb our normal operations. After finishing, Shin Jinghong leisurely stretched, unaffected, and walked back to his son. Father is mighty. Shin Zimo admired the statement, although the comments from other practitioners below were mostly words like deaf to the ringing bell, posturing, and blind lies. People indeed had no way to deal with them. Let's witness Su Chen's impotent rage. The father and son exchanged glances. One raised a glass of Abyss blood wine, gulping, while the other raised a bottle of CD calcium milk, fizzing. Meanwhile, Su Chen, who was taking a break on the Abyss battlefield, soon saw that statement. He was chewing on compressed biscuits, stroking the soft fur of a little fox, and smirking with a slight curl of his lips. Oh? Isn't this self-incrimination, my water friends? You all should have recorded the entire live stream of my broadcast. I never mentioned a word about being an assassin sent by the Iron Blood Alliance. Why did they rush out to refute it first? Their intentions are suspicious and deeply meaningful. What else can I say? Just 2 words, panicked. Yeah, the streamer has been teaching summoner techniques and explaining little tidbits about the Abyss battlefield. I can testify to that. Look, the Iron Blood Alliance has exposed themselves. I don't know what they're so anxious about. It's clearly a case of there's no silver here. I advise the streamer to ignore those rabid dogs and focus on leveling up. When you reach the 6th tier, that old dog Shin Jinghong from the Iron Blood Alliance, who is so arrogant now, will be just as obedient in the future. Could it be that Su Chen really threw 2 pieces of Iron Blood Alliance equipment on the ground while the screen was black? Although their words are harsh, we can't rule out that possibility. Some people raise doubts. Su Chen chuckled. Are there really viewers being led by them, thinking I'm playing a duet with an assassin? My black screen was only aimed at the viewers' black screens, but my drone has already recorded the entire thing. Since there are doubts, I'll upload it to the video site later for everyone to appreciate. At this point, all doubts vanished. Before long, the unedited version of Su Chen's entire livestream was uploaded by his agent Jiau Muyu, appearing on almost all mainstream short and long video platforms, sparking heated discussions. A quick glance led people to conclude Su Chen didn't lie. The assassin used equipment specifically supplied by the Iron Blood Alliance. However, under the financial assault of the Iron Blood Alliance's PR department, the online water army also emerged in full force, vigorously washing the narrative with a set of talking points. Do you really think the Iron Blood Alliance's assassins are fools? When they target someone for assassination, do they not even have money to change their equipment? It's clearly a frame-up. This is the true culprit's double-edged strategy, you understand? If they can assassinate Su Chen, that's great. If not, they can shift the blame to the Iron Blood Alliance, forcing them into mutual destruction, you get it? This is called the assassin entering the fray, the Poison Master winning half the battle, you understand? It's possible that Su Chen and the Iron Blood Alliance are collaborating for hype. Both sides join forces to ride the wave of traffic and make a fortune. I bet Su Chen will start selling products soon, monetizing the traffic. Only the ordinary professionals caught in the whirlpool of rhythm are the real chives. Sigh, I understand it too well, just call me brother understand. But Su Chen couldn't be bothered to get entangled in the topic of who the true culprit is. He leisurely got up and woke up the Black Wukong, who was sound asleep on the boulder, and the little fox girl, who was napping on his leg. Let's go, all our mana has been restored and our energy is full. It's time to push towards the center of the Abyss battlefield. Don't forget, our goal for this livestream is 1,000 kills. Oh no, I mean, 1,000 demons slain. Su Chen slapped his forehead, correcting himself. The assassin's target is to take down me, a human summoner, in the Abyss battlefield. But the assassins will definitely launch a second wave of attacks. You need to be careful, many viewers reminded anxiously. Although the skills of the first two assassins only had 1 point of force damage, Su Chen's defensive stats must be astonishing. But there are countless geniuses in the world. What if the Iron Blood Alliance spares no expense and sends top assassins using hidden class cards, taking advantage of the moment when Su Chen is battling the demons, or during a special moment when he's hit by the demon's debuff that reduces defense and increases damage? They could strike decisively. He still faced the risk of death. Su Chen smiled and clasped his hands, thanking everyone for their concern, and seriously patted his chest. Don't worry, this summoner is fine. I'm going for a unique tank-style melee summoner build with high defense, high attack, and high blood pressure. The assassins also have no opportunity to take advantage because this summoner firmly hides behind the summoned creatures, taking the hits and injuries while they take the brunt, and I'll be the one to loot materials and pick up equipment. Staying at full health is my life motto. To survive is the calling of this summoner. As Su Chen spoke, he lifted the little fox in front of his chest and instructed, later, if we encounter a dangerous enemy, you must not hesitate to take the hits for me. After all, if you die, it only takes a cooldown to summon you again. So don't be afraid of death. The adorable little fox tilted her head, showing a look of disdain, clearly having gained some intelligence, but in the end, she still reluctantly nodded. Okay, master, bad, but foxy, good. The viewers were all melted by her cuteness. Wow, this fox summoning beast is almost evolving into a grateful little fox girl, her language skills rivaling that of an 8-year-old lowly. Grateful? Being used as a meat shield every day, taking the hardest hits, and also having to deal damage spells. It's worse than the old-time black slaves. If it were me, I'd go from a grateful little fox girl to a vengeful old fox demon, hanging Su Chen on the streetlights of Bailion Highway. Sigh, the little fox is clearly very wronged, clearly unwilling to be a meat shield, yet still weakly says okay because of her deep love for her master. I want to buy a dozen of such little foxes. Su Chen, why not just transfer her to this rich second generation? Is 2 billion enough? Thus, in Su Chen's live stream, he immediately became the second most popular character. Su Chen took out a popsicle from his backpack space for the little fox to nibble on. After all, her mind was still childlike and she needed to be coaxed to unleash her ultimate combat power. She licked it, and the viewers immediately sent a barrage of comments. Wow, the little fox girl is diligently practicing gratitude. She bit into it, and the viewers also sent a barrage of comments. Tis diligently practicing revenge as the old fox demon. A new adorable deity was born in the live stream, and thus Shen Ginghong and Shen Zimo painfully watched. The total number of online viewers in Su Chen's livestream has skyrocketed to 8 million, which can be considered a top-tier super internet celebrity in the global live streaming scene. Waves of generous donations poured in, making Su Chen earn a fortune. The ad revenue from the live streaming platform was also continuously rising. Looking at the backstage, the manager Jiau was grinning from ear to ear. With this kind of money-making ability, why rely on any major powers? Those so-called high-paying contracts and sponsorship funds from major powers only amount to 300 to 500 million a year at most, but at what cost? After changing jobs in the future, one would have to work like a horse. Su Chen is simply a natural entertainer with a comedic talent. Jiau happily analyzed his career, and his persona is the most recognized genius professional among the public, a master emerging from the grassroots. This means he can win both reputation and traffic, definitely a rising star in the live streaming world. His judgment is also correct. There's no need to sell products to monetize traffic, because the reputation of product-selling streamers often deteriorates quickly, as the quality of goods is bound to be mixed, and there will definitely be inferior products. Jiau, with her delicate hand supporting her exquisite chin, pondered future promotional plans and profit methods. The first choice is, of course, the signing fee from the live streaming platform. It's time to talk to the officials. This mature and stunning
Woman murmured to herself because Su Chen's 2 live streams were explosive with significant effects. He is a quality potential streamer that
can be maintained long term.
If I step in to negotiate now, I can at least secure a contract with an annual salary exceeding 100 million.
But that's far from enough.
It would be best to negotiate a popularity contract with a betting clause, setting the gradient properly.
In my
opinion, my Su Chen's annual salary should be set at 250 million for it to be most appropriate. She took out a tablet to record this plan.
Then she contemplated a second option. The second choice is to directly take the path of a star professional, utilizing the persona of a successful person to sell online courses.
This path is one where both parties are willing. Fans can learn knowledge and tactics, and no one loses out, making it a
win-win situation. However, he is currently just an unplaced individual, and the tactical system of a summoner is not suitable for publishing a book, so this avenue is temporarily sealed off for now. We'll talk about it in the future.
Just as Jiau was worrying about Su Chen, he smoothly pushed forward, effortlessly killing his way to the core area of the 037 Abyss battlefield. The kill count in the live stream had already
jumped to 322. Killing slowly like this, when will I ever wait for the 1000 demon slash?
So, why not go for something fierce?
Su Chen's lips curled slightly. Water friends, do you still remember why you started following me? The global record for breaking the Abyss Fortress? Everyone replied in unison. Su Chen snapped his fingers. Bingo!
So, what I excel at is city defense battles. Especially now that all my temporary summons are skeleton archers and skeleton mages, a complete lineup of ranged power.
That means I will have extremely strong coverage fire. But in the Abyss battlefield, where is there a city for you to defend? How will you gather the monsters from all directions to face you? Everyone generally felt it was unreliable.
Su Chen smiled slightly. Come, our drones take to the sky, focusing on that building at the center of the battlefield.
The view suddenly elevated.
The long shot focused on an ancient bell tower wrapped in insect soil and vines, prominently appearing before everyone. Su Chen spoke in a nostalgic tone. That is a commemorative relic of the ancient civilization of Longwa from the old era. Zhang Hoyi's chime.
After a pause, Su Chen added, a replica. Damn, you took a long enough breath.
I thought it was really that national treasure. I was just about to sneak into the Abyss battlefield to retrieve it for our country's museum. Damn, the thief from the upstairs country triggered a passive, trying to steal our Longwas
relics, huh? We also have similar chimes in the British Museum, hee hee.
Later, a god-level practitioner from Longwa came and
looted it, saying it should be returned to its rightful owner,
and took everything away, not hee hee.
Su Chen rolled his eyes at the global internet trolls. Do I even need to mention this? Which national treasure is left out in the open on a bell tower to be exposed to the elements?
Besides, Zhang Hoyi's chime was once hailed as the 8th wonder of the world, and it is a unique existence among national treasures. But it is a bronze chime, the kind that rusts easily. It must be preserved in a vacuum to avoid further oxidation and corrosion. How could it be left outdoors? Su Chen rolled his eyes wildly, raising 2 middle fingers at the camera. I say, water friends, don't keep exposing your illiteracy inadvertently. This academic overachiever has a disdain for stupidity. Seeing your bullet comments makes me uncomfortable.
Faced with Su Chen's provocation and disdain, the water friends retorted, and the number of bullet comments skyrocketed.
3 minutes later, Su Chen picked up his phone and, under everyone's gaze,
called his agent Jiau. Hello?
Sister Jiau, I just stirred up some rhythm. The bullet comments are coming in at 100,000 per second.
This data has reached the top internet celebrity standard, right?
Immediately contact the official platform and say I want to sign a bullet comment contract. 1 billion a year, no negotiation. Jiau, there is no such thing as a bullet comment contract. If we argue too much, we will get our live stream room banned.
Water friends, damn, fell for Su Chen's trick. Got tricked into sending 10 bullet comments. You really understand business, little Su.
You've truly been delayed by 9 years of compulsory education. If you had started as a child star, you'd probably already be the king of drama,
winning the Oscar for 10 consecutive years.
All you rhythm makers, shut up.
We don't need you useless people. The host can handle it himself.
Amid the laughter and joking atmosphere, Su Chen had already led his army of summons to the landmark building. Beside the 037 Abyss battlefield, the modern square bell tower. Clear out all the insect demons and fire demons nearby, occupy the clock tower, and then we need to manually construct a high ground with geographical advantages to thoroughly annihilate all the
monsters in the Abyss battlefield. Su Chen openly shared his plan with the livestream, but in the aerial view captured by the drone, the area was nothing but flat neighborhoods. Where's the high ground?
Wait, do you really want the troops to be stationed
on the clock tower? I advise you to stop dreaming.
The insect soil is highly corrosive, although the clock tower looks intact. The internal steel and concrete must have been corroded beyond recognition.
Once your black monkey fights up there, the building will collapse immediately.
I mean, buddy, your prowess in the demon fortress can indeed be recorded in history for future textbooks
to learn from. But you can't rely on one trick forever, can you? Not every battle can be fought as a city defense. Unless
you have an earth element mage army that can change the terrain on a large scale, otherwise it's simply impossible. Faced with everyone's discouragement and denial, Chen just smiled slightly. Don't say the word impossible to a summoner.
Our summons encompass everything, with infinite possibilities. Study hard, rookies. Even if you are high-level professionals of the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th tier, or even super professionals of the 5th and 6th tiers, I have a lesson to teach you. The audience? But the next moment, they heard Chen instructing Black Wukong, quick, use the 72 transformations, my monkey brother. Turn into an excavator. The audience erupted. Is that even possible? Can transformation magic change into modern machinery? Your summon is too overpowered. Is this really allowed? The semi-divine Black Wukong blinked, made a gesture. 72. Transformations, activate. After a swirl of white mist, the expected excavator did not appear on the ground, only the scratching head of the monkey brother, steam rising from his head. Poha, stop asking too much of monkey brother, you're making his brain smoke. I said, transforming into an excavator is too ridiculous. Why not just transform into a missile launch silo next time? Just one shot to wipe out the 037 Abyss battlefield. The audience laughed heartily, amused by Chen. Chen scratched his head and soon saw a system warning on the panel. Warning, your summon Black Wukong cannot comprehend the essence of what you mentioned and cannot complete the 72 transformations. Please choose a material it can understand. I see. Chen sighed in frustration. Plan A has failed, my friends. Monkey Brother says he must fully understand the essence of an excavator to transform into it. In other words, he has to go to university and earn a PhD in mechanical engineering, thoroughly grasp all the principles and formulas, and memorize the excavator blueprints perfectly before he can do it. The viewers were speechless. They had gained some understanding of the 72 transformation skill. But just as everyone was waiting to see Chen make a fool of himself, he revealed a confident smile again, patting his chest. Don't rush to mock me, or you might get slapped in the face later. Although Plan A has failed, I still have a 100% success rate with Plan B. Oh, the viewers began typing furiously, ready to ridicule him. But they heard Chen say again, 72 transformations, stone demon. Moments later, Black Wukong and all his clones transformed into abyss stone demons. Everyone recalled the talent of this high-level demon, turning fossils into mud. Soon, the 037 Abyss battlefield transformed into a bustling construction site. Skyscrapers? Turning fossils into mud. Abandoned villas? Turning fossils into mud. Giant sculptures? Turning fossils into mud. The wasteland of human civilization was reduced to a puddle of muck, layer upon layer. This reinforced concrete is the best target for the stone demon's innate spellcasting, yielding exceptional results. Just 20 minutes later, amidst the massive dust clouds from countless collapsed buildings, a distinct high ground appeared before everyone. Next, the strong black monkeys reinforced the edges, forming a circle of miniature walls. Next up, it's time for militarized demon slaying. After completing the battlefield construction, Chen wasted no time and personally struck the counterfeit chime. Ding ding ding. The strange melody echoed across the abyss battlefield number 037. The monsters scattered among the ruins and in countless burrows heard this sound belonging to human civilization and awakened, rushing out from their lairs. From all directions, a terrifying tide of demons surged forth. Roars shook the heavens. The intent to kill boiled over all. The spectators immediately felt a chill for Chen. Oh my gosh. Jiau, you've poked the demon's nest. Run, there's no way to hold this. Although you've achieved your goal, this is too terrifying. I'm sweating bullets, man. Streaming is a business, but staying alive is life. Hurry and end the stream to escape. There's still time. Leave those skeletons behind. It'll be enough for you to get out of the abyss battlefield. Don't be reckless. Is it worth your life for the sake of the stream? Seeing Chen remain completely still, showing no intention of retreating, all the spectators were dumbfounded, thinking he must be crazy. How could he possibly defend this small area of 100 meters against enemies from all sides? Chen smiled leisurely. Water. Friends, little demons, watch me turn the tide. Look at you all, so anxious. Why the rush? Just wait and see how I'll loot the gear later. It's bound to be a big haul. Even if it's all level 20 trash, just call me a garbage collector. The water, friends. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the roaring tide of monsters, watching as they crashed towards the high-ground fortress Chen had hastily built, like waves crashing against the shore. 13 black monkeys stood at the outermost edge, shielding the remaining fragile skeleton mages and skeleton archers in the center. The little fox hovered in the air, quietly waiting for the moment of contact. Meanwhile, Chen calmly looked down at the demons, his mind racing as he analyzed the types of demons and calculated their angles. Finally, the moment of intimate contact with Iron Blood had arrived. Chen confidently commanded, Fox, cover the southwest at 37 degrees with lightning spells. Monkeys, 3 go to the northeast corner, strike the ground. 5 defend the due south. The rest prepare to transport, continue raising the ground beneath our feet. At the
Same time, Chen personally used his mental power to control 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages, forming a firepower net. A shocking scene unfolded before the audience. The most troublesome self-destructing bug demons from the southwest were directly hit by the 9-linked forked lightning summoned by the little fox, triggering paralysis effects while taking high damage, instantly freezing in place. But the tide of demons was relentless. Those paralyzed bug demons quickly became stepping stones for the newcomers. Under the trampling, the self-destructing bug demons perished one after another. However, Chen timed it perfectly. Just as the self-destructing bug demons activated their racial talents, he ordered the little fox to paralyze them. Boom! Boom! The successive explosions took out groups of demons, leaving a large blank space in the southwest. The 3 black monkeys faced the large mud demons, which were the juvenile form of the stone demons. In terms of size, the mud demons were much larger than the mature stone demons, as they had not yet condensed. The black monkey strikes against the ground were powerful downward blows, directly helping the mud demons mature quickly, flattening them into tiny stone demons. The life of the mud demon is quite tough. They possess 3 cores, equivalent to 3 human hearts. Unfortunately, when crushed, all the cores turned to powder without distinction. Thus, the mud demon became a stone stump. Quick, move them under our feet while they're still dead. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Chen shouted, like a foreman urging his workers through a loudspeaker. The summoned creatures had limited intelligence and a loyalty of 100%, so they dutifully executed all of Chen's commands. The limp bodies of the mud demons were swiftly moved to the ground by the powerful black Wukong. Moments later, the bodies of the mud demons began to harden rapidly, perfectly merging with the original cement floor and concrete. Immediately, some viewers began to analyze Chen's thoughts. Oh, right. After death, all the mud on the surface of the mud demons quickly hardens into rock. This is simply the perfect building material, which can be used to reinforce his fortress. Could it be that Chen wants to fully utilize the characteristics of the mud demons, fighting while simultaneously building, ultimately crafting a fortress? One viewer thought incredulously. The idea is perfect, but don't forget that there are still many common rat demons, blood demons, and bone demons rushing from the other directions. This is the rigidity of academic professionals, too self-righteous and one-sided. The battlefield is always changing. Real combat is the only standard to test strength. A little blackie scoffed disdainfully. However, when the army of rat demons surged like a tide, Chen was already controlling the skeleton mages to bombard the ground with countless fireballs, igniting their fur and roasting out sizzling golden fat and a rich meaty aroma. At the same time, Chen multitasked, directing the skeleton archers to split into 5 waves, continuously maintaining a rain of arrows, creating a covering fire that cut off the charge of the blood demons. When blood demons fell, they would explode into a mist of blood, instantly forming a red haze that enveloped the battlefield, obscuring visibility for everyone inside. But those involved were confused, while the onlookers were clear. Although Chen was also shrouded in the blood mist, his drone flew high into the sky, scouting everything clearly. He received the footage on his terminal below and directed the skeleton army to unleash firepower in the right direction. This was the perfect fusion of technology and professionals. Wow, this wave of blood demons bringing the blood mist is so timely. It not only didn't affect Chen but even interfered with the other demons. These blood demons must be insiders from the abyss, right? So the strongest assist actually comes from the enemy? The blood demons provide the war fog, and the mud demons offer a construction gift pack. Chen is truly a genius. 2. Be able to achieve the global first clear of the demon fortress. He is indeed a top talent for defending the city. Even on the abyss battlefield, he can replicate past successes. It's truly remarkable. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Chen was racking his brain, controlling the summoned creatures to slaughter madly, and soon his achievements skyrocketed at an unimaginable speed. Congratulations on killing 700 monsters in the low-intensity abyss battlefield number 037. Congratulations, 800 monsters. Congratulations on killing 1000 monsters in the low-intensity abyss battlefield number 037. Since you completed this kill count within 24 hours, we shall call it efficient. You will receive the title of Overlord of battlefield number 037. Wearing this title, you will gain a 20% increase in damage within the abyss battlefield number 037. Chen pouted. He didn't care much for such a trivial title since he wouldn't be returning to this battlefield in the future. Moreover, based on the clues he bought from Jiau, the threshold for starting the artifact task, personal world, had already been completed. I'll sneak into the village later, no need for gunfire, just quietly take on the artifact repair quest and make a fortune low-key. Chen thought happily, planning to amaze everyone once the artifact was repaired. At that moment he received a very special pop-up message. The sender had extremely high authority, and the name was quite familiar. System notification: Vice President of the Mystic Hall, Wu Mengxi, invites you to join an online meeting. Do you agree? Chen was currently live streaming, and the monsters were still surging in like a tide. He had to command his summons to fight fiercely and couldn't afford to be distracted. so he intended to put it aside for now. However, Wu Mingxi seemed to be in a hurry, sending 3 consecutive messages, seemingly urging him. Su Chen frowned but recalled Miss Bufian from the Mystic Hall, who had warmly invited him to join and had given him a generous reward of nearly 100,000, showing him great respect. With that thought, Su Chen felt it would be a bit rude to keep the vice president waiting. Thus, Su Chen cleared his throat and said, "Dear viewers, the Mystic Hall has invited me to join them and said they want to offer me an S-level contract. I can only say their higher-ups have great vision to choose me, a super potential stock. But I can't stop my livestream. I need to maintain continuity, and the monster's assault is still fierce. I must focus on controlling my summons. So, I will accept the invitation and join their online meeting room to inform them of my current situation and ask them to wait for me a bit. Once I break through the Abyss Battlefield number 037, I will officially join the Mystic Hall. Please hold on for a moment." The viewers immediately expressed their envy and jealousy. Wow, the Mystic Hall, that's a major force on par with the Iron Blood Alliance. With their protection, the Iron Blood Alliance probably won't dare to make things difficult for you anymore. Congratulations. I'm so jealous. You're still in your 3rd year of high school and have already received an invitation from the Mystic Hall, and that stunning beauty Bufian has taken a liking to you. Who knows, you might even get to marry in, gaining both power and beauty. So envious, it's killing me, boo-hoo. Su Chen smiled and, taking advantage of a brief lull in the monster assault, quickly tapped the screen to accept Wu Mengxi's invitation and entered the Mystic Hall meeting room. "Hello, everyone," Su Chen greeted politely, as they would be colleagues in the future. "I fully agree to Miss Bufian's terms and am willing to join the Mystic Hall. In the future, please guide me, but I can't spare my hands right now. I'm still live streaming and attacking the Abyss Battlefield." Hee, live streaming? That's even better, more people will witness what I have to say next. "I must inform you, I'm sorry, but we have already cancelled our intention to sign a contract with you," Vice President Wu Mengxi stated bluntly. Su Chen was taken aback, his body stiffening. He never expected that the terms they had just agreed upon a few days ago could change so quickly. Moreover, her words were not only coldly dismissive but also laced with heavy sarcasm. What did this mean? He thought he had a neutral relationship with the Mystic Hall, with no entanglements. Why was Bufian's mother so hostile? Su Chen furrowed his brows but had no time to think further, as he still had to deal with the endless waves of monsters continuously increasing his monster-slaying count. Wu Mengxi couldn't care less about Su Chen's situation. She was there to firmly reject this poor kid who was trying to climb the Mystic Hall's ranks. She also needed to sternly warn Su Chen to never attempt to exploit her daughter's goodwill or dream of marrying into their family. So, she coldly said, "I'm sorry, but Fian's authority in the Mystic Hall is insufficient to grant an S-level contract. Moreover, I personally believe your talent and potential fall far short of the S-level threshold. Are you trying to use Fian's affection for you to deceive us into granting you an S-level contract? This year's guaranteed investment of 200 million seems like an astronomical figure that you could hardly ever reach in your lifetime, right? Su Chen? He gaped, utterly shocked that he had live-streamed the scene of his rejection, allowing 9 million viewers worldwide to witness his humiliation. But Su Chen also found it quite surreal. Did they really think he would care about a mere 200 million investment in a year? His magic shield skill book, if auctioned off properly, could yield a pure profit of around 400 million, enough to cover 2 years' worth of contract investment. Besides, an S-level contract isn't given unilaterally, it requires double the return in the future. I advise you to stay away from Fian. Wu Mengxi coldly warned in front of 9 million global viewers. She is inexperienced and may have developed a liking for your appearance, but ultimately, she has to bear the future of the Mystery Sanctuary. A 6th-tier professional is by no means her limit, and you may not even have the resources to upgrade to the 4th tier. Remember, dragons do not dwell with snakes, and tigers do not walk with dogs. I hope you can be sensible and delete all her contact information. Do not disturb her advancement, understand? Oh, is that Miss Fian's intention? Su Chen slaughtered another 200 monsters, creating a vacuum filled with corpses, allowing him a moment to breathe so he could engage with Wu Mengxi, this old auntie. Whether it's her intention or not doesn't matter. As a guardian, I have the right to drive away scheming scoundrels. The cliché story of a grassroots boy and a rich girl must not happen. In our Mystery Sanctuary, you are not worthy. Wu Mengxi made her stance clear, leaving no room for negotiation. The audience, witnessing this scene, immediately began to criticize. Wait, Su Chen, are you still alive? Are you really pulling off an old-school breakup plot? Soon, are you going to shout to the heavens, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, do not bully the young and poor? Is this old auntie an actress you called? Honestly, her acting is a bit awkward, it feels fake. Guys, I just used AI to recognize her face, and this lady is indeed the current Vice President of the Mystery Sanctuary. This isn't acting. Soon, the viewers were left dumbfounded. It turned out she really intended to reject Su Chen and refused to offer him a mere 200 million annual investment contract.
However, Su Chen did not exhibit the disappointment and despair that Wu Mingxi expected. Instead, he chuckled, alright, actually, if it weren't for Miss Fian's ample bosom and long legs, I wouldn't have any interest in your mystery sanctuary. But I still advise you, Aunt Wu, there's no need to speak so harshly to us working folks. Is it just because I won't sign the contract? Why mock me, a poor student? Why ridicule this summoner? Su Chen pouted. There was no enmity to begin with. We could part ways amicably and go our separate ways. But you insist on making it absolute and narrowing the path. This kind of coercion disgusts me. Just get lost. Wu Mingxi was taken aback. She never expected that someone would dare to tell her to get lost given her status. Thus, in her fury, she hesitated for 0.3 seconds before not directly closing the online meeting room. In that 0.3 seconds, she witnessed an unforgettable scene. Above the sky of the abyss, battlefield number 037, a terrifying phenomenon suddenly appeared. It tore through the sky and illuminated all the land of Beiliang. A bone dragon, blocking out the sun, seemed to have crossed over from a historical illusion. Tens of thousands of high-level abominations surged forth in a legion formation. Countless skeletal magic masters raised their hands to summon a tide of skeletal warriors and skeletal archers charging forward madly, overwhelming all demons. That was the legendary summoner undead catastrophe living in the textbooks. Su Chen was stunned. He originally wanted to take on the artifact repair task discreetly, completing it anonymously without revealing the secret of possessing an artifact. However, since it was an artifact with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth and the ability to defy fate, how could it allow Su Chen to remain low-key? Just the initiation of the artifact repair task would bring forth terrifying phenomena that would shock the entire world. This was the ultimate display of the artifact, the awe-inspiring might of the artifact. 9 million viewers worldwide were collectively dumbfounded, staring at the strange phenomenon in the sky. And then, they looked towards Su Chen, who was at the center of the vortex. Wait, could it be that Su Chen is the reincarnation of His Majesty, the undead catastrophe? How could Su Chen evoke the residual power of this god-level profession in the world? Wow, this seems to be a legacy phenomenon. Because from beginning to end, those illusions had no intention of attacking Su Chen at all. Now, this is going to be fun, brothers. Su Chen is on the path to becoming a god. Meanwhile, Su Chen, at the center of the vortex, was also twitching at the corners of his mouth, feeling quite helpless. He was still just a novice summoner. How could he possibly have the ability to summon this great deity to the city of Beiliang? Jiau Muyu hadn't mentioned that the artifact repair task would provoke such a terrifying reaction, especially in front of 9 million viewers worldwide. Ah, time flies. It has been over 100 years since I got lost in the 99th layer of the abyss. Finally, a summoner has appeared who can trigger the repair task for my artifact world in my pocket. The conditions I set are so harsh just to select the strongest talented summoner, one who can surpass me in the future, shatter the 100th layer of the abyss, end the chaotic reign of demons, and completely drive the invaders back to their alternate dimension. Your path will surely amaze everyone, for even someone as powerful as I, after a fierce battle, could only kill 974 demons before my mana was exhausted, forcing me to leave the battlefield of the abyss. The shadow of His Majesty the undead catastrophe granted Su Chen the highest recognition. What he said next made Su Chen pound his chest in frustration and left the global audience dumbfounded. The path I walk is called the undead catastrophe, but unfortunately, I have verified that it cannot break through all layers of the abyss, ultimately stopping at the 99th layer. The reason is that the professional legacy of the undead catastrophe comes from the overlord of the 99th layer of the abyss, the Lich Emperor. To fight against the abyss with the power of the abyss, isn't that just fighting against myself? It's simply impossible, and instead, it led me into the web of the Lich Emperor, as if delivering takeout, sending my soul's origin to the 99th layer, right before its throne. The undead catastrophe then revealed a statement rich in information. So, I am unwilling to grant you the SSS-level hidden profession card, Undead Catastrophe, because it harbors too many hidden dangers and contains too many traps. His Majesty the Undead Catastrophe sighed deeply. Su Chen, ? Don't. I'm willing to accept the risks. I'm willing to step into the traps. Su Chen knelt down directly, hurriedly negotiating with His Majesty the Undead Catastrophe. Just give me the hidden profession card, bro. Even though there are 12 million viewers in the livestream now, I'm willing to abandon my dignity and kneel down to beg you. Bro. At first glance, although the viewers found it hard to hold back, they ultimately managed to restrain themselves and strongly agreed with Su Chen's words. Damn it, for the SSS level Undead Catastrophe profession card, I would kneel too. Whoever doesn't kneel is the real superfool. But perhaps because the Undead Catastrophe before them was merely a shadow from the past, a fragment of memory for inheritance, or perhaps just a virtual AI. Therefore, he completely ignored Su Chen's request and continued to speak to himself. But artifacts are unique existences in any world. All are human. Artifacts were seized from the hands of the abyssal lords through fierce battles, shedding blood, before finally being snatched away. The artifact is our cornerstone against the abyss, so I entrust you with the legacy of the portable world. This is my second most precious treasure. But there's no need to seek my first precious treasure, for that is my beloved, the light of my soul and the fire of my desire, Vantisha. A glimmer suddenly appeared. In the eyes of the undead cataclysm, I was once an antisocial personality, loathing this filthy world. But because Vantisha loves this world, I am willing to protect the world she lives in. Alright, no need to listen to the ramblings of a lost soul. Go gather all the fragments and completely restore the portable world. You will possess an endless summoning space. Remember, the number of summoned beasts is always the strongest trump card of a summoner. Ding! On Su Chen's professional panel, a dark golden legendary quest suddenly appeared. Artifact Restoration, Portable World. You have obtained 0.1% of the essence of this artifact, which will serve as the seed of the artifact, guiding you to reclaim all the fragments of this artifact and restore it to its peak power. Quest 1, after changing your class, go to any first-tier abyss battlefield and complete the achievement of Slaughter of 10,000 Demons. Quest 2, clear the world dungeon, Caesar's Kingdom on Nightmare difficulty solo. Before Su Chen, accompanied by the spellcasting of the undead cataclysm, a crystal-clear magic ring slowly took shape. Portable world, shattered, quality, artifact. Description: indestructible, cannot drop, cannot be stolen, cannot be traded, cannot be transferred. Soulbound to level 17 summoner Su Chen effect, provides an additional 100 temporary summoning spaces where you can store temporary summons and also upgrade and enhance them. Su Chen was overjoyed. He could actually take all his skeleton army with him, temporarily storing them in the summoning space. This meant that in the future, once he engaged in PvP, he could instantly summon a terrifying skeleton army. Who could withstand the explosive damage of 50 skeleton mages and 50 skeleton archers? A wave of arrows and fireballs could cover the firepower and annihilate any summoner of the same level. Meanwhile, all the global viewers witnessed the issuance of the miraculous restoration quest and the entire process of the artifact being created and bestowed upon Su Chen by the undead cataclysm. People erupted in excitement, rushing to inform their families, friends, and classmates to come and appreciate the artifact in Su Chen's livestream. In just 3 minutes, the number of viewers in Su Chen's livestream skyrocketed to a terrifying 20 million. This is the influence of an artifact. The livestream room was in chaos. Global summoners flocked in, all wanting to see the so-called artifact restoration quest and the properties of the artifact for themselves. This led to a somewhat awkward situation. The official livestream platform server was overwhelmed. Aside from the 20 million who managed to enter the livestream room and had the privilege to watch, everyone else was informed, sorry, the server capacity of the livestream platform has reached its limit, please queue orderly to enter the livestream room, and remain calm. At this moment, some smaller streamers began to rebroadcast Su Chen's livestream. Even though this had copyright infringement implications, they still took the risk due to the overwhelming audience and potential profits. One ordinary student, who had just registered today and was live streaming for fun, seized this incredible opportunity. Song Qingfeng, Su Chen's close friend, had nothing to do, so he casually set up a livestream to rebroadcast Su Chen's content while busying himself with his homework. Since the rebroadcast hadn't been banned, it was naturally because he had already obtained authorization from Su Chen, which was just a matter of a single sentence from Su Chen. To everyone's surprise, due to the traffic restrictions in Su Chen's livestream, Song Qingfeng's livestream became the second official channel, which also got overwhelmed with the same 20 million viewers and server limits. Song Qingfeng was dumbfounded, staring at the dense barrage of comments and the skyrocketing followers, his mouth twitching. Wait, guys, I'm just here to do my homework. I didn't get my hands on any divine artifact. Why are you asking me for prices? Aren't you Su Chen's friend? Can you ask him for me? What's the price of the divine artifact? Can it be transferred? You could be a broker, help me connect with Su Chen, and I'll give you a 10% commission once the deal is done. How about that? You could go undercover, inform us of Su Chen's daily whereabouts, we'll send someone to assassinate him for the divine artifact, then sell it at the auction house, and we can split the profits 50-50. How does that sound? Kid, you're the biggest rising star in the livestream, you've broken the record for the fastest solo livestream to reach 20 million viewers in history. Would you like to join our guild? The chat was bustling, countless people were spamming comments. Song Qingfeng rolled his eyes. Sure, I'm tempted by that divine artifact too, but that's clearly my brother Su's opportunity, so you can forget about it. Besides, even a slacker like me knows that divine artifacts definitely have the attributes of not tradable and not droppable. How can there still be idiots wanting to kill and loot? Stupid. I'm going to ban you first. I'll take you down hard in the live stream. But he could no longer find the person spamming comments, as millions of comments were rolling by every second. Everyone was going crazy over the divine artifact. At this moment, Su Chen, feeling quite annoyed, asked, is this divine artifact real? Why doesn't it have any basic attributes? It only gives some summoning beast space, isn't that too limited? Doesn't it come with a few legendary summoning beasts? Undead catastrophe. Global audience.
Getting a divine artifact and still complaining about its poor attributes made the professionals want to grab him by the neck, shake him hard, and mix his brains up. Sorry. The Phantom of Undead Catastrophe shook its head. I remember that the peak form of World in Your Pocket has all attributes plus 5,000. But this is just a trivial additional attribute, a surplus suffix granted by the divine artifact. We summoners don't need many attributes. Of course, if you really need it, then complete the repair task as soon as possible to restore it to its peak form. Alright then, thank you for the explanation, Your Highness. Chen noticed that the other party actually had some AI capabilities, so he took the opportunity to play the poor and weak card. But even though you have high hopes for me, I'm afraid I won't even survive until the day I can repair the divine artifact, let alone follow in your footsteps. To conquer the abyss. The Phantom of Undead Catastrophe frowned. Do you have many enemies? Not originally, but just now I was live streaming. And now all the professionals around the world know I have a divine artifact. Chen pointed at the drone in the sky and showed the live stream screen on his phone to the other party, with a mournful face. Look, so many people are asking in the comments where I am, preparing to come and snatch my divine artifact. How can I, a mere unclassed little summoner, withstand that? The Phantom of Undead Catastrophe was shocked. He was a fragment of the soul left behind by his main body, thus able to possess a brief capacity for thought. For the inheritor of the divine artifact, World in Your Pocket, he regarded him as a successor, and according to tradition, in the classical inheritance of professionals, when a disciple embarks on a journey alone, the master has a certain obligation to protect them. Moreover, he hadn't even given him a hidden profession skill card, which was indeed a bit stingy. I didn't expect the inheritance of the divine artifact to attract so many people. The news has leaked. After a moment, the Phantom of Undead Catastrophe made a decision. I have walked the world, and naturally, I will leave some traces and some gifts. Now I must inform you about the whereabouts of the 3 death dolls. The audience listened with rapt attention. But the next moment, the screen went black. Damn. Crap. Don't go black now. And the sound is gone too. Let us hear about the death dolls, you bastard. They were helpless and eager to listen, but even if they thought hard, they knew the other side would definitely keep it a secret. After all, these were death dolls. Great barrage gods, I haven't become a professional yet. Can someone tell me what a death doll is? I've never heard of it. In the adjacent live stream, Song Qingfeng clasped his hands and asked curiously. The 20 million refugees in the live stream instantly lost their composure. I just saw you live streaming while doing homework, getting 7 out of 10 questions wrong, and thought you were just putting on a show. Turns out you're a real academic failure. No way, you don't even know what a death doll is? Someone like you probably only knows about inflatable dolls. Oh no, my stupidity syndrome is acting up, but if I leave the live stream, I won't be able to see the follow-up about the artifact. Well, I might as well give you a brief explanation. Amidst the barrage of criticism from the viewers, Song Qingfeng, sweating profusely, learned about the function of the death dolls. They bind the soul of a professional, anchored to a special location, and if the owner suffers a fatal injury, they will resurrect at the chosen place, even avoiding the penalty of dropping equipment, making it one of the top-tier resurrection methods. Soon, Chen's black screen live stream ended. He nodded, waved at the Phantom of the Undead Calamity, and gratefully said, "Thank you for informing me about the 300 hiding spots for the resurrection dolls. Once I finish the live stream, I'll go dig them out. Now I have 300 lives." The viewers? You're way too fake, bro. The viewers completely lost it. At first, they heard the Phantom of the Undead Calamity mention 3 death dolls. How did it turn into 300 after a minute of black screen? Most professionals smiled knowingly, instantly understanding Chen's intention. This guy was merely trying to confuse the narrative, tricking his enemies into misunderstanding the number of death dolls he had. After all, if he really had 300 death dolls, he would practically be immortal. In reality, perhaps the Phantom of the Undead Calamity was also bluffing. There might not even be 3 death dolls, or maybe not a single one. The two of them could be putting on a show together. Those death dolls were worth as much as epic-level equipment, and once they hit the market, the auction price would start at a minimum of 100 million. Unfortunately, these items were pick-up bound, only effective for the one who obtained them, and could not be traded at all. As for the Undead Calamity, he must have simply not picked them up back then, burying the drop location to leave it as treasure for future inheritors. Ah, buddy, you're really a drama king, directly inflating it to 300 death dolls. Next time, I suggest you think bigger, go for 30,000 death dolls and just live stream your resurrections every day. That would be super intense, definitely a hit. Your resurrection dolls must be in bulk, right? The Undead Calamity used to do nothing but collect death dolls, and now you're the one reaping the benefits, huh? Chen smiled mysteriously. Yes, that's the Undead Calamity, the most legendary summoner in history, and now he's my master. Everyone, I won't allow you to slander my master's strength. He must have hoarded at least 3,000 death dolls, and sooner or later, I will inherit them. Oh, right. Chen's Expression turns serious, unable to help but ask, Your Majesty, all the professionals around the world are eagerly awaiting your return.
Since you have so many death dolls, why can't you resurrect?
All the professionals instantly widened their eyes.
Indeed, if the undead calamity could return, the overall strength of humanity would soar.
The undead catastrophe side, the level of the resurrection doll is too low, it's merely an epic level piece of equipment.
People think it can resurrect anyone, but that's not the case.
The reasoning is quite simple. Before I stepped into the abyss, I possessed 13
artifacts. If he were to die, how could the resurrection doll bring all those items back from the abyss? Moreover, my life essence is also divine, a mere resurrection doll is simply not qualified to bring him back. The professionals fell silent.
Chen smiled wryly. I understand, what a pity. I hope he is just lost in the abyss. Perhaps when our human race counterattacks the abyss in the future, we can still bring him back.
For the superhuman of the Dragon Kingdom who held the border alone, Chen could only express infinite respect.
His departure was not just the loss of a divine-level master for himself, but a national tragedy, a shattered piece of the Dragon Kingdom's fate. The Water Friends also sighed deeply, reminiscing endlessly, the legend of a one-man army, the strongest who summoned the undead catastrophe with a wave of his hand, ultimately could not withstand the abyss. Sigh.
He wanted
to single-handedly pierce through the abyss and save the world. Though he ultimately stopped at the 99th level, he is undeniably a legend, the strongest
of all time. That means our human race can drive the demon scum out of our homeland.
If our future strong ones can be a bit stronger than the undead catastrophe, we can reach the 100th level and face the thrones of the Abyss Lords. For a moment, the professionals were not sad, instead, they were filled with passionate blood, eager to personally complete the great undertaking of battling the abyss and saving their homeland. The undead catastrophe would henceforth be the cornerstone of the human race. People finally learned of his whereabouts and remembered his great deeds. For some past conspiracy theories, claiming that the undead catastrophe had been recruited by the abyss and had become one of the Abyss Lords, or that he was slandered for being a coward on the battlefield and thus dared not show his face, this was a powerful rebuttal.
Did you hear?
It turns out that His Excellency the undead catastrophe set out alone on the path of punishing the abyss. He wants to eradicate the Abyss Lords by himself. What a pity. If His Excellency the undead catastrophe were not so reclusive and had more divine-level teammates by his side, perhaps he could really have broken into the 100th level and faced the Lords. We should learn from His Excellency the undead catastrophe and level up for the resurgence of the Dragon Kingdom. Chen was oblivious to the discussions. Outside, he merely looked up at the phantom of the undead catastrophe in admiration. Your Excellency, can you accompany me?
In the form of a phantom, guide me in the realm of summoners. The Water Friends exclaimed.
Damn, this kid Chen wants His Excellency the undead catastrophe to be his
personal grandpa. What a huge opportunity. Step aside, little Sue, let this expert be the host for His Excellency. Everyone was filled with envy and jealousy, but the phantom resolutely refused. You are too weak. If I were to parasitize your soul, your life essence would only be enough for me to survive for 3.1 seconds. You will still need to repair your personal world and seek the traces left by my true self. I cannot harm you. Chen. Tro-ha-ha.
Millions of viewers around the globe burst into laughter.
Don't be so hard on yourself. 3.1 seconds is impressive. He.
It's not that His Excellency the undead catastrophe isn't giving you a chance, but you're a 3-second man, you just can't hold on, buddy. Sigh, being identified as a 3-second man by His Excellency is a special honor in itself.
Chen was completely
stunned, left speechless.
But upon reflection, it made sense. A fragment of a divine-level being's soul couldn't just parasitize anywhere.
It was like an ant trying to sustain an elephant. Even if it exhausted itself collecting food for 24 hours, it would still be impossible. Alright, my time is almost up. You should leave now. The shadow of the undead catastrophe leisurely said. Before I leave, I will give you a life-saving talisman so you won't die before you even start. Chen's eyes widened, and the global audience picked up their lemons. Suddenly, the shadow shattered into a torrent of energy, rushing directly into Chen's body, disappearing deep within his soul. Chen hurriedly checked his panel and discovered a pitch-black curse. After a moment's hesitation, Chen decided to show it off. Water Friends, your buddy now possesses a god-level skill, so take a look at my invincible skill. Remember to weigh your own worth when you want to compare with me in the future.
The Water Friends quickly widened their eyes to the maximum.
You have endured the god-level fate curse, rage of the abyss. The Abyss Lords have marked your soul. They loathe you to the extreme and must personally slay
you to vent their anger.
Note, if someone else intervenes and takes your head and soul, causing the Abyss Lords to fail in their vow of personal slaying, they will cast the most terrifying glance from the 100th layer of the abyss. Chen generously displayed the effects of rage of the abyss for everyone to see. Effect: if any non-Abyss Lord creature kills you, it will trigger an instant death skill. Rage of the abyss life forms with a level lower than demigod will be instantly killed. The glance of the Abyss Lords will annihilate all living beings within a kilometer. The Water Friends were astonished, unable to comprehend how to evaluate this thing. It's hard to assess. If it's a god-level skill, its effect can attract the glance of the Abyss Lords, causing instant death to all creatures within
a kilometer. But its trigger condition is that you die an unnatural death. Oh my, from now on, you'll be a human-shaped walking fried egg. No matter which city you go to, you'll enjoy the highest level of security because everyone is afraid you'll kick the bucket. Is this the way the undead catastrophe protects its path? Truly bizarre. Suchen smiled slightly and lazily said, everyone, what if I get a substitute doll and then go to the enemy's territory to perform a throat-cutting suicide? Shin Jinghong from the Iron Blood Alliance. Sun Jiangwo from the Hunter Military Academy. Wu Mengshi from the Mystery Sanctuary. At this moment, his enemies felt a wave of sourness, their minds going blank. But Su Chen merely shrugged and said nonchalantly, alright, that was just a joke. Because when I have a substitute doll, I won't actually be dead, so the effect of Rage of the Abyss won't trigger. So, my enemies don't need to be too afraid for now. The enemies let out a long sigh of relief, but their hearts quickly tightened again, unable to help but think, what if Su Chen is lying? What if he commits seppuku right at his doorstep tomorrow? What if the Rage of Order really triggers? Su Chen, however, was too lazy to care about everyone's attention and began to store his 50 skeleton archers and 50 skeleton mages directly into his portable world. At that moment, a strange woman's cough came from his livestream. Ahem, Su Chen, I think we can renegotiate your sponsorship contract. Ha? Who's speaking? Is it haunted? Su Chen jumped, looking around. Only the patrolling black Wukong and the lazy little fox were present. As for the demons from the 037 Abyss battlefield, most had been crushed when the undead catastrophe crown descended, and those lucky enough to survive had long since shrunk back into their nests, trembling. It's me, Wu Mingxi. I am willing to represent the Mystery Sanctuary and raise your sponsorship contract to 1 billion. Please reconsider. Su Chen finally understood the reason. It turned out the online meeting had been forgotten, so Wu Mingxi had witnessed the entire process of him obtaining the artifact and accepting the artifact repair task. It was clear that Wu Mingxi regretted her decision as soon as she saw Su Chen accept the inheritance under the crown of the undead calamity, wanting to recruit him into the Mystery Sanctuary immediately. Su Chen showed obvious impatience but then suppressed his anger and said, Ms. Wu, there are two types of people in this world that are most detestable. One abandons me like a worn-out shoe when I need them the most, the other comes to annoy me when I clearly do not need them. I have no feelings for the Mystery Sanctuary at all, so you need not worry that I will harbor hatred towards you, nor should you think I would seek revenge. He revealed a hint of a nostalgic smile, lightly sighing, Miss Bufian, what an outstanding beauty, a stunning and captivating woman, and a noble lady from a wealthy family, yet she deigned to come to the Shiliang Academy to actively recruit me. To show her sincerity, she even generously rewarded me with over 100,000, making her my #1 big sister. Although I appeared calm on the surface, I was actually overjoyed inside, feeling both honored and fulfilled. Su Chen smiled slightly. In fact, as a poor student who had always relied on government scholarships and had never attracted the attention of any girl, I truly thought she might be my destined partner. The audience fell silent. They could easily sense from Su Chen's emotional fluctuations in his words that he was not lying. This was heartfelt. To say something embarrassing, Su Chen said with a bitter smile, that night I even had a beautiful dream, in which I named our child. If it was a boy, he would be called Su Buzhang, meaning upright and peaceful. I had even chosen the university he would attend in the future, the Yanhuan Military Academy. But when I woke up, I merely reminisced for a moment before quickly sweeping all those thoughts aside. I was very clear about the gap in our family backgrounds and did not want to burden a girl like her, who was a favored child of heaven. Su Chen's expression turned cold and realistic, so, from beginning to end, my interactions with her were merely about the sponsorship contract with the Mystery Sanctuary. I never said anything more nor sent her a single message. Children of the poor grow up early. I have tasted the bitterness of life since childhood and have never harbored any illusions. Su Chen shook his head. In fact, I never needed that sponsorship contract from your Mystery Sanctuary, because I had already obtained information about the artifact and was preparing for the journey to the Abyss battlefield number 037. Would a summoner about to acquire clues about an artifact care about a mere 200 million in annual sponsorship? Su Chen asked lightly. Wu Mingxi was left speechless. Indeed, any professional related to artifacts would start with a worth of at least 1 billion. There would be endless powerful forces willing to invest in such a future god-level professional. But when you contacted me, I was still very happy. Su Chen looked up at the sky, as if seeing his youthful self. I was ready to accept the contract because Miss Bufian gave me something a man needs the most at my lowest point, recognition and respect. The recognition and respect from someone as brilliant and radiant as her truly astonished me, a wild fantasy. Only two people in the world have shown me kindness. One is Principal Jiao Ranjie, who secretly adds money to my meal card. The other is Miss Bufian, who gave a dream unattainable to a young man. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, his eyes cooling, his tone indifferent. Therefore, I will not harbor any hatred towards the Mystery Sanctuary, but I have lost all goodwill. I will never disturb her, because from the very beginning, I never did such a thing. Goodbye, Aunt Wu Mingxi. I wish you sweet dreams.
From now on, we shall have no further interactions, and may we both be well.
With that, Chen directly closed the online meeting room.
Then he waved to the live broadcast room, smiling. Since the Abyss battlefield has been breached and no demons are showing up, I will end the stream now. Dear viewers, please use your pretty little hands to give me a follow.
I will continue to live stream the artifact repair tasks in the future.
As Chen closed the live stream room, news about the artifact world in the palm resurfacing spread instantly throughout all the communities frequented by professionals.
Have you heard?
The undead catastrophe is still alive, just lost in the depths of level 99, and his phantom has reappeared in the world. Remember when the artifact was shattered by a group of
demon lords, and now it has reassembled thanks to its indestructible trait, starting to seek a new master? Don't forget to follow Chen. He will livestream the artifact repair tasks, which is way more exciting than binge-watching dramas.
The gossip surrounding this was also rampant. A hot post on the rivalry forum read, "The Iron Blood Alliance has taken a huge tumble. They actually sent assassins
to attack Chen, who has the artifact inheritance task. Isn't that like shining a flashlight in a dung pit, looking for shit?"
The From the Abyss Weekly, edited by the adorable Meng Meng, reported, "Wow. Millions online witnessing the old cliché of breaking off an engagement." Vice chairman of the Mystery Hall, Wu Mengxi, disdained the grassroots background of this week's biggest internet celebrity. Chen, bluntly stating that he was a toad wanting to eat swan meat, and declared she would never let Miss Bai Yin marry down, only to witness Chen obtain the artifact inheritance and rise to prominence.
On the spot,
the old lady regretted it immediately, but it was too late. Major television stations released statements, recently, due to being absent for a long time and deemed sacrificed by many official organizations. The god-level summoner, Undead Catastrophe, has reappeared on the 037 Abyss battlefield. Moreover, his phantom personally bestowed the artifact repair task of World in the Palm
to the student Chen from Bailiang Academy. A good omen for the years to come. The rise of humanity is upon us.
We hope all professionals will level up quickly, acquire more skills, and step onto
the path of becoming gods soon. Humanity will ultimately triumph over the abyss.
In no time, Chen became the darling of everyone.
Every day, reporters flocked to Bailiang Academy, attempting to interview Chen. Recruitment from various factions was also incessant.
Principal Jiau Renjie was at a loss, overwhelmed by the reporters, and simply let Chen study at home to prepare for the college
entrance examination. Of course, Chen indeed had to put in 1000% of his effort to tackle the exam.
Not for any other reason, but the second artifact repair task, the Caesar's Kingdom World Dungeon, would only be available to students during the exam period. All world dungeons are not artificially created but naturally formed under the influence of abyssal power. Therefore, they all possess unique characteristics and are filled with many secrets waiting for the fortunate to uncover. It was clear that the secrets of Caesar's kingdom must be related to the artifact world in the palm, and perhaps also to undead catastrophe. At the same time, forces from the Dragon Kingdom were warning all those with designs on the artifact. Our citizen Chen bears the significant historical mission of repairing the artifact. If he were to meet with an unfortunate demise, the newly formed world in the palm would collapse once again. At that time, all summoners worldwide would have to wait for decades for the second reunion of the artifact, which would be an extremely long wait. If Chen can grow safely and become the next god-level summoner, it would be a tremendous boon for the global fight against
the abyss.
He has eliminated 1,743 demons on the 037 Abyss battlefield. Who else can achieve such glory before transitioning? His passionate and sincere fight against the abyss deserves our protection. Additionally, given that Chen also bears the god-level fate curse Wrath of the Abyss, if he were to be attacked by an assassin and meet an untimely end, the area within a kilometer would also suffer the consequences. Let me solemnly warn all unfriendly forces in the international arena, any attack or assassination against Chen on our territory will be regarded as a large-scale terrorist
act against the Dragon Kingdom, and we will respond with a national-level retaliation. Do not say we did not warn you. Chen, who was already a hot topic, suddenly gained official endorsement,
causing his popularity to soar once again, becoming a lasting topic of entertainment. In fact, he unexpectedly occupied 1/3 of the top 10 trending topics, which had nothing to do with him at all.
The night was dim.
Jiau returned to her newly rented temporary residence, carrying 2 baskets of crab roast soup dumplings. She moved stealthily, cautiously. Then, as if she were a spy meeting a contact, she knocked on the door in a special way. 3 light taps followed by 1 heavy knock. Chen's head quickly appeared, helplessly saying, "Senior sister, why are you acting like a thief?
Aren't they out there bragging that I'm the hero of the resurrected undead disaster lord?"
Jiau slipped into the room and shot him a reproachful glare. "How many people's eyes are you a thorn in now?
Yet
you are so weak, just a non-class loser.
Think about it. When they saw you obtain the artifact, didn't Shen Jinghong and Shen Zimo break out in a cold sweat?
When you openly rejected the old witch,
Wu Mengxi, didn't her face contort? And also, they say that peers are enemies. Among summoners, there are countless geniuses and rich tycoons.
Why did you get the repair task for the portable world? Jealousy is brewing fiercely in their hearts, and who knows, they might send assassins to take you down with them. Jiau pouted, we still need to earn more money to hire a top-notch security team. Made up of 4th-tier professionals, then you'll be safe and sound. Chen chuckled, then why not hire 5th-tier or even 6th-tier professionals? 5th-tier professionals are already local overlords, like that annoying Shin Jinghong. Jiau helplessly pouted her cherry lips. How much do you think you need to pay them to have them protect you closely? Besides, all 5th-tier professionals are closely monitored by major forces, so their movements will definitely be strictly recorded. You understand what I mean, right? She pointed her chin and found a few pairs of disposable chopsticks in the rented apartment, dividing the crab roe soup dumplings for him. Hurry up and eat. I specially went to a century-old brand to buy these crab roe dumplings. It's definitely a treat. When I was studying at the Shiliang Academy, these dumplings were my favorite. Chen picked up the conversation. Got it. What you mean is 5th-tier professionals wouldn't lower themselves to be assassins, so a 4th-tier professional security team is enough to handle all troubles. But I have to remind you of another thing. When you were studying, the crab roe dumplings were made by an old shopkeeper with a youthful appearance. But a year ago, he passed away, and now the dumpling shop is run by his greedy, bald, lowly grandchildren, a pair of dimwits. So, Jiau, who was impatiently swallowing a soup dumpling, suddenly froze her smile. What is this? This isn't crab roe at all. Why does it taste so strongly of ginger juice? Chen shrugged. The best crab roe dumplings use real crab paste in meat taken from seasonal crabs. The second-rate ones use small crabs that have been picked out or leftover crab scraps, then ground into a paste. And the worst, he chewed slowly, sighing, is this kind, which contains not a single bit of crab meat but is made by stir-frying a mixture of duck egg yolk, tofu, and ginger to create a crab roe flavor. But it's healthy, so you won't have diarrhea. Jiau was furious. So it's this kind of crab roe. I want to file a complaint with the Consumer Association and have them send a 4th-tier arsonist to burn this shop down on the spot. Forget it. Chen shook his head. This thing is just a muddled account. They can argue that there's no wife cakes and crab roe broad beans aren't made from crab roe. We're just buns with a crab roe flavor. So, what's the problem? Besides, there's really no need to complain. Their shop is on the verge of closing because their reputation has long been ruined. They're losing money on rent every month. Chen shrugged nonchalantly, quickly filling his stomach. But to be honest, we could totally order takeout. You really don't need to go out and buy this food yourself. Jiau said seriously, takeout apps need to locate your phone, which can easily expose your whereabouts. You need to understand one thing, when it comes to divine artifacts, those who want your life are definitely not just the ragtag iron blood alliance. Oh, I'd like to hear more. Chen proactively poured her tea, indicating he was all ears. Jiau's expression turned stern. Whether you can become a god-level summoner is not important. What matters is that the Dragon Kingdom loses a god-level summoner. Do you really think that countries around the world are working together to fight against the abyss? Many countries and forces are thinking about how to carve out a piece of the post-war world order, how to seize more benefits from the world dungeons. She snorted coldly. Not long ago, in the high seas between our Dragon Kingdom and the neighboring Sakura country, the deep-sea monster, whale shark Emperor Glavas, met its end there. When a whale falls, everything thrives. Because of its carcass, a world dungeon called Tomb of the Whale Shark was born. Intelligence shows that Tomb of the Whale Shark will drop rare underwater breathing equipment, allowing ordinary combat professionals to obtain magical gills, enabling them to move freely underwater. Jiau said flatly, 70% of our blue star is underwater, while in the abyss world, 90% is underwater. That means the opportunities in dungeons in the water are definitely not fewer than those on land. Chen suddenly realized, so, a great battle between the Dragon Kingdom and Sakura country is inevitable? That's impossible. Jiau shook her head. With the abyss threat looming, a full-scale national conflict won't erupt for now, because no one can afford to lose their high-end combat power. But according to the intelligence I saw on the dark web, the Dragon Kingdom has dispatched 3 6th-tier professionals, and Sakura country has sent 2 6th-tier sword saints. The two sides have been at a standoff for a long time, with only a hair's breadth away from breaking into a fight. So, Jiau huffed. Sakura country definitely doesn't want to see a god-level professional emerge from the Dragon Kingdom, crushing you in. The cradle is in their best interest. Otherwise, do you think our motherland would issue a special warning? Chen nodded, a bitter smile on his face. The live streaming circle is indeed full of troubles. Who would have thought that he, not taking ads or doing product placements, would cause such a stir because of the divine artifact repair task? Hey, don't be discouraged, think positively. Jiau raised her eyebrows and exhaled. I've now become a hot super agent. The 3 major live streaming platforms globally have been blowing up my phone, all expressing a desire to sign a contract with you. The annual signing fee is never less than 500 million. Chen was shocked. Are they crazy? I won't accept product placement contracts. They all said that if you want to do product placements or endorse ads, they won't take a single cent of the commission. You can do whatever you want. Chen? What's wrong? Have the capitalists developed a conscience?
That's impossible. He really couldn't understand where the profit was in all this fuss. Jiao smiled lightly. No need to be surprised. The reason is quite simple. You are the traffic itself. All live streaming platforms need to acquire traffic to ensure the total number of viewers, thus guaranteeing the platform's revenue. Where does the traffic come from? Of course, it has to be advertised, drawing traffic from all corners of the internet. And now, the biggest topic globally is the magical repair mission of the portable world. She laughed so hard that her mouth almost couldn't close. The most enticing part is that this mission is a super interconnected chain of tasks. It's like a super long serialized novel or a top-tier film and television drama that could shoot for 10 seasons. Jiao Mu's beautiful eyes sparkled. With burgeoning ambition, you will exist as a top internet celebrity for a long time. Therefore, your value is crucial for all platforms. Chen understood instantly. When he live-streamed the magical repair mission, the traffic on the other two major platforms would dry up immediately, as everyone would madly rush to his livestream platform to see the divine artifact, the undead disaster, and the future god-level summoner. In that case, the 500 million signing fee should just be the major livestream platforms testing our price. Chen revealed the truth. Senior sister, you need to be careful. Chen said leisurely, don't worry, I'm not love-struck. I just have a good impression of Miss Bouffian. It's far from the point where I can't marry anyone else and have to kneel and worship her like a turtle. Besides, I think it's quite normal to appreciate an outstanding girl, right? And she is she, the old hag is the old hag, let's not confuse the two. But marrying a girl is equivalent to marrying her family. If her mother interferes, you won't be happy. Jiao Mu continued to criticize the couple angrily. Chen rolled his eyes. First of all, she doesn't like me, she just appreciates my strength. Secondly, I already possess a divine artifact and I have enough ability to handle any ungrateful family. To put it bluntly, you're just being stubborn, you clearly like her a lot. Jiao Mu was quite frustrated, feeling like she had fallen behind, turning from a bride to a bridesmaid. Alright, I really have no interest in starting a family or marrying anyone. Right now, let's focus on our careers. Chen shook his head, ending the boring topic. Let me see what has shocked you so much. 3 of the top 10 trending topics are actually related to me? He was also a bit dumbfounded. Have I become this popular? My goodness, if I lower my moral standards a bit and take on a few advertising endorsements, I could probably make a fortune of several hundred million directly. Chen began to look through the trending topics one by one. At the top was Dragon Country warns, do not assassinate Chen, do not say you were not warned. Below was a scene of nationwide celebration. The country is taking action. Those who hate Chen Jiji will face severe consequences. This is the one person you cannot criticize online. If Chen can successfully repair his personal world, even the most mediocre summoner can achieve greatness. His future is already a smooth path. I really envy him. This is the rise of a grassroots genius, a perfect positive cycle, breaking the record for the Demon Fortress, with real talent, gaining livestream popularity, becoming a top internet celebrity, earning starting capital, growing stronger, and then being recognized by the undead calamity to inherit a divine artifact. Everything Chen has is earned through his hard work. This is what we call a positive energy internet celebrity. We must protect him well. He is our future star against the abyss. Jiao Mu leaned closer, snuggling up to Chen, and warmth and a faint fragrance enveloped him. She said excitedly, it's really rare. An internet celebrity exploding into fame, and both inside and outside the circle, the reviews are overwhelmingly positive. It seems your image has always been quite good. Chen shrugged, it's just a temporary reputation, there's no need to take it too seriously. Who knows, one day if I donate less at a charity event, countless people might start saying I'm a miser who doesn't care for the underprivileged, and then my reputation could flip. Well said, you need to be strong yourself. As long as you perform well in the miraculous repair task, your influence can be very stable. As for the elusive reputation, just let it be. Jiao Mu cheerfully stretched out her arms, hugging his, and continued to show him the second trending topic. Suspected assassination of Chen by the Iron Blood Alliance. Relevant departments have taken Shen Jinghong away. Deserved karma. Jiao Mu's pretty face was filled with glee. Wow, the happiest things in the world are 1. An ex-boyfriend castrating himself, and 2. An ex-boss being imprisoned. Chen. Jiao Mu winked at him. Of course, the senior sister is very pure. She hasn't even been in a relationship. Who would believe that? Believe it or not, anyway, she is too much of a workaholic to care about love. She is focused on her career, Jiao Mu said with righteous indignation, but soon her expression fell. Of course, that's all a lie. The main reason is that after I joined the Iron Blood Alliance, that old pervert, Shen Jinghong, who has a twisted sense of possessiveness, would directly warn all the single men who had their eyes on me. Just think about how disgusting that is. It's no wonder I've never experienced the sweetness of love. Who told you not to try during high school and college? Chen chuckled. Jiao Mu pouted. The pressure to get into college during high school was immense. Everyone was competing. Who had the time? And my university. Sigh, I got into a women's military academy. Although many pretty girls wanted to be with me, I didn't want to be a knight for them. Chen burst out laughing. You really have it rough. Ha, you think you're not rough? Jiao Muyu chuckled lightly. The reason I was so shocked just now was that I saw the third trending topic about you. Su Chen was taken aback and quickly looked it up, only to be met with a facepalm. Su Chen's sexual orientation exposed. The only roommate Song Qingfeng claims his underwear often mysteriously disappears. Who's the suspect? Damn that old Song. Su Chen's mouth twitched as he helplessly said, do you know why his underwear often goes missing? Jiao Muyu, you stole it. Damn, you're tarnishing my reputation for no reason. But isn't he your only roommate? There's only one suspect. Su Chen covered his face. You can't even imagine how cunning that guy is. Oh, tell me more. Jiao Mu. You caught the scent of gossip and became quite interested. Su Chen shrugged. At Beiliang Academy, it's a fully enclosed teaching environment, and in pursuit of high admission rates, the management is extremely strict. In fact, the principal wanted to implement military-style management in the school to help students adapt to military academies early. So, we have to strictly follow the schedule for our daily routines and are absolutely not allowed to leave the campus. Su Chen smiled. But that little brat Song Qingfeng, how could he hold it in? Oh, does he have some special preference that requires him to leave campus? Jiao Muyu's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. Su Chen spread his hands and chuckled. He likes to go outside to take a shower. Jiao Muyu showed a disdainful expression. At such a young age, he won't learn properly, starting with saunas, massages, and bubble baths in high school, right? You're thinking too far. He goes to a legitimate bathhouse, Su Chen corrected. The reason he goes off campus is that he feels embarrassed to shower in the public bathhouse at school in front of all his brothers. He's the type who can't pee if someone is nearby. Jiao Muyu. Then he must be living a tough life. She empathized. For someone introverted, school is hell. Who says it's not? Su Chen smiled. So, later on, unable to stand the smell, he finally chose to buy a climbing rope and climbed over the wall to take a shower. What does that have to do with the underwear? Jiao Muyu was confused. Don't rush, let me explain. The climbing rope was very useful, but unfortunately, it couldn't be hidden, and he was soon caught by the patrolling teachers in the dormitory. From then on, he was seen as a dangerous element and became a target of strict surveillance, needing regular checks of his personal belongings. Su Chen's lips curled up, but showering is a necessity. So he came up with a plan, directly linking all his underwear together to make a rope, allowing him to come and go freely over the wall. Over time, the wear and tear was immense. That's the mystery of the disappearing underwear. Ha ha ha, what a talent. After Su Chen finished, Jiao Muyu was already laughing out loud. Alright, it seems it's really not a matter of your preferences, nor my charm. Ultimately, it's that Bufinian girl who's too despicable. Jiao Muyu clenched her pink fist and waved it at the night sky. I must defeat her. Tomorrow I'm changing into my victory outfit. What's that? Hee hee, the white silk stockings that have a super lethal effect on otaku, along with the springtime effective sexy lingerie. Jiao Muyu winked at him. Su Chen replied irritably, Jiao Muyu, as your boss, I must advise you, please focus your work on how to better help me grow. I'm not looking for a secretary for work, a secretary for leisure like Shin Jinghong. Moreover, I am facing an urgent need right now, he reminded her with a serious expression. Jiao Muyu also restrained her playful demeanor, directly taking out her laptop and displaying it in front of him. Of course I know, it's about the job change, right? You're almost level 20 and it's time for this critical threshold. And I, as a former top-tier intelligence secretary, with high-level accounts at the three major gray intelligence centers of the dark web, black web, and ghost web, have naturally prepared everything for you. She proudly lifted her fair and delicate chin. The most incompetent secretary relies on a sexy body. I rely on my brain that makes the boss unable to part with me. Su Chen glanced over the intelligence list Jiao Muyu provided, and his eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. My dear Muyu, you are like a tiger with wings. It's just like Liu Bei meeting the divine Zhuge Liang, Cao Cao getting the divine Gua Jia, and Wu Delong marrying the fortune-bringing Pan Jinlian. Jiao Muyu, question mark. Are these all clues for the current summoner job change? Su Chen quickly browsed through them, falling into thought. Jiao Muyu nodded and entered work mode, filtering out 3 summoner professions for him. Look, these are the top-notch professions selected by your senior sister. You definitely meet the criteria. The first is the Tomb of the Whale Shark Dungeon, located at the junction of the 2 countries' sea areas in international waters, where a brand new summoner profession has appeared. Sea King. You can summon a vast number of deep-sea demons and mutated sea beasts, and obtain a companion whale shark as your destined beast. From then on, you will become the king of the sea, dominating the 7 seas. But you must specialize in sea combat, which means on land, you will be like a blank slate, with no summoned beasts available. Of course, you can specifically look for amphibious summoned beasts to solve this drawback. Su Chen nodded, not refusing. Specialization is generally better than being versatile, because what determines a profession's upper limit is often not the shortcomings, but the strengths. I understand the principle of preferring to be a head of a chicken rather than a tail of a phoenix, but I really don't like eating fish, the smell is too strong. Let's look at other options first. Su Chen scratched his head.
Jiau Muyu smiled. The second is a mysterious rumor that has emerged from the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, but according to my verification, the credibility is quite high. After the demons broke the barrier of our planet, their portals appeared densely on the surface, beginning the invasion.
The war between humans and demons has thus begun.
At the same time, not only the Abyss world but many other worlds with highly intelligent beings have also stepped onto our land, she said seriously. On the coral island of the Great Barrier Reef, a force from another world has appeared, the Holy Nest cult.
Chen immediately became interested.
He had heard from Mayor Chen that their planet was in an unguarded state and any force could invade. Thus, the strange creatures in the gate of the strange nation were one of the mysterious forces. And now, he heard about the mysterious Holy Nest cult from Jiau Muyu. The so-called Holy Nest cult is a high-level civilization evolved from an insect race. Jiau Muyu explained. Their summoner profession is called Insect Master, which, as the name suggests, can summon countless insects.
Wait a minute. Chen got goosebumps on his arm. To be honest, that's a bit disgusting, right, senior sister?
After I change my job, will I become the object of admiration for the mother cockroach, the true friend of the caterpillar,
and the emperor of the nematode kingdom?
If I choose this profession, then I will have to say goodbye to the live streaming industry.
My female fans will abandon me as well. It's not that bad. Besides, the insect eggs provided by the Holy Nest cult are not native to Earth.
Inside, there are armored fire beetles that can spew out huge columns of fire, and mantis sword saints that wield dual blades with combat power comparable to assassins.
Stop.
Chen made a stop gesture and shrugged helplessly. Just tell me the third option.
This one suits you best. It's the standard
profession passed down by His Majesty the Undead Catastrophe, Necromancer. Jiau Muyu introduced enthusiastically. With a wave of your hand, you can summon an army of bone dragons, and the ground will be covered with a sea of skeletons, countless ghouls accompanying you, while the great demons carry your throne.
Isn't that impressive? I don't want to be a necromancer, and I can't be one. Chen
decisively rejected. Without hesitation, don't forget, the path taken by His Majesty the Undead Catastrophe has its limits. It's impossible to break through the 99th layer of the abyss.
I don't think I can
go further on this path than he has. It can be said that His Majesty the Undead Catastrophe has already reached the ceiling of the necromancer profession, but he cannot conquer the abyss.
And his shadow explicitly refused to grant me the SSS level profession card of the Undead Catastrophe. If that's the case, why should I seek merely the S-level necromancer profession? That would be a bit of a waste.
Chen shook his head, dismissing all three of Jiau Muyu's proposals. His stunning agent fell silent. But these are already the best three professions available recently.
Don't you plan to switch to a hidden profession, aiming to first advance to an ordinary first-tier summoner, and then wait for further opportunities?
But this will cost you a lot of attribute points.
Hidden professions, compared to ordinary professions, have higher attribute point growth. Each level up creates a widening gap from ordinary professionals.
Little by little, these attribute points will lead to a significant disparity in the future.
That's fine, I must choose the path that suits me best. I can wait for now. Chen didn't mind at all, because his summoned creatures would provide a massive amount of attribute points.
And once the artifact is repaired, a plus 5,000 all attributes suffix would appear.
By then, who would care about the small attribute loss now?
Jiau Muyu felt a bit down, as she couldn't help.
But soon, her beautiful eyes sparkled. Hey, wait.
I remember, there's a path for truly powerful professionals, customized professions. The professionals themselves decide the path they want to take.
As a top
student, Chen quickly recalled this path from the corners of his memory. But he frowned. But customized professions are usually chosen by fourth-tier ordinary professionals. Only at their stage can they accumulate massive resources to support them on this high-risk, high-reward path.
Jiau Muyu chuckled lightly. You, right now, lack nothing but resources. I'm almost done negotiating the contract.
With the live streaming platform for you, the final offer will likely settle around 800 million to 900 million.
Moreover, I've also applied for the Special Talent Award program from the Dragon Kingdom. They told me it's 100% guaranteed as long as we wait for the process to complete.
This program will directly reward you with 100 million, and you can also get a 200 million interest-free loan, which you only need to repay in 10 years. If you're willing to sell your charm, many prominent families and powerful forces have expressed their desire to form a marriage alliance with you.
By then, they certainly wouldn't mind pulling out 1 billion to support you as their son-in-law.
Jiau Muyu counted one by one with her delicate fingers, resembling the slender green onion roots. Look, the total amount of funds
you can use is already 2 billion. Even for an ordinary fourth-tier professional, that's an astronomical figure that's out of reach. Chen pondered. Then, how should I customize my profession? It's simple. First, invest 30 million to purchase a blank class transfer crystal.
Jiau Muyu clearly had prepared her speech in advance, speaking fluently without any hesitation. As we all know, the power of all professionals comes from the will of the planet.
The so-called class transfer crystal is one of the embodiments of the planet's will. Once you activate it, it will start recording every
word, action, and movement of yours, especially all your extraordinary achievements. For example, your remarkable feat of breaking through the demon fortress alone.
Every time you achieve something
extraordinary, the planets will cast a glance at you, leaving a vivid record on the class transfer crystal.
Each glance from the planets will elevate the level of the class transfer crystal,
helping you activate a customized profession based on your achievements and abilities. If you find the profession it offers unsatisfactory, you can politely decline, then continue to improve, keep recording, and strive to gain the planet's will's attention. Subsequently, you will have the opportunity for a second, or even a third, customized profession.
Su Chen nodded. This is great. I love customization. It sounds so high-end.
Fine then, I'll immediately go to the global dark web to help you auction a blank class transfer crystal. Jiao stood up, holding her computer to operate aside. Su Chen suddenly received a private message. Upon closer inspection, it was that bastard Song Qingfeng.
Damn! Lao Song, how dare you contact me? Aren't you afraid I'll expose you? Tell me, what's going on with the 10th spot on the trending list? Su Chen was furious and sent a message to question him.
Song Qingfeng replied awkwardly, actually, that was a false rumor. A classmate mentioned it accidentally
during an interview. Then, to attract attention, they tried to force us into a CP.
You know, whether in the old era or the new era, CP fans have always been quite delusional.
Su Chen asked suspiciously. Is it really not you? On my honor. Why would I expose this little secret?
I haven't even finished my senior year yet and I still need to stay in the dorm for another month, so I have to rely on my underwear rope to climb over the wall to take a shower.
That's true. Su Chen snorted coldly. Why are you looking for me? Want to copy my homework? I haven't written it yet. You're already a top internet celebrity and I'd become a minor internet celebrity by writing on your coattails. What homework do we need to write?
Song Qingfeng chuckled. It's just that some of my female fans want me
to ask you what profession you plan to transfer to in the future? Are they really your female fans? They're not reporters in disguise, are they?
Su Chen reminded him irritably. Don't be fooled. The
prettier the woman, the more deceitful she can be. That seems to be the case. Song Qingfeng scratched his head. But I'm also curious, will you walk the path of a necromancer? I plan to transfer
to the ancient profession of slave master, and then directly capture you as my first summon Kunlun slave, making you eat watermelon and pick cotton every day, then rap for me.
Song Qingfeng.
After ending the private chat with Song Qingfeng, Su Chen suddenly saw another private message, this time from
Bu Fei Yan.
Although Su Chen had promised in front of millions of viewers to the old witch Wu Mengxi that he would never disturb Miss Bu Fei Yan
again, it didn't mean she couldn't come to disturb him first. Moreover, even though Su Chen found Wu Mengxi very annoying, he wouldn't vent his
anger on Bu Fei Yan. After all, she had never done anything wrong. I'm sorry, I really didn't expect my mom to be so ruthless.
After taking a
shower, lying in bed, feeling a bit flustered and unable to sleep, Bu Feiyan ultimately mustered the courage to send this message to Su Chen. After all, he had once told a global audience that he had fantasies because of her appreciation, even thought of names for their future children. Although Bu Feiyan initially admired Su Chen purely, everyone around her now seemed to think there was some romantic relationship between them. A hint of ambiguity, which made her feel a bit flustered and embarrassed to face Su Chen directly.
It's fine. Su Chen replied instantly, but
soon after, he slapped his left hand hard with his right.
Damn.
Replying so quickly would make him seem like a sycophant. He should wait a bit,
then pretend to casually see the message and respond gracefully. That said, Su Chen continued, although I couldn't join the secret sanctuary, I will always remember Miss Bu's appreciation for me, so you don't need to apologize. The fault was never yours. Rather, it was me who, at that moment, was probably angered and embarrassed by your mother rejecting the contract in front of millions of viewers, so I said a lot of wrong things. It's fine. I never care about gossip.
Bu Feiyan lay on her pillow, her tender, full 36D creating an alluring curve.
If it has
caused you trouble, just stay at home for a while and hide.
Su Chen smiled and continued to reply, avoidance is shameful but useful. In this era, everyone tends to forget quickly. We won't be the focus of public attention for long.
Hee, I was thinking the same thing.
I just wanted to
go to the secret realm to level up, Bu Feiyan said, hugging her big white bear plushie, happily shaking her snow-white little legs, lightly tapping
her purred little bottom.
In the future, don't use the word appreciation. You'll be a god-level summoner, while I'm just an obscure little
assassin, soon to be left behind by you. Su Chen, under some strange impulse, replied, then, why not join my team? Let's fight side by side. Okay?
Bu Feiyan's heart raced, lying on her bed, feeling like a deer caught in headlights.
Ahem.
Su Chen also realized his words had crossed a line and quickly changed the subject. Forget it, with your talent as a beautiful genius assassin, the secret sanctuary should have a complete
team to protect and level up, right? By the way, do you have any leads on how to enhance skeleton summons?
Bu Feiyan bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, but she quickly replied, I watched your live stream recording. It seems you have 100 skeleton summons in your artifact space, right?
You want to strengthen them?
Yes. Su Chen humbly asked, after all, you come from a top-tier power, your vision and information should be better.
than mine, so I want to ask for your advice.
I have indeed heard my father mention some things, let me look it up. Bu Fian got up, opened her notebook, skimmed through it, and then told him without hesitation, according to a groundbreaking paper published by a summoning professor in War magazine 2 years ago, he believes that by imitating the abyssal blood pool, one can soak skeleton summons to enhance their bones. Using this method, he made a bone dragon bathe in blood and be reborn, turning it into a flesh and blood underworld dragon, increasing its strength
by 50%.
Bu Fian's delicate fingers typed quickly. There's also a method called bone replacement surgery.
Our dragon country currently has a research team that can do it.
They can use the bones of higher organisms to replace the ordinary, osteoporotic bones of the skeletons.
This way, ordinary skeletons can achieve a fundamental evolution. Although it's quite expensive, you're now a world-class internet celebrity, so you should be able to afford it.
The research institute where that team is located is the 003 Dragon Bone Research Center.
Chen couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Thank you. If I come across any opportunities or equipment related to assassins, I will definitely save them for you. It's
great to be able to help, Bu Fian replied instantly. Chen's mind seemed to conjure up her vibrant smile and her youthful yet alluring figure, momentarily lost in thought.
Bu Fian's appreciation and goodwill towards him had always been selfless, which is why he easily succumbed to it.
You must understand that the top secret information about enhancing summon creatures is incredibly valuable, and even if one is wealthy,
they often lack the channels to acquire it.
Many secrets and knowledge are monopolized by powerful factions.
Just like the 2 pieces of information
Bu Fian mentioned, Jiau had searched for a long time on the 3 major gray networks but found nothing at all.
It was highly likely that someone had deliberately deleted it from the internet, unwilling for other summoners to know. After chatting a bit more about the live stream, they reluctantly ended their conversation.
Chen stared blankly at the city outside the floor-to-ceiling window, his heart filled with ambition. Damn the mystery sanctuary,
damn Wu Mangshi. To put it bluntly, it's just a force controlled by a 5th-tier practitioner. If I can step onto the 6th-tier path or even become a god-level practitioner, who would dare to speak against me? By then, even if I directly take Bu Fian
back as my wife, all the leaders around the world would have to call to congratulate me.
To put it simply, I'm still too weak. In this era of
universal job changes, only strength is indispensable. Thus, 3 days later, Chen had already negotiated with the 003 Dragon Bone Research Center, spending 50 million to upgrade the bones of his 100 temporary skeleton summons.
To save time and ensure safety, they even opted not to
take a plane, instead spending 50,000 to use the teleportation array from the Liangzhou City Lord's Mansion to the city where the research center
is located, Fengdu.
The necromancy research in Fengdu Ghost City is unparalleled globally, and this is also the largest market for necromantic summons. Jiau, wearing sunglasses and dressed as a tour guide, introduced the local customs to Chen with charm.
Chen smiled, then after we finish our tasks, we can go to the local auction house and buy a batch of summons. By the way, can't you replace that batch of skeleton archers and skeleton mages? Jiau asked, somewhat puzzled. After all, they're just temporary summons, right? They aren't very strong, are they?
Chen shook his head. I don't like skeletons either, but I really can't replace them.
Why not?
The beautiful agent was particularly
confused. Chen directly showed her the panel. Look for yourself.
I don't know if it's because of the spatial pocket or the blessing under the necromantic cataclysm, but these skeletons, which should be very weak and trashy, have mutated. Jiau leaned in to take a look. Cursed
skeleton archer quality, excellent. Level 20.
Can level up with the summoner. Attributes: strength 90, constitution 50, agility 90, spirit 10. Skill: united we stand, united we stand. When the skeleton archers gather into a legion, more than 30 within 100 meters, they will
gain an additional 50% strength boost. Wow.
Jiau was shocked. 90 base strength, and when the united we stand skill is triggered, it will have 135 strength, which means 135 base attack power.
Wow, that's already comparable to an ordinary level 20 summoned beast. Your skeletons are
treasures. Chen smiled faintly. That's right, so they have quite high cultivation value.
If it weren't for that, would I be willing to spend 50 million to cultivate them?
Just this united we stand skill alone means they have considerable potential.
In my opinion, the key to their mutation lies in the suffix cursed, Jiau explained thoughtfully. Most likely, it's the fate curse wrath of the abyss bestowed upon
you by the undead cataclysm that caused them to absorb a portion of the abyss lord's power, leading to their distortion.
I think so too, but this
is a good thing. It means the skeleton's potential has been activated. He gazed at the skeletons with great satisfaction, a beaming smile on his face.
Suddenly, we have 100 mutated skeletons. What a profit. This is the true gift from the undead cataclysm, and I resisted the urge to share it during the livestream, keeping it as my trump card. Jiau nodded slightly. Then, perhaps I can spend some more money to fully equip them. Skeletons have humanoid forms and can wear a lot of humanoid gear.
We should acquire 100 sets of equipment to fully arm them.
They will definitely be a formidable skeleton army. Su Chen clicked his tongue. 100 sets of equipment? How much will that cost? Don't worry, we'll just choose the ones with high cost-performance ratios.
Plus, we can find some blacksmiths and tailors to customize them in bulk, Jiau said
animatedly.
Trust me, it won't cost much. The truly expensive gear in the world consists of those top-tier legendary and epic items, while even
the excellent gear for commoners is affordable for the working class.
We only need a budget of 20 million.
I promise I won't take a commission or kickback. Jiau winked. Su Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Is it really that cheap? Then I'll approve a budget of 50 million for you.
Let's get 50 sets of archer gear and 50 sets of mage gear for the skeleton archers and skeleton sorcerers.
Wait, let me take another look at
the skeleton sorcerer's attributes. Jiau looked again. Cursed skeleton sorcerer quality, excellent level 20, can level up with a summoner. Attributes: strength 10, constitution 40, agility 90, spirit 90. Skill: united we stand, united we stand. When the skeleton sorcerers
gather into a legion, they will receive an additional 50% spirit bonus. The same united we stand skill grants a 50% spirit bonus for
magical summons. That's interesting. Jiau smiled slightly. I will focus on finding strength-based gear for the archers and spirit-based gear for the sorcerers. She couldn't help but start to imagine, in the future, we might be able to create an invincible elite skeleton army. Moreover, it completely contradicts the path of the undead cataclysm. He relies purely on numbers, but we will balance quality.
Su Chen smiled but said nothing.
They strode confidently into the number 003 Dragon Bone Research Center, where armed professional guards immediately intercepted them.
Please show your identification or provide an appointment proof. This is a military restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. Jiau quickly took out the appointment proof. We need to see Dr. Li.
Verification complete, please enter.
The guard immediately stepped aside and pressed a button.
A long corridor paved entirely with pure bones appeared before them.
The bones were translucent, faintly
shimmering with fierce dragon patterns, flowing with a strong elemental tide. Clearly extraordinary materials.
It really is a Dragon Bone Research Institute.
They have so much material that they use it to pave the floor, Su Chen said with a grimace, feeling it was quite wasteful.
Jiau, you, however, noticed something amiss.
These bones seem to be imitation dragon bones, not pure natural dragon bones.
After all, even if natural
dragon bones were cheap, there's no way they would have enough to use for flooring.
Even if dragon bones were ground into bone powder, they would
still be extremely powerful magical materials. After careful observation, she concluded these bones should all belong to very common animal
skeletons, mostly from dairy cows. Oh, you are quite skilled at identifying bones, my lady? A middle-aged researcher inside a valve looked at
Jiau in surprise. He was their liaison for this trip, Dr. Li Jiau.
Hello, this is my employer. You might know him, the master of the
artifact portable world, Su Chen. Jiau introduced her boss with a warm smile. Dr. Li Jiau did not hesitate to extend his hand towards
Su Chen, enthusiastically saying, I am also very grateful for your sponsorship of our bone replacement surgery project. To be honest, ever
since I wrote that paper, no one has been willing to come to me for surgery with their summon creatures, Li Jiau said with self-deprecation,
shrugging his shoulders.
After thinking it over, I realized the crux of the problem. Perhaps low-level skeletal creatures simply aren't worth
the investment of everyone's money.
And those with high-value skeletal summons mostly have growth affixes, so they don't need my help. They can
evolve on their own.
Sigh, I spent 200 million developing the bone replacement surgery, only for it to become a useless endeavor.
Wasting the national research funds, it's truly embarrassing, he lamented.
Su Chen said seriously, D'Archely, you shouldn't belittle yourself. Perhaps, when my skeletal army shines, it will become an excellent advertisement and your project will become highly sought after.
Right, Dr. Li.
Jiau said expectantly, a master of an artifact actually used my technology to modify his summon creatures. This is recognition for me.
Don't
worry, I will do my utmost to help you achieve the best results. Then I look forward to it. Su Chen smiled and followed Dr. Li Jiau into a spacious hall, where various skeletons were piled up densely. Those are all artificial bionic dragon bones, Dr. Li Jiau proudly introduced. The materials on the ground, his eyes sparkling. Compared to real dragon bones, their shelf life is extremely short, only about a year. But they perfectly meet the needs of our human practitioners for using skeletal soldiers. Su Chen nodded and smiled. Given our growth rate, generally speaking, all skeletal soldiers would have been worn out within a year, so there's no need to consider a longer shelf life.
During leveling,
skeletal frames would be eroded by the acid of demons, smashed to pieces by the fists of demons, and battered to bits by various elemental storms. While marching, the skeletons, lacking tendons and ligaments, were merely a pile of bones creaking against each other, wearing out quickly.
Even
during storage, common weathering and the moisture in the air would cause the skeletal frames to leach phosphorus from the bones and become moldy
and rotten.
Thus, skeletons have always been positioned as consumables, and no one has bothered to consider the shelf life of bones.
Chen
actually didn't mind because usually, his skeletal soldiers were stored in the artifact portable space, with no wear and tear, so their lifespan was naturally longer. But he was very confident in his growth rate and didn't think these skeletal archers and skeletal sorcerers could accompany
him for too long.
They were merely temporary summoned creatures for the transitional period. Sooner or later, he was prepared to replace them with higher-level ghouls, abominations, and mutated flying dragons. Even though the skeletal archers and sorcerers were blessed by His Majesty Undead Catastrophe, they were of little use, as their unit type determined their limits. Ultimately, they were just a group of skeletal soldiers. Come, please take a look at our experimental subjects. Dr. Li Jiau. We led the two to a training ground, pressed a button, and released a
bound skeletal soldier, then activated a training steel robot.
Jiao squinted and said, "That's the Demon Slayer, Type 7 explosive
robot capable of withstanding attacks from first-tier professionals."
"That's right,
below is the moment to witness a miracle."
Dr. Li Jiao proudly patted his chest. The skeleton soldier directly pulled out a rib, using it as a bone sword, fiercely charging at the robot, executing the
simplest slashes, horizontal cuts, and thrusts. Clang, clang.
The crisp sounds reached everyone's ears, and sparks flew from the collisions. The steel shell of the explosive robot quickly became pockmarked.
Impressive.
Chen gave a thumbs up. That rib should also be made of artificial
dragon bone, right?
It can actually cut through steel plates, truly eye-opening. If it were a normal skeleton soldier, the bone blade would have shattered long ago, and who knows, the skeletal frame might have cracked. This simple demonstration undoubtedly showcased the skeleton soldier's growth quite clearly. Jiao added, after being replaced with artificial dragon bone, the skeleton soldier's attacks are even more ferocious.
Not just an improvement in defense.
Of course, our charges are very reasonable. Dr. Li Jiao clearly valued this business deal and was eager for his research results to be put into production.
I can first modify a skeleton soldier for you as a sample. How about that?
Sounds good. Since they could get it for free, Chen and Jiao were naturally more than willing. They then approached a glass wall, where Chen summoned a skeleton archer and controlled it to walk into the laboratory behind the wall, allowing it to be grabbed by 8 mechanical arms. Starting from the palms, its finger bones were disassembled one by one, then replaced with crystal-clear artificial dragon bones.
Next were the
ribs and leg bones, which were easier to replace, while the spine and other parts that were less prone to injury remained intact. Their skulls cannot be replaced either, so you'll need to purchase helmets for defense, Dr. Li Jiao explained, because their soul fire is hidden within the skull. Once the skull is opened, the soul fire will dissipate, and it will die.
I see.
The two understood somewhat but firmly refused to
admit their confusion. Finally, the modification was complete.
Chen's skeleton archer strode out of the laboratory, exuding confidence, and was
about to show Chen its current strength, drawing the bow and knocking an arrow. Snap!
The original bone bow was directly broken.
Chen, Jiao.
Dr. Li Jiao laughed heartily. Its strength has surged now. The original bone bow was too fragile to withstand it.
You should get it a good bow.
Chen simply checked its panel and found that this fellow's strength had increased from the original 90 points to a whopping 135 points. Additionally, it had gained a new attribute, Dragon Bloodline. Your summoned creature seems to possess dragon blood, all attributes. Plus 50%. Chen was extremely satisfied. His skeleton soldiers had a mutated 50% unity and a 50% artificial dragon bloodline, giving them double the attributes of a normal skeleton soldier. Now, he felt even more confident about the Caesar's Kingdom instance for the college entrance examination and the 10,000 demon slaughter achievement required for the artifact repair task.
Senior sister, payment. I'm very satisfied with the doctor's bone replacement surgery. Chen waved his hand and paid without hesitation.
After all, with the godly rich system, he wasn't short on money at all.
Moreover, even without the godly
rich system backing him, with his current global internet celebrity status, he could easily earn the mere 50 million surgery fee.
After entrusting all 100 skeleton soldiers to the Dragon Bone Research Institute for
safekeeping, Chen left with Jiao. They just needed to wait for the inspection in 2 days. Let's go. Since we've arrived at the legendary Fengdu Ghost City, we should check out the famous 100 Ghosts Night Walk Street, Jiao said, brandishing her 2 large shopping bags.
The so-called 100 Ghosts Night Walk Street is a bustling pedestrian street known worldwide, specializing in selling items related
to necromancers, with a wide variety of goods on display. All the Dragon Bone Research Institutes in the country are located in Fengdu Ghost City, as the materials are relatively easy to obtain.
Most of these dragon
bone materials come from the local high-intensity Abyss battlefield, Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon. This battlefield is quite legendary, as it connects to the 17th layer of the Abyss, Evil Dragon Kingdom.
Human
practitioners, along with the Shadow Evil Dragons and their necromantic minions, engage in fierce battles, devouring each other and seizing resources. In the old days, the area where Fengdu Ghost City is located was just an unremarkable wilderness, but during the era of universal job changes, it became one of the famous mega-cities of the Dragon Kingdom due to its massive material output. As night fell, countless individuals, wearing strange masks and bizarre outfits, reminiscent of Halloween cosplay, emerged from Fengdu's developed subway system, heading towards the Hundred Ghosts Nightwalk Street.
Su Chen and Jiao Muyu were among them.
The latter wore a delicate and small Nuo dance mask, which could not hide her exquisite chin and fair neck, adding a touch of allure with her partially concealed features.
Su Chen simply wore a very common, hip-hop monkey mask, seemingly inspired by a meme and impish monkey grin.
The subway here even has a necromantic decor style, with ghostly hand paintings on the floor, walls adorned with scenes from the classic
film Interview with the Vampire, and the ceiling is a prank, directly depicting the famous painting Under the Sky of the Bone Dragon. Su Chen shook his head. Aren't they afraid of scaring children? Children born and raised here won't develop psychological issues?
Jiao Muyu rolled her eyes. What child would take the Ghost Market Express subway?
This entire subway line is designed for tourists like us and outsiders, trading at the Hundred Ghosts Nightwalk Street.
I see. Su Chen felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that as a student he was indeed quite ignorant. By the way, senior, he humbly asked, why is the lighting so dim
here, and why is everyone wearing masks? What's the significance?
Jiao Muyu chuckled charmingly, her voice like silver bells, drawing the attention of many men. Because it's a requirement of Fengdu's local law, the Necromancer Anti-Discrimination Act. You see, many necromancers have long-term exposure to negative energy, leading to facial decay, bodily rot, and a significant portion of their limbs becoming necrotic. Some are half human, half skeleton, while others have used soul jars to transform themselves into liches, and quite a few have transferred their soul flames into the skulls of bone dragons. Jiao Muyu spoke with respect. Regardless, most of them sacrifice themselves, paying a high price to gain the power to fight against the abyss.
Therefore, we must not let heroes feel disheartened, nor should we discriminate against their imperfect bodies.
The dim lighting is because necromancers prefer dark environments. Wearing masks and robes is to conceal their bodily defects, Jiao Muyu explained. Fengdu has thus gained the favor of necromancers, becoming a gathering place for them.
Moreover, the power structures in this city, from top to bottom, are also related to necromancers. With a sigh, she reminded him sternly, you must not make
any necromancer jokes here. If deemed discriminatory, be careful not to end up as a specimen.
Su Chen chuckled. I can at least consider myself half a necromancer. This place is really nice. He immediately felt a fondness for Fengdu. A city that can legislate to respect its professionals is certainly not lacking.
The lush trees lining the road, vibrant with life, stand in stark contrast to the heavy aura of death emanating from the necromancers, giving Fengdu Ghost City a unique atmosphere. Su Chen observed his surroundings slightly. A hidden professional, a corpse driver, was leading a group of zombies down the road ahead. A necromancer, whose lower body had vanished, had installed a half-centaur body for himself, allowing him to move swiftly, quickly disappearing into the shadows of the long street. A group of first-tier necromancers, seemingly on a tour, wore matching outfits and waved small red flags as they admired a fresh shadow dragon corpse dragged back from the battlefield. A large truck filled with ghouls was slowly making its way to the market, trailing a banner that read, "Clearance sale on ghouls at rock-bottom prices. Brain matter has aphrodisiac effects, certified by Li Chang's teaching authority. She's good, I'm good."
Su Chen was taken aback. No way, ghouls should all be transformed from humans. Is there really someone eating their brain matter for potency? Isn't that cannibalism? TCH, how narrow-minded.
Jiao Muyu scoffed. At such a young
age, you still hold such prejudices. By your logic, fruits must absorb human waste to grow so deliciously. Do they also eat humans? When you eat fruit, are you eating humans? Ghouls are already a different race. No matter where they came from, their life forms are completely different. Humans can casually eat monkey brains that are similar in form, so why can't they eat the brains of ghouls? Su Chen was left speechless,
begrudgingly giving a thumbs up. Insightful. I told you, your senior sister was the debate champion in college. I ranked in national debate competitions, Jiao Muyu said proudly.
Countless people
from all over the world wore various masks as they entered the ghostly night street.
Su Chen and Jiao Muyu were wide-eyed as they immediately spotted a frost bone dragon hanging from a signboard. Its soul fire
burned fiercely in its eye sockets, clearly at the peak of its necromantic life, yet it was forcibly controlled here by some sealing spell, imprisoned on the signboard, unable to move.
It could only look down at
all the tiny human crawlers with its hollow eye sockets, unable to utter a word or cast dragon language magic. Just this frostbone dragon alone was enough to showcase the terrifying foundation of Fengdu's ghostly
night street.
After all, it was a genuine fifth-tier necromantic creature, and in terms of combat power, it was not inferior to the Iron Blood Alliance's leader, Shin Jinghong.
Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Aren't they afraid the bone dragon will break free from the seal?
A teasing voice came from beside him. Of course not.
Because that bone dragon is under 6 layers of seals, the high-level monk's ultimate demon sealing spell, the necromancer's skinning and marrow extraction curse, the ice elementalist's soul frost, and the hidden profession exorcist's demon puppet technique. As for the other 2 seals, their confidentiality level is high, so I don't know.
In any case, daring to seal a 5th-tier Lord-level bone dragon here, the necromancers of Fengdu must have their own means, a young man introduced leisurely. It's not just any bone dragon, it is the fearsome dragon that once slaughtered a city in the Elephant Kingdom, Hanuers, the Frost Dancer.
Jiao Muyu showed a look of astonishment. It's actually it. I heard that.
When it came out of the portal, it swept through the professionals of the Elephant Kingdom, incredibly powerful, able to fight 3 5th-tier professionals single-handedly. The professionals of the Elephant
Kingdom were just too weak.
We only sent out one necromancer to capture it, the young man said proudly, and the one who achieved this great feat is none other than my father, Chen Jingqiu.
Su Chen and Jiao Mu.
You exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of respect. So it's the renowned master of necromancy, the formidable one with the title of Dragon Slayer.
The young man proudly boasted.
That's right, it's Dragon Slayer. This title is not just a mere honor, it comes with an additional 20% damage to dragonkind and a 20% damage reduction, making it a coveted title for all experts who pursue dragon slaying.
Su Chen was taken
aback. The title of Dragon Slayer is truly exceptional. It seems I'll have to earn one in the future.
You?
The young man chuckled in disbelief, but he didn't belittle him. Instead, he encouragingly said with a grin, then you'd better work hard, because the requirement to obtain the title of Dragon Slayer is to hunt down 100 adult dragons.
I see. Thank you for the information, brother. Su Chen clasped his hands
together, his expression calm, showing no signs of discouragement. For someone like him, who possessed a space for divine artifacts, dragons were merely stronger magical creatures.
Ants can kill elephants, and small birds can swallow dragons.
With the 100 skeletal archers and skeletal mages in his temporary space, all ready to be equipped with bionic dragon bones, he could certainly inflict some damage on dragonkind.
The
young man approached purely because he found Jiao Muyu's figure alluring, her neck fair and delicate. Even though she wore a mask, it was clear she was a stunning beauty, and Su Chen, accompanying her, didn't look like a boyfriend but rather like a younger brother.
My name is Chen Tianlin. You two must be newcomers. Do you need me to be your guide?
The young man removed his mask, revealing a rather handsome face.
Thank
you, but we are a couple, just here to stroll around. You don't need to waste your time on us. Jiao Muyu replied with a cold smile that kept others at a distance, showing no interest in his background, as she nestled in Su Chen's arms and sweetly declined. Chen Tianlin was immediately disappointed, but he was never one to cling stubbornly, so he took his leave, feeling a bit envious of Su Chen, secretly thinking, at such a young age, he has such good fortune. It's infuriating that everyone else enjoys a vibrant youth while mine is spent battling those damned dragons in the Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon. After breaking free from her tightly held hand, Su Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Senior sister, this Chen Tianlin is the son of a 6th-tier professional, one of the top-tier 2nd-generation professionals. Why did you refuse him so readily? Jiao Muyu scoffed. Go online and search for Dragon Slayer, Chen Jingqiu. His numbers in certain aspects exceed the dragons he has slain.
Su Chen was stunned and pulled out his phone. Soon, he was left speechless. Wow, from the old era to the new, a monogamous system that has lasted for hundreds of years. How does this guy have nearly 200 women? Isn't anyone punishing him for bigamy? How could that be? He has never been married, so where's the bigamy?
Jiao Muyu snorted coldly. Moreover, the public holds a great deal of sympathy and understanding for him.
Su Chen was dumbfounded, feeling that
this world was too crazy.
This guy monopolizes over 200 beauties and the public actually sympathizes with him? Why?
Because dragons are inherently lustful. Jiao Muyu shrugged, her expression complex.
Chen Jingqiu has always been a figure surrounded by great controversy.
He has been on the front lines of the war against the demon dragons, fighting fiercely and selflessly, ultimately slaying 100 dragons, and becoming the renowned Dragon Slayer. However, years of bathing in dragon blood and consuming dragon hearts have caused him to be permeated by the blood of demon dragons, turning him into the hidden profession
of Dragon Knight.
But this Dragon Knight cannot ride a giant dragon. Instead, he transforms directly into a giant dragon king with numerous dragon abilities. Jiao Muyu casually explained. Every time he transforms into a giant dragon, he inevitably succumbs to the beastly nature of the dragon.so. Because dragons are inherently lecherous, he became a famous playboy, officially recognized as the Sea King.
Su Chen. Well, as the hero guarding the Shadow Evil Dragon Dungeon, what's wrong with having more girlfriends? As long as he's alive, millions, even tens of millions of people will benefit. If he dies, the Shadow Evils will swarm out, and how many people will die then? It could be in the hundreds of thousands. Su Chen nodded in agreement. Jiao Muyu glanced at him and snorted coldly. Are you envious? Do you want to be a sea king like him? Su Chen sighed. When I was a kid, I watched an old-school action manga and had a dream. I wanted to be a man who would become the Sea King. What manga was that? You're not talking about One Piece, are you?
Jiao Muyu rolled her eyes flirtatiously.
Is that so? But there are so many
beautiful women in that manga, and they all particularly like the male lead.
Su Chen said awkwardly. Jiao Muyu pouted and got back on track. Chen Jingqiu has many women and even more children, so it's not surprising we can run into them on the 100 Ghosts Night Street. Do you think they are 2nd generation rich?
No, the resources they can access may not be more than what you and I have.
True, Chen Jingqiu is busy slaying Dragons every day. He probably hasn't seen his kids in years. Senior sister, you're right. They're not worth relying on or being subservient to. Chen nodded. It's still our undead catastrophe too. The artifact holder, the super internet celebrity who's more worthy of your investment. You'll never escape my grasp. Jiao laughed with her hands on her hips. Chen felt helpless and continued walking into the 100 Ghosts. Night Street. Hey, a corpse driver's shop. Let's go take a look. Jiao's shopping desire was ignited and she directly pulled Chen, excitedly running into a hidden profession shop. Chen was also quite interested in this hidden profession and looked around inside quickly, discovering that it was a zombie monster collection house. There were common zombies from necromancers, zombies created by virus-type professionals, even Eastern zombies in strange costumes, and even bizarre things like zombie dragons, zombie dogs, and zombie babies. Oh, are you a necromancer too, young man? The shopkeeper, a corpse driver, suddenly crawled out of a coffin and greeted Chen and Jiao with great interest. Chen, Jiao. The two were nearly scared out of their wits. The corpse driver immediately looked disappointed. Sigh, judging by your reactions. You're probably just ordinary zombie enthusiasts who admire dragons. Forget it, I'm not interested in making friends anymore, goodbye. With that, he lay back down. Chen and Jiao left, both feeling helpless. However, Chen still bought a Qing Dynasty zombie official outfit as a souvenir. After all, it's not every day you visit the 100 Ghosts Night Street, and it would be nice to show off to friends later about how well-traveled he is. At that moment, a series of booming war drums sounded, followed by a very enticing shout. The weekly dragon egg auction is starting. Welcome all sharp-eyed buyers to come appraise the treasures. Dragon eggs. Chen and Jiao exchanged excited glances, both thrilled. For any summoner, dragon eggs are an opportunity for a rise that cannot be missed. After all, although the undead catastrophe is renowned, the necromancer profession has never been regarded as the top summoner class. This is because this profession has many low points. There are countless down-and-out necromancers. They often can only summon some shabby skeletons, accompanied by the lowest level zombies and banshees to level up. Such low-level necromancers are unwelcome in any team, often suffering for 7 days and nights before a dungeon, still unable to find teammates. They also lack any ability to solo dungeons, as often a large-scale spell from a boss can wipe out all their summons in one go. Among the hidden classes standing at the pinnacle of summoning, there is one called the Dragon Summoner. Just listen to that name, how imposing, how extravagant, how majestic it sounds. This means that all the summons of this class are exclusively dragons. In other words, this profession must possess a small world from another dimension, dragon country, where they can raise all their dragons. Its function is somewhat similar to Chen's artifact, portable world. However, the rental price for such a small world is astonishing, and the purchase price is even more terrifying. Of course, the dragons raised by dragon summoners are the real money-burning goods, often requiring blood feeding from a young age, signing contracts at the dragon egg stage to gain their absolute loyalty. Let's go, let's join the fun. Jiao said excitedly, but also cautiously reminded him, although we've struck it rich, we're still a long way from being able to afford dragon eggs. You mustn't casually throw out a price. Don't worry, I'm not that greedy. Chen smiled lightly. Once we earn some more money and have some savings, we'll come to the Shadow Evil Dragon dungeon ourselves to hunt for dragon eggs. There's no need to waste money buying them here. He couldn't help but think, if he could obtain a dragon summon and give it a legendary golden attribute, how powerful would that be? After much effort, the two squeezed into the crowd and reached the front of the dragon egg auction, only to be greatly disappointed. It turned out that this was not a legitimate dragon egg auction at all, but merely a makeshift project concocted by a group of unscrupulous merchants, a pile of oddly shaped eggs stacked on the ground in the open air, with no strong protection whatsoever, and even the anti-theft measures were mediocre. TCH, it's just a gimmick. Jiao, well-versed in such matters, pointed at the 2 eggs on the stage. Those are the eggs of a two-headed chimera. Do you see the intricate patterns on the shell? That's standard starry magic runes. Oh, this beautiful lady really knows her stuff, the host said with a charming smile. Indeed, our dragon egg auction cannot be compared to the official auction held by the Fengdu Ghost City, but we are more down-to-earth and accessible. He pointed at the dazzling array of eggs. Esteemed summoners, it's time to test your eyesight. Among these eggs, 33% are the most common artificial salted duck eggs, which you can take home to boil and eat, and they are double-yolked soft-boiled eggs guaranteed to make your mouth water. The summoners. Haha, don't be disappointed just yet, let me continue. The host smiled slightly. Another 33% are various high-level magical creature eggs, including 2-headed chimeras, Yamata no Orochi, spider demons, and insect demons, etc. And the remaining 33% are our carefully prepared counterfeit magical creature eggs and counterfeit dragon eggs. The host's enthusiasm bubbled over. They are meticulously replicated by our biologists and will greatly test your identification skills. If you unfortunately buy a counterfeit, well, I wish you a good mood for the day, hee. Of course, the final 1% is the real deal, officially certified by the Dragon Kingdom. complete with identification certificates, real dragon eggs. The host's tone became more inciting, stirring the hearts of all the summoners. Each egg is only 9,999 yuan. Please feel free to snatch them up and enjoy the joy of searching for dragon eggs. Chen frowned, quickly calculating the mathematical expectation of probability, and couldn't help but curl his lips. If they aren't cheating, then it would take about 1 million to obtain a dragon egg, and other miscellaneous items could roughly recoup about 300,000. Averaging 700,000 to buy a dragon egg, is that a loss? Definitely a loss, a huge loss. Jiau scoffed, exposing the trickery behind it. Do you really think that unscrupulous merchants would kindly let you get a dragon egg for 700,000? A bipedal dragon is still a dragon, she illustrated. Fly dragons, scale worms, they are all part of the dragon family. Do you know about the world instance, Jurassic Park? The snake-necked dragon eggs and herbivore dragon eggs produced there are all dragon eggs too, but they have no combat power at all, yet they are all gluttons. Jiau, you waved her hand disinterestedly. Forget it, let's not waste time here. The eggs of truly powerful dragons start at 500 million. How could they possibly appear at a roadside vendor? Chen thought about it and sighed, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. However, just before they were about to leave, Chen's dark gold magic ring, the Hydra emblem, suddenly felt slightly warm. Chen was taken aback, stopping in his tracks and signaling Jiau to be patient. What is it? Jiau was about to persuade him when she noticed Chen's expression was quite serious. Following the guidance of the magic ring, Chen quickly locked onto a giant egg. Oh, this summoner friend has a good eye. This giant egg is priced a bit higher at 69,999, but you can feel from its size that it likely contains a Tyrannosaurus Rex or the largest red dragon. The summoner enthusiastically introduced, eager to close the deal. Jiau, however, scoffed. Such a large dragon egg, if it really had a living being inside, you would have already heard a powerful heartbeat. But inside, it's completely silent. Even if it's a genuine dragon egg, the dragon inside has long since died. Chen leaned in slightly, and sure enough, the Hydra emblem emitted a faint glow. Payment, Chen gestured. Jiau had no choice, although she felt this was bound to be a losing deal. The boss had spoken, and she could only comply. Alright, thank you for your patronage. The host immediately took out a loudspeaker and announced to everyone, this mysterious summoner friend generously spent 69,999 to acquire the largest dragon egg at our auction. I wonder if he is willing to hatch it in public. Just a drop of blood is needed, we will provide the other materials. All the summoners participating in the dragon egg auction couldn't help but look up, intrigued. The son of the dragon slayer Chen Tianlin, unexpectedly wandered into the area and immediately squeezed into the crowd, frowning as he reminded Chen, brother, this kind of auction is basically just a small gamble for fun. Most of the time, it will be a waste. You spend 69,999 and you will likely suffer a huge loss. Why don't I take charge and you can return the egg? They wouldn't dare to disrespect the Chen family, Chen Tianlin said earnestly. Chen smiled but waved his hand. I didn't expect brother Chen to be so warm-hearted, but it's alright. The reason I bought it is purely because I sensed a unique elemental power. Thank you for your help. Perhaps we can go have a couple of cups of coffee later. Chen Tianlin was taken aback. The host sighed. He had thought the 69,999 was a freebie, soon to be muddled by the Chen family. As Chen Tianlin said, in Fengdu Ghost City, no one would casually offend the Chen family. Not only because the dragon slayer Chen Jingqiu was famous, but more importantly, there were just too many members of the Chen family, and they were mostly direct relatives, many of whom were half-siblings. They say that pulling up a radish brings out the mud. If you offend one member of the Chen family, you are provoking hundreds of their brothers and sisters. Chen crossed his fingers but did not drip blood on the dragon egg. Instead, he said, how about providing a little extra service? Get me a chainsaw and just saw this egg open. The host was dumbfounded. Jiau and Chen Tianlin were also completely stunned. Saw open? What egg could survive being sawed open? Wasn't this just a pure waste of money? If a dragon egg was killed by a chainsaw, it would only be good for making fried eggs. But don't think that dragon eggs can be casually eaten and will enhance strength or magic. They are serious abyssal creatures, the apex of the food chain, the dragon race. Only practitioners above level 3 can exempt the abyssal power within the dragon egg and can devour the delicious dragon egg without worry. Are you sure? The host asked incredulously. All the summoners present felt it was absurd. But Chen confirmed again, no need to babble, hurry up, I still have many places to explore. If you have any perception ability, you should know this is a dead egg. There's no need to drip blood to claim it. The host was awkward. He naturally knew the origin of this egg and that it had been identified as a dead egg during the X-ray inspection. However, given that the eggshell was intact, their boss still decided to use it to make some money. Soon, staff brought a chainsaw and began to carefully saw open the thick eggshell. Sure enough, a foul smell instantly wafted out. The creature inside had long been a corpse. Ah, what a loss. Jiau was very depressed because, judging by the level of decay, it was clear that the creature inside had been dead for a long time, possibly decades. Chen Tianlin pondered for a moment.
This is not a dragon egg. If it were a dead dragon egg, we could recover some bones and dragon scales, which would be worth at least hundreds of thousands. Sorry, this summoner friend, it seems you've lost out. Sue. Chen smiled faintly. It doesn't matter, but I should find it hard to lose. With a smile, he soon saw the highly decayed corpse of the young creature after the staff pried open all the eggshells. It had 3 heads. This is the egg of the Hydra, Hades? Jiao's face changed color, both surprised and delighted. Although it's already dead, the value of such a rare beast is not inferior to that of the dragon race. Each of its 3 heads has a certain elemental power. If we turn this corpse into an undead creature, it will definitely have strong growth potential.
Su Chen was very satisfied and couldn't help but caress the magic ring. Anything that could
resonate with the Hydra emblem was either another Hydra emblem or indeed materials related to the Hydra, Hades.
A summoner wearing a great demon
mask immediately made an offer. I'm willing to pay 8 million for this dead egg. TCH, are you trying to take advantage of the fact that this summoner
looks younger and easier to fool, so you quoted such a shady price?
I'm an honest person, I'm willing to offer 12 million, another summoner sneered. Using this egg to summon a skeleton could very likely summon a mutated 3-headed skeleton dog.
At that time, 1 head will have Ice Roar, 1
head will have Thunderstorm, and 1 head will have Fire Meteor. Who can compete with that?
Ha, you low-level summoners still can't recognize
the true value of the Hydra young corpse.
I'm a level 4 summoner, and I'm willing to pay 24 million, another high-level summoner with an imposing
aura said coldly. Now, the auction house's host regretted it deeply. It turned out that among their pile of junk eggs, there really was a treasure. Unfortunately, they were too ordinary to recognize the Hydra egg.
Su Chen shook his head and rejected all the purchase offers.
Thank you for your kindness, senior summoner, but I have other uses for this Hydra dead egg. You can talk to the auction house's organizer, this egg comes from them. And a brood of Hydra usually has at least 6 eggs.
They might have other eggs in their possession.
After saying this, Su Chen directly stored the
dead Hydra egg into his artifact spatial pocket. Chen Tianlin was shocked. Your summoner space is quite large, huh? You can just casually store such a giant egg. Su Chen smiled warmly. Today has been fruitful. Perhaps it's due to Miss Chen Tianlin's good fortune. Come, let me treat you to a drink.
Maybe you can also tell me why you've been keeping an eye on me.
The smile on Chen Tianlin's face vanished in an instant. Mr. Su Chen, you can actually tell that I am a woman? Jiao's expression also changed dramatically. You actually know his true identity? Could he be an assassin, sent by another force?
No, I'm just a fan of Mr. Su Chen. Chen Tianlin hurriedly waved her hands, letting out a sigh, and then she peeled off a layer of mask from her face. Soon, a stunningly beautiful face with a heroic and slightly androgynous charm appeared before everyone.
Nice to meet you, I'm Chen Mengmeng. I was just playing the role of my older brother.
This long-legged beauty with natural dragon patterns on her arms
playfully winked at Su Chen and Jiao. Su Chen glanced at the second mask in her hand.
TSK, top-notch disguise equipment, artist mask. This thing is worth at least 10 million, and with it, Miss Chen Mengmeng can instantly become a top-tier assassin. But you were able to see through my
disguise as a man. That's simply incredible. Chen Mengmeng's exquisite face was filled with curiosity. Could you please tell me how you did it?
The 3 of them walked along the street of the night parade of 100 ghosts, avoiding the stalls of necromancers, and arrived at a bustling,
cafe-styled interview with the vampire.
The vampire maid, wearing plastic fangs, elegantly bowed with the etiquette of a medieval maid from
the old era.
Su Chen's eyes widened instantly. He immediately understood why there was a constant flow of customers, mostly male necromancers.
When
she bowed, it was a genuine 30-60 bust directly in the customers' faces. For necromancers who deal with corpses and bones every day, who could withstand
such a test? So, I want a cup of ogre brain coffee, Su Chen ordered curiously, and throw in some snacks. That dragon scale cookie looks good. Bring me 2 plates. Jiao rolled her eyes and reminded him, are you sure you can handle those bizarre flavors? I recommend the shadow evil dragon snot flavor. It's definitely a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Maid, please get me a cup of classic American iced coffee. Chen
Mengmeng cheerfully said, old flavors, bring me double, and put it on my tab. Alright, esteemed guest Chen Mengmeng, the maid respectfully bowed to the long-legged beauty, her face filled with respect. You actually have a VIP card at the cafe? Do you really like coffee that much? Su Chen was surprised. This is our Chen family's business, Chen Mengmeng succinctly replied. Do you think my father can support his 147 sons and 139 daughters? Purely from dragon-slaying profits? Definitely enough, Su Chen scoffed. Chen Mengmeng's smile instantly froze, and she huffed. Alright, it is indeed enough. But the wear and tear on his equipment is also significant. After all, they are dragons. A single spray of acidic liquid on his epic gear can directly reduce its durability by over 30%. Back and forth, the cost of his equipment loss is extremely high. 3 insurance companies went bankrupt and liquidated because they couldn't afford to compensate for his expensive divine gear. As a result, global insurance companies blacklisted him.
and will no longer provide any insurance services for his equipment.
So, of course, he had to find ways to earn more money to maintain his enormous
expenses.
Chen gave a thumbs up. Impressive. There's actually a way to fleece the capitalists like this.
But I'm a bit curious, Chen.
Spread his hands, Miss Chen Mengmeng. You come from a prestigious family and are exceptionally talented, seemingly not short on money.
Why are you so persistent in following me around? I don't think I'm anything special. Are you trying to sell my whereabouts for money?
Although many want me dead. You are the local power in Fengdu, so don't forget, once I die suddenly, it will trigger the curse of fate, wrath of the abyss, attracting the gaze of all the abyss lords.
Chen Mengmeng pinched her slim waist and snorted coldly. You know you have a fate curse now?
You're just a real human-shaped,
self-propelled nuclear egg. To prevent assassins from dealing with you here, since I recognized your identity, of course, I have to keep a close watch on you and provide you with free personal protection. I see. Chen took a sip of the ogre brain-flavored coffee, immediately disappointed,
as it had no special flavor apart from a slight sweetness.
He couldn't help but ask, but how did you recognize me when I'm clearly wearing a mask? Chen Mengmeng smiled. Want to know this piece of information?
Then you first tell me how you saw through my disguise as a man.
I clearly used an artist's mask to perfectly imitate my brother Chen Tianlin's image. Chen casually provided an answer. My summoned beast has the ability to see through disguises.
To prevent any assassins from lying in wait, I occasionally summon it to monitor the surroundings. What he referred to was, of course, the Monkey King's fiery eyes. Although this skill didn't show on the panel, it was a natural talent of Black Wukong that could activate passively.
I see.
The disguise ability of the artist's mask is still too low, only able to fool the naked eye, Chen Mengmeng said, sipping her steaming hot
coffee, seemingly enjoying the temperature of the water. I've answered. Now it's your turn. Chen frowned and made a guess. Could it be that when I used the portal, I used official documents, so congratulations, you got it right.
Chen Mengmeng shrugged her fragrant shoulders. As one of the most dangerous unstable factors in Longwa right now, both the government and all local forces will definitely monitor you closely to prevent
any loss of control. You should be grateful that we in Fengdu didn't outright refuse your entry. Chen pouted. The Grand Fengdu Ghost City wouldn't be that cowardly, right?
Besides, I'm at least repairing artifacts for all humanity.
If I were denied entry in Fengdu, your reputation would
be tarnished for 1,000 years. It's precisely because of this that my father insisted you should enjoy unrestricted freedom in Fengdu.
But he sent me here to be your personal female bodyguard.
Chen Mengmeng beamed, looking beautiful and bubbly. I have to thank you. I'll enjoy an extra allowance of 3 million because of this. What a sweet deal.
Just for such a small matter, you can get 3 million?
Your dad spoils you too much, Chen clicked his tongue. I think your task should be made a bit harder. Come to the hotel where I'm staying tonight to serve me.
Oh, you want to sleep with the dragon lady? This stunning beauty wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, she teased him quite playfully. Do you know we all have dragon blood? Do you know dragons are inherently lustful?
That means we will endlessly feel empty, lonely, and cold, unable to find satisfaction, so we must seek out more men, indulging in the beds of countless strong men, putting one green hat after another on you.
Chen, exclamation point. Stop talking, I like minotaurs.
He immediately made a gesture to shut up. If you keep going, I'm afraid I really won't be able to help but fall for you.
Chen Mengmeng. Jiao Mu Yu.
Just kidding, actually, I'm a pure love supporter. Chen blinked. But I don't believe a word you say, because it's said that dragon maidens are the purest of the pure. Besides, you don't even have dragon horns. Your dragon bloodline
must be quite faint, right? How can you claim that dragons are inherently lewd?
Chen Mengmeng, realizing her lie had been exposed, pouted her cherry lips. You know quite a bit, even about judging bloodline purity based on dragon horns. But even though my bloodline is thin, I possess strength comparable to that of a dragon. My dragon bloodline grows at double the strength, you know. She flicked a coin, and as it fell, her long, straight legs suddenly came together. Then, the coin was crushed from the side. Be careful, or this dragon maiden might just snap your little brother in half. On Chen Mengmeng's exceptionally pure and fair face, there was a strong sense of déjà vu of an experienced seductress. Chen immediately halted his lewd fantasies, and his first impression of her legs of the year quickly transformed into leg goddess. Spare me, please. Jiao Muyu chuckled lightly, changing the subject. What are you
planning to do with that Hydra's dead egg? Someone offered over 20 million, and you still refuse to sell. Chen Mengmeng was also quite curious. Yeah, I want to ask too. Do you really have the skills to identify dragon eggs?
This is your first time in Fengdu, your first time at a dragon egg auction, and you're already making a killing. I bet that shady host is regretting it to the core. It's really funny.
Chen shook his head. What skills could I possibly have?
Besides, that so-called dragon egg auction is just a money trap. All the eggs inside are probably trash. It's almost a scam, and I've already reported it to the official anti-fraud app of the Dragon Kingdom.
Chen Mengmeng replied.
But that's still our Chen family's business. We seem to hold about 30% of the shares. Oh, even if it's the national hero, the dragon slayer Chen Jingqiu, he can't engage in illegal business.
Su Chen snorted coldly. The dragon slayer is bound to become a wicked dragon in the end. I advise you all to reflect well. Don't mess around until Fingdugo City turns into a second Shadow Evil Dragon dungeon instance, and then your family's higher-ups will become elite monsters in the instance. Chen Meng looked dejected, then slightly nodded. You're quite the passionate youth who isn't afraid of power. Su Chen chuckled lightly. If I hadn't received the curse of abyssal fury, I wouldn't have dared to say a word. Even if you all tricked me, I would only dare to curse Chen Jingqiu in my heart for being born without an anus. But now, I really don't fear death. Instead, everyone fears me dying at their doorstep. Ha, that's true, you've grown into the most ominous figure. Chen Meng gave a thumbs up, her gaze glancing out the window as she raised her hand to check her watch. Oh, a date with a beauty? Is it an invitation from a handsome guy? Then let's hurry, we're not used to having someone follow us anyway. Seeing this, Su Chen casually waved his hand. TCH, I won't do anything personal until I send you this calamity away. Chen Meng huffed, then waved to someone outside the cafe. Actually, the team responsible for your security this time is a group. It's just me and my sister. Just then, a cold ice element mage, who looked like a carbon copy of Chen Meng but exuded an aura that warned others to stay away, entered, holding an epic staff embedded with frost dragon magic crystals. Let me formally introduce my twin sister, genius ice mage Chen Tang. Chen Meng smiled brightly, clearly having a good relationship with her sister. Chen Tang walked over to their table, then tilted her head and fell asleep, resting on her staff. Ah woo, hello. ZZZ. Chen Tang greeted them in a weak voice. Su Chen, Jiao Muyu. Sorry, she's currently in the awakening period of her dragon lineage talent, so she's very sleepy. Chen Meng was unfazed. 10 years ago, when I had my awakening, I was nearly carried off by 4 burly men. They wanted to drag me into a dark alley and have their way with me. A pity for them, they underestimated the dragon race. Even during our awakening period, we have many ways to protect ourselves. I instinctively sensed the danger and summoned a hellfire storm, roasting them all to a crisp. Su Chen smiled. Awesome. Well done. That kind of human scum deserves to have the filth in their souls cleansed by blazing dragon fire. Exactly. And you were just a lowly 10 years ago, Jiao Muyu sighed. In this era of universal class advancement, people have become stronger, and so evil has grown along with it. Countless people trample on the law. After some idle chat, they got up to leave the coffee shop. Su Chen looked with some difficulty at Chen Tang, who was still sprawled on the table, fast asleep. Your sister, why don't you carry her? What? How could you be so ungentlemanly? Have you no tenderness for a lady? Shouldn't a big strong man like you be the one to offer to carry her? Chen Meng demanded angrily. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Well, I have a divine portable space artifact. I could just put her inside to save us the trouble. Your ideas are horrifying. To give a mighty dragon girl the same treatment as a skeleton soldier. Chen Meng was left speechless. Pouting, she had no choice but to hoist her sister up herself. She drew the sword at her waist, shouldered it, and then draped her sister over the scabbard like a piece of salted fish, letting her swing in the breeze. Being a dragon girl, her constitution was so strong that this kind of rough handling didn't matter. She remained fast asleep. Isn't that way of carrying her a bit bizarre? Jiao Muyu said, shocked. What else can I do? Chen Meng huffed. I awakened a fire attribute dragon bloodline, and she clearly has an ice attribute one. If we get too close, the dense fire elements in my body would burn her. So, I can only carry her like this, as if on a shoulder pole. And the root cause of this is that a certain man utterly lacks any sense of chivalry. Su Chen couldn't care less. A boy has to know how to protect himself when he's out and about, understand? If I offered to carry her and the road got a little bumpy, she would slide down my back. At that point, my hands would inevitably have to catch her by the butt. Oh, and is our tauntauns perky but not a top-tier enjoyment? It's just a lump of fat and protein, Su Chen snorted. What if someone took a picture, claimed my hands were on her sensitive areas, called it sexual harassment, and posted it on the internet? Then I'd be in a situation where if yellow mud gets in your pants, everyone calls it shit even if it isn't. I'm an internet celebrity with over 100 million followers. My career is on a smooth, upward path. Do you think I'd be stupid enough to take that kind of risk? Jiao Muyu was in complete agreement. Such professionalism. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You are the ultimate cash cow that this agent is destined to follow for life. Sister, he's right, Chen Tang mumbled in sleepy agreement. The awakening of her dragon bloodline was just causing the ice elements to rush to her cerebral cortex, making her dizzy and unable to open her eyes. It didn't mean she was actually tired. Whose side are you on, you damn girl? Chen Meng was furious but had nowhere to vent her anger, so she could only glare at Su Chen with her beautiful eyes wide open. Right, I still haven't answered your earlier question, senpai, Su Chen said, having no interest in dealing with the Chen sisters. He admired the unique atmosphere of the street of the night parade of 100 demons, strolling among the various undead creatures as he chatted casually with Jiao Muyu. Regarding that dead egg, after I complete my class change, I plan to buy a lich summoning technique, scroll and transform it into a necromantic hydra lich, Su Chen said, lacing his fingers together. That thing's talent for magic is extremely formidable. Even though the egg has been dead for a long time, I can sense the elemental power through the smell of decay. A lich is its best and final destiny. I see. So you want to custom make a lich summon for yourself. Jiau, you frowned slightly, but didn't you say you didn't want to change your profession to a necromancer? How will you learn the lich summoning technique? There are skill books that don't require a profession, aren't there? Chen replied, we can just buy a wild drop, a no-requirement lich summoning technique. It shouldn't be too expensive. Oh, we have one. In the Chen family's collection room, charging 50 million. Chen Mengmeng answered eagerly. Chen? No, as the top scholar of the Shiliang Academy and a genius who cracked the Demon Fortress dungeon with my wits. Do you think I'm an easy target? He retorted. Are you trying to be a second-hand dealer and make a profit? Chen Mengmeng blushed. Then let me take a 20% commission. Such no-requirement skill books are often about twice as expensive as professional skill books. After all, anyone can learn them. The original price is 4 million. You give me 4.8 million. Let me make a little profit. How about that? Confused Chen Tang. Sister, give me 400,000. And I won't report you. So now you're awake. Ha! Dead sister. Chen Mengmeng was furious and slapped her repeatedly, but unfortunately, those with dragon blood are tough-skinned. Fine, since you are here to be bodyguards, an extra 800,000 will be considered a tip. Chen, now financially robust, didn't want to fuss and directly transferred the money. Wow, the godly rich. Chen Mengmeng's eyes sparkled, and she boldly asked, if this young lady provides massage services, what price can you offer? I guarantee I won't kill you. Chen replied irritably, be reserved. Pay attention to your decorum, Miss Chen Mengmeng. Don't you understand the art of seduction at all? To catch and then release, do you get it? Even in places that truly provide services, those girls wouldn't trade so openly. You should first learn the basic lines to handle men. Ha! What do they usually say? Chen Mengmeng was astonished. Chen shrugged. They would say, bro, don't come to take care of my business anymore, and don't give me tips. Save your money to marry a good wife. If there's a next life, I absolutely won't do this job, and I wish to be by your side, loving each other for a lifetime. Chen Mengmeng. Chen Tang. I learned some strange knowledge again. Thank you, brother. You better not corrupt my sister. Chen Mengmeng glared angrily. Jiau smiled and said to Chen, boss, you mustn't fall for Miss Chen Mengmeng's tricks. Although her words are fierce, she is definitely pretending. She can't have had any intimate contact. I know that very well. Chen chuckled. Her awakening must have lasted a very long time, and it hasn't completely ended even today. Because I can see her body temperature is at least 50 degrees. Describing her as boiling water doesn't even do her justice. Others would be in trouble if they touched her. Chen Mengmeng was speechless again. But thinking of that image, she couldn't help but chuckle. It does have quite a vivid imagery. How infuriating. If my awakening lasts until I'm 60 or 70, wouldn't I be a living reactor? That's still much better than intentionally harming men and ending up in prison for life. Chen said, then stopped in front of a magnificent landmark building. This was also one of their target check-in points for the night. Thingdu Auction House. Gathering all necromancer materials from around the world, everything you could need. Various dragon-related materials are also at the global lowest price, ready for a bargain. Did you bring enough money? Chen Mengmeng immediately reminded. The entry threshold is 500 million cash. Ding, please enter. The next moment, when Jiau took out a black gold card, she immediately gained access. Jiau smiled and said, this is the annual signing fee given to Chen by the global professional live streaming platform. To win over our super internet celebrities, they paid the full amount up front, without any delays. Is the signing bonus really that much for a year? Chen Mengmeng was stunned. Can you really make this much money from live streaming? Even Chen Tang was jolted awake from her dreams, her beautiful eyes wide and vacant. Jiau casually replied, it's just average, really. It's only a total of 1 billion. The main draw is that Chen will be live streaming the artifact repair task next, which is a one-of-a-kind live show globally. Plus, since our boss debuted his first livestream, I broke the record in the Demon Fortress, had 1 billion viewers, and the second one, I'm repairing artifacts in the 037 Abyss battlefield, also attracted 1 billion viewers. It's incredibly eye-catching. If you can produce such an amazing show, any platform would be willing to offer a signing fee of 1 billion. Chen Mengmeng pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling, suddenly switching to a sweet, coy tone. Chen, why don't you just hire me as your personal bodyguard? Look at me. I can even work part-time as a heater in winter. I guarantee you'll be warm. Chen gave a thumbs up. Impressive. Your self-introduction is truly unparalleled. But I don't need it, thanks. A heater only costs a few thousand. I can afford that. My sister can even work as an air conditioner in summer. Chen Mengmeng pulled Chen Tang up, enthusiastically introducing her. Chen chuckled. Heater sister, air conditioner. Sister, your dragon bloodline is really something. And besides, we are sisters with dragon bloodlines. Boss, if you take us out to fight monsters and level up, it'll definitely be quite impressive.
Chen Mengmeng laughed, rubbing her hands together. We just need a salary of 30 million.
Each per year. Su Chen was taken aback. Doesn't your father give you even 30 million for training each year? Impossible. Chen Mengmeng
looked frustrated. Think about it, 147 sons and 139 daughters.
If each one gets 30 million a year, that's 8.5 billion in expenses. Not to mention, our mother also needs money.
By that calculation, it would cost over 10 billion each year.
Su Chen covered his face. That's really.
You guys are quite unfortunate, born into a wealthy family but still poor as a church mouse.
30 million is an enormous sum for an ordinary person.
But to cultivate top-tier professionals, it wouldn't even make a splash.
For instance, the Wujigan that Shin Zimo bet against Su Chen is worth 15 million. And how many equipment slots does a professional have?
In their backpack, they can also equip various charms and treasures.
Woo, we can only rely on ourselves.
Chen Mengmeng looked very downcast. Boss, please be generous and take us, the Ice and Fire Sisters.
Beautiful lady, why beg someone like that?
On the roadside, a paladin dressed in a luxurious professional armor raised his head, proudly, not hiding his lustful gaze at Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang.
Come with me. My team is full of talent and is about to challenge the 3-tier professional dungeon. Definitely your best choice.
The paladin tossed his flowing hair handsomely. Come on, add me on WeChat. I'm not a bad guy, hee. Su Chen immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. That's right, this gentleman looks like a top-tier sponsor, willing to support all unfortunate
female college students lacking starting funds. Mengmeng and Tangtang, make sure to seize this opportunity. You do have some self-awareness.
The paladin remarked in surprise. It's valuable to know oneself. Being able to see
clearly is quite a character.
Get lost, don't come near us. Chen Mengmeng shot him a glare. You're so flashy, but the equipment you use to pick up girls is just the paladin's holy light shining set?
If I remember correctly, you
only need to get an A rating in the Light's Hatred solo dungeon to obtain a set.
As long as you master the strategy and proceed with caution, it shouldn't be difficult to farm, right? The market reference price is only 1.2 million, TSK. Chen Mengmeng disdainfully took out an artist mask from her inventory. This thing, the artist mask, you understand?
Just this little toy is enough to buy all the equipment for your entire body.
The paladin was dumbfounded. Chen Mengmeng instantly teleported to Su Chen's side, pointed at his ring, and sneered, Poor knight, do you recognize this magic ring?
Although it is dull and lacks luster, it is obvious that the owner has turned
off its brilliance on the panel.
If you had a bit of insight, you could identify its extraordinary nature from the patterns of the Hydra.
This is the infamous dark gold equipment, the Hydra emblem, a global limited edition, known
as the closest existence to a semi-artifact, with only 9 pieces in total, because each one is forged from an elemental head of the 9-headed Hydra: light, dark, ice, fire, thunder, earth, poison, and wood.
Those who possess it are basically above the 6th rank and are god-level professionals.
She pouted. You can guess why this summoner can wear it. The paladin broke out in a cold sweat. He had just sharply criticized the person for being self-aware. It was clear that the little summoner in front of him was either a high-ranking professional in disguise or one of their descendants or disciples.
Offending such a person would likely.
With this thought, the paladin immediately adopted a humble attitude, closed his legs, raised his arms, and knelt on the ground, banging his head like pounding garlic. Private Marseille.
It was my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. Su Chen hurriedly waved his hand, pulling Chen Mengmeng and lifting Chen Tangtang, rushing into the auction house. No need for that. Goodbye. I wish you and your family happiness.
As their figures disappeared through the revolving door of the auction house,
the paladin wept bitterly. He said he wishes me and my family happiness. Does that imply he wants to wipe out my entire family? I was wrong. I really know I was wrong.
Please, not that kind of thing.
Bystanders looked on with disdain. You don't know you were wrong. You know you're about to die. Just now you were mocking that young man for being poor, right? He walked straight into the auction house. Don't forget the entry threshold is 500 million cash. No wonder
the 2 beauties from the Chen family had to shamelessly seek sponsorship. You're such a clumsy villain. You made the young man feel awkward. And you really lack insight. In Fengdu Ghost City, you couldn't even recognize the dragon
magic patterns on the necks of the Chen family members.
Sooner or later, you'll provoke a disaster.
Trying to sexually harass the young ladies of the Chen family in Fengdu Ghost City. Do you even deserve that? The paladin couldn't hide his shame and hurriedly fled with his head down. He dashed into the auction house. Su Chen said irritably, Miss Chen Mengmeng, you actually know about the Hydra emblem?
But I must warn you seriously, do not casually
disclose my information. If my enemies find out, I will lose another trump card for survival. Chen Mengmeng rolled her eyes flirtatiously. Is it my fault? Actually, this piece of information is already well known. I'm not an
identification expert. I just happened to read about the Hydra emblem in today's hotpost, Su Chen's full gear expose.
Isn't it worn by your little fox summon? How did you exploit it? Su Chen replied, in battle, it naturally belongs to her.
But during daily life, she sleeps soundly in the summoning space and I wear it to boost my attributes.
Is that strange? I see. Chen Mengmeng curiously looked around the auction house. Wow, this is my first time in an auction house. There are so many beautiful things. Can you buy something for Tang Tang, sister?
Chen Tang rubbed her sleepy eyes, forcing herself to perk up, and observed her surroundings with great interest.
Su Chen was
surprised. You are the descendants of the Dragon Slayers, and this place holds 30% of your family's shares.
Tang Tang has never been here? Elder, no. Chen Tang pouted. Chen Mengmeng also felt helpless to prevent
people from taking advantage of our territory, even to the point of credit and robbery. My father has prohibited everyone from coming to the auction house. The only benefit we can enjoy is a free meal at our own cafe.
Sigh, it's not easy.
Su Chen pouted, but thinking about how he didn't even have a free meal at the cafe, being a pure orphan, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What am I, a poor child with a maid's fate, worrying about for you privileged and
talented folks? Really, I must be bored out of my mind. You really lack empathy.
Chen Mengmeng, full of energy, tugged at Su Chen's arm. Come on, come inside with me.
Ha, they're not going to provide any illicit services inside, are they?
Su Chen was very cautious. He didn't want to end up with a hot dog tonight. The outside is just for looks and charm, all style and no substance. The real professional gear and skill books are inside. Don't you need a
no learning threshold book on lich summoning?
Chen Mengmeng introduced with a pout. Only the inner area has it. Don't waste time in the outer area. After being pulled inside the auction house, Chen Mengmeng confidently walked up to a person in charge and cheerfully said, "This Mr. Su Chen is a client I brought in. According to my father's agreement with your auction house, I should be able to get a 1% commission on his spending tonight, right?"
Su Chen, Jiau Muyu.
This young lady from the Chen family has a strong business sense. I kind of admire her now. Jiau Muyu gave a thumbs up. Anyway, her 1% commission comes from the auction house's revenue.
It won't increase our spending, so it's fine.
Hee. I hope Mr. Su Chen spends a lot tonight. The money for purchasing gear will end up in your hands. After completing the procedures and getting the bidding card, Chen Mengmeng eagerly ran back to Su Chen's side and said quite casually. Su Chen smiled, "Then you really made a profit tonight. I was planning to convert the money
I earned recently into combat power as soon as possible."
Wise choice. Chen Mengmeng's eyes lit up and she agreed wholeheartedly. For us professionals, money is meaningless. It only increases the chances of being coveted by others.
Only strength is our reliance for survival. So, I also spend money as soon as I earn it. For 364 days a year, I live in absolute poverty, but I enjoy it. Spending so fast, you're not getting involved in vice, are you? Su Chen was very cautious.
Chen Mengmeng rolled her eyes. My current body temperature is 59 degrees. If I
weren't wearing heat-resistant clothing, I would have cooked you just by hugging you next door. Tell me, how could I be involved in vice? Actually, your involvement in vice doesn't matter to me. I don't care.
Su Chen pouted, then said sternly, but
I cannot tolerate gambling and drugs.
You must not touch those two things, or I will bring any evil to justice.
Chen Mengmeng, Chen Tang. You can't tolerate gambling and drugs, but you're close to vice, right?
Chen Mengmeng snorted coldly. Once you see the spending level at
the auction house, you'll understand why I'm always short on money.
Just as she was speaking, an urgent message suddenly popped up on the big
screen inside the auction house. Good news. Major good news.
Our Fengdu auction house has obtained a piece of dark gold equipment, part of the Emerald Gold, which will be auctioned in 3 days. We ask all professionals to prepare funds during this period and support us. We only accept cash transactions, no loans, and no real estate collateral. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tang immediately perked up and rushed to the big screen. Other professionals also gathered around to look at the attributes of that equipment. After all, every piece of dark gold equipment is extremely rare and often unique, making it difficult for others to obtain once it is dropped.
Therefore, even low-level dark gold equipment possesses very strong special functions. For example, the Hydra emblem in Su Chen's hands can spread any lightning spell into a 9-chain electric net, truly a small artifact for group attacks.
Soon, the Ice and Fire Sisters returned in disappointment. Chen Mengmeng mumbled, "It turned out to be dark gold equipment for assassin classes, which has nothing to do with me."
Chen Tang shook her head again, showing signs of dozing off. Ha, why didn't brother Su Chen go take a look?
Chen Mengmeng looked at Su Chen, who remained still, puzzled and confused.
That's dark gold equipment, very powerful. Aren't you curious?
Su Chen shook his head. Since the auction is in 3 days, it gives everyone enough time to raise funds, which shows that the Fengdu auction house is very confident it can fetch a sky-high price.
I'm just a novice streamer, with no capital accumulation and not much property. Why should I join the excitement?
Besides, everyone knows I have an artifact. What I should do is focus on repair tasks, not fall in love with every piece I see, wanting to repair artifacts while also bidding on dark gold. Wow, what a rare clarity in this world. Chen Mengmeng nodded in admiration. Come on, I'll take you to the skill book counter.
Are you familiar with it? Su Chen asked in confusion. But aren't you Chen family descendants prohibited from entering the auction house at will?
I came in with my elders, Chen Mengmeng casually explained. I've been outgoing since I was little, always mooching off VIP cards.
And the elders feel embarrassed not to take me, so I've seen a lot. Although Tang Tang is from the same mother, she's very shy, especially timid, and even a bit socially anxious.
So, she's never been to the auction house.
Your personalities are really worlds apart. Su Chen helped
carry the now soundly asleep Chen Tang Tang, and thankfully his strength attribute was extremely high, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to
manage her.
Soon, Chen Mengmeng led him through twists and turns to a cabinet made of anti-theft glass and steel.
Look, this area is filled with skill books for the summoner class. All auction items have a starting price and a buyout price. Chen Mengmeng pointed at the dazzling
array of skill books, smiling. Of course, there can't be any legendary skills like your magic shield among them.
Su Chen couldn't help but say, "You really know me well, even knowing about my magic shield?"
Of course.
We're in the internet age. Never underestimate the meticulous observation skills of netizens.
Chen Mengmeng shared excitedly, your footage from the 037 Abyss battlefield was analyzed frame by frame by
someone.
Especially when you faced the assassin's combo attack, you only lost a drop of blood, and everyone is very curious about the reason
behind it.
So, a veteran blogger who is a 6th-tier professional, a top analyst, immediately proposed 3 possibilities.
Oh, what are the 3? Su Chen couldn't help but marvel at the power of netizens.
While searching for the Lich summoning technique, Chen Mengmeng casually narrated, the first is the famous defensive talent, Stubborn, which can reduce all damage not exceeding 50 points to just 1 point. But that's mainly for shield guards and defensive warriors, so it was passed over.
However, it doesn't rule out the possibility that you might have
mastered this talent from a no-threshold skill book.
That makes sense.
As a top student, Su Chen had naturally memorized this interesting
talent.
Chen Mengmeng continued, the second is the renowned necromancy skill, Reality Conversion, which can temporarily transform one's tangible
physical body into a ghost-like ethereal form.
The ethereal form is immune to any physical damage, so it can only forcibly deduct 1 point
of health. There are also the mage's god-level skills, Otherworldly Sanctuary, which can temporarily transfer one's body to another plane. Quite impressive indeed. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh, this guess is quite reasonable. After all,
as the appointed heir of the undead
catastrophe, it's perfectly normal for me to understand the art of virtual and real transformation.
Chen Mengmeng smiled, but the most likely
one is still the magic shield, since everyone knows you obtained it in the demon fortress.
Sigh, fame comes with its burdens, live streaming
really has its downsides. Su Chen shrugged but didn't really care.
As long as his growth rate outpaced people's ability to uncover his
secrets, he was fine.
His true trump card was the legendary golden attributes brought by the Rich system, along with top-tier summoned beasts
like Black Wukong and Little Fox. Look, the Lich summoning technique. This auction house has 3 whole copies. Chen Mengmeng quickly found
the item Su Chen urgently needed and somewhat awkwardly said, oh dear, it really is true that rarity makes things valuable.
Once there are
too many, they will undercut each other's prices and maliciously lower them.
Su Chen and Jiau stepped forward to take a look, and good
heavens, the 3 skill books were only selling for 2.399 million, 2.4 million, and 2.411 million respectively. If I remember correctly, when Miss Chen Mengmeng was promoting that copy of the Lich summoning technique from the Chen family's private collection, she quoted a price
of 4.8 million.
Jiau glared at her, though there's no business without deceit. Your cunning is just outrageous, directly doubling the
price for us.
One of their Jiau family's skill books averaged 2.4 million, while the Chen family's was 4.8 million. Good heavens, that was a
direct doubling. Don't blame Mengmeng, it's the Chen family that's too greedy.
Chen Mengmeng innocently fluttered her clear, sparkling eyes, and anyone who looked at her would find her utterly innocent and stunningly beautiful.
Su Chen immediately fell for her beauty trap. I think
for such a pure and beautiful girl to tell such a huge lie, the Chen family should bear at least 1% of the responsibility.
Ha? 1%? Chen Mengmeng angrily punched his shoulder with her delicate fist. Damn it, is it because I've been neglecting my upkeep lately that my 3,000 strands of hair have dulled, my skin has sagged, and the beauty trap can only win 1% sympathy? How infuriating. Sorry, my resistance to beauty is just too high.
Su Chen chose to pay directly, taking the skill book priced at 2.399 million, and then summon Little Fox to learn.
Wow, you really are heartless with your wealth.
Chen Mengmeng was shocked, a skill book worth over 2 million, and you just casually
gave it to your summon to learn? Don't your summons change frequently? Su Chen replied nonchalantly, her magical talent is much higher than mine. As a summoner, I shouldn't hoard all the resources, instead, I should manage my summon team with a manager's mindset, understand? Besides, I never intended to change my class to necromancer.
He shrugged, pointing at Little Fox, but perhaps she can.
You actually want to plan a career for your summons?
Chen Mengmeng felt her eyes widen in surprise, even though I've seen all sorts of strange necromancers in Fengdu, I still have to say, you're even more peculiar than them.
Su Chen shrugged, many summons, in terms of talent, are much stronger than some 6th-tier professionals, so why not cultivate them well? Besides, my Little Fox has extraordinary talent, beyond your imagination.
Oh,
does she have any hidden god-level skills?
Chen Mengmeng curiously teased Little Fox, but Little Fox looked disdainful and jumped directly
onto Su Chen's shoulder. Of course she does. Su Chen bought an ice pop from the vending machine and handed it to Little Fox to eat. She was licking and licking, enjoying herself immensely. Look, the little fox girl is practicing gratitude. Su Chen revealed a dreamy expression. In the future, when she sheds her fox skin and turns into a human, how delightful that will be. I can hardly imagine. Jiao Muyu. Chen Mengmeng. Alright, hurry up and let it summon the lich. Jiao Muyu coldly huffed. I really want to know what kind of lich can be summoned from a dead egg of a hydra. Don't end up with nothing. In the end. Let's go. Su Chen, with a strong sense of confidentiality, immediately asked the attendant for a private room.
After confirming there were no hidden cameras, he took out
the giant egg from his personal space. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang both stared at the egg, revealing expressions of anticipation. Su Chen didn't chase them away, he just had them
sign a confidentiality agreement stating that if they leaked any information, they would have to pay 50 million.
Let's get started. Their mouths are already very tight, like they've been sewn shut. Chen Mengmeng urged, very curious.
Chen Tangtang also shook off her drowsiness, forcing herself to stay awake, her beautiful eyes wide open.
Su Chen transmitted a series of commands through the summoner's contract to the dazed little fox.
She activated the lich summoning technique and began reciting a long, complex incantation. Great Lord of Death, ruler of the Night Kingdom, ferryman of life and death, please heed the call of this humble being, grant the piece of clover to the bones before us.
Awaken, servant of the night. After a full 3 minutes of chanting, the little fox's fingertips burst forth with a dark green glow, swirling around the giant egg.
A deformed, disabled hydra ghost slowly floated out
of the giant egg, hovering before everyone. It worked,
but the quality of this egg seems quite poor. Chen Mengmeng frowned slightly, observing the hydra lich's quality. It really has
crooked eyes and a slanted nose, and it's missing 2 fingers on its claws. This is a deformed stillborn, not something that was killed by someone. Luckily, you didn't use the skeleton
summoning technique on it, otherwise, the resulting skeleton would definitely be crippled, even deformed to the point of being unable to walk.
Su Chen then saw its attributes on the
professional panel. Hydra Lich quality, legendary level 1, attributes, strength 3, constitution 8, agility 50, spirit 70 skills, frost chain, frost armor, ice soul possession, ice roar, not awakened, frost domain, not awakened. Warning, this lich was born from a cursed egg, thus its defense is extremely weak and it is very susceptible to soul type damage.
Once it suffers 3 soul impacts, it will be utterly destroyed. TSK tisk.
Chen Mengmeng showed an envious expression. This thing is truly a model of turning waste into treasure. Upon birth, it actually possesses 3 skills, and they are of legendary quality.
You only spent a few tens of thousands, just thinking about it makes this cute girl feel sour. Su Chen smiled slightly. It's not bad, the panel isn't too outrageous.
After all, it's from the bloodline of a hydra. If it were weak, it wouldn't live up to such a legendary beast.
Moreover, this thing is really a top-tier fragile one. If it faces soul impacts, it can only withstand 3 hits.
Such a small matter is easily solved.
The well-informed Chen Meng immediately provided a solution. Doesn't it have the skill Ice Soul Possession? Just let it stay attached to the little fox. I remember that a lich's possession can provide the host with a significant boost in spirit and damage. That's true, and in the future, we can also buy some treasures that defend against soul-type damage for it to wear, Su Chen said. Expectedly, now, it has filled a gap in my summon creature's lack of frost-type beings. Hopefully, this little guy can grow successfully. For any professional army, what is the most indispensable thing?
The public may have 1,000 answers, but according to research, 40% of people believe that it is the healers and paladins who focus on healing and dispelling.
30%
insist that it must be the defensive tanks, the shield bearers and protection warriors who can stand firm amidst the demon frenzy.
Another 20% shout that damage output is the way to go. That offense is defense, so the violent elemental mages are the backbone of the team.
However, according to statistics from Abyss magazine on the various professions in the demon-human
war, one profession stands out on the win rate leaderboard, the Ice Elemental Mage. It quickly became regarded by military academies as the most indispensable unit in the professional legion. The reason is easy to understand. Abyssal demons come from the depths, and in the 100 layers of the Abyss world, the deeper the abyss, the closer it is to the Earth's core. So, various demons love high temperatures and are particularly fond of magma. The higher the temperature, the more active they become. Thus, an ice-based profession that primarily cools the
emotional and physiological states of demons can effectively reduce their recovery speed, shatter their anti-magic skin, and slow down their extremely high movement speed, making it indispensable. Su Chen has already decided to have the little fox take the lightning route, and from now on, all equipment must seek affixes like 10% increase in lightning damage. With the Hydra emblem, she will become a terrifying master of lightning discharge, unleashing 9 branched lightning strikes with a flick of her hand, transitioning to the lightning mage, and fiercely treating the demon's internet addiction. However, because of this, there will be no frost-based spellcasters in his summoning system.
Originally, Su Chen planned to
Look for a skill book titled Skeleton Summoning, Skeleton Mage Archer Branch, which would allow the summoned skeleton archers to unlock the Mage Archer Branch, thereby unlocking the functions of Ice Arrow and Fire Arrow. In the future, as Skeleton Summoning upgrades to Advanced Skeleton Summoning and then to Ultimate Skeleton Summoning, Ice Arrow could also upgrade to the Area Effect Ice Explosion Arrow. This would also be a way to enhance the overall strength of his summoned legion. But now, with the Hydra Lich, Chen can postpone the upgrade and enhancement of the skeleton soldiers. It should be noted that a Skeleton Mage Archer Branch can easily be auctioned for around 300 million. It is a genuine, high-level skill book, and this money can now be saved.
Frost Armor is a great skill,
Chen Mengmeng said enviously. At level 1, it can increase your tank-type summon's armor by 5 points, while granting a layer of Frost Shield that can reduce damage by 5%. Enemies that come into contact with Frost Armor will also be slowed by 10%. Your Hydra Lich not only has damage output skills but can even double as support. The cost effectiveness is explosive.
Chen smiled faintly, quite satisfied.
Although this Frost Armor is merely a low-level skill, the learning threshold requires 20 points in Frost Mastery, which only Ice Elemental mages can master.
Even skill books that drop in the wild without restrictions still require 20 points in Frost Mastery.
Put it away, Chen instructed the little fox. In the next moment, a Hydra Lich transformed into a mist and attached itself to the little fox.
A Hydra necklace appeared on her fluffy, fiery red neck, emitting a faint glow of ice elements.
Chen then checked the little fox's panel, and sure enough, she was in the Ice Soul Possession state. Spirit plus 20, Frost Mastery plus 5. It was a somewhat lackluster effect, providing almost zero enhancement to the little fox. After all, the little fox, who would eventually walk the path of the Lightning Mage, needed Lightning Mastery. Every 1 point of Elemental Mastery could increase damage by 1%, and this could stack infinitely. Chen recalled the little fox into the summoning space, lazily leading the girls out of the private room provided by the auction house, feeling refreshed and triumphant. There was nothing more comfortable than becoming stronger. With another powerful ally added to his summon creature legion, Chen was ready to head back to the 037 Abyss battlefield to level up, aiming to train the Hydra Lich to level 20. The downside of high-level summons is that their levels don't increase with the summoner, they have to start from scratch. Sigh, what a hassle, Chen sighed contentedly. Then, why don't you just transfer the Hydra Lich to me? I'm willing to bear this burden for you. Chen Mengmeng huffed, taking out 2 large lemons from her backpack, handing one to Chen.
Tang tang.
The 2 sisters bit into the lemons, their faces contorting from the sourness.
It hurt so much.
Wah! They had clearly arrived first, had first access to the dragon egg auction, and had first seen that giant egg, yet their eyes hadn't even lingered for 0.01 seconds before Chen snatched it away.
Chen smiled. Let's go. It's time to auction for some truly useful items.
I need to prepare for the high-difficulty exam dungeons.
By the way, Miss Jiau, how much cash do we have on hand? Jiau replied without hesitation, after deducting
some upcoming expenses, as well as the basic needs for your streaming and living, plus the promotional ads for your streaming room. We have about 1.24 billion available.
So much? Chen was shocked. So much? Jealousy and envy.
Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang continued to munch on their lemons. Wah, so sour. The cute girl was in tears.
Didn't you say the signing fee from the streaming platform was only 1 billion?
Chen was puzzled, struggling to understand where all the money was coming from. A carefree manager who knows nothing
about his own assets. Aren't you afraid I'll run off with your money?
Jiau rolled her eyes playfully and explained, also, your reward for being the first in the world to clear the
Demon Fortress dungeon has arrived. The Global Practitioners Association awarded you 50 million as encouragement. The Dragon Kingdom is also very satisfied with your acquisition
of the artifact repair task, keeping the artifact, world in a pocket, domestically, so they granted you a year of tax exemption benefits, which gave us about 100 million in tax refunds. The refund includes your 20 million purchase of the Summoner Profession card, the skill book for skeleton specialization I bought in your name, the streaming platform's cut, and
so on.
Jiau continued to tally, plus the gifts you received during your 2 live streams. Altogether, it adds up to a full 80 million.
It's a pity you won't promote products.
Otherwise, you could earn at least 100 million each time. Wow, a high school student who hasn't even graduated is already such a money tree. I want to be a streamer in internet
celebrity too.
Chen Mengmeng nearly hugged Chen's leg on the spot, shouting, big streamer, take me to make easy money.
Chen recalled the double rebate from the rich system. Next, time to obtain a legendary golden attribute. I need to spend 500 million. Spending 500 million would yield a double return of 1 billion. So Chen said seriously, I have another 1 billion in mysterious funds, which is my private little treasury. Let's calculate how many good things we can buy tonight. I must arm myself to the teeth. He had to protect his safety to the maximum.
Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang exchanged glances, both sisters filled with envy.
Chen's available funds amounted to a staggering 2.24 billion. It was truly eye-watering. Suddenly, Chen Mengmeng tossed the large lemon in her hand straight into the trash can with precision, her face lighting up with a smile. What am I sour about? for all the expenses. At the auction, I can take a 1% commission, which means 22.4 million. Oh yeah, I'm about to become a rich lady. Yes, she was also a rich lady, she wasn't sour. 23527. AI. 25%. 5%. In the future, if you want to auction something, you only need to pay a 10% handling fee. Oh, that's somewhat useful, but it's too much of a hassle. Chen pouted. I'm here to buy things, I'm the buyer. I remember that the handling fee is deducted from the seller's payment, right? What does it have to do with me? Chen Meng. Still didn't manage to bluff me, how annoying. In the core area of the Fengdu auction house, there were indeed a plethora of good items, all listed for tonight's auction. Just the dark gold equipment alone had more than 2 pieces. One was the heart of the emerald coal they had seen earlier, but it was useless to Chen. The other, however, was a top-notch piece of equipment, and it was an exclusive dark gold item for the Necromancer class Skull of the Abyssal Tyrant. Its equipment attributes displayed 4 lines, while the rest were hidden, clearly to avoid privacy leaks and to keep a trump card for future patrons. The 4 lines were, all attributes plus 2000, and all your necromantic summons will enjoy a 1% attribute bonus from you. This equipment is restricted to necromancers, it cannot be activated by other classes. All skeleton summoning skills plus 3 levels. Bone cage skill plus 3 levels. Chen looked enviously at the 3rd line inside. Just with all skeleton skills plus 3 levels, this offhand dark gold equipment could definitely auction for over 1 billion. 1 billion? Look at the current bid. Chen Meng rolled her eyes. You're still young and dazzled, you missed a digit. Chen focused and instantly felt his poverty. Current bid 12.7 billion. African chieftain, king of the Sahara. In an instant, the bid refreshed to current bid 12.8 billion. Evil hand Fanandel. Chen was taken aback. These famous figures are also at the Fengdu auction house? Where are they? I'm a fan of the evil hand, I want to get his autograph. TCH, those people are busy with their own affairs. Of course, they can't come in person. This is an online auction, some top VIP users can participate online. Chen Meng shrugged. What era is it? Top auctions are synchronized globally. I see. Chen felt a bit disappointed for not being able to meet his idol. Evil Hand Finandel is one of the few 6th-tier necromancers, known by the nicknames Sun Demon Mage and Artiste of the Beautiful Corpse. It is said that after watching the old film Ghost in a cinema, he specifically dug up the graves of several top-tier female stars and performed the forbidden skeleton summoning technique on their urns, reassembling their ashes into skeletons as they were in life. Then, he customized their skin using the Flesh and Blood Forge. This technique is quite advanced but basically, high-level. Necromancers would master it as the skeleton's bony frames are too fragile and wrapping them in flesh can effectively provide magical resistance and physical damage reduction. This principle is not hard to understand. A bald head, when hit by a fast-flying baseball, can easily get injured, while someone with thick hair often remains unharmed, usually just getting a bruise, which is the damage reduction from the cushioning effect. However, the thick skin and tough flesh or magic resistance aura skins that should have been added to the skeletons were replaced by Finandel with ice skin and jade flesh, and delicate as a flower. Then, he obsessively gazed at the beautiful ghouls he had created. He admired their exquisite forms, the blood-soaked mouths with strands of flesh hanging between their teeth and the veins oozing with pus. He liked them even more. From then on, the Sun Demon Mage became widely known, becoming one of the most peculiar figures among professionals. But to be honest, he produces and sells his own goods without bothering anyone, and he is polite, a true gentleman among necromancers. He often engages in charity to support various countries' abyss battlefields, so the global practitioners regard him with respect, understanding, and blessings, and everyone takes pride in befriending Lord Fei Nandier. Alas, we can't afford it. Let's look at something else. Jiau shook her head. Besides, you don't want to change to a necromancer, right? Why not? Chen Meng and Chen Tang both looked puzzled. They grew up in Fengdu, the city of necromancers, and had witnessed countless powerful necromancers rise, fully aware of their great power. Chen casually explained, my 2 strongest summoned beasts are both living beings, completely incompatible with necromancers. Moreover, they both have immense potential, and my summoning system should be built around them. That makes sense. Chen Meng immediately thought of Black Wukong and Little Fox, top tier. Meat Shield Court Diamond Ape God, Super Spell Master, Lightning Magic Fox. They indeed have the talent to single-handedly support a legion of summoned beasts. Chen? Isn't that just the nickname given by netizens? So vulgar? He couldn't help but feel a bit tense. When my Black Wukong is summoned to the battlefield, will the netizens shout, Ape God, activate? You're still just an untransformed weak summoner. Netizens are basically just teasing you. Chen Meng shrugged. Unless you can perform some astonishing feats, you won't earn a refined nickname like Sun Demon Mage. Then forget it. My XP hasn't evolved to that advanced stage yet. I have a good impression of you and can offer you a way to become a Sun Dragon Summoner. Stack your fire resistance to 999 points, and you won't turn into a grilled sausage. Chen Meng giggled mischievously, winking at him. Get lost, you just want to trick me into spending money on fire resistance gear, right? The group laughed and chatted. And soon, Chen locked onto an auction item. Set, Voodoo Archer, signed, Master Taylor Avril, set parts, gloves, shoes, helmet, cloak. This is an original set inspired by the newly promoted Master Taylor Ms. Avril brand. While watching the Demon Human War live on March 19, individual effect adds all attributes equal to Summon Beast level X3 set effect, split arrow, allowing all elemental arrows of the archer to split into 2. Quantity, 100 sets. Starting price, 200 million. Jiao pondered, these 100 custom-made pieces seem to have some potential, as they are growth type. Equipment. Where's the growth attribute? Chen Meng and Chen Tang looked around but found nothing. Jiao smiled, pointing to the line adds all attributes equal to Summoned Beast level X3 inch. Look, this is an alternative type of growth. It doesn't provide any base attributes, but as the Summoned Beast level increases, it adds accompanying attributes. A level 1 Summoned Beast would have all attributes plus 3, while a level 100 Summoned Beast would have all attributes plus 300. If a level 100 only adds 300 points to all attributes, to be honest, that's a bit underwhelming, Chen Meng fairly assessed. Chen shrugged, don't compare it to those top-tier equipment you know. This is just a bulk-style equipment for summoned beasts and selling 100 sets for 200 million, usable up to level 100. What more could you want? If I were to create luxurious equipment for my 100 skeleton archers, would 300 billion be enough? He countered. That's true, Chen Meng nodded awkwardly, but you should be interested not in this shabby all-attribute bonus but in the set effect, split arrow, right? One arrow turns into 2, and the damage is effectively doubled. Bingo! Chen snapped his fingers and laughed. For such low-level summons, quantity is king. Bigger is better, more is wonderful. Just unleash a wave of saturated arrow rain, even if the damage is a bit low, it doesn't matter. Yet, he secretly thought, our skeleton soldiers are all from the Curse series, possessing a 50% power boost with their United Front skill, so the damage is sufficient. It's the splitting arrow skill that matters more. After all, the damage of summoned beasts mainly doesn't rely on equipment but rather on their own growth and quality. So Chen didn't care at all about that pitiful summoned beast level X3. Indeed, as Chen Meng said, adding 300 points at level 100 is practically the same as having nothing. It's just a joke. Don't you see, the dark gold equipment just auctioned off had a single affix of plus 2000 to all attributes, while the Voodoo Archer set occupies 4 equipment slots, gloves, shoes, helmet, and cloak. But in the face of splitting arrow, all weaknesses can be ignored, even a blank slate doesn't matter. Just as Chen was about to input his auction price, a surprised voice suddenly came from beside him. Meng, I've been looking for you everywhere. Now that I'm back in Fengdu, I specifically requested you to be my guide. Why are you avoiding me? Wait, who is he? You left me to be his personal bodyguard? How dare you steal my Dragon Prince Stara's corner? I challenge you to a duel. Chen was dumbfounded. No, dude, you're getting into character way too fast. I haven't even said a word to clarify, nor have I turned to look at you, and you're already fast-forwarding to the duel part? Who are you? Chen couldn't hold back anymore and turned around to ask. As he turned, he saw 2 dragon horns. The wild, rugged curve emitted a strong aura of fire elements, indicating that this person's dragon lineage was extremely potent. He was definitely a descendant of a dragon blood family and a core member at that. This was a wild and robust man, towering at about 2.5 meters, resembling a giant. He looked down at Chen with eyes that seemed to disdain a weak chick, like an eagle looking down on its prey. This aggressive, domineering gaze and his trouble-seeking attitude instantly made Chen feel disgusted. After a moment's thought, Chen suddenly recalled a family and couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder, just because Miss Chen Meng is my personal bodyguard, you're so worked up, even embarrassingly coming in front of me to stage a scene of chasing after a wife. So you're from the A3, oh no, the Elephant Country's flame dragon family. Chen inhaled sharply. Damn, it really has that mixed smell of curry and E. coli. No doubt about it. Chen's heart was instantly filled with disdain, and the nearby auction guests quickly moved away, avoiding contact with this guy. About 1% of the reason was the strong odor he couldn't cover up, while 99% was their contempt for his lowly lineage. Including Chen, they all looked on with strong disdain. Yes, he wasn't a bloodline supremacist, but for the Flame Dragon family, any normal person would be utterly contemptuous, even if the other party possessed extraordinary dragon blood. Whispers arose around. Wow, it's that notoriously lowly dragon blood family. What are they doing here in our dragon country? Shoo, keep it down, they may be disgusting, but they can breathe fire. Be careful not to end up as human curry. The Flame Dragon Roar family is a typical case of those who steal hooks are executed, those who steal nations are made lords. No matter how they got their dragon blo, we really can't do it. Facing a female flame dragon, I simply can't be tough. It has to be the experts from the Elephant Kingdom who can actually take action. This is an open secret. Where does the so-called Flame Dragon Roar family's dragon bloodline come from? It originates from a family of professionals in the Elephant Kingdom who, after capturing a female western flame dragon, had their interest in giant lizards awaken in their bloodline.
Thus, on a dark and windy night, they took turns harming the poor dragon, and for the next 6 months, they kept it imprisoned and continued to inflict pain. For some unknown reason, they ultimately broke the reproductive barrier, and the flame dragon gave birth to a dragon-born child, who, upon growing up, named itself the flame dragon roar family. The most despicable bloodline in history was born, despised by all, for they were the descendants of dragon rapists.
However, after 3 generations, the new generation of dragon-born grandchildren felt that the mistakes
of the elders have nothing to do with me, and innocent children also have the right to survive. Thus they sought redemption, instead claiming to be noble descendants of dragon blood, taking pride in the flame dragon bloodline obtained through dragon rape, thriving in the Elephant Kingdom.
What kind of look is that? Prince Stella exploded in anger. You despicable dragon summoner, are you thinking about our ancestors? Put. The surrounding travelers couldn't hold back and burst into laughter.
It turned out this kid was quite aware of what others were thinking.
What the hell are you laughing at? Do you want to witness the might of the flame Huang dragon?
Stella, who fancied himself a prince, glared at everyone, sneering arrogantly. Don't think that because the law doesn't punish the
crowd, I won't beat you up.
Anyone who dares to offend the dignity of our flame dragon roar family will end up rotting in the Ganges like a pile of stinking dog shit, you filthy mudbloods.
Su Chen, Chun Meng Meng, Jiau Mu Yu. Wait, is this guy just plain crazy? Or does the education of the flame dragon roar family really include terms like mudblood? Is their family education manual an entertainment novel from the old era?
Su Chen couldn't help but whisper to the ladies, I remember watching an old era adaptation movie when I was a kid. It seemed to be called Harry Potter Big, which had discrimination against those without talent,
referring to those who couldn't learn magic as mudbloods. Jiao Muyu, question mark. Goddamn Harry Potter Big. Chen Mengmeng rolled her eyes wildly. Do you men just love big things every day, fantasizing about them? Yeah, what's wrong with that? Su Chen scratched his head in confusion. Big is good, big is beautiful. Isn't that a universally accepted truth? Isn't this book popular worldwide because of its title? Get lost.
Prince Stella, ignored, exploded in anger. You little mudblood who doesn't know your place. Are you whispering to my future
wife in front of me? I want to challenge you to the Fingdu Arena deathmatch. I don't even know you. Stop barking like a mad dog. At everyone, okay?
Su Chen was almost driven mad by this guy's unreasonable antics, but he was also amused by the other's arrogance.
I mean, buddy. Who are you calling buddy? Do you even deserve that? Do you have dragon blood? Stella immediately interrupted Su Chen, disdainfully rebutting. Alright, descendant of dragon rapists, as a second-tier professional, you actually have the face to challenge me, a level 17 professional who hasn't even advanced? How can you say that? Su Chen sneered coldly, or are you only bold enough to shout deathmatch after confirming that I haven't advanced? The dignified flame dragon roar family is actually this cowardly. Today, you dare to issue me a challenge for a deathmatch. May I ask, are you planning to break into my Dragon Kingdom kindergarten tomorrow and claim you're going to take on 100 future warriors of the Dragon Kingdom?
His sharp sarcasm made all the guests at the auction house roar with delight. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom people, who were already tired of the Elephant Kingdom folks, joined in to angrily retort, fighting a second tier against a zero tier. What an eye-opener. Next time, His Highness the Roaring Flame Dragon might just storm into a hospital sterile room, shouting at a bunch of test tube babies and then mock us Dragon Kingdom folks for
not daring to retort. What I fear most is that in the dead of night, after I finish casting my spells, Prince Stara will burst into my bedroom, laughing at my sticky toilet paper, mocking all 300 million of us Dragon Kingdom people as cowards. The Elephant
Kingdom folks have always bullied the weak and feared the strong, specifically picking on high school students. If this young man were a teacher, all it would take is a glare, and Stara would be begging for mercy. After all, the dragon bloodline is unjust. It is said that the injured female flame dragon placed a blood curse on them before her death, which is why their brains are all messed up.
Stara, this is the Fingdu auction house.
If you want to act wild, go back to your Elephant Kingdom.
Aren't you afraid of your father punishing you for making such a fool of yourself?
Finally, a fourth-tier professional from the Fingdu auction house arrived late. She immediately unleashed a barrage of high-intensity bubbles at Stara. The 13th rule of the Fingdu auction house is very clear: no
provocations or fighting here. How dare you shamelessly challenge a zero-tier unclassed individual to a deathmatch? How about we just compare ages, and the loser commits seppuku?
The fourth-tier professional sneered at Stara.
The arrogant dragon prince curled up in
a ball, not because the other party's words made sense, he was never one to reason, but because every time that fourth-tier professional spoke, the dragon soul phantom behind him would spit out sparks, and the other's dragon might was about to roar, making Stara break
out in a cold sweat.
This meant the other party was a dragon-exclusive profession, High Dragon Lord.
Even though Stara prided himself on
being a dragon prince, his profession was merely Flame Dragon Mage, making him inherently inferior in front of a High Lord. Sorry, esteemed VIP user Mr. Su Chen, the reason I'm late is that I was rummaging through my things looking for a very special notebook. The Formidable 4th-tier professional reigned in her terrifying dragon might, removed her helmet, and stored her armor in her inventory, revealing a muscular figure with arms as strong as Su Chen's 3 legs tied together and an 8-pack that could slay gods.
Just call me Sister Chen Qian.
She looked at Su Chen very kindly, her eyes sparkling with little red hearts. I have a level 17 fan badge, little Su, in your livestream, and I'm also your moderator. I've been busy today, so I only banned 128 little trolls.
I'm sorry, but tomorrow I will double the bans.
We must ensure our livestream is filled with good fans and little white ones.
Su Chen. Oh no, being chased by fans offline is a bit awkward.
Chen Xianxian was clearly twice the age of Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang, which was quite normal, as Dragon Slayer. Chen Jingqiu had already been a household name 50 years ago, and his reproductive capabilities had not diminished over the years, with children ranging from 1 to 60 years old. One could only say he was a prolific breeding machine.
Thank you. Su Chen, with the awareness of an internet celebrity, immediately showed a sincere smile
and shook hands with Chen Xianxian. Thank you, Miss Qianxian. I feel like I haven't put in as much effort into the livestream as you all have.
I'm sorry, but why are there still little trolls jumping around in the livestream when I clearly haven't started broadcasting? Chen Xianxian immediately forgot about the auction house affairs and
the limp Prince Stella on the ground, her face serious as she said, Streamer, I suspect our opponents have sent in Water Army to turn our livestream into an abstract
mess, creating chaos.
You've become popular too quickly, our fan club isn't loyal enough, hasn't been refined yet, and lacks combat power.
So the opponents want to take
advantage of your unstable foundation and directly disrupt our bullet screen atmosphere. I think you need to have your useless, good-for-nothing manager hire more professional moderators to quickly ban some of the foul comments and maintain the live stream environment.
Chen Xianxian's words were filled with top-notch professionalism.
Although you're currently attracting a large number of fans with your fierce acts, live streaming can't always be about that. Most of the time, it's about the mundane daily life. So that's when the loyalty of the fans will be tested. Su Chen glanced at Jiau Muyu with a sigh. Yeah, my manager used to be a secretary, not connected to the
entertainment industry, so he's indeed a bit amateur.
If it weren't for your high position as the manager of the Fengdu auction house, I would really want to poach you.
Hee, that won't do.
As a fan, you need to maintain a distance from your idol, otherwise, the idol's halo can easily fade. Especially, you can't work for your idol, or it'll lead to super troublesome salary disputes.
Although Chen Xianxian was a muscular woman, her speech was full of femininity, creating quite a contrast. After discussing the live stream matters, Chen Xianxian turned serious and glared at the limp Stella. Hey, why did you come to Fengdu auction house to harass my sister? Don't think the
Yanlong family is so powerful and invincible. On a global scale, you're just third-rate. In what aspect does our Dragon Slayer family? Stara was venting her anger madly, sending a duel invitation to Su Chen's professional panel. If you have the guts, let's have a death match.
Don't say I'm bullying the weak, I can fight you in a corrected arena. Do you dare? I dare. Su Chen clicked confirm, accepting the invitation. Stara was instantly stunned. His duel invitation was accepted? How could this little unpromoted loser dare to do that?
Su Chen smiled brightly and said, Please hold on, Mr. Stara, descendant of the Dragon Trader, I request to delay the duel by 2 hours.
Ha, coward.
You really are scared to death. Stara immediately took his delay of the duel as a sign of cowardice, regretting it already. He sneered triumphantly, looking around. Oh, now that there are many people, you're putting on a brave front. Later, when we enter the duel preparation room and are alone, you won't be clinging to my leg, crying, Now that there are fewer people, I kneel to Grandpa Stara, please spare me and cancel the duel. Su Chen squinted, showing a very helpless expression.
Excuse me, are you a drama queen? So much drama. With that time, you might as well write your will. You don't even know who I, Su, am, yet you dare to challenge me in a corrected arena?
Let me tell you, in a corrected arena, there is no difference in levels or attributes. Even if your ancestors came, I would still chop off their dog head.
Ha! Stara was furious. Then let's duel immediately. You coward who applied for a delay.
Su Chen glanced at him sideways and snorted coldly. I need 2 hours. To notify my fans around the world, the third live broadcast's intense activity is ready. He finished operating his phone and clicked publish. At the same time, all the fans who had specially followed Su Chen's livestream felt their phones vibrate slightly and then received a notification. Ding dong.
The streamer you are following, Su
Chen, has published a broadcast reminder. The new program is titled Temporary Broadcast, Killing a Dragon Trader Family with a Flame Dragon Mage, for everyone to
enjoy. Live countdown, 1 hour 59 minutes. Huh? Another intense activity?
The fans were shocked and began to spread the word. Although Su Chen's livestream was still a black screen and had not yet started, the fans had already begun to chat excitedly. Wow, what is the Dragon Trader family?
Just hearing the name makes my imagination run wild. Let me enlighten you, the Dragon Trader family is the Flame Dragon Roar family, a top Brahmin family in the Elephant Country. A genuine high-caste aristocracy. They used a method beyond human imagination to obtain dragon bloodlines.
I can only say that such abstract and bizarre things can only happen in the elephant country.
3 minutes later.
Chen showed the live broadcast reminder to Stara, smiling faintly. Look, according to the back-end data, 270,000 people have subscribed to this live broadcast. Stara, I estimate that by then, at least 8 million viewers will click into the live room to watch
our death match.
I hope you can provide me with some normal show effects to help me earn more tips.
Chen Xianxian smiled and gave a thumbs up. You specifically left 2 hours to prevent most fans from noticing the temporary broadcast.
I have to say, Chen, you are truly a genius.
In the live streaming world, you're destined to become a super internet celebrity.
Chen Meng and Chen Tang also nodded vigorously like little chicks pecking at rice, fully agreeing with their sister's words.
Chen leisurely cradled his hands behind his head, smiling brightly.
Let's go, we'll immediately check out the auction house and grab some good items to enhance our combat power so I can win the deathmatch. Later. It's better to be prepared than to be caught off guard.
Chen Xianxian cheerfully handed over a notebook. Just need you to sign
your name, and I'll be your free tour guide.
Chen took the notebook and immediately understood why Chen Xianxian had to rummage through everything to find it.
Because this was a notebook enchanted with permanent dust avoidance and permanent cleaning filled with signatures
from various celebrities.
Chen pointed at one name, unable to hide his surprise. Is that the signature of His Excellency Fernandiel, the
Evil Hand? What have I done to deserve sharing a page with a 6th-tier professional? Chen Xianxian shrugged. No matter how powerful
Fernandiel is, he doesn't have a divine artifact. I believe your future won't stop at the 6th tier, you will definitely step into the divine
realm.
By then, your signature will be the most sought-after collectible.
Thank you for your kind words. Chen flamboyantly signed his
name, returned the notebook, and then stepped away to look for new auction items. The lingering Stara trailed behind them, his expression
uncertain, unable to suppress his thoughts. Chen? Who is he? How can he summon 8 million spectators with just a word? I can't really lose or die, can I?
Then, Stara saw Chen suddenly stop in front of an auction item, hidden class, Soul Priest job change card. If you have Orc blood, you can change to the exclusive hidden class of Orc blood Soul Priest. You can become a Soul Priest. Riding a Kodo Beast, wielding a Warhammer to strike the Kuenyo leather war drum, stepping onto the battlefield. Your class skills include Dull Aura, Glorious Aura, Roaring Aura, War Aura, Thorn Rebound Aura, Rock Skin Armor Aura, Soul Protection Aura, and so on. Do auction house advertisement. Master this profession, and you will become the backbone that all legions dream of. You can empower large-scale troops with aura power, and when you step onto the battlefield, you are the god of war. Starting price 500 million, Stara scoffed. You, an untransformed human professional, where would you get 500 million? Besides, it's obvious you don't have Orc blood. Why bother auctioning this? You're not trying to pretend to flaunt wealth, are you? Chen glanced at him sideways, as if looking at a fool. Are you really just a simpleton who can only see immediate benefits? Think about long-term investments and the future, understand? Stara sneered. But this is 500 million. Ha! He saw Chen had already raised the bid to 600 million, such a large increase that the auctioneer at Fengdu Auction House immediately announced it to the entire venue.
Chen's subordinates currently had no Orc professionals, but it didn't matter. He had the godly rich system, which could grant summoned beasts legendary attributes.
Making a summoned beast possess a simple Orc bloodline was no challenge at all. And the Soul Priest class could empower large armies, which aligned perfectly with the summoner's concept of one person forming an army. Therefore, Chen would eventually cultivate a priest. However, hidden class skill cards were rare and could not be sought after. Their production was random drops.
Missing this opportunity might mean never encountering it again in this lifetime.
Bye. Chen decisively made the call. He had to secure this job change card. Not for any other reason, but just the basic skills of the Soul Priest were enough to make any summoner drool. All aura-type skills. Just casually casting a skill could empower hundreds of summoned creatures, an explosive cost-performance ratio.
Chen Xianxian frowned, reminding Chen, based on my years
of experience in the auction house, generally speaking, the transaction price for a Soul Priest job change card is often around 1 billion.
But occasionally, there might be a premium of about 200
million. You need to gauge it yourself and avoid clashing with certain nitpicking buyers or those in urgent need. It's not worth it.
Chen smiled. Thank you for the reminder, Xianxian, but I'm determined to get it.
Don't worry, I, Chen, have prepared a cash flow of 2 billion.
It must be secured.
He deliberately raised his voice by 8 octaves, ensuring that all the auctioneers around could hear him clearly, aiming to intimidate potential opponents and make them retreat.
Instantly, many who had intended to bid back down. Who is that Chen, anyway? A novice summoner who hasn't
even changed jobs, and he's talking about 2 billion.
Sounds a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? TCH, haven't you seen the livestream or the short videos? The recently popular Demon Fortress Wallbreaker
and the Summoner Artifact Portable World Restorer. Don't underestimate him. He's a pure grassroots player, but his live streams are booming and he has plenty of real cash.
Is that so? Is he really determined to auction this job card? Absolutely.
According to the information found online, Chen hasn't changed jobs yet, but he already possesses 2 types of mutated summoned beasts, and his artifact focuses on the number of summons. It's safe to say he desperately needs this job card. Sigh, then let's forget it. No point in competing with him, we definitely can't win the bid. It's better to do him a favor and give him some face. Most people, in their conversations, obediently retreated. However, Chen glanced at the increasingly anxious Prince Stara. Aren't you going to give it a try, Your Highness? We are about to become sworn enemies in the death race. Shouldn't you spend a little money to prevent me from smoothly acquiring the resources to rise? Stara. He wasn't foolish, he also wanted to take action against Chen and suppress his growth. But the funds he could currently mobilize were only 200 million, just 1/10 of Chen's cash flow, which he couldn't bring to the table. If he forced his hand, it would only make him a laughingstock. You are squandering wealth, wasting funds on trash that offers no improvement. I find it amusing. Go ahead and stop me. Stara sneered, his face cold and indifferent. Chen Mengmeng chuckled and whispered to Chen. He claims to be a dragon-blood prince, but it's all self-proclaimed. Their flame dragon roar family is quite powerful in the Elephant Kingdom, but what does that have to do with Stara? The funds he can control are minimal, and they are all borrowed. Stara snorted, turning his head aside, unable to help but mutter, Miss Chen Mengmeng, your 55 degrees scorching body temperature can actually utter such cold words. I'm quite saddened. Besides, this Chen, no matter how good he is, you can only be a widow to him. In the end, you will have to marry me. Only I can handle your dragon widow's fiery passion. This remark was a classic example of bringing up the wrong topic. Chen burst out laughing. Jiao Muyu also trembled with laughter. Chen Shanxian couldn't help but chuckle as well. Chen Mengmeng stomped her feet in frustration. I'd rather be a dragon widow than listen to your curry-flavored Mandarin every day. I don't want to go to the Elephant Kingdom and breathe in the air filled with the smell of coli-laden cow dung. Go back to your country and enjoy your Ganges water-mixed food. Wishful thinking. And Chen Mengmeng suddenly darted over to the dazed Chen Tang, winking at Chen. If the two of us team up, we can balance the ice and fire to a normal temperature. You just need to take us both, and you won't have to fear anything. Chen. Stara? At this moment, the Soul Priest job transfer card jumped again, with the price rising to 610 million. Chen pursed his lips, deep in thought. Has the bidding increment started to drop to the minimum standard of 10 million? It seems this bidder is just testing me. If that's the case, let's end the suspense. Without hesitation, Chen raised the stakes. I bid 700 million. After a while, someone else raised the bid to 710 million. Chen countered with 800 million, without any hesitation. This attitude of increasing the bid clearly demonstrated his unwavering determination to win. Everyone clearly felt Chen's determination. Thus, the price of 800 million was temporarily fixed and no one continued to bid. However, Chen did not let his guard down. Because since this was an auction house, aside from the offline fixed price bidding and free bidding, there was one crucial step: auction stage bidding. That was the segment where prices soared the most, and also the stage for auctioneers to showcase their silver tongues. In an hour, this job transfer card will be on the auction stage, so get ready, Chen Shanxian reminded with a smile, genuinely feeling delighted at her idol's extravagant spending. As the on-duty manager of the auction house, she could also earn a portion of the commission from all completed auctions, which encouraged the Chen clan members to work diligently and earn resources for their careers. Chen nodded and continued to search for items that could enhance his combat power. Look at this. When you participate in a deathmatch later, just throw 100 of these and you'll definitely turn Prince Stara into ashes on the spot. Chen Mengmeng tirelessly promoted the exquisite goods from the alchemical bomb specialty counter. Chen strolled over casually and glanced briefly, his eyes nearly popping out. This thing can actually appear so brazenly at the Fengdu auction house? Following behind, Prince Stara was also furious, his right hand trembling as he pointed at Chen Mengmeng's nose. You really want to commit murder? That was indeed a dozen Dragon Slayer bombs. The effect was simple and violent. Damage, super effective against dragon species, dealing base damage of 100 points plus additional damage of mental power x 10. Damage type, physical. Damage range, circular area with a radius of 20 meters. Usage, throw mana cost, 0 points. The only slightly disappointing aspect was the damage type, which was physical. It is well known that dragon species have tough skin and thick flesh, and dragon scales are one of the essential materials for legendary shields and legendary armor. Therefore, the physical armor of dragons is quite resilient, making these Dragon Slayer bombs seem a bit less effective. However, the Dragon Slayer bombs were still considered expensive, priced at 500,000 each. Fixed price, no bargaining, no bidding. Chen clicked his tongue, but after a slight hesitation, he still bought 100 at a fixed price. The reason was simple. One of the artifact repair tasks he was about to undertake was to complete the 10,000 demon / achievement on the Abyss battlefield, and dragon creatures, recognized as powerful beings, were extremely common there. Whether it was the massive lineage of the Abyss faction's demon dragons, underworld dragons, hell dragons, frenzy dragons, ghost dragons, and skeleton dragons, or the allied factions red dragons, green dragons, flame dragons, frost giants, summoned bone dragons, two-headed wind dragons, and so on.
It can
only be said that due to the dragon race's inherent nature of dragon lust, there are basically no reproductive barriers with the dragon clan, leading to the
breeding of some variant dragons.
Therefore, the dragon slayer bombs would be highly effective against them. Of course, the more critical aspect was the additional
damage of these dragon slayer bombs, mental power x10. For Su Chen, who was experiencing an explosive attribute boost, this meant thousands of additional
damage, which was extremely terrifying. No wonder they cost 500,000 each. Although it hurt to spend that much, it was still worth it as a trump card.
Using
this thing against enemies is simply throwing money away, Su Chen lamented, looking at the 50 million spent, his heart bleeding. This time, the extravagant spending of the wealthy was not counted in the consumption amount of the godly system, because purchasing alchemical bombs did not meet the conditions for
enhancing oneself.
There was no increase in attributes, no strengthening of skills, and no summoning of creatures.
But Su Chen felt that a storm was brewing
recently, so he decided to prepare a few more trump cards.
TSK, you wasted that money.
After Su Chen stored the 100 alchemical bombs sent by the staff into the professional's backpack space, Stella suddenly burst into wild laughter. In our deathmatch mode, the use of any alchemical bombs, disposable charms, and spell scrolls is not allowed, because we are fighting in a correction field and these consumable items cannot be corrected.
Su Chen glanced at him with a look that suggested he was crazy. You think I don't know this basic rule? Isn't it just clause 41? Stella was instantly dumbfounded and hurriedly
checked. Indeed, clause 41 of the duel guidelines for professionals stated clearly, we do not advocate duels between high-level professionals and low-level professionals, as there is a suspicion of bullying the weak. But if conflicts cannot be resolved, only bloodshed can solve them, and we will provide a relatively
fair correction field. However, attributes can be balanced, but consumable items cannot, so the following items are prohibited. Then why did you buy them? Stella couldn't help but ask.
Woo-woo, it's all Meng Meng's fault for never having seen the correction field rules, causing brother Su Chen to waste money. Chen Meng immediately felt very guilty, thinking she hadn't fulfilled her role as a guide, causing him to spend 50 million unjustly. It's a pity that,
due to her lineage, she can't compensate in kind. So, tonight, Meng Meng's 20 million commission, let's return it to brother Su Chen later. A lady loves wealth, but it should be obtained justly. Her clear eyes glistened with tears, clearly very heartbroken, but she still insisted on her principles.
Su Chen immediately had a much better impression of Chen Meng, and considering the awkward position of the Dragon Slayer family's children, he couldn't help but
smile gently. It's fine, I originally planned to purchase such items,
because they can indeed directly enhance combat power, simple and easy to use, with only the trivial drawback of costing money.
But money spent can be regained, and keeping my life means having fuel to burn, so this expenditure is quite
worthwhile.
Then he rolled his eyes at Stella. You don't think you need to use Dragon Slayer bombs to deal with you, do you?
They cost 500,000 each, even top
billionaires wouldn't use such things recklessly. I'm hoarding them as a trump card, you understand?
It's still that saying, invest in the future, be prepared for the worst. Moreover, its additional damage formula is mental power x10, which means it can be used from 0 rank to 6 rank, always effective, never outdated, and can grow with the professional's attributes.
This is equivalent to 100 little artifacts that can grow, understand? Su Chen looked at Stella
with eyes full of disdain, as if to say a rotten wood cannot be carved and a muddy wall cannot be propped up, and how can insects and rodents understand
my foresight?
Stella was furious. He felt his intelligence was being discriminated against.
Moreover, just now, Stella had secretly searched online for
clips about Su Chen's exploits and quickly browsed through them. The more he watched, the more shocked he became.
The original arrogance and pride instantly
vanished, replaced by a deep fear of losing his life in the deathmatch. He still had many alluring female giant lizards he had yet to experience. He didn't
want to die.
With this thought, Stella tightened his grip on his legendary staff and suddenly had a malicious idea. If I suddenly attack this kid now and
severely injure him, wouldn't the deathmatch be cancelled? At most, I would just have to pay some medical expenses. The Dragon Kingdom Embassy wouldn't dare to make things difficult for our Flame Dragon Roar family, right?
The next moment, however, Chen Meng and Chen Tang simultaneously sensed something was wrong, hugging Su Chen's arms from left and right, both coldly staring at Stella, warning in unison, if you dare to act recklessly in the Fingdu auction house and assassinate Mr. Su Chen, we will activate the unlimited firepower granted by our father and blast you to smithereens.
Chen Qianxian also said lightly,
Mr. Su Chen bears the curse of fate bestowed by the crown of the undead catastrophe. If he dies, the area within a kilometer will be subjected to the
instant death gaze of the Abyss Lords.
Stella, if you want to die, don't drag others down with you.
What? Stella was instantly speechless, frozen in shock.
He never expected that in a duel with Su Chen, losing would mean death and winning would also lead to death.
Chen Qianxian snorted coldly, next time you
enter a deathmatch, remember to check who your opponent is.
Stella collapsed to the ground, looking like a walking corpse. Su Chen, however, wore a satisfied expression, completely uninterested in Stella. Ah, it feels so good. My left arm is wrapped in 2 perfectly warm hot water bags, getting a nice heat treatment. My right arm is wrapped in 2 bouncy, icy cold compress bags, getting a cold treatment. Is this the thrill of experiencing both ice and fire? No wonder the service offered on the 2nd floor of the club has been popular since the old days and into the era of universal job changes. Chun Meng Meng, Chun Tang Tang. The 2 quickly released Su Chen's arm, retracting their ample hot water bags and ice bags. Hee hee, brother Su Chen, H. Chen Meng Meng smiled. Shyly like an anime girl, her cheeks flushed, but this was clearly a little demon's feigned innocence. Su Chen scratched his head. You both seem to be older than me, can you not call me brother Su Chen? But we have dragon blood, so we count as half-dragons, and our lifespan is around 500 years, Chen Meng Meng said confidently. In terms of your human life stages, I'm just a little lowly in the dragon clan, isn't that even more exciting? Su Chen rolled his eyes. Where's there a lowly as big as a hot water bag? But it doesn't matter, I don't want to be turned into a sausage by you. Let's hurry up and buy some new things. I should also start dealing with this fire dragon mage. Saying this, Su Chen directly took out a live-streaming drone from his profession backpack. The camera activated, aimed at everyone. In an instant, all those who were particularly focused on Su Chen received a notification that the stream had started. Didn't the live stream announcement say it would start in 2 hours, killing a second-tier professional? Why is it live now? Great, starting early. This is the hallmark of an excellent streamer. Woo-woo, my heart is broken. Who are the 3 beautiful women besides Su Chen Gigi? Is it true that the ultimate fate of internet celebrities is to be surrounded by fans? The idol aura has shattered. At the same time, Su Chen's enemies were the first to rush to the live stream. This was normal. Haters often pay more attention to streamers than fans do, as the drive of hatred far exceeds that of liking or affection. Iron Blood Alliance. After paying a fine of 20 million and writing a guarantee, notarized by a 6th-tier professional, that he would never act against Su Chen again, Shen Jinghong, filled with unresolved hatred, quickly opened the live stream, anonymously. Insulting, Su Chen little brat, you made me lose face, lose money, and get warned by the authorities. I curse your immortal board. Platform. System prompt, you have been banned for 360 days by the room manager. Chen is a big muscle girl. Please watch your language, avoid provoking, insulting, and political discussions, and maintain positive energy while watching the live stream. Shen Jinghong snorted coldly, slightly calming his rage. He knew he had acted impulsively, but his gaze was suddenly drawn to the room manager's ID, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, Su Chen's die-hard fans must all be young girls, right? This one named Chen, since she dares to call herself a big muscle girl, must be hitting the gym every day. He couldn't help but swallow, imagining a figure in hot pants and a crop top with a curvy and alluring body, sweating profusely on a treadmill, her perfect curves captivating. Whoosh! A small tent was set up. Since Jiau gave up the company compensation and directly left the Iron Blood Alliance, Shen Jinghong's wife took the opportunity to arrange for him a muscular male secretary. Previously, he would secretly admire Jiao's hot figure with greedy eyes while at work, but now he often sensed the muscular secretary's fiery gaze, secretly sizing up his backside. Thus, Shen Jinghong felt both exhausted and heartbroken, even daydreaming about a username that inspired a story, a beautiful property manager banning a little black guy, leading to a love-hate relationship that evolved into an online romance, ultimately resulting in a wild roll in the sheets, followed by the murder of a yellow-faced wife, disposing of the body in the river, and a detective story of wits against the police. At this moment, his obedient son Shen Zmo peeked in through the door. Dad, great news! Su Chen has gone crazy. He actually wants to compete in a deathmatch against the prodigy of the Yanlong Roar family. Whom? The Yanlong Roar family from the Elephant Country? Shen Jinghong fell into a dilemma, unsure of whom to support. He prided himself on his high moral standards. He had never laid a finger on a stunning beauty like Jiau, who had been flaunting herself in front of him for so long, making him a moral model. Meanwhile, the ruffians from the Yanlong Roar family, with their giant lizards, dragons, and snakes, were nothing but a vast chasm of human morality. Yet, he hoped Su Chen would die in the deathmatch. For a moment, he felt conflicted. At the headquarters of the Secret Sanctuary, a charity gala initiated by Bu Feiyan's mother, Wu Mengxi, was underway to raise funds. This was one of the routine events of high society, where celebrities often gathered for dinner, contributing a small sum to charity organizations to showcase their goodwill and gain tax benefits from the government. It was a win-win for both money and fame. Just as the gala reached a critical moment, Bu Feiyan, who was ordered by her mother to attend, suddenly opened her phone, grinning foolishly at the screen. Wu Mengxi felt a chill in her heart. She knew the reason well, as she had also anonymously followed Su Chen's livestream. That kid had started streaming. Wu Mengxi couldn't help but want to stop her. daughter's actions, ordering her to delete the streaming app and continue being the refined young lady she was, avoiding the lowbrow content that the underclass loved to watch, and not getting swept away by the trend of entertainment to death. But Bu Feiyan was accompanied by two other young ladies from prestigious families who also eagerly opened Su Chen's livestream. Wu Mengxi pursed her lips, abandoning her plan, as the guests at this social gala were all of the same caliber as the secret sanctuary, and she had no right to offend them with a lecturing attitude. Feiyan, your most promising and handsome admirer is live, a delicate girl said, winking at her best friend, enviously adding, wow, I still remember what he said in front of 20 million viewers in the livestream. Miss Bu Feiyan, she gave a dream unattainable to a young man. Bu Feiyan's cheeks flushed. She originally had no extra feelings for Su Chen due to their significant age difference. She had graduated from university 2 years ago, so she only regarded him as a junior who had endured hardships and ultimately honed his skills, wanting to invest in his future. But now, everyone knew she was his white moonlight. Yes, as the white moonlight of such a top internet celebrity. Feiyan, how do you feel? Another somewhat carefree engineering girl found it amusing. Don't be constrained by that tiny age gap. A woman 3 years older, a senior sister hugs a gold brick. A woman 30 years older, a rich woman gifts a kingdom. Now that high-level professionals have long lifespans, especially if Su Chen inherits the legacy of the undead cataclysm, he would be an immortal lich. What age difference is there? When your lifespan runs out, he can summon you as a skeleton, keeping the fire of your soul alive, accompanying you forever. How romantic. The piggy girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Bu Feiyan, I think the mechanical ascension path is more romantic. It would allow Su Chen to preserve your brain as a brain in a jar, customize hundreds of cloned bodies for you, and then use the professionals' permanent preservation technique to help maintain your brain's integrity, which means you would be forever in your 18-year-old appearance with him. The tough girl also had a wild imagination. Bu Feiyan. At this moment, Wu Mingxi saw several of her middle-aged girlfriends also opening Su Chen's livestream, and they were winking at her. Old Wu, you really made a fool of yourself last time. It was the first time the sisters saw the sharp-witted you take a hit. It was so amusing that they started following Su Chen. Come on, let's watch his live stream together again. Don't hold any grudges. They say there's a thin veil between a girl chasing a boy. If little Feiyan is willing to lower her pride and pursue Su Chen, you'll definitely be holding a grandchild next year. Come quickly to see your future son-in-law. Wu Mengxi's face darkened, but that's often how friendships among close friends go. They end up becoming teasing friends, exposing each other's flaws and having fun at each other's expense. Wu Mengxi was uncomfortably pulled down to sit by her middle-aged girlfriends. On their phones, the screens were all filled with scenes from the Fengdu auction house, clearly all in Su Chen's livestream. This kid has made it big. He can even livestream from the Fengdu auction house. I remember the entry threshold is several hundred million in cash. An ant with wavy long hair sighed. I heard he started from scratch. His parents passed away when he was very young, and he could only finish school with student aid. Yet, in just a blink of an eye, in less than 3 months, he is gone. From being poor for 3 generations to rich for 1 generation. What an impressive young man. The girlfriends all winked at Wu Mengxi. I mean, he had a divine artifact even before he changed jobs, and you still find it lacking. What's wrong? Do you want to find little Feiyan a top-tier rich 2nd generation, born with a divine artifact? Wu Mengxi felt a bit embarrassed. Although she knew her friends meant no harm and were just teasing her, she couldn't help but feel guilty, regretting it deeply. She could only force a smile and remain silent. At that moment, Su Chen in the livestream spoke. Hi, welcome to the livestream of this summoning master for fans all over the world. I originally had no plans to stream today, but something incredibly explosive and foolish happened, which should make for a great livestream, so I casually started it to show everyone some excitement. I intended to come to the Fengdu auction house to buy some items that could enhance my strength. After all, I need to complete the miraculous repair task as soon as possible. He shrugged and sighed, but as everyone knows, due to my fate curse, I am essentially a human-shaped self-propelled egg. If I suddenly die from a brain hemorrhage, stupidity syndrome, excessive eye boogers, or get taken out by a mysterious assassin, the area within a kilometer will be barren, all receiving a death glance from the Lord of the Abyss. So, the rulers of Fengdu, the Dragon Slayer family, sent 2 bodyguards to prevent me from dying on their territory. Su Chen smiled and turned the camera to the 2 sisters. Dressed in hot pants and a short shirt, the vibrant Chen Mengmeng immediately fluttered her long eyelashes and energetically introduced herself in front of the camera. Hello everyone, I am Chen Mengmeng, an ordinary beautiful girl, dragon warrior. Please take care of me. The crimson flame dragon pattern faintly visible on her fair, long legs proved her profession. Wrapped in a wizard's robe, with skin as white as snow, stunningly beautiful, and her clear, crystal eyes exuding a lazy sleepiness, Chen Tangtang also nervously greeted the camera, her anxious demeanor particularly endearing. Hi, I am Tang Tang, a frost dragon mage. The twin sisters bore some resemblance but each had their unique beauty, both being breathtakingly gorgeous. But what was most shocking was still their professions and backgrounds. The audience erupted. Wow, the daughters of the Dragon Slayer family. Su Chen, you're not allowed to lay a hand on Meng Meng and Tang Tang. I declare they are already my wives. Sigh, encountering the 783rd and 784th girls I want to protect for life at the most powerless age, it's truly despairing for a student. Isn't it true that hidden professions are everywhere now? Dragon warriors, frost dragon mages, is this the power of top-tier families? I want to marry in. Su Chen scoffed, rolling his eyes. Don't bother them, and don't DM me asking for their contact information. It's pointless. I'll be straightforward with you, this kind of fortune is not something any man can handle. Did you see the magic patterns on Meng Meng's legs and Tang Tang's arms? That's a sign of the awakening of dragon blood. He took out an infrared thermometer from his backpack and aimed it at Chen Meng Meng and Chen Tang Tang. Beep. Today's temperature is 55 degrees. Please take the user to the hospital for emergency treatment. Immediately. Beep. Today's temperature is minus 18 degrees. Please do not use this thermometer to scan the refrigerator. Thank you, the viewers. Ah, Miss Chen Meng Meng is really burning up. Her fiery red lips could directly scorch my face and melt my heart. Purely physical. Is this what they mean by can only look but not touch? Now I understand the middle school Chinese text on the love of lotus. It can only be admired from afar and not profaned. So Tang Tang really is a frost beauty in the physical sense. Su Chen glanced at the bullet comments and found everyone was quite restrained, feeling very satisfied. Very good. But viewers, there's really a fool who isn't afraid of being turned into a grilled sausage by Miss Chen Meng Meng, wholeheartedly wanting to marry her. He is our male lead for the third live broadcast. Please allow me to introduce Stara, the roaring flame dragon, a descendant of the famous Dragon Slayer family from the Elephant Kingdom, a formidable flame dragon mage. He vividly recounted all of Stara's lines, sighing deeply. Viewers, I haven't told a single lie, not even a bit of embellishment. It's all pure recounting. Just tell me, how can there be such a person and such a plot in the world? What I encountered today, even a third-rate web novelist wouldn't dare to write like this. It's simply absurd. Su Chen sighed, but unfortunately, this is reality. Online novels require rationality. When creating a villain, it needs to be logical enough for readers to find their actions reasonable, otherwise readers will curse. Dumb author, why not just bite a lighter? But reality doesn't require any rationality. A fool like Stara, with such a unique mindset, barged into my life unprepared, forcing me to accept his death race invitation and open the live streaming software. Su Chen felt helpless. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom also found it absurd. Is this for real? Is this a script? But at least find a second-rate joke writer to write it. It's too fake, bro. I don't believe there can be such a stupid villain in the world. His lines are too toxic. You didn't write them yourself, did you? I'm about to faint from anger. Doesn't seem like acting, guys. I looked up Stara, the roaring flame dragon online. He's the second heir of the roaring flame dragon family. Su Chen couldn't possibly hire such a big shot to act, right? However, the audience from the Elephant Kingdom refuted. What's wrong with your taste, Dragon Kingdom audience? Is this fake? Isn't this a very real and common face? We have plenty of high-caste rich second generation. In our country, it's the same every day. What's so strange about it? After all, he's a noble Kshatriya. Although you, Su Chen, have some fame, you have no caste, and you're an unbeliever belonging to the lowest class of untouchables. Is there a problem with Prince Stara speaking to you like that? Don't be ungrateful. When Prince Stara is dining with the cows, you can only squat in the corner holding your bowl. Sitting with the dogs under the table, do you understand? You don't even have the qualification to sit at the table. Your status is lower than that of a cow. How is it wrong for a noble to speak to you like this? It's already very cultured. The audience from the Elephant Kingdom reacted strongly, so genuine that it left viewers from other countries around the world in silence. Are you really not just a bunch of fakes? Let me see your IP addresses. Oh my god, they really are all from the Elephant Kingdom. So it turns out we were just ignorant? Su Chen muttered to himself, feeling a bit lost in life, scratching his head hard. Alright. Then, I guess I've learned something. The national conditions are different. I really can't comment. I can only respect, understand, and bless. And then during the deathmatch later, I'll take him down hard. He rolled his eyes and said, so he's a high-caste lord, huh? I want to see, when I chop off his neck with a big knife in an hour, will his noble status allow him to resurrect on the spot? I have an ancient saying from the Dragon Kingdom to share with the Elephant Kingdom netizens. Do princes and dukes have any special qualities? Well said. The netizens from the Dragon Kingdom all liked it. Go for it, brother Su Chen. Chen Meng Meng smiled sweetly. If you win against that jerk, they'll warm your bed for you tonight. That really is warming the bed. It's practically a hot quilt. Su Chen's mouth twitched. A 55-degree blessing. I can't handle that. Meng Meng, I can only say thank you for your kindness, but please don't keep thinking about my sausage. I really have no plans to turn it into a grilled sausage for now. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter. This crude joke was something that viewers from any culture or ethnicity around the world could understand. After all grilled sausages are stick-shaped. It's fine. Before coming here, my father said that if you want to marry, we sisters can marry you together. Otherwise, why would we sisters come together? It's just right for a balance of ice and fire. Chen Mengmeng said with a sweet smile. Forget it, I don't want to commit bigamy. Su Chen hurriedly waved his hand. No way. Chen Tangtang corrected him seriously. Brother Su Chen, Fengdu City is one of the few places in the Dragon Kingdom where you can legally marry multiple wives. This is a special autonomous city. After all, we have to respect the bloodline and nature of our Dragon Slayer's family. We can't say that my father, who has married over 100 aunts, is breaking the law. After all, he is a hero who single-handedly defended the Shadow Evil Dragon underground city and prevented the invasion of the Abyss's 17th layer, Evil Dragon Kingdom, into the Dragon Kingdom. Su Chen. May I ask what the conditions are for settling in Fengdu City? He said earnestly, waving his hand. I absolutely do not want to marry more. I purely yearn for the city of necromancers. Trust me. The water friends. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang. At this moment, Chen Xianxian interjected, if you really are willing to marry Mengmeng and Tangtang, our Dragon Slayers clan absolutely agrees 100%. My father once authorized me to arrange some thrilling little accidents for you in this city and then let Mengmeng and Tangtang perform the heroine saves the handsome man act to warm up your relationship. Moreover, my father's intention is not to have you marry into the family, but purely to appreciate you and want to marry them to you. As a dowry, we promise to use our resources and connections to help you complete 2 artifact repair tasks for free. Chen Xianxian said with a charming smile. The water friends were in an uproar. Wait, what has Su Chen done to deserve this? Is this what it means for the father-in-law to like the son-in-law more and more? I didn't expect that just a few days later, Su Chen is going to marry into a wealthy family and climb to the peak of life. What's more enviable and jealousy-inducing than marrying a rich woman is marrying 2 rich women at the same time. The joy is super doubled, to say the least. Su Chen couldn't help but scratch his head, looking somewhat bewildered at the 2 beauties beside him, both of whom had dragon blood. Wait, why does Lord Chen Jingqiu value me so much? I've had a hard life since childhood, and to be honest, I haven't felt much kindness from the world. The conditions offered by the Dragon Slayer family are too generous. I want to ask, what's the price? Price? Chen Xianxian asked in confusion. We are the ones who are reaching for you. Why would we need you to pay a price? Father didn't even think of asking for a single cent as a betrothal gift. Are you underestimating yourself too much? You are the known sole heir under the crown of the undead catastrophe. He is much stronger than father. The dragon's father has slain in his lifetime are not even as many as the Bone Dragon Legion under the crown. Moreover, Chen Xianxian said seriously, father has always been saying that all the great prophecies indicate the crown has not perished. Sooner or later, he will return from the abyss. At that time, you will be his only relative on this planet, once a teacher, always a father. Global viewers. Damn, since it's the Dragon Slayer who said it, the news is 99% true. It turns out the crown of the undead catastrophe is really not dead. After Su Chen inherits this legacy, he really has hit the jackpot. Even the Dragon Slayer clan is willing to offer 2 stunning dragon ladies. Sigh, comparing people can be infuriating. Remember that old witch from the third-rate force, the Mystery Hall, who publicly humiliated Su Chen and absolutely refused to let him get close to Bufian? And now, the first-rate Dragon Slayer clan directly offers 2 beauties, and they are both hidden profession players with powerful dragon talents destined to be top-notch support in dungeon raids. Mystery Hall. Wu Mengxi and her old friends all witnessed the Dragon Slayer clan's goodwill and recruitment towards Su Chen, as well as the barrage of mocking comments directed at the Mystery Hall. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Even the person who usually loved to joke the most understood that this was not the time to poke at Wu Mengxi's sore spot. Chen Jingqiu directly married off 2 heiresses, each with their own merits compared to Bufian, and one is a dragon warrior while the other is a frost dragon mage. From a professional standpoint, they are even stronger and clearly well considered. A tank-type warrior and a damage-dealing control ice mage are both very compatible with a summoner, making them versatile professions. Such generous affection is truly beyond the sky. The old friends couldn't help but think this might really be a difference in vision and courage. After all, the so-called S-level contract that Bufian signed with Su Chen has already been dug up by netizens. It was only 200 million for a year, and it was a 10-year-long contract. And Su Chen clearly liked Bufian very much. During his live broadcast, the smile on his face was almost overflowing from the screen, and he practically ran to Wu Mengxi to sign the contract. Who would have thought that just a few days later, the situation would reverse dramatically? 200 million to sign a future top summoner with a divine artifact. That is simply a perfect business deal. After all, being able to connect with the crown of the undead catastrophe means that one day the strongest summoner in history might return from the abyss, instantly allowing Su Chen to step onto the path of divinity. That was Bufian's stroke of luck, bringing home a son-in-law of great potential, but it was all ruined by Wu Mengxi in the worst possible way, and she even offended him badly. Wu Mengxi's expression was blank. This usually eloquent and graceful businesswoman was silent, as if she were a clay statue, unable to help but glance at Bufian in the corner. I can't just sit here and wait. Fian, her piggy girlfriend quickly reminded her, men are visual creatures, they only love the person in front of
them, which is why there's an old saying, 3 parts affection upon meeting. You will have fewer and fewer opportunities to interact with Su Chen in the future. Sooner or later, you will lose him. That Chen Mengmeng, with her seductive looks, and that Chen Tangtang, who is a master of feigned indifference. The two of them will most likely have Su Chen wrapped around their fingers. Yeah, Su Chen is a good student, always studying at Beiliang Academy, completely inexperienced in romance. As a result, Chen Jingqiu directly sent out 2 glamorous heiresses, one cold and one fiery, to pursue him. Just think about it, what man can withstand such a test? The tomboyish best friend solemnly warned Bufian, if I were you, I would take the initiative while your white moonlight still lingers in his mind, and directly win him over, get married. Bufian blushed, what are you talking about? We haven't even interacted more than 3 times. You all are too utilitarian, neither Su Chen nor I like political marriages. That's why we can be friends and feel compatible. Wow, a match made in heaven. Woo woo, I envy such a sweet romance where the husband sings and the wife accompanies. Sure enough. Just as Bufian said, Su Chen politely declined the goodwill of the Dragon Slayer clan. I'm sorry, although I find it hard to refuse the beauty of Meng Meng and Tang Tang. I grit my teeth, slap myself 500 times in my heart, and finally calm down. I must refuse this marriage proposal. Oh, do you want to take me on as well? Chen Shanshan frowned, a bit annoyed, instantly tensing her muscles to show off her impressive abs and strong chest. That's a bit too much. How can we 3 women serve 1 man? Put. Su Chen spat out a mouthful of old blood. Mental blow, health -10. Countless friends drinking milk tea, cola, coffee, Lafite, and Mutai also suffered greatly, spraying it all over the floor, walls, and tables. The so-called dragon bloodline is half human, half dragon, and since there are bloodlines like Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tang Tang evolving towards humanity, there must also be someone like Chen Shanshan evolving towards the dragon lineage. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. Su Chen said, particularly shy. I'm still quite naive, innocent, and young, and I still believe that destined people will eventually come together, that soulmates should be in harmony, not just directly using the most blatant exchange of interests to form a marriage. I support you, brother Su Chen. Chen Tang Tang hugged his arm, her delicate, dreamy face nodding slightly. But if you ultimately can't find your soulmate, Tang Tang will still be here waiting for you. Alright, Chen Meng Meng didn't insist either, just pouted. Actually, you're overthinking it. My father can marry over 100 women, why can't you? You can marry us sisters first and then slowly look for your true love, it won't delay anything. Just like our father, he always keeps the ants close to his heart and doesn't neglect them just because there are too many. Su Chen? Oh, I see. Su Chen suddenly realized, so it turns out that Lord Chen Jingqiu's heart is shaped like a durian, with people standing on every point of his heart. He just has a lot of heart points. The friends burst into laughter, finding the metaphor brilliant. The 3 sisters of the Chen family also laughed so hard they pounded their chests, their flowers trembling. How dare you tease me, you little brat, you really have guts. At that moment, a pitch-black winged demon dragon appeared. In an instant, speaking human words. Its wings covered the sky and obscured the moon. Yet its dragon light was upright and gentle, giving a feeling of spring breeze, showing that its power was extremely restrained and controlled to perfection. In the next second, the demon dragon transformed into a human form, all its dragon scales turning into his close-fitting armor, avoiding any exposure. Chen Jingqiu, the ruler of Fengdu Ghost City, the renowned dragon slayer, clapped his hands from the sky, stepping down slowly on transparent steps in the void. I want to see with my own eyes the most outstanding young person in the world right now. He wore a very approachable smile and casually greeted his livestream camera. Hi, global audience. I am the first great Dumas in the history of humanity. Please take care of me in the future. Ah, no, sorry, I got carried away with the sweet talk, please forgive me. After all, if you also had over 100 women to appease, you would definitely make a slip of the tongue, right? Let me correct that, please take care of me. The viewers. Salute to the great one. The Dragon Slayer is so charming, I want to join your family. So cool. Is this the man who single-handedly defended the 17th layer of the abyss, the evil Dragon Kingdom? It's reasonable for the Dragon Kingdom to amend the law for you. After all, being overly affectionate is not your fault, it's just the dragon bloodline. Su Chen hurriedly bowed respectfully. Honorable Dragon Slayer, it is truly an honor. In the Fengdu auction house, almost everyone placed their hands on their chests and bowed, while only a few true big shots merely nodded slightly. Chen Jingqiu also returned the gesture to the crowd, smiling. You are the heir of the undead catastrophe, destined to step into the god-level club with us in the future, no need for pleasantries. But I still am not. Su Chen shook his head. I am just a junior. Very good, very polite, then I would prefer to entrust Chen Meng Meng and Chen Tang Tang to you. Chen Jingqiu advised with a serious expression. The essence of humanity is survival and reproduction. This was said by the sage angles of the old era. I firmly believe in it and practice it. The audience couldn't help but think, you really take that to heart. And by entrusting Meng Meng and Tang Tang to you, it fulfills these 2 requirements. Parental love for daughters should be farsighted. Therefore, I want to shamelessly ask you to accept them. Su Chen scratched his head.
But we just met today. How can there be a reason for a direct marriage? Besides, they can't possibly fall in love with me right away. There's no reason for them to want to marry me. There is. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang once again hugged his arms, one on each side. A hot water bag and an ice water bag attacked simultaneously. To be honest, Suchen felt a bit lightheaded, his expression somewhat shy. He really enjoyed the feeling of being valued and courted by big shots. But amidst the surprise, he also felt a bit suspicious, thinking it was undeserved and inexplicable. So, he cautiously furrowed his brows and looked at the ice and fire twin sisters of the Dragon Slayer clan. What reason? Because you are the destined one that our mother foresaw in the great prophecy. Chen Mengmeng answered decisively. Ha! You must be feverish to believe in the superstitions of witches. Su Chen instinctively reached out to check her cool forehead temperature. Ouch, hot hot hot. I told you your brain is fried. Changing the subject, are you shy? Chen Mengmeng put her hands on her waist and mischievously blinked her beautiful eyes. You know my temperature is 55 degrees. Chen Tangtang weakly added, in the images of the great prophecy, it was you, brother Su Chen, who risked your life to stand up and block the forbidden spell of the Shadow Evil Dragon King, saving our lives. Chen Mengmeng continued. So, it's a very simple logic. If we were not your wives, would you dare to confront the full force of the 17th layer Abyss Lord? That would be seeking death, right? Moreover, you will be remembered by the Shadow Evil Dragon King, eternally locked onto, and attacked at any moment. You made such a tragic sacrifice, you must really like us. I don't believe it. Su Chen found it utterly absurd. The 9 years of compulsory education I received as a professional told me that the witch's crystal balls are absolutely untrustworthy, and the so-called fate faction spells are purely feudal superstition. The only thing I can trust is the phosphorescent fire and ice crystals released by their magic brooms. Chen Jingqiu's lips curled slightly. Well, witches are indeed not to be trusted. For instance, this morning she warned me to avoid Changpan Street and take the underground tunnel to the third office building to deal with the Abyss defense line, which concerns the safety of all humanity. I believed her, only to find out that she had divined that 3 of my female admirers would be waiting for me on Changpan Street today, and they just happen to be the type of women I like, so she tricked me. Sigh, number of wives -3. Ha, women. The Dragon Slayer sighed dramatically. Su Chen. The viewers. But in your case, her divination is highly credible. Chen Jingqiu directly took out a mini projector and projected 2 contrasting clips onto the wall. Everyone immediately looked over. The screen split into 2 parts, left and right. The left side displayed the 998th divination of my dear girl's fates. Recording begins, April 19th. Sunny, no interference, my condition is good, credibility around 20% to 40%. The right side displayed the 999th divination for Meng Meng and Tang Tang. Recording begins, May 17th. Rainy, no interference, my condition is excellent, credibility over 45% to 55%. Clearly, this video compared the results of the 2 divinations. A beautiful, slender right hand covered a crystal ball parting the mists of fate. The left and right sides presented the same scene, above the city of Fengdu. A terrifying, deep, dark, pitch-black shadow dragon coiled high in the sky. Its body stretched for thousands of miles, filling the visible sky, riding like a tank, while its massive mouth gaped wide, swallowing shadows from all directions into its belly. The citizens of Fengdu fell to the ground like wheat fields struck by hail, one after another. Their shadows transformed into clawing, eerie monsters, gathering into the mouth of the Shadow Dragon King, making its shadow ever denser. It grinned menacingly and uttered a shocking statement. Chen Jingqiu, the good swimmer drowns in water. The Dragon Slayer falls to the dragon. You are finally dead. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers were dumbfounded, especially the viewers from Longhua, feeling their scalps tingle as this statement carried too much terrifying information. Lord Chen Jingqiu has fallen? Does that mean the natural dungeon, the Shadow Dragon dungeon, which has been suppressed in Fengdu for over 100 years, is at risk of overflow? Are you blind? Didn't the prophetic image already show overflow? Without a guardian, the Shadow Dragon is likely to slaughter the city. The horrific scenes recorded in history textbooks will replay in the prophecy. Wait, this is a prophecy paradox, and it's the fundamental reason why fate spells are questioned. Since it was foretold that Lord Chen Jingqiu would die at the hands of the Shadow Dragon, why not simply assign a post? Let the Dragon Slayer Chen Jingqiu guard Beiliang City and have Windslayer Sword Chen Xuani stationed in Fengdu. Wouldn't that circumvent the predetermined fate? Many clever viewers found a way to break the cycle, and Chen Jingqiu's dragon vision was exceptionally strong. Clearly seeing all the bullet comments in Su Chen's live broadcast room, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Sigh, dear viewers, your power level is still too low. Don't wail yet, and don't think about holding a state funeral for me. You don't think I can't be resurrected just because I'm dead, do you? Don't underestimate the foundation of an extreme powerhouse. Let me casually mention 2 resurrection methods. First, I can use the soul box to transform into an undead creature, a dragon lich, then retrieve my bones, piece them together into a complete human.
form, and use the flesh creation scroll to cover my skeletal frame with human flesh and skin.
A freshly minted corpse will be born. In the end, I cast soul occupation and took control of this corpse. Isn't that equivalent to reincarnation?
Chen Jingqiu shrugged. Think about it, this brand new Chen Jingqiu 2 has my original soul, complete memories, and the bones were also extracted from the original
corpse. It's the real deal.
The flesh creation technique will generate flesh and skin based on the DNA of the bones, which means its
genetic material is identical to mine. So isn't it me?
The viewers were dumbfounded.
That's right, biologically speaking, you two have almost no differences, just like a clone.
I didn't know there was such a resurrection method. Learn something new.
Excuse me, big shot. What is Soul Box?
Where do I start?
Can you share a shopping link?
Chen coughed and said,
Soul Box is a dark gold level rare treasure that can drop from demigod level lich bosses, with about 3 to 5 produced globally each year, and the transaction price is around 5 billion.
For viewers who need resurrection, I suggest you take note and add it to your shopping cart.
The viewers. Chen Jingqiu smiled and said, for viewers who can't afford the Soul Box, don't panic.
I have another cost-effective resurrection method to
recommend to everyone. Oh, that's great.
Listening to the top experts' insights during Chen's livestream is a steal. The viewers' expectations
instantly peaked.
Ahem, the second resurrection method is very simple, with a small cost, but it tests your talent. Oh, viewers in Chen's live
stream.
As a suave and charming gentleman who navigates the romantic scene without ever returning empty-handed, leaving women disarmed, Chen Jingqiu
had a high emotional intelligence and was very approachable.
He cheerfully paused the video and began to explain seriously. As we all know, a
summoner's summoned creature can be reborn through special resurrection tasks.
So, viewers, as long as you become a summoned creature, it's equivalent
to obtaining a golden ticket to avoid death.
Your summoner master can rescue you from hell at any time.
But, Your Excellency Dragon Slayer, how do we become a summoned creature?
Chen acted as the voice of the viewers, humbly seeking advice.
You've hit the key point.
Chen Jingqiu pointed to his own nose. Just like me, during the fierce battle with the dragon, continuously bathe in dragon blood, marinate until flavorful, and ultimately become a half-dragon, half-human existence, then you've reached the threshold. He smiled slightly. When I exist as a dragon, I can make a contract with others and become their summoned beast.
How about it, viewers? Isn't this method great? The pressure of resurrection is transferred
to your summoner master, and you can just wait for your resurrection. Of course, this method does have a tiny flaw.
Chen Jingqiu sighed.
The difficulty of resurrection for summoned creatures is proportional to the strength of the summoned beast.
My resurrection task probably requires a god-level summoner to complete. Moreover, choosing who to be your master is also a big problem.
He said with distress. Everyone, as an old player,
if I let the kids be my master, it really goes against the natural order. Who is the real father?
But if I choose my wives, then I'll be at their mercy.
And I might end up as their personal plaything.
After all, summoners have quite a few ways to control their summoned creatures.
The viewers. Chen nodded. I see, it just requires a little dragon bloodline. Although the viewers may not have this talent, they can think outside the box.
For example, you can take the biochemical route, turn yourself into a zombie, and then sign a contract with a summoner.
Well, thank you for the great suggestion. I want to become a zombie and rush to your house to gnaw on your brain.
Thank you, great master, for the enlightening information. My useless knowledge
has increased.
I never knew there were so many bizarre and useless resurrection methods in the world, but I choose death.
Alright, while it's been
fun chatting with you all, I have a date with a beauty tonight, so I should finish the video quickly to let you know the ins and outs, and from now on, bear the responsibility of taking care of my 2 lovely daughters.
Chen Jingqiu glanced at his watch and a heart-shaped event reminder popped up. Not
only Chen saw it, but all the viewers also saw it clearly under the camera's 8K resolution.
No wonder he is a renowned writer from the old era with 147 sons and 139 daughters. Dumas. I feel sorry for Chen Jingqiu's kidneys. Can't you take a break for a couple of days? Women will only slow down your transformation into a dragon.
You truly are a master of time management, a role model for us all. Impressive.
Chen was also in awe of this guy, showing no signs of being a proper elder.
Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang had already covered their faces and hid to the side. So embarrassing.
Chen Jingqiu waved to his daughters. Don't be awkward. As long as we aren't awkward, the ones who should be awkward are the global viewers.
He continued to play the footage from the prophetic crystal ball. After the shadow evil Dragon King grinned menacingly, a wisp of destructive magical light burst from his fingertips,
shooting towards the city's iconic building, the Fengdu auction house. Boom!
The auction house exploded into countless fragments, and numerous guests and
staff turned into meat chunks.
Chen Xianxian couldn't help but murmur, I request a budget of 20 billion to build a god-slaying level magic array for the
auction house, to prevent future disasters. Rejected.
Chen Jingqiu said without hesitation, 20 billion is enough to build 10 Fengdu auction houses. If you're afraid the prophecy will come true, then let's just move the auction house 1,000 meters underground. Stepping out would be an apocalyptic
shelter, enough to withstand earthquake technique and destruction of heaven and earth. While the father and daughter were negotiating terms, the screen revealed the familiar faces of Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang. Their appearance was stunning. Behind Chen Mengmeng were a pair of scarlet flame dragon wings, holding a dark golden holy sword, her eyes burning with bloodthirsty madness, and her body clad in a platinum-colored semi-artifact set, the Flame Demon King's Throne series. The viewers who understood equipment identification immediately flooded the screen with comments. That holy sword is called Gift of Liberation, a top-tier dark gold equipment with a 15% chance to trigger quadruple critical hits. Moreover, its usage requirement is a 6th tier. Professional. Oh my gosh. Su Chen's wife, who has the potential to become a 6th tier professional, truly lives up to the hidden profession, Dragon Warrior. On her left hand's ring finger, she wears a legendary magic ring called Demon King's Bride. TSK, that position, that name, isn't that a wedding ring? Her husband must be just around the corner. The crystal ball's image then switched to the other side. The coldly beautiful Chen Tangtang, in a white wedding dress, danced wildly in the air, the wind whipping at her delicate face, and at that moment, she showed no signs of laziness. Instead, she exuded a chilling aura like an empress ruling the world. Behind her, a pair of frost demon dragon wings radiated a terrifying chill. At her fingertips, a magnificent phoenix-style staff floated quietly, 7 magical crystal orbs swirling around her in a frenzy. Wow, another hidden profession. Frost demon. Dragon mage, so terrifying. That staff is also a semi-artifact. Phoenix capturing song. Oh my gosh, are semi-artifacts flooding the market now? It's obvious that Chen Tangtang also has the potential to grow into a 6th tier professional. Moreover, dragon girls can fly after awakening their dragon wings. But before the viewers could comment on the 2 dragon beauties, the Shadow Evil Dragon King roared with solitary fury. Crawlers, you are all the bastard bloodlines spawned by that scoundrel Qin Jingqiu. His existence has tainted the blood of the dragon clan, the most disgusting humans in this world. First are the Yanlong Roar family, and 18th are you dragon slayers. In the corner, Stella Yanlong Roar felt so embarrassed she wished she could burrow into the ground. It turned out that the named Dragon Trader was not only infamous on this planet but also ridiculed in the abyss, held in utter contempt. Die, die, die. After he dies, no one will protect his bloodline, and I will purify all of you crawlers. The fingertips of the Shadow Evil Dragon King once again unleashed the destructive magic cannon that could annihilate everything. Originally, the scenes on the left and right were completely identical. Until this moment. On the left, in the 998th divination result, the destructive magic light first hit Chen Mengmeng, melting her sturdy armor into a pool of metallic liquid, then pierced through her chest, striking Chen Tangtang, who was protected behind her sister, completely melting her pair of wings. In this scene, the Chen sisters were utterly obliterated under the wrath of the Shadow Evil Dragon King, leaving no trace of their remains. The residual power of the destructive magic cannon splashed onto the ground of Fengdu, hitting an artificial lake. The artificial lake within a 3-mile radius instantly evaporated, turning into a dead zone. The water friends were dumbfounded, shocked beyond measure by the terrifying attack of the Shadow Evil Dragon King. Is this the combat power of the 17th layer Abyss Lord? However, on the right, in the 999th divination result, a man with black hair dancing in the wind, barehanded and wearing a lazy smile, suddenly appeared before them using the dimensional space transfer technique, directly taking the destructive magic cannon on his chest. When the bombardment ended, the man was unscathed, even ignoring the furious Shadow Evil Dragon King, instead turning to the 2 ladies with a faint smile. Sorry, Mengbao, Tangbao, I'm late. All the water friends were stunned, for when the man turned, that mischievous smile was none other than Su Chen. Chen Mengmeng's angry expression instantly transformed into a pitiful crying face. Father is dead. Chen Tongtong's icy face also thawed like an iceberg, changing from a domineering empress to a cute, spoiled girl. Help us, husband. Su Chen was dumbfounded as he saw the 2 throw themselves into his arms, crying like rain-soaked pear blossoms, while the self in the scene seemed accustomed to it, clearly displaying their relationship. Ah! Su Chen was dry-mouthed, unable to refute. At this moment, the image in the crystal ball slowly faded, and the witch casting the prophecy spell was exceptionally excited, rolling on the ground in a frenzy. The 999th prophecy, a great success. A turning point in fate has appeared. I must send them to the side of that destined person, only he can save them. Marrying him is the only way for them to survive. But, why? Fate is truly twisted and bizarre. The Su Chen must have gained some miraculous power to rewrite fate today. The witch opened her laptop and searched online for Su Chen. The next moment, her interface jumped to a live streaming room, accompanying Su Chen in conquering the demon fortress. At that moment, he was conducting his first live stream, about to gain millions of fans and become a top internet celebrity. Su Chen's pupils constricted. He instantly felt the chilling sensation of fate-related spells. Everything aligned. Why did he appear in the 999th divination? Because it was today that he obtained the godly rich system granting him the legendary golden attributes of Black Wukong, thus changing his fate.
And in the previous 998 times he was merely an ordinary
academic achiever, a small-town test-taker with almost no chance of standing out in the era of professionals.
Why could he catch the shadow evil dragon
King's destructive magic cannon barehanded?
Because he had the magic shield.
Having firmly decided to pursue the path of a magic-type tank, I will
surely possess an immense amount of mana in the future, and at that time, my magic shield will be able to withstand massive damage.
Time and skills align perfectly, leaving no room for argument. Is this fate?
Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang hugged his arms once again, one on each side.
Chen Mengmeng said, "Hee, now you know our destiny, right? Anyway, in the future, we will all marry you, so why not live together now? You are already our ideal type." Chen Tangtang extended her delicate arms, fair as snow. Brother Su Chen, hug. Ahem, I think we should cultivate our feelings slowly. After all, I'm more innocent. Unlike your father, who was a playboy. Su Chen looked up at the sky, feeling quite conflicted. Alright then, it doesn't matter. The currents of fate will push you together, and as parents, we won't interfere. Chen Jingqiu transformed into a magical dragon, flapping its wings and disappearing into the sky, off to a date.
Meng, tell your mother I won't be staying over tonight.
Damn, what a brazen statement from a scumbag, the viewers exclaimed. We must act quickly.
At the headquarters of the Iron Blood Alliance, Shin Jinghong and his son Shin Zimo both revealed intense killing intent.
The scene in the prophetic crystal ball
made them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles, suffering greatly.
The two women in Su Chen's future were actually both 6th-tier hidden class holders, and Shin Jinghong was merely a 5th-tier wild fighter. How could he compete with a dragon warrior and a dragon mage?
Not to mention, in the image, Su Chen faced the destructive magic cannon of the shadow
evil dragon king with ease, laughing and unafraid, completely unharmed. I need to contact a few foreign friends. Shin Jinghong took a deep breath, deciding to make a desperate gamble.
After being warned by the Dragon Kingdom's officials, his account was under surveillance and he was being followed, making it impossible to send assassins from the Iron Blood Alliance
to kill Su Chen. He could only rely on external forces.
Shin Zimo was also driven mad with jealousy, staring blankly at the exquisite faces of Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang. That bastard, he took my hidden class card and claimed the beauties that should have belonged to me. If I had obtained the job change card that day, the destined person appearing in the 999th divination would have been me, Shin Zimo. He has cuckolded me. He has NTR'd me. The hatred of losing a wife cannot coexist with the heavens. Shin Zimo was completely deranged.
The Mystery Sanctuary. The piggy girl and her tomboy friend looked at Bufian with worried expressions, feeling gloomy.
Oh no, it's all Auntie's fault for speaking carelessly, ruining your good fortune.
Now the Dragon Slayer clan has gotten ahead. Su Chen is really going to become Qin Jingqiu's son-in-law. But the protection of the destined person is indeed too romantic.
The piggy girl sighed, her face filled with dreamy longing, when the princess's life hangs by a thread. The prince arrives in an instant through dimensional teleportation, facing the might of the Shadow Evil Dragon King with his chest. Wow, no wonder those two wealthy young ladies fell head over heels at first sight and threw themselves at him. If it were me, I would also fall for him.
The tomboy pragmatically said, a destructive magic cannon that even two 6th-tier class holders can't withstand must be of forbidden spell level.
This means that by then, Su Chen will most likely have
embarked on the path to godhood. Any woman who can resist the pursuit of a god-level class holder? I don't envy love, I just want to be a vassal of the strong. Because in this era, the greatest luxury is to survive. Seeking strength is the top choice for partners now. Looks/wealth/eloquence/knowledge all have to take a back seat. Bufian bit her lip, lost in thought about that man who faced the destructive magic with a faint smile, as steady as a rock, unwavering as Mount Tai. In the
future, he would be strong, dazzling, and heart-stirring, just the knight she had fantasized about in her youth. During her time at the Shiliang Academy, she recognized at a glance that Su Chen had limitless potential and would surely achieve great
things in the future.
That's why she used her highest authority to present him with the best S-level contract from the secret sanctuary.
However, she still underestimated his abilities.
A woman chasing a man is like a layer of gauze between them, especially since he openly admits you are his white moonlight.
The piggy girl clenched her pink fist, cheering for Bufian fighting. Bring back your man.
But her tomboy friend cautiously reminded her, people's hearts are fickle. I think his first love and initial feelings must have changed.
After all, that's the renowned Dragon Slayer clan.
Chen Jingqiu also has high hopes for him and is even willing to delay his own time to help him with live streaming. With such a big shot backing
him and even offering two wealthy heiresses, the attraction is simply doubled. Compared to the treatment you get at the secret sanctuary, it's better not to humiliate yourself. Maintain a bit of dignity, perhaps there will be a chance in the future.
But regretting too soon might lead to being looked down upon.
Just wait a bit longer. Wait? The piggy girl rolled her eyes dramatically. How long have we waited? It's already been 2. Now that Fian is marrying into the Su family, she can still compete for her position. Chen Mengmeng gets the odd days, Chen Tangtang the even, and you're left with just Sunday, Fian. If other big families rush to court Su-chen, it might take a month before it's your turn. Isn't that like living as a widow? Bufian replied, take your wild thoughts back. What are you even thinking about all day?
Su-chen isn't the kind of person you imagine. He's different from Chen Jingqiu, that kind of sea king.
Ha, men, what do you know?
The piggy girl scoffed. Being reserved now will only lead to a big loss later.
Just wait and see.
I can only say that with each passing day, your ranking is slipping.
By the time you become the 18th concubine, don't come back crying to me.
Bufian rolled her eyes flirtatiously, but her gaze couldn't help but fall on her mother, who looked even more awkward, anxious, and uncomfortable.
Yes.
Wu Mengxi's toes were awkwardly digging into the marble floor of the hall, creating a three-room apartment, and she was still digging for a bathroom and a bedroom, but at this rate, she might end up digging for a nursery and a maid's room today. Every rise of Su-chen was undoubtedly a loud slap to her face. Her friends had also caught the awkwardness and had voluntarily turned off the live stream. However, Lord Chen Jingqiu had made an appearance at the Fengdu auction house and had actively offered 2 heiresses to the currently popular summoner, making headlines across all
media outlets.
They didn't even need to watch the live stream. The wall-mounted TV in the hall urgently interrupted with this news. This was not just a gossip story but a major security incident in Longwei, in a prophetic vision, on an unknown day. The 17th layer of the abyss would go out of control, spilling danger across the territory of Longwa. The Shadow Evil Dragon King was also about to descend upon the Fengdu auction house, slaughtering countless citizens. This was a matter concerning
millions of people. Who would dare to ignore it? Who would dare take responsibility?
Thus, the Fengdu city officials reacted swiftly to dispel the rumors. All citizens, please remain calm and do not worry.
Since Ms. Su Wanjuan's prophetic abilities
have detected danger, we can change the course of fate and avoid the destruction of the Shadow Evil Dragon King. Moreover, according to the details in the vision, this will not occur until 5 to 10 years later, so there is no need to panic. In the hall of the secret sanctuary, everyone noticed the urgent broadcast and learned the ins and outs, leading to various reactions.
Oh no! I have 2 properties in Fengdu. This is going to hit hard. The property prices are going to plummet. I'm going to lose a fortune.
I can never vacation in Fengdu again. I need to sell my villa there.
Who knows when the Shadow Evil Dragon King will show up?
I can't gamble my life against abyssal monsters. Even though the officials have dispelled
the rumors, it's still a prophecy. Can a destined death really be avoided?
After discussing the risks of Fengdu, everyone stole glances at Wu Mengxi from the corners of their eyes. Many of those invited to the banquet at the mystery sanctuary were not friends of Wu Mengxi, they were merely there due to business dealings. In fact, many had looked down on Wu Mengxi's utilitarianism and had disliked her for a long time. Seeing her in a difficult position this time, someone immediately raised
their voice intentionally and said, "Oh, isn't this the illustrious Su-chen, the son-in-law of our vice hall master Wu Mengxi? He actually has the potential to become a god-level professional and confront the Shadow Evil Dragon King? What luck to have a future god-level summoner handed to us on a silver platter. Even the Azura demon spike that our vice hall master once offered to Bu Lingtian, the current hall master, hasn't managed to ascend to godhood, yet her son-in-law has achieved it ahead of time. It seems that the daughter's choice in a partner is indeed better, huh?" With someone teasing, another person chimed in. A person who also had a poor relationship with Wu Mengxi took the cue and said, "What good is having a good eye for choosing a partner? It can't withstand having a mole at home."
You might not know, but our little Fian, who had an eye for talent and worked hard to recruit Su-chen, couldn't even secure a contract.
He was publicly rejected by a
high-ranking member of the mystery sanctuary and was insulted, being called a toad wanting to eat swan meat, while they wanted to set Fian up with a top-tier rich second generation.
Oh, which rich second generation is stronger than Su-chen?
Rumor has it that it's the weak water family, which wields the power of tides. Their hidden profession inheritance is called Sea Demon Warrior.
TSK, they are also a top-tier family, so they must be quite formidable. Fian has really hit the
jackpot with such a caring mother, truly enjoying great fortune.
Is that so? Is the weak water family stronger than the Dragon Slayer clan? Are Sea Demon Warriors more powerful than Dragon Warriors and Dragon Mages? Oh, my friend, that's not something to say lightly.
Dragon Warriors and Dragon Mages are the most promising top-tier hidden professions, with extremely harsh job transfer conditions.
How could a mere Sea Demon Warrior compare?
The Dragon Slayer clan directly rules over the
Fengdu Ghost City as a superfamily.
The Weak Water family, on the other hand, shares a medium-sized city with the Yen Fire family and the Senmu family.
A medium-sized city?
I remember Fengdu Ghost City is one of the top 10 big cities in the
Dragon Kingdom, right? Can the power and wealth of the Weak Water family reach even 1/10 of the Dragon Slayer clan? 1/10? More like 1%.
The two, as if performing a comedic duet, both wore bright smiles and concluded, "Something
feels off. How could Su-chen, who is being courted by 2 young ladies from the Dragon Slayer clan, be rejected by the Mystery Sanctuary? It feels like there's something wrong with their judgment." After the last sentence was spoken, a crack. Wu
Mengxi crushed the crystal goblet in her hand, glaring furiously at the two who were joking. "Get out of the Mystery Sanctuary.
We will no longer welcome you." Ha, don't say we dot. One of them scoffed lightly. We only came to your shabby place for the banquet because we received an invitation from Lord Bulingtian of the Azura Demon Spike. Do you really think you have that much clout?
The other also disdainfully curled his lip. Wu Mengxi, you have made a mistake, ruining your daughter's lifelong happiness and turning a god-level summoner who should have belonged to the Mystery Sanctuary into your enemy.
Do you think the Mystery Sanctuary can continue to thrive? Everyone present will inevitably think when doing business
with you in the future, this woman has terrible judgment and is likely to be retaliated against by a god-level summoner.
Do we still have the necessity to continue cooperating with the Mystery Sanctuary? Immediately, whispers erupted around. Yeah. What if in the future Su Chen, out of resentment towards the Mystery Sanctuary, directs his anger towards us who are closely cooperating with them? Although it is said that Su Chen can only become a god-level professional in the prophecy, he is currently just an unpromoted level 17 little summoner.
However, when choosing business partners, one must consider the long term. If, 10 years from now, Su Chen really embarks on the path to becoming a god, will we still have time to keep our
distance from the Mystery Sanctuary? Business is business. It doesn't matter who you do it with. It's better to earn a little less than to risk offending a god-level summoner.
Many people suddenly stood up and turned to leave without looking back. Clearly, this group of people had no intention of continuing to do business with Wu Mengxi in the future. Wu Mengxi stood there, stunned. She never expected that just because Su Chen made it to the news, it would bring such a huge loss to the Mystery Sanctuary. This group of people had many trade dealings with the Mystery Sanctuary, especially regarding the raw materials for assassin equipment, which they needed to customize privately. She had never gotten along with many of them, their personalities clashing, and they had been at odds for many years. But for the overall benefit of the Mystery Sanctuary, she still put on a smiling face and sent out invitations.
But now, it was all ruined.
She, who prided herself on being absolutely rational and always adhering to the principle of profit first, had become a laughingstock in her small circle, causing her group of close middle-aged girlfriends to feel estranged.
Wasn't he just a lowly commoner? Wu Mengxi couldn't understand at all. She never believed in prophecies, and could Su Chen really climb smoothly from the bottom 0 level to the 1st, 2nd, even up to the 6th level?
Other countries around the world, except for Long Country, probably wouldn't
want to see Long Country have a god-level summoner, right?
At that time, there would be encirclement and suppression, anonymous assassinations, everything. What right did Su Chen have to break through the siege?
Why didn't Chen Jingqiu, that fool, wait until he stepped into the 6th level before extending an olive branch? At level 17, he was willing to offer 2 daughters with bright futures. Wasn't that too impatient? Where was the slightest bit of noble restraint? Wu Mengxi stood there, with a changing expression, her mind racing.
To others, her awkward and distressed demeanor at this moment was undoubtedly a sign of extreme regret. At this moment, Bufian suddenly stood up and bowed to the departing people, uncles and aunts.
You coming to the Mystery Sanctuary today is a favor to our family of 3. I'm very sorry for the inadequate hospitality that led you to leave in anger. After this, my father and I will definitely come to apologize to you with a heavy gift. But please do not pause our years of trade with the Mystery Sanctuary. After all, it's a win-win situation for us. The 2 people who had already reached the revolving door, a man and a woman who had previously been in sync, couldn't help but stop and turn to look at Bufian. They sighed.
Fian, you are a good child.
You are right, we were impulsive.
Don't worry, what we just said was all in a moment of anger. We won't tear up the contract.
The man smiled and said, but I think you
should take charge of the Mystery Sanctuary soon and share some responsibilities with your mother. Look at how tired she is, she's talking nonsense. The woman nodded in agreement. Yes, your mother is irritable due to menopause and prone to making
mistakes. You need to be more understanding.
If her condition continues, she might develop Alzheimer's. It would be better for you to inherit the family business sooner.
After saying this, the 2 also returned the courtesy and left. Many who had
intended to leave directly suddenly pondered, realizing why those who had caused the most trouble were actually trying to make amends with her daughter after offending Wu Mengxi. Bufian was indeed a stunning beauty and also Su Chen's white
moonlight and mentor. Although Su Chen ultimately did not sign with the Mystery Sanctuary, what did that have to do with Bufian?
She had never offended Su Chen from beginning to end. It could even be said that Wu Mengxi's foolish rejection only
highlighted Bufian's unique insight.
For any man, the first woman who perceives his uniqueness and shows him unreserved affection holds unparalleled significance, especially if she is a stunning beauty like Bufian. Who knows, in the future, they might even share the same bed, and the Mystery Sanctuary could benefit from the protection of a god-level summoner. Thus, this group of people who initially intended to abandon the Mystery Sanctuary was retained by Bufian, who exchanged pleasantries with them before they politely took their leave.
Bufian saved the Mystery Sanctuary from becoming a target of public scorn. Mom, you seem tired today, why don't you go back and rest?
Don't worry, I've got everything covered. Boo. Fian pressed her lips together, her youthful innocence fading, revealing the poise of a mature office lady. The stylish and beautiful woman radiated charm at that moment, causing many men present to be captivated.
Wow, her piggy girlfriend.
bounced over, giving a thumbs up. So cool, so handsome. The mystery sanctuary is in shambles, but with Orphan patching it up, you've really grown up. Orphan, however, smiled bitterly, her expression complex as she looked at her mother. But those people aren't looking at my face, nor the face of the mystery sanctuary, but rather a hint of kindness from Su Chen, and a thread of fate between him and me. Wu Mengxi's body shook violently. You might really be mistaken, Mom. Orphan pressed her lips together. Many things can never return to how they were before, including you and Dad, and me and him. But life goes on, let's keep working. And please don't hold any grudges against Su Chen, thinking all the troubles stem from him. In fact, he hasn't made a penny from us, and my daughter, using his name, has salvaged a lot of business. We owe him. Wu Mengxi's body swayed slightly, looking at her daughter, her lips barely managing a forced smile. You're right. Then, she fainted. Fengdu Auction House. Su Chen was really struggling to cope with the fiery enthusiasm of Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang. Stop flirting. He angrily swung his arm, tossing away both the hot water bag and the ice water bag, and huffed. What are you doing? Can you be a bit more positive? Little enchantresses, don't come within 3 meters of me in the future. Please have some self-awareness. Su Chen glared at the two exquisitely beautiful dragon girls. What kind of cadre can withstand this kind of test? But the outcome of failing the test is becoming a grilled sausage or an ice pop. Are you trying to harm your husband? Go stand aside and reflect. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang, who were feeling wronged, were at a loss for words upon hearing this, but they obediently followed his orders, not daring to flirt anymore. They could only weakly say, yes, husband. Change your address. Do you know how many single viewers are in the live stream? They don't want to eat dog food, understand? Okay, husband. Su Chen. Single viewers? Damn, viewers, I'm currently filled with rage and need to find a way to vent. He began searching for an acquaintance. The viewers couldn't help but show strange smiles, sending out super bullet comments. Anchor, is this belly full of fire serious fire? Definitely not serious, it's all earthly fire conjured by heavenly thunder. I think Su Chen is looking for a bathroom, wanting to take care of things urgently. Brothers, I've also switched to being a prophet. Now announcing tomorrow's news, undead catastrophe, the heir of the crown, rumored to be a summoner Su Chen who was very likely to ascend to godhood in the future, has suffered severe burns in a certain place, thus becoming pure and ascetic, renouncing worldly matters. Dharma name, Master Wunyo. Don't renounce. Our eastern factory needs talents like Su Chen. Come be a master in the inner court. The viewers laughed, while Su Chen quickly found his target in a corner. Hi, Stella, the Prince of Flame Dragon Roar. There are only 10 minutes left until the duel. Why haven't you come to find me yet? If you escape the death match, you'll be declared the loser right away. You wouldn't want to lose your life before even fighting, would you? Stella quickly forced a smile and spoke in a curry-flavored Mandarin. Mr. Su Chen, it's my fault for not recognizing a great master like you. Look, I'm willing to pay 50 million. Please, have mercy and cancel the duel. Wishful thinking, Su Chen scoffed. With your status, you think you can just brush off a deathmatch with a mere 50 million? Let me offer you a super double, 500 million. If you can come up with that amount, I can agree to cancel. Otherwise, I'll just kill you myself. After all, the deathmatch was your own request. You think I'm a soft persimmon, so you want a deathmatch, but when you realize I'm a tough nut, you want to cancel the duel. Do you think we people from Long Country are easy to bully? Don't act like a giant baby. You need to understand the cost of every choice you make, got it? Su Chen coldly retorted. Stella was left dumbfounded. 500 million, such a huge sum, he simply couldn't and didn't want to come up with it. Sir, you wouldn't be unable to come up with it, would you? Su Chen pretended to be surprised. In our Long Country, a poor kid like me, who grew up without parents and relied on scholarships to finish 9 years of compulsory education, can now come up with 1 billion. You're at least the second heir of the Yanlong Roar family. Can you do it? Stella's face turned red, and he hurriedly explained, I only brought a bank card with me. I didn't plan on making any large purchases. Still being stubborn, Su Chen scoffed, too lazy to argue. Fine, no matter the reason, since you can't come up with 500 million, then there's no more talk of favors, we can only continue fighting. I believe that when my summon creature beats you half to death later, your parents will urgently contact me for money. He shrugged, looking quite calm. Stella immediately broke out in a cold sweat. But at that moment, one of the heads of the Fengdu Auction House, Chen Shanshan, transferred a call and respectfully said, Mr. Su Chen, it's an urgent call from Mayor Feng of Fengdu City. He has important matters to discuss and needs your help. Oh, okay. Upon hearing it was such a big shot, Su Chen quickly answered and asked in confusion, Hello, Mayor, may I ask what you need from me? I'm just a level 17 summoner, what can I help you with? On the other end, a middle-aged man with a square face smiled bitterly. Classmate Su Chen, you can help me with a big favor right now. Can I change your deathmatch application to a regular sparring application? After all, if you sacrifice yourself in the duel, it will trigger a fate curse, attracting the gaze of the Abyss Lords and turning everything within a kilometer into scorched earth. Of course, I'm not belittling your strength and winning chances. Perhaps fearing that Su Chen would be provoked into rebellion, the mayor sincerely said. According to our big data analysis, in the correction arena, your probability of defeating him is 99.97%, with only a 0.03% chance of losing. Stella? I just think that there's no need to take the risk for that 0.03% chance, the mayor said seriously. I can use my authority to change it to a regular correction arena with a 500 million betting amount. For this, we can lend 500 million to Stella, and this money will be directly deducted from the trade funds between the Yanlong Roar family and Fengdu City. Upon hearing this, Stella immediately regained his confidence. Of course, that's great. I was just afraid of the fate curse on him. It doesn't mean I lack confidence in defeating him. Even in the correction arena, my number of skills far exceeds Su Chen's. Stella raised his head proudly. Later, after I win the duel, I hope your dragon country won't play tricks or protect this guy. And then, he grinned maliciously at Su Chen. Thank you for your 500 million funds. It can completely compensate for my loss of Chen Mengmeng. I really like your arrogant demeanor right now, Su Chen replied with a faint smile, nonchalantly. It's just a pity that I can't smash your eyeballs or beat your ugly face to a pulp, but just thinking about you about to give me 500 million cash for free still brings me joy. Soon, the highlight of Su Chen's third live broadcast began, but the viewers were rather uninterested. After all, they had just witnessed a terrifying Shadow Dragon King and at least 6-tier Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang in the Prophecy Crystal Ball. When Su Chen appeared later, although it was just the tip of the iceberg, he displayed terrifying defensive power. Now, they were about to watch two rookies in the correction arena fight each other. Hurry up and finish the fight. I don't understand why that Xianghua loser is so arrogant. Just asking, is the Fire Dragon Mage a really powerful profession? Oh no, even though it's a correction arena, I forgot Su Chen hasn't changed jobs yet. He won't flip over in the gutter, right? TCH, he won't flip at all. If Su Chen loses, I'll create a second family of treacherous dragons in my live stream. Choose your breed: female giant lizard, female gorilla, or even female hyena and female python. The viewers lazily chattered, waiting for the live broadcast to start with the mindset of watching a monkey show. Seeing this, Su Chen sighed. I didn't expect everyone to have such high expectations of me, assuming I could win, to the point that the gimmick of my third live broadcast has lost its suspense. Can't you at least give the Fire Dragon Roar family a little face? Pretend it's a fair fight, pretend the odds are 50-50, pretend you're a bit hopeful about the outcome. Su Chen clasped his hands together, helplessly saying, please, this is a duel. Without suspense, where's the entertainment value? The dead atmosphere in this live room makes the new fans think that what's about to be broadcast is Dad closing the door to beat the Cubs. The viewers. No, are you kidding? You're too cocky, right? What if Stara really has some hidden skills and you end up flipping? That would be interesting. Alright, you've successfully piqued my interest. Next, I'm going to cheer for Stara fiercely. You just need to unleash the ape god to crush that guy. How can I look forward to that? I advise you, if you have the ability, don't bully the weak. Isn't that just picking on people? Su Chen was interacting with the viewers. Meanwhile, Stara, the Fire Dragon Roar, was focused on warming up, stretching his muscles, loosening his joints, and checking the life potions, mana potions, and mental potions in his backpack, among other combat supplies. He was quite professional. The reason for his dedication wasn't that Stara had this habit, it was purely because he noticed something. This ordinary correction arena duel had actually filled the seats at the Fengdu auction house, and the most terrifying part was that there were a full 34 million global viewers watching online. Stara's desire to perform instantly surged, and his speech became powerful, displaying an unprecedented masculine aura. The audience from Xianghua united in their support for their country's expert. Go for it. If you can win against that despicable Su Chen, I'll permanently give you a 50% discount on the curry from the Fire Dragon Roar family. Since Su Chen's rise, the dragon country has gained a wave of face. But our Xianghua is the oldest civilization in the world, and since ancient times, we have always been evenly matched with the dragon country, fighting fiercely without a clear winner. Now, to let them, the latecomers, take the lead is simply a great humiliation. Stella, if you can defeat Su Chen, it will be a display of our national prestige. You are at least a Brahmin from the Elephant Kingdom, a master of the Yanlong Roar family, with a solid foundation built over 3 generations. He is just a rookie from the Dragon Kingdom, a nobody, trying to gain fame online, a complete lowlife. You surely can't lose, right? Stella coldly reminded Su Chen. There are still 3 minutes left in the countdown to the duel, and you're busy live streaming. The principle that overconfidence leads to defeat, and you, a Dragon Kingdom person who authored The Art of War, don't understand? Do I, an Elephant Kingdom person, need to remind you? Treating a duel of equal strength so lightly, I see you're about to lose. This statement made a lot of sense. At the very least, Stella appeared very serious, having warmed up repeatedly. Many of the trolls in the live stream immediately popped up, harshly ridiculing Su Chen. Even the trash from the Elephant Kingdom knows to have the right attitude, yet you're still putting on a show. I predict you'll lose miserably, and the show will definitely explode.
Can't even warm up? Can't even warm up? Can't even warm up? Just wait to lose, hee hee. My fellow trolls, listen to my command, attention. At ease. Show your black chicken feet. It's our turn to celebrate. Chen is about to be disgraced. Many fans suddenly felt anxious.
Although it was quite common for an unclassed summoner to lose to a second-tier hidden class, Stella Yanlong Roar was 10 years older than Chen, with 10 more years of combat experience,
making it hardly a fair fight. However, Stella was from the Elephant Kingdom, a sensitive identity. The dragon and elephant
kingdoms have been at odds since ancient times, looking down on each other and can be considered sworn enemies.
If Chen were to
lose to someone from the Elephant Kingdom, the people of the Dragon Kingdom would not be able to think calmly. The backlash would be explosive. Everyone looked at Chen, only to see him with a puzzled expression, staring at Stella Yanlong Roar with a face full of
question marks. You, aren't you out of your mind? I'm a summoner, why would I need to warm up? I'm just going to beat you up later. No need for me to step into the ring myself. You, a Yanlong mage, jumping around like a monkey, what are you doing? Chen shrugged and asked the camera viewers, do you understand this Elephant Kingdom mage's abstract moves?
Does he need to exercise to cast spells? Oh, right, all the male viewers watching my livestream, don't imitate this Elephant Kingdom mage's actions.
If you want to train properly, you should go to the gym. You can also become a good for me muscular man, Chen said, raising a finger in a secretive manner. Instantly, the live stream exploded with excitement. Stella was dumbfounded, her mouth agape like a roasted
duck with its throat squeezed, completely at a loss for how to retort.
The viewers also suddenly realized, right, a Yanlong mage pretending to warm up like a melee class, what's the point?
He reminds me of a group of overachievers in our company.
Whenever
the boss comes to inspect, they work with utmost seriousness, but usually, they're just munching on seeds and chips at their desks,
leaving all the work to their teammates. So hypocritical.
Who knows, maybe he can cast spells with his legs, huh?
Thanks to the little assistant, I strongly recommend exercise to all male viewers worldwide. Men, take better care of yourselves. The live
stream was filled with laughter and ridicule directed at Stella. Even the viewers from the Elephant Kingdom, who were trying to support him, couldn't help but feel annoyed. Yes, you, a Yanlong mage, don't you just recite a spell to cast? Why not practice some tongue
twisters and improve your verbal skills instead of jumping around like a fool?
Are you a melee mage planning to pick up your battle
staff and crack open Chen's skull?
A spectator from the Elephant Kingdom asked with great anticipation.
But when Stella equipped
all his gear from his backpack, the audience members who suspected he was a battle mage immediately lost all hope.
The staff he wielded was a compact, orthodox piece of equipment for traditional mages, highly recognizable. TCH, isn't that just a legendary arcane sphere? A standard two-part structure, an ancient wooden staff with a mana gem, mortise, and tenon inlay. I can identify it as an old
artifact at a glance. It's very straightforward, but as an antique, its attributes can't be hidden, everyone knows about it. A gear appraiser scoffed, posting an attribute chart in the livestream.
As a top student, Chen recited the classic equipment's affixes.
Without hesitation, all attributes plus 60, an additional 60 points of spirit, and it can summon an otherworldly creature, Hellfire.
That's its main affix, right? Good stuff. Are you willing to trade? My little fox still needs a staff. I can offer you 7 million buns. How about that?
The viewers were suddenly struck with a black line on their foreheads. You little rascal, your black talk is quite
slick. You've just bypassed the platform's ban on cash transactions.
All platforms prohibit streamers from directly trading cash with
viewers to prevent scams that could affect the platform,
especially when it comes to equipment trading, which is very sensitive, as the prices of equipment are often not fixed and vary greatly, making it a hotspot for fraud.
When AI detects currency, it will close the live stream and call in a supervisor for inspection.
But where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Streamers and
viewers naturally find subtle ways to circumvent the rules. A viewer from the Eagle Kingdom also quoted, TCH, only 7 million buns? I'll offer 1.5 million big burgers. Trade with me. A viewer from the Gaulish Chicken Kingdom quickly followed. I'm willing to offer
1.6 million baguettes. You go check today's exchange rate at the supermarket. Absolutely sincere.
Stella was furious. These lowly people actually coveted his staff. Get lost. All of you, get out. This is the heirloom of our flame dragon Roar family, not for sale. Chen shook his head regretfully. Don't want to trade? Then what are you showing off for? And it doesn't matter what you say, Mr. Stella.
Don't forget, if you lose later and can't produce 500 million in cash, you'll first have to use your personal belongings to offset it, and only then will the Dragon Kingdom officials help you with a mortgage.
It will soon belong to me. I'll decide.
The viewer from the Gaulish Chicken Kingdom who offered 1.6 million baguettes, remember to message me, we'll trade.
Stella. Finally, the countdown ended and the duel began.
They were using the standard arena provided by the Fengdu auction house, a place usually used to test the strength of summoned creatures.
Many high-level professionals gathered around, closely watching the two
Once a victor was determined, or if either faced danger, they would rush in to rescue Su Chen. Yes, it was only Su Chen, after all, if he faced life-threatening danger.
Everyone would have to endure the instant death gaze of the Abyss Lord. As for Stella the Flame Dragon Roar, who was that? Su Chen, go for it. Su Chen, fighting. Su Chen-san, Ganbat. The cheers and bullet comments from global fans instantly filled the livestream. The limited support from some spectators in the Elephant Kingdom was quickly drowned out.
In fact, most spectators from the Elephant Kingdom just wanted to see Stella make a fool of himself. After all, not all lowly people foolishly supported the arrogant young master of a high caste. Stella immediately activated the magic ring on his right index finger, casting the equipment's built-in fireball, and unleashed a rapid 3-shot barrage aimed at Su Chen's head. Although they were fighting in a modified arena, balancing the data on their professional panels, it only limited the damage of the fireballs, not their instantaneous nature or projectile speed.
Die, Su Chen. Just my equipment's attached skills are enough to drown you.
Seeing the fireball smash down in front of Su Chen, he
couldn't help but chuckle. Still dare to say the warm-up is useless? Look at your slow reaction. But after the fireball exploded, Su Chen remained calm, arms crossed, lazily watching him, pointing at his own face. Come on, hit me with another 100. Are you just scratching my itch?
The little fox had already been summoned by him first, and she obediently massaged Su Chen's back, while their shared mana had long taken effect.
Stara was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the damage numbers floating above Su Chen's head. -1, -1, -1.
The 3 consecutive fireballs vanished without a trace.
Su Chen was unscathed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Stara roared in anger, gritting his teeth as he activated another necklace skill, Explosive Windblade, instantly summoning 2 wind blades compressed from air, tearing through the void and whistling
towards Su Chen's neck. Face the gale, Manhwa.
Stara laughed heartily upon seeing Su Chen still unmoved, as if envisioning the scene of Su Chen bleeding out on the spot, but soon he grew worried. Damn, he wouldn't
really get decapitated, would he? If that kid dies, it will trigger the curse of fate.
But Su Chen even took out a stool and a teapot from his backpack, turning to the little fox. Come on, help me brew some tea. The little fox obediently unleashed a wisp of concentrated blue flame from her fingertips, boiling the water in seconds. Meanwhile, the wind blades struck fiercely at Su Chen's neck.
-1, -1. This time, Stara was
completely dumbfounded. He knew the power of the wind blades, capable of decapitating demons of the same level, yet they didn't even break through Su Chen's defenses.
Of course, Su Chen's mana had been instantly depleted, and the little fox's mana had also been reduced by a full 3%.
This attack is quite something, Su Chen said with a smile, giving a thumbs up, then adding a bag of pu'er tea to the teapot, leisurely crossing his legs in waiting. Come on, unleash some explosive powerful attack spells, I can take it on my face this time. The viewers were dumbfounded. The old viewers pondered, while the new ones were utterly confused.
Oh, it must be that legendary skill book, Magic Shield, right? But Su Chen's mana reserves are terrifyingly abundant, not a hint of depletion. The streamer actually has a magic shield that can offset life damage by burning mana? That's amazing.
Stara, with a dark and fluctuating expression, roared, feeling his cheeks burn. He clearly realized that Su Chen was toying with him, even using him for show, and he was in too deep to back out, having to grit his teeth and push through.
Damn it, a soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Stara directly activated his staff skill, summoning 2 hellfire beasts from another realm. The hellfire
fell from the sky, crashing down on Su Chen. Stara closed his eyes, beginning to chant, as a series of illusory halos rippled from his staff. The hellfire's entrance was marked by a powerful shockwave that caused area stun damage, then charged in to punch the enemy with fiery fists. However, Su Chen yawned, his mind stirring, summoning the Black Wukong. The giant monkey stood tall, glancing at the hellfire falling from the sky, and without a word, swung his mighty staff towards the heavens. Crack! The 2 hellfires were sent flying back like ping-pong balls struck by a golf club, disappearing into the distance.
The viewers collectively burst into laughter.
The hellfire came in with great momentum, but left faster than a shooting star. I've never seen hellfire resolved before it even hit the ground. This is the first time in my life.
It's hilarious, such a show. Su Chen, you always manage to pull off something spectacular. The absurdity of the hellfire's appearance and its equally hilarious disappearance was simply too entertaining. Everyone
was laughing, except for Stara, who stood frozen in place, his spell abruptly halted, staring dumbfounded at the 2 hellfires fading into the sky, blood suddenly trickling from the corner of his lips. That was the backlash of a failed spell. The viewers were stunned. Wait, is there really a way to interrupt spellcasting like this? Stara, as a dignified flame dragon mage with over a decade of combat experience as a second-tier expert, actually stopped casting out of anger and embarrassment? So tragic, ha 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 ha. Even the blind viewers could see it clearly. As expected, it was a complete crushing defeat, with zero chance of victory from start to finish. Wait, how could the proud scion of the Flame Dragon Roar family, a hidden class no less, not even break Su Chen's defense? That's just ridiculous, right? Many were puzzled. What if
He's destined to be a god-level summoner? What if the undead catastrophe crown is willing to hand over the artifact's spatial storage to him? What if we're all gathered in this livestream room to watch him beat up the chicken from the elephant country? The fans responded cheerfully. Let's give you one last chance, Chen shrugged. We haven't even witnessed the exclusive spells of the Flame Dragon Mage yet. It would be too boring to take you down like this. Plus, the viewers want to see the Flame Dragon Mage's skills. Don't let them down too much, Master Stara. What does Master Stara mean? The viewers were confused. Chen sighed. I feel like Mr. Stara's output is akin to that of a scraping master or a bath master. It seems powerful, but in reality, it's just scraping off a layer of dust, completely harmless to us. Pohahaha, what? A perfect metaphor. Master Stara, stop scraping. Show us some of your best skills, the viewers collectively pleaded. Stara, the flame dragon roar, felt deeply humiliated. All his grandiose words and pre-match warm-ups had turned into clownish behavior. In contrast, Chen made no moves at all, instead brewing tea and drinking it, truly not needing any warm-up as his summoned creatures had already taken care of themselves. Then let me show you the power of the dragon bloodline. Stara heated up, steam suddenly billowing from his head, and his staff emitted a terrifying red light, countless flames bursting forth from his pores, engulfing him. His high-pitched incantation echoed through the heavens. Chen Mengmeng understood the power of the dragonkin bloodline well and immediately shouted to Chen, "Darling," after he activates the flame dragon lineage, all his spells will double in power, and he will gain strong melee capabilities. That's the racial talent of the flame dragon. Chen Tangtang chimed in. He once revealed that his fire spells are proficient and will increase by 100 points. But he will completely lose his rationality, driven by the beastly instincts of the dragon bloodline, leading to chaotic attacks. Oh, thanks for the reminder. Chen glanced at his and the little fox's fully replenished mana, lazily stretched his arm, took out a lounge chair from his backpack, lay down, and even started playing on his phone, answering fans' questions. Everyone looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Wait, you're really not afraid? The viewers were particularly confused. They felt Stara's momentum was rising, and Chen's situation was precarious, yet he actually. Chen immediately replied, not afraid at all. Viewers, let me share some battlefield analysis tips with you. Just now, I checked his spell panel and saw the damage of his fireball and wind blade. The damage coefficient of fireball is 3.6, while wind blades is 1.9. Based on the mana consumption of my magic shield, I can accurately estimate his spell damage to be around 120. Chen shrugged. Thanks to the adjustments in the arena, if he were a second-tier professional, I might still have some reservations. But now, I can completely handle it, even if it's double, or even 10 times. Ah, your mana is that terrifying? The viewers were particularly shocked. Indeed, it's a bit over 100 million, but that's confidential, Chen said with a charming smile. Everyone, if you have free popularity tickets or little flowers, please throw some my way. This livestream never actively asks for paid gifts, but a little free gift to help boost my stream's popularity is still needed. Alright then, given that you beat up that idiot from the Elephant Kingdom and are feeling proud, I'll reward you with 0.1 yuan. In Chen's livestream, various gifts suddenly surged. Even if it was just 0.1 yuan per person, it couldn't be helped that over 60 million people were watching at the same time. That already amounted to 600,000 yuan, showcasing the benefits of the traffic era. Bastard, take this breath of the flame dragon. Stara roared, a terrifying pillar of fire bursting forth from his palms, engulfing Chen. A sinister grin appeared on his face, turned to ashes under the flames of the flame dragon. Dragons have reverse scales, touching them means death. This is the price for disrespecting the offspring of the flame dragon family. Amidst the raging flames, Chen lazily remarked, so comfortable, thank you for the heat treatment. Stara was dumbfounded. He clearly saw several lazy, -1, -1, -1, popping up above Chen's head again. He could no longer endure it and frantically charged forward, relying on the dragon power in his bloodline to pound and beat Chen's back mercilessly. Stop hitting, Master Stara. The viewers saw another series of -1s, their laughter making their throats numb. But Chen calmly replied, your hands are quite strong, don't stop. My waist, back, and legs are cramping, I'm counting on you. My old waist and neck are feeling just right. The most comical battle scene unfolded. A frenzied flame dragon mage was swinging his arms, fiercely beating Chen, who was sprawled on the chair, looking utterly relaxed and enjoying it, while all the damage numbers visible to everyone were endless -1 -1 -1 -1 -1. Stop rubbing, Master Stara. Quick, stop. Chen is about to fall asleep from comfort. Your full set of flame dragon roars is truly terrifying. Chen is too ruthless, Sharkman, and still wants to crush his heart. Viewers around the world were laughing uncontrollably, mocking Stara to the fullest. At this moment, there were no language barriers or cultural walls, because who couldn't understand the Arabic numerals of -1 -1 -1? Everyone could easily feel the joy and humor in it. At the same time, the admiration for the magic shield skill had reached a new level thanks to Chen's promotion.
But soon, some 4th and 5th tier high-level professional viewers pointed out Chen must have some special mana recovery method. In fact, Stara is far from being as foolish as he seems. That move, Breath of the Flame Dragon, has high frequency and high damage plus burning damage, making it extremely versatile, worthy of the name Flame Dragon Roar. It's just that Chen's mana is too abundant, which is why all the damage is forced -1. In just 2 seconds, Chen burned at least over 1000 mana points. This is not something a normal level 17 summoner could possess. My half-brothers among the viewers, don't show off like him in front of others, or you'll just end up as carbon-roasted human meat. At this moment, Stara, with his lips trembling, despondently gave up the fight and chose to concede. He turned around, dejectedly preparing to leave the arena. A lazy voice came from behind. It was Chen talking to the viewers in the livestream. Sigh, I thought the name of the dragon manipulator family sounded intimidating, that it would grant me a defeat to teach me a lesson, but I didn't expect Stara's skills to be so mediocre. I've just picked up 500 million for nothing. I'm afraid I'll become proud and complacent from now on. Is this his tactic of flattery? Trying to keep me, basking in victory for the rest of my life, thus underestimating my enemies and ultimately leading to disaster? The viewers burst into laughter. What a steal! Sure enough, Stara the Flame Dragon roared and turned his head, glaring at Chen, delivering a cool line. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not underestimate. He stuttered. He wanted to say, do not underestimate the poor youth, but compared to Chen, he felt like an old man. Chen chuckled, do not underestimate the middle-aged poor? But I must say, you really are poor, Mr. Stara. Not only are you poor, but you're also heavily in debt. This is a gamble. Of 500 million, TSK. Think twice before acting. This ancient saying from our dragon country is for you. I'm afraid your remaining life will be filled with endless regret and infinite costs because of this saying. But before you leave, Chen spread his hands and asked seriously, does your secret method sphere transmit? I can acquire it at a 50% premium based on market value. Stara fell silent, clutching his staff and running into the crowd, looking as lost as a pure-hearted boy who had just been overwhelmed by a group of mother lizards. The next moment, Chen received a bank transfer. Dragon Country Rise Bank. Dear customer, the official dual supervision system of the Dragon Country has completed a transfer of 500 million Dragon coins to your account ending in 8801 on May 14th at 2109. Please take note. The supervision system reminds you there are countless ways to make money, but safety is the first priority. Please do not view dueling as a primary means of profit. If you lose the duel, your loved ones will shed tears. Please try to avoid deathmatch mode and promote civilized dueling and friendly dueling. Chen was very satisfied, shrugging at the viewers in the live stream, saying, I've made a fortune. Viewers, 5 small goals. Everyone who sees this gets a share, alright? I'll directly draw 5 million as a small token of appreciation for everyone's support tonight. Actually, if it weren't for so many viewers fanning the flames, Stara would have been in a tough spot and probably wouldn't have agreed to the duel so readily. So, you all have contributed greatly. Chen beamed, his face practically glowing with joy. The viewers, who were originally envious and resentful, suddenly clasped their hands together. Father, please accept your African dry daughter's bow. Insider info. I have a 38G Big Thunder. I've DM'd you, darling, Mua. Your generosity is unmatched. Your wisdom illuminates the 4 oceans. Ah, you are my son. Please allow me to sing a song in praise of you. In an instant, the viewers eagerly participated in the lottery, all laughing uncontrollably. So amazing, brother Chen. The Flame Dragon Roar family, known as one of the top 10 professional families in the Elephant Country, the second heir, was actually crushed by you without any suspense. It's like they're giving you a monkey, Mua. Chen Meng, with a smile, walked up to him and began to shower him with wild praise. Such a stunning dragon lady, warm and soft beside him, breathed gently against his ear, using a tone almost spoiled and uncritical, praising her beloved man while understandingly giving him a back rub, providing ample emotional value. Brother Chen, you're awesome. Chen Tang also snuggled against his arm, once again feeling drowsy from the awakening power of bloodlines, like a cute girl from another dimension. The viewers once again felt a pang of jealousy, their stomach acids almost rising to their faces. Stop showing off your love, boohoo. I feel like there are 1,000 lemon spirits mocking me in my heart. I'm so jealous I could transform. God, I also want to ask Sister Ming's mother for a fortune-telling to see where my future wife is. Is she lost? Why hasn't she found me yet? Damn it. During the last 2 live streams, Chen was just a single guy like us, and now he's directly picked up 2 dragon girls. It's infuriating. Chen forced a serious face and solemnly reminded the viewers, no need to envy, no need to be jealous. What can be seen but not eaten is ultimately just torture. Friends, this is actually a very philosophical question, a super test of my willpower. But he looked at the stunning faces of Chen Meng and Chen Tang and finally couldn't hold back, breaking into a wicked grin as he pulled them into his embrace. Let me, Chen, bear this danger alone for you. These 2 little vixens, causing chaos in the world. If left unchecked, who knows how many naive boys they would harm. So, just leave it to me, everyone, don't worry. The viewers? Damn, the old beast Chen has finally shown his true colors. You little rascal. You little rascal. Ah, I want to gather them all into my arms too. The CP fans of Su Expo are losing their minds. The Chen sister stocks are skyrocketing. Chen shrugged innocently and said, some viewers even call me an old beast. I must defend my reputation and correct this. Where the hell am I old? Global viewers. Why don't you deny the accusations of being lecherous? You're tacitly agreeing, right? Chen took on the persona of a top student and explained. Seriously, as the sage Mingzi said, young man, it's normal to appreciate beauty and admire young girls. There's no need to feel ashamed. Mingzi never said that. It was Zhou Shuren. I think it was Suzy who said it. Pure nonsense, no explanation. Actually, it was Newton who said it. He also said, cutting off desires leads to a clear mind and pure heart. That's the essence of a good youth. At this moment, the lottery finally ended, and Chen, in front of everyone, transferred money to 5 viewers who each won 1 million, then smiled and logged off. Next came the main event. The funds he could currently use had reached a staggering 1.7 billion. Considering the 1 billion that the godly rich system could return, that totals 2.7 billion. If he had signed a contract with the secret sanctuary back then, he would have had to work like a horse for 14 years to earn this amount. Indeed, a horse doesn't get fat without night grass, and a person doesn't get rich without windfall. Chen stretched lazily, feeling quite pleased, and decided to splurge at the Fengdu auction house to significantly boost his combat power. Jiao Muyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boss, if we use our 1.7 billion to help you conquer the college entrance examinations, Caesar's Kingdom, dungeon, completing the artifact restoration task will be a piece of cake. Think long-term, my dear agent. Chen smiled. Let's first see the auction price for the Soul Priest and secure it. Also, help me find a summoning creature with orc bloodline. Are you really going to hand over the hidden profession card worth, a whole 1.03 billion to a summoning creature? Jiao Muyu glanced at the current bidding and advised, why not recruit a human follower? The initiative of a human is unmatched by any summoning creature. Chen casually raised the bid to 1.05 billion, and now, there were no more competitors. After all, once the sign of bidder, Chen, topped the list, all the VIPs attempting to bid instantly realized he still had 500 million in cash flow available. They couldn't win, so they gave up. This bidding also entered its final phase, starting the last 30-minute countdown. Chen securing the hidden profession card was a done deal. He let out a long breath, smiled faintly, and said to Jiao Muyu, compared to humans, I trust summoning creatures more. At the very least, summoned creatures never betray and won't stab you in the back. And my soul priest will be the core support role in my summoning system. It absolutely cannot have any flaws, and I will not allow any safety risks. Therefore, it can only be a summoned creature with 100 loyalty. Jiao Muyu nodded. Summoners who advocate for a one-person army system seem to be filled with doubt and criticism about human nature, and they trust summoned creatures more. Meanwhile, as a professional sales assistant, Chen Mengmeng quickly found a target that met Chen's needs. An urgent auction item has just come up, and we need to auction it off within an hour to recoup the funds. Fengdu Auction House has already listed it as one of the top 100 auction items of the year, because it is an egg of Medusa. Chen was shocked and asked, the egg of the Abyss Lord Medusa, someone actually managed to get their hands on it? That's truly impressive. But our funds might not be enough to compete for such a priceless treasure. He smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat dejected. Chen was very self-aware. The Medusa egg was very hot and would likely attract the attention of 6th-tier powerhouses, leading to a fierce competition. At that point, an auction reaching hundreds of billions would be quite common. After all, for 6th-tier powerhouses, money is often just a string of numbers sitting in a bank account. They could easily apply for a 10 billion interest-free loan in any country just by using their name. Chen Mengmeng smiled sweetly, shaking his arm. Brother Chen, don't be like that. Is it unprofessional for me to have such a reliable source? If you weren't competitive, why would I specifically come to inform you? Oh, is there some hidden meaning behind this? Let go first, you're burning my arm. Chen hurriedly said. Chen Mengmeng awkwardly withdrew her delicate arms. Medusa is a very large lineage. It is mentioned in the Abyss Demon Identification Supplement that only those with the purest bloodline can ascend to become an Abyss Lord. However, demon families often suffer from severe bloodline degeneration, especially after intermarrying with other demon families. The Medusa bloodline becomes diluted. That Medusa egg is actually just a gimmick, Chen Mengmeng said, crossing her arms and disdainfully pouting. I have to say, that's a very clumsy marketing tactic just to attract attention. In fact, according to industry knowledge, bloodline concentration is the key to evaluating the value of a Medusa egg. Oh, did you test its bloodline concentration? What is it? 6.86868%. Chen Mengmeng chuckled lightly, a very auspicious string of numbers. So low?
Then after it hatches, it probably won't even take on a serpentine shape, right? Chen immediately felt a headache. The situation was too complicated. Brother Chen really doesn't understand Medusa. In fact, the basic threshold for maintaining the Medusa species shape is a bloodline concentration of 3.5%. This has been scientifically statistically proven, Chen Meng explained. Although it's a bit low, it still has Medusa bloodline. And Medusa was once one of the tribes of the Orc Kingdom, meeting the soul priestess threshold requirement for Orc bloodline. Jiau humbly asked, then, Boss Chen Meng, what does a bloodline concentration of 6.87% mean? I like the title, boss. Chen Meng giggled, her laughter like a flurry of flowers. As the agent, I'll share this valuable piece of information with you for free. A true pureblood Medusa Abyss Lord can unleash a terrifying petrifying gaze, which is the fundamental reason for this bloodline to be elevated to Lord status. Moreover, a Lord-level Medusa possesses a full 8 arms, each specializing in a different skill and each holding a divine artifact. For example, let me briefly introduce the current Medusa Lord. Her first left arm specializes in swordsmanship, wielding the holy sword, Hell Roarblade. Her second right arm specializes in axe techniques, holding the holy axe, Wolf Totem. The second left arm specializes in staves, carrying the fallen staff, No Eternal King's Scepter. Chen Meng shifted her tone, but when the bloodline concentration drops below 50%, there are only 4 arms left. Below 20%, like an ordinary human, only 2 arms remain, with a maximum of 2 specialized skills. Chen was taken aback and said with a hint of jealousy, this specialization in 2 skills. Does it mean it can switch to 2 professions at the same time? Bingo! Chen Meng's beautiful eyes sparkled as she sighed. This is the power of a top-tier abyss bloodline. Holding 2 professions simultaneously is almost impossible among humans, unless under extremely special circumstances. But for the Medusa clan, it's just a common occurrence. Combining 2 professions can create countless possibilities and many combo techniques, Chen marveled. If I could have dual professions, switching to both summoner and soul priest at the same time, my aura would greatly enhance my summons, doubling their attributes. At that point, the power of 1 plus 1 would be far less than 2, even 3. Chen Meng nodded her delicate chin. So, are you interested in obtaining this Medusa egg? Absolutely. Chen took a deep breath and asked, can you help me ask Miss Chen, see what the base price of the Medusa egg is? If I don't have enough money, I'll immediately go to the bank for a loan. Chen was looking forward to his third summon. Currently, his summons were mostly like nesting dolls. For example, Black Wukong could use hair clones to create 12 of its own summon replicas. For instance, the little fox could now summon a Hydra Lich. And what was the Hydra's proudest ability? That would be its splitting ability. Hydras can split into 3-headed and 6-headed forms, and 6-headed Hydras can further split into 3-headed ones. This would create a whole legion of split bodies. Therefore, if this Medusa summon could successfully take on the role of Soul Priest, it would allow all of Chen's summons to enjoy a massive boost. Wow, I'm only level 17 and I already have the scale of a small army. Chen couldn't help but feel a bit proud, filled with hope for the future. Chen Meng and Chen Tang immediately went to find Chen Xian. Meanwhile, Chen pulled Jiau to a corner. Hey, boss, you sent the boss ladies away and secretly dragged the beautiful secretary to a corner. This plot seems quite common in some movies. Jiau asked with a smile, what do you want to do next? Chen. He earnestly advised, Ms. Manager, we should watch more positive energy movies and not think about those unnecessary things all day. I think Lord Chen Jingqiu specifically helping me stand out and even assisting with the show is not only to support my career but also to warn all enemies to stay away from me. This is a huge favor, and it could even be a matter of life and death for me, Chen said seriously. Moreover, Meng and Tang are here to protect me closely. At the same time, I think the prophecy is quite reliable. Jiau rolled her eyes. I get it, you really want to treat those 2 as your wives now. So, you want to buy them some gifts, right? Chen shrugged. The opportunity for me to earn 500 million came from Meng, so I should show some appreciation. High emotional intelligence, huh? It seems those 2 little girls will really be under your control in the future. Jiau raised her pale thumb. Resembling a scallion root, in agreement, they are currently undergoing the awakening of their dragon lineage, and for them, the most valuable resource is the dragon crystal. The dragon crystal is the magical crystal of the dragon clan, the core where all their energy converges. Chen rolled his eyes. How much does a dragon crystal cost on the market? It must be over 3 billion, right? 3 billion for a dragon crystal? Try 5 billion. Jiau pouted. Haven't you seen that Lord Chen Jingqiu, the dragon slayer, has a terrifying record of slaying hundreds of giant dragons, yet Chen Meng and Chen Tang haven't received a single dragon crystal pendant? Even he can't bear to part with it. Chen scoffed. That may not be the case. It's probably not that he can't bear to part with it, but rather that his dragon slaying speed can't keep up with the speed at which his women are popping out children. If he were to gift his Children dragon crystal pendants, he can't play favorites, right? Everyone must get a share. But with his 147 sons and 139 daughters, there's not enough to go around. The dragons he has slain aren't even half of what he needs. Jiau Mu Yu. This might be the trouble of the Sea King. Not long after, Chen picked out 2 pendants made from 1% of dragon crystal, each priced at 120 million, and they were special editions of ice and fire, with vibrant red and blue colors that matched perfectly. He didn't hesitate to acquire them, mainly to repay Chen Jingqiu's protection. Moreover, Chen knew very well that if it weren't for Chen Jingqiu's intervention and the official protection from the Dragon Kingdom, the 500 million bet from the Flame Dragon Roar family wouldn't have been so easily transferred. The so-called fair betting is insignificant in front of powerful professionals. After all, the strong are always fairer than the weak. Good news. Super good news. Chen Mengmeng joyfully waved her tender white arm, her fiery red hair dancing. Brother Chen, sister Chen estimated that it would take about 800 to 900 million to settle. Chen Tang interjected. The Dragon Slayer Bank's special invited agent Tang can help you apply for a 400 million interest-free loan. Chen couldn't help but pinch her cold face. Wasn't it just 200 million? Your limit has increased. Chen Tang affectionately rubbed against his fingertips. After all, you just defeated Stara the Flame Dragon Roar, proving your potential. The Dragon Slayer Bank reassessed your repayment ability. Chen smiled and gifted the 2 necklaces named Will of Fire and Dance of Ice to them. Here, the Dragon Crystal can effectively provide you with energy to help you complete your bloodline awakening as soon as possible. These 2 1% Dragon Crystal accessories are a small gift for our meeting. Oh, the 2 dragon ladies were instantly stunned. What's wrong? Is it really that shocking? Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. He saw them glance at each other, then both opened their phones and found a screenshot to show him. It was a group photo of the 3 of them, with Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tang hugging him on either side, and prominently displayed on their chests were the Will of Fire and Dance of Ice. Everything was just as foretold. However, Chen did not feel the romance of destiny. Instead, he felt a chill run down his spine. The prophecy can even account for such details? The necklaces were randomly purchased by me, and the idea of buying gifts for you was a spur-of-the-moment decision, with no psychological suggestion from anyone. The power of fate made Chen's scalp tingle. Fate is indeed quite frightening, as if we are merely puppets on strings, following predetermined rules towards a fixed future. Seeing Chen's fluctuating expression, Chen Mengmeng smiled sweetly and said nonchalantly, anyway, so far, I am very satisfied with our fate. Tang feels the same. After that, there were no more ripples in the Fengdu auction house. Given that Chen has gained the favor of the Dragon Slayer, Chen Jingqiu, it is highly likely that he will become the other party's favored son-in-law. Most of the auction's VIPs are quite respectful towards him, and no one maliciously bids against him. Additionally, since Chen is tasked with the restoration of divine artifacts, many seniors from the Dragon Kingdom are willing to support him, even intentionally leaving the Soul Priest profession card and the Medusa's egg at low prices for him. In the end, with 1.05 billion, Chen secured the hidden profession card of the Soul Priest. With 270 million, he acquired 100 sets of the Voodoo Archer set made by Master Taylor Avril. The Medusa's egg was auctioned off for only 980 million. Chen calculated slightly and realized that he had spent 2.3 billion to buy everything he needed. But in reality, he had only cultivated a mere third summon and equipped a group of skeleton archers. Black Wukong still lacked decent top-tier equipment, and the Little Fox's gear was quite mediocre. Money really is never enough, Chen sighed skyward. For a summoner who walks the path of a tycoon, there is never too much money. Chen also received the long-awaited notification from the Godly Rich system. Successfully spent 500 million, 1 billion has been refunded, and you have obtained a legendary gold attribute. To obtain the next legendary gold attribute, you need to spend 2 billion, and you are still short 150 million. Chen was very satisfied and thought to himself, only 150 million, I can soon have my 4th gold attribute. The Godly Rich system is indeed powerful. Next, I can focus on cultivating Black Wukong and the Little Fox. However, he did not plan to complete the Godly Rich system's tasks anytime soon. After all, a tall tree catches the wind. Too many eyes were on him now. If he were to suddenly have large amounts of cash appearing out of nowhere, it would inevitably attract endless trouble. It would be better to settle down for a while and leave everything for the future. After everything was settled, Chen bid farewell to Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tang, intending to return to the hotel with his manager. What are you saying, brother Chen? Chen Mengmeng blinked her clear beautiful eyes, pretending to be innocent while actually giggling and winking madly. I'm your super bodyguard, responsible for your safety in Fengdu City. We must stay together at all times, you can't run away. Chen Tang rubbed her sleepy eyes. Yeah, I just sleep everywhere, so it doesn't matter where I go. Chen. He felt that the real test of the night was about to begin. The test of heat resistance and cold resistance was upon him. Grilled sausages or ice pops? That was the question. No way, absolutely not. Jiao Muyu stepped in, adopting the demeanor of a manager.
and earnestly advised the two dragon girls, as women, we must be reserved. We can't just rush to accompany boys to hotels. Over time, it will inevitably be seen as too frivolous. Moreover, throughout history, whether men or women, things that are too easily obtained are often not cherished. Sister has been through it. She was discarded like a worn-out shoe by a scummy man. A woman's most precious asset is definitely her reserve. Women must help each other. Can I deceive you? She wiped her tears, pretending to be heartbroken, and within 0.3 seconds fabricated a love story, vividly portraying a woman hurt by a Sea King scumbag. Sister, don't cry. You're right, no one understands scumbags better than us sisters. Chen Meng Meng and Chen Tang Tang pouted, reluctantly, bidding farewell to Su Chen. Su Chen chuckled silently. Indeed, there should be no one more of a scumbag than Lord Chen Jingqiu. In this world, they really understand too well. By the way, my dear manager, your acting is truly exceptional. Thank you for helping me out. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. Jiao Miyu said seriously, I'm also trying to save my career. You have to remember one thing, rapid thermal expansion and contraction in a short period of time can break even steel, let alone a little boy like you who hasn't seen much of the world. I'm really afraid that tonight an ambulance will come rushing to take you to the hospital, and then you'll have to be amputated due to burns or frostbite. I have a strong will. Su Chen snorted coldly, looking like a sage, sitting upright like Lu Xiaohui. Jiao Miyu rolled her eyes wildly. Oh please, I'm not one of your two little fools at home. I've been around for 1,000 years. What kind of chat about ghosts and gods do you think you're having with me? Su Chen. They returned to the hotel where they were staying, courtesy of the auction house's special vehicle. Along the way, they couldn't help but feel a bit emotional as they looked at the cyber ghost city. They saw many zombie balloons floating among the layers of clouds, and the neon signs on the streets introduced various summoned beasts and their related knowledge. Many summoners traveled in style, surrounded by their summoned creatures. The most common mode of transportation was not private cars but private RVs and buses. After all, summoners had limited summoning space and had to transport those temporary summons this way. Su Chen wasn't tired at all. He directly used the Medusa's egg in the room. Hatching. Summoned creature activated. After paying a massive amount of mana to allow the egg to absorb and grow, cracks finally appeared on the shell of the Medusa's egg. Crack. The shell shattered, and a cute, chibi Medusa crawled out, chewing on the shell. Her emerald-like eyes saw the world for the first time and Su Chen. According to the instructions for using the Medusa's egg, Su Chen knew very well, like many eggs that hatch young, it would regard the first creature it saw as its mother. So, Jiao Miyu hid in the bathroom in advance, allowing Su Chen to enjoy its loyalty alone. Ma. The Medusa felt the affectionate aura coming from Su Chen. This was the bloodline bond established by the 5,000 points of mana he spent to hatch her, combined with the natural closeness from seeing him first. The adorable Medusa immediately snuggled up to Su Chen, dependently rubbing against his arm. From now on, I'll call you Snake. Don't call me Mom. It's better to call me Baba, Su Chen said lovingly, rubbing her snake hair and indulgently taking out a large pile of snake food that Medusa loved from his backpack. Artificially bred spiked rat, jerky, smoked chicken leg meat, crocodile egg tarts, and boiled poisoned dart frog. Without hesitation, the Medusa chose the fourth option and began to feast on the poisoned dart frog meat, which is lethal to humans even in a 1-gram dose. Su Chen pondered, oh? It seems our snake has a talent for toxins. He took the opportunity to sign a summoning contract with the young Medusa while opening the attribute panel. Contract summoned beast successful degraded Medusa, juvenile, bloodline concentration 6.86868% quality S can upgrade with bloodline awakening. Level 1 can be upgraded to the same level as the summoner. Attributes: strength 35, constitution 20, agility 35, spirit 40. Magic shield talent awakening skill can use mana to offset damage taken. Current ratio is 1:3. Damn, a magic shield. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that he had a special connection with the magic shield skill. During the Demon Fortress dungeon, he had obtained a magic shield from the powerful Medusa Lord due to a record-breaking drop rate, and now his Medusa summon was awakening with the same magic shield. It was actually a bit regrettable, because Medusa had more than a dozen talent skills, while the magic shield was indeed one of the strongest. It held little significance for Su Chen's summoning system. After all, the 13 guardians of Flower Fruit Mountain stood at the front, serving as a meat shield, while Su Chen was also moving towards becoming a spell-type meat shield. If only I had master-level archery or gaze petrification. Su Chen looked at the exquisite porcelain doll-like Medusa who was voraciously devouring the boiled arrow poison frogs, and his feelings of regret faded away. After all, Medusa was only at a concentration of 6.8686%, so why should he fantasize about her having a talent level comparable to that of the Abyss Lord? The parental mindset of wanting their children to become dragons or phoenixes is not good. However, Su Chen indeed had the ability to turn stone into gold, making sons like dragons and daughters like phoenixes, legendary gold traits. He pondered for a moment, racking his brain for a long time from the Summoner's Gold Trait Library, and soon came up with an idea, saying lightly,
Grant the legendary gold trait, atavistic phenomenon. This was a decision he had deliberated over for a long time. In fact, the gold trait called Dark Evolution that he considered for the monkey was also quite suitable for Medusa because according to the experiences of previous summoners, she was very likely to mutate into a special lineage of the Medusa family, Gorgon, which would allow her to unleash terrifying, forked lightning, and also release the enchanted paralysis lightning effect of advanced split arrow. Even after awakening to her complete form, she could summon the ultimate wind-type spell, Hurricane, Tornado. But clearly, this overlapped with the path Chen had planned for the little fox. 9-linked lightning was already strong enough, and there was no need to further enhance the team's lightning capabilities. Therefore, atavistic phenomenon was the best choice, as it could enhance the bloodline concentration of the snake, allowing it to awaken its bloodline and gain the purest Medusa abilities, petrification skills. It should be noted that petrification abilities are extremely rare and are also few and far between among the various drop skill books. Because they are rare, almost no one would specifically stack petrification resistance, and this attribute is regarded as a useless suffix. One can imagine how powerful the snake will become once cultivated, especially during internal conflicts among human practitioners. It would definitely be a trump card level existence. Atavistic phenomenon trait grants successful, summoned beast degraded Medusa, S, plus atavistic phenomenon, legendary, equals Medusa, daughter of the demon god, legendary, Medusa, daughter of the demon god, juvenile stage, bloodline concentration 46.86868%, quality, legendary, can upgrade with bloodline awakening. Level 1, can upgrade to the same level as the summoner. Attributes: strength 55, constitution 42, agility 55, spirit 50, talent based on bloodline concentration, possesses 4 arms, 2 of which are normal physical arms that cannot be hidden, while the other 2 are elemental prosthetics that can be activated in battle and hidden in daily life. Magic shield, talent awakening skill, can use mana to offset damage taken, currently at a ratio of 1:4. Secret technique, strange snake, can summon a secret technique strange snake made of pure elemental power, which will automatically seek out enemies with mana, draining their mana and bringing it back to replenish Medusa's body, while also inflicting the snake venom effect on the enemy, causing damage equal to Medusa's spirit value x 0.5 per second. Advanced split arrow, Medusa's first pair of arms, equips a bow and arrow, allowing her to attack an additional target when using archery. When Medusa advances, the number of attack targets increases by 1. Impressive. Chen was overjoyed and quite satisfied with this result. The bloodline concentration increased by a full 40%, leading to a direct awakening of a series of skills. One can only say that compared to the foundation of Black Wukong, C-level Little Monkey, and the foundation of the Little Fox excellent level Qingqiu Fox, Medusa started at S-level, winning too much right from the starting line. But Black Wukong was the biggest prize for Chen. One could only say that its mutation was incredibly powerful. Once we get back, I'll get you some archer gear and arrange a skill book for you called Master Marksman. In the future, you can practice shooting for 18 hours a day to quickly improve your proficiency. At your age, 6 hours of sleep should be enough, right? I'm quite a kind master. Chen smiled as he envisioned Medusa's future. The snake was in despair. She had just hatched 3 minutes ago, and her life was already clearly arranged by the capitalist Chen. Chen didn't forget to paint a bright picture. Keep it up. When I have more legendary golden attributes in the future, I'll also arrange an infinite mana for you, so your magic shield will never run dry, and you'll become immortal. After the snake had its fill of boiled arrow poison frogs, it saw Chen pull out a soul priest profession card and cheerfully said, "Come on, your path to success starts with becoming a priest." Given that Medusa's loyalty automatically skyrocketed to 100 when granted the golden attributes, she completely trusted Chen and immediately complied. The snake's first profession was quickly completed. Soul Priest, a temple servant of the Orc Empire, a spreader of the glory of the war god, tasked with imparting knowledge to the common people, an apostle of the gods. Basic skills: Angsa's Glory War Song, Behemoth's Frenzy War Song. Angsa's Glory War Song. After fully singing this war song, it can spread a strong strike aura within a 50 by 50 range, increasing the attack power of all allied units within the aura by 10%. Behemoth's Frenzy War Song. After fully singing this war song, it can spread a frenzy aura within a 50 by 50 range, increasing the attack speed of all allied units within the aura by 5%. Chen wore a smile of approval, nodding his head. Currently, Medusa's 2 auras could already provide a 10% overall boost to the team, which was quite impressive. Once she mastered more aura-type skills in the future, she would be a god-level support. The 1 billion value Soul Priest profession card was truly worth it. There's a reason for high prices. Chen sighed contentedly and lay down to sleep. Today had been filled with too many events, and a strong sense of fatigue washed over him, leading him into a deep slumber. In his dreams, Chen heard Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang cackling as they cornered him, forcing him to choose between them. Just as he was in a dilemma, the alarm clock rang. He opened his eyes to find the faint morning light already enveloping Fengdu Ghost City. Knock knock knock.
In his groggy state, Su Chen heard the voices of Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang. Dear, I brought you grilled sausages, pure meat black pepper sausages grilled on volcanic stones. Hurry up and get up for breakfast.
This was the energetic Chen Mengmeng. Brother Su Chen, I brought you lots of cold drinks,
including mango sago milk tea, ice cream, and pure milk popsicles, all your favorites. You'll definitely like them too. This was the timid homebody Chen Tangtang.
Su Chen scratched his head. Am I still not awake? Grilled sausages and popsicles are actually chasing after me?
He quickly put on a simple outfit and jumped out of bed.
Su Chen looked at the two beautifully dressed dragon girls in confusion. So early, do you need something from me?
Mom said, to win over a man, you must first win over his stomach.
Chen Mengmeng raised the food box behind her. Hi, Tada.
All the various grilled meats and sausages
I made for you starting at 5 o'clock.
And I worked all night to help chill the lotus seed porridge, frozen cream ice bricks, and various sweet dumplings. Chen Tangtang also took out her insulated ice box filled with ice packs, holding it up in front of Su Chen, eagerly awaiting his praise. The corners of Su Chen's lips curled up. He was genuinely a bit touched.
For many years, he had always been an ordinary academic achiever, a typical small-town problem solver, never daring to hope for the favor of beautiful women.
He just wanted to go through college step by step, find a high-paying job, and then slowly
climb to the middle class, living a modestly comfortable life.
This treatment, reminiscent of an old-school anime protagonist, suddenly pierced through Su Chen's heart.
Many of the routines were cliched and outdated, but when a girl was genuinely willing to do such things for you, you would realize that they still had an unparalleled emotional value.
Let's eat together.
Su Chen suddenly felt that even if they
just retreated to the countryside together, living a good life as three, it would be quite nice.
But that was destined to be a wish akin to a utopia.
The artifact restoration mission meant that he could not live a mundane life, and the enemy nation and the abyss would never be willing to sit idly by while a second, undead catastrophe rose. If he didn't upgrade with all his might and rise quickly, he was destined
to be cannon fodder, unable to protect even his beloved. Soon, the neighbor Jiau also came over in yoga clothes to mooch food and drinks.
Her curvaceous and stunning figure inadvertently exuded a strong femininity as her long hair cascaded down, instantly making the two girls envious.
Hey, why are all the cute foods roasted while the sweet ones are all chilled? Jiau asked curiously. Could it be that your body temperature affects your taste?
Yeah,
Chen Mengmeng said gloomily. That's right. My taste buds feel that anything below 60 degrees is cold and hard to swallow.
And all chilled items cause my teeth to drop rapidly by 50 degrees. The alternating hot and cold makes my dental nerves ache for an entire day. When I was a child, I visited the dentist more often than I saw my father.
Su Chen, Jiau. Should this be understood as you seeing the dentist more often or complaining that your father visits you less?
Both, I guess.
Humph.
Chen Mengmeng devoured the food she brought with a speed comparable
to that of a dragon.
Su Chen looked at Chen Tangtang, who was nibbling on ice cream, with some pity. Tangtang, since your body temperature is minus 18 degrees, won't these icy waters quickly freeze into ice
crystals once they enter your stomach?
Chen Tangtang nodded her delicate chin. But there's no need to worry. After all, I'm a half-dragon, with a super tough monster constitution. My stomach can
easily crush any ice. A human ice crusher, huh? Su Chen's mouth twitched.
All he could say was that the price of awakening dragon bloodline was enormous.
Brother Su Chen, can we follow you to level up in the future?
Chen Tangtang asked expectantly, leaning against his shoulder. We can form a battle group and fight together.
Not for now. Su Chen sighed. You are all second-tier professionals, and I'm just an unclassed burden. I can't keep dragging you down.
According to the experience distribution rules for professionals, all experience is prioritized downwards, allowing the lowest level individuals to level up first, clearly encouraging the old to lead the new. But for high-level individuals, the experience gain is quite meager, purely serving others.
It doesn't matter. With your skills, you can definitely level up to second tier quickly.
By then, it will be you leading us. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang didn't mind at all.
Su Chen, however, said seriously, no. Taking people to level up is a shortcut known
to everyone, but look, almost no big family allows their children to level up quickly. The reason is simple. At low levels, professionals also have their unique benefits, and there will be additional drop rates
for low-level items.
When I was in the Demon Fortress, I was able to drop a legendary magic shield because I was level 1 and the drop rate for rewards in the dungeon was maximized.
Su Chen smiled. I don't actually want to level up quickly. Instead, I'm planning to break some dungeon records. While at a lower level, I can farm a lot of record-breaking rewards.
Well, that makes sense.
Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang exchanged glances, and although they felt a bit regretful, they expressed their understanding.
Their mother was Qin Jingqiu's supportive wife, very understanding, even showing the greatest tolerance for his playboy ways. One could say that their mother was a standard altruistic personality, never benefiting herself but always helping others.
Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang had likely been influenced
by their mother's teachings since childhood, always trying to please and support him, fearing he would abandon them, like two little kittens constantly lacking a sense of security.
Su Chen sighed inwardly.
wondering why they felt so insecure. It was easy to understand, it stemmed from the absence of paternal love, and with so many children, they naturally felt a constant sense of abandonment. With this thought, Su-Chen gently ruffled their hair. Don't worry, my leveling speed will still be fast. We will probably reunite when you reach the 3rd tier, and then we can form a battle group to fight against the abyss together. Oh, I'll try to keep my temperature below 45 degrees at that time, so you won't get hurt. Chen Mengmeng waved her little fists. Su-Chen. Jiao stood frozen in place, expressionless, chewing on the pure meat sausage in her mouth. Hee. Mom also said that women shouldn't just be supportive wives in life, they should also help their men in their careers. Chen Mengmeng took a USB drive out of her pocket. I brought you the top secret information you urgently need for the college entrance exam dungeon, Caesar's Kingdom. Su-Chen was taken aback, then instinctively looked around warily. Where did you get this? Is the channel legitimate? There's no risk of going to jail, right? His concern was not without reason. Caesar's Kingdom was the official college entrance exam dungeon of the Dragon Kingdom. Because it changed every year and evolved naturally, there was never a fixed strategy, and relying on old strategies often led to disastrous outcomes, meaning one would stray further in the wrong direction. Thus, all candidates had to adapt on the fly, leading to a widening gap in performance. Now that Chen Mengmeng had obtained this year's new version of Caesar's Kingdom information, it was like getting the exam paper in advance. In the old days, it was a serious crime that could land one in prison for a long time. Of course, it wasn't obtained through illegal means, so don't worry. Chen Mengmeng smiled sweetly. Brother Su-Chen, don't forget what our mother's profession is. Chen Tangtang also nodded slightly, rubbing her sleepy eyes, forcing herself to be alert. We took on 2 months of housework to exchange for a divination opportunity, and we got 2 insights from the Caesar's Kingdom dungeon. Su-Chen immediately felt the weight of their affection inside. The kindness of beautiful women was hard to bear. Since he met the 2 of them, he had enjoyed a kind of unconditional favoritism. They always struck straight at his heart. Who could refuse that? Su-Chen took a deep breath, keeping their intentions in mind, and teased, that really is a huge sacrifice. 2 whole months of housework. By the next time I see you, you might be all worn out. Yeah, but it's all worth it. Chen Mengmeng smiled brightly. Even our father has never been willing to buy dragon crystal accessories to help us suppress our boiling dragon blood. You are the best man we've ever had. Chen Tangtang also chimed in. Housework is easy. For meals, we can order takeout. For sweeping, let the robot handle it. For washing dishes, the robot can do that too. Walking the dog and cat, we'll leave it to the robot. Su-Chen couldn't help but laugh. So, it's all the robots doing the work. Alright, I'll go online and buy a few of the latest all-purpose robots to help lighten your load. Yay, it's still brother Su-Chen who can make money. Chen Mengmeng stood up, opened her laptop, and plugged in the USB drive. But your professional exam is coming up, so let's first look at the intelligence on the Kingdom of Caesar. Let this agent help you with some references. Jiao chuckled lightly. It's always brother Su-Chen and senior sister helping you. You really are quite fortunate. If you can't win the title of top scorer in the college entrance examination, it would be a bit of a waste of our efforts. I will definitely win. It's a sure thing. Open the annual top scorer video collection, and there isn't anyone stronger than me at this very moment. Su-Chen's lips curled slightly, a hint of arrogance flickering in his eyes. He indeed had the confidence to say this. The legendary golden attributes brought by the godly rich system, the powerful summoned beasts, and the divine artifacts at his side gave him a terrifying advantage that other candidates could only look up to. Let's start looking at the intelligence. As soon as the screen from the USB drive opened, the familiar crystal ball appeared. The first image was a horde of zombies and animals charging in a wild assault. They surged in like a tide, surrounding a castle made of crystal, sealing it off completely. The second image showed a cute one-eyed orange cat sitting on an iron throne, standing upright like a human with a physique that was a rare sight among its kind. It was about the size of an ordinary orange cat. It wore a wide-brimmed hat inlaid with emeralds and agates, and a deep black velvet cloak adorned with countless diamonds. In its left hand, it held a mini titanium tower shield, embedded with richly colored sapphires, while its right hand gripped a gleaming blade, the hilt carved from fiery red rubies. Warriors of the Kingdom of Caesar, we will fight to the death. The cat swordsman roared with fierce determination, tearing off the cloak that wrapped around its body. Countless intersecting scars marked its chest, limbs, and back, leaving indelible traces that could never heal. Those were the marks of a warrior's glory. It was clear that it often plunged into enemy lines alone, battling against countless monsters, which was why every inch of its skin bore scars. This orange cat swordsman had been through countless battles and had experienced the vicissitudes of life. That is King Cat Caesar. Nicknamed the Undying Old Cat, according to human historical records, it has personally led expeditions to the third layer of the abyss, the Corpse Nest, 17 times, slaying tens of thousands of zombie animals. Whenever the battlefield was in dire straits, it would command the troops, wielding the holy sword, demon-banishing sacred flame, shaking the endless tide of corpses. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang both looked on with deep respect. Su-Chen also gazed at this ally of both humanity and Blue Star with emotion.
The abyss was not a monolith, not all monsters were willing to accept the leadership of the abyssal lords of the 100th layer. Moreover, many races had been captured from various worlds and brought into the abyss by the monsters. The resistance still fought fiercely in the abyss, refusing to rest until death. They would transform themselves into zombie warriors, equipping themselves with needles and threads, sewing their souls into their shells, fighting for their kin until the last drop of blood was shed, the last piece of flesh rotted, and the last bone broken. Every intelligent race would not lack for valiant warriors. The third layer of the abyss, the corpse nest, was such a place. It originally belonged to the demon lord Lilith, who conducted countless experiments on zombie creatures in this layer, establishing zombie factories and flesh-melting furnaces to mass-produce cheap zombie legions to invade other worlds. But later, Lilith was sealed away. All the zombies in the third layer lost the secret methods of control from their master, fracturing into countless zombie factions. Some zombies still followed their instincts, loyal to Lilith, determined to guard the third layer of the abyss until Lilith broke free from her seal and returned. Some zombies, after losing their mental shackles, united with those creatures that had not yet been turned into zombies, ultimately establishing the kingdom of Caesar. Under the leadership of the undying old cat Caesar, they carved out territory, occupying 1/10 of the third layer of the abyss, building castles and walls to fend off the relentless attacks from other zombies. Chen pondered, so, the content of this college entrance examination is to rescue the kingdom of Caesar? Of course not. You are just ordinary students, and what you participate in is merely a replica created according to history, Jiau said lightly. Earlier this year, a large group of high-level practitioners from Blue Star went to aid the kingdom of Caesar and returned victorious. Replicas are ultimately just created based on history, unless they are purely natural replicas influenced simultaneously by both the abyss and the human race. However, the kingdom of Caesar used for the college entrance examination will be open to millions of candidates domestically, so it clearly cannot be a unique pure natural replica. My second task for repairing the artifact is to complete the world replica Kingdom of Caesar on Nightmare difficulty solo, Chen mused. According to the scenes we saw in the prophecy crystal ball, it is highly likely that we will join the undying old cat's camp, support Caesar, and win this war against the zombie tide. He revealed a faint smile of relief. Look, it seems quite easy, just like my famous battle, the Demon Fortress defense battle. Moreover, my strength has skyrocketed today. Completing the Kingdom of Caesar will be a piece of cake. But, that's nightmare difficulty, Chen Mengmeng said with some concern, puffing her cheeks to remind him, never underestimate any nightmare difficulty replica. This is one of the family rules of our Dragon Slayers clan. Jiau rolled her eyes dramatically. Isn't that just what your dad said? Well, forget it, I won't criticize him. In the field of combat and replicas, he should still be considered an authority. Chen smiled. Thank your mother for me, our mom. Truly, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. I am so lucky. Mom also really likes you, my dragon-riding son-in-law. Chen Mengmeng naturally slipped into the role of a virtuous wife. You have no elders since childhood, so why not come to our house during the holidays? We can make dumplings and tangyuan together. Chen. Tang also lightly tapped her delicate chin. We can also make ice cream and crushed ice together. Chen wore a gentle smile, suddenly feeling a sense of rooting in this world. He steadied his mind and analyzed. With this information, we can at least deduce 3 pieces of information. Oh, Chen Gij, tell us. The Ice and Fire sisters looked at him expectantly, their sparkling eyes particularly clear. Chen was also stirred by the admiration in their gazes and cleared his throat before stating seriously, first, our main enemy will be the Zombie Bear Legion. According to the Abyss Secret Records, Layer 3, the Zombie Bear Legion is one of the top 10 legions in the Corpse Nest. They guard a factory that produces zombie bears, a proud creation of Lilith before she was sealed. By simply throwing in flesh and blood as materials and gems as energy, they can continuously produce zombie bear troops. Chen smiled. Zombie bears, as the name suggests, possess both the characteristics of zombies and magic bears, combining the advantages of tough skin and flesh with an undead body, which inevitably means they have a weakness to holy attribute damage. Meanwhile, magic bears are extremely afraid of cold. Once the temperature drops low enough, they will hibernate on the spot. So, he took out a small notebook to jot down his needs. I need to buy a holy attribute staff as a weapon for my black Wukong. At the same time, I will seek to purchase a frost arrow skill for Shishi to learn. That makes sense. I'll take care of the procurement at the auction house, and I'll get it done tonight. Chen Mengmeng volunteered. Chen directly handed her a bank card. This card has 100 million in it. I transferred it last night, so it should be enough. Chen Mengmeng looked a bit regretful at Chen Tang. If we could form a battle group and tackle dungeons together, that would be great. My sister's frost domain can easily put the zombie bears to sleep, significantly reducing their combat effectiveness. There will be opportunities in the future. Chen smiled gently, affectionately hugging both of them. He took a deep breath, calming his mind and clearing all distractions. What about the second and third points? Jiau asked. The second,
Su Chen continued confidently, if His Majesty Caesar leads the charge, it means his artifact, the demon-repelling sacred flame, can be activated at any time. So, that's a safety net, allowing us to be bolder and more aggressive in our actions. We can choose high-risk, high-reward strategies. After all, His Majesty Caesar will at least cover us once.
Once the demon-repelling sacred flame is activated, we can play it safe and back down later. That's a strategic advantage. That makes a lot of sense.
Why not encourage His Majesty Caesar to embark on a campaign right from the start to destroy the zombie
bear factory? Annihilate this so-called top 10 legions.
Chen Mengmeng waved her pink fists, looking like a hawkish warmonger.
Su Chen chuckled, very good, very spirited. I will consider your plan. But the specifics will depend on how many elite troops His Excellency Caesar has. You can break through on your own.
Chen Mengmeng counted his trump cards on her fingers. The skeleton summons from the Dragon Bone Research Institute will soon be modified, and then you'll have 100 ranged attackers at your command. Your Flower Fruit Mountain's 13 protectors can completely crush the zombie bears. In strength,
physique, and attributes, they perfectly counter them.
You also have the Soul Priest's Medusa. Oh, right, your Hydra Lich is also a master of frost spray, capable of perfectly suppressing the zombie bears. Chen Tangtang pursed her lips and said, the Hydra Lich has great potential for upgrades. Please prioritize its training. After it advances, it should unlock the ability to create split bodies, which is very powerful.
Got it.
Su Chen continued, the third point is the dungeon weather seen in the crystal ball. The sky is crimson, which is the unique weather of the third layer of the abyss, the corpse nest, the
ashen season.
Countless gem fragments and flesh ashes spew from the chimneys of the zombie factory, filling the sky, which will cause the zombies to go berserk.
At the same time, normal beings will feel their
trachea burning after breathing, and it could even lead to various respiratory cancers. So, we need to prepare some purification scrolls and potions, and we must wear gas masks.
Su Chen interlocked his
fingers, providing the third piece of information.
Insightful.
Jiao suddenly stood up. I'll go to the auction house with Meng Meng and Tang Tang to help you purchase supplies.
This trip will surely make
your journey in Caesar's kingdom smooth sailing. The three of them hurriedly left. These supplies, while not expensive, are impossible for normal high school students to carry because each professional has limited backpack space. The general logic is, Caesar's kingdom is a place where zombies run rampant and viruses spread, so all food is inedible and no one knows how long they will stay inside, so they must fill their backpacks with clean food and water. However, Su Chen possesses the artifact Portable World, which can store temporary summons and a lot of supplies. Once their graceful figures disappeared down the hotel corridor, Su Chen felt a long-lost sense of emptiness and loneliness, causing him to chuckle softly. I'm getting more and more used to the days accompanied by beautiful women.
It seems I also have the potential to become Chen Jingqiu in the realm of lust.
He shook his head and first contacted Dr. Li Chaohui from the Dragon Bone Research Institute to confirm the progress of his 50 skeleton archer and 50 skeleton sorcerer units.
Everything's okay? We're definitely win-win.
Just wait for the delivery. Dr. Li's reply was full of confidence, and he even sent a few photos for Su Chen to see.
Sure enough,
after replacing the bionic dragon bone, the skeleton soldiers looked imposing, even exuding an invisible dragon's might, causing the invisible airwaves to blur the photos taken by the doctor's phone.
After
hanging up, Su Chen summoned the little fox and the snake, letting the fox spirit and Medusa play freely in the hotel room.
Both of them could be considered as Su Chen's hatchlings, in a sense making him a
father, so he hoped their brief childhood could be a happy one without being cooped up in the summoning beast space every day. Meanwhile, Su Chen played the role of a parent, keeping an eye on the two summoned creatures to prevent them from touching the hotel appliances or climbing onto the windowsill and falling. While he boredly scrolled through his phone, he discovered that he was trending again.
Surprisingly, the top trending topic was a clip of him mocking Chen Jingqiu.
Edited into a short video, it had a terrifying view count of over 5 million.
The video was posted by Chanxian as a big muscle cutie. Su Chen
initially thought about charging the other party for copyright fees, since the edited content was from his own live stream, but upon seeing the ID, he realized it was done by Chen Chanxian, likely his fan club, helping him promote, so he dropped the idea of charging. He clicked play. Su Chen heard his original mockery, so it turns out that His Excellency Chen Jingqiu's heart is shaped like a durian, with people
standing on every sharp point.
Everyone was quite interested in the gossip about a big figure like the Dragon Slayer, and it was a nationwide interest, unlike those idol trainees, popular actors, and rap singers. No one questioned Chen Jingqiu's heroic achievements in guarding the ghost city of Fengdu, but people had quite a few comments about his numerous offspring and over 100 beautiful confidants.
Men
were envious and resentful, while women regarded him as the biggest scumbag in Manhwa. Su Chen browsed through the highly praised comments and immediately burst into laughter. Chen Jingqiu, the most affectionate
in Fengdu Ghost City, fierce without explanation. Although he has many wives, he never actively abandons them. You could say he's a romantic saint. Alas, Su Chen must have been open to the forbidden door by Chen Jingqiu. Just look at that little expression of his. It's just like what he thought when he looked at the dragon. A real man should be like this. Although Su Chen is mocking, in the blink of And he's entangled with the Chen sisters. Ha, men, I can only say, it's too real. Su Chen, starting from scratch to create a heart shaped like a durian. Su Chen chuckled helplessly, shaking his head. He felt he wasn't Chen Jingqiu, and a normal shape would naturally have 2 sharp points, so that was quite normal. Another highly praised comment asked, why is His Excellency Chen Jingqiu's naming so perfunctory? Chen Mengmeng, Chen Tangtang, Chen Qianqian, Chen Lele, is he biased towards sons? Someone replied in the thread, no, he treats his sons and daughters with the same indifference. His son is Chen Taodao, Chen Mingming, even Chen Hehe. If you have 147 sons and 139 daughters, you should be just as casual, right? Naming is really a headache. Not using a name random generator or directly. Naming the kids Chen Ainyo and Chen Dogdan is already a boundless fatherly love, okay? This can be considered a style. Actually, it should just be for the sake of being memorable, Su Chen thought, pouting. And he couldn't help but criticize the time management master Chen Jingqiu. Meanwhile, on the trending list, the second and third topics were surprisingly also related to Su Chen. The second trending topic was exclusive interview with Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tongtong's mother, Blue Heart Witch Lady Su Lanqin. Su Chen thought for a moment and understood why she had made it to the second spot on the trending list. Clearly, prophecy spells have always been regarded as feudal superstition, and people generally consider them unreliable. However, their mother's crystal ball overturned this impression, bringing forth visions of their savior and the future scene of the shadow evil Dragon King killing Chen Jingqiu and attacking Fengdu Ghost City. People were skeptical, so it became a huge topic of discussion. Su Chen was also very curious, so he opened the video. It featured an elegant middle-aged woman in a qipao, her figure perfectly outlined, embodying the essence of grace, nobility, and classic beauty. Lady Chen Jingqiu has quite exquisite taste, Su Chen smirked, continuing to listen to the host's interview with her. Blue Heart Witch, Lady Su Lanqin, since you chose to focus on family and live in seclusion in Fengdu City, there have been very few legends about you on the internet. Is this pastoral life truly what you desire? The host asked with curiosity. After all, Miss Su Lanqin, you were once such a talented witch, ranking in the top 20 of the 5th tier witch practitioners. Watching Meng Meng and Tang Tang chase around my knees is the happiest time of my life, Su Lanqin said with a kind smile, her brows showing no hint of regret. Moreover, in my former battle group, 4 out of 7 perished on the battlefield. The pain of watching my companions pass away is indescribable. That's why I lost heart and left the abyss battlefield. This has nothing to do with my husband or my family, it's purely a matter of emotional exhaustion. I see, but since your retirement, it seems you have not neglected your research on the prophecy faction. And your achievements are remarkable. However, why haven't you written a few influential academic papers? Our planet needs your knowledge. The host clasped his hands together. Lady Su Lanqin, please do share your findings, we are all willing to pay for them. If many witches could provide early warnings of the future, it would greatly reduce the losses for humanity. Su Lanqin replied softly, I'm sorry, but the answer I give may not be what you want to hear. In fact, the success rate of the prophecy faction is inherently very low. Moreover, even if successful, it is merely Schrodinger's success, belonging to the unknown paradox within a black box, Su Lanqin explained calmly. For example, my prophecy saw that Su Chen is the destined man for Meng Meng and Tang Tang, and he helped them fend off the attack of the shadow evil Dragon King. But this is just the result of the 999th divination. The previous 998 times all pointed to their deaths without exception. Su Lanqin smiled lightly and asked the host, so, what is my divination success rate? 1 in 1,000? Or 999 in 1,000? The host scratched his head, I think it's 100%. Because before your 999th divination, Su Chen was just an ordinary high school student, unknown to anyone. That day, he broke the world record for the Demon Fortress, and surely during that process he accidentally gained some kind of fortuitous encounter, allowing him to interfere with fate, the host analyzed confidently. Su Lanqin shrugged, if it can be interfered with then it means the trajectory of fate is never eternal but rather changes like a woman's heart. In fact, all prophetic results are merely tributaries of the river of fate, just one of the many possibilities of the future. Then why do you tirelessly study prophecy? The host frowned. Su Lanqin replied softly, I'm just an ordinary witch driven by interest. Back in college, I thought the witch's robe was mysterious and elegant, surely attracting high-quality men and gaining many suitors. Host, then why did you later choose to marry the dragon slayer, Sir Chen Jingqiu? The host asked again. Su Lanqin sighed softly, it's all the witches. Occupational hazard. Our intuition is particularly sharp, always able to foresee hidden dangers. Many minor risks can instill a strong sense of crisis in me, so I gradually became very insecure. And Chen Jingqiu is the man who can give me endless security. Only after marrying him can I sleep soundly, unafraid of demons. Living in this era, the only thing that matters is survival, Su Lanqin said seriously. So, even though I have never met Su Chen, I am willing to entrust my precious daughters to him, actively choosing the possibility pointed out in the prophecy that leads to him. Oh, what do you value most about Su Chen? The host wondered. You are one of the 5 decision makers in the Dragon Slayer aristocracy, yet you are willing to marry both of your biological daughters to an unstable internet celebrity. This is truly astonishing and has sparked much discussion. Ha!
The so-called Dragon Slayer aristocracy is merely built upon my husband Chen Jingqiu's absolute power, Su Lanxin said lightly.
Once he encounters problems, the aristocracy will collapse, unworthy of mention. This is the flaw of the professional aristocracy, and those traditional so-called old aristocracies, relying on the powers of politics, business, and military, are even more fragile. They are like water without a source and trees without roots, weak as children walking in a bustling market with gold ingots, easily crushed and enticing. Moreover, Chen Jingqiu has many offspring and
simply cannot have much energy to protect both of them. She shook her head. Parents love their children and must plan for the long term.
I must find a
man who can one day shake the shadow evil Dragon King to entrust them to him. Su Lanxin narrowed her eyes, revealing a secret of the Dragon Clan. The so-called evil dragons have the word evil in their name because they do not follow the basic rules of the Dragon Clan and have committed a heinous
crime, anti-Dragon Clan crime.
They will devour giant dragons, seizing their flesh, dragon bones, and dragon crystals.
And all the awakened ones from the Dragon Slayer family are on their menu. The host was shocked. So, this is the reason why the Shadow Evil Dragon King attacked Fengdu? Because it covets the half-dragon members of the Dragon Slayer family?
That's just one of the reasons, Su Lanxin said lightly.
99% of the reason is that the
Great Rift of the 17th layer of the Abyss, the evil Dragon Kingdom, is located in Fengdu.
Don't forget, when my husband did not yet possess dragon
blood, Fengdu was still frequently attacked by the Shadow Evil Dragon. She was not foolish. She would never attribute the reason for the Shadow Evil Dragon King's attack on the ghost city of Fengdu solely to the covetousness of the Dragon Slayer family. If that were the case, the citizens of Fengdu
might think, if we drive away Chen Jingqiu and all his children, wouldn't Fengdu be peaceful? Wouldn't the sky be clear? I see, what you value most
is the safety of your daughters and Su Chen's future potential, so you placed your bet early. Considering the artifact's favor, the host realized. Su Lanxin, however, slightly curled her lips. No, you guessed completely wrong. It's utterly absurd.
Ah,
the host was stunned.
If it were
just about strength and potential, Su Chen is far from the best choice, Su Lanxin said lightly. Because he is merely a zero-level professional. And even before changing jobs, he has already attracted widespread attention, becoming a thorn in many people's eyes.
Potential is worthless if it cannot ultimately grow.
The curse of fate bestowed upon him by the undead catastrophe crown is not enough to serve as a golden ticket for survival.
Watching
the short video, Su Chen couldn't help but feel curious.
What exactly did his future mother-in-law value about him? Gratitude and repaying kindness
are his best qualities, and they are also the reasons why I am determined to go all in for Su Chen, directly sending both of my precious daughters
to be with him.
Su Lanxin said seriously. If you had investigated his academic journey at Beiliang Academy, his past life, and his recent actions after the outbreak, you would find that he is a good kid who knows how to be grateful and repays kindness.
He believes in the principle of returning a drop of water with a fountain of water.
All the goodwill invested in him can yield tenfold returns. His classmate Song Qingfeng treated him very well during school because Su Chen was extremely poor and often took the initiative to invite him to meals. So later, when Song Qingfeng started live streaming and drew away 20 million viewers from him, Su Chen didn't care at all and even actively granted him the copyright.
That means, even if Song
Qingfeng relied on broadcasting to become Su Chen's second channel, he could earn tens of millions a year.
This is no longer a tenfold return. It might be 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold reward. His alma mater's principal, Jiau, often secretly added money to his meal card
out of pity for his childhood hardships, allowing him to eat better. Later, Su Chen filled in his personal information in the record of the Demon Fortress dungeon with the identity certification of Beiliang Academy. He shared this credit with his alma mater.
As a result, this year Beiliang Academy will receive an additional 30 million funding from Longwei as a reward for their teaching achievements.
In fact, according to the accounts I saw, the money Jiao Renjie secretly added to Su Chen's meals each year was only about 3,000 yuan. Of course, for an ordinary high school student, that was
enough. Wow! The host gasped, shocked. This is another 10,000-fold return. In the future, as Su Chen rises to prominence, Beiliang Academy will receive endless national rewards and donations from all sectors.
If Su Chen advances to a god-level professional, he only needs to attend one
school anniversary, and countless business tycoons and professional big shots will flock to donate money and buildings to Beiliang Academy. The host couldn't help but look at Su Chen with new eyes, no longer seeing him as an ordinary internet celebrity. Exactly, so I decided to go all in with the resources I have before Su Chen becomes successful, ensuring he successfully advances to the 5th tier. And the opportunity for this intervention came quickly. She proudly revealed another secret. Hard work pays off.
Our Dragon Slayer aristocracy's intelligence network received news about the secret
sanctuary a week ago. Su Lanxin chuckled lightly. The Ruoshui family and the Secret Sanctuary are going to hold a high-end matchmaking event for a strong alliance. The candidate from the Ruoshui family is actually the first heir, see Demon Warrior Zhang Kanchang, while the only one of equal status in the Secret Sanctuary is Bu Fian. As someone who loves gossip, I immediately realized Su Chen is about to be abandoned by the Secret Sanctuary. Su Lanxin spoke to the host with enthusiasm, and according to our investigation, after Su Chen broke the record for the Demon Fortress dungeon, many powerful factions approached him with lucrative contracts exceeding 200 million. But Su Chen rejected them all. Perhaps it is because he is grateful for Bu Fian's full recruitment when he was still unknown, seeing her as a mentor and feeling deeply appreciative. Or perhaps it is because a poor boy suddenly receiving the favor of a wealthy young lady at the low point of his life feels flattered and develops affection. Su Lanxin smiled faintly. The greater possibility is that both are true. Just as girls dream of becoming a phoenix after being swept off their feet by a prince, boys also dream of being supported by a rich young lady and reaching the pinnacle of life. She beamed with excitement, then reined in all her smiles, revealing an aggressive posture. This Bu Fian will undoubtedly be a lifelong rival for our Meng Meng and Tang Tang. As a mother, I must take measures to eliminate the rival in advance and secure the affection coming from Su Chen. And this is precisely what I excel at. No one understands palace intrigue better than I do. Su Lanxin snorted coldly, revealing the majestic demeanor of a queen. I have fought in the palace for decades among the more than 100 women of Chen Jingqiu. My heart has long been like a snake and scorpion, with unparalleled schemes. With the assistance of prophetic arts, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Dealing with a naive Bu Fian and her short-sighted, clever mother Wu Mingxi is simply a matter of having them in my grasp. Easily done. Su Chen was instantly dumbfounded. He never expected that Su Lanxin would directly expose the ins and outs of this matter. The host was even more shocked, stammering, Su. Ms. Su, is this something you can say? Aren't you afraid that Su Chen will see our video and develop a dislike for you, thinking you are too despicable, and then vent his anger on Chen Meng Meng and Miss Chen Tang Tang? Su Lanxin disdainfully replied, what I do, though cunning, is a grand strategy. I did indeed scheme against Su Chen, so what? I intend to scheme against him while also having him owe me a favor, and in the future he will treat Meng Meng and Tang Tang as treasures, loving them as if they were his life. The host, Su Lanxin, said lightly, you don't understand men. If it's all false affection, intending to use someone and then kick them aside, a man will naturally be furious at being deceived, leading to cruel revenge, even to the point of killing his wife to prove a point. But Meng Meng and Tang Tang have entered the game, two truly beautiful women, genuinely devoted, not asking for a bride price, and even bringing a huge dowry from the Dragon Slayer clan. What man would care about such deception? They would only feel that the beauty's affection is profound, that someone has been scheming to marry them, and this kind of strategy is simply too adorable. Why have no women ever been willing to pursue me with such heart before? This unique emotional value will be deeply rooted in Su Chen's heart from now on, ensuring their marriage lasts until old age, loving each other for a lifetime. Su Lanxin interlocked her fingers, smiling faintly. Meng Meng and Tang Tang are still too naive. As their mother, I must handle everything for them. Su Chen looked at the short video, unable to help but let out a bitter smile. Yet just as Su Lanxin said, he felt not a shred of resentment, but rather was increasingly flattered, thinking that Meng Meng and Tang Tang were already his treasures, and they had only known each other for 2 days, yet it felt as if they had a bond of many years. The comments on the short video were also shocked by Su Lanxin's words. Wow, what an amazing mother. Poor Su Chen, Chen Tang Tang, and Chen Meng Meng are being toyed with. I wish I could be schemed against like this. Sob. Mom, do you still need a daughter? I can be your good girl. Damn, Su Chen is so young yet can live such a wonderful life, and he has too. And the top comment on the short video was, which? Sorceress. The second top comment was, sorceress? Empress. In the short video, Su Lanxin continued to speak confidently, back to the point. Upon realizing that Wu Mengxi had arranged a blind date with the Ruoshui family, I immediately guessed that she would definitely intervene to make Su Chen leave. Not wanting a toad to covet a swan, this would be the best opportunity for me to act. Oh, why not make a move on Bu Fian? Isn't it the most effective and direct way to prevent her from contacting Su Chen? The host asked in confusion. Su Lanxin smiled gently. It seems you haven't raised a daughter, so you don't understand a girl's thoughts. The host coughed violently, bitterly laughing. As he played along, Miss Su, in just a short interview, I have been deemed as someone who understands neither men nor women. It seems I can only go to the abyss from now on, because I don't understand humanity. Su Lanxin continued. Wu Mingxi doesn't dare to force Bu Fian to cut ties with Su Chen, because at their age, they are particularly prone to rebellion. If Bu Fian were to stop being a good girl and even to rebel against her mother by running off to sleep with Su Chen, turning raw rice into cooked rice, that would be disastrous. If that's the case, it would be a tremendous humiliation for the weak water family, and the two sides would likely turn from friendly to bitter enemies. Additionally, Su Chen's background is something Wu Mingxi can exploit, and her subsequent actions have confirmed my suspicions.
She sighed softly. Su Chen is a poor boy, and he undoubtedly shares the common traits of
boys his age, a strong sense of pride, vulnerability, and sensitivity.
If he is humiliated severely, it will surely ignite his anger, causing Su Chen to emotionally collapse and, in his cowardice and rage, to sever ties with Bu Fian, never to interact with her
again. Therefore, I have deduced the direction of the story. Su Chen will definitely be discarded by the Mystery Sanctuary like a worn-out shoe, and we, the Dragon Slayers clan, will seize the opportunity to invest in this potential stock when he is filled with self-doubt, turning Su Chen, this hidden dragon, into our son-in-law. Su Lanqin declared emphatically, we will use the stark contrast to leave a deep impression on Su Chen, binding him completely to the Dragon Slayers clan. It's just a pity, she sighed. Just a pity?
The host looked at her in confusion. Plans are never as good as changes. That's the interesting part of fate, filled
with randomness.
Su Lanqin smiled wryly. We held back our interest in recruiting and courting Su Chen, wanting to wait until that foolish woman Wu Mingxi had a falling out with him before making our grand entrance, extending an olive branch and offering him far more attention and conditions than the Mystery Sanctuary, creating a sense of contrast.
But you all should know what happened. The night Wu Mingxi made her move.
The host smiled. Wu Mingxi had just completed her poor person humiliation of Su Chen, and before she could revel in it, the undead catastrophe appeared, entrusting the artifact personal world to Su Chen, directly slapping Wu Mingxi in the face and turning her into a blind fool.
Yes, our plans fell through. We never got to see Su Chen hit rock bottom.
Instead, we watched him rise to the top, missing the opportunity to win him over.
Su Lanqin said helplessly, but can you blame me? How could I have predicted the emergence of the artifact? Prophets cannot foresee such high-ranking existences, which is why the prophecy faction is really quite useless. I wouldn't recommend anyone to study it. But you predicted the city-destroying battle of the Shadow Evil Dragon King.
The host shrugged, puzzled. Isn't its rank high enough?
Su Lanqin smiled. The prophecy faction
has a relatively high success rate for divination concerning close relatives.
I didn't foresee the high-ranking Shadow Evil Dragon King. I foresaw the ending of Meng Meng and Tang Tang. It just so happened that in that ending, the Shadow Evil Dragon King and Su Chen appeared, that's all.
Lastly, I want to remind everyone who wants to learn prophecy not to casually switch to witchcraft.
Especially men. This profession, after the 4th tier, will attract the disdain of other witches. Su Lanqin warned with a serious expression. If it's some kind-hearted witches, it might not matter.
But if you happen to run into witches like Lilith, Tiaki, or Castia, they are all extremely conservative abyss lords, firmly believing that the inclusion of men tarnishes the purity of witches.
So, they will subject you to some, The host asked in confusion, will they kill male witches?
No, but it's worse than
that.
Su Lanqin said expressionlessly. In the old days, there was a martial arts manual called the Sunflower Manual. The first page reads, to practice the skill, one must first castrate oneself.
Witches will also offer you a choice. If you want to advance to the 5th tier, please first inject estrogen, and then undergo physical castration. Your orientation will undergo a tiny change from then on.
When you see a muscular man with impressive muscles, the envy and jealousy you originally felt will transform
into a strong, you know what I mean.
If it were me, I would probably stop at the 4th tier and no longer seek to advance.
The host shivered. Sorry, those 3 won't allow that, Su Lanqin snorted coldly. You underestimate the wicked tastes of the witches.
They hide behind the curtain, observing the myriad worlds.
For example, the endless war in the 3rd layer of the abyss is manipulated by the witch Lilith.
Although she is sealed, the strange powers of the witch can still be unleashed.
Could they actually break into my home and turn me into a woman? The host asked with an awkward laugh.
However, there was no smile on Su Lanqin's
face. She said gravely, the power of fate is beyond your imagination.
They might pluck the strings of destiny, disrupting your
normal life trajectory.
For instance, when you're standing next to the toilet to relieve yourself, the ceiling above could collapse,
helping you achieve a physical gender transformation in a rather messy way.
Or, when you're camping in the wild, a hyena might prepare to sneak up on you, but misjudges the direction, bites down, and then scurries off into the depths of the grasslands, leaving you with no chance to find a surgeon to stitch you back up, and you'd have no choice but to join the witch sisterhood.
The host, Su Chen, the audience, the male compatriots couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Su Chen couldn't help but recall an old movie called
The Grim Reaper is Coming, and the witch's actions were indeed quite similar.
But after laughing, he couldn't help but frown
slightly, remembering Su Lanqin's mention of the witch Lilith. It turned out she still had the power to influence the real world and could still manipulate the war in the 3rd layer of the abyss.
This guy is truly terrifying. He immediately decided to
adjust his strategy. He should keep a low profile in the Caesar's Kingdom dungeon and must not kill too ruthlessly, lest he attract
the witch Lilith's attention.
He certainly didn't want to change his name to Su Wujie. Su Chen closed all short videos, tossed his phone aside, and took out a book titled 5 Years of College Entrance Examination, 3 Years of Simulation, flipping through a series of cases about Caesar's Kingdom. Although Caesar's Kingdom changes every year and the dungeon regenerates, some things remain constant, such as the basic attributes of zombie bears, the auxiliary skills of the undead old cat, and the emergency treatment of zombie virus infection, and so on. While Su Chen was focused on studying, Su Lanxin's short video caused a huge uproar, because she indiscreetly exposed the marriage between Bufian of the Mystic Sanctuary and Zhang Kongcheng of the Weak Water family. Normally, marriages between prominent families are quite common. No one would take it seriously. But after Wu Mengxi's outrageous actions, the Mystic Sanctuary parted ways with Su Chen, and now Su Chen had obtained the artifact inheritance, and was entangled with the 2 dragon ladies of the Dragon Slayer clan, making him quite the favored one. Wu Mengxi was labeled as having eyes but failing to see, and internet users were indeed quite bored. Now, a once high-ranking figure had become the butt of everyone's jokes, and many netizens couldn't help but make snide remarks, anonymously mocking her. With Wu Mengxi's reputation in tatters, she could only endure, swallowing her bitterness. However, after Su Lanxin's revelation, the Weak Water family also faced ridicule. Many netizens were asking, who is Zhao Kongcheng? How could he possibly cuckold Su Chen? He must have at least 2 artifacts on him, right? Could he be a top-tier hidden profession? After the netizens investigated, they discovered Zhao Kongcheng was actually taking the college entrance examination this year. Now, a brand new topic was born, Su Chen vs. Zhao Kongcheng's college entrance examination showdown. Betting begins. Wu Mengxi once looked down on our Su Chen Gigi, believing that Zhao Kongcheng was far superior to him. So, Zhao Kongcheng must be able to seize this year's national college entrance examination top spot, right? No way, no way. Zhao Kongcheng can't possibly have worse exam results than Su Chen, right? The online bullying came too fiercely. It completely enraged the young master of the Weak Water family, who had been pampered since childhood. As night fell, Jiao Muyu, Chen Mengmeng, and Chen Tangtang returned from shopping, already having formed a close friendship. Indeed, shopping is the strongest catalyst for women's socializing. Bang bang bang, the cute girl makes her dazzling entrance. Chen Mengmeng dumped a pile of supplies from her backpack onto the ground, smiling brightly as she introduced antivirus masks for the Ashen season in Caesar's Kingdom, and a preventive serum that can resist the zombie virus from the 3rd layer of the abyss, plus cat treats and catnip to please the undead old cat. Su Chen exclaimed, that's quite comprehensive. But will the undead old cat, as the overlord of the corpse nest, really like these little cat toys? An overlord is still a cat. Chen Mengmeng chuckled lightly, trust me, it will definitely work. Chen Tangtang then revealed the source of the information. This is recorded in the intelligence network of the Dragon Slayer clan. Maintaining good relations with allies is also key to clearing dungeons. Thank you, Su Chen sincerely remarked. Indeed, it's good to have a big tree to provide shade. With the intelligence from your family, this trip to conquer Caesar's Kingdom should go much smoother. Go for it. We're all waiting for you to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. A serious expression appeared on Chen Mengmeng's face. As far as we know, the top 10 and top 100 in each college entrance examination will receive special rewards, especially the top 10, who will receive a piece of dark gold equipment. Su Chen's expression changed slightly as he nodded. Then I will do my best. Moreover, my miraculous repair task is to clear the nightmare difficulty of Caesar's Kingdom solo, which is a hard requirement that must be accomplished. If it's Su Chen Gage personally taking action, clearing it shouldn't be difficult. Chen Tangtang pursed her lips and provided another piece of information. But to stand out in the college entrance examination, the most important thing is still the completion rate. If you can keep the NPCs in the dungeon alive as much as possible, reduce the undead old cats' injuries, and conquer many important zombie factories, etc., it will all increase the completion rate. What was the passing score for the college entrance examination in previous years? Su Chen glanced at his agent. The first tier line is a 79% completion rate, with a passing evaluation of A or above. Jiao Muyu recounted, clearly having done thorough research, and the standard for the top 100 candidates is a completion rate of over 101%, with an evaluation higher than S grade. Last year's top scorer had a terrifying completion rate of 244%, with a dungeon clearance evaluation of SSS grade. Su Chen was taken aback. Such a high completion rate, how did he achieve that? Did he uncover many side quests in the dungeon? Exactly, Jiao Muyu explained. In detail, last year, the rotating dungeon was Demon Hunter. That top scorer fed himself to the demons, deliberately getting captured at a key plot point in the dungeon, and then was placed on the dining table of the vampire lords, where he was shared among them. But he had already consumed a lethal, holy venom, so when he was half devoured, the venom erupted, severely injuring the high-level NPCs in the dungeon. Then, he led the Demon Hunter team, running around hunting a large number of low-level vampires, crazily increasing the completion rate, almost wiping out half of the enemies, thus achieving a completion rate of 244%. Jiau sighed, what a ruthless person. He was elegantly cut into pieces by those vampires with napkins tied around their necks. Savoring the taste, which was comparable to the torture of slow slicing, the dungeon's monitor kept reminding him, the pain had exceeded the threshold and there was a risk of life-threatening danger, yet he still resolutely refused to exit the dungeon. In the end, both his parents and the school were determined, insisting that he continue the exam, even signing a death waiver. Even if he really died, the state and the school would bear no responsibility and the insurance company would not compensate him. Jiau sighed, high risk, high reward, his title of top scholar is well deserved. Chen frowned, this is simply gambling. With his life, it's too crazy. But he has already been half devoured, how is he still alive? Moreover, he can still fight afterward? Is his recovery ability really that astonishing? That's also his cleverness, Jiau said lightly. He completed the vampire's embrace in the dungeon and changed his class to the vampire-exclusive profession, Night Hunter. So, with his newly gained resilient vitality, he regrew half of his body within 24 hours. The sacrifice is truly great. It seems he is determined to earn the reward for being the top scholar in the college entrance examination. Chen couldn't help but exclaim, isn't it inhumane? Can the cost not be high? Transforming into a vampire is equivalent to abandoning his human identity, becoming a true minority. Even if he can change to the vampire-exclusive profession Night Hunter, it is still a loss. Just the sunlight curse that vampires must endure means that this top scholar will find it difficult to walk under the sun in the future, losing the greatest advantage of humanity, balance and versatility. It also means that he will be forever estranged from those sunny dungeons, only able to venture out at night. And at least 80% of dungeons for humans have their stories occurring during the day, not at night. While they were studying the content of the college entrance examination, Jiau suddenly furrowed her brows, angrily saying, is he deliberately looking for trouble? This jerk can actually say such unpleasant things, tarnishing your honor. What happened? Chen frowned, leaning over to look at Jiau's phone. There it was, glaringly at the top of the trending search list. Big news, see Demon Warrior Lord challenges the heir of the undead catastrophe. Hey, isn't that Jiao Kong? Chang? Chen Meng pouted, the Sea Demon Warrior Lord is an advanced class of the hidden profession Sea Demon Warrior, a higher existence. And in the weak water family, the only lord currently is the exceptionally talented Jiao Kong Chang. I have no grievances with him, why is he challenging me? Chen was particularly confused, besides, how come I didn't know he challenged me? Has he contacted us? Never, Jiau snorted coldly, he is acting unilaterally, deliberately forcing you to accept the challenge. Damn it, this will interfere with your miraculous repair task. At this critical moment, I advise you not to pay attention to him. There is nothing more important in this world than repairing the artifact and restoring the world in your pocket to its complete form. But I saw you were clearly very angry just now. Chen frowned, what exactly did he say? Jiau suddenly stammered. Chen Meng and Chen Tang exchanged glances and quickly opened their phones. Soon, they were also extremely angry, their delicate faces ablaze with fury. Chen had already realized the severity of the situation and decided to take a look himself. Seeing this, Jiau could only smile bitterly. Don't look, let me explain it to you a bit. And oh, since he is provoking me, I must read every word, he said carefully. Chen expressionlessly began to read Jiao Kongcheng's challenge letter aloud. Chen, you, a lowly person who has lived half your life at the bottom of society, relying on sheer luck to become a nouveau riche, yet still fundamentally ignorant, dare to covet my buffet yen? She was destined from birth not to marry a bloodless trash like you. How dare you entertain such wild fantasies about her? Truly ignorant. I'll remind you one more time. She is my woman. Keep your distance from her in the future and delete all your contact information with her. Don't dream of climbing up the social ladder. Understand? I heard that you even hired trolls to slander Aunt Wu Mingxi. What a despicable country. Bumpkin. The lower class is indeed like mad dogs, with no tolerance whatsoever, utterly contemptible. She merely informed you of a simple truth, clearly stating the gap between you and the sacred hall of mysteries, nothing more. Generally speaking, it should be your parents teaching you these basic principles of life. Oh, sorry, I forgot you're an orphan. Hee, just kidding. I can say it plainly, your contemptible nature deserves your suffering. As for Aunt Wu Mingxi, who tried to guide you, not only do you feel no gratitude, but you even dared to use the dead soul of the undead catastrophe to slap her in the face and humiliate her. Do you really think a dead person can protect you for a lifetime? Do you think a curse of fate can let you live in peace forever? How ridiculous. Even the former undead catastrophe, since it is dead, has no combat power. I can openly say that the undead catastrophe is a pile of dog shit. What can it do to me? Can it crawl out of its coffin and beat me? Chen's face had darkened like water by this point. He was slandering the undead catastrophe and attacking a hero who once guarded the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, igniting the anger of countless citizens. But unfortunately, he was the future helmsman of the Weakwater family, backed by a powerful family, and even if everyone pointed fingers and cursed at him, he remained unfazed. The Weakwater family was also a legendary family of 6th-tier professionals, not inferior to the Dragon Slayers clan. Moreover, they had long since severed ties, with mutual animosity.
This Jiao Kongcheng is truly the epitome of foul-mouthness, with no attempt to
hide his low quality, Jiao Muyu said indignantly. To slander the undead catastrophe like that, I think we can take him to court.
For insulting a martyr.
Su Chen shook his head, but the undead catastrophe is not dead, it is merely lost in the 99th layer of the abyss.
How can a living person be considered a martyr? How infuriating.
Jiao Kongcheng knows this, which is why he is
so reckless in his insults. He fears neither crime nor retaliation from the undead catastrophe. He is truly a pure villain.
At such a young age, he is already so arrogant and ignorant of the world, it's infuriating.
Jiao Muyu finally understood why many
literary works portray rich second-generation individuals as villains. When these rich kids abandon shame and discard their bottom line, the destruction they can cause and the venom of their words far exceed that of ordinary people.
Chen Mengmeng also snorted
coldly. Everyone knows that the hope of the undead catastrophe returning from the 99th layer of the abyss is extremely slim,
almost zero.
So this guy doesn't care about his threats, instead he wants to use them to step on you. Chen Tang added, the Weakwater family and our Dragon Slayers clan have had a strained relationship for a long time. Moreover, we mutually deter each other, maintaining strict neutrality to prevent conflicts.
But regarding your provocation and insults, I'm afraid. Su Chen
chuckled silently. Yes, strictly speaking, we have no relationship. I don't belong to the Dragon Slayers clan. So he is precisely targeting this point, deliberately going after me. This Jiao Kongcheng is truly cunning.
He continued reading. Indeed, there
was a section about the Dragon Slayers clan, but every word was not aimed at them. Instead, it was still mocking himself. Su Chen, you don't really think the Dragon Slayers would look up to a small-town test-taker like you, do you?
Even if you are a top
student, even if you are excellent, you are still destined to be our servant for life.
Do you think studying is your way up? TSK.
But the limit of your ascent is merely to serve us like cattle and horses.
I can tell you straight up. Do you really think the Dragon Slayer clan is recruiting you?
Ha, the prophecy faction excels at finding disaster bearers, which is the art of the
scapegoat.
Recently, there has been significant progress in global research on the gate of the deceptive nation.
Deception and
ghosts, TSK. You must have come into contact with the gate of the deceptive nation. Your future is intricately entangled with
this mysterious dungeon, right?
So, that wretched Su Lanqing saw you in the river of fate, wanting to use you to extend the lives
of Chen Tang and Chen Mengmeng. Poor thing, facing death yet unaware. Su Chen's pupils began to constrict violently.
The speaker had intent. The listener was also attentive. The gate of the deceptive nation was indeed the dungeon he had to explore. In the future, when he made a contract with Mayor Chen Xuani, and this matter was top secret, known only to a few trustworthy individuals, making it impossible for any leaks.
But how did Jiao Kongcheng know? He's slandering my mom. Chen Mengmeng angrily
shook Su Chen's arm. Brother Su Chen, you mustn't believe his nonsense. This guy is insidious and cunning. He's been full of bad intentions since childhood.
MMHM.
Chen Tang also pressed her lips together, her sparkling eyes fixed on Su Chen.
Su Chen smiled faintly. He certainly couldn't be swayed by the enemy's words.
Su Lanqing might not have good intentions, but Jiao Kongcheng
was definitely full of malice.
And in the challenge letter, Jiao Kongcheng's words were piercing. Although I don't know much about your private life, based on my years of understanding of the Dragon Slayer clan, you will likely never obtain the complete bodies of Chen Mengmeng and Chen
Tang.
After all, with the perfect reason of awakening dragon blood, they can always refuse to share a bed with you.
Poha, you really are
the perfect image of a turtle man, toyed with by the Dragon Slayer family, turned into a disaster shield by two green tea dragon girls, yet still
eagerly hoping to marry into a wealthy family and become Chen Jingqiu's son-in-law. Wake up, fool. Take a look at yourself in the mirror. Why would two dragon girls suddenly cling to you, devoted to you? Are you not the least bit suspicious while immersed in the beautiful dreams others have woven for you? One must have self-awareness. Don't you think this whole situation is utterly absurd? Su Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought.
He had to admit that Jiao Kongcheng was a master at manipulating people's hearts, exceptionally skilled at sowing discord. Every word from this person could be considered venomous.
Jiao Kongcheng's slander has revealed its flaws. Chen Mengmeng suddenly showed a bright smile.
Su Chen was taken aback, looking in astonishment at Chen Tang and Chen Mengmeng, because it wasn't a sudden attachment at all, but a continuous search for 20 years. Chen Mengmeng smiled gently, looking at Su Chen with happiness. From the day we were born, our mother spent 630 million worth of materials to create the magic mirror divination to pierce through the fog of fate.
There's evidence. Chen
Tang opened the pendant on her chest, revealing a stack of IOUs, the bottom one clearly stating, Meng, Tang, at the age of 0 years. And one day, Omom 630 million for the magic mirror divination to help you eliminate future disasters. Must be repaid before the age of 40. Note, adjusted for currency inflation, recalculated according to the general equivalent of gold, with more paid back for less owed, Chen. He saw 2 tiny fingerprints below, presumably pressed by the 2 sisters in their swaddles. Later, there were a total of 998 divinations, all pointing to death. Chen Mengmeng smiled lightly, but during this time, the reason our mother continued with the divinations was that we sisters found a glimmer of hope in our prophetic dreams.
Prophetic dreams? Chen asked in surprise, you can actually do that?
Of course, we have the bloodline of witches, after all.
Chen Mengmeng said nonchalantly, moreover, the dragon bloodline will enhance our inspiration.
She gazed deeply at Chen. In the precognitive dream, the figure we saw perfectly overlaps with the silhouette I saw when I first met you. At that moment, I completely trusted my mother's divination. Chen Tangtang then pulled out a childhood pencil drawing from the stack of notes, and the drawing clearly depicted Chen's back, perfectly replicated. This. Chen's expression was complex. The things related to the prophecy faction were truly beyond comprehension. But this perfectly explained why they had so easily accepted him. After all, he was the destined person who had appeared in her precognitive dreams since childhood, perfectly aligning with a girl's romantic sentiments. Even if Su Lanxin was a witch, it was impossible for her to have started planning 20 years ago, especially since he hadn't yet crossed over to this world at that time. He smiled, all his worries dissipating, and continued reading Jiao Conqing's challenge. Chen, since we are both senior high school students, let's participate in the trials of Caesar's Kingdom at the same level. How about we wager our college entrance exam rewards to prove to Miss Bufian who the truly outstanding man is? Beauty. Only the strong deserve to possess. Don't be cowardly, turtle man fooled by the evil dragon. You were so ordinary yet so confident. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Chen scratched his head, smiling brightly. Oh, another treasure boy. He must not know how powerful I am now. This kid is bound to lose. Since he wants to give me the college entrance exam rewards, I will graciously accept. He had obtained the class change to Soul Priest, acquired a Hydra Lich, and bought a bunch of alchemical bombs. Plus he was about to transform with 100 dragon skeleton soldiers. His strength compared to the last livestream could only be described with words like explosive, growth, soaring, and a little cow accidentally wandering into a bullpen. What a disaster. However, Jiao, Chen Mengmeng, and Chen Tangtang all looked at him very seriously, reminding him earnestly, you must think carefully, because in the history of the weak water family there have been 3 top scorers in the college entrance exam, all of whom were in the Caesar's Kingdom instance. Chen's expression changed slightly. Such a thing actually exists? Yes, because the Sea Demon Warrior Lord class has a huge natural advantage in the Caesar's Kingdom instance. And this is the fundamental reason he dares to challenge you, Jiao said. Gravely, when I analyzed the performances of past top scorers in the college entrance exam instances, I reviewed the performances of those 2 top scorers from the weak water family. It was indeed an advantage akin to cheating. Oh, no wonder you are my agent, a 10% raise. Chen sighed. Jiao shot him a glance, only 10%, stingy boss. The Sea Demon Warrior class is meaningless in the Caesar's Kingdom instance, otherwise, there wouldn't only be 2 top scorers, they would probably sweep all the top scores over the years. The truly effective one is the Lord. Chen Mengmeng suddenly realized, could it be that with the identity of the Sea Demon Warrior Lord, Jiao Conqing can control the NPCs in Caesar's Kingdom? Wow, that means he essentially has an army, much better than the summoners who form an army one by one. Not just an army. Jiao sighed, but he can directly suppress one of the top 10 zombie legions in the Corpse Nest, the Naga zombie clan, based on his bloodline. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. The Naga zombie clan ranked among the top 3 in the 10 legions. They could operate both on land and sea, making them extremely agile. Moreover, the key is that the troop configuration is quite complete. The Naga Royal Guard is an elite unit, robust and powerful, serving as both a meat shield and a strong melee damage dealer. Truly versatile, the Naga Siren can play the Song of Tidal Enchantment, inspiring allied soldiers while lulling enemy soldiers to sleep, making it a formidable support. The Naga Fallen Ancient Tree is a branch of the Elven War Tree, possessing 2 powerful ranged abilities, Stone Throw and Exploding Durian Fruit. No wonder they could become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. It's just too much cheating, Chen said with a bitter smile. Then, without hesitation, he posted on Weibo, agreed. Immediately apply for a notarization of the professional system to prevent anyone from going back on their word later. Jiao, question mark. Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang, question mark. All the friends who knew about the weak water family's college entrance examination results, question mark. But before they could react, suddenly, an urgent notification appeared on everyone's job transfer panel. In every corner of the world, all professionals felt a chill in their hearts, their moods heavy, for it was a black notification, which meant an obituary. There must be a powerful professional with heroic level contributions who had fallen,
Everyone instinctively opened the notification and saw an orange cat on the Iron Throne, its body severed, eyes turned into bloody pits, right arm reduced to mush, and half of its face bearing zombie bite marks. The undying old cat, king of the resistance army in the third layer of the abyss. Its life flickered like a candle in the wind. I'm sorry, all free fighters. I have come to an end. The undying old cat's voice was flat, like an elder reflecting on a life full of hardships. In this life, I have fought 100 battles without retreat, battling to the death, dedicating everything to the great cause of resisting the zombie legion and leading the fuzzy people in the pursuit of freedom and liberation. I especially thank you, the otherworldly professionals from the Dragon Kingdom. Without your support, our weak fuzzy people army would have long been infected by the zombies, becoming the playthings of the witch Lilith. But I still have one last request, comrades, help us. The face of the undying old cat, Caesar, was filled with hot tears. Our fuzzy people's resistance army has been betrayed by traitors and is under siege by the zombie bear legion and the living core in the Bran Valley of Block 2073 in the Third Abyss. The defeat is like a mountain collapsing. The fuzzy people are at their end. In order to preserve the spark of resistance and escort the children of the fuzzy people to retreat, I will ignite the fire of the soul, holding off the enemy here until death. Thank you for the final means granted to me by the Dragon Kingdom, allowing me to send you this soul projection in my dying moments. Please immediately dispatch troops through the portal numbered 0043 to support the last base of the resistance, anchor of the apocalypse. This is as crucial to your blue star world as it is to us, because our common enemy, the Abyss Lord, Ogre, Adif, the spiral of life and death, is the mastermind behind this raid on the fuzzy people's resistance army. His goal must be to seize the portal leading to the heart of your blue star world, located in our anchor of the apocalypse base. As soon as these words were spoken, all the people from the Dragon Kingdom who saw the notification changed their expressions drastically. The Ogre is the public enemy of the human world. All nations, all skin colors, and all ethnicities of human professionals hate him to the core. Countless powerful humans have plotted assassinations against him. Every year, there are 6th-tier professionals who fall under his hands, either actively hunted or killed in retaliation after failed assassination attempts. Adif, the spiral of life and death, is his name, and the latter part refers to his powers in the abyss. He is the Abyss Lord seated on the spiral of life and death holy seat, at the peak of the 100th layer of the abyss. He governs life and guards death. His penchant is to eat people, especially fresh and powerful ones. So the ogre would take the initiative to hunt down the newly risen talents of the human race and invade the city's hospitals, treating the human cubs as little desserts before the great battle. Truly a madness beyond comprehension. Bang bang bang, woo woo. From the capital of the Dragon Kingdom to its borders, the war drums sounded once more, the smoke of battle ignited again, and all air raid alarms blared simultaneously. This was a sign that the Dragon Kingdom had entered a crisis level of combat readiness, meaning all professionals would stop their vacations, ready to fight at a moment's notice, prepared to step into the portal for battle. All professionals above level 4 had to suspend their dungeon adventures and return from other worlds, ready to face the abyss in a fight to the death. The war machine of the Dragon Kingdom was once again set in motion amidst the passionate battle songs. The vast industrial capacity began to operate at full speed, providing the professionals with military rations, compressed sleeping bags, emergency medicines, and more. And the last words spoken by the undead old cat sent all the fresh graduates into a frenzy. I, the Zombie Cat King, Caesar, will also seek refuge in your world after my soul fire burns out. I will use the Kigali life gem to ignite the phoenix blood within me, reborn as a level 1 ordinary zombie cat in your human world. At that time, according to my agreement with the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, I will be an appendage to your top scorer in the college entrance examination, accompanying him as he grows, sharing the fire of life and the light of the soul with him. If he disagrees, I will seek out the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th place, and so on. When I step back onto the path of divinity, I will leave Blue Star and the Dragon Kingdom, returning to the 3rd layer of the abyss to become a soldier of the resistance once more. We will meet again in our next Meow life. Undead old cat, for the last time, I present myself. Chen excitedly slapped his leg, suddenly standing up, flames blazing in his eyes. To put it plainly, undead old cat will voluntarily become the spirit pet of this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. This is truly the first luxurious prize since the establishment of the professional entrance examination. Jiau said enviously, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. Chen, if you really become the top scorer, the first god-level summon will be born among all your summons. Even if undead old cat is only in its cub form, it will at least possess demigod-level qualifications. The agent was so excited she almost screamed, jumping up and down. We're going to get rich. First, you have a divine artifact, then a divine pet, and in the future, you'll be able to walk sideways in the Dragon Kingdom, even globally. Chen Meng Meng and Chen Tang Tang exchanged worried glances. But, the hidden danger of Zheng Concheng, it's fine. Chen smiled lightly. I just applied for notarization and signed a betting agreement with Zheng Concheng. Let this Caesar's country dungeon show the entire Dragon Kingdom who is the hidden dragon and who is the one pretending to be powerful. Okay. I'm heading back to Bailiang City right away. I can't delay any longer.
He took a deep breath and bid farewell to the dragon slayers. Sisters, I need to level up from 17 to 20 immediately, then prepare for my job change, raising all my combat power to its peak before the college entrance examination.
I'm sorry I can't accompany you. MHM, good luck.
They understood well that the college entrance examination was the most important matter for professionals, surpassing any personal affairs.
If love can last long, why worry about morning and evening? Besides, we also want to go back and speed up our awakening.
Chen Mengmeng smiled, biting her lip. My sister and I have agreed to go to the dragon cave for seclusion, striving to complete our awakening as soon as possible.
Alright, the
journey is long. We will meet again when we reach the second tier, and then we will form a battle group to sweep through dungeons and fight in the abyss together.
Su Chen wasted no time and went straight to the airport to book a flight.
The little conflict between him and Jiang Kongcheng, along with their bet, had already been forgotten by the public, because the ogre had come. This was a matter that concerned the survival of everyone.
In times
of peace, everyone indulges in entertainment to the point of death, focusing on celebrities, idolizing internet influencers, enjoying live streaming competitions, and scrolling through short videos.
But when war comes,
in moments where life and death are truly at stake, all public opinion will be uniformly controlled, strictly preventing the betrayal of humanity by the followers of the abyss and the counteroffensive of pessimists on the
high ground of public opinion.
All strength and all will are united in pointing towards the same goal, to defeat the abyss.
Su Chen even temporarily set aside the skeleton soldiers stored at the Dragon Bone Research Institute, instructing Dr. Li Chaohui to directly express mail them to himself after the modifications were complete. Caesar, that is the renowned leader of the Abyss's third layer resistance, a truly god-level being. It was reborn from the embers, enough to drive all summoners in the world into a frenzy. Moreover, even those who are not summoners can possess a contracted spirit pet, just without the professional skill bonuses of a summoner. On the flight home,
Jiao Muyu looked at him with some surprise. You seem to care particularly about the immortal old cat. It's almost unprecedentedly serious. Since we got the news, until we packed our bags, headed to the airport, and boarded the plane, you haven't even relaxed.
Why? Su Chen revealed his serious
expression and said solemnly, because it is the first commander-type summoning I have encountered in my life. Caesar can command a group of scattered soldiers to fight fiercely under the 10 legions of the witch Lilith in the Abyss's third layer, a true military sage. This immortal old cat's historical status in the Yi Corp's nest is akin to that of military sage Sun Wu and military immortal Han Xian in the history of our dragon kingdom. At the very least, it is on par with the likes of Gaguzi and Zhuge Wuho. He said seriously to Jiao Muyu, I possess the artifact, portable world, and if I can restore it, in the future, it means I can gradually accumulate tens of thousands of summoned beings.
The so-called one person becomes an army, is a fully capable summoning legion.
So I need a summoning commander who has experienced great storms and possesses strong coordination abilities.
Su Chen shook his head.
As far as I know, since humanity transitioned from the old era into the era of universal job changes, the number of commander-type summons has never exceeded a
handful.
I see, what you value is its ability to command large legions in battle. Jiao Muyu realized, feeling a shock in her heart, secretly thinking, Su Chen is making a long-term investment. He clearly has great confidence in his future, which is why he places such importance on commander-type summons. Su Chen crossed his fingers, gazing thoughtfully at the airplane seat. This upcoming college entrance examination is likely to become a battlefield for many significant figures, and it cannot possibly be just a solo act between myself and Jiang Kongcheng. Even, to ensure the capture of the immortal old cat, many people might take risks and attempt to assassinate me and Jiang Kongcheng.
A god-level summoning is simply too attractive. So, I really need to return to Beiliang City immediately, staying under the protection of Mayor Chen Xuani and Principal Zhao Renjie. Su Chen stretched lazily, smiling faintly, to avoid someone taking risks out of coveting a god-level summoning.
Jiao Muyu wholeheartedly agreed. I've been wanting to bring this up for a long time.
Fengdu Ghost City is simply not safe. Because the Dragon Slayer is really too busy. Who has the leisure to look after you? It's best to return to Beiliang
City, where we know the roots in the background, and Mayor Chen Xuani is a genuine sword saint of wind slashing, not inferior to Chen Jingqiu.
Most importantly, he is clear-minded and ascetic, diligently patrolling every day to prevent any abyssal forces from invading Beiliang City. Su Chen smiled. After
all, Beiliang City is selected as one of the top 10 cities with the best public security in the Dragon Kingdom every year.
After that, Su Chen put on an eye mask and enjoyed a pleasant rest on the plane until they arrived in Beiliang City.
As soon as he got off the plane, he saw a large group of returning
professionals. Someone howled, humanity will definitely defeat the abyss. Victory! 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 All the professionals shouted with iron-blooded fervor.
And at the same time, they witnessed a scene. On the landmark building of Beiliang City, the towering 199-story twin sword tower, a scarlet portal suddenly appeared. Mayor Qin Xian rode the wind with his sword, carrying a neon sign suspended above the portal.
Power on, light up. A line of explanatory text.
immediately emerged. Volunteers, please proceed here to the third level of the abyss to participate in the anti-demon aid war.
Next, there were more
restrictions. Only those who had reached the second-tier profession were allowed to proceed. Lower-tier professionals should continue to work hard to level up. The Dragon Kingdom's official would provide an antivirus serum, but it was said that the new zombie virus had mutated, so participants' toxin resistance
must exceed 60 points, otherwise they could easily be turned into zombies by the enemy and become reinforcements for the opposing army. Su Chen murmured.
Second tier, and with toxin resistance above 60 points, the conditions are quite harsh.
Yeah, after all, it's a battle in another world, and there will be adaptation issues.
This falls under the category of dimensional warfare, and the corpse nest is also a heavyweight ally of our Dragon Kingdom.
Jiau Mu Yu.
Sighed lightly, many special rare materials produced there are completely unavailable on our planet.
If we rely solely on drops from dungeons, it won't meet production needs. In other words, even from a profit perspective, we cannot afford to lose the anchor of the apocalypse base. It is closely related to the interests of our blue star and all of humanity. Su Chen nodded. I'll go level up first. The college entrance examination is approaching, and I need to try to get Medusa to level 20.
Well, I've already helped you purchase your class change item, Jiau Mu Yu said with a bright smile. It should have been mailed to our safe house by now.
Let's go back and take a look.
They took a taxi, racing back to the safe house.
Sure enough, a crystal clear blank class change crystal lay quietly in their mailbox. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, which courier company is this? They are too careless. A blank crystal worth 30 million just casually tossed here. What if it goes missing?
There wasn't even a signature. Trying to claim compensation later would probably cost a fortune. Jiau Mu Yu smiled lightly. I disguised this item as an ordinary object, keeping it hidden from all the couriers.
This is a high-end operation by me.
Learn from it, little brother.
Ha!
A blank class change crystal is too easily influenced. Jiau Mu Yu explained seriously. If someone with ill intentions
tries to tamper with it, they could input information into the blank crystal. In that case, there's a slight chance that when you change classes in the future, there could be hidden dangers. For example, she raised a fair finger. If someone inputs elite, then your summoning system won't be able to follow the path of skeleton sea or zombie tide, but will lean towards growth-type skeletons or mutated zombies, sacrificing quantity for quality. Su Chen nodded. I see. So how do you ensure it remains unaffected?
What if someone powerful finds out your identity and swaps it out just to plant a hidden
danger for me?
Jiau Mu Yu put her hands on her hips and snorted. One of my close friends is a hacker. She helped me anonymously purchase it from the black market using an untraceable black card with a markup of 2 million and a commission of 2 million.
If this can still be monitored, then I'm out of options. Anyway, this is the best I can do. You can take it or leave it.
Alright, thank you, our well-connected agent senior sister. Su Chen chuckled. Why are you
getting angry?
By the way, do you have any suggestions for my class change crystal? He asked.
Jiau Mu Yu rolled her eyes. How would I know? Only the most
powerful prodigies in the world will have the confidence to use this when they are dissatisfied with the existing hidden professions.
Using a blank class transfer crystal means forging a unique new path within the entire professional system, creating a brand new profession that has never existed before. The difficulty is unimaginable.
Su Chen laughed heartily. I am already a one-of-a-kind summoner, so I must walk my own unique path.
Look at my summons. All existing summoner professions are simply not suited for them.
Monkey Brother is currently weak, having mutated from a sea-level macaque, which is why he is regarded as a beast on the professional panel.
But what about the future? In the state of the law of heaven and earth, the great sage, black myth, Wukong, who can battle gods and Buddhas, is he still an ignorant beast? He is neither an undead creature, nor a natural being, nor a dragon, nor an elf, but a fantastical creation from another world, even not belonging to the category of mythical creatures. Because in this world, there is no myth about him at all. No summoner profession can provide him with any enhancements.
If the summoner and the summon cannot complement each other, it means that Wukong's strength can only rely on itself, which would be a huge loss, wasting many skill enhancements that come from the summoner. For example, the Necromancer has a 100% enhancement for all its summoned creatures with the aura of the King of the Undead. For instance, the Beast King provides a 50% attack speed enhancement for all beasts with Heart of the Wild, and a 50% life enhancement with Soul of the Beast. Therefore, Su Chen must carve out a path of his own, embracing all his summons for enhancement. He took a deep breath, placed his hand on the blank crystal, and said to the professional panel, activate the class transfer crystal and record me, Su Chen. Ding! Blank class transfer crystal activated. Now recording all of the illustrious achievements and career. Direction of the user, Su Chen, to customize an exclusive profession for you. Please remember, to create a brand new profession, you need to fulfill 2 conditions. The first is extraordinary achievements, for only when your merits are recognized by the will of the planet will you have the opportunity to forge an exclusive profession. The will of the planet does not serve the mediocre. Exclusive professions are a privilege reserved for heroes. The second is
as many practical combat cases as possible. The will of the planet will analyze your combat methods, techniques, and summons, etc., to tailor an exclusive profession for you. Chen nodded, instantly understanding the meaning. The will of the planet creating an exclusive profession is like a tailor fitting a suit. For you, your merits are the payment, and practical combat cases are the fitting process, both of which are indispensable. Ding! Achievements recorded. First entry, Chen broke the record for the Demon Fortress dungeon, gaining global attention, with the merit record titled Surpassing Mediocrity. Second entry, Chen bravely took on the task of repairing the artifact, becoming a thorn in the side of the evil beings from another dimension, with the merit record titled Inheriting the Flame. Based on these two entries, the will of the planet is watching you. Chen was taken aback, instantly sensing, as if a huge, clear, and gently smiling eye was casting a glance at him from the void. A grand, magnificent, and vast voice resonated in every cell of his brain. Hello, summoner who has surpassed mediocrity and inherited the flame, are you willing to transfer to Demon Lord or Holy Sword Summoner? Both of these professions are hidden professions, with the value of their profession cards exceeding 100 million, making them quite valuable. Chen had memorized the abilities of these professions in the high school hidden profession directory. The so-called Demon Lord, as the name suggests, is someone who can transform the demons from the abyss into their own summons. This is quite powerful, allowing them to grow stronger in the face of abyssal invasions, continuously converting the enemy's forces into their own. It is a top-tier profession that is highly sought after in the war between humans and demons. On the other hand, the Holy Sword Summoner is a true tycoon, a summoner profession that can only be obtained through a special class change. Perhaps even being a tycoon is not enough. Only a divine tycoon can truly unleash the characteristics of this profession. A Holy Sword Summoner can summon projections of holy swords, divine swords, and demon swords from various worlds to their side, unleashing the skills that come with them against enemies. The prerequisite for summoning is to obtain the coordinates and recognition of that sword. Of course, it is best to directly possess them, because after gaining recognition, one can only summon once every period of time. But once possessed, one can wield infinite swords, infinite summons, infinite slaughters. With a mere gesture, a grand array of holy swords descends. Thus, Chen calmly said, I refuse. Please continue to record, Your Excellency the Planetary will, and continue to customize. Then please continue to build your achievements and fight fiercely. The planetary consciousness left behind a mechanical statement devoid of emotion and vanished. Chen let out a long breath, realizing he was drenched in sweat, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. Is this the glimpse of the planetary will? It's terrifying. He sighed as he looked at Jiau, bitterly smiling. Just a single benevolent glance, and I felt like my head was about to explode. Its status is too high, it's simply beyond what a mortal can bear. A speck of dust from an era, when it falls on a mortal, becomes the weight of a mountain. A glimpse from the planetary will and the demon army can form a death spell check for the weak, as cruel as annihilation. Jiau sighed deeply, so, strive to embark on the path to divinity. Now, you should be able to realize your insignificance. Chen sighed and fell silent. You have two achievements. One is breaking a record, and the other is crafting a divine artifact. You should have some good choices, right? Come on, tell me. Jiau, quite curious, pressed on. Chen then spoke about the two professions, Demon Lord and Holy Sword Summoner. Well, the Holy Sword Summoner is fine, we can't afford that. But you actually refused the Demon Lord? Jiau looked at him in shock. That's a universally recognized top-tier hidden profession. Chen smiled. My journey is towards the stars and the sea, not just limited to the abyssal world. Once we conquer the abyss, there are many other worlds to explore. But if I change to a Demon Lord, I would only be dealing with demons for the rest of my life. Alright, it's time to level up. He shook his head and called Mayor Chen Xianyi, expressing his desire to go to the 037 Abyss battlefield for training. Thus, for the next few days, Chen quietly slaughtered demons in the Abyss battlefield, continuously leveling up. Finally, just before the college entrance examination, he successfully reached level 20, and importantly, he also leveled Medusa up to level 20. June 6. The summer sun blazed, and the cicadas chirped noisily. Countless students from Beiliang, dressed in standard uniforms, gathered in front of the municipal building, their expressions serious. After all, what lay ahead was a major examination that would determine their fate. It was also the highest level dungeon that 99% of the people in Manhwa could encounter in their lifetime, with the most luxurious rewards, single player, nightmare level, naturally derived type, with official extra rewards double, the Kingdom of Caesar. Single player means enjoying all rewards alone without being exploited by the leader of a battle group or shortchanged by a company boss. Nightmare level means a 200% drop rate for equipment materials. Naturally derived, it indicates that all rewards can be brought back to the real world, not virtual, and there won't be any annoying affixes like only applicable in dungeons. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom's officials will grant all outstanding candidates generous rewards that are enviable.
Of course, the true value of the college entrance examination lies in opening a pathway to the future, determining the different circumstances
that candidates will face upon entering society.
This is the most brutal and realistic aspect. Those who can get into the top 10 military academies and become tactical commanders, and those who can only attend Blue Fly Vocational School to learn secondary professions like tailoring, skinning, and enchanting,
will have completely different futures.
This is far more brutal than the college entrance examination of the old era, because in the old days, even if one failed the exam, there were still many channels to rise again, but the vocational entrance examination is entirely different.
After the vocational entrance
examination, everyone's skill system will be set in stone. For example, someone who transitions to become a tailor can never become a 6th-tier combat professional, because all their skill points must be invested in the tailoring system and they cannot allocate points to combat skills, otherwise, they won't survive.
In this era,
this is truly a one exam determines a lifetime situation. Of course, this statement only applies to ordinary people. For the children of vocational aristocrats and powerful factions, the college entrance examination is merely a small test with little impact on their future.
This is a truth that
has held universally from ancient times to the present, across the globe.
All parents anxiously wait outside the warning line, anxiously awaiting their children's results.
The vocational entrance examination will last about 0 to 7 days, with results directly assessed by the vocational panel, straightforward and understandable, with no possibility of cheating, and the entire process is broadcast live to the public for free.
Anyone can watch the experiences of
any candidate in the Kingdom of Caesar through developed online channels, ensuring the safety of the candidates and eliminating any rule violations.
The police in Beiliang City are also fully mobilized to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from interfering with the examination. Mayor Chen specifically returned from the teleportation portal on the 3rd floor to safeguard the vocational entrance examination.
His celestial sword expanded to a size 1,000
times larger under the skill, hovering above Beiliang City.
If any mishap occurs, it will directly result in the giant sword obliterating everything, without
holding back.
At this moment, Chen, along with his friend Song Qingfeng and all the classmates from Class 7 of the 3rd year, anxiously lined up, waiting to step into the unknown teleportation portal to the Kingdom of Caesar.
A resentful glare shot from a nearby line, filled with fierce hostility. It
was none other than the young master of the Iron Blood Alliance, Shen. But Chen was too lazy to care, casually chatting and joking with his close
friend. Don't be jealous of me, I'm just a legend. If you have time, why not manage your live streaming room well? If there really aren't any other good
paths, being a CCTV constantly critiquing and roasting me in your streams could be a way.
I'll only authorize this copyright to you, alright? Pretty generous of me, right? Damn, Lao Su, you really are generous. I might really have to rely on you for a living in the future. Song Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. I have to admit, live streaming is indeed profitable.
Especially in our small city, where prices are super low. I earn a lot and spend little. It's truly a delightful life.
Chen smiled. No need to thank me, I'm just a legend.
Anyway, someone will definitely stream my content illegally,
so that money will be made by someone.
It's better to let my own brother earn it. I won't lose a dime.
Song Qingfeng laughed heartily. You really can't get enough of those old cliches from the past, can you?
But he lowered his voice and gestured towards Shen. That guy's look at you is simply that
of a level 100 vengeful spirit.
If a fan of CPs were to see this, they would probably think you two are entangled in an epic love story, Chen said.
You should really shut up. You mock me for using tired cliches, but why do you always make male hormone jokes? Is there something off about your orientation?
Now that I think about it, you spent 3 years in high school without even having a crush on a girl, which is quite problematic. TCH, it's not that I have a problem, it's that the quality of the girls in our senior class is seriously lacking.
Song Qingfeng rolled his eyes.
Otherwise, why haven't you had a crush on any girls either?
And the moment Bufian appeared, you immediately fell for her? That's a fair point.
We can't blame ourselves, we should blame this class, Chen nodded. The two brothers were joking around when the previously ignored Shen
finally couldn't hold back and shouted, Chen, don't get too cocky. Do you really think you're guaranteed to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam?
Chen and Song Qingfeng immediately stopped talking and glared at him, clearly annoyed.
What's up? Do you want to bet again? Didn't the last lesson of 40 million teach you enough? Chen lazily scoffed. How about we find someone to notarize it while there's still time and have another bet? How about an 80 million wager?
You're the young master of the Iron Blood Alliance. Surely that old man Shen Jinghong wouldn't deny you this little bit of funding, right?
Shen was instantly choked up.
After a moment, he pointed to the sky and cursed, I have nothing to do with gambling and drugs.
You, a senior in high school, always talking about high-stakes gambling is just too negative.
Chen shrugged and also pointed to the sky, cursing back, fine, I have nothing to do with gambling and drugs either.
So, how about we bet on slaps instead?
After the college entrance exam, the one with the better grades can publicly slap the one with worse grades.
300 times, how about that?
By the way, my strength attribute has broken 100 and my base attack is quite high, so you'd better prepare a decent set of armor.
Su Chen cheerfully reminded him.
Otherwise, if my slap crits and deals massive damage, and I end up piking you, do you think it would be unfair if I got locked
up for murder? The classmates around them burst into laughter.
They all knew that Su Chen now had an exceptional pet and a powerful artifact, so his base attributes were undoubtedly astonishing, making his words quite reasonable.
You. Shinzimo stuttered, unable to find a point to refute. Song Qingfeng disdainfully said, "Stop humiliating yourself, Shinzimo. Can't you see?
You have no chance of beating Su Chen anymore, in every sense.
The background you take. Pride in is nothing more than the Iron Blood Alliance," Song Qingfeng sneered.
But our Su has already hooked up with a wealthy woman from the Dragon Slayer
clan.
Your dad is just a 5th-tier, wild fighter, his potential exhausted, stuck at this level for life.
But Su Chen's future father-in-law, Dragon Slayer,
Chen Jingqiu, is among the top tier even among 6th-tier professionals, and once he accumulates enough power he is very likely to ascend to godhood.
Is there any comparison? You have no chance of revenge at all. Think about it, do you really want the Iron Blood Alliance to go against the Dragon Slayer clan?
Song Qingfeng snorted coldly. I can't understand why you're still hung up on this.
Su Chen doesn't even plan to hold it against you, has no intention of blaming
you, and is too lazy to hold a grudge, yet you're the one going crazy.
How pathetic. Shinzimo clenched his fists in anger. It's because he has always been the top student in the entire grade, riding on my head. It's not like he's been second for ages. Of course, he doesn't resent me. He won 40 million from me and my beloved Wujigan. It's not like he lost money. Of course, he doesn't hate me. It's not him who got beaten up by my dad, it's me. Of course, he wouldn't go crazy.
Su
Chen, Song Qingfeng, senior students.
Alright, you are indeed quite unfortunate, but ultimately, it's still your own fault for
looking for trouble. You deserve to be drawn into this.
Song Qingfeng curled his lip and then closed the book as the chief examiner had arrived.
It was none other than Mayor Chen Xuani. He walked straight towards Su Chen without any hesitation, encouragingly patting his shoulder. You little rascal, are you the type to deliberately seek trouble? How come wherever you go, you stir up a bunch of issues?
I've heard about your troubles in Fengdu City. I didn't expect Chen
Jingqiu to become your second angel investor after me. Feeling pretty proud, huh?
Thinking that with 2 6th-tier powerhouses backing you, you can swagger
through the world from now on? Chen Xuani asked with a smile. Yes, why not?
Su Chen scratched his head, with the protection of 2 6th-tier experts. If that's not enough, once I revive my mentor, Lord, Undead Catastrophe, a god-level powerhouse will be watching over me. That should be more than sufficient. Chen Xuani laughed heartily. You really don't treat yourself as an outsider, already considering the Undead Catastrophe as your mentor.
That's fine, it makes me even more optimistic about your future. It's just a pity.
I wanted to set you up with my niece, but Chen Jingqiu got there first.
The mayor's blatant
attempt to win favor made all the candidates envious. This time for the college entrance examination, you must give it your all.
Chen Xuani made a special
trip, and naturally, it wasn't just for small talk. He solemnly reminded Su Chen, I've learned from the volunteers heading to the 3rd layer of the abyss that all the fuzzy people are fiercely loyal to undying old cat, Caesar, viewing him as their eternal leader.
This means if you can turn Caesar into your summon
or magical pet, in the future, you'll be able to enjoy a top-tier fuzzy people army for free. That's in the 3rd layer of the abyss, battling against the 10 major legions, the fuzzy people resistance that has stood firm through countless battles.
Chen Xuani sighed, even I am quite envious. This force, if it could be brought under our banner, would almost rival 1/5 of our Dragon Kingdom's military strength. All the students couldn't help but gasp. The fuzzy people resistance is that powerful? Then why couldn't they hold their territory? Chen Xuani smiled. It's not Caesar's fault, nor the fuzzy people's resistance. Who asked the ogre lord to intervene?
However, I'm here to tell you some good news. These days, our Dragon Kingdom has been providing full support to them, and the front lines have stabilized. The ogre's elite demon army is retreating steadily. Soon, our volunteers will return victorious, restoring peace. Mayor Chen Xuani waved his arm. Dragon Kingdom, victory forever. As mayor, I wish all candidates great success in their exams. May you achieve your ideal results.
Victory forever. Victory forever. Victory forever.
The candidates' roars echoed through the sky, the passion of this group of young men and women greatly satisfied
the mayor.
After he left, all the dungeon portals lit up and the candidates began to line up to enter.
This week, all dungeons within the Dragon Kingdom
would be paused, as all energy needed to be supplied for the massive college entrance examination demands.
Su Chen took a deep breath, leading the way, and stepped directly into the portal. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's professional examination query platform was overwhelmed by foreign netizens from 5 continents and 7 oceans. Hey, man, can anyone tell me what Su Chen's live stream room number is? I want to watch his stream. It's candidate Chen 211B9527. It's time to witness his true strength. Last time, Chen's fight against that weakling from the Flame Dragon Roar family was just not satisfying at all. It wasn't a fair fight. Now we can finally appreciate it properly. In just a few seconds, over 600,000 viewers tuned in, all there to watch Chen. Fortunately, Long Country places great importance on the professional entrance exams, providing ample resources for all servers. Otherwise, just this massive influx of viewers could have caused the live streaming server to crash. The professionals of Long Country were busy aiding the anchor base in the apocalypse, helping the Ronin resistance fend off the abyssal invasion, while other countries around the world remained peaceful for the time being, leaving Chen's fans bored and eager to watch. They were thrilled to enjoy Chen's livestream for free. Long Country is amazing. The free livestream is actually an 8K resolution bandwidth. Truly a grand gesture from a great nation. I heard Chen signed a duel agreement with Zhang Conqing from the Weak Water family, the Sea Demon Lord. I wonder who will come out on top. It must be Zhang Conqing who takes the top spot. Every year, whenever the Zhang family has a gifted Sea Demon Lord professional, they easily secure the top rank. Because this lord can directly command the Naga Undead Legion. What? That's outrageous. Other candidates start as small fry, while Zhang Conqing can begin with one of the top 10 legions? And it's the top 3 Naga Undead. It's just infuriating how some people have it so easy. Who can blame him for having access to hidden career legacies? Sigh, having a good ancestor really is a blessing. We need to work hard to become the wealthy generation and provide for our descendants. Foreign netizens were buzzing with discussions, and such a large number of foreigners watching was naturally big news, causing Chen to trend once again. However, the candidate most likely to become the top scorer in the entrance exam, the number 1 seed, was neither Chen nor Zhang Conqing. Jiao, a name unfamiliar to most people in Long Country. But when his illustrious battle group was mentioned, everyone was all ears. The Qinglong Battle Group, one of the strongest 7 battle groups outside of the Long Country official ranks. Jiao himself was a standard battle strategist profession, divine machine strategist, skilled in subversion, control, and manipulation of enemies. He had achieved remarkable accomplishments in several simulated wars, even winning a championship and a 4th place at a Global Young Strategist Exchange Conference, boasting an impressive track record. This time, to recruit the undying old cat to their side, the Qinglong Battle Group invested heavily, transforming Jiao into a versatile and terrifying strategist. He also carried a special hero-level 2nd prize medal, which allowed him to summon 500 elite soldiers from Long Country as his initial team, making him virtually flawless. Such items are generally prohibited for any candidate to carry. Anyone caught would be deemed cheating, immediately disqualified from the exam, expelled from the examination room, and banned from participating in the entrance exam for 3 years. However, Jiao's father was a hero who died for Long Country, undoubtedly a martyr, so by law, he was entitled to special treatment in this professional entrance exam. This was also a special commendation for those who sacrificed their lives for the country, which was reasonable and just. This medal was likely to become the strongest leverage to overshadow other candidates. After all, the combination of divine machine strategist and 500 elite Long Country soldiers was terrifying to imagine. Even Chen, who possessed the artifact World in a Pocket, could only carry 100 temporary summons at the moment, highlighting Jiao's advantage. Given the significant impact of the professional entrance exam, all media headlines in recent days have been dominated by outstanding candidates and various amusing incidents from the exam live streams. For instance, the fastest candidate ever to be expedited, after arriving in the Caesar's country, a hapless candidate was randomly teleported under a coconut tree, and coincidentally, the coconuts were ripe. Thus, a total of 8 coconuts fell, all hitting him on the head. The unlucky fellow was knocked out on the spot, and just at that moment, a horde of zombies happened to pass by. As a living corpse's gaping maw was about to bite into his neck, his parents were forced to interrupt their college entrance examination, tearfully urging their child to return from the instance. The unfortunate examinee had urgently applied for a temporary retake, which was currently under review, and it was likely to be approved. The official Dragon Country would do its best to provide every examinee with a fair start. Meanwhile, more people were concerned about how were those prodigies faring. The CCTV College Entrance Examination channel was broadcasting all seed players live 24/7. Chen was unexpectedly ranked 3rd, becoming a superstar in Dragon Country. Inside the Kingdom of Caesar, the slight dizziness from the instant's teleportation quickly dissipated, and Chen steadied himself, standing firmly on the ground. He had been randomly teleported to the top of a cliff overlooking the smoke-filled abyss of the 3rd layer. On the vast land, swords and flames were boiling, smoke rising like a tide as hordes of zombies appeared on the horizon, charging towards a marching rebel army of the furry people. Lines of system prompts then appeared. Hello, friend from Dragon Country, please listen to my tale. The fire of the furry people's resistance will never be extinguished, because we firmly believe in the sacred saying of Our friends from Dragon Country, a single spark can start a prairie fire. One day, we will cleanse the 10 legions, slaughter all zombies, and allow the furry people to live and work in peace in the Abyss's third layer. When that day comes, we will establish a kingdom belonging to the furry people, the United Kingdom of Furry People. When that day comes, I will lay down my armor, leave the Abyss, and go to your kingdom to see the truly azure sea free of floating corpses, and to see the truly pure snowflakes that do not spread viruses. But until that day arrives, we can only rush to the national crisis, facing death with courage, and fight the zombie legions at all costs. The instance you are experiencing is the final battle of the undying old cat, which we were betrayed by traitors and are about to face a surprise attack from the zombie bear legion. Please do your best to change the history that has already occurred and achieve the best evaluation. Chen was taken aback. He never expected that this college entrance examination instance would be such recent history. The sacrifice battle of the undying old cat. Caesar had no intelligence available for reference, making it a pure blind box. Chen looked down at the two forces about to trigger a bloody battle, deep in thought, while at the same time, the countdown for the college entrance examination began. You will be able to start the exam in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Start the battle. Main task 1, save the furry people's rebel army. Main task 2, prevent the undying old cat from dying in battle. Hidden task, unknown. Current task completion, 0%. Chen took a deep breath and began his entrance. Come forth, my summoned beings. Black Wukong appeared first, carrying a holy staff with a 25% chance to trigger purification light. As a demigod-level summon, his intelligence was already extremely high, akin to the most advanced AI robots, though he had yet to gain true sentience, which was a slight regret. The little fox and the snake also slowly emerged from his summon space. One was a spellcaster summon following the snake demon route from Eastern mythology. The other was a supportive summon following the priestess route of Medusa from Western mythology. The little fox casually summoned its Hydra Lich, which then nested its way into casting the most basic Banshee summon, calling forth 2 undead Banshees capable of frost attacks. In the next moment, all 100 new skeletons obtained from the Dragon Bone Research Institute appeared grandly beside him. Majestic. The momentum was astonishing. Their entire skeletons, except for their heads, had been replaced with high-tech bionic dragon bones, resulting in a significant boost in attributes. Moreover, the dragon skeleton archers were all outfitted with 50 sets of custom gear, the Voodoo Archer set, granting them powerful split arrow abilities. The dragon skeleton mages, too, had their soul flames in their eye sockets transformed into boiling purple flames due to the skeletal upgrades. This luxurious skeleton army left all the foreign viewers watching the livestream, as well as the audience from the Dragon Kingdom, utterly astonished. My goodness, is this the foundation of a seed player? That kid Chen is truly impressive. These can't all be dragon bone skeletons, right? Did the Dragon Slayer contribute his dragon bones to him for summoning skeletons? That's just too extravagant. Then I also want to join the Dragon Slayer clan. Sob sob. Chen smiled faintly and glanced at the attribute panel of the summoned skeletons. Although he had admired it countless times over the past few days, it always felt fresh, and he was constantly captivated by the powerful attributes that the bionic dragon bones brought to the skeletons. Cursed Dragon Skeleton Archer quality, rare level, 20. Can level up with the summoner. Attributes: Strength 190, Constitution 150, Agility 190, Spirit 100. Skill: United we stand, United we stand. When the skeleton archers gather into a legion, more than 30 within 100 meters, they will receive an additional 50% strength boost. Split arrow, provided by the Voodoo Archer 4-piece set, can split into 2 arrows when releasing fire arrow or frost arrow. The simplicity of its might is truly pleasing to the eye, Chen mused. If one were to look solely at the attributes of a single skeleton archer, it could only be considered mediocre among summons. But when they formed a military formation, triggered United we stand, and then began to unleash split arrow, it could only be described as a delightful storm of arrows. Global viewers couldn't help but be surprised, unable to comprehend Chen's current lineup. Chen's third summon is actually Medusa? This kid is really rich now, even able to get such a summon. Medusa is actually beating the war drums. What a waste. She wouldn't be changing to a priest class, would she? Look at Chen's skeletons. Why are the flames of the dragon floating on their bone bows? Their bones seem to resemble dragon bones? This kid has really upgraded his firepower. It's just too exaggerated. If you miss even a day of Chen's livestream, you'll be horrified to find that this kid has once again become stronger. By the portal to the dungeon in Caesar's kingdom, Mayor Chen Xuani and Principal Jiau Renjie took their seats as hosts. The two guests were also quite renowned. They were Wang Jian, the director of admissions from the Hunter Military Academy, and Chu Tianlin, the vice principal of the Yanhuang Military Academy. Old Chu, you're a dignified vice principal, yet you came all the way to our remote area. Principal Jiao Renjie laughed, embracing the other man and winking. It wouldn't be for Chen, would it? Isn't that obvious? Chu Tianlin scoffed. I tend to speak bluntly.
If it weren't for Su Chen being in this examination, I, as a vice principal, would be quite busy and wouldn't bother coming to this godforsaken place. After all, your second place, that Shinzimo, is just a gilded talent, relying on family support to achieve results, and he's already been pre-selected for a special admission slot at the Hunter Military Academy. I can't possibly be here for him, can I? Wang Jian, the admissions director from the Hunter Military Academy, couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. He was specifically sent to the Beiliang Academy by the higher-ups, even though he didn't want to come, because Wang Jian was well aware that this trip was just to wipe the ass of that bastard deputy director Sun Jiangwo, and he was bound to face a lot of disdain and ridicule. Damn Sun Jiangwo. Wang Jian had cursed him 1,000 times in his heart, but when the moment came, he couldn't help but silently scold. He's really gone mad. He actually gave the special recruitment quota directly to that second-generation heir Shinzimo, and that was after witnessing Su Chen break the world record. Now look, Su Chen has become the highly anticipated top seed number 3 in the college entrance examination, and the whole country is live streaming his exam. A national college entrance examination top seed number 3 was actually discarded like a piece of trash by the Hunter Nation Military Academy, without being granted a special recruitment quota. This news had already spread like wildfire among the top 10 military academies. It was easy to imagine that once Su Chen managed to rank in the top 10 nationally in this college entrance examination, all the media would rush to the Hunter Nation Military Academy's spokesperson office with this story. Su Chen would become one of the biggest stains in the history of the Hunter Nation Military Academy, ridiculed by countless peers for being blind to talent. And what if? Wang Jian shook his head, not daring to imagine how sour things would be for them if Su Chen became the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Words like blind to talent, looking down on others, insider trading, and the first military academy rotten to the core would all be plastered on the Hunter Nation Military Academy's reputation. As the principal, Jiao Renjia naturally couldn't speak ill of his own students. Smiling faintly, who knows, there might be a second gem hidden among the students. Don't underestimate the young people, Lao Chu. That's right. That's right. Chu Tianlin chuckled, then looked at Wang Jian with a beaming smile. See, our first military academy has already discovered a second gem. Wang Jian. Ahem, classmate Shinzimo also has quite a promising future. Who knows, he might shine brightly in the college entrance examination. What he thought was, even if things go poorly, they have strong support from the Iron Blood Alliance, so his exam results shouldn't be too bad. Additionally, Wang Jian sincerely explained first, our Hunter Nation Military Academy has always been quite interested in Su Chen. Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo is just a small deputy director from one of our branches. He has made countless mistakes in his life. To be honest, it's quite normal for the admissions department, and there's no need to be too harsh. But Wang Jian straightened his chest and raised his head. After all, we are the first military academy of Long Nation. Our Hunter Nation Military Academy has a strong appeal to any student. I will correct Sun Jiangwo's mistake and re-invite Su Chen to join us. We will offer him generous resources. I believe classmate Su Chen will be tempted. He shot a glance at Chu Tianlin, the provocation in his eyes quite evident. The resources that the first military academy could mobilize were not something the third military academy could compare to. Wang Jian believed that with Su Chen's intelligence, he wouldn't rashly decide his future because of a small displeasure. Chu Tianlin curled his lips slightly, disdainfully saying, "Can you really provide resources that would impress Su Chen? If I remember correctly, this time you recruited many offspring of big shots. With your limited resource quota, is there enough for these second-generation heirs?" Wang Jian. Just as they were exchanging barbs, Su Chen had already adjusted his summon army and commanded, "Move out. We will charge directly into the battlefield. After the zombies engage with the Rongmin resistance army, we will cut into the battlefield from the right hillside and intercept the zombie forces." He made a cold tactical decision, using the Rongmin resistance army as bait and a meat shield to attract the main attention of the zombies. This was clearly contrary to the second main mission, avoid the undying old cat's death. Most students obviously believed that they should join forces with the Rongmin resistance army as soon as possible to maximize the protection of the undying old cat Caesar. But Su Chen's decision was completely different from theirs, and the reason was simple. He was not an individual, but a summoner who could command an army. Although Su Chen had over 100 summoned creatures, their numbers were limited, yet they included a tank MT, magic, damage dealers, ranged archers, and support priests, making it a complete battle group despite its small size. "Monkey brother, hold the shield," Su Chen instructed calmly while taking out a large shield radiating a holy light from his backpack and handing it to the other. This was also part of the preparation for the college entrance examination. He had prepared 2 sets of equipment for Black Wukong, one set for attack and one for defense. Black Wukong raised the large shield with his left hand and held the staff in his right, looking down at the battlefield with a proud demeanor. As a demigod-level summoned creature, his immense strength allowed him to dual-wield the staff and the large shield, making him quite formidable. Snake, spread the aura to our troops." Su Chen glanced at Medusa, his voice calm. "And so, Her slender arms began to beat the war drums fiercely, her throat producing the ancient battle song of the Orc Empire.
A wild roar resonated throughout the kingdom of Caesar. Glory battle song activated, strong strike aura covered everyone, increasing the attack power of all summoned creatures under this aura by 10%. Behemoth frenzy battle song activated, frenzy aura covered everyone, increasing the attack speed of all summoned creatures under this aura by 5%. Little Fox, follow me, activate the Hydra emblem, and later unleash the 9-link lightning to greet the enemies. Woo woo. The little fox, quite intelligent, nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Chen rubbed her little head while taking out an alchemical explosive from his hand. He decided to unleash his strongest power directly, aiming to create a stunning effect in the opening battle. The Velvet Resistance has suffered a betrayal and is being chased by zombies. Their morale must be low. I need to give them a shot of adrenaline to uplift their fighting spirit and let them know that reinforcements have arrived. Chen murmured to himself. Under the scarlet sky, countless ashes from the flames of calamity swirled chaotically, and the entire world appeared as a burning, dark apocalypse. This was the ash season unique to the third layer of the abyss, the zombie tide. The fierce wind whipped Chen's battle robe. He stood at the highest point of the cliff, his handsome face shining brilliantly in the light of blood and fire. He squinted his eyes, the sword he carried glinting coldly, his gaze fierce and sharp, overlooking the burning land. Let's go! Chen raised his sword, stepping onto the skeletal throne held high by the skeleton soldiers, marching swiftly towards the right hillside. This scene was broadcasted to thousands of households through the college entrance examination live channel of the Dragon Kingdom. What a handsome summoner! Countless people who were seeing Chen for the first time showed astonished expressions. Such piercing eyes, such a formidable lineup, such calm command made everyone realize his extraordinary nature at first glance. Viewers from around the world were equally shocked. Oh my god. Shit. Goose Sister Purple Shadow. Chen has secretly become stronger again. His summoned creatures can actually spread auras. That must be the hidden profession Orc Priest. Did you see his Hydro Lich? That thing is actually the little fox's summoned creature. My god, most summoners around the world don't have creatures of this caliber, yet Chen has extravagantly arranged for a summoned creature to be a summoned creature. Is this really the number 3 seed of the Dragon Kingdom? How strong must the number 1 and 2 be? Weak water family territory. Water park. Groups of sea siren attendants gracefully carried fruit platters and fine wines, weaving through all the guests. This was a banquet hosted by the current matriarch, Zhang Lirong. The purpose was very straightforward, to witness Zhang Kongcheng winning the top score in the college entrance examination. Unlike most families, the Ruoshui family is a matriarchal clan. Zhang Kongcheng's mother, Zhang Lirong, is the current head of the family, holding the inheritance rights to the Sea Demon Warrior. She is also a close friend of Wu Mingxi, the vice master of the Mystic Sanctuary. It was their intention to matchmake Zhang Kongcheng with Bufian, hoping to create a powerful union through their strong alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhang Lirong stood up with a beaming smile, clapping her hands. We are about to witness the birth of the third top scorer from the Ruoshui family. Moreover, he will be the strongest high-ranking sea demon lord in history, as the undying old cat, His Excellency Caesar, will surely be his to command. Our Ruoshui family has absolute confidence. As long as he can find the territory of the Naga Corpse demon, the top scorer is a done deal. Zhang Lirong declared with great authority, waving her arm. Bring forth the champagne tower and fill it with wine. Let's have a flowing cup and toast to my son's imminent rise. The guests exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. Who starts a champagne tower celebration right at the beginning of the college entrance examination, celebrating their son's impending status as the top scorer? It was quite absurd. They all felt that the Ruoshui family was being overly presumptuous. Were they not afraid of making mistakes? Wu Mingxi's eyes sparkled as she proactively raised her glass. With my nephew's abilities, the top scorer is a sure thing. The undying old cat Caesar is also his destiny. Come, Lirong, let's toast. Bottles of champagne were opened and poured into the tower. Zhang Lirong, filled with satisfaction, said with a smile, come, bring in 3 large screens. I want to watch the live broadcasts of Seed number 1, Seed number 3, and Seed number 4 simultaneously. Hee. Although Jitiani is regarded as Seed number 1, that's just giving face to a war hero. In reality, his strength is quite limited and he can't possibly win against my son. And that's Seed number 3, Chen, Zhang Lirong scoffed, patting Wu Mingxi's shoulder reassuringly. Sister, you've suffered a lot because of him lately. This time, let your future good son-in-law help you vent your frustrations. Now, let's take a look at their comparison. Zhang Lirong smiled as she turned to watch her son's live broadcast. Zhang Kongcheng, who had descended into Caesar's kingdom, was the first to see the undying old cat being besieged, and his choice aligned with 90% of ordinary candidates to assist the undying old cat and help the plushy resistance. However, unfortunately, the war was taking place in a chasm flowing with lava, where the temperature was extremely high, and the sea demon lord was precisely an amphibious profession. More accurately, Zhang Kongcheng could only unleash his full strength in a water environment. So,
A somewhat awkward situation arose. After joining the battle, Zheng Kangqing's impact on the situation was quite limited, as many of his water spells lost their effectiveness in the lava environment. Thus, the weather. The dry heat of the ashen season scorched his skin, causing the sea demon lord to dehydrate rapidly. The terrain, the flowing lava in the chasm increased fire-type skill damage by 100% while reducing water-type skill damage by 50%. The people. Due to Zheng Kangqing's limited assistance to the resistance, the undying old cat regarded him merely as a foot soldier, unwilling to heed his military orders. Zhang Lirong and Wu Mengxi were astonished to see Zheng Kangqing in the undying old cat's army, utterly unremarkable, flailing about like a headless fly among the ordinary soldiers. This. Both middle-aged women were stunned. Meanwhile, the water friends watching, nearly dozing off, couldn't help but critique sharply in the live chat. In the vast sea, true heroes emerge. Under the blazing sun, the useless reveal their true colors. Is this really seed number 2? Why does it feel like he's no different from the other ordinary candidates? Could he be eliminated in the first battle? No way, no way, no way. The legendary sea demon lord, is this it? Zhang Lirong and Wu Mengxi's faces turned ashen, while in front of them, the champagne tower was about to topple over. Wu Mengxi quickly comforted the anxious Zhang Lirong. Calm down, as long as our talented nephew finds the Naga undead clan, everything will be fine. This kid, Kong Chang, is just too unlucky. As a strong fighter skilled in aquatic combat, being thrown into the harshest magma terrain is indeed a waste of his talents. But it's okay, once he rescues the immortal old cat Caesar, he can lead everyone back to the water. Yes. Once we retreat to the water, it will be the home turf of the sea demon lord. Zhang Lirong nodded vigorously, snorting. As a sea demon lord, our Kong Chang can easily tame various marine creatures, even control the monsters of the sea. Not just the Naga undead, even giant squids and whale sharks will have to bow down to him. The guests also expressed their agreement. Right now, it's Kong Chang's period of dormancy, nothing much to see. Why not take a look at his competitors? Zhang Lirong said, displeased, as she changed the subject. Come on, let's first check out that one called Su Gue? Su Chang? What was his name again? She didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. Su Chen, Wu Mengxi added, a flattering smile on her face. Considering the time, he should have already teleported into the instance. Then, they saw Su Chen's luxurious summoning lineup: 100 dragon-bone skeleton soldiers, a fierce black wukong, a mana-rich little fox, a Medusa with 4 arms, and a well-behaved Hydra Lich following them. The festive atmosphere of the sea demon family suddenly froze. That Medusa. Zhang Lirong's expression changed drastically. It actually has 4 arms. That means the bloodline concentration is over 20%. And it's so agile, it might even be close to 50%. Where did Su Chen get this? Such a top-tier Medusa, could it really be available in the auction house? Wu Mengxi's smile also froze. Both of them came from wealthy families and had been best friends since childhood. Therefore, they had all experienced, seen, played with, and used the finest things money could buy. Their horizons were broad, and they were well informed. This Medusa summon undoubtedly showcased Su Chen's extraordinary capabilities. What hit them even harder was the immense popularity of Su Chen's live stream and the infuriating comments. So strong, so strong, so strong. Su Chen, who doesn't put on a show, is simply explosive. In contrast, the second contestant, Zheng Kongcheng, is laughably weak, completely an academic weakling, far from the battle-hardened Su Chen. I didn't expect Su Chen was just doing live streams before, that's why he was so carefree. Now he's focused, unleashing 100% of his combat power. It's completely unstoppable. Su Chen. I'm done pretending, it's time to reveal I am actually a god-level summoner. I heard Zheng Kongcheng and Su Chen notarized a betting agreement. I specifically compared the two, it's just hilarious. Zhang Lirong, Wu Mengxi. And when the real battle began, this stark contrast became even clearer. 17 minutes later, Su Chen and his summoned army marched swiftly to the right hillside. At that moment, the zombies had already caught up with the Rongmin resistance. The immortal old cat Caesar did not hesitate, directly joining the fray, wielding sword and shield as he charged into the horde of zombies, supporting the battle with a steadfast presence. Su Chen was not worried, still watching from the sidelines, waiting for the zombies to attract the attention of the Rongmin resistance before he shouted, then charged ahead, kill all the zombies. The summoned army trampled over the scorching obsidian ground, sweeping past the glowing red rocks, howling as they plunged into the horde of corpses. That group of mindless zombies, with very limited intelligence, fought purely on instinct under the commands of their zombie commander. Therefore, they had no rational counterattack against Su Chen's summoned legion, only the usual retaliation after being attacked, like pulling back a hand when burned by fire or closing their eyes when sand got in them. The holy staff of Black Wukong smashed down fiercely onto the zombies' heads. The triggered holy purification created a brilliant light and shadow effect while scorching a large number of zombies' eyes. At the same time, the 13 guardians of Flower and Fruit Mountain, manifested by Black Wukong, also charged forward, using their large shields to batter the zombies aside. Due to the extremely dense horde, the Little Fox instantly transformed into a master of slaughter, raising a hand to unleash a series of 9 linked forked lightning, covering a massive number of zombies and causing paralysis.
Following closely behind, the Hydra
Lich continuously cast ice spells, but unfortunately, the local environment reduced their damage by 50%, resulting in minimal effect. However, the frost spells did slow the zombies down, and since the zombies had high temperatures, the sudden cold had a shattering effect like breaking ice. Of course, the most glorious results came from the Skeleton Legion. Their Flame Arrow belonged to fire-type skills, receiving a full 100% damage increase from the terrain, combined with the passive Splitting Arrow from the Voodoo Archer set. It was truly a sweeping force. All the spectators were dumbfounded as they watched. Rows of zombies fell like wheat fields crushed by a bulldozer, collapsing in waves and bursting into a mess of rotten flesh and broken bones, utterly powerless to resist. This was the terror of the high-cost bionic dragon bone skeletons. Wow, is this cheating? These skeleton soldiers are simply the Wailing Reapers. Not just a crushing defeat, it's a total annihilation. It's simply a crushing. Chen can actually crush these monsters in the college entrance examination instance. It's terrifying. Don't forget, he's only level 20. Is this what it means to be a one-man army summoner? With just over 100 summoned creatures, to have such momentum, it's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if Chen had a legion of 10,000 summoned creatures. Now I understand why the undead catastrophe is so powerful. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the viewers, Chen's summoned legion plunged into the weak zombies like a searing hot dagger slicing through butter, effortlessly cutting the zombie army in half. His tactical objective was achieved. Chen calmly commanded all the summoned creatures, continuously adjusting the attack direction of this legion through both mental control and military orders. Monkey King, have the number 3 clone block the gap in the giant rock ahead, there's a devourer there. Snake, replenish the fervent aura. For the skeleton mages in the back, the cooldown is up. Everyone, follow me to charge at the zombie demon army at a 17-degree angle northeast. Prioritize killing the spellcasters summoning zombies. One military order after another was deployed in an orderly manner. All those watching the live stream of the college entrance examination saw a performance rivaling the passionate scenes of war movies. The 13 guardians of flower and fruit mountain violently swung their large shields, smashing through all the zombies in their way, their tough skin and thick flesh showing no fear of any bites, like moving walls protecting their comrades behind them. Waves of forked lightning with strong paralysis effects ruthlessly covered the zombie tide ahead. The affected zombies trembled in place, breaking into an enthusiastic tap dance. Following that came the dimensional strikes from the skeleton archers and skeleton mages. The combination of splitting arrows and flame arrows created a firepower coverage that swept across the battlefield like mercury spilling. The skeleton mages' petite fireballs, under the 100% damage increase from the magma terrain, achieved the effect of great fireballs. Flame arrows bombarded the area. Great fireballs splashed and cleared the ground. When the viewers snapped back from the pleasing beauty of violence, Chen's summoned legion had already completed their tactical insertion, fiercely tearing through the flank of the zombie army. It's just like a pack of fierce tigers charging into a flock of sheep, a viewer exclaimed in shock. Chen's summoned creatures are too powerful, and the tactical system is so complete, especially the 13 giant monkeys in the front line, they are simply unstoppable. Did you notice? They can easily shove aside any zombies in their way, which means their strength attribute is at least 50% higher than that of the zombies. This is called crushing damage. Not just the giant monkeys, though, those overwhelming fire arrows also consistently create stable splash and knockback effects, meaning their strength attribute is also dealing crushing damage. Oh my gosh, those summoned creatures can actually crush the enemies. 2. Did Chen invest heavily in training these temporary summons? Their limbs can't really have been replaced with dragon bones, right? The viewers were abuzz with discussion. Meanwhile, Chen was charging forward with great momentum, leading his well-organized legion of summoned creatures, rampaging through the zombie army, slicing them into small groups while annihilating the ranged attacking corpse demons everywhere. The effect was outstanding. The zombie legion quickly found themselves in disarray, falling into paralysis. As a top military strategist, the undead old Miao immediately sensed the strength of this reinforcements and quickly coordinated. Fuzzy People's Resistance Army. Reinforcements have arrived. Immediately cooperate with our allies to encircle the zombies. Panda Spearmen, don't hold back on your javelins. Break through the front and snipe the giant zombie directly ahead. Hyena Assassins, lay frozen traps on our flanks to temporarily freeze the enemies into ice sculptures to hinder them. Porcupine Archers, contribute all the quills on your backs for long range support to our reinforcements. It should be noted that the bamboo spears of the Panda Spearmen are quite limited, so the undead old Miao had always instructed them to keep them hidden, only allowing their use at the last moment, while the frozen traps of the Hyena Assassins are also a high-level skill, requiring casting materials that must be imported from the Dragon Kingdom with limited stock. Meanwhile, the Porcupine Archers can only grow 3 quills a day, maxing out at 30, making them a strategic resource as well. The undead old Miao clearly believed that Chen's reinforcements were worth the investment, which is why he used the final means that should have been reserved for escape to keep the last spark of the Fuzzy People's Resistance Army alive. In an instant, the Fuzzy People's Resistance Army erupted with terrifying combat power, directly crushing the enemy forces in front and slaughtering the zombies that could not support each other at the front and back.
It's stable now.
At that moment, many experts on the CCTV live broadcast channel immediately began to analyze and judge. Chen's Summon Creature Legion is indeed a rare and powerful force, capable of influencing the battlefield situation by himself. This is already reminiscent of a single army under the crown of the undead calamity.
Of course, Chen's outstanding performance is mainly because this is just a historical instance, not real history. The power supply we can allocate to instances in our Dragon Kingdom is ultimately limited, so it can only support 5,000 people fighting at the same time. In the real Undead Old Meow's final battle, the Zombie Bear Legion dispatched a terrifying force of 390,000, with a tide of corpses as far as the eye can see. The assault lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, one commentator stated. There's no need to be too harsh on the young man. He hasn't even changed jobs yet. Being able to deal with thousands of zombies is already impressive. If Chen can level up to the 5th tier, who knows, he might really be able to turn the tide and reverse the Undead Old Meow's final battle by himself, another well-respected military analyst commented lightly. Regardless of the reason, the host of the CCTV College Entrance Examination channel smiled slightly and said seriously, Chen has set the record for the most outrageous start in the history of professional college entrance examinations.
He achieved a great victory in his first battle, helping the Fuzzy People's Resistance Army retain their vitality, while the Undead Old Meow remained safe and sound, even without using his artifact,
the demon-repelling Sacred Flame. This means that Chen will have far more trump cards to play than the other candidates.
Yes, let's take a look at Chen's battle damage ratio in this support battle. The data is already out. The CCTV host smiled warmly, signaling the staff to post the data screenshot on the screen. Zombie Legion lost 145 corpse demons, lost 17 giant zombie monsters, lost 19 acid spitters, lost 2,339 ordinary zombies. The Roaming Resistance Army lost 15 panda spear throwers, lost 22 hyena assassins, lost 35 porcupine archers, lost 405 fierce rabbit berserkers, lost 239 violent cat shield warriors.
Chen's summoned army lost 0. Wow!
A true 0 battle loss, yet achieving a resounding victory.
This is a miracle unique to summoners.
The host looked at the string of data in shock, blinking in disbelief. The veteran military analyst nodded, fully
agreeing. That's right.
If it were a real army, under such intense and brutal fighting, there would definitely be mistakes.
For example, someone might trip and then be unfortunate enough to be trampled to death by their comrades.
Only summoned creatures can maintain perfect coordination, achieving 0 mistakes and thus 0 casualties. Let's take a look at the completeness of the 3 factions after this battle. Zombie Legion 87%, Roaming
Resistance Army 58%, Chen 100%. Goodness, the Roaming Resistance Army has at least retained 80% of their combat power. Isn't it 58%? Many ordinary viewers fought in confusion. CCTV's College Entrance Examination live broadcast channel.
The host pretended to be puzzled and asked, Analyst, I believe many viewers in front of the screen share my confusion.
The Roaming Resistance Army clearly has only 58% of their troops left. Why? Do you say they have retained 80% of their combat power?
The military analyst replied calmly, because most of the losses were among the fierce rabbit berserkers and violent cat shield warriors, which are the basic units of the Roaming Resistance Army, often filled by new recruits. New recruits tend to suffer the most losses on the battlefield because they are not yet familiar with the environment and have not developed the necessary mindset. And the true elite, the panda spear throwers, hyena assassins, and porcupine archers, have all been preserved. The loyal guards of the Undying Old Cat, the Omnicat Royal Knight Order, have not lost a single one, not a
single cat.
The analyst smiled slightly. Next, they just need to retreat to the end of the world anchor base and issue a wartime conscription order to replenish enough fierce rabbit berserkers and violent cat shield warriors.
The Roaming Resistance Army will soon be able to return to its peak state. Hearing this well-reasoned analysis, the audience couldn't help but gasp, oh my! Does that mean Chen will soon have 2 elite units? In the Caesar's Kingdom dungeon? His lineup will be far more luxurious than the other candidates.
No wonder he is the heir of the undead catastrophe, faithfully embodying the will of one person forming an army.
In this college entrance examination, I believe he will definitely secure a spot in the top 10.
I initially thought being named the number 3 seed was already overestimating Chen.
Now it seems he is still underestimated. At
this moment, the CCTV host changed the subject. Let's continue to look at the number 2 candidate, the highly anticipated Sea Demon Lord, Lord Zhang Kongcheng. He is the most favored candidate for the top scorer, and both of his ancestors were undoubtedly top scorers as well, so he should also possess a. The host was stunned. The 2 analysts were also dumbfounded, because they were witnessing a magnificent holy fire sweeping across the sky, shooting towards the area with the highest concentration of zombies.
Demon-repelling Sacred Flame, 10-direction Sacred Fire Great Annihilation Bomb.
That was the Undying Old Cat's ultimate trump card, and
Also the last line of defense for all candidates. Wait, the number 2 seed, the renowned Sea Demon Lord, is actually this week? An analyst blurted out, quite perplexed. Most candidates haven't suffered to this extent. Once the old cat uses the demon-repelling sacred flame, it means they will activate the ultimate evacuation method and immediately leave the battlefield. And the zombies will definitely pursue them relentlessly, which means... Another military analyst picked up the thread. It means the Velvet Resistance will suffer heavy losses. Zhang Kongqing's clearance rating will be directly halved. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but watch the replay. In the molten environment filled with high temperature smoke, Zhang Kongqing's face was flushed and gasping for air, nearly suffocating. All the water magic he cast became extremely feeble, completely unable to affect the battlefield, and he himself was utterly out of place, unable to adapt to this environment at all. The Sea Demon Lord is ultimately a hidden class that dominates the sea, one analyst sighed. I didn't expect him to be so clumsy in a molten terrain. Indeed. All gifts of fate have their price marked in the dark. One can only say that where there are strengths, there must be weaknesses. Advantages are always exchanged for disadvantages. The host also sighed. It seems this Sea Demon Lord is quite unfortunate, as the battlefield environment is precisely against him. Meanwhile, his two ancestors were very lucky. They won the top score in the college entrance examination and were directly teleported near the Naga zombie tribe, instantly gaining a large number of subordinates. Let's wait and see. Perhaps once he gets through this phase and returns to the ocean environment where the Sea Demon Lord reigns, he will make a triumphant return, the analyst chuckled. After all, let's not forget that the third layer of the abyss is mainly a water environment. The water sources on this continent are far more abundant than on our blue star. The Naga zombie tribe is everywhere, so it's easy to run into them. Yeah, Zhang Kongqing can't possibly be so unlucky that he doesn't encounter a Naga zombie tribe until he's eliminated, right? The three of them forced a laugh, all feeling that such a possibility was highly unlikely, almost impossible. Under the champagne tower of the weak water family, the distinguished guests whispered among themselves, discussing Zhang Kongqing's dire situation on the main screen. This favored child now had only 1/3 of his health left, nearing the elimination threshold, and his disheveled, grimy appearance could only be described as utterly miserable. His mother, Zhang Lirong, had no trace of a smile on her face, looking as if she had been infected by the zombie virus. The other high-ranking members of the weak water family were also silent, fearing to provoke the wrath of this fifth-tier professional. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhang Lirong mumbled incoherently. Even that lowly Chen can achieve great victories. How could our weak water family's prodigy, the dignified Sea Demon Lord, end up in such a state? Wu Mengxi hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. She actually wanted to say, for many specialized professions, the environment is truly important, so luck is a key factor in the college entrance examination. A Sea Demon Lord thrown into a molten environment is like a fish swimming in the desert, inherently limited, so it's normal for him to suffer a bit. But seeing her middle-aged friend's expression, Wu Mengxi wisely closed her mouth. She could only advise, once Kongqing encounters the first Naga zombie tribe, everything will get better. Right. Zhang Lirong seemed to grasp a lifeline like a drowning person, her eyes shining. It's just a stroke of bad luck, a water retrogression, a misfortune. As long as he can rely on the Sea Demon Lord's characteristics to infinitely recruit Naga zombies, he can still sweep away all enemies. Being behind is only temporary. He will become the top scorer in the college entrance examination like his two ancestors, Zhang Lirong firmly believed. The other guests also expressed similar views, supporting the weak water family. But just then, in the dungeon of the Kingdom of Caesar, the most intelligent NPC, Undying Old Cat Caesar, was forced to grab Zhang Kongqing by the back of his collar while fleeing, and with a bitter smile, said, "When it rains, it pours. The Dragon Kingdom has truly thrown me a burden. To maintain relations with my allies, I cannot abandon this child from the Ruoshui family, but he is destined to have no impact on the battle. He is nothing but a pure waste." Zhang Lirong? The audience? This statement instantly ignited public opinion. What does Undying Old Cat mean? His Majesty Caesar has recognized that Zhang Kongqing comes from the Ruoshui family, so why call him a burden and a waste? Looks like there's a good show to watch. His words are definitely not baseless. I think contestant number 2 is doomed, probably going to be estranged from the top scorer of the college entrance examination. The audience showed no sympathy for this second-generation heir from a top aristocratic family, as Zhang Kongqing had been exuding an air of arrogance, self-proclaiming himself as part of the elite class. In his challenge letter to Chen, he even unabashedly referred to the lower-class people as lowly commoners and mud-legged folks. In this new era where might makes right, no matter how harshly Zhang Kongqing spoke, no one would punish him for it, but that didn't mean the public would like his foul-mouthed arrogance. Zhang Kongqing, feeling quite proud, immediately downed a precious instant recovery potion after being sharply criticized by Undying Old Cat, restoring his health to 80% and regaining some spirit. He glared angrily at the NPC. If it were the real Undying Old Cat, Zhang Kongqing would certainly not dare to confront him. After all, he was a god-level powerhouse, and even the entire Ruoshui family was not qualified to provoke him.
But in the dungeon, after learning the news that the real undying old cat had fallen, Zheng Kongqing boldly asked, "Your Highness Caesar, why do you say that? You may not know me well, I am not a sea demon warrior, but a sea demon lord. If you help me find a Naga corpse demon tribe, I can directly command these lowly creatures with my special identity." At that time, the Naga corpse demons, one of the top 10 legions of the corpse nest, will all become my subordinates. I will be your strongest ally. Why do you call me a burden and a waste? Zheng Kongqing snorted proudly, feeling quite displeased. Undying old cat sighed deeply. "I certainly know you are a sea demon lord, because if you were a sea demon warrior, at least you could serve as cannon fodder and have some combat power. Only a weak sea demon lord like you would be utterly useless. Zheng Kongqing, you have been let down by your ancestors. Unfortunately, the corpse nest is no longer a playground you can recklessly invade." Undying old cat Caesar slowly revealed a shocking secret that stunned all the Dragon Kingdom audience. "Do you know about drug resistance?" Caesar asked lightly. "Of course." A confused Zheng Kongqing replied, "It's when we keep using the same antibiotic and the bacteria in our bodies are continuously selected for stronger resistant strains. The non-resistant bacteria are killed off, and the resistant ones survive until only the resistant bacteria remain, which can ignore the antibacterial effects of that antibiotic." "But what does this have to do with me?" Zheng Kongqing retorted. Undying old cat sighed. "Your ancestors relied on the control of the sea demon lord over the Naga corpse demons, constantly coming to our Abyss Layer 3 to take advantage, wantonly seizing various resources and claiming the collections of the Naga corpse demon tribe as their own. Did you really think there would be no consequences? The Naga corpse demon clan is one of the top 10 legions dominating Layer 3. Do you think they have no temper? Do you think they don't know how to resist?" Zheng Kongqing was stunned, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He vaguely guessed the outcome. Undying old cat continued, "No one will sit idly by. The high-ranking Naga corpse demons had long prayed to the witch Lilith, obtaining a special vaccine through the sacrifice of the hearts of 6th-tier professionals, the Sea Demon Lord Antibody Vaccine. After vaccination, all Naga corpse demons will no longer be under your Sea Demon Lord's control." Old Meow sighed. "You people from the weak water family underestimate the Naga corpse demon clan too much. They have dominated the third layer of the abyss for thousands of years. In terms of heritage, strength, and cunning, your weak water family is not even worthy to carry their shoes. What gives you the right to naively think you can forever enslave them?" Zheng Kongqing, Zheng Li Rong. All the high and middle-ranking members of the weak water family were left dumbfounded, trembling like leaves in the wind. Indeed, old Meow Caesar's words were simply too reasonable. The Naga corpse demon clan has a massive population of tens of millions and many high-level zombie lords capable of rivaling 6th-tier professionals. Why have they been continuously exploited by your sea demon family? After all these years, they have found a way to counter the Sea Demon Lord. Isn't that only fair? Zheng Kongqing wanted to cry but had no tears left. The last flicker of hope in his heart was doused by a bucket of ice water. He looked up to the sky and howled, "My ancestors, you are betraying your grandson." But all the viewers watching the live stream burst into laughter. "Deserved. You brat usually acts so arrogantly, claiming to be a hidden professional, thinking you've locked in the top scorer of the college entrance examination, and now you've been brought back to your true form. The sun is fierce, and everything is revealed. You, Zheng Kongqing, are just a spoiled good-for-nothing. Go take a piss and look at your pathetic self. Ha! Who do you think you are to gamble against Su Chen?" Meanwhile, in the same dungeon next door, Su Chen had successfully met up with old Meow Caesar. The friendly conversation between the two formed a stark contrast to the disdain and contempt Zheng Kongqing faced. "Thank you, hero of the Dragon Kingdom." Old Meow, carrying a sword and shield, jumped to Su Chen's side and sincerely bowed 3 times. "Without your powerful assistance, our furry people's resistance army would have suffered heavy losses. Moreover, it's not just us who would sacrifice the children we escort. This batch of future sparks of resistance would also be devoured by the zombies." The leader of the resistance looked towards the bus filled to the brim with furry children, a unique tenderness showing on his cat face, reminiscent of a fierce tiger sniffing a rose. Su Chen smiled faintly. "Our Dragon Kingdom has a covenant with your furry resistance army for generations, watching over and helping each other. This is my duty. It's just a pity that I arrived a bit late, causing you heavy losses." "Not at all. Being able to save the main force, we are already grateful." Old Meow clasped his paws together and thanked him again. The viewers were left dumbfounded. The CCTV host couldn't help but laugh. "If I remember correctly, Su Chen waited for 3 minutes after arriving at the right hillside, only launching the attack after the furry resistance army had taken a desperate stance. Now he pretends to say I came late, clearly trying to fool the other side." The military strategist observer also smiled. "Su Chen is quite slick, but I think he's doing the right thing. He needs to preserve his own combat power, so the best time to strike is when the furry resistance army is determined to fight to the death." Exactly, Su Chen chose the perfect moment when the zombie force's attention was completely drawn to the furry resistance army. Old Meow must know this too, but he's pretending to be confused. This is a high emotional intelligence game.
May I ask, what does the furry resistance army plan to do next? Su Chen didn't beat around the bush. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Old Miao replied, "We will take a short rest, collect the bodies of our compatriots, burn them all, and then set off on our way back to the anchor base of the apocalypse. We will be stationed there, repairing the city walls, digging traps, and preparing to face the assault from the Abyssal Army. If your excellency is interested, you might as well join us." Su Chen shook his head solemnly. "I've heard that the anchor of the apocalypse base is built on a great cliff, easy to defend but hard to attack. As long as you reside there, the morale of the troops will stabilize, and even if the Abyssal Lord comes in person, it would be difficult to break through. So, whether I'm there or not makes no difference. My mere 100 or so summon creatures cannot determine the outcome of the defense of the anchor of the apocalypse. Therefore, I want to help you cover the rear," he declared firmly. The audience was dumbfounded, because the path Su Chen chose was the most dangerous one. Fighting alone, charging recklessly in the unfamiliar third layer of the abyss, battling against the native zombies who were familiar with the terrain and environment was essentially a dead end. The fate of a lone hero often ends badly. Yet Su Chen spoke calmly and confidently, "I will adopt the strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Jiau, attacking the zombie stronghold, which will greatly relieve the pressure on you defending the anchor of the apocalypse base. Moreover, you indeed need a trump card to invade swiftly and strike everywhere, creating panic among the zombie legion, making their higher-ups uncertain about our exact troop strength." He wore a faint smile, speaking with great confidence. "Currently, the only one who can create variables on the battlefield is me. Because your furry people are too recognizable. Once you make a move, the zombie legion will immediately see through the ruse. But I am a human summoner from another world, capable of summoning hundreds of powerful creatures. This scene, in the eyes of those zombie commanders, will generate a lot of deeply unsettling intelligence. I hope. They are smart enough because the smarter people are, the easier they are to deceive in situations of information asymmetry." Su Chen narrowed his eyes, uttering words full of meaning. The undying Old Cat Caesar's eyes lit up. He quickly understood Su Chen's intention. Yes, hundreds of powerful summon creatures, according to common reasoning, would imply that there are at least 20 or 30 human summoners behind them. After all, the summoner's summoning space is limited, and sufficiently powerful summon creatures are quite rare. And as we all know, summoners are spellcasting professionals, often protected within the army to guard against zombie attacks. This means there must be a strong human force hidden in the shadows to protect this fictitious summoner army. The undying old cat sighed. "Your Excellency's smokescreen tactic is truly brilliant." Su Chen nodded slightly, stating seriously, "Not only that, I also have a set of special forces tactics. I will go behind enemy lines to fight, cut off their supplies, and strike at their living forces. I will become a sharp blade, piercing deep into the enemy's territory, causing them to bleed continuously. I will create chaos in their supply lines, and at the same time, I will threaten the lifeblood of all zombie legions, the zombie virus factory." The undying old cat looked at him in shock. "Your Excellency possesses such courage? It seems that the Dragon Kingdom has given birth to another remarkable summoner." His expression turned somewhat melancholic. "Alas, looking at us, the promising seeds of the furry people's resistance have been falling in the war, and gifted furry children find it hard to grow. By the time we old folks wither away, there will likely be no one left to carry the banner of freedom. The furry people will ultimately be submerged by the endless tide of corpses assimilated into their ranks." Su Chen smiled and reassured him, "There will surely be heroes rising amidst blood and fire. This is the inevitability of all wise races. Your Excellency just needs to guard silently and nurture carefully, and a young successor will surely emerge among the furry people. Please believe in the wisdom of future generations." "That's true," the undying old cat nodded. "All right, I agree with your tactics. But please come to the anchor base of the apocalypse first. We can replenish your supplies and provide you with an electronic map. You are an outsider and are about to head into enemy territory to fight. You must have a sufficiently clear map. My terminal was damaged in battle, and the map is classified, so to avoid it being captured by the enemy, I don't have the habit of carrying a second copy with me." "All right." Su Chen no longer refused. He was well aware that this was a reward segment, and that electronic map was crucial, key to his upcoming assault on the zombies. Subsequently, Su Chen began to recall all summoned creatures back into his personal world and summoning space. The undying old cat watched the scene, his eyes flickering. "Your Excellency, you actually possess such a vast summoning space. No wonder you dare to execute the special forces tactics. If you hide alone, it's equivalent to an entire unit disappearing from the enemy sight. Moreover, you alone riding a high-speed vehicle is akin to a unit being able to relocate quickly." Su Chen smiled slightly. "Indeed, this is the fundamental reason I adopted this tactic. Trust me, the rear of the zombie legion will surely be crushed by me. When all their energy is focused on attacking the anchor base of the apocalypse, there will likely only be a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled left behind, absolutely unable to withstand my army of summoned creatures." The undying old cat immediately began to flatter him, completely shedding the airs of a leader of the Rongmin resistance, quickly becoming familiar with Su Chen.
and began to march towards the anchor of the apocalypse with an arm around his shoulder.
This scene left all the viewers of the college entrance examination livestream dumbfounded. No way? The undying old cat is a dignified god-level powerhouse, a fierce man with the holy flame of exorcism, and he was successfully wooed by Su Chen? Shocking, Su Chen is actually a Fu Rue fan. He just arrived in the kingdom of Caesar not long ago and has already hooked up with the undying old cat. Is this still the same undying old cat who just looked down on Zhang Kongcheng with utter disdain? Being so aloof? Why does he treat Su Chen with a completely different demeanor? It feels like the atmosphere in the live streams of Zhang Kongcheng and Su Chen is quite different. The former is 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young and poor, while the latter is this Bao, loyal and righteous, with spear in hand, blades shining. Look at my brothers, marching boldly into the smoke of war. This undying old cat really knows how to adapt to the situation. No wonder he is the tyrant of the third layer of the abyss. Indeed, everyone has two faces. He is the leader of the Rongmin resistance, prioritizing national interests above all else. What's the problem? You upstairs, I see you have already committed the crime of insulting martyrs. The undying old cat has aided our dragon nation's fortress 3 times, leading the Rongmin resistance at all costs to help us resist the abyss. You can lie at home as a keyboard warrior and should be grateful for his selfless sacrifice, and you dare to speak out? The first battle of the Kingdom of Caesar instance soon came to an end. A full 50% of the candidates had been eliminated, and they would be forced to turn to secondary professions or prepare to review for another attempt next year. The entrance examination for professionals is indeed this cruel. But no one pays attention to those failures, all eyes are focused on those candidates who can go further. Among this group, the most outstanding, without a doubt, is Su Chen. Once a top contender for the number 1 spot, he is now leading others by a cliff-like margin. Major traditional print media, online self-media, and portal websites have all begun to report on Su Chen's remarkable achievements. Old wave news, the rise of the summoner. Su Chen single-handedly saves the Rongmin resistance, creating a myth in the college entrance examination. Professional daily, shocking. Only in turbulences do heroes reveal their true colors. The hero who first broke the fortress of the demons rewrites the history of the kingdom of Caesar once again. Science, Dragon Nation Edition. Su Chen endorses the bionic dragon bone, new type of skeleton soldier may change the ecological landscape of the summoner profession. Men's God Entertainment Weekly, Su Chen has entered the top 10 male gods that women in Manhwa are most willing to marry, currently ranking 9th. Women randomly interviewed on the street believe that his commanding presence exudes the aura of a great general, and his charm is evident as he effortlessly annihilates zombies with a smile. Summoner, our summoner profession welcomes another heavyweight contender, an artifact inheritor who carries the will of the undead disaster. He will embody the spirit of a one-man army, becoming a war god who sweeps through thousands of troops, making summoners great again. In no time, Su Chen has swept through Manhwa, becoming the darling of all media. Of course, the other candidates who also rank among the 4 major potential contenders have received widespread attention. Among them, the most eye-catching is the astonishing sea demon Lord Zhang Kongcheng. After all, while other livestreams are filled with passionate exam efforts, Zhang Kongcheng's livestream resembles a comedic performance by a clown, brimming with dark humor. In the undead old cat's final battle, he performed extremely poorly, but thanks to the financial might of the weak water family, he was granted some auratype scrolls that enhanced the strength of the fuzzy people's resistance. Then, relying on Caesar, he activated the holy flame of exorcism's ultimate move, finally managing to retreat successfully. In this battle, Zhang Kongcheng contributed many memorable moments. The blizzard he cast on the molten terrain melted completely into rainstorm halfway down from the sky, drenching the zombies like wet chickens. But what good is that? The zombies didn't mind taking a bath. Instead, the fuzzy people were unfortunate enough to get all their fur soaked, leading to a disheveled appearance and significantly reduced mobility. Because of this, the undead old cat glared at him several times, probably judging, could this kid from Manhwa be a traitor? Before using the gas mask, Zhang Kongcheng inhaled a few breaths of the corpse nest ash season air and surprisingly had a strong allergic reaction, coughing incessantly and showing signs of suffocation. His appearance, as if he were about to cough up his organs, was particularly comical, and many authoritative doctors immediately diagnosed him with a rare condition known as flesh intolerance. The smog of the ash season was mixed with a massive amount of embers spewed from the flesh furnace, which Zhang Kongcheng fell victim to. Unfortunately, the weak water family had no idea that their future heir would suffer from such a rare disease, and thus were completely unprepared. Various hilarious and absurd clips about Zhang Kongcheng emerged. He cast water ball only for it to turn into a puff of steam. He chanted Water Dragon's chant but started coughing midway, suffering a backlash from the spell, losing 16% of his health. He proudly introduced his profession to the undead old cat, only to be pointed out with disdain that he had been tricked by his ancestors in a memorable scene. He was thrown into a bus carrying children by the fuzzy people's resistance, and thanks to his Manhwa citizenship, he wasn't abandoned in a comical scene. The comments from Longwei viewers were particularly ruthless, boasting before the exam, babbling during the exam, and stammering after the exam. TSK, is this really the heir of the weak water family? And he dares to bet against Su Chen? The gap is too significant, right? Is Zheng Kongcheng planning to take the middle school entrance exam next and then bet his results against Su Chen's college entrance exam scores? Laughing out loud, Zheng Kongcheng is already sitting at the same table as the fuzzy people's kids, probably planning to bet against Su Chen's elementary school entrance exam results in the future. That night, various noises echoed through the weak water family: the crash of shattered porcelain, the thud of broken pottery, the sizzling electric sound of smashed appliances, and the dying cries of small animals. The usually gentle and amiable head of the Zhang family, Zhang Lirong, seemed to transform overnight into the ultimate shrew, smashing her home to pieces. Of course, everyone can understand, after all, he is her son whom she has high hopes for, and she even hosted a grand banquet, inviting countless friends to witness him claiming the title of top scholar and bringing the god-level pet, the undying old cat, under his command. The result, countless guests secretly laughed at Zhang Lirong's embarrassment, genuinely pleased at her misfortune. This head of the family, who is usually arrogant and domineering, had a proud temperament and treated others with a certain disdain, but since everyone basically relied on the weak water family for their livelihood, they could only endure. Now, Zheng Kongcheng was actually confirmed to be a good-for-nothing, severely embarrassing Zheng Lirong, and naturally, everyone was happy to see the joke. Only Wu Mingxi remained by her best friend's side, constantly soothing her with soft words: "Don't be anxious, Lirong. Just be patient, just wait. Your talented nephew will surely be able to showcase the strengths of the Sea Demon Lord." But, that damned zombie cat clearly said. Zhang Lirong hung her head in disappointment. Our bloodline can no longer control the Naga corpse demon. This is not just a blow to Kongcheng, it is also a significant weakening for our weak water family. We will no longer be able to extract resources from the third layer of the abyss. Yes, this was the crux of Zheng Lirong's disappointment. Losing a mere top scholar in the college entrance examination was actually inconsequential. It had almost no impact on the vast weak water family. Moreover, although the undying old cat Caesar was a god-level pet, it would greatly hinder the owner's leveling speed. And by the time it grew up, it would be too late. In fact, the weak water family did not lack an exceptional pet. But the news that the Naga corpse demons had been infected with the anti-sea demon Lord virus was a critical blow, equivalent to severing the weak water family's lifeline. This meant that countless resources would leave them, and many resources that were once easily seized would no longer be obtainable. It's all Su Chen's fault. Zhang Lirong randomly shifted the blame. Ever since I encountered him, everything has become so difficult. That damned harbinger of doom. She was irritable, wishing she could immediately unleash a killing move and twist Su Chen's head off to use as a ball to kick. Wu Mingxi also sighed inwardly. She couldn't help but glance at the LCD screen of the wall-mounted TV. Contestant number 2, Zheng Kongcheng, curled up in a corner of the bus, dozing off alongside the children of the plush people. Contestant number 3, Su Chen, was warmly invited by the undying old cat to the throne, discussing the upcoming military plans with him. It was truly a world apart, vividly illustrating what it meant to sift through the sands and reveal the true heroes. Meanwhile, a bullet comment happened to flash across the screen. At this moment, I have to quote a famous saying from Wu Mingxi: "Dragons do not dwell with snakes, tigers do not walk with dogs." Ha! This boomerang is really interesting. Who is the dragon? Who is the snake? Who is the tiger? Who is the dog? Wu Mingxi's face immediately darkened. Zheng Lirong followed her gaze and caught sight of the bullet comment. Her previously gloomy expression suddenly lightened considerably. Indeed, watching others suffer misfortune was the most entertaining. The two best friends exchanged glances, feeling each other's frustration. "Old Wu, you don't regret the marriage alliance, do you?" Zhang Lirong suddenly asked. Wu Mingxi smiled bitterly. "With our relationship and familiarity with each other, do you even need to ask?" That night, I witnessed Su Chen receiving the recognition under the crown of the undead catastrophe in the online conference room. Watching him being awarded the artifact world in a pocket, didn't I already regret it on the spot? Didn't you see that fan-edited video of Su Chen? Zhang Lirong, that's true, huh? If it were me, I would probably regret it on the spot too. You truly are my good friend, completely different from those sycophants who only know how to flatter and belittle others. Only you are still willing to tell me the truth. Wu Mingxi sighed. "To be honest, the performance of your nephew has indeed been somewhat terrible, but you don't have to pay too much attention to the comments from netizens. In my opinion, the doctor's words are mostly correct. Zheng Kongcheng indeed suffers from flesh intolerance and has been tormented by allergies, which is why he has been in low spirits and unable to recover. It's a pity, we can't send this information into the dungeon to remind him to wear a gas mask throughout the ordeal. Even the weak water family would never cheat in the college entrance examination. After all, that would mean offending the entire dragon country. However, what I just said was not a mere formality," Wu Mingxi said solemnly. "As long as he enters the water environment, he can cover his entire body with a water membrane, thus isolating himself from all the ashes.
At that time he will regain his spirits and return to being the wise, brave, and proud Zhang
Kongchang. Moreover, the Sea Demon Lord is not just capable of controlling the Naga undead.
Wu Mingxi stated seriously, don't forget, all low-level creatures will submit to the Lord's status. By then, even if my nephew recruits a group of sea monsters, it will be enough to deal with many zombies. At that time, the balance of victory and defeat will be reversed.
That's right, sister.
Zhang Lirong exclaimed with joy, regaining her former confidence, gritting her teeth and saying, perhaps my champagne tower can still be useful.
Meanwhile, candidate number 1, Ji Tianyi, and candidate number 4, Morong Shuowo, were also making great strides.
A CCTV analyst summarized Ji Tianyi as the divine machine strategist carrying a second-class merit medal that can summon 500 soldiers
from the Dragon Country is indeed extraordinary.
He, like Su Chen, chose to enter the battlefield from the right hillside, and just like Su Chen, he waited for the best opportunity to strike. The time interval between their attacks was 0.04 seconds. Truly, heroes see things similarly. The host also remarked, indeed, it is a resounding victory. It's a pity that the soldiers in his medal are only level 10, although they have the advantage in numbers, they are far inferior in quality compared to Su Chen's summons.
One can only say that everything has its flaws. The second class merit medal is ultimately more of a commemorative significance, not a strong summoner's equipment. Moreover, it is a virtual equipment exclusive to the dungeon, which means it cannot be upgraded or modified, and the soldiers inside are all random.
Unless you can personally achieve military merit and recruit troops yourself, another analyst chuckled.
Oh, I heard that during the Demon
Fortress, Su Chen received a third-class merit medal, and the troops he recruited at that time were all elite Dragon Knights and Iron Blood Charge Corps, the host said with a smile.
In any case,
Ji Tianyi is just slightly inferior to Su Chen. He also achieved great results and preserved the main force of the Rongmin resistance.
In the upcoming Apocalypse Anchor defense battle, he will surely shine. Let's take a look at candidate number 4, Morong Shuowu.
This time, all the men brightened up, because Morong Shuowu, besides being a fresh candidate, has been a famous child star since she was young, and now she is a hot movie star in the entertainment industry, belonging to the top idols with great appeal, and also the peace ambassador of the Dragon Country.
Every force has extended an olive branch to her, because she poses no threat, yet is one of the top supports. Morong Shuowu is a soul singer. The heavenly voice she emits can significantly increase attributes for all listeners on the battlefield.
She has no attack skills but possesses a powerful holy song that can change the battlefield situation.
The audience saw Morong Shuowu continuously singing in the Kingdom of Caesar.
The rampant holy light enveloped the Rongmin resistance, which is capable of healing wounds quickly with the Golden Kelly healing song.
Countless colorful red lights wrapped
around the Rongmin resistance, which can dispel zombie toxins with the Marilyn exorcism song. Accompanying her heavenly voice was the song Killing the Wolf, which greatly increased attack power. In the span of 3 songs, the morale of the Rongmin resistance surged, successfully pushing back all the attacking zombies. The host exclaimed, after all, it's Morong Shuowu. Her performance was flawless, but
it's still quite difficult to claim the top spot.
Indeed, the analyst agreed, after all, she was merely assisting the Rongmin resistance.
Purely passive, lacking initiative. So, Morong Shuowu will most likely only receive the highest guaranteed reward rather than taking the initiative like Su Chen and Ji Tianyi. Next, tomorrow's battle will be the turning point. We will see Su Chen who takes the initiative
to launch a surprise attack on the zombie army's base. Ji Tianyi and Morong Shuowu, who are stationed at the anchor of the apocalypse, and Zheng Kongcheng, who has already packed his bags and quietly left the base, preparing to search for nearby water sources to scout the troops. All the audience members widened their eyes. Could it be that Zheng Kongcheng decided to make a desperate counterattack? All the audience, including Zheng Kongcheng's mother, Zhang Lirong, and several high-ranking members of the Weak Water family, were collectively baffled.
What kind of bizarre operation is this? It should be noted, the anchor of the Apocalypse base is the absolute safe haven for this college entrance examination, and Zheng Kongcheng's performance has been utterly weak, so in everyone's common understanding, Zheng Kongcheng should be hiding in the anchor of the Apocalypse, racking
up some points, and then waiting for the exam to end to return safely.
Don't even dream of getting a high evaluation, because it's too late. According to past scoring rules for the college entrance examination, once Caesar unleashed the holy flame
of exorcism super move, Zheng Kongcheng's score had already hovered around the passing line.
Did he still want to turn the tide?
Where was he before? Moreover, the undying old cat had already told him the occupational bonus of the Sea Demon Lord had been completely consumed by the previous generation, with no consideration for sustainable development, directly depleting resources without leaving anything for him as a descendant.
So, what else did Zheng Kongcheng want to do? After a long moment,
Zheng Kongcheng, with his bag on his back, suddenly swung his fist fiercely towards the sky. I will definitely find a new path for the Sea Demon Lord. Even if I can't control the Naga undead, our Weak Water family, as the overlords of the ocean, can still find other vassal races. Without Butcher Zhang, do we have to eat hairy pigs? I'm sure I can find alternative Butcher Li and Butcher Wang.
The audience couldn't help but sigh at this scene. This kid has quite a bit of spirit. But, do you know you've committed the crime of desertion? You just abandoned the anchor of the apocalypse base like this?
No, buddy, by the time you find an alternative vassal race, the undying old cat will have already
perished, and the anchor of the apocalypse base will have fallen.
Everyone was at a loss whether to praise him for his ambition or to criticize him for being unrealistic and not grounded.
Well done, Zhang Lirong exclaimed
loudly, directly shutting down the comments from the foolish netizens. How could those lowly people understand the resolve of the strong? My son has already awakened to the consciousness of a king.
Wu Mengxi also strongly agreed. Abandoning the now worthless anchor of the apocalypse base is the right choice.
Staying here, he could at most only get a passing score.
As a proud descendant of the weak water family, he shouldn't care about the success or failure of the college entrance examination.
Instead, venturing far away to seek that 1% chance of a turnaround, looking for the stones that can be used to carve jade, is the true path of a king.
Exactly. Even the dark gold equipment of past college entrance examination champions is nothing to my son.
Only that divine pet, the undying old cat, is the only thing he needs to care about. Therefore, stepping out of his
comfort zone to seek hope for a turnaround is the journey of a king. Zhang Lirong snorted coldly, addressing the guests. Now, refill the champagne tower for me. Even if Kong Chang ultimately loses, just based on his current bravery, he deserves to be celebrated. Let us raise a glass to honor his growth.
The crowd exchanged glances, forcing smiles.
But the next moment, a guest suddenly reminded, oh no, look at Su Chen's electronic map. Everyone froze, and Zhang Lirong was quite displeased. This is my son's celebration, why bring up that bastard?
Just now, Su Chen was checking the electronic map and I took a screenshot. The guest said with a bitter smile, one of the routes is marked as particularly dangerous, leading to the spider demon's lair. And it seems that young Master Zheng Concheng has stepped onto this path.
Zhang Lirong was stunned and hurriedly rushed to check.
This was a matter of life and death. No matter how much she disliked Su Chen or trusted Zheng Concheng, she couldn't afford to be careless.
After all, the college entrance examination could truly be fatal.
The hyper-realistic dungeon of Caesar's kingdom could kill the spirit and soul of practitioners, which is why parents needed to supervise their children's exam. Live streams 24/7, deciding whether to pause the exam and withdraw from the college entrance examination. If an emergency arose where a candidate couldn't concede and withdraw, the parents had to make the decision.
Life or grades? Sure enough,
Zhang Lirong and Wu Mengxi saw it clearly. Comparing with Su Chen's electronic map, Zheng Concheng had already stepped onto the road leading to the spider demon territory.
The wind howled, and he was so resolute. Without hesitation, he didn't look back.
This should have been the prologue to a hero's rise, but because of Su Chen's top-secret electronic map, the more serious Zheng Concheng became. The more determined he was, the more it took on a comedic tone. Ha, the spider demons are waiting for takeout at home, and here comes Zheng Concheng. This guy has the potential to become a comedy master. I suggest he star in Joker, the Dragon Kingdom's clown.
Bravely charging towards the spider's nest. TSK, is he trying to die faster?
The more passionate Zheng Concheng is, the more he strives, the closer he gets to death. It's truly ridiculous. Alright, Zheng Concheng has been unofficially named the annual top clown. He's out.
Let's watch the duel between Su Chen, Ji Tianyi, and Morong Shuowu. Zhang Lirong.
Wu Mengxi, guests.
Only one intern waiter weakly asked, should we continue pouring champagne into the tower?
As he spoke, bang, another bottle of high-end champagne erupted with countless bubbles. The fizzing sound of the bubbles bursting echoed like thunder in the silent hall. In stark contrast, however, was the grand welcoming banquet for Su Chen at the anchor base of the apocalypse. Under the rugged, roaring flames, the holy flame of exorcism, symbolizing the fire of resistance, was enshrined on the statue in the central square, continuously powered by the flame of the saint. Various furry citizens gathered from all directions in an orderly manner to participate in this celebration of victory. Among them were the cat citizens with padded claws, the sheep citizens with short white horns, the dog citizens with black noses and sharp teeth, as well as rabbit citizens, cow citizens, leopard citizens, and so on. They all looked at Su Chen with admiration and respect filled with deep gratitude. Come, furry citizens, welcome our Dragon Kingdom ally, the heir of the undead catastrophe, the bearer of the artifact world in a pocket, Lord Su Chen. The immortal old cat praised Su Chen's achievements. Not long ago, when we were escorting the convoy of children and were ambushed by 2 zombie legions, Lord Su Chen appeared on the battlefield like a divine being, miraculously rescuing our main forces and preserving the spark for the furry resistance. Cheers, thank you to our friends from the Dragon Kingdom, to our young summoner, Su Chen. Caesar raised his golden cup, laughing heartily, slamming the table to make it ring. To Su Chen. All the Rong people raised their cups, thousands of them immersed in a festive atmosphere. Su Chen had become the star of the anchor base in the apocalypse, adored by all the Rong people, with people constantly coming to offer him tea and drinks. Yes, there was no alcohol in the base, because throughout years of resistance and combat, the military rations were barely enough, let alone being diverted for brewing. Moreover, the Rong people were not fond of alcohol to begin with. In terms of drink preferences, the Wang people hoped to import some high-concentration bone broth from Longwa, while the Miao people only wanted catnip juice, which paired perfectly with dried fish for a delightful feast. The Mia people and the Mao people preferred herbal juices and high-sugar fruit juices. By the way, how does the anchor base plan to defend against the zombie horde's attack next? Chen, based on the electronic map provided by the other party, was confident that he now had a higher authority and could give pointers on the defense system, so he took the initiative to ask. He was ready to point out some strategies for the Rong people's resistance army. If the one before him was the true immortal old cat Caesar, and this batch of NPCs were the real Rong people's resistance army, Chen would definitely not dare to say a word, as that would be sheer arrogance and self-humiliation. The Rong people's resistance army had fought bloodily in the corpse nest for 1,000 years, standing tall with deep roots, and Caesar along with the commanders were all in a semi-zombie form of immortality, which meant they had accumulated vast experience over a massive amount of time. What right did a mere high school student have to speak out? But this was not the real Caesar, and the NPCs were not the true commanders. They were merely AI simulation characters from the country of Caesar instance, and the computational power used was minimal, the code was a mess, and their intelligence was limited, so their defenses were bound to have numerous flaws. That was why they were used to test the candidates. If the base were perfect, how could there be an exam? How could the candidates' levels be assessed? The immortal old cat indeed did not hide anything, directly presenting the terrain defense map to Chen for him to view. Quite clever, nothing needs to be added, Chen remarked with some surprise, thinking the exam creators actually did not make things difficult for the candidates in terms of defense, which means the challenge for us will be the intensity of the city defense battle. He squinted his eyes and immediately realized the main examiner's intention, murmuring, "It seems that the attacking zombie army must be extremely powerful. Perhaps I should reconsider my upcoming exam strategy. Defending the city might be the more rewarding option." Wow, Chen is really smart. The host of the CCTV college entrance examination channel smiled. What do the experts think? Is his guess about the difficulty of this country of Caesar accurate? Is his prediction reliable? Absolutely accurate, an expert gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "He truly is a top student. I thought he was just an ordinary internet celebrity with exceptional talent in the streaming field, but now it seems he is a true genius, able to grasp concepts across various fields at a glance. Indeed, Chen's judgment aligns perfectly with my decades of experience." Another expert smiled in approval. "This young man is truly full of surprises. He has already discovered that winning the city defense battle is the key to determining victory. As far as we know, Chen performed exceptionally well in the city defense battle at the Demon Fortress. If he can replicate that success, I believe he will be the top scorer in the college entrance examination." The host boldly made a judgment. Well, that may not be the case. The 500 machine gunners included in Ji Tianyi's second-class merit medal, although they lagged behind Chen in the recent skirmish due to their weak unit type and being only level 10, did not perform as impressively. But don't forget, the expert reminded, levels can be improved. In the city defense battle, machine gunners can continuously inflict damage on enemies with their powerful long-range firepower. They can level up quickly. Right, that's another big variable. The host nodded, then sighed again. It's a pity that we thought the divine machine strategist profession's skills for subversion and recruitment would shine, but they turned out to be completely ineffective. That's quite normal. What zombie can be subverted or recruited by a human strategist? The expert scoffed. Such skills are aimed at intelligent humanoid beings. To recruit zombies, one can only rely on high-level beings, intimidation compliance, as well as the psychics, soul control, and the demon classes, force charm, among others. But what left everyone dumbfounded was that Chen resolutely continued with his previous plan, taking the initiative to hunt zombies. "Please stay and lend us a hand." The undead old cat sincerely invited him again. And again, as you can see, our end of the world anchor base lacks manpower and is in a precarious situation. However, Chen firmly replied, "I am well aware, Your Highness. But according to the intelligence we have, if we keep holding our ground, there will be no way out. Although the end of the world anchor base is easy to defend but hard to attack, it is also in a dead end, with no strategic depth for retreat, and we can only fight to the last breath. Therefore, that slim chance of survival is not within the end of the world anchor base, but in the vast world outside." Caesar was taken aback, his fluffy paw scratching his cat face, and he asked in confusion, Have you already devised a winning strategy?" "Sorry, I can only say we'll take it one step at a time." Chen shrugged nonchalantly, commonly known as, "just watch and fight." Caesar, the audience, the host and expert panel. Everyone was stunned by Chen's just watch and fight strategy. No need to be surprised. Chen calmly addressed the speechless. "Undead old cat, I'm new here, and it's impossible for me to immediately think of a flawless plan to save the fluff people's resistance and liberate the entire zombie nest. However, staying here would only lead to mutual destruction with you, while breaking out is the only way to find a glimmer of hope. This basic principle is correct. And I'm not abandoning you, I can make you stronger." Chen interlaced
His fingers displayed a magic ring carved with ancient runes, shrouded in a faint dark gray mist before the undead old cat and all. The audience. It was indeed the divine artifact, whirled in a pocket. He first summoned 50 dragon skeleton archers and 50 dragon skeleton mages in the nearby open space. Then, he dumped out all the various supplies he had inside. That was a ton of restoration potion. Materials, high-grade hemostatic herbs, a ton of the main material for shields, star steel chains, 30,000 demon-breaking arrows. Does this count as cheating, experts? The host gulped, staring wide-eyed at the two experts. One expert furrowed his brows tightly, immediately took out his phone, and searched for prohibited items in the college entrance examination. There are no finished restoration potions smuggled in, only hemostatic herbs, which complies with the regulations and does not violate Article 17 of the prohibition. It is strictly forbidden to carry too many finished potions, but students should be encouraged to carry materials to promote the use of the secondary profession, herbology, during the exam. Chen has clearly studied all the examination regulations, avoiding all prohibitions, and this ton of herbs is actually encouraged, which counts as extra points. The expert smiled wryly. What about those 30,000 demon-breaking arrows? The host frowned, cautiously reminding them, that's definitely finished weaponry, right? Carrying so many should be illegal, right? Not really. Another expert raised a finger. According to Article 117 of the Professional Examination Regulations, each archer can carry a maximum of 999 arrows, which occupies 10 backpack slots. Since Chen has 50 skeleton archers, his carrying limit is approximately 50,000 arrows. The host was dumbfounded. Do summon creatures count? Shoo, please be careful with your words. The expert coughed and reminded him, what you just said could be seen as a violation of the summon creature anti-discrimination law. Humanoid summon creatures are also people. They shed blood and sacrifice themselves to protect the Dragon Kingdom, and they have always fought on the front lines. It is they who bear the brunt as cannon fodder, and it is they who cover our retreat. Summon creatures have sacrificed everything for the construction of the Dragon Kingdom. Please do not let our heroic summon creatures bleed and weep. The audience thought for a moment and suddenly froze. Hey, that's true. During the war, summoners used large numbers of skeleton warriors as cannon fodder to absorb the demon's ranged attacks, which is called the skeleton sea tactic. When fleeing, summoners also abandoned a large number of skeleton soldiers, letting them form a bone wall to delay the enemy's advance, known as the skeleton wall tactic. Summon creatures are flavorful, no need for extra salt. The host immediately covered his mouth, cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and hurriedly stated, I didn't mean it. I have many summon creature friends, I could never discriminate against them. Ahem, back to the point. The host said expressionlessly, I also strongly support Chen's action of carrying 30,000 demon-breaking arrows. This is a practical implementation of the summon creature protection law. Although, the arrows used by his summon creatures are elemental arrows, which do not require physical arrows at all. But we still firmly defend the right of skeleton archers to use physical arrows. Therefore, all the supplies Chen carries are completely legal and reasonable. The expert sighed. It seems that Chen has really prepared thoroughly for this examination. The procurement price of this batch of supplies is at least between 150 million and 200 million. Isn't it said that Chen comes from a poor family and relies on Dragon Kingdom student loans for 9 years of compulsory education, receiving scholarships every year? Another expert scratched his head and couldn't help but say. The host smiled, that's just a temporary situation, a dragon in shallow waters, a tiger fallen in the plains. Who says Chen has to remain impoverished? When he completed his job change and participated in a dungeon for the first time, breaking the Guinness record for the nightmare-level demon fortress, many factions reached out to him with olive branches. Even our Dragon Kingdom officially awarded him millions in scholarships and is willing to provide him with a 15 million interest-free loan. Moreover, I heard that Chen has received strong sponsorship from the Dragon Slayer family in Fengdu City. The host winked gossipingly. Chen Jingqiu has already regarded him as a son-in-law of the Chen family. A mere few hundred million in supplies should be easy to arrange, right? The expert smiled. It seems that Chen's greatest asset is still his artifact, whirled in a bag. Even if others wanted to transport such a large batch of supplies into the Caesar Kingdom dungeon, they simply couldn't manage it. Artifacts truly are artifacts, possessing the powerful ability to reverse fortunes. Indeed, since whirled in a bag can hold 100 skeletons, it must have a lot of extra space. Many skeleton soldiers have bizarre shapes and take up countless additional spaces. One can imagine that the interior of the artifact must be very spacious. Chen using it to store supplies is truly a brilliant and creative idea. The viewers watching this scene were also amazed. Is this really an artifact? Just putting supplies into the chest cavity of a skeleton can hold so much, right? Chen is really investing heavily, it seems. He is determined to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. TCH, he's just a despicable person who relies on money to gain privileges in the exam, not worth promoting at all. Actually, Chen's investment in the college entrance examination isn't that much compared to other top contenders, right? You see the top-notch recovery potion that Jiau Drinks like water. A single bottle is worth 400,000. Morong Shue's set of level 20 dark gold equipment is clearly custom made by a master tailor. Crafting this set must cost no less than 400 million, right? To win the college entrance examination, who hasn't spent money? Is it only allowed for wealthy families to spend money on their rich second generation? Just because Chen comes from a poor background? Why shouldn't Chen be worthy of support? All of Chen's money was earned through his hard work and live streaming. He is a legitimate rich first generation. Is there anything more inspiring than that? The netizens began to argue, directly engaging in a fierce battle in the college entrance examination livestream. After all, there were no moderators in this place, and everyone could continuously express themselves as long as they didn't trigger any ban words. They wouldn't be banned. Chen then said to the undying old cat, with this batch of supplies, your city defense battle will be more relaxed and you will be able to hold out longer. As for me, I will go to Surround Way to rescue Jiau, launching a surprise attack on all the zombie legion strongholds, the zombie factory. That is the lifeline of all the zombie legions. As long as I draw the flames of war to their rear stronghold, the zombie commanders will have no choice but to retreat. Chen smiled slightly. With the electronic map you provided, I am quite confident I can do it. The zombies on the third level of the Abyss are 90% synthetic beings mass-produced by the zombie factory, and 10% are virus-infected beings created by the Rongmin. For all zombie forces, the zombie factory is their lifeline. However, attempting to attack the zombie factory is basically a pipe dream. Because in the nests of the major legions there are countless zombie creatures, as soon as any troops approach, they will immediately be counter-encircled. Moreover, once the bosses of the zombie legions feel they cannot hold their ground, they will evacuate with all the factory's equipment, which often happens in time because the Rongmin resistance forces are limited in number and under strict surveillance, making it difficult to launch a surprise attack on any zombie factory. But Chen is different. He said solemnly, I can store all summoned creatures, infiltrate the zombie factory alone, and then summon all troops to cause massive destruction. As long as I slip away quickly, no one can stop me. Chen was suddenly stunned. All the viewers watching the livestream also changed their expressions drastically, their bodies trembling. This statement, for those who do not understand the college entrance examination for professionals in Manhwa, was purely a polite remark. But at this moment, in the Caesar Kingdom instance, the undying old cat's words meant a real hidden mission. Destroying the zombie factory would grant extra points in the college entrance examination. Chen found a hidden mission. All the viewers went wild in the comments. This is the first hidden mission to surface in the live stream of all candidates, and its value is self-evident. But to be honest, this hidden mission was somewhat expected. It wasn't hard to guess. It's just the difficulty of completion is terrifying. No candidate can accomplish it. Destroying the zombie factory, since humanity first stepped into the zombie nest, throughout history, only 9 zombie factories have been destroyed. Those high-level zombie lords are long-lived old fellows, battle-hardened, and their territorial defenses are impeccable. While the audience was delighted, they quickly realized the difficulty of the hidden mission and began to sing its demise. Chen, however, showed a look of relief, as if he had taken a calming pill, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. Very good, that is exactly my intention. I came to the zombie nest precisely to deal with the zombie factory and achieve great things. He looked deeply at the undying old cat. Your Highness Caesar, I wonder if you have noticed a major fatal flaw in the zombie legions, and my proactive attack is the only hope to break the deadlock? The undying old cat's AI was limited, looking at Chen with confusion. Please speak, friend of the Rongmin. Chen smiled faintly. This time, the reason the anchor base of the apocalypse is in such a precarious situation is that the zombies have chosen to unite. And the flaw I mentioned about the zombie legions has now been compensated for. The fatal flaw I refer to is singularity. He spoke eloquently. Among the top 10 legions, the zombie bear factory only produces these thick-skinned, powerful meat shield zombies, while the living corpse factory only manufactures output-type zombies with incredible biting power. If it were just pure zombie bears or living corpses, they would be easy to deal with. Zombie bears are merely a bunch of foolish meat shields with rigid tactics. We just need our own meat shields to hold the line while the ranged output slowly wears them down. Living corpses are even easier to handle because they are generally very weak, just a group of low health and defense fragile beings. This is the flaw of singularity. But if zombie bears and living corpses team up, they can perfectly compensate for each other's flaws. Living corpses are small and agile, able to move under the shadow of the zombie bears. When the commoners are distracted by the zombie bears, the living corpses can easily bite the commoners, thus infecting you with the zombie virus. Chen sighed. The reason the anchor base of the apocalypse is in such a precarious state is that many zombie legions are teaming up to attack. There are both meat shield zombie bear legions and ranged output corpse demon clans, plus the high agility and high attack living corpses, forming a classic warrior mage thief triangle, balancing the comprehensive system of shield ranged magic damage melee physical damage. The undying
Old Cat suddenly realized and understood Su Chen's tactical intentions. So, you want to break the zombies' rear bases one by one, thereby disrupting this powerful combination of troops. Bingo! Su Chen smiled, snapped his fingers, and laid out all his thoughts. If I can penetrate deep into the territory of the Corpse Demon clan and threaten the safety of their manufacturing factory, then the commander of the Corpse Demons will have no choice but to retreat for reinforcements.
At that time, the attacking army at the anchor base of the apocalypse will lack magical output. Your chances of defending the city will greatly increase as a result. Of course, if I get lucky and find the zombie bear factory, that would be perfect. Su Chen sketched a beautiful blueprint, enthusiastically painting a picture for the undying old cat. Just think, once my strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Jiau succeeds, the zombie bears will rush back to their lair, abandoning the siege of the anchor base of the apocalypse. Then the enemy forces you face will lose their frontline meat shields. At that time, a bunch of low defense, low health zombies attacking the anchor base of the apocalypse would surely lead to certain defeat.
The undying old cat's eyes suddenly sharpened.
Brilliant! Then I must help out, the undying old cat said excitedly. So what are we waiting for? Let's go to our commoner's treasury to pick out some supplies and equipment and then quickly embark on the guerrilla warfare journey. Oh, but I don't want equipment, I want some troops. Su Chen solemnly put forth his first request. The undying old cat immediately fell into contemplation. To be honest, you have made great contributions to saving the commoner's resistance and bringing life-saving supplies, so it's hard for me to refuse your request. However, you can see that our forces are stretched thin, and every commoner veteran left to defend the city is very important. Moreover, as a summoner, your advantage lies in being able to fight lightly without the burden of a large army. But if our commoner troops join your command, it would mean a lot of extra baggage for you, making you very conspicuous. Is that really okay? The undying old cat couldn't help but remind him. Su Chen smiled faintly but took out a piece of equipment he hadn't used for a long time, the Dragon Kingdom 3rd Class Hero Medal. Look, this thing is a reward I obtained when I rewrote the course of history in the Demon Fortress dungeon. It can be used once in each dungeon to replenish the troops inside. The current carrying limit is 300 soldiers, he said solemnly. I know that the anchor of the apocalypse urgently needs manpower, so I don't want veterans. Please give me 300 level 1 recruits. I will lead these ragtag rebels to fight and level up. Trust me. It won't be long before they become level 20 veterans. Hiss. All the spectators who saw this couldn't help but gasp, revealing expressions of shock. Su Chen still has this trump card. Jiao is regarded as the number 1 seed because of that second-class merit medal. Now Su Chen also has a third-class merit medal. Doesn't that mean the advantage is negated? Su Chen is the true number 1 contender, without a doubt, someone murmured in analysis. Wait a minute, Jiao's merit medal carries a full 500 Dragon Kingdom machine gunners. Although they are only level 10, during the upcoming city defense battle, with their long-range advantage, it will still be easy for them to level up to 20. But Su Chen is bringing 300 level 1 small fry. Once they encounter zombies, they'll be killed instantly, making it hard to level up, right? Someone hesitantly asked. Wrong. Completely wrong. Quite the opposite. After the host raised a similar question, a writer from a military magazine firmly denied it. In my opinion, Su Chen only needs about 3 days to level up that batch of level 1 ragtag rebels to level 20. But Tianyi may not be able to do that. Oh, why is that? The new female host from CCTV, unfamiliar with Su Chen, looked surprised. Because there are 2 mechanisms that favor Su Chen but hinder Tianyi. The writer quickly wrote down 2 terms, displaying them on the screen. Old leads new. Kill stealing. In large-scale Legion battles, everyone does not belong to the same battle group, so experience distribution is very simple and brutal. Whoever gets the last kill can enjoy the experience alone. He spoke confidently, and Tianyi's disadvantage lies in the fact that level 10 machine gunners have too low output in the level 20 Caesar Kingdom dungeon. They simply can't compete. It would be incredibly difficult to secure a kill. That's true. The CCTV host suddenly realized under a full level difference, level 10 machine gunners trying to steal kills and experience from level 20 ragtag rebels. Well, the difficulty is not just a little bit high. Just a friendly reminder. Another analyst chuckled. Level 10 machine gunners are just the most ordinary soldier type NPCs, but currently, half of the remaining ragtag rebels in the anchor of the apocalypse are elite level NPCs, and there are more than 10 hero level NPCs. The output difference between the 2 sides could be more than tenfold. All I can say is, Tianyi better count his blessings. The time has come to test his skills. And what about Su Chen, experts? The host asked with a smile. The writer's eyes sparkled. Su Chen is using the old lead's new leveling method. This has been the model since ancient times, from the old era of online game power leveling to the era of universal job changes with training partners. An experienced high-level player, with their experience bar capped, will transfer 100% of all the experience harvested by the team to the newbies, and Su Chen's powerful summons can harvest zombies like crazy, leveling up in a mowing style.
Exactly, so if Su Chen maintains high-intensity combat, he really could bring a group of level 1 recruits to level 20 within 72 hours. The analyst side, Su Chen's plan is truly meticulous, with every link tightly connected. That third-class merit medal of his is also used just right. And at this moment, the undying old cat said, as a strategic ally of the Dragon Kingdom, I also have the authority to award military honors. I am willing to confer a medal upon you. Ding! The panel of the professional reminded. Congratulations, Summoner Su Chen. Your third-class hero medal has been upgraded to a second-class hero medal. Temporary. This upgrade is only valid in the Caesar Kingdom dungeon and will expire upon returning to reality. Holding this medal will be regarded as a combat hero of the Dragon Kingdom, allowing you to enter various military districts without examination. With a minimum rank of second lieutenant. You can also use this medal during dungeon raids to summon all your temporary followers to assist in battle. Remaining uses 10. Follower. Limit 500. Note 1, when the uses are exhausted, you can use military merit to recharge during the dungeon settlement. Note 2, the attributes of your followers are related to the medals. Rank. Current 0 Su Chen was very surprised because the number of uses for the second-class medal had actually increased from 1 to 10. This meant that Su Chen could store his followers in the medal storage space multiple times and then suddenly summon them to fight, just like when he used the artifact Portable World. It could be said that the hero medal was a virtual version of the Portable World. Thank you, His Highness Caesar. Su Chen knelt on one knee and respectfully accepted the brand new second-class medal from the hands of this rebel leader. The undying old cat showed an expectant expression. Please go to our military camp and recruit 500 new soldiers. I will grant you the corresponding authority. I hope you can bring a brand new future to our end times anchor. Leave everything to me, you just need to guard the end times anchor. Su Chen smiled faintly, stood up directly, and headed towards the barracks. Aren't you going to rest for a night before leaving? The undying old cat asked in surprise. We cannot afford to delay any longer. Su Chen, with the acting skills of an old pro, feigned a worried expression for the country and the people. Just thinking about the end times anchor base being breached and the civilians being turned into zombies keeps me awake at night. Since I can't sleep well, I might as well set off early. The undying old cat was indeed quite moved. As a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, you care so much for our civilians, which shows the friendship of our alliance. I wish you great success in battle and a victorious return. Su Chen nodded. Let's encourage each other. I will handle the external matters, and you will manage the internal ones. As long as we work together sincerely, the end times anchor will never fall. At the moment of parting, Su Chen also received an old-fashioned walkie-talkie, which could be used in the third layer of the abyss to maintain contact with the end times anchor base. Goodbye. In the hazy night, Su Chen waved to the undying old cat and walked towards the bustling civilian barracks. Soon, a civilian general from the barracks received Su Chen, and after understanding his intentions, he promptly brought him to the operation panel of the barracks. Among our new recruits, we currently have 200 panda spearmen, 200 hyena assassins, 300 porcupine archers, 1500 brave rabbit berserkers, 2000 violent cat shield warriors, 1000 battle sheep cavalry, and 1000 crazy rat crossbowmen. You can recruit up to half of them. Elite units can be recruited up to 100. The general reminded, because we also need to retain some as reserve forces to guard the base. Okay, I understand. Su Chen had already thought it through before coming and said without hesitation, give me 100 panda spearmen and 400 crazy rat crossbowmen. He believed that his Flower Fruit Mountain's 13 protectors could withstand any zombies, so he only needed the most violent output units, thoroughly adopting an offensive strategy for defense. Soon, all the level 1 new recruits were stored in the second-class medal, and he directly left the end times anchor base, which was filled with fortifications and traps. Descending from the 10-meter city wall guarded by the violent Meow Shield Warrior and the fierce Rabbit Berserker, Su Chen waved at the undead old cat staring into the distance, then closed his cloak. In the scorching winds of the Ashen season, he strode purposefully towards the first location on the electronic map, the Ghoul Camp. He had deliberately changed into a gray cloak that blended perfectly with the ash-covered volcanic rock, serving as a form of camouflage. Sure enough, since he was moving alone, no scouts from the zombie forces detected his presence. Or rather, even if enemies spotted him, they would only regard him as a wandering corpse and instinctively ignore him, as such corpses were as numerous as the stars. North Liang City, the Lord's Mansion. Principal Jiau Renjie could no longer contain his excitement and trembling hands. Despite his age, he was shaking his colorful hands and dancing a passionate samba in the college entrance examination venue. Oh, yeah. After teaching for over 20 years, I'm finally going to produce a top scorer in the college entrance exam. Everyone, don't be fooled by my composure. Back in college, I was the king of the street dance club, often battling others in dance-offs, and I was unbeatable in the university town. Mayor Chen Shuani covered his face. Old Jiao, stop dancing. It's really embarrassing. The friends from the Hunter Nation Military Academy and the Yen Huang Military Academy are watching. Can you be a bit more reserved? Hee hee, if you could produce a top scorer,
I guarantee you'd be even more excited than me. Who knows, if I give you a steel pole, you might dance with joy, Jiao Renjie snorted. I can picture it now. Vice Principal Chu Tianlin of the Yanhuang Military Academy laughed heartily. If Chen Xuani, the Sword Immortal, could perform a pole dance, he'd definitely make headlines in all the global media tomorrow. The three old friends teased each other, the atmosphere warm and friendly. Meanwhile, Wang Jian, the head of the admissions department at the Hunter Nation Military Academy, felt a bit awkward. He seemed to have become invisible, completely ignored by them, unable to fit into their little circle. The reason was clear to Wang Jian, that fool Sun Jiangwo actually discarded such an outstanding talent as Su Chen, instead trying to recruit the mediocre second-generation heir Shen Zimo. Moreover, to cover up the scandal of taking benefits from Shen Jinghong, Sun Jiangwo repeatedly criticized Su Chen without reason, harshly belittling him, which led to a rift between them. Chen Xuani was Su Chen's mentor, Jiao Renjie was his teacher, and Chu Tianlin had always supported Su Chen, even giving him a special recruitment letter. Why would they treat him kindly? That brat Su Chen is indeed impressive. He has the demeanor of a great general with inner wisdom and outer strength. Chu Tianlin stroked his beard, not hiding the admiration in his eyes. Our Yanhuang Military Academy is in dire need of such top talent. I've decided that when I return, I will persuade the school board to do everything possible to help Su Chen compete for the second summoner artifact, the Shadow Sphere. Wang Jian was dumbfounded. You actually want to use such a great opportunity to recruit Su Chen? The school board won't agree, because your board members also have children and relatives who have transitioned to become summoners. TCH, Chu Tianlin glanced disdainfully at Wang Jian. Do you think our Yanhuang Military Academy is like your Hunter Nation Military Academy? All our resources are prioritized for the most outstanding students, unlike you who only prioritize the children of board members and the offspring of big shots. We are educating for the rise of the Dragon Nation and to defeat the Abyss, while you are secretly engaging in academic cliques, using national educational resources to cultivate your networks. Bah! Chu Tianlin scoffed coldly, then turned to Chen Xuani and Jiao Renjie with a friendly smile. Come, I have a joke from the Hunter Nation Military Academy. Do you want to hear it? Quick, tell us, it must be hilarious, Jiao Renjie urged with a smile. In the awkward expression on Wang Jian's face, Chu Tianlin said seriously, one day, a dean from the military academy of the hunting nation was taking care of his son. The son innocently asked, Dad, the dean is so impressive, can I be a dean in the future too? The dean father replied, Of course you can. The son then asked, Can I be a principal? The dean father shook his head, Of course not, because the principal has his own son too. Wang Jian's face instantly turned the color of liver. Meanwhile, Chen Xuani, Jiao Renjie, and Chu Tianlin burst into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Your joke seems a bit too sharp. Jiao Renjie clutched his stomach and shrugged. Sorry, Director Wang Jian. We're not targeting you, it's just that your Hunting Nation Military Academy really does seem to be like this. Chen Xuani said lightly, In my opinion, Director Wang Jian, you no longer have a reason to stay. Vice Principal Chu Tianlin's word is as good as gold, since he promised to secure a competitive spot for Su Chen in the Shadow Sphere. He will never go back on his word. And your Hunting Nation Military Academy cannot propose equivalent conditions, so as long as Su Chen doesn't act foolishly, he won't choose you. Yes, for the qualification to compete for the Shadow Sphere, Su Chen will definitely go to the Yanhuang Military Academy. That kid isn't stupid. Jiao Renjie agreed wholeheartedly. The Shadow Sphere is a fragment of a small world. In Eastern terms, it is a grain of sand containing a world. While in Western terms, the Shadow Sphere is a product of high-dimensional space compressed into a low-dimensional world. One Shadow Sphere is a vast magical space. Its function is quite similar to Su Chen's artifact, the World in a Bag, which can also hold a massive number of summoned creatures, but only shadow creatures. It should be noted that shadow creatures are not the lowly types like skeleton soldiers and ghouls, but truly high-level otherworldly beings that live in the dark side of the universe, able to hunt in the vast starry sky. Their habitat sheds the colorful hues of light, leaving only black and white, becoming the shadow world. In the 100-layer abyss, several layers known to humanity have been invaded by shadow creatures, turning into the shadow world, and even the demon lords have failed to launch a successful counterattack. The most terrifying attribute of shadow creatures is physical immunity. How can blades and swords harm a shadow? Mental immunity, they lack a physical body, so there is no mental attribute. Soul immunity, their souls are fundamentally different from those of ordinary beings, so soul attacks cannot take effect. Among the list of artifacts for summoners, the Shadow Sphere is also an extremely powerful existence, yet it cannot escape the fate of being shattered by the Abyss Lords. Of course, given the artifact's property of indestructibility, it was merely shattered into hundreds and thousands of small, shadow spheres, scattered across the ruins of a shadow world. Every 10 years, humanity consumes resources to open the ruins of the shadow world, sending the best human summoners inside to search for fragments of the Shadow Sphere. Because the ruins are very fragile and on the verge of collapse, they cannot accommodate high-level professionals above the second tier. Generally, new summoners are selected from various military academies to enter. The reasoning behind this is akin to saying, the shadow ruins are an ant
nest, and professionals below the second tier are as weak as a swarm of ants, so they can venture inside for exploration, while professionals above the second tier are too powerful, like hyenas, vultures, and mammoths lurking outside the ant nest.
Although they can easily crush the nest, they cannot think of entering without destroying it.
A year later, it will be time for the Shadow Ruins to open again.
Our Yanhuang Military Academy has 2 spots, and I promise one of them will be given to Su Chen, as long as he is willing to join us. Zhu Tianlin smiled slightly. Wang Jian walked away in a daze.
As the director of the admissions office at the Hunter Nation Military Academy, he had never felt so embarrassed, but facing the enormous leverage of the Yanhuang Military Academy, Wang Jian was helpless. No summoner could refuse the Shadow Sphere, especially after Su Chen had tasted the sweetness of the personal world.
What Wang Jian understood even more was that, as the top military
academy, the Hunter Nation Military Academy had 5 slots to compete for the Shadow Sphere, but 3 of those belonged to the children of the board members, and 2 had long been reserved for students recommended by influential figures, making it impossible to reward an ordinary child like Su Chen, who had no connections. As he left, he spat angrily on the ground.
Bah, just an ordinary poor student? No matter how many records he breaks, what can he bring to the military academy?
This precious slot could be exchanged for a building donated by a big shot. Why should it be given to a newcomer who contributes nothing to our school? The fools at Yanhuang Military Academy really have their heads in the clouds. It's no wonder they can only forever
remain beneath our Hunter Nation Military Academy.
Ha! Wang Jian deliberately shouted loudly, kicking a trash can by the roadside in frustration as he walked away.
Hee, Su Chen belongs to our Yanhuang Military Academy now. Zhu Tianlin smirked, looking particularly pleased. I can only say, if you're not family, you can't enter the same door.
When this Wang Jian came, he was very humble and polite, looking like he wanted to atone for Sun Jiangwo's actions, but once hope was dashed, his true colors were revealed. Tsk tisk. Principal Zhao Renji also scoffed. He had no sincerity at all, he simply wanted to take advantage of us. This guy naively thought that with the reputation of the top military academy, he could just pack up all the elite students from around the world without paying any price.
Truly arrogant and foolish.
Mayor Chen Xuani also looked down on him, saying, the Hunter Nation Military Academy is becoming more and more arrogant. The so-called top military
academy seems to be heading for disaster soon.
I remember when Su Chen enrolled. The next session will hold a global military academy grand competition, which will greatly determine the influence of each military academy in the next decade. With the Hunter Nation Military Academy's admission strategy, I really don't know which foolish kids will still hold on to their naive ideas, thinking they can get the best future just by being in the top military academy.
Our Yanhuang Military Academy is
already prepared to shine brightly in the Global Military Academy Grand Competition. Zhu Tianlin smiled warmly, gazing deeply at the live broadcast on the wall-mounted TV. Su Chen is the final piece of our puzzle to reach the top military academy. The Kingdom of Caesar, the Dragon Kingdom audience, and even the global audience, were eagerly glued to their screens, discussing fervently. Su Chen abandoned the solid fortress base and resolutely stepped into the vast wilderness. Can his strategy
of surrounding Wei to rescue Jiau really work?
If we're talking about resoluteness, we must mention the Clown Emperor, Zheng Kongcheng. He has already entered the territory of the Spider Demon and is racing towards the Spider Demon Queen's nest.
What a decisive move!
What courage! Ji Tianyi hasn't slept all night, relying on his superb military skills to continuously command his 500 machine gunners to reinforce defenses, building vantage points, sniper points, and fire points overlooking the
lowlands. Truly a model youth emerging from the Qinglong battle group.
Morong Xuewu is still methodically resting and practicing her songs. She doesn't understand military tactics, so she has no thoughts of an amateur directing a professional. It makes sense. Once she enters performance mode, she has no time to give commands, leaving everything to the AI of the immortal old cat. It feels a bit too passive, almost like leaving it to fate. The 4 seed players, each with their own distinct strategies, thrilled the global audience. And Su Chen, without a doubt, dominated all the attention, capturing a staggering 44% of the viewership on the college entrance exam channel. Almost half. His excellence is naturally not just because his live streams are spectacular and full of entertainment value. The key point is, other candidates are almost uniformly holed up in the anchor base of the apocalypse, fighting defensive battles, while only Su Chen and Zheng Kongcheng have left the base to explore the third layer of the abyss, which makes them feel fresh and exciting. When the dome of the third layer of the abyss is illuminated by the faint morning light of a tree of light, it signifies the arrival of daylight in this world.
Su Chen has been
marching through the night for a long time, accompanied only by Black Wukong. The 2 of them, 1 person and 1 monkey, are darting across the vast land at high speed, approaching the dwelling place of the ghouls, the Tree of the Hang Ghosts. The host from CCTV has also completed the shift and begins to explain the customs and culture of the third layer of the abyss. The third layer of the abyss is an underground world, devoid of sky, sandwiched between 2 layers of land.
It was originally a
true dead zone, where only low-level creatures like magma worms and underground worms could survive in the harsh environment. But later, a tree of light that took root and sprouted in the myriad worlds had one of its roots tear through space and dimensions, reaching the third layer of the abyss, and then it propagated a brand new tree of light here. From then on, the Jiau nest possessed the 7 elements of earth, fire, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, becoming vibrant with life.
The tree of light needs to rest and cool down for 9 hours after shining for 17 hours.
This created the switch between day and night, allowing the Jiau nest to have a concept of day and night, enabling all things to rest and recuperate. The host smiled and said, therefore, the time concept of the third layer of the abyss is 26 hours for a day.
Wait, don't introduce common knowledge yet.
A specialist's voice suddenly became sharp, and she warned all the viewers alertly, Chen has encountered
enemies, but he seems unaware that danger is approaching.
Ha? Where? The audience widened their eyes, starting to search everywhere. But they found nothing. The expert said calmly, you can't see it just by looking, you need to observe.
Have you noticed how loose the soil is nearby?
And Chen has already entered the territory of the ghouls, yet he hasn't encountered any patrolling ghouls. Why is that? The host, being very professional, immediately showed a look of realization. You mean,
the ghouls' territory has been invaded by underground worms? Exactly. I am 99.99% sure.
The expert's gaze was deep. Stay calm, we will soon be able to assess the validity of my judgment.
Just as the words fell, Chen
suddenly hid behind a boulder by the roadside and said to Black Wukong, you reminded me 10 minutes ago that there was movement underground, and now I can feel it too. It seems there's a ground dragon moving beneath us. According to the Ghoul Nest's biological encyclopedia, I can deduce that it should be fireworm.
Everyone was instantly stunned.
They never expected that Chen had already caught on to something 10 minutes ago.
Chen
was moving stealthily, clearly trying to minimize noise to avoid being heard by the creatures underground. He leaped onto the boulder, lazily gazing into the distance, leisurely pretending to be deep in thought, murmuring,
this is getting interesting.
According to the electronic map, I am only about 5 kilometers away from the tree of the hanged ghosts.
Yet, I haven't encountered any of their sentinels so far. Even if ghouls are a bloodthirsty,
low-level race, discriminated against among the undead zombie species, they still belong to an intelligent race. Chen frowned, basic patrols must be arranged. Black Wukong stood on the ground like a sculpture forged
from steel.
Having not yet awakened his intelligence, he relied solely on his pure combat instincts to provide some basic information, such as, using the saint's keen hearing, he clearly heard the sounds of monsters moving
underground, and there were quite a few of them.
The audience watching Chen's college entrance exam livestream couldn't help but show their shock. This guy really is all-rounder. The experts hired by CCTV as consultants are at least 4th-tier professionals with decades of adventure experience, truly seasoned, and yet Chen's judgment is completely in line with the experts. This is interesting. Chen discovered the presence of the worms in advance. How will he choose?
As a summoner, I'm really envious.
Chen's giant monkey not only has astonishing combat power, able to crush all kinds of monsters, but now it's also skilled at sound localization, a
top-notch scout. Isn't that too versatile?
The CCTV host smiled, admiringly saying, it's truly a case of heroes seeing eye to eye. Chen's judgment coincides with yours, Professor, no wonder it's said that since he entered the ghoul territory, he has been extremely cautious, his footsteps barely making a sound, like a rolling tumbleweed. The expert also sighed, the waves behind push the waves in front, it seems we, the former waves, are going to be crushed by him on the beach. Professor, in your opinion, why would worms appear in this place? The host asked again. The expert replied calmly, don't be fooled by the worm's fierce appearance, in fact, worms and the fluffies coexist quite harmoniously, and there's even some trade between them. They live above and below ground, with no conflicting interests.
But the zombies are different.
Ever since the witch Lilith established a series of zombie factories on the third layer of the abyss, attempting to study the powers of the E-virus, she has been ruthless, indiscriminately hunting worms, trying to turn them into worm zombies. Therefore, the underground worm clan harbors deep hatred for the zombies. They periodically launch counterhunts against the zombie legions. The host was taken aback. Professor, does this mean the worm clan also belongs to the resistance camp? About that, yes, but unfortunately, they have a language barrier and cannot unite as a single front. The expert shrugged regretfully. I can only say that Chen has good fortune. Now he can take advantage of the
conflict between the clam and the snipe to be the fisherman.
The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It seems Chen's proactive attack is quite fortunate, forming a stark contrast with Zhang
Kongchang.
The host glanced at the live stream next to him and sighed. Zhang Kongchang was still charging boldly into the spider demon's lair, striding forward without stopping, which was quite impressive.
In fact, Zhang
Kongchang was very aware that as the number 3 seed, someone must be watching his college entrance exam livestream, so he dramatically started singing, I have crossed mountains and seas, and also walked through crowds of people. He presented himself as a figure of struggle, determined to catch up and turn the tide. All the viewers were laughing uncontrollably, thoroughly entertained by him. Meanwhile, in his live stream, there were occasional
rustling noises.
Those were the 8-legged spider demons lurking at the edge of the screen, curiously observing this unfamiliar human. The number of spider demons surrounding him was increasing, but since this was the Territory of the Spider Queen, they dared not overstep, silently tailing him and monitoring Zheng Kongcheng. The audience had a god's eye view, clearly seeing that there were probably hundreds of spider demons gathered at this moment. However, the spider demons were cautiously hiding in Zheng Kongcheng's blind spots, walking on the spider webs, making extremely faint noises, so Zheng Kongcheng remained oblivious, even showing a look of relief. I'm really blessed, after walking for so long, I haven't encountered a single zombie. The monster density in this corpse nest isn't that high. Ha! Zheng Kongcheng smiled proudly, speaking in a tone that was both showy and infuriating. Heaven is bestowing great responsibilities upon me, Zheng Kongcheng, so it has placed me randomly in a magma environment, testing my muscles and bones, starving my body and exhausting my spirit, disrupting my actions. Although I suffered a crushing defeat in the undying old cat's final battle, it's just a bit of wear and tear. He snorted coldly, looking down upon the world slanders me, belittles me, and regards me as a burden and a fool. The undying old cat has cast me aside like a worn-out shoe, but once I recruit the aquatic vassals and return with a mighty army, propping up the crumbling edifice and turning the tide, even the undying old cat will have to bow down and call me, Lord Sea Demon, may you be auspicious. Heaven did not give birth to me, Zheng Kongcheng, the corpse nest is eternal like a long night. Watch me single-handedly reverse the universe and reclaim the top spot in the college entrance examination. Zheng Kongcheng elegantly tossed his long hair over his shoulder, his sword-like eyes sparkling, so handsome that even a sow would tremble. Ha! Ha 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 ha. The audience in front of the television, those holding their phones, and passers-by in front of the mall's big screen all laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the ground, amused by Zheng Kongcheng's grandiose words. He was simply a born king of comedy. This was indeed a super dark humor comedy, especially with the background filled with hundreds of spider demons ready to tear him to shreds at any moment. Zhang Lirong, Wu Mengxi, the guests lingering near the champagne tower, their faces turning the color of pig liver. They wanted to laugh, but they truly dared not, fearing they would offend the weak water family. The next moment, as Zheng Kongcheng boasted and displayed his prowess, a spider web suddenly tore open in front of him. A terrifying spider demon queen, with a full 72 eyeballs growing on her abdomen, appeared before him, her mandibles spewing a torrent of webs that instantly enveloped Zheng Kongcheng. A series of alerts flashed across Zheng Kongcheng's panel, appearing in the live broadcast in a blood-red warning. Parents, please note, candidate Zheng Kongcheng has been attacked by the paralysis web of a high-level spider demon lord. Please decide whether to continue the examination. Candidate Zheng Kongcheng is in a state of severe paralysis, losing the ability to act. Candidate Zheng Kongcheng has been injected with spider eggs and is in a parasitic state. Candidate Zheng Kongcheng is pregnant. All the audience was dumbfounded. From the South Pole to the North Pole of Blue Star, all humanoid beings were silenced by this explosive system prompt. Just 10 seconds ago, Zheng Kongcheng was still boasting loudly, singing "Heaven did not give birth to me, Zheng Kongcheng, the corpse nest is eternal like a long night." In an instant, as a male, he became pregnant with the child of a high-level spider demon lord in front of hundreds of millions of viewers worldwide, becoming a parasite. This comedic effect, whether placed in Bollywood, Hollywood, or Hwawood, was quite explosive. This was not a comedy script that human screenwriters could write, proving the saying, a master's word is worth 10 years of effort from a mediocre talent. Every gesture of Zheng Kongcheng was a bombastic comedic effect, a height that those trained actors could never reach in their lifetime. Of course, they wouldn't dare to perform such a high-risk program. Wu Mengxi couldn't help but remind her best friend, who had been petrified by Medusa's gaze. Li Rong quickly stopped the exam and let Kongcheng return. Once the spider eggs hatch, they will directly kill him. Right now, he's like holding a ticking time bomb, ready to be blown to pieces at any moment. Zhang Li Rong murmured, "No. Such humiliation must be washed away immediately. Otherwise, our weak water family's future heir will become a complete clown." But his life, Wu Mengxi comforted, as long as the Green Mountains remain, my dear sister, that is your own flesh and blood. Do not worry. Zhang Lirong said expressionlessly, he is bound to a life monitoring device that cost me 40 million. Once his life value drops below 10 points, he will be forced into a spiritual state and then urgently teleported out. I see, then I was overthinking it. Wu Mengxi let out a long sigh, her expression complex, and could only try to change the subject to prevent her best friend from constantly dwelling on her son's embarrassing moments. These life-saving props are really expensive, costing as much as 40 million. Zhang Lirong nodded, after all, there is only one life. And with the college entrance examination period upon us, the unscrupulous merchants will surely drive a hard bargain. Sigh, since my nephew has been parasitized, it means the spider demon queen doesn't want to kill him for now. He should be in a deep sleep for a while. Let's look at other candidates, Wu Mengxi said lightly. Okay. Zhang Lirong nodded, and at that moment, Bu Fian arrived at the Ruoshui family's banquet hall as invited. The Ruoshui family and the mysterious sanctuary had a cooperative relationship for decades. When Bu Fian was still in swaddling clothes, Zhang Lirong had personally wielded a hammer, using her master-level blacksmithing skills to create a golden longevity lock for her.
Out of both affection and reason, Bu Fian could not refuse the warm invitation from the current head of the Ruoshui family. An Chang, Bu Fian smiled sweetly, stepping forward to embrace her. I heard about the situation with Master Kong Chang. He's really unfortunate, so you don't need to worry. Although there are many rumors online, in this age of information explosion, eye-catching news is as common as dirt, and any public sentiment will soon be forgotten by the forgetful netizens. I can guarantee that a month after the college entrance examination, no one will remember his embarrassing moments. Zhang Lirong felt comforted. These words truly resonated with her. Looking at Bu Fian's exquisite features and fashionable makeup, Zhang Lirong felt increasingly satisfied, wishing to turn her into a daughter-in-law immediately. Sigh, this child really is disappointing. Zhang Lirong sighed lightly, just as she was about to say a few good words for her son. At that moment, all the guests erupted in exclamations, turning their attention to Su Chen's livestream. Zhang Lirong noticed that a spark of curiosity and surprise ignited in Bu Fian's beautiful eyes. The old lady's heart sank. She remembered clearly that this Su Chen was her son Zhang Kongqing's strongest rival. But when Zhang Lirong noticed what was happening with Su Chen, even she was transfixed. The landmark of the ghoul territory, the hanging ghost tree, had been uprooted by the fireworms. They were frantically attacking the ghouls, who were fleeing in panic, unleashing their fury on these undead creatures. This was a true massacre. The fireworms had clearly mobilized in full force, with an extremely large and threatening army. What no one expected was that Su Chen immediately dashed to the canyon beside the ghoul territory, directly summoning all his troops to block the only escape route. He called forth the little fox and Medusa from the summoning space, summoned 50 dragon skeleton archers and 50 dragon skeleton mages from the personal world, and even summoned 100 panda spear throwers and 400 crazy rat crossbowmen from the second-class military merit medal. In other words, Su Chen went all in. He concentrated all his existing forces at the ghoul's escape exit. The audience was dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Crazy! Really crazy! Isn't he afraid those fireworms will turn around and attack him? If it were me, I would definitely flee immediately and get as far away from this place as possible." No, is Su Chen really not afraid of death? Why take such a risk? He could have played the role of the fisherman and the yellow bird, but now he's making a big show of slaughtering the ghouls. He might just get swept away by the fireworms. Some were worried, some were puzzled, and some were gloating. But Su Chen had great faith in his judgment, muttering to himself, "The attacks of those fireworms are extremely methodical. Their sweeping work along the way is flawless, and they even surround me in threes while letting the ghouls flee in my direction. So, I can completely annihilate the ghouls here and curry favor with the Worm Lord hiding in the shadows directing the battle. This indigenous force should be the hidden faction of the Caesar's kingdom instance. The slaughter battle I am encountering is definitely not without reason. Since it's an exam, the questioner must have a deeper meaning." He showed a serious expression. "I bet I can unlock the prestige of the hidden worm plan by achieving merits from slaughtering ghouls. If I can befriend them, I will surely gain the help of these natives." The audience exchanged glances upon hearing this. Then, everyone fell silent. Su Chen's words make sense. Many furrowed their brows, lost in thought. Brilliant reasoning. On the CCTV college entrance exam live broadcast channel, 2 expert consultants were already applauding in admiration. Although humans and worms cannot communicate linguistically, as Su Chen said, perhaps the most direct way to befriend them is by killing more ghouls. The experts' eyes sparkled, fingers interlaced, as they began to analyze wisely. "I have to admit, Su Chen is indeed meticulous and bold. But, is it a bit too risky?" The host hesitated to ask. Su Chen's team is very strong, and they have a firm grip on this college entrance exam, making it hard to fall out of the top 3. He only needs to train systematically, leveling those 100 panda spear throwers and 400 crazy rat crossbowmen to level 20 to have a luxurious team that can crush the other candidates. Why not play it safe? The expert chuckled lightly. Su Chen is not like us. He is in a closed instance, unable to communicate with the outside world. How would he know he already has a significant advantage? From Su Chen's perspective, in order to obtain the god level summon, the undying old Miao, and to seize the top spot in the college entrance exam, he is willing to take risks and make high-risk, high-reward choices. That's true. All the audience collectively held their breath, anticipating the subsequent developments. Given that all of his troops were Su Chen's summons, his command was as precise as an extension of his own limbs. He always managed to leave the final blow, the kill steal, for the panda spear throwers and crazy rat crossbowmen who desperately needed experience to level up. The leveling effect was outstanding. After a storm of ranged attacks, the remnants of the ghouls were slaughtered clean. Most of the panda spear throwers had reached level 6, and most of the crazy rat crossbowmen had gained level 4 experience. The moment of revelation finally arrived. All the fireworms converged towards Su Chen's troops. Their massive bodies were over 10 meters long, and their abyss-like, gaping mouths could swallow giant ghouls whole, resembling terrifying earth dragons encircling Su Chen. The hearts of all the audience members were in their throats, for the scene before them could be described as a feast of worms, with Su Chen appearing as their appetizer, like a little rabbit surrounded by a pack of big gray wolves. The worms were tightening their encirclement. It seemed that death was the only outcome for Su Chen. Many haters revealed their gleeful laughter. Did you mess up? Did you screw it up? You're about to cool off. I heard Su Chen is an orphan, he probably doesn't have parents to call for a stop. If Su Chen gets chewed up by the worms, won't a generation of talent just fall? Looking forward to that ending. Sigh, I'm so worried, so scared, there's a risk of being saved. But Su Chen himself had already revealed a bright smile, calmly recalling his summoned creatures into the personal world and second-class hero medal. Su Chen seems very confident, the CCTV host asked the two experts in surprise. What do you think of his performance? Yes, he is almost certain to succeed, one expert replied nonchalantly. I believe his judgment is very accurate, as I also think these worms have no hostility and are rather friendly towards him. It seems that Su Chen will once again be the first candidate to unlock hidden powers in this college entrance examination. Another expert's evaluation was equally high. Many ordinary professionals might not understand, but as a seasoned high-level professional, I must remind you of some details that require careful observation. Look. The first detail is the magma on the surface of the fireworms has extinguished, which means they are unwilling to continue burning their life fire. As an expert on insect monsters, I can tell you that this is a sign of their loss of hostility. If a huge, ferocious, and brutal fireworm presents this posture to you, the expert said with a smile, it means you can freely go up and rub its belly, pet its head. The audience? The second detail is the signature skill of the fireworms is magma ball. They will bombard their enemies with fire elemental energy drawn from the underground magma in a rapid-fire manner. The magma ball is an AoE skill that causes explosions over a wide area, while the residual magma will cover a large area, continuously inflicting burning damage. The expert said seriously, but you should have all seen that the fireworms intentionally avoided the area where Su Chen summoned his creatures. This is the second major evidence of goodwill. And the third detail is the timing of the fireworms surrounding Su Chen. The expert continued to speak confidently, they only surrounded Su Chen after killing all the ghouls, clearly showing no intention to attack. Otherwise, why not take the opportunity to ambush while Su Chen was engaged in a fierce battle with the ghouls? The simple principle of the clam and the snipe contending, with the fisherman benefiting, is not something only we humans understand. In fact, all intelligent beings are aware of this principle. The host suddenly realized, oh, I vividly remember when I watched the old era's 8K remastered version of the animal world as a child. The hyenas would wait until the cheetah and the antelope were fighting and then suddenly rush in when the cheetah was exhausted, snatching away the poor cheetah's prey. Even the beasts recognized for their low intelligence understand this principle. The fireworms, as beings that have thrived for billions of years, naturally understand it too. Sure enough, all the worms lined up in 2 rows, swaying in a strange rhythm, making way by the roadside. A pitch-black worm with a bizarre dragon horn on its forehead slithered gracefully towards Su Chen. Hello. Su Chen placed his right hand on his chest and bowed cautiously. Respected lord of the fireworms, as you can see, I am hunting zombies everywhere. I am an ally of the plush resistance and the anchor base of the apocalypse, and the enemy's enemy is a friend. I salute you, my friend. Hiss, 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 hiss. The other party emitted strange syllables, attempting to communicate with Su Chen. However, the smile on Su Chen's face gradually became more rigid. He couldn't understand. But the prompt from the professional panel was clear for Su Chen and everyone to see. You have gained the recognition of the hidden power Worm Tribe. Your reputation in the Worm Tribe has risen to respected. You have unlocked the hidden task of the Worm Tribe, UN % and asterisk at Su Chen. The audience couldn't stop laughing. This hidden task is all garbled text, perfectly matching the situation where Su Chen and the worms cannot communicate. After all the hard work, it was finally time to reap the rewards, but I couldn't even take on the hidden quest. If it were me, I would definitely be devastated. Su Chen's plans have fallen through. He worked hard for nothing and only earned some experience points. Meanwhile, in the weak water family, Zhang Lirong showed a hint of satisfaction and said bitterly, that's Su Chen, too clever for his own good. Even if he discovered the hidden quest, so what? If he can't understand it, it means nothing. The hidden forces he found won't help his college entrance exam scores at all. Wu Mingxi agreed with her assessment. Sister Zhang is right. This hidden force probably won't be of any use. Fian, look. Zhang Lirong seized the opportunity to undermine her son's rival. Waving at Bufian, this Su Chen isn't all-knowing and all-powerful, is he? Now he's made a fool of himself in public. After all that hard work, he ends up making a wedding dress for someone else, just giving a freebie to the Worm Clan, huh? Bufian, however, replied calmly, Aunt Chang, please don't be too hasty. I know Su Chen quite well. His current expression doesn't look like someone who has given up. Moreover, ever since he became famous in the battle at the Demon Fortress, he's known for his clever ideas and god-level creativity. Just as she finished speaking, amidst the jeers and sighs of the audience, Su Chen's lips curled into a slight smile.
Hee, although there's a language barrier, as a summoner with many talents under my command, how could such a small matter stump me?
It's time to activate the backup plan.
In the next moment, under the incredulous gazes of everyone, Chen pointed at Black Wukong.
Monkey brother, 72 transformations. Designated target, fire-eating worm.
Whoosh! After a swirl of smoke, the giant monkey transformed into an ordinary fire-eating worm, hissing as it communicated with the Worm Lord.
As a summoner, Chen could mentally
communicate with his summoned creatures, understanding each other without the need for words.
Thus, Black Wukong perfectly served as a translator. Just 10 seconds later, on Chen's profession panel, all the garbled text transformed into real and valid words.
You have befriended the fire-eating worm lord, Scale Worm Fire-Eater. Your hidden quest has revealed its true form. Fight alongside the Fire Eater's worm army to eliminate the Zombie Bear Legion's 5th squad and kill the leader Iron Fist Bear Grey. Quest reward. 1. The Zombie Bear Legion at the end of the world anchor base will be reduced by 10%. Quest reward 2. Your college entrance exam score
will increase by 1 rating.
Hiss. All the viewers watching the live stream collectively gasped, exchanging glances.
Then, the public opinion exploded. My heavens. Oh my god. What kind of god-level summoning creature is this? It can even be used as a translator. My turtle. Monkey brother is truly remarkable. The 72 transformation skill is just too outrageous. It turns out Chen already has a god-level summoning creature. If Chen can really obtain the undying old cat in the future, he will have 2 god-level summoning creatures. Who would dare say he can't do it?
Even the undead catastrophe crown has never had such a luxurious lineup.
Right?
He has truly obtained a low-difficulty hidden quest. It seems he is really on track to secure the top spot in the college
entrance exam.
At the same time, in the banquet hall of the Weak Water family, Zhang Lirong wore an expression of "I'm tired, let it all end," nearly spitting blood from frustration. Just moments ago, she was belittling Chen, trying to undermine her son's rival, but
in the blink of an eye, Chen broke through again,
perfectly aligning with Bu Fian's assessment of him.
Wu Mengxi's expression
fluctuated, and even with her composure, she couldn't suppress the changes in her micro-expressions.
She truly regretted it. If the god-level summoning creature, Undying Old Cat Caesar, really fell into Chen's hands, this meant that his future would be a smooth path, truly limitless. The Arcane Sanctuary had lost a future top-tier practitioner of at least the 6th rank. Chen was supposed to be her son-in-law, and if he could embark on the path to divinity, the Arcane Sanctuary would rise alongside him. For the first time in her life, Wu Mingxi felt an overwhelming sense of regret, especially when she thought about how she had driven a wedge between her daughter and her fate, losing a significant ally in the process. She wished she could step into a time machine and travel back a month, giving herself 100 hard slaps. But there was no medicine for regret in this world, and time could not be reversed. Wu Mengxi, filled with regret, and Zhang Lirong, who looked as if she had lost her mother, could only continue to watch Chen's performance with complex expressions. Alright, then let's strike together and eliminate that zombie bear named Grey. Chen decisively mounted the broad back of the Scale Worm Fire-Eater without hesitation. Thus, a truly shocking scene unfolded. The earth trembled and buzzed. Magma surged violently. Countless fireworms swarmed through the earth's veins and surface. The rustling sounded like 1,000 snakes. In a frenzy, they quickly approached the territory of the zombie bear, completely disregarding the exhaustion of battling the ghouls. Their killing intent palpable, revealing a deep-seated hatred for the zombie horde. Chen, riding on the back of the Scale Worm Fire-Eater, wore a fierce battle robe, his eyes devoid of any youthfulness or naivety, filled only with the iron-blooded resolve of a decisive warrior, reflecting the hardships of a second life. The mature male heroism was palpable. So handsome. No wonder he has tens of millions of fans. Many female fans were ecstatic, eagerly following and liking his posts. Gigi is so handsome, where's our fan group beauties? I want to create a super topic for Chen Gigi. This is a quality idol, a superstar of the era of universal job changes. In Bu Fian's beautiful eyes, there was also a mesmerizing brilliance, admiring him. The scene before her felt familiar. When she witnessed Chen break the record for the Demon Fortress dungeon, she felt the same stunning awe, and now it was the exact same sensation. Chen, using the voice of Black Wukong, communicated with the Fire-Eater. Sir, do you possess dragon blood? I remember that scale worms are also a type of dragon, belonging to the insect family of dragons. He glanced at the dragon horns of the other. Perhaps it was the first time in his life he was communicating with a human. The Worm Lord was quite excited and quickly responded. Indeed, we scale worms are also one of the ancient dragon races. We existed in this world long before the chaos was opened and the sacred tree descended. Later, the sacred tree dispelled the dark haze, but it also attracted the virus which, Lilith, the scale worm, let out a long murmur. That was a disaster for the worm clan, but also a rare opportunity. Our body structure is different from yours, and our body temperature is around 90 degrees, which can kill all invading viruses, so we cannot be infected and turned into zombies. Because of this, Lilith is particularly interested in us. She wants to transform us into a mutated worm army, using biochemical means to control our brains. The scale worm gritted its teeth and said she sent spider demons to silently infiltrate our underground lair through webbing, stealing our massive amounts of eggs, using our children for inhumane biochemical experiments. Chen nodded. Witches are high-level demons who have lost their humanity. They are merciless to their own kind and treat other races as mere experimental materials. If I have the chance, I'll help you take her down. The scale worm is very pleased. Your prestige in the worm camp +1. Su Chen's eyes lit up. It turned out that the scale worm, Fire Eater, really appreciated others empathizing with the suffering history of their worm clan. So, he immediately brought out his god-level acting skills from 2 lifetimes, speaking out for the Worm Clan, vehemently denouncing the witch Lilith and engaging in unrestrained slander, expressing a shared animosity. Therefore, the worm is very pleased. Your prestige in the worm camp +1. The worm is super pleased. Your prestige in the worm camp +5. The worm wholeheartedly agrees with your words, considering you a kindred spirit. Your prestige in the worm camp +10. Unfortunately, relying purely on words, the added prestige was ultimately limited, and there was still a vast distance of 100,000 miles to the higher prestige level of reverence above respect. But Su Chen had already decided to delve deeply into the hidden power of the worms and make good use of their fierce combat strength. So even if it was just 1 point of prestige, he was striving for it. My human friend, perhaps enjoying the conversation too much, the worm, Fire Eater, proposed a brand new suggestion. Since you can understand our worm language, could I ask you for a favor? Su Chen smiled slightly, signaling the other party to calm down. Let me guess first, my worm friend. Are you hoping I could act as a translator, helping you connect with the plush people's resistance and form a united front against the zombie legion? Wow, you can guess that too? The worm was shocked. All the viewers watching the college entrance examination live broadcast were equally dumbfounded. This Su Chen really has the ability to foresee the future? It's said that his future mother-in-law is a witch skilled in prophecy. Could it be that she foresaw what would happen in the college entrance examination? Nonsense, if prophecy could cheat in the college entrance examination, the Dragon Slayer clan scores would surely be astonishing, but in reality, they are quite mediocre. The CCTV host side, Su Chen is truly a clever person with a keen mind. He seems to have foresight and unmatched strategy. It's hard to imagine he's just a senior high school student. It seems that after the college entrance examination, Su Chen will undoubtedly become a competitive target for major military academies. An expert took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and said with certainty, because the Global Military Academy Grand Competition, held once every 10 years, is about to kick off at the start of the school season. With Su Chen's abilities, whether in team competitions or individual matches, he has the potential to stand out. Yes, Professor, do you think the rankings of the top 10 military academies in our dragon country will change? The host asked with a smile, discussing the gossip about domestic prestigious schools. Inevitably. The expert replied calmly, due to some sensitive reasons, I can't comment on the specific changes, but I can only say that this time the rankings of the top 10 military academies will definitely undergo a tremendous shift. The current top 10 military academies are vastly different from 10 years ago, with their strengths varying greatly. The military academy that can recruit Su Chen will at least improve by 1 to 3 ranks. Another expert decisively gave his judgment. Just as Su Chen and the worm troops were advancing towards the zombie bear camp, and as Ji Tianyi and Morong Shuawu were preparing to repel the zombie army siege, on the anchor of the apocalypse, our esteemed sea demon lord finally broke free from the net. The military knife he carried was quite advanced, capable of emitting high-temperature acetylene flames, reaching over 3,000 degrees, burning a gap in the web of the spider demon. Zombie lord. Zheng Kongqing's lips curled slightly, proudly lifting his head. I have survived another calamity. Everything that cannot kill me will only make me stronger. He was completely unaware that he had been parasitized by the spider demon, with his belly actually filled with spider eggs. Moreover, since the spider demon had put him into a paralyzed state in advance, Zheng Kongqing's professional panel was frozen, receiving no warnings or alerts at all. With a heart full of hope and a belly full of spider eggs, Zheng Kongqing continued his bold and spirited journey, resolutely heading towards the sea. My journey is the ocean of the corpse nest. 10 years of drinking ice, my blood is still hot. I must recruit my army and come back to fight. Undying old cat, your mother too. Wait for me to slap your face. I want the whole world to know that the weak water family still possesses one of the strongest bloodlines. The audience put the bullet comments turned into a sea of joy once again. Has Zheng Kongqing noticed that his abdomen has a slight bulge? Zheng Kongqing, spider demon lord, I want to give you little spiders, ha 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 ha. No, is the sea demon family treating him as a discarded pawn? He could explode into a bunch of little spiders at any moment, then be devoured clean. Doesn't he have any relatives at home? Why isn't this exam stopped? Check the life monitor. After all, it's the weak water family. They must have equipped him with ultimate protection. Zhang Lirong clenched her fist.
Shifting her gaze from Su Chen back to her son Zheng Kongcheng, smiling faintly, he will definitely display top-notch talent and achieve the strongest level. Wu Mengxi also reignited hope, as long as Zheng Kongcheng reaches the seaside, everything will be fine. Bu Fian struggled to control her expression, maintaining a cold and expressionless demeanor. She was afraid that if she lost control, she would burst out laughing, which would be too offensive. Not just her, all the guests in the banquet hall were also engaged in a don't laugh challenge. Alright, let's shift our focus back to the test that most candidates are about to face: Anchor of the Apocalypse City Defense Battle. The host reminded all the audience with a serious expression, Su Chen's situation is special, although it is full of highlights. For most people, the only solution is to defend the base. A conservative exam method may not necessarily perform worse than an aggressive one. The expert nodded. Just look at Morong Shuewu's current results and you'll see that sometimes a methodical approach to the exam is also good. Yes, let's see the first wave of monsters, a mixed formation of zombie bears, ghouls, and corpse demons. They are respectively a meat shield type, a cannon fodder type, and a ranged type, a rather classic combination. Seed player number 1, G. Tianyi, immediately controlled 500 machine gunners to start shooting, accurately snatching the last hit's experience, trying to train his team through battle. Seed player number 4, Morong Shuewu, chose to sing a few purely attack-oriented battle songs to enhance the firepower of the Anchor of the Apocalypse base. Most candidates, however, stood on the city walls, participating in the front-line combat. There was no choice. The job change cards were quite expensive, and at this moment, those who could change jobs were few, and many had not yet reached level 20. Before long, the results of the candidates' city defense were out. Half of the remaining candidates were tragically eliminated. Zombie bears had tough skin and thick flesh, and being undead, they could only be killed by headshots or heart extraction, but the candidates' levels were limited to 20, making it extremely difficult to break through their high defense, high armor, and high health. Meanwhile, corpse demons occasionally unleashed toxic spell and plague spell, slowly boiling the frogs in warm water, continuously draining the candidates' health. They were highly threatening. Dealers. What the candidates found most troublesome, however, were not the zombie bears and corpse demons, but the ghouls, the host side, although these guys are extremely weak in one-on-one combat and any candidate can easily deal with them. Their claws carry a virus that can trigger the corpse demon's toxic and plague effects. As detonators, ghouls can instantly deal high damage. An expert lamented, according to current statistics, 782 candidates have already died in the Caesar Kingdom dungeon, of which 421 were due to the instant high damage inflicted by ghouls. We advise all parents not to overlook their children's lives for the sake of a slight improvement in their scores. Indeed, the dungeon for the professional entrance exam can be deadly. We urge all parents and supervisors to promptly press the stop button and halt the exam. Children can find a way out by pursuing secondary professions, another expert cautiously reminded. These 782 victims would suffer brain death after the dungeon ended, becoming mere shells of their former selves, and after a week of medical monitoring, they would be euthanized without even qualifying for a vegetative state. Because the world is currently in an era of war against the Abyss invasion, no medical resources can be wasted. The audience sighed inwardly, yet they had grown accustomed to it. A professional entrance exam is seen as the first bloody battle of human society, marking the beginning of naive students stepping out of their ivory towers into this brutal era. With hundreds of thousands of candidates, having only 782 casualties is already a baby bus level of difficulty. In the history of humanity, any major battle during an Abyss invasion could see casualties in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. Let's take a look at the performance of the seed candidates. After paying tribute to the fallen, the CCTV host quickly shifted everyone's attention, wearing a professional smile as he introduced the battle situation of the star candidates. Contestant number 4, Morong Shuewu, has surpassed contestant number 1, Ji Tianyi, with a score of 537. While this is far from the final score, it is already a high score that 95% of candidates in previous years could not achieve. The expert nodded. Ji Tianyi only has 479 points. It seems he intends to play the long game, first leveling up those 500 machine gunners. There's an old saying, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting wood. The machine gunner unit is Ji Tianyi's sharpest weapon. However, things may not go as planned, another expert remarked with a sharp gaze. Machine gunners are also quite fragile and have low defense. If there is a mistake in operation or an unforeseen circumstance, they could suffer heavy casualties. At that point, Ji Tianyi would lose both his troops and his plan would fall apart. The host agreed. For Ji Tianyi, the probability of a black swan event is extremely high. In the battle between the fluffies and the zombies, his strength is too insignificant. An elite zombie accidentally climbing the city wall or a volley of bone spears from a corpse demon could be a fatal blow to his machine gunners. We can only wish him good luck. During the break between waves of zombies, the audience noticed a new development with Su Chen. Originally, the high-level worm lord, Scaly Worm, the Fire Eater, had asked Su Chen to connect them with the fluffy resistance. Su Chen naturally agreed, as it was a win-win-win situation. For him, the worms, and the fluffies, who would refuse? Thus, his prestige in the worm faction increased by 50. But when they arrived at the zombie bear camp mentioned by the scaly worm, an unexpected event occurred. Just a glance at the guarding troops in that camp made Su Chen's heart race, and he couldn't help but murmur. I knew the hidden mission wouldn't be easy to complete. He glanced at his task panel. Hidden task: fight alongside the Fire Eater's worm troops to eliminate the 5th squad of the Zombie Bear Legion 50 miles away and kill the Supreme Leader Iron Fist Bear. Gray. Task Reward 1. The Zombie Bear troops at the anchor base will be reduced by 10%. Task Reward 2. Your entrance exam score will increase by 1 rating. And what lay before him was not just the 5th squad of the Zombie Bear Legion. There were also about 500 Naga Corps, which troops that Zhang Kongqing dreamed of, as well as the most troublesome two-headed corpse dragon troops, which numbered over 200. His mission target, Iron Fist Bear Grey, was also accompanied by the Naga Corps, which leader Blade Carlos and the two-headed corpse dragon leader Heinz Plague Dragon. All the spectators couldn't help but gasp, wow, 3 elite lords. This hidden mission is just too thrilling. It seems that Su Chen's hidden mission is completely hell-level difficulty, which is consistent with the usual characteristics of hidden missions, the CCTV host calmly analyzed. Full of variables is the hallmark of hidden missions. Yes, Su Chen is currently facing a tricky test, an expert said solemnly. His 500-plus civilian troops are completely unable to engage in battle and are easily crushed by these elite zombie units due to their low levels. And if his summoned troops were to engage in battle, they would likely suffer heavy losses, affecting subsequent combat. I wonder how he will choose. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Su Chen's breakthrough strategy, eager to see how he would respond to the current predicament. Su Chen turned directly to the scale worm Fire Eater and said, sorry, the intelligence brought back by the worm troop scouts is far from the real situation. I suggest a strategic retreat. And regardless of your choice, my answer is, I'm sorry, I will not participate in the slaughter. Because the end of the world anchor base is facing an assault from the Zombie Legion. I came out to execute a hunting mission. Targeting the living forces of the enemy heading to the end of the world anchor is my task. The audience was stunned. Su Chen actually became a deserter without a second thought. But before the critics could celebrate and slander, 2 CCTV experts showed admiration, giving thumbs up and exclaiming, Su Chen is truly remarkable. He has a maturity and composure that is completely unmatched for his age. Even with the hidden mission rewards being astonishing, he can clearly see the risks involved and decisively make a choice. Indeed, if Su Chen had chosen to attack, I could only chuckle, but his choice to retreat makes me believe he is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The audience scoffed, isn't it just running away? Why make it sound so grand? The experts can't be fans of Su Chen, right? At their age, still chasing stars, disgusting. The experts seemed to have anticipated the audience's complaints and said seriously, this is not an ordinary retreat. It is a retreat decision made calmly, quickly, and accurately, even when faced with a high chance of victory, while also risking the loss of hidden mission rewards and offending a high-level hidden NPC. The CCTV host asked in surprise, Professor Shin's evaluation is surprisingly high? Of course. Expert Chen smiled lightly. When I was young, I had a fiery temper and would rush in to fight monsters, but Su Chen was able to resist the temptation of the hidden mission and make the wisest choice, which is certainly impressive. Everyone, we are watching the live broadcast from a god's perspective, so we can analyze it objectively, but Su Chen was able to pull back from the brink in front of the hidden mission rewards. Isn't that worth praising? Yes, another expert chimed in. Don't forget, Su Chen is still just a high school senior. This is also his first major test in life. We shouldn't evaluate him with the perspective of seasoned veterans but rather think, were we ever this capable when we were young? Many audience members fell silent. They had to admit that Su Chen's decision made a lot of sense. Those 100 panda spear throwers and 400 crazy rat crossbowmen were currently too low in level, but once their levels successfully increased, Su Chen's combat power in the Caesar's kingdom would double. So, upon careful consideration, Su Chen indeed had no need to suffer a great loss for a small gain. The Worm Lord gazed at Su Chen, lost in thought. Su Chen calmly advised, Your Excellency, the strong among your worm clan did not come into being out of thin air. They require a long time to grow. There is no need to die in vain in this camp. Your resistance against the Zombie Legion is a long-term struggle, so preserving your living forces and relying on worm soldiers is the key to winning this war. I have a book to recommend to you here. Su Chen even took out an extracurricular reading from his space on protracted war. The audience from Long Country burst into laughter. Recommending extracurricular reading to the Worm Lord. Ha, what a genius show effect. Su Chen is truly a born internet celebrity, destined to thrive in live streaming. This book is indeed particularly suitable for the third layer of the abyss. The works of great men are indeed worth reading, but I never expected the Worm Clan would also need to study. After a while, the Worm Lord sighed, I cannot understand your human characters, but I find your words quite reasonable. However, I have my reasons for having to attack this camp. Oh, please, go ahead, Su Chen said earnestly. If it is of great importance, as your ally, I will not stand by idly. But I must make it clear that my troops are the spark of the Velvet People's resistance, tasked with eliminating the living forces of the zombies and cutting off their supplies, so I cannot accept significant losses on our side.
I can understand.
To everyone's surprise, this Worm Lord turned out to be quite reasonable and
was completely persuaded by Chen.
This is the advantage of high prestige.
An expert from CCTV immediately grasped the situation and smiled slightly.
It is evident that Chen has a high reputation among the Worm tribe, and the troops he commands are quite formidable, which is why this Worm Lord is willing to speak with him calmly.
I see.
The CCTV host suddenly realized, showing
a smile. Professor Chen, can you predict the likelihood of their negotiation being successful?
It's hard to say. That depends on the reason why the Worm Lord is determined to attack this camp. Soon, the mystery was revealed. The scale worm bitterly said, "We are tracking a batch of worm eggs stolen by the zombie legion. They have been frozen and secretly moved to this camp.
If these children are not thawed quickly and returned to the magma to hatch, there could be a massive loss of life. Our worm clan's new generation this year will suffer great losses."
Chen furrowed his brows tightly. "I see, you have a reason to take action.
I am also willing to provide a certain degree of help, all for the children." The scale worm was overjoyed. "Really?" The audience
hesitated, feeling that while Chen's rescue was filled with humanitarian spirit, it was somewhat overly idealistic.
What did the worm's children have to do with him? Oh no, Chen is about to be morally blackmailed by the worms.
The CCTV host explained with concern about the moral dilemma Chen faced, because Chen knows that at this moment his livestream is undoubtedly under
global scrutiny. All his fans and many casual viewers are closely watching his exam.
And children are the bottom line for all intelligent races, the host side, with Chen's intelligence. He will certainly realize at the first moment, if he abandons those worm children, he will be ruthlessly criticized and condemned by detractors from a moral high ground, which would clearly be detrimental to his live streaming career and affect his scores in the college entrance examination.
Indeed, the burden of morality is a dilemma for all public figures.
The experts agreed deeply. And Chen had already made his decision: the worm children must be saved. But the spark of the Velvet People's resistance that I carry must also be preserved.
So, I have some unpleasant words to say up front.
Chen coldly said to the scale bug fire eater, "This time in battle, I ask your troops to take the lead and draw the enemy's fire.
Meanwhile, after the battle begins, I will
take advantage of the zombie legion's moment of weakness to infiltrate their rear and rescue your worm eggs. I am a summoner. I can sneak into their warehouse alone with a high success rate." He did not give the other party any time to consider and resolutely stated, "If you agree to my plan and are willing to execute it, I will go save the worms.
If you do not agree, then I regret to
inform you that I must prioritize protecting the Rongmin resistance, and we will part ways here." Hiss. All the spectators couldn't help but show shocked expressions.
The decisiveness and cold choices displayed by Chen at this moment were essential qualities of a mature commander.
Not being bound by moral constraints, viewing all professional soldiers as cold, hard numbers, and being able to ruthlessly push them onto the battlefield as cannon fodder for the sake of a greater victory, that is the awareness of a true leader. After a brief hesitation, the scale bug fire eater quickly agreed to Chen's decision. "Good. With your help, it's much better than us going in alone.
Since you possess a second-class merit medal from the Rongmin resistance, it means you are a
widely recognized hero, and our worm clan is willing to trust you." Interesting. I didn't expect that the key to helping Chen gain the recognition of the worm clan would be that second-class
merit medal. Beiliang City.
Mayor Chen Xuani nodded with emotion. "Such medals are only awarded to the most outstanding professionals in our dragon country, and the materials used are extremely rare in all other worlds, refined gold. This scale bug fire eater has quite an eye." However, Principal Jiao Renjie was worried. "I think Chen really doesn't need to be morally bound.
The so-called children of the worms, aren't they just a bunch of disgusting eggs? They aren't even the young of the Rongmin. His infiltration into the zombie camp is a very risky move, because once exposed, he will face the joint slaughter of the 3 elite zombie lords. At that point, he will also fail the college entrance examination. I believe that Chen is someone who plans before acting. He must have a trump card to ensure his safety." Vice Principal Chu Tianlin from Yanhuang Military Academy had great confidence in this future student. Meanwhile, in the weak water family, head Zheng Lirong coldly snorted, "Hypocritical mercy. It seems Chen is going to entangle himself. His internet celebrity status means he cannot dare to abandon the children of his allies, as he cannot allow himself to fall into a moral low ground." Indeed. Wu Mengxi also analyzed calmly. Chen relies heavily on his streaming career to earn resources. This is his foundation and his future support. Lacking depth is his greatest weakness. If Chen had other ways to make money, he definitely wouldn't risk taking on this hidden mission, but unfortunately, he cannot afford to lose his internet celebrity status. He must fight for his traffic in persona. Bu Fian said, Chen must be very confident to voluntarily step into the storm. Mom, Aunt Zhang, don't forget that Caesar's kingdom is just a simulated instance. The NPCs inside are merely data. The so-called moral constraints are actually not solid. because even if all the eggs are destroyed, it's just a string of NPC data being deleted by the system. That's true. Wu Mengxi was taken aback. I want to see how Su Chen will infiltrate their warehouse under the siege of the 3 elite zombie lords. Zheng Lirong sneered, praying for Su Chen to run into trouble. But soon, when Su Chen's infiltration plan was revealed, everyone fell silent. Even the most steadfast opponents of Su Chen, those with the foulest mouths, felt that Su Chen's move was almost certain to succeed, 100% guaranteed. Because Su Chen took out a zombie bear corpse that he had previously saved from his portable world. He smiled faintly and said, while fighting the zombie bear, I discovered a useful opportunity. So, I saved this corpse in advance. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. He. The scale bug fire eater, in astonishment, watched as Su Chen took out a scalpel, cut open the zombie bear's belly, and emptied its intestines and internal organs. Then, Su Chen directly dove inside, confirming that there was enough space to fit himself, and with great satisfaction, he said to Black Wukong, Monkey Brother, 72 transformations. Transform based on this zombie bear. Is this even possible? At that moment, the global audience had already figured out Su Chen's intentions. Clearly, this guy was planning to have Black Wukong transform into a zombie bear while he hid inside its belly, then swagger into the zombie's camp to search for the worm's eggs. This was simply a genius-level idea. And this scheme actually had many sources of inspiration. A Western viewer sighed, isn't this just the Trojan horse strategy? Su Chen actually applied it so well, truly impressive. An American viewer remarked, Su Chen must have read the Brothers Grimm fairy tales as a child. The story of the hunter rescuing Little Red Riding Hood from the big bad wolf is quite similar to Su Chen's move. But in reality, Su Chen drew inspiration from Journey to the West. When Sun Wukong went to retrieve the banana fan to extinguish the flames of Fire Mountain, he had performed a similar act inside Princess Iron Fan's belly. Soon, Black Wukong effortlessly executed the 72 transformations and became a living zombie bear. Su Chen also successfully hid in its empty abdomen. Since it was a zombie creature, even without its internal organs, it had no effect on the zombie bear's movements. Then, Su Chen casually used some leather to cover his body and signaled the Worm Lord to launch an attack. Seeing this, the Worm Fire Eater believed Su Chen's success rate was extremely high, so he unhesitatingly led all the troops to initiate a strong assault. In an instant, the ground shook violently. All the worms suddenly burrowed out of the surface, spewing magma fireballs from all directions towards the camp, launching the first wave of firepower coverage, bombarding the zombies mercilessly. The experts from CCTV couldn't help but nod in agreement. The Worm Lord's tactics can be said to be quite advanced. They first carry out a wave of firepower strikes, igniting the supplies in the zombie camp while turning the area into a magma environment, which will hinder the Naga zombie, and those with low defenses will be largely annihilated. Not only that, but they are attacking from all sides simultaneously, which can create a huge illusion of military strength, intimidating all the zombie lords. Look, the CCTV host said with a beaming smile, the zombie legion's camp is already in chaos. Su Chen's Black Wukong has also quietly infiltrated. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the zombie bear transformed from Black Wukong swaggered towards the zombie legion cellar and jumped straight in. Some zombies attempted to stop it. However, the zombie bear simply swatted them away with its large ears, forcefully knocking the obstructors aside. Thus, no zombie dared to block its path. After all, a zombie bear with such formidable strength, though unknown to everyone, was undoubtedly a high-ranking commander. This is the basic logic of the strong ruling, and it is the truth that the monsters adhere to. When the zombie bear jumped into the cellar, Su Chen did not hesitate to summon his direct summons, Little Fox and Medusa, along with 50 dragon skeleton archers. The space in the cellar was limited, and the troops could not spread out, so he can only summon these guys. The forces guarding the cellar were very lax and weak. The reason is quite simple. The battle was raging outside, and the elite troops had long been mobilized to deal with the worm army. Therefore, Su Chen went on a killing spree, quickly wiping out the remaining zombie forces in the cellar. Deep within the cold ice storage, indeed, a large pile of worm eggs was frozen in some crystal containers. Standing before the eggs, Su Chen's expression suddenly shifted between dark and light, coldly issuing a command that made everyone turn pale. Monkey King, continue transforming into a zombie bear, destroy the worm eggs. All the spectators were horrified. Su Chen was actually ordering his summoned creature to slaughter the worm eggs of his allies. The fire worm had been a friendly companion, having agreed to work together against the zombie legion. Now, while they were out there fighting for their lives, drawing attention to themselves, Su Chen coldly issued such a heartless command. Black Wukong faithfully executed Su Chen's order and immediately began to wreak havoc. Many worm eggs burst instantly. Su Chen coldly stared at the scene before him, muttering to himself, sorry, Your Excellency Fire Eater, if I don't take action with your worm army, even if they all die in battle, they won't be able to save a single worm egg. But unfortunately, there are just too many worm eggs, he said indifferently. Once I protect all the worm eggs, according to your own plan, the next step would be to take them back to the magma to hatch.
And for all living beings, hatching offspring is a long process, it cannot be done in one go. So, if I save all the worm eggs, you will have to send out most of your troops to escort them back to your lair to hatch. At that time, who will accompany me to fight against the zombie legion and save the anchor base of the apocalypse? Su Chen's gaze was cold as he looked at the scene of blood splattering before him. Therefore, I can only make a simple choice between the Rongmin resistance and your children. For me personally, the choice is obvious. Su Chen shook his head. Saving the Rongmin at the anchor base of the apocalypse is my main quest in the kingdom of Caesar. And attacking this camp is merely a small hidden task you've given me, Your Excellency Fire Eater. Moreover, you have ulterior motives, not even mentioning the 3 elite zombie lords deliberately concealing their forces, simply trying to trick me into working for you for free. You do the first day of the month, I do the 15th. You are not honest and straightforward, setting a trap to exploit my strength, so don't blame me for turning against you and returning the favor. Su Chen did not believe that the gathering of the 3 lords was merely a coincidence, because there were just too many worm eggs. For any race, the continuation of their kind is a matter of life and death. To put it in another perspective, if thousands of human children were captured by demons, it would cause a massive upheaval, likely prompting even god-level powerhouses to mobilize and relentlessly pursue the enemy. Therefore, Su Chen believed that the scaleworm Fire Eater must be lying. They could not possibly not monitor the whereabouts of this batch of worm eggs at all times. Moreover, Iron Fist Bear, Gray, Blade, Carlos, and Heinz, the Plague Dragon, had no disguises at all, standing so conspicuously on the high slope of the camp, showing no signs of having traveled a long distance, indicating that the 3 zombie lords had been in this camp the whole time. All traces, all reasoning, pointed to one final conclusion: is Scaleworm Fire Eater was attempting to deceive Su Chen into helping it attack this camp, guarded by the 3 elite lords. The college entrance examination live broadcast channel exploded. All the spectators were dumbfounded. The information Su Chen revealed in an instant was too much and too complex, leaving everyone frozen in place, their minds in a chaotic mess. After a long while, the specially invited consultant from CCTV, Professor Chen, spoke. What a brilliant and unparalleled scheme. Su Chen has truly opened my eyes. He made the most correct choice and fully embodied the truth of our ancestors. Kindness does not command troops, and goodness does not wield power. The CCTV host couldn't help but ask, Professor, do you think what he did was right? Of course. First, I urge all viewers with a strong sense of immersion to remember, this is merely an exam, and all NPCs are just a string of data. Su Chen did not actually slaughter the offspring of his allies. Professor Shen's voice was calm. Secondly, even if Su Chen were to do the same in reality, I believe it would still be reasonable and morally justifiable. Because the Rugman Resistance is our Dragon Kingdom's closest ally. They have fought alongside us for years, and our country has a visa-free agreement with them, with portals connecting us. It is truly a matter of life and death. Calling them Rug Iron is not an exaggeration. Every year, many soldiers from the Rugman Resistance die on the front lines while coming to our aid at the Dragon Kingdom's fortresses. Professor Chen snorted coldly. Su Chen sacrificed those unknown, treacherous, and ulterior motive Worm Clan to protect the Rugman Resistance and the anchor of the apocalypse. I certainly believe that was the right choice. However, the barrage of comments from viewers watching the live stream erupted into chaos. The haters coldly scoffed, while allies are fighting desperately. Su Chen is slaughtering their offspring, no matter the reason. That cannot be called moral, right? If this were not in a dungeon, where everything is virtual, Su Chen could even be put on a military tribunal for trial. The rationalists coldly retorted, war is not a banquet, it is not a child's play. In such a situation, what would you choose? To save all the worm eggs? Then watch helplessly as the worm army escorts the eggs away? You may have won the moral high ground, but then what? What we need are troops that can support the anchor of the apocalypse base or continue to strangle the zombie horde. If we lose the defense of the anchor of the apocalypse due to a lack of troops, those hypocrites will be the real war criminals. How many heroes will you endanger? How many Rugman children will die because of this? Fans sighed in approval. Su Chen has truly matured. Although his choice is thick-skinned and despicable, it is genuinely for the greater good. It is easy to be a saint, easy to talk empty words, but doing practical things like Su Chen is the hardest. All of Su Chen's enemies, however, changed their expressions drastically, gasping in shock. They had discovered Su Chen's true nature. He was not the weak, easily bullied poor student with a smile. Instead, he was a fierce beast lurking in the world, hiding his claws, with a heart full of demons. This guy, so ruthless. In the banquet hall of the weak water family, Zhang Lirong's eyes flickered, her expression worried. In the future, he won't hold a grudge against Kong Chang and seek revenge, will he? Wu Mingxi was instantly stunned. When it came to revenge, it was the one who disrupted his good fortune, herself, who was the most dangerous, right? Meanwhile, Shen Zimo, who had just finished the college entrance examination and was returning to the rest area, ran into Song Qingfeng, who had already been eliminated in the first wave. He was about to mock him and disdain his results, but when he looked up, he happened to witness Su Chen calculating against the Worm Lord.
He immediately trembled, frightened by Su Chen's poisonous demeanor. You should hide like a quail. Ha. Ha.
Song Qingfeng sneered at Shinzimo. In the past, when Su Chen greeted you with a smile, that was my buddy being civilized and polite.
Did you really think he was soft and easy to deal with? Before he completely falls out with you. Song Qingfeng kindly reminded quickly. Buy some small gifts for Su Chen and sincerely apologize. Given the bond of 3 years as classmates, he might not be so stubborn with you. After all, despite Su Chen's many cunning schemes and ruthless methods that is only directed at enemies, he has always been sincere with friends. Shinzimo's eyes flickered. He originally wanted to play it soft to take a step back, but then he suddenly thought of several things. First, his father had forcibly taken away Su Chen's special admission qualification to the 1st Military Academy. Second, on the 037 Abyss battlefield, the Iron Blood Alliance had continuously sent assassins to plot against Su Chen. Third, his father had hired online trolls to slander Su Chen, attempting to ruin his streaming career. With these 3 heinous acts, how could Su Chen possibly be magnanimous enough to forgive the father and son? Even if Su Chen repeatedly claimed that all grudges were settled, could he really believe it? What if that was just Su Chen's hypocritical performance? When Su Chen had the ability to retaliate in the future, would he not return the favor tenfold? Shinzimo looked at the cold and sinister Su Chen on the livestream, shivering in fear, and hurriedly made his escape. This kid is quite suspicious. Song Qingfeng stared at Shinzimo's retreating figure, his pupils contracting sharply. I used to only have my doubts, but now seeing this kid's guilty expression, it's clear that the Iron Blood Alliance was undoubtedly the one who sent the assassins to deal with Su Chen. That's why he is so certain that there's no room for negotiation between him and old Su, only a fight to the death. Although Song Qingfeng had poor grades and was a slacker, being academically weak did not mean he was intellectually deficient. He simply had too many future prospects as a rich second generation and was too lazy to take the arduous path of the college entrance examination. In the Caesar's Kingdom instance, every move Su Chen made was receiving enthusiastic attention from the Dragon Kingdom and even global audiences. His true identity as the Poison Master not only failed to drive away viewers but even concentrated 72% of the viewership share of the entire college entrance examination live broadcast on him. Everyone was looking forward to the encounter between Su Chen and the Scalebug Fire Eater. Stop. After 2/3 of the eggs were destroyed by the zombie bear transformed by the Black Myth, Su Chen decisively called for a halt, murmuring to himself, that's enough. If I destroy them all, it might demoralize the worm troops. Moreover, the remaining 1/3 of the eggs only need to be escorted back by the old, weak, sick, and disabled of the worm troops. 80% of their combat power will still remain by my side. These broken eggs are enough to ignite their anger. Su Chen revealed a faint smile. National grievances and family hatreds. Now I can finally bind them all to my war chariot. I'm helping you strengthen your resolve to fight against the zombie legion, don't blame me. After saying that, Su Chen packed all the remaining eggs into his personal world and strode towards the exit, summoning all his troops to charge towards the rear of the zombie army. Behind him, the little fox casually threw a fireball, igniting all the supplies of the zombie legion. Seeing Su Chen's actions and hearing his thoughts, the audience was once again shocked. Oh my god. Clearly, it was Su Chen who destroyed the eggs, yet he still wants to use them to forge an irreconcilable blood feud between the Worm Clan and the Zombie Legion. This guy has really let loose, so ruthless, so vicious. I love it. Manipulating both the Zombie Legion and the Worm Clan in the palm of his hand, controlling people's hearts on the battlefield. This is simply a Heart Demon. This nickname is great. Heart Demon Su Chen, it's so fitting. Caesar's Kingdom is indeed the divine battle of the Heart Demon. And when Su Chen's troops ambushed the Zombie Legion, everyone clearly saw the worm troops were retreating step by step. This is bad. The CCTV host furrowed his brows tightly, assessing the situation. The Worm Clan is indeed powerful, but their unit type is singular, lacking the diversity of a large army, while the zombie troops are mixed, with both meat shield zombie bears and long-range Naga zombies, as well as the aerial two-headed zombie dragons, truly a triad of land, sea, and air. Su Chen's plan to flank the Worm Clan from both sides is likely to fall through. Yes, not just that, Professor Chen snorted coldly. In my opinion, Su Chen's judgment is very accurate. This scale worm fire eater is definitely a highly intelligent NPC lord. It's being cunning and isn't attacking the camp with full force, it's merely feigning an attack. Oh, why does the professor think so? Because the worms entering the battlefield are very sly and refuse to fight desperately. Professor Chen immediately pointed out several details. Look, their formation is a circular formation, not a phalanx or skirmish line. A circular formation is a defensive formation in any tactical system. Their main forces are digging tunnels, clearly preparing to slip away at any moment, so they are getting ready for a retreat. The host side, what the professor says is indeed true. This batch of worms is really cunning, not at all as naive and lovable as the Rongmin resistance. Professor Chen shook his head. The Rongmin resistance isn't naive, they simply trust our Dragon Kingdom allies unconditionally, so they don't play tricks in our willing to show us their limitless cooperation. But the worm tribe is truly deep in scheming.
But fortunately, Chen has the upper hand. The professor smiled. Everyone, hold your breath and focus, just watch Chen perform.
In the next moment, all the audience saw Chen signal Black Wukong to transform into a worm and loudly exclaimed, "Warriors of the worms! The zombie legion has brutally killed most of your children. The remaining ones have been protected by me. Hurry and gather with me. Together we will slay these vicious executioners." Black Wukong's shriek echoed across the battlefield. The zombies couldn't understand, but all the worms heard it clearly. As the worms were filled with doubt, Chen brought out his god-level acting skills.
He held a pile of broken worm eggs, climbed onto Black Wukong's head, and with an emotionally charged expression, he wept. "When I arrived at their warehouse, the zombies were savoring your worm eggs.
They actually used your worm eggs as emergency military rations."
The audience was in stitches. Learning
a foreign language is so important.
Chen is clearly taking advantage of the zombies not understanding, so he's freely dumping dirt on their heads.
Now, the zombie legion is like yellow mud falling into their pants. It's not shit, but it might as well be. Chen's acting is explosive. How did I not notice this kid was such a drama queen before? Indeed, those who can become big streamers are no ordinary people. And Chen's performance indeed had an effect. Hiss, roar.
Despite the language barrier, all the intelligent races that heard the worms' mournful wails could clearly sense the endless sorrow in their voices. The scale worm fire eater also let out a furious
roar, instantly turning red-hot. Its entire body was covered in scalding, blinding magma, and its eyeballs turned crimson, bloodshot. No creature can remain calm upon hearing that their children are being used as food. Seeing this, Chen timely issued a military order. Revenge. We must avenge the children of the worms. Right here, we will fight to the death against the zombies. He deliberately shouted loudly, and at the same time, the 13 guardians of Flower Fruit Mountain fiercely waved their sacred staffs, charging into the Naga zombie troops, beginning a merciless slaughter. Given that the initial feigned attack by the worm troops was very successful, the zombie legion set up a classic military formation, the zombie bear in the center as the main assault force, the Naga zombie behind his ranged firepower, and the two-headed corpse dragon spread across the flanks as mobile troops and side cover. Thus, there were no protectors in the rear where the Naga zombies were located. The ranged Naga crossbowmen and Naga storm mages were directly slaughtered by Chen's summoned army like tigers entering a flock of sheep. The zombie legion also had capable individuals. Heinz, the plague dragon, immediately commanded the two-headed corpse dragon to return, attempting to swoop down from low altitude to kill Chen's summoned troops. Unfortunately, despite having dragon in their name, the two-headed corpse dragons were merely riding on the coattails of the title. They were not true dragons, but rather stitched-together monstrosities made of corpses and flesh wings, mass-produced in a zombie factory. What Chen commanded was the most powerful ranged unit, posing the greatest threat to these bulky, clumsy aerial units. The little fox, relying on the attribute of infinite mana, unleashed a barrage of 9 linked forked lightning at the two-headed corpse dragon. A large number of paralyzing electric nets covered the dark mass of the two-headed corpse dragons. The paralysis effect took hold. The two-headed corpse dragons plummeted, crashing to the ground and turning into a meat paste under the force of gravity. Those two-headed corpse dragons with higher resistance to lightning were also heavily targeted by the dragon skeleton archers and dragon skeleton mages. The momentary explosion of splitting arrows and fireballs resembled a storm of arrows and a meteor shower, inflicting massive casualties on the zombie army. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the frenzied worm troops were mercilessly slaughtering the zombie bears without fear of death. Their advantage lay in their extremely high body temperature, which would kill the invading zombie virus, allowing them to engage in close combat with the zombie bears without fear. All the viewers of the live college entrance exam broadcast couldn't help but shout in excitement. The host and two experts were also quick-witted, continuously explaining the fierce battles on the battlefield. Finally, the great battle came to a close. The 3 elite zombie lords, carrying their remnants, fled into the distance. The worm troops and Chen's summoned creatures were powerless to pursue because they could fly. Heinz, the plague dragon, lifted Iron Fist Bear Grey and Blade Carlos, disappearing directly into the clouds, while the remaining zombie troops scattered like birds and beasts. No need to pursue, they have already lost their momentum, Chen advised the vengeful scaled worm fire eater who intended to chase after them. He then unloaded the remaining 1/3 of the worm eggs from the artifact portable world, stating seriously, "When I arrived at the warehouse, only these worm eggs were left. Your Excellency should prioritize escorting these children back for hatching. There's no need to rush the hatred with the zombie army." The Worm Lord immediately slowed down, retracting its claws and wailing in pain. "It's all our fault for being lax in our guard, allowing the zombies to take these children. They have become food for the zombies. How despicable, how hateful. Our worm clan swears to never coexist with the zombie army." After venting his emotions, he looked deeply at Chen, convinced, "Your Excellency has proven your sincerity with your life-risking battle.
Our worm clan is willing to join forces with you and the furfolk resistance to build a united front. Su Chen's profession panel immediately received a message. Reminder, you have completed the hidden quest, The Lament of the Worms. Quest. Evaluation, S. You have successfully broken the temporary zombie camp, defeated the zombie bear Lord Iron Fist Bear Grey, the Naga corpse, Lord Blade Carlos, and the two-headed corpse dragon Lord Iron Fist Bear Grey. Moreover, the integrity of the worm troops is over 60%. You will receive an additional 100 points for the college entrance exam. Your reputation in the hidden faction, Fire-Eating Worms, has risen to revered. You have unlocked a series of shopping discounts and recruitment qualifications under the revered reputation. Su Chen looked at the long list of rewards, let out a long sigh, and smiled slightly. Taking risks to fight for life and death has finally paid off. With the extra 100 points, I should have a solid chance against Zheng Kongcheng in our bet, right? No, we can't be complacent. Su Chen frowned slightly, glancing at the corpses of the Naga corpse lords scattered on the ground, revealing a look of vigilance. I have to admit, the Naga corpse clan is indeed formidable. Their storm mages deal high damage. Fortunately, we ambushed them from behind, otherwise, the 500 furfolk troops I recruited would have suffered heavy losses, and Zheng Kongcheng's Sea Demon Lord can unconditionally turn them into vassal races. I wonder how many points he has now. He should be doing hidden missions, right? The audience. Put. Host. Ha, Su Chen's worries are probably unfounded. The bullet comments immediately turned into a sea of joy. Su Chen is shooting targets in the void. If he knew his enemy had already become the Clown King, I really wonder what he would think. Su Chen is still struggling against Zheng Kongcheng as a hypothetical enemy, unaware that Zheng Kongcheng is about to become a father. Oh no, a male mom to a bunch of little spiders. No male mom, no male mom. World-famous painting, Zheng Kongcheng's journey is the sea. All the audience began to anticipate the changes Su Chen's battle would bring to the kingdom of Caesar. Clearly, the fireworms, spurred by national hatred, were determined to engage in a great battle with the Zombie Legion. Their joining would provide Su Chen or the end of the world anchor base with a brand new troop type, significantly altering the current military balance between the two sides. Su Chen sincerely asked the other party, Lord Worm, you have two choices before you. The first is to set off immediately to the end of the world anchor base and join the Plush People's resistance. They are currently facing a deadly threat from the Zombie Legion. Of course, our attack on this base has successfully helped reduce some of that threat. I will help you write a letter of introduction. Just hand it to the undead old cat Caesar, and they will trust you. The second is to accompany me and embark on the path of guerrilla warfare. The Worm Lord did not hesitate, declaring coldly, our blood is burning. Only the heads of the Zombie Legion can cool our magma-like boiling hearts. System prompt, the fireworm troops have joined your team. They are your allies. You have the right to command suggestions, but you must persuade their commander, Scaly Worm Fire Eater, to follow your orders. The fireworm troops consist of 312 rampaging worms and 45 burrowing worms. Su Chen was overjoyed and clasped his hands. With the addition of Lord Fire Eater, our guerrilla warfare team has grown stronger. Next, we will work together and surely drive the Zombie Legion out of the third layer of the abyss. This place will once again become a paradise governed by the Plush People and the worms. This speech deeply resonated with the worms. The Plush People ruled the surface world, while the worms cultivated the underground world. The clear division of power was what they most anticipated. Su Chen immediately flipped through the professional panel to view the attributes of the rampaging worm and burrowing worm troop types. Rampaging worm, troop description, the main combat unit of the fireworm clan, possessing extremely high health, extremely high defense, extremely fast recovery speed, and the special ability to traverse underground. Attributes, strength 120, constitution 200, agility 120, spirit 50, damage type physical and enchanted fire, ability 1, heart of magma. The fireworm can consume the magma stored within, burning itself to enhance its attack and defense by 30%. Once the magma is depleted, it needs to replenish from the magma sea in the Earth's core. Ability 2, Magma Fireball. The fireworm can expel the magma stored within to deal explosive damage to enemies while creating a magma ground that continuously burns enemies above. Impressive, it's simply an all-around elite troop. Su Chen swallowed hard, almost dancing with excitement. No wonder. It's the ace troop of a hidden faction. These rampaging worms are practically flawless melee units, high defense, thick health, fast movement speed, the ability to hide underground in danger, and explosive output with long-range area damage capabilities. No weaknesses at all. The only flaw is its large size, but that is also its greatest advantage, as a big body means strong power in siege warfare. Su Chen looked at the burrowing worms, and these guys turned out to be rare engineers. Their attributes were irrelevant, as no commander would be willing to send these precious creatures into battle as cannon fodder. They possessed a formidable god-level skill. Ability 2, Worm Drill. The mouthparts of the burrowing worm can transform into a super drill, allowing it to quickly excavate an underground tunnel for the hiding, evasion, relocation, and ambush of the worm troops. Experts in tunnel digging. Su Chen looked at these burrowing worms with great satisfaction, his eyes sparkling. It's a pity That, Caesar's kingdom, is just a virtual instance. Even if I go to great lengths to obtain these burrowing worms, I can't bring them back to reality. Otherwise, the burrowing worms would definitely be worth investing a lot of resources in, as they could serve as powerful engineers for a lifetime. Not only was Chen amazed by the strength of the two types of troops from the fire-eating worm clan, but the live broadcast room of CCTV was also filled with astonishment. The host exclaimed, "Is this worm drill skill fictional in the instance? Or does it exist in reality? This is simply a strategic skill." The two experts exchanged puzzled glances, both looking bewildered. "Sorry, I don't know either," Professor Chen said sincerely. "If it were the previous year's Caesar's Kingdom instance, I would confidently tell you it must be fictional, as I have never seen these creatures in my decades of life. But it is well known that this year's Caesar's Kingdom is a mutated version, re-encoded after incorporating the cognition and memories of the undead old cat, His Excellency Caesar." "Yes, who knows what's real and what's fake?" another expert pondered. "But personally, I feel that the fire-eating worm clan must exist in reality, and these skills probably have some processed elements." Professor Chen smiled slightly. "Moreover, the soil of the corpse nest in the third layer of the abyss is basically fertile volcanic ash, loose in texture, and has been cultivated by worms for hundreds of thousands of years. So the underground is already filled with various porous structures. Therefore, drilling in that world is much easier. If we came to our blue star, where solid rocks formed from cooling magma are everywhere, I think the worm drill might not be able to penetrate." "That makes sense." While chatting, everyone glanced at Chen's troops. After the great battle, they needed to rest. Chen took out a batch of fresh beef procured in bulk from Blue Star, from the artifact, personal space, and handed it to the worm troops willing to follow him into battle. He then took out a barbecue grill and comfortably began grilling meat on the blood-soaked battlefield, enjoying life to the fullest. After a series of battles and a night of marching, Chen himself was extremely exhausted, so he didn't want to immediately expand his gains but instead needed to rest in place. The scale worm fire eater had a unique cooking technique. It spat out a molten fireball, skillfully rolling it over the raw beef, directly making iron ball roast, and then sprinkled some strongly flavored sulfur powder on the beef, indulging in a feast. As it chewed on the grilled beef, it wore a look of ecstasy. Heavens, what a delicious treat! Is this the cuisine of another world? Chen glanced at it. "I thought you all ate it raw, after all. After all, we look rather fierce? Like barbarians?" the worm lord scoffed. "That's the discrimination from another world, okay? Any intelligent race would choose cooked food over raw. Just like if you could lie down, no one would want to stand, because this is a universal truth. Saving energy is the top priority for all living beings. Individuals may vary, but as a group, any race that does not understand how to conserve energy has perished in the long course of evolution and survival. In the words of us worm scientists, this is called natural selection." The worm lord spoke eloquently. Chen pondered, "So your civilization has also given birth to Darwin's theory of evolution, I see." Next came the verbal sparring between the elites of two different world civilizations. They engaged in dialogue, exchanging thoughts from their distinct worlds and civilizations, occasionally delivering witty remarks that left the audience of Blue Star in awe. Meanwhile, Zheng Kongcheng once again pulled off a stunt, showcasing the fierce competitiveness of the college entrance examination committee, and for ratings, he started to give birth to little spiders. It all stemmed from Zheng Kongcheng's burr. After taking a big bite of a hamburger patty from his inventory, he let out a satisfied burp. It was this burp that caused a problem. Zheng Kongcheng suddenly felt a tickle in his throat, unable to suppress a violent cough, and then coughed out a cute little spider demon with clear eyes from his esophagus. I must say, despite being a demon, it was adorably silly, especially those sparkling big eyes, which were a collection of diamonds, agates, ambers, and pearls. Zheng Kongcheng instinctively wanted to stomp it flat, but a wave of innate maternal instinct blossomed in his heart. He instinctively halted his raised foot, gazing in confusion at the little spider demon, their eyes meeting. Oh no, the little spider demon had 6 eyeballs, to be precise, it should be 8 eyes meeting. Zheng Kongcheng's gaze filled with paternal love, and he clearly felt a mental connection forming between him and the little spider demon. He couldn't help but pick up the little spider demon, humming softly, "Baby be good, baby is nice, baby will fight the bad guys with daddy." The audience. Put. This guy has already been mind-controlled by the spider demon. A series of Crimson System prompt texts also appeared on the parental alert interface of the live broadcast room. Notice, this candidate, Zheng Kongcheng, has been affected by the parasitic charm of the spider demon, gaining plus 150% favorability towards the spider demon. Warning, all little spider demons parasitizing in Zheng Kongcheng's body are beginning to hatch. Parents should consider halting the college entrance examination and provide psychological trauma treatment for the candidate. Mutation. Given that Zheng Kongcheng possesses the hidden profession of Sea Demon Lord, he has a certain degree of pressure control over all marine creatures, and the Spider Demon Lord parasitizing Zheng Kongcheng belongs to the sea spider lineage, possessing a weak marine creature bloodline. Additionally, since the spider demons are birthed and hatched by Zheng Kongcheng, they share an innate affinity of 50 points. Therefore,
Zhang Kongchang has gained absolute control over the little spider demons. In an instant, all the audience was dumbfounded. Oh my gosh. It can't be that Zhang Kongchang is really going to turn the tables, right? Without soldiers, without generals, Zhang Kongchang is just going to give birth to a batch himself? These spider demons are all offspring of high-ranking spider demon lords, definitely a powerful troop. I didn't expect Zhang Kongchang to turn misfortune into fortune, about to become the father of thousands of spiders, commanding a troop of spider demon babies he and the spider queen birthed together. Ha ha ha, now I really look forward to Zhang Kongchang's next performance. I didn't expect Zhang Kongchang to turn into a bugman, and to occupy the nest, stealing the spider demon babies from the spider demon queen. But Zhang Kongchang probably ate too much and couldn't help but let out a fart. As a result, another spider demon baby popped out. The second spider demon baby also looked at its male mom with its sparkling clear eyes. Zhang Kongchang's face instantly turned the color of pig liver as he belatedly realized everything. At the same time, he couldn't help but think of the viewers watching his college entrance exam livestream, imagining their possible harsh words, and instinctively muttered to himself, I can't have already become a clown on the global internet, right? I'm a handsome and charming man, yet I keep hatching spider demon babies. This must be ruining my image as a male god, right? As soon as he said this, everyone watching the livestream instantly lost their composure. The CCTV host suddenly raised his right hand, tightly covering his mouth to prevent himself from laughing out loud. If he really couldn't hold it in, it would mean a catastrophic live broadcast accident, and the host would 100% have his salary and bonuses deducted. The experts exchanged glances, rendered speechless by Zhang Kongchang's performance. Meanwhile, the audience couldn't care less, pounding their chests and laughing uncontrollably. Yes, you've already been crowned the Clown King, and you really have self-awareness, deeply understanding the thoughts of the silly netizens. Male god? This guy really has no shame left. Who dares to say he isn't a male god? The spider demon queen fell in love with him at first sight and immediately expressed her willingness to let him have little spiders. That's simply top-tier charm. After a while, Zhang Kongchang gritted his teeth and made a decision. I actually have the luck to control these spider demon babies. This is a tremendous opportunity. Regardless of the reason, I now have my own original team. As long as I manage them well, I can earn my first pot of gold. Even if I have to be a clown, I will become the Clown King. Ambitious. In the Renegotiating family, his mother, Zhang Lirong, was very pleased. So-called beauty and ugliness are merely temporary concepts, utterly meaningless. Only strength is eternal. What if they are spider demons? As long as they are willing to submit, they can be utilized. Now you can completely take the route of insect master, controlling the puppet insect race and counterattacking the kingdom of Caesar. Wu Mingxi also excitedly said, that kid Kongchang finally has a chance to turn the tables. Great! Now Su Chen can't monopolize the spotlight anymore. However, Bu Fian calmly reminded them of something. But the newly hatched little spider demons are all in their juvenile state, only level 1. Zhang Lirong, Wu Mingxi. Their smiles abruptly halted, frozen on their faces. No juvenile creature could possibly have combat power right after birth. The stronger the race, the more so. For example, the childhood of human cubs is quite long, while dragon cubs can even have a juvenile period lasting up to 100 years. While the Renegotiating family was entangled over Zhang Kongchang, Su Chen had already finished resting and set off on a new journey with 500 plushy rebel troops and 357 worms forming a coalition. After completing a hidden mission and gaining an extra 100 points, Su Chen's college entrance exam score had already soared to 609 points, and it was bound to continue rising rapidly as Su Chen's team had become stronger. Let's continue to focus on Su Chen. He is very likely to set a new record for exam scores and completion. Expert Chen said expectantly, the snowballing strategy of fighting to sustain. Fighting is extremely rare. All thanks to Su Chen's special summon, the giant monkey he nicknamed Black Wukong. Yes, it's simply a universal translator, able to communicate with any race without any language barriers, the host said enviously. As Su Chen's first summon, it truly is versatile. Moreover, it can even create 12 clones, all serving as frontline meat shields, which is just absurd. It's rumored that Su Chen's summon is legendary. What do the experts think? At least legendary. I even think it might be demigod level. Professor Chen said seriously, in fact, I personally believe it has the potential to become a god-level summon. God-level summon, the CCTV host showed a look of shock. I believe all netizens are as curious as I am. Where did Su Chen get his resources from? According to official records, Su Chen's 9 years of compulsory education were all funded through legitimate student loans with no fraud involved. Everything is clear and traceable. Moreover, all of Su Chen's classmates can attest that initially, Su Chen's starting summoner was merely a C-grade macaque. The host's face was filled with astonishment, but what ultimately appeared in the demon fortress was that mighty monkey wielding the 1,000-pound staff, Black Wukong. All the viewers are very curious, how did a C-grade macaque evolve into Black Wukong? Could we ask the two experts to provide some insights? Professor Chen, a highly respected figure, calmly replied, on the path of a professional, anything is possible. Who says a poor student can't make a comeback? I do know a few methods for
summoning creatures to mutate, and I'll share them for everyone's amusement, but those are all rare encounters with very low probabilities. We're all ears, the host added with a warm smile, given that most candidates are currently waiting for the second wave of the siege at the end of the World Anchor Base, and Chen is in the midst of a tedious march, while the famous comedian Mr. Zhang Kongcheng is still busy hatching little spider demons trying to assemble a troupe. There's not much to watch, so why not indulge in some
entertaining gossip? Oh, is it really appropriate to turn a formal college entrance exam live broadcast into entertainment gossip?
The expert chuckled in response.
No problem.
The host's lips curled into a smirk. In fact, this year, thanks to a star candidate, Chen, the ratings have been explosive. Our college entrance exam live broadcast channel has
actually surpassed a rating of 5 nationwide, outdoing all entertainment productions. And the most astonishing part is the global viewership. There are a whopping 40 million viewers from abroad constantly tuning into Chen's live channel. Is it really that impressive? Chen is actually this level of internet celebrity? Professor Chen was taken aback. I've been in self-media for 40 years, and I only have 5 million followers.
Perhaps the public just has a special fondness for genius youths, the CCTV host sighed. By the way, my personal self-media only has 200,000 followers, so we can't even compare to Chen. Everyone laughed, and the viewers watching the live broadcast were also somewhat amazed.
Professor Chen quickly adjusted his mindset and sincerely remarked, in fact, that's the treatment and benefits Chen deserves.
After all, we are all too mediocre, with no shocking achievements that could break the Demon Fortress record, nor have we slaughtered thousands of demons in the Abyss Battlefield number 037 to gain recognition from the crown
of undead catastrophe.
But when it comes to experience and insight, I am confident I surpass Chen, so let me guess how a C-grade macaque evolved into Black Wukong.
Professor
Chen began to speak with a smile. The most likely reason is that Chen's parents may have left him a trophy from the Abyss, such as a Demon King crystal or a Heart of the Abyss. After all, Chen's parents died heroically in battle for the country. They are martyrs.
It's quite normal for them, as former professionals, to leave Chen a treasure for protection, right?
Professor Chen shrugged. The Demon King crystal can allow a summoned creature to undergo dark evolution, while the Heart of the Abyss can enable a summoned creature to undergo demon transformation. If Chen were to hear Professor Chen's remarks, he would surely be shocked, because it was precisely through the legendary golden attributes from the godly rich system that he granted the C-grade macaque dark evolution, ultimately allowing it to mutate into Black Wukong. The host sighed. The Demon King crystal, such a divine material, hasn't appeared for a full 50 years. The last time the Heart of the Abyss appeared was 20 years ago, fetching a sky-high price of 5.3 billion.
Professor
Chen smiled slightly. So, this is all a stroke of luck. Additionally, Chen may have accidentally awakened a talent while using the summoner job card.
The professor said. Seriously, some people are just born to be summoners.
For example, I heard there is a summoner talent called gene mutation, which allows all of one's summoned creatures to undergo a
directional mutation when signing a contract.
Mutation, is unpredictable. It could either strengthen or weaken them.
Perhaps Chen has great fortune and just happened to
mutate a C-level macaque into a legendary Black Wukong. The CCTV host asked, then, is there a possibility that the summoner job transfer card Chen used is actually a hidden
job card? A netizen named Qingqing Zimo left a message inquiring about this while interacting with our official blog.
Qingqing Zimo, of course, was Shen Zimo's online ID. He had been obsessed with the ownership of that summoner job transfer card. Thus, Shen Zimo hated Chen, who took away his opportunity, and Jiau Muyu, who was ineffective in his duties. Of course, he had deliberately forgotten a basic fact. Jiau Muyu had reported this matter to him and had privately asked whether to continue raising the price, but Shen Zimo was
reluctant to spend extra money, so he decided to give up.
The decision maker should have been him, Shen Zimo, not Jiau Muyu, who merely acted as a secretary and errand runner.
Absolutely impossible.
Professor Chen scoffed lightly. To my knowledge, there has never been a hidden summoner job in the world that can mutate a C-level macaque into a Black
Wukong. Since it doesn't exist, how can we talk about a hidden job card? Moreover, we have been observing Chen for 48 hours.
Professor Chen retorted dismissively to Qingqing
Zimo. Global audiences have seen with their own eyes, Chen has no hidden job skills at all.
What he has demonstrated are only the most ordinary summoner skills.
Furthermore,
Chen clearly hasn't learned them all, probably because he doesn't want to invest too many resources in ordinary summoner skills.
The CCTV host pondered. So you mean, Chen is still looking for a hidden job that suits him? But another expert interjected. I seem to have noticed that during the battle, as Chen's clothes fluttered, a piece of jewelry was exposed, which looked like a blank job transfer crystal. Shen Zimo in front of the screen felt as if struck by lightning.
His body trembled like a sieve because he had also noticed that when Chen entered the examination hall, he indeed wore an accessory similar to a blank job transfer crystal, which he had seen with his own eyes.
So, it turned
out that from beginning to end, Chen was just an ordinary summoner and had not taken away his opportunity at all.
Shen Zimo's mental support collapsed in an instant. He had thought that if he obtained that opportunity he would be the center of attention at this moment. But now, it turned out that he and Su Chen were clearly at the same starting line. Attending the same school, and even his family conditions were 1,000 times better than Su Chen's, yet he was far inferior to him, just relying on an ordinary summoner job. To achieve today's accomplishments shows that Su Chen is indeed impressive, and perhaps he possesses adventures we are unaware of. The CCTV host side, perhaps we are truly witnessing the rise of a new star. Speaking of which, I want to share an interesting tidbit. Professor Chen smiled slightly. It is widely rumored online that Su Chen was turned away from the Hunter Country Military Academy, while the Yen Huang Military Academy is very keen on recruiting him. The host's expression stiffened, and he quietly asked, "Is this something we can talk about?" After all, that's the Hunter Country Military Academy, the renowned first military academy of the Dragon Country, the cradle and alma mater of countless heroes. "Oh, it won't be for long," Professor Chen said decisively. "Even royal power is not eternal, let alone the title of the first military academy? No one would think that. This year the Hunter Country Military Academy could still win the championship in the Global Military Academy competition, right?" Amidst the attention of all the spectators, Professor Chen boldly scoffed. "I'll be straightforward, this year, the Hunter Nation Military Academy won't be at the bottom of the grand tournament even if they win, alright?" The host and another expert were greatly shocked. Is the Hunter Nation Military Academy really that weak now? They were well aware of Professor Shen's other identity, the vice chairman of the Global Abyss Monitoring Agency. It was precisely because of his esteemed position that he could disregard the influence and intimidation from the Hunter Nation Military Academy and speak the truth freely. I'll state an extremely simple fact and you'll realize that the Hunter Nation Military Academy has rotted to the core, Professor Chen coldly snorted. Back when Su Chen broke the record for the Demon Fortress dungeon and gained worldwide fame, both the Hunter Nation Military Academy and the Yen Huang Military Academy rushed to the Beiliang Academy, trying to recruit Su Chen. However, Professor Chen sneered, no one knows what exactly happened during that time, but the recruitment spot ultimately fell into the hands of another student. I find it hard to imagine that there is truly another student in the world who could be better than Su Chen, so I hurriedly checked the identity background of that student. Oh, the only son of a powerful leader, and he never once outperformed Su Chen in 3 years of high school. The host, another expert. The audience also showed disdain. The Hunter Nation Military Academy should be finished. Heroes risk their lives to enhance the reputation of their alma mater, yet they use it to engage in selling positions and profiting from recruitment spots instead of nurturing outstanding talent. This is simply despicable. It's a betrayal of Long Nation. Professor Chen disdainfully remarked. Now, I invite the board members of the Hunter Nation Military Academy to take a good look at Su Chen's performance. I want to ask them, do they regret it now? The host smiled and said, if I remember correctly, in the Global Military Academy Grand Tournament, there will be competitions for new students to test how much the universities value their recruits. And no matter which military academy Su Chen joins, he will be a decisive force. Indeed. Another expert agreed wholeheartedly. Which new student could defeat Su Chen's giant monkey summon? And who could shake Su Chen's skeleton army? Immediately, many reporters bombarded the news office of the Hunter Nation Military Academy. But the responses were all the same. We do not understand the specific situation, are unclear about the ins and outs, and do not know if there are plans to recruit Su Chen. We regret it. Please contact the relevant personnel. Thank you for your cooperation. The reporters could only laugh helplessly, feeling powerless. People could only sigh. The Hunter Nation Military Academy really has poor vision. I hope they can continue to achieve good results in the global grand tournament, understanding, respecting, and blessing. As night fell, Su Chen finished resting and, accompanied by the newly joined Worm Tribe, set off on a long journey. Meanwhile, the other candidates' end of the world anchor base also faced the second wave of zombie siege. Everyone's attention then focused on seed player number 1, Jitiani, 479 points, and seed player number 4, Morong Shuawu, 537 points. Let us overlook the battlefield and observe the composition of the zombie army. The CCTV host perked up, passionately introducing, all candidates, Caesar's Nation, dungeons are the same, and the attacking zombies are, wow, it's actually a giant zombie, the Crusher. What appeared before the global audience was a terrifying giant zombie standing 5 meters tall, its skin entirely covered in muscle, with dense lumps of flesh all over its body, looking particularly hideous and frightening. The Crusher zombie roared as it charged into the battlefield, smashing a boulder beside the trench with a single punch, then lifting a piece of rubble high and smashing it down onto the city wall. Bang! The rubble shattered against the city wall, and an unfortunate rebel from the plush people was turned into a sieve by the flying debris. Professor Chen analyzed with a serious expression. The probing attack of the zombie legion has ended, and they are now deploying their true elite forces onto the battlefield. All candidates will face a difficult test. I estimate that after the second wave of the zombie siege, less than 5% of the remaining candidates will survive. Indeed, it's
Not just the threat of the Crusher leading the charge, there are far more corpse mages, zombie bears, and ghouls behind them than in the first wave, and even, wow, two-headed corpse dragons. The host sighed repeatedly, these candidates are not Chen. The two-headed corpse dragons are simply not something they can handle. That's right. Professor Chen cautiously warned all parents, please pay attention. The two-headed corpse dragons are high attack, high critical danger creatures for the candidates at this stage. A moment's carelessness could lead to your child meeting an untimely death. If they cannot withdraw from the exam in time, please make a decisive move and press the emergency abandon button. Many viewers, especially foreign ones, couldn't help but question. Chen just effortlessly dealt with a large group of two-headed corpse dragons. Are you so-called experts underestimating the other candidates? They may have high attack, but they are fragile. If Chen can quickly take them down, the other candidates should be able to do the same. However, soon, this batch of skeptics faced a moment of reckoning. When the two-headed corpse dragons launched a surprise attack on the eastern city wall, a large group of level 20 Ratman crossbowmen shot into the sky, trying to intercept them. Most candidates also realized the threat posed by these creatures and rushed towards the eastern city wall, coordinating with the Velvet People's resistance forces to launch a siege. But when their crossbow bolts struck the bodies of the two-headed corpse dragons, clang clang clang, the crisp sound of metal clashing, like the wailing of death, announced the fate of this group of defenders. What? Unable to break through their defenses? All the spectators were horrified, and all the candidates turned pale. Professor Chen calmly explained, quickly answering their questions. The two-headed corpse dragon, since it has the word dragon in its name, means that dragon scale skin was added during its creation in the zombie factory. Unfortunately, the weak arrows of the Ratman crossbowmen cannot penetrate the dragon scales of the two-headed corpse dragons, so many candidates will meet their end. As soon as the professor's words fell, the two-headed corpse dragons unleashed a massive cloud of plague poison, enveloping the anchor base of the apocalypse. A large number of Velvet people were poisoned, their health dropping like a dam bursting, quickly dwindling to just one drop of blood remaining. That is the signature move of the two-headed corpse dragon, Venomous Fury. Professor Chen's voice was calm. It has a remarkable effect on living beings, with a terrifying blood loss rate of about 50 points per second. If you do not possess dispelling abilities, your health will rapidly drop to one drop. Of course, Venomous Fury is not lethal. You can still survive on that last drop of blood. The host sighed, I see, everyone was deceived by Chen's overwhelming slaughter. It turns out the two-headed corpse dragons are indeed formidable, truly worthy of being the advanced troops dominating the third layer of the abyss. Professor Chen nodded. Chen's fox summon can unleash a wide-range paralysis effect with its 9-linked forked lightning, causing the two-headed corpse dragons to crash and die, and his skeleton soldiers are not flesh and blood, thus unaffected by Venomous Fury. So, everyone misunderstood the strength of the two-headed corpse dragons. Although the two-headed corpse dragons are soft targets for the top students, they are deadly monsters for the underperformers, an insurmountable wall. Another expert lamented, this is a microcosm of the gap between geniuses and mediocrities in the era of universal job transitions. Professor Chen nodded in agreement. Geniuses can tackle high-difficulty dungeons early on, earning rich rewards and acquiring luxurious gear, which allows them to easily continue conquering stronger dungeons and obtain even higher-level equipment. It's a snowballing virtuous cycle. In contrast, ordinary professionals find it difficult to obtain dungeon passes, often having only 2 opportunities for basic dungeon exploration in a year. Due to their weak skills and poor equipment, the returns from clearing a dungeon, after deducting the costs of potions and equipment wear, are often minimal or even negative, making it impossible to improve their skills and gear. They might even have to sell their equipment to buy potions and scrolls. Professor Chen shook his head. This is an increasingly dire vicious cycle. Thus, the Matthew effect of the strong getting stronger and the weak getting weaker has become the main theme of this era. In their commentary, a large number of candidates were defeated by the two-headed corpse dragon, helplessly choosing to withdraw from the college entrance examination, settling for evaluations and scores. Those who reached this stage mostly had a guaranteed score of 400 plus, enough to get into an ordinary university. Candidates who could withstand the second wave of the zombie siege would be favored by various military academies. Let's focus on Jiau, the number 1 seed, who seems to be in trouble. The CCTV host suddenly raised his voice, looking shocked. Could it be a Black Swan event, where the number 1 seed crashes? Everyone turned to look, only to see Jiau's machine gunners retreating under the attack of the two-headed corpse dragon. In fact, casualties had already begun to appear in succession. This candidate, who possessed the hidden class of Divine Machine Strategist, also looked flustered, only able to say he was incredibly unlucky. Originally, upon seeing the two-headed corpse dragon land on the East City Wall, he immediately made a choice: abandon the East City Wall and wait for the undead old cat, Caesar, to rescue him. Even if it meant using his ultimate move, demon-repelling Sacred Flame, it was all the same to him. But as luck would have it, when the East City Wall collapsed, the Plush People's resistance army fell apart, and many troops began to scatter and flee. Survival is human nature. No one can blame the fleeing soldiers. After all, resistance becomes meaningless in the face of invulnerable monsters. A group of rat archers infected with miasma fled in a panic and ended up near Ji Tianyi's 500 machine gunners.
Ji Tianyi's face turned green at that moment because it was well
known that miasma was a plague-type skill that could spread. Coincidentally, Ji Tianyi's machine gunners were in perfect formation, neatly lined up on the city wall with very tight spacing, making them the best targets for infection.
The outcome was predictable. In the blink of an eye, over 100 machine gunners were left with low health due to the miasma and were then instantly killed by the remaining zombie forces.
Ji Tianyi painstakingly nurtured his machine gunner army for nearly 60 hours, only to have 129 of them slaughtered by the two-headed corpse dragon in just 3 minutes. The host lamented, "It's like you've worked hard to oil and maintain your bicycle, only for someone else to just stand up and pedal it."
Ji Tianyi must be feeling utterly crushed.
He thought he could train 500 level 1 machine gunners by himself in a high-intensity battle, which was already a difficult task, another expert remarked, not surprised.
This sudden incident seems accidental, but in reality, it was inevitable.
The bloody battlefield has never been a game, it is filled with all sorts of random events.
I think Ji Tianyi was a bit too presumptuous.
Indeed, he was too confident in his abilities. Which is why he lost so badly, Professor Chen chuckled, but I believe that once he is no longer hindered by those 500 machine gunners, the true power of the divine machine strategist will be unleashed.
Well, let's talk about that later. For now, let's see how the number 4 seed, Morong Shuowu, performs.
The host showed a look of surprise.
She actually has such a hidden skill? Wow, that's truly amazing. As Morong Shuowu activated the singer skill, she surprisingly did not stay on the city wall to sing, but instead ran to the east city wall and performed a captivating dance. The singer not only had various supportive songs but also a mesmerizing dance. It is well known that dragons have a hard-to-speak characteristic called dragon nature is inherently lustful. So when they saw the stunningly beautiful Morong Shuowu, under the enhancement of the singer skill, performing a seductive dance, the double-headed corpse dragons, who were completely resistant to beauty, were collectively entranced.
They charged fiercely towards their own kind, crashing into the giant zombie, the Crusher. Thus, Morong Shuowu achieved a great victory. Her fiery and explosive seductive dance made male viewers around the world drool, instantly becoming a sensation online. After the second wave of the siege ended, everyone's scores were immediately refreshed. Ji Tianyi, 579 points. He only earned the minimum score of 100 points.
Morong Shuowu, 667 points. She perfectly won the victory and thus received extra points. Zheng Kongcheng, 159 points.
The CCTV host rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Zheng Kongcheng was deducted 100 points. Could it be that?
That's right, in
his Caesar's Kingdom instance, the anchor of the apocalypse base must have fallen, and since he fled, he will naturally be penalized with a deduction of 100 points.
Professor Chen casually shrugged. There's nothing strange about that, right?
From start to finish, Zheng Kongcheng did not contribute a single bit to defending the city.
Moreover, the undying old cat even used the holy flame of exorcism's ultimate move to save him earlier.
That's true. The host cleared his throat. It's really lamentable that the second seed, as the Sea Demon Lord, Zheng Kongcheng, ended up with such a suffocatingly low score.
Don't be too quick to draw conclusions. Professor Chen said seriously, there's a saying that goes, what is lost in the east is gained in the mulberry fields. After abandoning the anchor of the apocalypse, Zheng Kongcheng has already acquired a loyal spider demon army with a loyalty of 100% as his original base, and he is about to reach the sea. Those who mock Zheng Kongcheng as the Clown King should be careful. He might return as a king and slap everyone here in the face. I hope that Zheng Kongcheng can regroup, but what I'm most worried about now is, could it be that Su Chen was also deducted 100 points? The host suddenly reminded everyone, don't forget, he also did not participate in defending the city. This time, there were both the giant zombie crusher leading the siege and the fierce, double-headed corpse dragon army launching a surprise attack. Let's see Su Chen's score. In the next second, the host was dumbfounded, and the two experts seemed to tremble as if they were having a fit. A bright red score jumped on the screen, far ahead, 709 points. Su Chen still held the top position, galloping ahead, and he even did nothing to earn an additional 100 points as a safety net. Quick, please replay how Su Chen defended the anchor of the apocalypse base. Professor Chen looked incredulous, unable to imagine how such a bizarre result could occur. The host was already communicating with the broadcasting room through the earpiece. Please wait, the director is replaying, and Su Chen's previous score was 609 points, which has now perfectly increased by 100 points, meaning Su Chen, like Ji Tianyi, has cleared the second wave of the zombie siege but performed poorly, so he only received the minimum 100 points, unlike Morong Shuowu, who received extra points. It's truly strange. Su Chen never returned to the city, yet the anchor of the apocalypse base miraculously survived. Another expert said with a look of disbelief, what significance do the other candidates' hard-fought battles have then? Everyone was eagerly waiting for the video replay. The mystery was soon unveiled. Why are there no two-headed corpse dragons in Su Chen's Kingdom of Caesar dungeon? The number of zombie bears is also quite low. Could it be that the camp attack by Su Chen and the fireworm clan is the main force assaulting the anchor of the Apocalypse base? I remember Su Chen annihilated a large group of two-headed corpse dragons. After the experts discussed, they reached a clear conclusion. Yes, Su Chen took out the most troublesome two-headed corpse dragons first, which is why the anchor of the Apocalypse base is so well defended and was not successfully ambushed. The CCTV host added, not only that, the second wave of zombie troops, due to the lack of two-headed corpse dragons and zombie bears, has a very unscientific composition. The defending rat archers were able to unleash all their firepower on the giant zombies' heads, quickly killing all these giant zombies that posed a significant threat. This is probably what they call the butterfly effect, Professor Chen remarked with emotion. Su Chen's actions in sweeping the nearby zombie camps have indeed been effective. He successfully cleared a large batch of potential zombie forces, thus winning the anchor of the Apocalypse a breather. His special forces tactics worked. The enemy's living forces have been crushed, and the zombie legion besieging the anchor of the Apocalypse is disintegrating. The audience finally resolved their doubts and were left in awe. No wonder he can break the record for the Demon Fortress dungeon. Su Chen always finds a unique path, bringing hope to high-difficulty dungeons. Now, it's time for the leaders of the Hunter Military Academy to sweat profusely. Likes poured in like a tide, and honors came rushing in. Su Chen was once again met with unanimous enthusiasm from netizens worldwide, and everyone witnessed the terrifying power of a summoner who could form an army alone. For the first time. Soon, when everyone refocused on Su Chen's perspective, they discovered that this guy was about to strike it rich again. Amidst the volcanic ash ravaging during the plague season, Su Chen was riding on the neck of the scale worm, the fire eater, hidden within its neck plates. The bone plates served as a windbreak for Su Chen, providing immense comfort. They marched on and quickly reached a perilous pass where a large group of zombie legions was engaged in fierce battle in the basin below. I smell the stench of the fungal beasts. This zombie legion is actually the direct force of the witch Lilith, the fungal beast guard, the worm lord. Suspiciously introduced to Su Chen, they usually guard the tomb of the witch Lilith, never stepping out. Why have they come out now? Su Chen replied casually, perhaps they want to go to the anchor of the Apocalypse base to completely eradicate the Fuzzy People resistance. After all, in the third layer of the abyss, the Fuzzy People resistance is the strongest and most active force. To annihilate them in one fell swoop, temporarily abandoning the protection of the tomb is undoubtedly worth it. After all, the witch Lilith hasn't truly died, her true form is merely sealed, and the tomb is just a facade. He shrugged, an empty tomb has little value in guarding. True, the worm lord nodded and pleaded, can you tell me which tribe the warriors fighting the fungal beast guard come from? I can't see them, nor can I hear or smell them. The worms had poor eyesight because they were a race active underground, living in darkness for years, causing their vision to degrade. Su Chen rubbed his hands together. Another tribe of natives from the third layer of the abyss, the Holy Beetle tribe. So it's them. I thought all the Holy Beetles had been slaughtered by the Zombie Legion. The Worm Lord's eyes widened, and he immediately suggested the Holy Beetle tribe has strong ranged attack capabilities and is very good at siege warfare. Let's hurry and rescue them, then invite them to join our alliance. Alright, but let's not rush. Those fungal beast guards seem quite formidable. We need to proceed with caution. Su Chen readily agreed with the strategic suggestion of the scale bug fire eater, but felt that the tactics were still up for discussion. Because what Su Chen thought of first was, given that the Sacred Beetle tribe has a complete and numerous military force, if we directly intervene to rescue them, who will have the final say when the three parties form an alliance in the future? Based on the simple principle of, whoever has the bigger fist gets to call the shots. The Sacred Beetle tribe would undoubtedly overshadow Su Chen and the Fireworm clan. Of course, this line of thought couldn't be made public, it couldn't be shared with the Worm Lord. Su Chen merely offered a calm reason, we are outnumbered and outgunned, we can't afford to lose. After all, the fungal beast guards are extremely powerful, and a slight misstep could lead to our total annihilation. Moreover, the Sacred Beetle tribe may not necessarily be our allies. Who can say that the enemy of my enemy will definitely be my friend? For example, when wolves and tigers are locked in a life and death struggle, which of them can a passing sheep befriend? The Scalebug Fire Eater Lord was taken aback, then nodded like a chick pecking at rice. That makes sense. We should watch from the sidelines and be the fisherman who profits from the clam and the snipe fighting. The audience sighed in unison. Su Chen is puaing you, worm. You, a high-ranking lord, are so easily deceived. I say, Lord Scalebug Fire Eater, don't you find the scene familiar? Back then, Su Chen also watched you fight against the Zombie Legion, which led to your heavy losses. This kid Su Chen is too good with words. He's been playing these country bumpkin bugs like a fiddle. Sigh, they are too reclusive, coiling up in underground caves every day. This is classic nerds being fooled by socialites. However, just as the audience was lamenting, the Scalebug Fire Eater suddenly said, back then, when you saw us battling the zombies, were you also standing by and watching? Su Chen was taken aback, meeting the Worm Lord's gaze. A pair of innocent, pitch-black eyes, clear and bewildered. 3 pairs of yellow, deep-set eyes, profound and dark. An unspoken silence spread between them. The CCTV college entrance examination. Channel was also dead silent. The host and two experts exchanged glances, struggling to suppress their laughter, afraid to speak lest they break the tension. Meanwhile, the bullet comments had turned into a sea of revelry. Caught off guard. Chen is speechless. This kid's trick has been seen through. After all, he's a high IQ NPC. Upon seeing a familiar scene, he must feel a sense of déjà vu. The moment to truly test Chen has arrived. How will he manage to deceive this fierce warrior? If he doesn't handle it well, the alliance might split. To everyone's surprise, Chen openly admitted, "Of course. If it were you, wouldn't you stand by and watch? At that time, I didn't even know you, and frankly, my friend, you worms look quite terrifying. I took a long time to figure out who was the enemy and who was the friend." The scalebug fire eater chuckled in disbelief, nodding without a hint of resentment. "True, our aesthetic is still too advanced for your weak human standards. You can't appreciate the beauty of fierce violence. I've heard that your human race is into the beauty of pretty boys. TSK. I'm curious how your race has survived without being wiped out by the abyss." Chen. The CCTV trio. The Dragon Kingdom audience. After a long pause, Chen sighed. "Lies don't hurt, but the truth is a sharp knife. My friend, your sarcasm leaves me speechless. But to be honest, this is an outdated aesthetic. Ever since the Abyss invasion, our human race has continued to revere strong men and respect the powerful. The sissies have basically been completely devoured by the demons, and their fans are also unlikely to survive into the new era. And now the weakest, most effeminate internet celebrity." Chen racked his brain, suddenly froze, and exclaimed, "I hashtag you and an asterisk, it seems like it's me." Put. On the CCTV live broadcast channel, the host and two experts couldn't hold back and burst into laughter together. My challenge to not laugh has failed. I didn't expect this college entrance exam to be so hilarious." The host sighed in frustration. "According to our CCTV rules, that laugh I just let out will cost me a 1,000 yuan bonus. But I have to say, Chen's look of sudden realization just now, that serious conclusion he reached after deep thought, was truly too funny." Professor Chen also said, "We really should let Zheng Koncheng be the Joker, and Chen the straight man, to promote our Dragon Kingdom's traditional culture of crosstalk. These two guys are truly born comedians." Another expert chuckled. "I have to admit, Chen is quite self-aware. Indeed, among the highly followed internet celebrities he is the lowest level, only level 20, truly the weakest. As for whether he is the most effeminate, that's subjective. This kid is indeed handsome and not rugged, fitting the image of a refined and intelligent strategist." Meanwhile, Chen was seriously addressing the Worm Lord. "Don't worry, I understand your concerns. And I can guarantee you this. Now that we are allied, I will treat you with the respect due to an ally. Next, in the battle to save the sacred beetle tribe, you will see my sincerity." "All right." The lizard worm fire eater looked at him deeply and fell silent. The netizens couldn't help but speculate wildly about what Chen's sincerity might be. The CCTV host asked, "What do the two experts think about Chen's sincerity?" "Professor Chen, you go first." After sipping some cool boiled water, Professor Chen smiled faintly. "It's hard to guess. From what I see, it's likely that Chen has a lot of resources in his artifact, the world in a bag, that he can share with them. Or perhaps, Chen might share the command of the sacred beetle tribe with this worm lord." Another expert speculated, could it be that Chen is willing to let his precious summoned creatures take the lead as meat shields for the fireworms? That would certainly demonstrate his sincerity towards his allies. The next moment, the fireworms turned pale, and the audience's mouths twitched, because Chen's sincerity turned out to be him personally. Entering the fray, acting as cannon fodder and a meat shield, charging to the front lines and attacking the sacred beetles and the fungal beast guards. The fireworms looked at each other in shock, deeply moved, because Chen, as a weak summoner, was actually willing to lead the charge, unhesitatingly bringing his troops into battle and trusting their backs to the Worm Clan. What a level of trust! What a level of sacrifice! But the netizens were all too clear. Chen had the magic shield, and he was suspected to have extremely high mana. He was a super magic type MT, better at withstanding skills and taking damage than anyone else. The fireworms are so naive. They've been completely fooled by Chen. Look at how moved they are. They've fallen for Chen's trick. They have no idea that there's a legendary skill called Magic Shield in this world which can lead a professional down a path called Magic Defense Core. If I didn't know Chen, didn't understand his tricks, and then saw a white-clad summoner charging forward, leading the way, looking like 1,000 troops and horses avoiding the white robe, I would probably also be completely in awe, surrendering to his kingly aura. Experience is truly important. The earthbound worms from another world have suffered because of their lack of experience. Soon, Chen's summoned army was engaged in fierce combat with the mycelium beast's royal guard. Moreover, Chen had transformed Black Wukong into those massive fire-breathing scarab beetles, shouting to them, "Comrades of the scarab beetles, we are also the rebels fighting to the death against the zombie legion. Please do not give up the resistance. We have come to support you. Let us flank them together and annihilate this batch of mycelium beasts." The scarab beetle tribe suddenly stirred. An ancient white-bearded beetle, with all its shell engraved with archaic runes, trembled as it emerged from the ground, standing tall like a small rocky fortress. It was none other than the elder of the scarab beetle tribe, Explosive Bug, the armored one. Thank you, traveler from another world, powerful summoner friend, and our friendly neighbors from below, the fireworms. Your kindness will forever be engraved on the elytra of every scarab beetle. Your grace will always be remembered on the exoskeleton of every scarab beetle. The elder of the scarab beetles was extremely excited and enthusiastic. Of course, any leader of a race, when faced with life and death, would display the same expression upon receiving unexpected support. Chen replied calmly, Elder, there's no need for pleasantries, please give it your all. And join us in exterminating the mycelium beasts. Alright, we will launch a full counterattack and coordinate with you to flank the enemy. The elder's mouthparts trembled and a strange buzzing spread through the air. All the scarab beetles immediately crouched down, their mouthparts transforming into scorching cannon barrels, beginning to fire volleys of molten projectiles at the mycelium beasts. Boom! The scarab beetles' bombardment was incredibly precise, as their bases were embedded in the ground, providing exceptional stability. In an instant, the mycelium beasts' royal guard suffered heavy losses, caught off guard by the scarab beetles' assault. Chen was overjoyed. The long-range output of the scarab beetle tribe is terrifying. They are like a group of human cannons, so violent, perfectly solving our firepower shortage. The audience watched in astonishment. It was their first time encountering a creature like the scarab beetle. After all, none of the textbooks from 9 years of compulsory education had ever recorded them. The CCTV host couldn't help but ask two experts. Please forgive my ignorance, are scarab beetles a fictional creature or do they actually exist? I have never heard of them before, is this reasonable? Professor Chen replied seriously, according to a rare ancient text. Encyclopedia of Endangered Abyssal Creatures, it is recorded that scarab beetles were nearly exterminated by the witch Lilith 200 years ago, even to the point of extinction. Because they possess powerful long-range bombardment capabilities, they were feared by the zombie legion. But it is well known that the witch Lilith has never been interested in extermination. She must have captured the scarab beetles for research purposes. Professor Chen asserted, so I believe that at least the witch Lilith has kept a batch of scarab beetles to preserve their genetic samples and for live experiments. Additionally, scarab beetles can survive in the depths of the third layer of the abyss. A race that can adapt to extremely harsh environments is hard to wipe out. Professor Chen smiled slightly, so I am more inclined to believe that these scarab beetles are NPCs added by the immortal old cat, Caesar, based on his memories. Yes, there should indeed be a batch of scarab beetles in the current corpse nest, another expert corroborated, because in recent years the Ministry of Commerce of the Dragon Kingdom has frequently been able to import scarab great shields from the Velvet People's Resistance. This great shield is forged from the exoskeleton of scarab beetles. While they were discussing, under the cover of the booming cannon fire from the scarab beetles, Chen's summoned army and the fireworm clan had fiercely penetrated the rear of the mycelium beast's royal guard. This time, it was yet another brutal bloodbath that left the audience wide-eyed. The fungal beast guard, as a valiant force loyal to the witch Lilith, possesses an exceptionally well-structured composition of troops and a terrifying recovery ability. Being fungal beasts, they only need to continuously consume nutrient solution to quickly heal wounds and restore health. The giant fungal beasts stand at the forefront of the army, using hardened caps as shields. The mutated spore shooters, a special variant of the fungal beasts, can spray countless spores like a machine gun, and once these spores come into contact with the holy beetles, they generate a large area of slime mold carpet that erodes their shells. Then there are the whirlwind fungal beasts, whose mushroom heads can spin to provide lift, allowing them to soar into the air, dive towards enemies, and drop spore bombs. However, as a biochemical force that is half fungus and half animal, viruses fear being sterilized by fire. Fungi thrive in damp, shady environments and fear burning. In short, they are extremely afraid of fire and light. Therefore, the bombardment from the holy beetles is highly effective against the fungal beast army, and the magma bombs from the fireworms, as well as the flame arrows from Chen's dragon skeleton archers, can also cause tremendous damage. After a brutal battle, they finally defeated the fungal beast guard and won this battle. Under Chen's diligent control, only 13 fireworms were lost, but 109 were severely injured. However, Chen had brought plenty of healing supplies, which had all been donated to the Fluff People Resistance, so this batch of severely injured fireworms could be healed back at the anchor base of the apocalypse. Among Chen's own summons, 9 dragon bone skeleton archers and 15 dragon bone skeleton mages were lost. He could only summon some ordinary skeleton soldiers on the spot to make up for the losses, which weakened his combat power, but there was no other choice. Overall, Chen did not suffer a loss. As the holy beetle tribe was preserved, an elder exploding bug, the armored one, was grateful and agreed to join the anti-zombie alliance. Lord Chen, Lord Scaleworm, your life-saving grace is unforgettable, said the honest and simple elder of the holy beetle tribe sincerely. Our holy beetle clan believes in the truth of repaying even a drop of kindness with a fountain of gratitude. If you hadn't come today, we would have been completely wiped out. Therefore, we are willing to fight for you. Ding! Holy Beetle Tribe Exploding Bug Clan has joined your faction. Dungeon System Notification: you have absorbed 2 independent forces, meeting the basic conditions to establish a dominant faction. Would you like to establish a faction that belongs solely to you? Yes/no. Note: after establishing a faction, you will have the power of independent diplomacy with the fluff people resistance, and equal say with the undead old cat, Caesar. Your legendary reputation will spread to the 3rd layer of the abyss, possessing a certain deterrent effect on other zombie legions. Chen looked at this series of notifications, lost in thought. Outside the dungeon, the audience watching the college entrance examination live broadcast who saw this string of prompts erupted in excitement. Oh my god. No way. Chen actually has the qualification to establish himself as king in Caesar's kingdom? With 2 intelligent races willing to become vassals, Chen indeed has the basic conditions to be a king. Wait, the guy came to watch the college entrance exam live. Why is the narrative suddenly shifting to Chen becoming an emperor? Is this normal, folks? Others' college entrance exams, being exploited by NPCs, working like a servant, fearing their deaths, would lead to a loss of exam scores and affect their final evaluation. Chen's college entrance exam, a call to arms, the native inhabitants of the abyss gather in response, donning the yellow robe, supporting him as the overlord of the corpse nest. The CCTV host was also somewhat speechless, coughing. It seems that Chen has walked a unique path in the college entrance examination that has never been seen before. I can only say, it's truly eye-opening. I want to ask the experts, has there been a similar situation before? Of course there has, Professor Chen declared firmly. This has never been an unprecedented matter. Don't forget, our second seed player, Zheng Kongcheng, comes from the Ruoshui family, and his 2 predecessors were once crown kings in this dungeon. Another expert added with a smile, the Sea Demon Lord is both a hidden profession and a hidden title. When you only have 1 vassal tribe, it is merely a lord, but what if you recruit 2 or even 3 vassal tribes? The lord can be upgraded to a hegemon. Yes, the previous Sea Demon Lords often had the 3 major forces of the Naga undead, the sea monsters, and the Dark Reef prisoners. Professor Chen sighed, thus, relying on the hegemon status and the 3 vassal tribes, they could effortlessly seize the top spot in the college entrance examination, easily crushing the other candidates. The host was taken aback and asked in confusion, so, does Zheng Kongcheng still have a chance to return as a king? Although the Naga undead can no longer be conquered by him, the sea monsters and the exiled prisoners of the Dark Reef should still be influenced by the Sea Demon Lord, right? Professor Chen shook his head, impossible. Because the sea monsters live in deep water areas, and the Dark Reef exists in the oceanic regions. Without the help of the Naga undead, how can Zheng Kongcheng reach the deep waters and the ocean? Is he going to swim across with just his strength? The host replied. I see, I thought there was a chance to salvage Zheng Kongcheng's college entrance examination results. Hey, you seem a bit biased. As a host, you have the suspicion of favoritism. Professor Chen teased. The CCTV host replied seriously, yes, I have been captivated by Chen's outstanding performance. I am now his fan. I even followed his live stream during my lunch break and gifted him to join his fan club. As for Zheng Kongcheng, who is both Chen's rival and love rival, we fans firmly oppose him. Ha, just kidding. Please don't take offense. Although the host was joking, Zhang Lirong was visibly upset. The contemporary head of the Ruoshui family angrily shouted like a shrew, Chen is stealing our Ruoshui family's battle tactics. The path of the hegemon has always been our exclusive strategy. Chen is clearly trying to take advantage of the Sea Demon Lord. He should apologize. The guests exchanged glances, thinking, I wonder, does the college entrance examination strategy even have copyright? You Ruoshui family can't say. Others aren't allowed to copy homework, right? It doesn't have copyright. There's no problem. There's no responsibility. Wu Mengxi and Bu Fian, mother and daughter, also exchanged looks, speechless. They both felt that Zhang Lirong had lost her mind. Meanwhile, Chen was contemplating and made a decision. Okay, I announced the establishment of a brand new force, the Abyss Avengers. We will cooperate with the Rugmin resistance to fight against the zombie legions and oppose the Witch Lilith. All righteous people willing to dedicate themselves to the great cause of indigenous independence and resisting the Abyss invasion are welcome to join. After the announcement, Chen chose a black flag as the symbolic battle flag of the Abyss Avengers. After Chen spoke decisively, all summoned creatures, fire-eating worms, sacred beetles, and the uniforms of 500 Rugmin resistance members all turned a uniform black, corresponding to the color of the battle flag. Uniform clothing is one of the symbols of establishing a force. Revenge. Kill all the zombies. Destroy the Witch Lilith, the scale worm, fire-eater, roar to the sky. Revenge. Drive all the abyss demons out of our ancient homeland, the explosive worm, armored one, passionately responded. Then, all the insect tribe members threw Chen high into the air. Chen, our king, please lead us to slaughter the 10 zombie legions, destroy their factories, and make the insect tribe great again. Okay, Chen hesitated for a moment but didn't want to dampen the mood, so he readily agreed. After all, this
was just a trivial simulation dungeon, not a real ascension to the throne, and he hadn't truly united all the native inhabitants of the corpse nest.
The netizens laughed and shook their heads, expressing their sentiments.
Here we go. Chen knows how to create a show. His college entrance exam has turned into an entertainment stage. It's explosive.
Old buddy 666, Chen has really dominated the college entrance exam dungeon.
Next, he'll establish a nation, claim sovereignty, and create the first empire of the insect
race. What an unexpected twist.
It feels like the college entrance exam has lost its meaning for Chen.
What use is the Dragon Kingdom's exam to a ruler from another world?
At this moment, Elder Beetle, the bug exploder, provided another piece of information. In the northwest direction of our camp, there exists a solitary city of the Rong people. They have been abandoned for a full 15 years, yet those Rong people have steadfastly held their ground, standing tall and refusing to surrender until death.
My lord, we can
absorb them into our ranks and seek revenge against the abyss together.
Is that so? Chen's eyes lit up. Then I can't just ignore it. I must lend a hand. Cough cough. I absolutely do not want to go to that royal city to ascend the throne. Host? Audience?
You little rascal, you just said your motives are not pure.
As Chen,
the fireworm troops and the beetle troops march towards the Rong people's solitary city, gathering into an unstoppable tide of steel. The third wave of siege by the other
surviving candidates was about to begin.
Let us, as per usual, review the composition of the troops that will launch the siege, to assess and remind the candidates and parents of the risks they face. The CCTV host frowned, signaling the AI system to survey the smoke-filled base.
Professor Chen counted the troops one by one. The giant zombie crusher is leading as always. The ranged corpse demon troops are also present, and, the fungal beast guard? His expression suddenly turned strange, and he couldn't help but say, this batch of fungal beast guards can't possibly be the ones Chen wiped out, right? So, Chen has once again preemptively broken the main force of the siege? Let's switch the screen and see if there are any fungal beast guards attacking the city in Chen's Caesar's kingdom.
The CCTV broadcasting team immediately switched.
Indeed.
The host exclaimed, look quickly, Chen's end of the world anchor base is completely different from others. There are only some crushers and corpse demons. This troop
composition is too singular, right?
Where are the other troops?
If it's just like this, the undying old cat Caesar and the Rong people's resistance army will easily hold their ground, no doubt about it. The audience finally caught on and couldn't help but ask, the real strategy for this year's college entrance exam dungeon can't be to abandon the end of the world anchor base and actively attack, taking out the living forces of the zombie army one by one, can it? Has Chen already seen through everything, so he took the initiative to attack? He's too far-sighted. Even the expert team from CCTV is shocked. The Gigi I'm following is indeed a dragon among men. Ladies, defend the best Gigi in the world. Professor Chen, however, said, Chen clearly couldn't have predicted everything to such an extent. My reasoning is simple. The electronic map that Caesar gifted
him does not mark the locations of the beetle tribe and the solitary city.
Chen encountering them clearly involves a certain element of luck. Of course, luck is also a part of strength, that's undeniable. I would rather believe Chen is already prepared for the fall of the end of the world anchor base. He not only has plan A but also plan B. The professor said calmly, after all, you see, Chen has already gathered a formidable army under his command, with both rampaging worms and digging worms serving as the frontline meat shield MT and holy armor cannon worms and holy armor fire-breathing worms providing ultra-long range and mid-range DPS alongside the Medusa who has transitioned to a soul priest offering battle song auras plus the 100 panda spear throwers and 400 crazy rat crossbowmen all collectively leveled up to 11 as the living force. Not to
mention Chen and his 13 guardians of Flower and Fruit Mountain, along with 100 skeleton soldiers. Professor Chen sighed, in my eyes, that little fox capable of unleashing a 9-linked paralyzing lightning can provide wide area control all on its own, making it a strategic level unit. After recounting these details with fondness, he smiled. With such a strong foundation, even if the Doomsday Anchor base falls and 300 points are deducted, Chen can still harvest massive exam scores in the dungeon and ultimately emerge as the top scorer. The host nodded in agreement. When one's strength reaches Chen's level, no matter how one chooses, victory is assured.
It's just a matter of how to win. That's the essence of a strong person.
As everyone marveled, the third wave of zombie siege for the college entrance examination finally began to unfold. All the spectators were dumbfounded to see the mycelium beast guard swept away almost all the surviving candidates with ease.
A large number of candidates chose to abandon the exam, either voluntarily or involuntarily. These mycelium beasts are so powerful. Watching Chen slaughter them, I thought they were just ordinary minions. Many spectators expressed similar sentiments, wide-eyed. What they witnessed was an extremely brutal elimination scene. After the candidates' arrows and elemental attacks hit the mycelium beasts, although they lost health bit by bit, the beasts simply poured nutrient solution over their heads or washed their hands, instantly absorbing it, and then their health began to soar wildly. The rate of health recovery far exceeded the rate of health loss. Thus, the candidates felt despair and could only give up in defeat. Professor Chen provided a professional assessment. Viewers, do not measure the mycelium beast guard by Su Chen's strength. They are known as the strongest unit of the third layer of the abyss, and this is not an empty boast. I remember they are often reverently referred to in folklore as the hand sanitizer war god or the shampoo war god, because their recovery ability is incredibly cheap and has no cooldown. Indeed, normally, all recovery potions are quite expensive and cannot be used continuously, another expert added, but as long as the mycelium beasts have nutrients and moisture, they can complete a cell division in 0.2 seconds, replacing dead cells, stitching wounds, and healing organs. They are practically a perfect unit born from viral experiments. If they are so powerful, why hasn't the witch Lilith mass-produced them? The audience wondered, prompting the host to act as their mouthpiece and ask the experts. Professor Chen chuckled, because they can't afford to raise them. Everyone, all the gifts of fate come with a price tag. They can heal quickly and have astonishing recovery, so what is the cost? He shrugged. That means they have a terrifying metabolic rate, which requires extremely high energy consumption. So, while regular units only need 3 meals a day, the mycelium beast guard needs to eat every 2 hours, and they require scientifically formulated high-energy nutrient paste. Sustaining such a force puts immense pressure on logistics. Therefore, generally speaking, the mycelium beast guard only serves to protect the witch Lilith's mausoleum. They can only do so because once they embark on an expedition, supplying food becomes very difficult. Professor Chen spread his hands, smirking. After all, that's 12 meals a day. The host chuckled in disbelief. That's true. Additionally, the lifespan of mycelium beasts is also relatively short. An excessively high metabolism means that they are constantly undergoing cell division, so they often complete decades of life in just 1 year. This is the price of a tenfold recovery speed. Professor Chen shook his head. Su Chen can defeat them mainly because the fireworms and holy beetles are truly formidable, capable of instantly killing them without giving them any time to recover. Moreover, the paralysis effect of the 9-linked fork lightning is also crucial. It shocks them, causing their hands to tremble as they try to twist open the nutrient solution cap, but they just can't do it. I suddenly thought of a poor soul. The CCTV host shifted the topic, signaling the director, please switch to our number 1 seed, Jiau. His low-level machine gun soldiers have extremely low output, and now facing the astonishing recovery speed of the fungal beast guard, he's probably in serious trouble. Sure enough, in Jiau's private instance, the 500 machine gun soldiers he had painstakingly preserved were now reduced to a mere 50. A terrifying 90% casualty rate meant he had lost his core competitiveness in this exam. Jiau, feeling helpless, had no choice but to use the skill of the divine strategist, incite rebellion, temporarily controlling a batch of the weakest ordinary zombies and corpse demons, ordering them to attack the fungal beast guard to delay the attacker's pace. As someone who could be considered the number 1 seed, he finally revealed his unique brilliance. Jiau gritted his teeth and resolutely pulled out a soul summoning scroll, transforming all the fallen machine gun soldiers into undead units, undying battle souls. This was a rather unique type of unit, born only from the bodies of loyal, brave warriors who willingly sacrificed their hearts and souls for victory. If transformed in a sacred manner, they would become the renowned heroic spirits. That's ruthless. The CCTV host dared not comment, only succinctly uttering 3 words. Professor Chen scoffed. The host must be worried about the ethical dilemmas Jiau brings, right? One must know that those who can be transformed into undying battle souls must be the most loyal warriors, that is, martyrs. And Jiau turning them into undead beings undoubtedly raises suspicions of desecrating the martyrs' remains. But I still stand by my words, this is just a virtual instance, not the real world, so Jiau is innocent. Besides, Jiau hails from the Qinglong battle group, a descendant of the well-rooted military lineage of the Dragon Kingdom, serving the country for generations. Professor Chen curled his lip. Who dares to say otherwise? Not to mention summoning undying battle souls in a virtual instance. Even in reality, if war reaches a critical moment and they do this, it's still a necessary sacrifice, a reasonable choice to defend the Dragon Kingdom. I would unconditionally support it with both hands and feet. That makes sense. The host sighed in relief, smiling. Let's evaluate it purely from the perspective of combat power. I think summoning undying battle souls with machine gun soldiers is incredibly wise. It should have been done long ago. Professor Chen nodded, playing along. Me too. Level 1 machine gun soldiers have too low combat power. Their output is simply insufficient, but using the soul summoning scroll can directly summon level 20 undying battle souls from the corpses, because the battle souls are considered temporary summons of the scroll user, and the initial level of temporary summons generally aligns with the summoner's level. For example, the new skeleton soldiers Su Chen summoned are also level 20. The power of the divine strategist is finally revealed. Soon, everyone was shocked to witness an astonishing scene. Jiau pulled 3 silk pouches from his pocket and tore them all apart. His undying battle soul army immediately gained 3 skills: Overlord's Might, Strength plus 50, Attack plus 50, Resilience plus 50. Desperate battle. When the casualties of our side exceed 50%, enter a frenzy state. Attack. Power plus 100%, attack speed plus 50%, recovery speed plus 5 points/second. Flawless. All soldiers are unaffected by any debuffs and immediately dispel all negative effects. The Undying Soul army surged onto the battlefield, possessing incorporeal bodies that are immune to all physical damage, while the bacteria beast guards had no magical means of attack. Thus, the overwhelming Undying Soul army, alongside the furfolk resistance, turned the tide and annihilated all invading zombies. Classmate Ji Tianyi has scored 709 points in the third wave of the zombie siege, the CCTV host exclaimed excitedly. The number 1 seed truly lives up to the name. His Undying Soul army will help him catch up and continue competing for the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Well, let's forget about the top scorer. The second place might still be within reach, Professor Chen chuckled. Chen has already secured a guaranteed 100 points for winning the third wave, as he has wiped out the bacteria beast guards. The few stray cats that went to attack the city posed no threat at all and were easily eliminated by the undying old cat leading the furfolk resistance. So, Chen now has a total of 809 points. Professor Chen sighed. And Chen has so many more opportunities to score, I can predict that he will easily surpass 1,000 points in this college entrance examination. Let's take a look at the strong competitor for second place, number 4 seed, classmate Morong Shuawu. The host smiled slightly. After all, she is a singer, and she actually has the Stevens Healing Band song, which can significantly reduce the recovery effect of the bacteria beasts by 95%. Truly a versatile divine support. Professor Chen also expressed his admiration. After the college entrance examination, Morong Shuawu will definitely receive many invitations from high-level battle groups. Her hidden profession has astonishing support effects and is incredibly versatile. Any team that gains her support will experience a qualitative leap. Like Chen's summoned army, another expert said with a smile. If Chen can collaborate with Morong Shuawu, it would be a perfect match, a golden boy and a jade girl. Ha, you're matchmaking again. Professor Chen shook his head helplessly. Old Zhang, stop hoping for a couple to get married just because they look good together. I see you're a born matchmaker. Another expert shrugged. Anyway, under the operations of the Dragon Slayer family, Chen's household registration has quietly fallen into Fengdu Ghost City. That means he only needs to abide by the laws of the Fengdu Special Zone. He cannot have more than 1,000 wives. Even having one more isn't a problem. The Zhang expert counted on his fingers. As far as I know, Chen's first love, by Yueguang, is Bufian from the Mystic Sanctuary. I can only say, she has both strength and figure. She has both skill and looks. Moreover, her profession is an assassin, and even if she inherits her father's hidden profession Azura Demon Assassin in the future, it wouldn't match with a summoner who walks the path of forming an army. That's true. The host agreed gossipingly. Assassins and summoners have always been incompatible. It's hard for them to walk side by side. After all, they are both fragile, with thin blood, and their professional systems have no complementary abilities. But Chen's romantic history is quite complicated. He and Bufian fell out after her mother intervened, and he almost became the strongest son-in-law of the Dragon Slayer family, the Zhang expert said with a smile. With the bloodlines of the Flame Dragon, Chen Mengmeng, and the Frost Demon Dragon, Chen Tangtang, they became his women in the prophecy. But they also don't match Chen's profession. Professor Chen sharply commented, a dragon warrior and a dragon mage have no group protection abilities. They are just top-tier individual combatants. If Morong Shuawu were to unite with Chen's army would immediately see a combat power increase of over 50%. So, marrying a wise wife and taking a concubine for beauty, the expert surnamed Zhang said seriously, if I were Chen, I would definitely launch a courtship campaign towards Morong Shuawu. Host, Professor Chen. After this college entrance examination, the number of outstanding young men launching an offensive towards Morong Shuawu will probably be as numerous as the stars in the sky. The host spread his hands. At that time, there will be no shortage of heirs from various wealthy families and descendants of big shots, so Chen's competitive advantage isn't very obvious. How is it not obvious? Professor Chen and expert Zhang retorted in unison. Chen has achieved today's brilliant accomplishments without any family support, single-handedly carving out his own territory. He is truly a dragon among men. The host awkwardly replied, but after all, the heirs of big families have generational wealth. With the invasion of the abyss, all of humanity is in peril. This great era of strife is precisely a legendary time for heroes to emerge. Professor Chen snorted coldly. At such a time, is family background more useful? Will demons lower their damage because of your noble birth? No matter where you come from, if your strength is insufficient, you will end up being chewed up by demons. Exactly, they are the only ones who take themselves seriously. Expert Zhang also looked disdainful towards the so-called elitist families and clans having monopolized one or two hidden profession legacies. They think they are above other practitioners, treating themselves like hereditary kings. It's truly absurd. In the old era, we already destroyed the so-called big families and conglomerates. Yet there are still people trying to restore them in the new era. Professor Chen stated with certainty, just wait and see. History will ultimately prove them wrong. In the future, I will also suggest that the country legislate against those trying to monopolize hidden profession. Resources. Hidden professions belong to all the people of Longwa, and even to all humanity. Why should they be monopolized by a couple of forces, not allowing others to change professions? The professor and the expert vented their grievances. Until a man as stunning as fireworks, like a prince from a girl's dream, burst onto the scene, attracting the attention of all the audience with his unique style. Director, quickly lock onto the live stream of Seed Player. Number 2. The host's eyes lit up. Zheng Kongcheng is at it again. Some people just possess this unique charm. Whenever the audience hears his name, their lips curl up, unable to suppress their laughter, feeling the comedic vibe wash over them. And the legendary story that Zheng Kongcheng was experiencing was indeed hard not to laugh at. He had arrived at the seaside, next to the Naga Corpse Demon's tribe. Haha, I will ignite the sea. Zheng Kongcheng arrogantly placed his hands on his hips, letting out a powerful roar towards the vast ocean, venting all his pent-up frustration. This should have been a very cool declaration, if a little spider demon hadn't crawled out from his throat. Zheng Kongcheng hurriedly downed another bottle of recovery potion, as he had discovered that all the little spider demons hatching would drain his vitality. The spider demon queen that laid eggs for him never expected that Zheng Kongcheng, who should have been drained of vitality by the little spider demons long ago, possessed cash ability. His mother, Zhang Lirong, had prepared for him a potion storage belt worth 37 million gold coins. Before he headed to the examination hall, it had a storage space of 1 cubic meter but could only hold one type of potion. Zhang Lirong had filled it to the brim with recovery potions, 7 type small bottles worth 60,000 each. So, Zheng Kongcheng was able to drink potions as easily as drinking water, surviving effortlessly, and thanks to the bond of hatching little spider demons, he had already acquired a full army of 386 spider demons. Zheng Kongcheng felt he had drunk enough potions, so, 387 spider demons. Zheng Kongcheng felt a slight urge after taking the medicine, so, poof, 388 spider demons. Ah, so this is what it feels like to have an army of one. Zheng Kongcheng scratched his head, a proud look on his face. It seems I also have the potential to become a god-level summoner. Along the way, I've easily gathered 388 summon creatures, haven't I? These little spider demons are all adorably silly, but their health starts at a minimum of 500. Definitely elite troops, what a steal. The audience. The host. This is a bit hard to evaluate. Professor Chen scratched his ear. Zheng Kongcheng was originally just a parasitized bug person, but after drinking medicine infinitely, he has now transformed into the mother of thousands of spiders. Those little spiders would instinctively return to the spider demon queen after their host dies. After all, she is their biological mother. But the grace of birth is not as heavy as the grace of nurturing. The spider demons clearly love their adoptive father Zheng Kongcheng more. Oh no, adoptive father. Expert Zhang also marveled. Host, Professor Chen, this batch of spider demons is quite extraordinary. They all have the queen's bloodline. That's right, they are all elite troops. It seems Zheng Kongcheng is really about to turn his fortunes around. Professor Chen fixed his gaze on the distant Naga Corpse Demon. Now, it's time to test the value of the Sea Demon Lord. But didn't the undying old cat say that all Naga Corpse Demons have been vaccinated against the Sea Demon Lord's antibodies? The host asked. Who knows? Let's wait and see. In the eager eyes of all the audience members, Zheng Kongcheng swaggered up to the Naga Corpse Demon. Submit to me, lowly creature. The aura of dominance radiated. The Naga Corpse Demon looked at him in confusion, a question mark slowly appearing on its forehead. Oh no, the undying old cat wasn't lying. Zheng Kongcheng was instantly filled with regret and frustration. Seniors, you have overfished and offended the Naga Corpse Demons. You've walked the path of the Sea Demon Lord, leaving me with no way to go. Sob. Helpless, Zheng Kongcheng could only lead the spider demons to swarm and annihilate the entire Naga Corpse Demon tribe. Dungeon tip, you have eradicated the Naga Corpse Demon tribe number 009 plus 30 points for the college entrance exam, and you now have a total of 190 points. I'm at least the number 2 seed, and now I've fallen to 190 points. How shameful. Zheng Kongcheng was extremely angry, but soon his face was full of smugness. But it's okay, I just need to sweep through 10 Naga Corpse Demon tribes to get plus 300 points. He looked at the vast tide, chest out and head held high. The tide, I have returned. The audience. Ha ha ha. This Zheng Kongcheng is simply the king of clowns. Has he calculated how many Naga Corpse Demon tribes he needs to eradicate to catch up with the other candidates? Plus, he doesn't have an electronic map. Where is he planning to find other Naga Corpse Demons? Professor Chen pointed out Zheng Kongcheng's predicament accurately. Expert Zhang also chuckled. I saw many audience comments saying Zheng Kongcheng might replicate Su Chen's success, but I'm sorry to say, it's completely incomparable. The host chuckled lightly. Oh, why do you say that? Because Su Chen has a powerful mixed army and is backed by a well-developed local intelligence network, allowing him to easily obtain various information. Meanwhile, his electronic map is produced by
Our dragon country's technology, marking the locations of various zombie legions, enabling GPS positioning in the corpse nest.
Expert Zhang sighed. But what about Zhang Kancheng? He's completely
in the dark, just a headless fly bumping around, leaving everything to fate.
This aimless wandering, and he thinks he can achieve the top score in the college entrance exam? The expert
scoffed, not to mention he only has a spider demon army. Although they possess the bloodline of a queen and belong to an elite troop, they are ultimately of a lower rank, weaker in combat power. And their unit composition is singular, making it difficult to face complex challenges.
Half an hour later, the expert team from CCTV and all the viewers were left dumbfounded as they saw
Zhang Kancheng had returned back to the ruins of the recently exterminated number 009 Naga Corpse demon tribe.
Zhang
Kancheng was puzzled, his face filled with disbelief. What's happening to me? The audience quickly saw through his predicament. The kid was clearly lost. A netizen timely posted his original words in the comments. Tide, I
have returned.
He really has returned, but he's obviously running in circles now. Who knows how many times he'll have to return.
Tide, I'm back again. Tide, no, buddy, are you planning to stay here long? Or should I elbow you? This sea area belongs to you?
The audience began to play abstract art in the comments, mocking Zhang Kancheng in various ways. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Weak Water family, an awkward silence spread among the guests. Originally, when they saw Zhang Kancheng rallying a troop again, regrouping the spider demons, and making a comeback, everyone cheered. Zhang Lirong also looked radiant for the first time in a while, her face full of excitement. But when the CCTV expert surnamed Zhang made a prophetic remark, Zhang Kancheng indeed began to flail around like a headless fly, ultimately getting lost, and all the cheers, shouts, and
encouragements fell silent.
No need to worry, Bufian comforted with a smile, and Zhang, cousin Kancheng won't be stumped by a little getting lost.
This detour is purely a matter of luck.
With his intelligence, he won't be as easily mocked by netizens, he'll solve it soon enough. He has even discussed the common knowledge of the corpse nest with me. The afterglow of the tree of light slants to the east. So, just follow the light and he will surely find a way out,
she explained calmly.
Indeed, Zhang Kancheng held the same view, muttering to himself, the tree of light hangs in the western sky. If I follow the afterglow, how can I still be running in circles?
I'm also a top student, not worse than that Chen. My
family background is stronger than his, my abilities are better than his, and even my knowledge is deeply rooted in my family. Zhang Lirong was about to boast about her son when she suddenly froze at his words. Originally, she agreed with Zhang Kancheng's statement.
However, even someone with visual impairments wouldn't dare to say Zhang Kancheng's abilities are better than Su Chen's.
Because the comparison was quite simple and brutal, Su Chen commanded thousands of elite soldiers, while Zhang Kancheng was followed by a group of little spiders.
Su Chen had already established the force, Abyss Avengers, qualifying him to be a king.
Meanwhile, Zhang Kancheng was clowning around,
becoming a laughingstock. Wu Mingxi snorted coldly. These CCTV staff are so unprofessional. They actually use our Kancheng, the
number 2 seed, as a joke, deliberately portraying him as a clown for the sake of show effect. It's truly hateful.
Not only that, they just
paired us, Fian and Su Chen, as a couple, even looking down on my good girl.
She was furious because that expert surnamed Zhang
actually thought Bufian was not a good match for Su Chen and was the worst among the 3 women he had encountered.
Bufian, however, replied calmly, actually, their analysis isn't wrong.
As an assassin, I am indeed a lone wolf in the night, with poor compatibility with other professions. If we're talking about enhancing Su Chen's career, there's no doubt that Morong Shuawu is the dream supporter.
For all men.
How can you say that?
Zhang Lirong refuted. Your profession is one of the optimal solutions for independent
women. You don't rely on anyone and can walk through the abyss entirely on your own.
Bufian smiled lightly. Independence is true.
Independence, but not being able to help others is also genuinely not being able to help. The two do not conflict.
And also, she
stared blankly at Wu Mingxi and said softly, Mother, it seems you underestimate Su Chen's current influence and appeal too much.
If we purely consider the aspect of social standing, it is indeed my daughter who is climbing too high. Wu Mingxi, Zhang Lirong snorted, climbing too high? You marrying into our Weak Water family is a blessing earned by our family over 8 generations. That Su Chen, a mere wild child without a father or mother, is he even worthy?
Bufian smiled faintly. Although Su Chen currently has no power, after the college entrance examination he will have the entire Rongmin resistance behind him. With the identity of the undying old cat host, he will be the spokesperson for the Rongmin resistance in our dragon country. It's one thing for Aunt Zhang to speak privately, but please do not publicly express disdain for him, as the Rongmin resistance is a truly powerful force from another world. Zhang Lirong was left speechless, unable to utter a word for a long time.
Bufian was absolutely right. Although the Rongmin
resistance seemed to be retreating steadily in the 3rd layer of the abyss, and even their leader Caesar had fallen, giving the impression
of decline. The undying old cat Caesar was once a true god-level powerhouse wielding a divine artifact. Now, having reincarnated
In Dragon Country, he would live again, and with his rich experience and extensive knowledge from his past life, he would at least become a demigod in the future. Moreover, the new leader of the Rongmin resistance, having inherited the divine artifact, demon repelling sacred flame, is also very likely to embark on the path to godhood. Coupled with the fact that they already have numerous 6th-tier professionals, they could easily crush any unofficial force within Dragon Country. After all, the third layer of the abyss, the Corpse Nest, is a vast world comparable in land area to the entire Blue Star. The Rongmin resistance's ability to hold a corner of this land and stand firm is by no means a sign of weakness. Once Su Chen becomes their ally, he will undoubtedly become highly sought after and invaluable. 99% of the candidates have been eliminated, leaving only 1% still holding on. Among that 1%, 90% of their doomsday anchor bases have been breached by the Zombie Legion, entering a guerrilla warfare phase which is in sync with Zheng Kongqing's current situation. Only a limited number of candidates have managed to preserve their bases. Among them are Ji Tianyi, who summoned undying battle souls, Morong Shuowu, who displayed special skills, and Su Chen, who employed unique methods to eliminate living forces. As for the remaining candidates, only 8 bases are still intact, which can only be described as the Caesar's Country instance, being extremely brutal. Now the college entrance examination sprint has entered a decisive moment. The CCTV host raised his voice, excitedly explaining, within 24 hours all college entrance examination scores will be calculated, because the 4th wave of the zombie assault will be a full-scale attack. Oh, wouldn't that be very unfavorable for Su Chen? He still needs to continue exterminating the zombie forces to earn exam points, Professor Chen asked with a frown. The host smiled slightly. It won't affect him, because the Dragon Country officials have stated that when Su Chen's scores surpass the other candidates, they will cut off his instance, allowing him to escape and return to reality. At that time, the top scorer in the college entrance examination will be able to receive all rewards without any deductions. That's good. Professor Chen was very satisfied. The significance of the college entrance examination is to provide a fair channel for advancement, allowing ordinary candidates like Su Chen, who have no power or influence, to stand out and gain recognition and resources from the officials. Su Chen has arrived at the Lonely City. At this moment, expert Zhang raised his voice to remind everyone. Everyone immediately turned to Su Chen's live broadcast channel. Sure enough, in the storm of the Ashen season, a dilapidated yet standing strong fortress appeared in the distance. Su Chen and his legion reached the edge of the city, and then they saw that all around them were swarming hordes of zombies, lickers, crushers, chargers, and countless ordinary zombies, enough to make one's scalp tingle. Su Chen couldn't help but murmur, how did this lonely city survive? Such a massive tide of corpses couldn't possibly have devoured this city? The elder Scarab, Exploder, Armored One, stepped forward to explain, our Scarab clan helped them dig an underground botanical garden that can produce supplies independently. At the same time, this isolated city has an allied force, the Carnivorous Flower Tribe. It introduced with a smile, the Carnivorous Flower Tribe is a powerful branch of the magical plant family. They can take root and grow on the city walls, then let their vines hang down from above. Su Chen was puzzled. Vines hanging down? Wouldn't the zombies just climb up them? Right, zombies have stiff bodies and simple heads. They won't grab the vines. They rely on stacking themselves to form a wall when attacking the city. The elder Scarab said, on the hanging vines, every meter, a landmine fruit will grow from the flowers. When the zombies attack, the carnivorous flowers will detonate them, one by one, blowing them into a sky of blood and flesh. Won't that blow up the city walls at the same time? Asked the worm. Lord, Scale Worm, Fire Eater, curiously. That's not a physical explosion, it's a pollen explosion. It releases a massive amount of corrosive pollen that eats away at flesh, but it has no effect on the stone of the city walls or the fur of the furry people. There's such a powerful city defense weapon? Impressive. Su Chen and the others quickly witnessed the unique defense methods of the isolated city when the zombies invaded. When the giant zombie crusher uprooted a tree, trying to use it as a battering ram against the city walls, a lion man swordsman from the furry people's resistance immediately soared into the air, performing the sword control technique, using the ancient theory of metal overcoming wood to slice the opponent's tree battering ram into a flurry of wood chips. Subsequently, the ground in front of the isolated city turned into a quagmire, with countless vines of carnivorous flowers emerging, binding the giant zombies' clumsy limbs and dragging them into the mire, feasting upon them like a grand banquet. When the agile licker zombies rushed up the city walls, quickly climbing and charging upward, the furry people's resistance would water the carnivorous flowers planted on the walls, causing many landmine fruits to explode, releasing countless colorful pollen that covered these zombies. Their bodies immediately began to dissolve, festering, and they died in agony. When a massive wave of ordinary zombies launched a grand charge, the furry people's resistance also mobilized. Veteran bearmen wielded demon-breaking spears, stabbing down fiercely. They were immensely strong, sweeping away large groups, truly elite troops.
Veteran leopardmen excelled at moving along rock walls, so they
darted across the city walls, continuously throwing that kind of carnivorous flower pollen to inflict mass casualties on the zombies. Veteran lionmen constantly unleashed the demon-breaking lion's roar, using sound waves to daze large numbers of zombies, leaving them stunned in place, and then this batch was obliterated by the pollen bombs of the carnivorous flowers.
Wonderful! After watching a city defense battle, Chen sighed in admiration. No wonder this isolated city can hold its ground. It turns out there are large numbers of powerful elite troops inside.
The number of bearmen, leopardmen, lionmen, and tiger people here even surpasses that of the
end of the world anchor base.
As he spoke, Chen's eyes flickered. In my opinion, the reason this isolated city has never sought
aid from the end of the world anchor base is likely because it was once a loser in the furry people's civil war. He revealed a
secret. After learning that the college entrance examination instance was Caesar's Kingdom, I asked my agent, Miss Jiau, to
collect almost all the books related to it, studying overnight.
In the book History of the Furry People's Resistance, it mentions that, when deciding on the future direction, the undying old cat, Caesar, believed that the Dragon Kingdom was trustworthy and should form
a defensive alliance with our other world. The cat people, dog people, bird people, and some sheep people and cow people followed
the undying old cat, Caesar, to establish the end of the world anchor base, thus forming a mutual watch and assistance with our Dragon
Kingdom.
But many powerful races, such as the lion folk, tiger folk, and leopard folk, have broken away from the furry lion, Harvey, believing that all other worldly invaders are evil and that the furry resistance must rely entirely on itself to achieve independence
and liberation. Chen said with a serious expression. In short, there are two completely different paths. The path of alliance, insisted upon by the undying old cat, and the path of self-reliance upheld by the furry lion.
He shook his head. In the end, it is said that the troops led by the furry lion perished in the long struggle for resistance, ultimately proving that the path of the undying
old cat was the right one. Why is that? Is self-reliance wrong? The two insect lords exchanged glances, the audience watching
the live broadcast in front of the screen also looked particularly puzzled.
Chen interlocked his fingers and said calmly, I can only say that furry lion Harvey is too narrow-minded, too arrogant, and overestimates his own race. In reality, every race has its weaknesses and flaws, which is why we learn to use tools to compensate. The so-called self-reliance has never been in conflict
with the undying old cat's alliance with outsiders. He shook his head. What Harvey believes in is self-reliance is, at its core, merely a form of isolationist conservatism.
Look at this lonely city. Isn't it protected by the man-eating flower? Chen scoffed.
Educating the two local insect lords, you must know that in the book The Genealogy of Magical Plants, the author conducted research and found that the creator of the man-eating flower is none other than the witch Lilith.
She used biotechnological methods to extract
the DNA of plants like the pitcher plant, Rafflesia, the snake tree, and the man-eating willow, and performed microscopic biological editing with the genes of some man-eating zombies to create a brand new genetically modified plant, the man-eating flower. The elder scarab stared in shock. The man-eating flower actually originated from the biotechnological experiments of the witch Lilith.
The worm lord looked worried. Then, could it be that the man-eating flower is a backup plan of the witch Lilith? They wouldn't harbor ill intentions, would they? Absolutely not. I won't allow you to slander our ally.
At the same time, an excited voice rang out from the side, and then an old yet robust lionfolk, exuding explosive and terrifying power, stepped out from the void.
Lord Harvey? Chen was taken aback. The audience, who were watching the live broadcast with great interest, couldn't help but exclaim. Chen is openly criticizing the policies of the furry lion Harvey and unexpectedly got caught by the main character. I have to admit, Chen is truly a scholar.
He casually brings up this information without a search engine. It's really impressive.
So there
was such a past in the third layer of the abyss during the zombie tide. How poignant.
Indeed, wherever there are furry people, there is a world of its own. In the CCTV live broadcast room, Professor Chen increasingly admired Chen. Chen is really great.
He actually read my personally written history of the furry resistance, which truly moves this author.
The host and expert Zhang were also taken aback. That book was written by you? Professor Chen rolled his eyes. Are you surprised? Do you think CCTV invited me to be a special guest for this year's college entrance examination just for fun? It's because I am one of the experts who knows the furry resistance best in the Dragon Kingdom.
Well, what you said makes a lot of sense. I am left speechless.
The host chuckled. So, do you also agree with Chen's judgment? Of course. Professor Chen said lightly, Caesar's path is correct. They are mutually beneficial allies with our Dragon Kingdom, already life and death allies. The otherworldly portal binds the rise and fall of our two races.
As for Harvey, just an arrogant old lion. He relies too much on personal strength, typical of a tyrannical old fossil, and should have been swept into the dustbin of history long ago. Unfortunately, the powerful fur tribes such as the lion, tiger, and
leopard tribes have been exterminated because of him.
The third layer of the abyss is vast and boundless. Who knows, perhaps these fur tribes are still resisting in some places. Expert Zhang said, this solitary city in the instance clearly symbolizes some expectation of the instance creator, His Undying Highness, the old Miao. Let's hope so. If the fur tribe's resistance can reclaim these powerful races, it would be extremely beneficial for their diversity in troops. Professor Chen nodded. They continued to watch the live broadcast. The audience also stopped sending bullet comments, focusing intently. Such gossip involving top-tier powers has always been the favorite entertainment news for all professionals. It's me. The fur tribe's mighty lion, Harvey, looked expressionlessly at Su Chen. You came in full force without hiding your tracks at all. Our solitary city's telescope has long detected you. So, I personally led the team to scout. But, you are actually from the Caesar faction? He glanced at the panda spear thrower and the crazy rat crossbowman behind Su Chen. Su Chen smiled faintly, his expression calm as he said, the solitary city is already facing a life and death crisis. Do you still care about these meaningless faction disputes? To be honest, His Undying Highness, the old Miao, was also severely injured by a zombie legion in an encounter and is on the brink of death, about to go to another world for rebirth with phoenix blood. Don't you want to see your old friend one last time? Perhaps, after rebirth, he will lose all his memories and no longer recognize you. Su Chen casually conversed with Harvey in a tone of gentle reminiscence. His attitude was that of an equal, a formidable figure. Yes, he had no need to lower himself, because he was already the power overlord of the Abyss Avengers. In terms of combat power, the number of fur tribes in the solitary city was clearly inferior to his large army. The old lion leader sighed, is what you said about the origin of the man-eating flower true? Su Chen curled his lips. Why would I lie to you? Moreover, I didn't even notice your arrival just now. Do I have any need to lie? Besides, the fur tribe's resistance has been thriving in recent years, having restrained 95% of the zombie legion's combat power, while you were merely besieged by a zombie legion and have already found yourself in a tight spot, reduced to a solitary city. In fact, the outcome of your route dispute is already quite clear. Harvey. Alright, since it's confirmed that the solitary city is safe and can hold its ground, I should take my leave. Su Chen stood up without reluctance and casually asked, by the way, I find your local specialty, the man-eating flower pollen bomb, very useful. I wonder if you would be willing to trade. I have a massive amount of supplies and resources. As he spoke, Su Chen activated the artifact, World in My Pocket, moving a large batch of packaged fresh meat, compressed biscuits, and medical supplies from Blue Star to the ground. The fur tribe's mighty lion, Harvey, immediately had his pupils constrict. His desire for these supplies was clearly visible. Su Chen muttered to himself in the Dragon Kingdom's Chinese, I can really drive a hard bargain now. I wonder if I can take away a batch of new recruits from the lion and bear tribes. These guys are really impressive, even among elite troops. However, Harvey hesitated and said, aren't you here on Caesar's orders to rescue us? Su Chen was puzzled. Huh? Caesar doesn't even know where you are. Look. He displayed the electronic map on his wristwatch. This is the electronic intelligence map drawn by Caesar. It has no records of you at all. I only learned from Elder Scarab's intelligence that there are still a group of fur tribes fighting in the solitary city. Have we been forgotten? The old Lion King from the solitary city stared blankly, as if he were a stone statue. Clearly, he was very disappointed. After all, there is a universally applicable principle: the greatest respect for an opponent is to annihilate them completely. Correspondingly, the greatest contempt is to ignore them entirely, forgetting them altogether. Su Chen smiled. Your Excellency, the rugged lion Harvey, you need not feel disheartened. After all, you still have breath in you, able to survive in this isolated city. But the undying old cat, His Highness Caesar, is about to die a glorious death. Although he will be forever recorded in history, leaving a vivid mark in the world of Corpse Nest, becoming an immortal hero, at least you have preserved your life, which is not a loss. The underlying tone was a mockery of Harvey. For a hero aspiring to self-improvement, attempting to single-handedly defeat the zombie horde and save the world, being reduced to a mere mountain king forgotten by the world, is undoubtedly the heaviest blow. Sure enough, the rugged lion Harvey's breathing grew heavy, anger surging within his chest. You, a human from another world, are trying to provoke me to get something from this old man? Harvey coldly glared at Su Chen. What is there left for you to covet in our isolated city, which is filled with the old, weak, sick, and disabled? Su Chen replied earnestly, I can see that your lifespan is like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. I want to ask you, do you wish to go out with a bang in your final moments? I want to unite the many indigenous tribes, to rally your rugged people, their worms, and all sorts of other rebels together. We will abandon all past grievances and racial barriers, embracing a new identity, Abyss Avengers. Su Chen's gaze deepened as he looked at him. Do you want to return to the battlefield with your rugged people and counterattack the zombie horde? Do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life, or become a hero in your twilight years? The setting sun is like blood, heroes in their twilight, old steeds in the stable, yet their ambitions remain unyielding.
Su Chen gazed at the crimson afterglow before the tree of light dissipated. This was the sunset of the third layer of the abyss. His voice filled with the heroic spirit of epic tales. Your Excellency, the rugged lion, do you wish to die gloriously on the battlefield or be forgotten like a maggot in this isolated city? Harvey's body trembled. Su Chen smiled faintly, extending his right hand. I sincerely invite you to join the Abyss Avengers. We will set out tonight to launch an assault on the headquarters of the Zombie Bear Legion, the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. I want to remove one of the top 10 legions from existence. Impossible. Harvey instinctively retorted. With just your team, how can you shake the nest of one of the top 10 legions? Su Chen looked at him seriously and said, I believe the lion people are brave, the tiger people are fierce, the bear people are strong, and the sheep people are loyal. With your joining, our strength will be enough to conquer the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. Moreover, the undying old cat Caesar's doomsday anchor base is also precarious. If we can wipe out the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory in one fell swoop, it will undoubtedly serve to shake the tiger by striking the mountain, causing the zombies besieging the doomsday anchor to panic and collapse. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. This is a lone expedition into the enemy's den. I only ask you, are you willing to face death? Harvey furrowed his brows, reminding him of the risks of this venture. The Flesh and Blood Bear Factory is among the top 5 even among the 10 zombie legions. Moreover, the zombie bears are limited by terrain when fighting away from home, but once they return to their home ground, they will gain the enhancement of the plague mist that drifts around, doubling their life recovery speed, plus 5 armor, and plus 30% attack speed, effectively doubling their strength. Su Chen stared at him. Yes, this journey is perilous, deep into the enemy's lair. I only ask you, are you willing? Willing. The wrinkles on the rugged lion Harvey's face all smoothed out, his eyes rekindling with heat and determination. An isolated city and a lone army, truly a perfect match. Since the Fireworm tribe and the Scarab tribe trust you, we, the people of the Lonely City, are also willing to entrust our lives. Tonight, when the stars shine brightly, I will lead the people of the Lonely City to emerge from our stronghold, to slaughter all the zombies in the area, and then join the Abyss Avengers. Harvey extended his right arm and shook hands tightly with Su Chen. I ask you to attack from both inside and outside, to first lift the siege on the Lonely City. Ding! Su Chen's professional panel received a new hidden mission. The Soul Returns. Description: the rugged lion of the rugged people, Harvey, who once parted ways with the undead old cat Caesar due to a dispute over routes, has been persuaded by you and is willing to lead the rugged people of the Lonely City to join your faction, becoming one of your vassal tribes. Mission completion condition: eliminate all zombies occupying this territory and destroy their buildings. Mission reward 1, 100 points. For the college entrance examination, evaluation plus 1 level. Mission reward 2, you will gain the allegiance of 99 lion people, 99 bear people, 99 sheep people, 99 tiger people, 199 hyena people, and 199 vulture people. Su Chen nodded. It's a small matter. Please sound the charge horn as a signal for our communication. Okay. Harvey disappeared into the twilight. The audience watching this couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Oh my, oh my, oh my. It feels like witnessing an epic moment in history. I have goosebumps. No, Su Chen is just taking an exam. How did the situation suddenly shift to unifying the rugged people and dominating another world? I feel like I'm watching an epic movie. Su Chen, the new king rises. Harvey, the conqueror returns. The tribes reignite their passion, and together they will wipe out the evil zombie army, bringing clarity to the third layer of the abyss. It's igniting. There's really a sense of mission and excitement in witnessing history. Not just the audience, but in the CCTV live broadcast room, there were also gasps of astonishment. This Su Chen truly delights me, Professor Shin remarked when he repeatedly asked the rugged lion, I only ask you, are you willing to die? I suddenly felt a youthful impulse. I must say, the passion still lies with the youth. Su Chen has a heart of innocence, full of fervor. This is the dawn of the Dragon Kingdom. Expert Jiang also excitedly clenched his fists and waved. If I were in the instance right now, I would definitely be shouting to join Su Chen's Abyss Avengers fighting against the zombies. Now Su Chen's side is like a raging tide. With one call, the natives would come together, really giving a sense of a young hero stepping out of historical tales. The CCTV host nodded slightly, like Emperor Gaozu of Han gazing at the ancestral dragon, shouting, a true man should be like this, or likely Shimon at Hula Pass, sealing the gods, with Chen Qingji making thousands of troops avoid the white robe, and Hua Xubing, the brave champion of the army. Weak water family. In the banquet hall, Bufian gazed at Su Chen, clad in battle robes amidst the storm of the plague season, feeling that he had gained a few more years of weariness. In a daze, she recalled their first meeting, her cheeks flushed. At that time, Su Chen was youthful and merely a poor student who had just changed jobs, yet he had already begun to show his prowess, breaking a decades-old world record in the Battle of the Demon Fortress. And now, how long has it been? Su Chen has already revealed his brilliance, under the gaze of the entire Dragon Kingdom audience, overturning the Caesar Kingdom instance with the qualities of a king, leaving all opponents speechless. Wu Mengxi looked at her daughter, whose beautiful eyes were swirling, her expression dim.
She felt a strong sense of regret once again. The son-in-law she regarded as the best son-in-law, Zheng Kongcheng, had already become a clown king, constantly hatching little spider demons, occasionally provoking laughter in the bullet comments and teasing from the host. Abandoned like a worn-out shoe, Chen had already swept through the kingdom of Caesar, marching towards victory with an unprecedented vigor, now just a step away from becoming the top scorer in the college entrance examination.
The so-called wealthy families? In ancient
Manhwa, during the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, there was a saying of catching a son-in-law under the list. Those powerful families, the great clans, and the influential factions were all willing to offer their precious daughters to recruit the top 3 from the imperial examination, allowing them to become their sons-in-law, thus attracting the brightest minds of the empire to their families. However, the mystic sanctuary was merely a second-rate force in Manhwa, lacking the status and prestige to even participate in the practice of catching a son-in-law under the list.
Yet, unexpectedly, Wu Mingxi personally broke up the couple, driving away the top scorer, and even offended him severely.
Even considering her daughter Sake, Chen was too lazy to nitpick with them. He shouldn't end up on the opposing side in the future, but the bond that could have been formed was now lost, and they might very well come to resent each other. In an instant, Wu Mingxi was filled with regret.
Meanwhile,
Zhang Lirong, watching her friend's changing expressions, understood her thoughts all too well. But at that moment, Zhang Lirong found herself at a loss for words, feeling
utterly ashamed.
Her son, whom she had boasted about so much, paled in comparison to Chen's brilliance, making the difference starkly clear. With Zheng Kongcheng's current achievements, it was almost absurd for Zhang Lirong to still want to push Fian to marry him, as if she were coaxing her niece into jumping into a fire pit. Given the situation, Zhang Lirong had no face left to force a match between Bu Fian and Zheng Kongcheng, yet she couldn't complain either, because who was the root cause of her
son's humiliation? It was precisely the ancestors of the weak water family.
They had overfished the waters, showing no regard for sustainability, causing the Naga corpses to develop antibodies, thus becoming immune to the pressure of the sea demon lord, leaving their descendants with no way out.
But what could Zhang Lirong say? Blame the elders?
Stuck in a dilemma, Zhang Lirong was equally flustered, her expression shifting as she continued to watch the equally frustrated Zheng Kongcheng.
In the dungeon, Zheng Kongcheng was fuming. Damn it, why have I been walking for so long without encountering a brand new Naga corpse tribe? Where have they all gone?
At this rate, until the college entrance examination dungeon closes, I'm afraid I won't even reach the passing score of 400 points.
God, grant me a high-scoring enemy. I don't want to end
the exam with a measly 190 points. The stark contrast between Zheng Kongcheng, struggling at the passing line, and Chen, who was about to break 900 points, was evident. As the experts in the CCTV live broadcast said, Zheng Kongcheng couldn't find his way, flailing around like a headless fly, hoping to stumble upon an enemy by chance. However, ever since entering the Caesar Kingdom dungeon, Zheng Kongcheng's luck had been quite terrible. A barrage of comments scrolled by. The Clown Emperor still thinks
he can find enemies by sheer luck?
The third layer of the abyss, the corpse-tide world, is notoriously complex in terrain and easy to get lost in.
Recently, the immortal
Old Cat took a bow and sought help from Manhwa. Our officials provide all volunteers with electronic maps. At the very least, they would receive a compass.
Zheng Kongcheng
didn't even prepare for this, showing that not only is he foolish, but his parents lack any foresight.
Zhang Lirong was taken aback, instinctively wanting to retort.
But when the curse reached her throat, it turned into a deep bitterness. Yes, why hadn't she prepared a special compass for the corpse tide for her son? It wasn't just Zheng Kongcheng who was proud and complacent, thinking that achieving the top score was as easy as reaching into a pocket. Even she had gotten carried away. If Chen's performance in the kingdom of Caesar was a story of divine unfolding, then Zheng Kongcheng's adventure, in a sense, was another kind of divine unfolding. Unexpectedly, Zheng Kongcheng finally found a second enemy tribe, triggering a hidden quest and about to gain a substantial amount of points. As he charged northward, leading the Spider Demon Legion in a fierce advance, Zheng Kongcheng successfully outpaced Chen. He had arrived first at the headquarters of the Zombie Bear Legion, the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. This was precisely the ultimate mission target that Chen intended to lead the Fireworms, the Sacred Beetle Tribe, and the solitary city Fuzzy Folk to annihilate together. A system prompt made Zheng Kongcheng's heart sink. You have triggered the ultimate hidden mission: conquer the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory and defeat the Zombie Bear Forces, one of the top 10 legions of zombies. Upon completion, you will receive an additional 500 points for the college entrance examination. Your college entrance examination rating will be upgraded to SS level. Warning: the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory is one of the strongest forces in the Kingdom of Caesar. Please gather enough manpower before attempting this mission, or you may find yourself in a tragic situation surrounded by enemies on all sides. Zheng Kongcheng stared blankly at the string of dungeon system notifications, shrinking back in the grass, peeking out cautiously. What came into view was the formidable enemy forces: level 30 Doll Bear Giants, level 30 Claw Bear Warriors, and level 30 Bear Shaman.
Damn!
Zheng Kongcheng immediately retracted his head like a turtle, curling up in the grass, trembling.
It should be noted that the level cap for the Kingdom of Caesar dungeon is 20.
Therefore, the level 30 zombie bear units undoubtedly meant one thing: they were the ultimate NPCs guarding this dungeon, a nearly invincible presence. Fighting level 30 with level 20 means easily inflicting level suppression damage and strength crushing
damage.
Fighting level 20 against level 30 means encountering terms like the opponent has resisted high-level immunity and low-level hit loss.
Back and forth. This
means that the lower-level side can at most exert 50% of their strength. In the live broadcast room of CCTV, the host and 2 experts were also dumbfounded.
This.
The CCTV host smirked slightly, revealing a teasing smile that was offensive yet polite. Zheng Kongcheng, in a sense, has indeed
gotten what he wished for.
Perhaps the god of dungeons heard his prayers. After saying this, the director of the CCTV college entrance examination channel replayed the scene of Zheng Kongcheng praying just moments ago.
He had jumped up in rage, shouting to the heavens, "God, grant me a high-scoring enemy.
I don't want to end my college entrance examination with just 190 points." All the viewers were amused by this comically rich scene.
Getting what you wished for? I see it as asking for a hammer and getting a hammer. Asking for a hammer and getting a hammer?
I see it as asking for death and getting death. This poor kid, he even has the physique of a Grim Reaper high school student, with a crow's mouth. It truly became a self-fulfilling prophecy.
He's hit the jackpot. The entire zombie
bear legion is coming out to serve him and his little spider demon kids.
This is going to be interesting. The special guests in the
live broadcast room, Professor Chen and expert Jiang, also wore smiles as they earnestly attempted to analyze Zheng Kongcheng's chances of attacking the flesh and blood bear factory.
Expert Jiang threw out a provocative statement. Some viewers say that even if the zombie bears have a 99% win rate, doesn't Zheng Kongcheng have at least 1%?
Sorry, but no, I'd give him at most a 0.0000002% chance.
Oh,
why did you precisely lock the win rate at 8 decimal places? The host asked curiously. Expert Jiang smiled faintly, because this probability I mentioned comes from the fuzzy folk resistance, the probability of being struck by an asteroid from beyond in the 3rd layer of the abyss. Only a cataclysmic disaster can help Zheng Kongcheng defeat the zombie bear legion.
Professor Chen also burst
into laughter. Old Zhang, your sharp tongue is too vicious. Zheng Kongcheng surely has more than this slim chance. As the server crash, probability for past college entrance examination dungeons is 0.00007%. Once the server explodes, Zheng Kongcheng will at least have managed to break even by escaping the instance, right?
Can that really be considered breaking even? Expert Jiang asked incredulously. Professor Chen shrugged. Anyway, Zheng Kongcheng wasn't annihilated, so it can't be counted as a loss, can it? Ha 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 ha. A lively atmosphere filled the live stream. Thus, amidst the eager anticipation of billions of viewers, Zheng Kongcheng retreated into an abandoned mine, letting the spider demon weave a web to block the entrance, and then he snuggled up with the warm little spider demons and fell asleep. When faced with difficulties, just sleep it off. I didn't expect Zheng Kongcheng shares my life philosophy. The host chuckled, but honestly, aside from sleeping to relieve worries, I can't think of any way to break through the flesh and blood bear factory. I wonder if the 2 experts have any good strategies to take down the zombie lair? Professor Chen looked up at
the ceiling, seemingly examining the texture of the decor closely.
Expert Jiang scratched his head, as if suddenly struck by a malady, unable to free his hands. The host.
A wave of silent tension spread through the live stream. Meanwhile, in live stream, Room 3, Su Chen's Abyss Avenger and the plush lion Harvey's Lonely City plush launched a coordinated attack, unleashing astonishing
combat power, easily slaughtering the station's zombie forces.
This task posed no difficulty at all.
To be honest, just those powerful
plush creatures would probably be enough to break through the encirclement. Worm Lord, Scale Worm, Fire Eater asked in confusion
as he watched the retreating zombie legion. This is a one-sided massacre. Do those plush creatures really need us?
Elder Scarab, Exploding Bug, Armored One, also expressed doubt. My opinion aligns with the worms. This situation is so smooth it feels like cheating. And this lonely city has been besieged for so long without losing any combat power, which completely contradicts my impression.
Could it be they have been pretending to be weak and pitiful? Bingo! Su Chen smirked slightly. That hits the nail on the head. In my view, this batch of zombies is nearly a decoy.
They are the true walls protecting the lonely city.
Su Chen scoffed. The reason these
plush creatures in the lonely city have never exterminated them and even pretended to be on the brink of collapse is entirely to feign weakness to preserve their lives and avoid stronger zombie forces coming to wipe them out.
They are just playing dumb, hiding their talents. This is the survival wisdom of this group of plush creatures.
As soon as he finished speaking, the plush lion Harvey stepped out from the shadows and approached him, saying lightly, "You've seen through us, Lord of the Abyss Avenger."
Indeed, we are using this batch of zombies to conceal our true strength.
When the zombie legion attacks us natives, there is a pattern, layer upon layer of escalation. First, there will be ghoul troops launching probing attacks, followed by devourers / naga zombies / walking corpses / two-headed corpse dragon troops, and finally, the 10 major legions will all mobilize. Harvey sighed. Over the years of battle, I've found that the zombie legion rigidly adheres to this iron rule, which is quite stiff and inflexible. Considering that zombies basically lack intelligence, this is understandable. Chen suddenly realized, so, you pretended to struggle against the ordinary zombie troops, maintaining the boundary to trigger the next phase, exploiting the bug in the zombies' behavioral logic to ensure your city remains safe. Yes. A flicker of pain crossed the old Lion King's murky eyes, but I know this is merely a form of evasion. The reason the 10 zombie legions have never moved to exterminate me is not because I am clever. The main reason is that Caesar's fur people resistance attracted their main forces, so the zombies were distracted and turned a blind eye to me. Chen nodded with relief. It's great that you can realize this. No wonder you were able to quickly accept my invitation and make a change. It turns out you clearly understand. After the fall of the end of the world anchor base, the 10 major zombie legions will be free to eliminate small forces like the lonely city one by one. Yes, at that time, we will also be unable to escape sooner or later. Harvey snorted coldly. At this moment, if we don't join you and take a gamble, we can only survive for 3 to 5 years at most in the future. Even the fur people resistance, supported by a powerful force from another world, cannot withstand the iron hooves of the 10 legions, let alone us. A wise choice. Chen was very satisfied, and at the same time, he and the viewers in the live broadcast room saw the instance prompt. You have completed the hidden task, Soul Return. The fur people of Lonely City voluntarily join your Abyss Avengers camp. You have recruited new troops. 99 lion people, 99 bear people, 99 sheep people, 99 tiger people, 199 hyena people, 199 vulture people. Congratulations, candidate Chen, your college entrance examination score plus 100, now reaching 909 points. Your college entrance examination evaluation will increase by 1 level during the settlement. The viewers in the live broadcast room were filled with envy and jealousy. Wow, Chen almost got 100 exam points for free. He just casually issued an attack order, and then, 10 minutes later, the hidden task was automatically completed. That fur lion Harvey is really fierce, definitely has a level 30 boss panel in the instance, and in reality, he would definitely be a demigod level powerhouse. Chen's fans immediately retorted, haters, jealous, right? Since this hidden task is so easy, why couldn't your Gigi do it? TCH, the reason this hidden task is so easy is fundamentally because Chen is strong enough. Chen's fan club leader Cece is a big muscle cute girl, provided a professional analysis. Did you see those iconic buildings of the zombie legions? The totems on them are very clear, most of them are two-headed corpse dragon. It is obvious that the troops in Caesar's country instance did not appear out of thin air, but all have bases, nests, and production lines that created them. Chen has already annihilated the two-headed corpse dragons elsewhere, so he could achieve a complete victory this time. This is called the butterfly effect, a chain reaction. Once this was said, many people found it quite reasonable and regarded it as a guiding principle. But no matter how intense the arguments online were, they had no effect on Chen in the instance. He led the newly joined fur people of Lonely City, charging towards the clearly marked extreme danger area on the electronic map, Flesh and Blood Bear Factory. Ahem, Professor Chen, Expert Zhang, you don't have to play dead anymore. Come analyze Chen's chances of winning against the zombie Bear Legion's lair. The CCTV host quickly seized the opportunity to bring the topic back. Just now, the two had racked their brains but couldn't find a way for Zheng Concheng to win. But as soon as Chen was mentioned, both advisors perked up. Chen will undoubtedly win. Professor Chen decisively gave his judgment. The zombie bears are the main force attacking the end of the world anchor base. So we can draw a simple conclusion: the Flesh and Blood Bear Factory currently has weak defenses. Yes, Chen is implementing his strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Jiau, fulfilling his promise to the immortal old cat Caesar. Expert Zhang also agreed. Additionally, I want to remind everyone that Chen is actually in an invincible position. Losing is also winning, winning is also winning. It's completely like Qin Shi Huang looking in the mirror. It's a win-win. Oh, why do you say that? The host was taken aback, somewhat confused. Expert Zhang smiled and said, the reasoning is quite simple. Even if Chen loses, his team is so large that it will definitely pose a real threat to the Flesh Bear Factory. The news of the old nest being on fire and in danger will surely be quickly relayed to the front lines of the end of the world anchor base. At that time, we will see a scene. The CCTV host understood immediately. You mean, all the zombie bear troops will withdraw from the battlefield? She guessed, imagining that scene. These are the main forces for the siege, and they account for 80% of the meat shield work. Once the zombie bears are no longer guarding, the mad rat crossbowmen and the violent cat grenadiers in the base will unleash their powerful lethality. It seems that without Chen, the end of the world
anchor has a high probability of holding off the next wave of the siege. Yes, Professor Chen smiled slightly, reminding them, don't forget, Caesar has yet to unleash the super ultimate move, Holy Flame of Exorcism. That holy sword has the power to change the course of the battle with a single strike. Wow, thinking about it this way, Chen has many trump cards in hand. The host sighed, let's wait and see. Perhaps tonight will be the time to witness the birth of the top scorer in the college entrance examination. It was now afternoon, and Chen's troops would arrive at the Flesh Bear factory that night. The great battle was about to begin, and tonight was also when all the examinees' base would face the fourth wave of the siege. Everything would be revealed. To all the viewers, we would like to give a heads up that the fourth wave of the siege will be the end for all examinees, the host said with a serious expression, because our dungeon designer has informed us who the final boss will be. All the viewers immediately perked up their ears, staring at the screen. The host solemnly announced that is, Saint Bernimes, one of the top 10 Legion commanders in the zombie tide world. The audience's expressions changed dramatically. The Fur People resistance had been allies with the Dragon Kingdom for decades, so going to fight in the third layer of the abyss was a common occurrence for many practitioners of the Dragon Kingdom. And Saint Bernimes was one of the well-known overlords of the Zombie Legion. It stood at terrifying 10 meters tall, with its body stitched together from the organs of many powerful beings, and with each organ it stitched, it would assimilate one of the opponent's abilities, giving Saint Bear a plethora of strange abilities. Its known skills exceed 100. Therefore, Saint Bernimes is an extremely difficult and nearly invulnerable all-around boss, definitely a nightmare for all examinees. It is a grotesque stitched monster, but fundamentally, it is just a zombie bear. The college entrance examination will sound the bell of finality in the battle against Saint Bear. The host said solemnly, this year's college entrance examination will conclude tonight, and we thank all the viewers for their companionship along the way. We also wish all examinees a bright future. However, Professor Chen suddenly said, I remember, one of the well-known skills of Saint Bernimes is the spatial spell, Any Door. This can be used once every 72 hours, allowing for any spatial traversal in the zombie tide world. Expert Jiang nodded, that's right. Because of this skill, every time we send powerful beings to encircle it, Saint Bear always manages to escape. This guy has many strange abilities and several hidden trump cards, making it truly difficult to deal with. However, your sudden mention of Any Door, does that mean? Expert Zhang quickly understood the implication. You think Chen's Caesar's Kingdom dungeon will be different from others? Professor Chen said decisively, of course. If you were Saint Bernimes, would you value your base, the Flesh Bear factory, or the final defense line of the Fur People resistance, the end of the world anchor? Undoubtedly, it must be the old nest. Expert Zhang has extensive research experience on the third layer of the abyss and has also studied the behavioral logic and psychological profile of Saint Bernimes, because Saint Bear's style of doing things is to consider defeat before victory, always preparing a plan B for escape. A guy like him will naturally care more about his rear base. Moreover, Expert Zhang smiled faintly. Once the anchor base of the apocalypse falls, the third layer of the abyss will completely fall into the hands of the top 10 zombie legions. At that time, they will turn from allies into competitors, even enemies. To win the zombie civil war, Saint Bernimes must prioritize protecting his own base. Professor Chen wholeheartedly agreed. That's exactly what I wanted to say. That kid Chen really has some luck on his side. The zombie forces he has been attacking continuously can effectively reduce the defensive pressure on our apocalypse anchor. The CCTV host was also amazed, yes, especially in the Battle of the End. If Chen can really distract Saint Bernimes and make all the zombie bear troops retreat, then perhaps the apocalypse anchor will easily withstand the final fourth wave of attacks. Professor Chen interlocked his fingers. At that time, Chen might even achieve the highest evaluation for defending the city. Additionally, he has an extra evaluation for hunting zombies outside. If the two are combined, Professor Chen rubbed his hands in anticipation. Could it break the college entrance examination record and earn an SSS rating? The host was taken aback. Since the college entrance examination began, no one has ever received an SSS rating. Even Zhang Kongqing's two predecessors, those two sea demon lords, only got SS+. Professor Chen shook his head. With a smile, it's only natural they couldn't achieve it because they controlled the Naga zombie clan based on their professional characteristics. That's a privilege, not a strength. Therefore, the scoring mechanism of the college entrance examination would never allow them to surpass the SSS level. All along, while the college entrance examination dungeons allowed those big families to use the privilege of hidden professions, it would also lower their scores. And Chen is just an ordinary summoner without even advancing to a higher profession. This will actually earn him extra points in the college entrance examination scoring system, Professor Chen said excitedly. So, I have high hopes for Chen's final evaluation. We are all about to witness history. The host smiled warmly. Welcome.
all viewers to gather together to cheer for Su Chen, Ji Tianyi, Morong Shuowu, and Zheng Kongcheng and other seed players, as well
as all candidates, to witness their finale.
The live broadcast of the college entrance examination was temporarily paused and everyone
began to take a break.
This was a long ceasefire period, a time for all remaining candidates to prepare for the battle of the end. The Hunting Nation Military Academy. The anxious director of admissions Wang Jian and the fidgeting deputy director of admissions Sun Jiangwo were facing a collective inquiry from 12 board members and the principal in the conference room.
Why hasn't Su Chen been recruited into our Hunting Nation Military Academy?
The principal, the renowned paladin Chu Quantu, had just returned from an abyss exploration mission and was completely unaware of the matter.
He glanced at Su Chen on the wall-mounted TV, clearly appreciating him.
The eyes of all the board members began to flicker.
Wang Jian cleared his throat, looking at
Su Chen in the college entrance examination live broadcast and tactfully said, "Sorry, principal, because Yanhuang Military Academy is willing to offer extremely high stakes. They are willing to use all their resources to help Su Chen compete for the summoner artifact, Shadow Sphere.
Our school, however, cannot
provide the same treatment." Deputy Director Sun Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief, somewhat glad that he had submitted 70% of the Iron Blood Alliance's bribe
to this superior.
If Wang Jian had mentioned his deal with Shin Jinghong in front of all the board members, he would surely face disciplinary action.
The Yanhuang Military Academy has only one quota, but we have 3. Principal Chu Quantu said unhappily. Why did we lose to the mere 3rd military academy in the competition for student enrollment? Ahem.
A board member reminded him, those 3 quotas have already been claimed 2 years ago.
We better not offend
the ones who reserve them. Another board member smiled and said, one of them is Chu Chang'e, who just transitioned to a magic warrior.
Principal Chu Quantu was instantly stunned. Chang'e? Why would he, as a magic warrior, be interested in the Shadow Sphere? Chu Chang'e was the biological grandson of Chu Quantu, so the allocation of this quota was undoubtedly a given.
Director Wang Jian said seriously, it's a divine artifact, why should it be monopolized by
summoners? As our academy's top freshman this year, Chu Chang'e naturally deserves the best resources.
The principal need not be hesitant. Promoting talent does not avoid family ties. Once your grandson obtains a fragment of the Shadow Sphere, he can completely transition to a summoner, or while advancing from magic warrior to holy warrior, he can also dual class as a summoner. Wang Jian said matter-of-factly, good students often have a second major.
That's quite normal. Principal Chu Quantu had nothing to say.
Since the quota was reserved for his grandson, it was naturally not a problem.
Regarding Su Chen,
Chu Quantu, understanding the underlying meaning, swept away his earlier stern demeanor and revealed a warm smile. It's just the loss of an excellent
student. It's not a big deal. Our academy's teaching resources are limited, and we can't possibly gather all the talents of the Dragon Kingdom. We must make choices.
This time, it was the Yanhuang Military Academy's aggressive recruitment that caught us off guard.
Let's just say that to the media. Chu Quantu lazily waved his hand, dismissed.
Tell all reporters, sorry, our first military academy is not lacking in student enrollment.
What if we lost Su Chen? Our elites can still win the global military academy competition. That is our foundation. Understood.
All the board members showed satisfied expressions. What they didn't say was that this time, the 3 quotas allocated to the Hunting Nation Military Academy were not given to legitimate summoners but were divided among the children of influential figures.
Who wouldn't want fragments of divine artifacts? Why should they be prioritized for summoners from poor families?
The Shadow Sphere can store a vast number of Shadow Realm creatures. At the very least, it can house a large group of shadow demons and shadow assassins to act
as a surprise force in battle.
Even without the enhancement of summoner skills, they are still a group of high-level shadow monsters, and their strength is
beyond doubt.
Soon, the official response from the Hunting Nation Military Academy appeared on all the media cameras, then spread to all news platforms, video platforms, forums, BBS, and various chat groups.
Ha! The Yanhuang Military Academy really has guts, directly offering the competition qualification for divine artifact fragments to entice Su Chen. Oh my god, is Su Chen going to get another Shadow Sphere after the personal world? It is said that if all the
fragments of the Shadow Sphere are gathered to restore the complete form of the Shadow Realm Celestial Sphere, it will regain its full power, truly becoming a top-tier divine artifact that even the undead Cataclysm Crown has never possessed.
Su Chen is so lucky. I'm so envious, so jealous. I want a divine artifact.
All the professionals were stunned by the boldness of the Yanhuang Military Academy.
But soon, another piece of news spread. You guys don't know, right?
As the first military academy, the Hunting Nation Military Academy has privileges. They hold 3 competitive quotas for the Shadow Sphere.
Guess
why the Hunting Nation Military Academy is unwilling to use any of them to recruit Su Chen?
Because Principal Chu Quantu's grandson, Chu Chang'e, has already
reserved 1 quota.
The first spot goes to the principal's grandson, a magic warrior. TSK, think about it, a magic warrior is not a summoner class but a variant of a swordsman. The informant anonymously spilled all the internal information of the Hunter Nation Military Academy. The second spot is given to the nephew of a board member, and her profession is also quite interesting, a fist hunter, which is a variant of a berserker. Again, not a summoner. The third spot is awarded to the son of a longtime benefactor of the Hunter Nation Military Academy, and his profession is the hidden class Thunder Controller. No need to elaborate on this class, right? Once again, not a summoner. This revelation immediately caused a huge uproar on the Dragon Nation's internet. Isn't this too shady? It's all behind-the-scenes manipulation and private dealings, a netizen angrily questioned. The 3 spots obtained by the Hunter Nation Military Academy are meant for selecting summoner talents for our Dragon Nation. The Shadow Sphere, as a fragment of a divine artifact, can only exert its strongest power in the hands of a summoner, contributing to the overall strength of our Dragon Nation. Yet, a bunch of rich second-generation kids from non-summoner professions have taken them all? The reward policy of the Dragon Nation is actually being used as capital for trade by the Hunter Nation Military Academy. Isn't that too arrogant? Not convinced? Please read Chu Chunga's perfect score essay, My Principal Grandpa Chu Kwangtu. Ahem, holy warrior. Chu Kwangtu is a genuine god-level powerhouse. Everyone should watch their words. The old man has quite a temper. Be careful, he comes knocking on your door to beat you up, someone reminded. Thus, the online discourse suddenly became much more subdued. The deterrent power of a god-level powerhouse is unquestionable. Netizens dared to be angry but did not speak out, fearing that Chu Kwangtu might come after them. However, all the anger did not disappear, it merely shifted to more private forums and chat groups where everyone used coded language to share knowing smiles and jests. Meanwhile, the relevant media of the Hunter Nation Military Academy proudly published Chu Kwangtu's domineering statement as the headline. Sorry, our first military academy is not lacking in student sources. Under the fierce might of the god-level powerhouse, everything dissipated into nothingness, as if the Hunter Nation Military Academy had won again. That night, the stars shone brightly, and the streets were empty. All the viewers from the Dragon Nation, along with a considerable number of viewers from other countries, returned home to watch the college entrance examination live broadcast with their children. The final battle was approaching, and everyone was eagerly anticipating it. Moreover, this year's biggest suspense was whether Chen could conquer the flesh and blood bear factory. It should be noted that throughout history, humanity had never breached the lair of this zombie bear legion in reality, only indulging in fantasies through entertainment works. For example, the well-known Dragon Nation web novel Rebirth in the Zombie Tide World, starting with the breach of the flesh and blood bear factory, or the imaginative Bollywood movie The Fall of the Holy Bear, where the strong male lead sings and dances while slaughtering the holy bear, causing Dragon Nation practitioners to bow down in worship. Or the passionate manga from Sakura Nation, The Man Standing at the Top of the Zombie Tide, where the male protagonist, an ordinary high school student, possesses the power to explode stars with his bare hands, smashing the flesh and blood bear factory with a single punch. However, if Chen could defeat this final boss in the simulation dungeon Caesar's Nation, it would undoubtedly hold more value than entertainment works. After all, dungeons are simulations of reality, and they inherently possess certain strategic significance. In the CCTV live broadcast studio, stars gathered as well. The most popular Professor Chen and expert Zhang, along with the most beautiful CCTV female host, appeared together in the spotlight as an all-star commentary team. Welcome to the final battle of this college entrance examination. The female host greeted with a warm smile. Can Chen break through the flesh and blood bear factory? Can Morong Shuewu's battle song create another miracle? Can Ji Tianyi's immortal battle spirit reverse the future? Can Zheng Kongcheng clear the stigma of the Jester King? Everything will be revealed in tonight's college entrance examination studio. She has already disrupted the original seed rankings from 1 to 4, placing the most watched candidates at the forefront. Next, let's welcome our special guests for tonight. The female host smiled as she introduced from the Yanhuang Military Academy Strategic Institute and the Global Abyss Research Institute, Professor Shen Yi, and the director of the Special Research Institute for the Corpse Tide, expert Zhang Heng. Professor Shen Yi smiled faintly. Hello, host. Hello, audience friends. I believe everyone has gathered on the central video channel to witness the birth of this year's college entrance examination champion. But to be honest, it's already a foregone conclusion, with a 99% chance that it will be Chen. Expert Zhang Heng also agreed. Chen currently has 909 points, and he will soon launch a strong assault on the Flesh Bear Factory. At that time, the Holy Bear Naimas will be at a loss, and it can only appear on a certain battlefield using the any door skill. It will either be the Anchor of the Apocalypse or the Flesh Bear Factory. According to my analysis, the Holy Bear has an 87% chance of returning to the Flesh Bear Factory, and at that time, the Anchor of the Apocalypse base in Chen's instance will not fall, which means a guaranteed 200 points. This means Chen's total score will reach 1109 points, tying the highest score record. Expert Zhang Heng exclaimed, and the remaining 13% chance is that the Holy Bear Naimas is determined to break through the anchor of the apocalypse. He will not return to defend his lair. The host picked up the conversation. If that's the case, Chen will be too lucky. He will have the opportunity to complete a hidden task and directly gain an additional 500 points in the college entrance examination. Indeed. Professor Shani smiled slightly. In that case, after breaking the record for the Demon Fortress, Chen will also break the total score record for the college entrance examination and the record for the Kingdom of Caesar. A high school student will hold 3 world records. What a prodigy! What a talent! The audience couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for Chen's performance in the college entrance examination tonight. Their expectations at an all-time high. Of course, many viewers seem to have rather peculiar points of interest. They are here for Zhang Kongcheng. The host shifted the topic, revealing a teasing smile. What do you two guests think? Does Zhang Kongcheng still have a chance to turn the tide? Ha! Professor Shani scoffed. I'm sorry, but there is no possibility left. Because the Holy Bear Naimas has already lost its target, there's no need for it to linger in the anchor of the apocalypse base. Once Zhang Kongcheng leads his spider demon army to launch a strong assault on the Flesh Bear factory, it will inevitably attract the attention of this ultimate boss. The professor laughed heartily. At that time, I can't wait to see Zhang Kongcheng's expression. True, haha, it seems Zhang Kongcheng is destined to become a top comedian. Let's wait and see. The Flesh Bear factory. As one of the top 10 Legion's lairs, it is situated on a vast, flat land. High walls guard it, and chimneys reach into the sky. Steampunk and classical fantasy merge here. Undead heavy industry and zombie technology collide here. The witch Lilith purchased a massive number of agricultural robots from another world, working tirelessly 24 hours a day to provide biological materials for the zombie factory's production line. They cultivate a parasitic plant called the blood-sucking tree, which can deeply root itself in the underground roots of the Tree of Light, greedily exploiting this mother tree that brings light to the third layer of the abyss. The fruit of the blood-sucking tree is the purest flesh energy, which can nourish the giant petri dishes of the zombie factory. As a genuine academic elite who has conducted detailed research on the corpse nest world, Chen naturally knows the internal circulation production of the zombie factory like the back of his hand. Therefore, in the tactical planning at the first moment, Chen set the basic strategy. Fireworms, you will lurk in the earth veins and ignite the roots of the light tree for me, cutting off their supply and starving all the blood-sucking trees, completely destroying the foundation of the Flesh Bear factory. Holy beetles, you will ambush along the path of the enemy's reinforcements, which is the eastern foothills. Once the Zombie Bear Legion comes to the rescue, take the opportunity to burrow out and launch a surprise attack on their reinforcements, creating even more chaos. Lonely City Fuzzies, you will charge with me into the fray. Facing the Holy Bears head-on, we will take advantage of the raging fire, under the cover of night, to invade the core of the Flesh Bear factory and destroy all production lines. Chen instructed one by one, his gaze solemn and deep as he looked at the generals under his command. We, the Abyss Avengers, gather out of hatred, seeking a glimmer of hope for our race's survival, and are willing to fight to the death. So tonight, in this cold night blood battle, we will fight until death. Fight to the death. All the warriors of the fireworms burrowed out of the ground, emitting a rumbling sound like sonic waves towards the sky. Fight to the death. The holy beetles sprayed surging flames towards the Flesh Bear factory, their excited emotions causing their body temperature to rise sharply, radiating a molten red glow. Fight to the death. The roars of the Lonely City Fuzzies grew from small to large, transforming from murmurs into a tsunami-like roar. They had been coiled up for too long, hiding for too long, and cowering for too long. But today, they had once again summoned the courage they had lost, ready to face the claws of the zombies with the chests of warriors. The top 10 zombie legions that have never been breached will fall at our hands. All surviving resistance forces in the corpse nest will be greatly inspired and united under our unified front from now on. Chen spoke in an extremely stirring tone, painting a blueprint for the future to the leaders. A single spark can start a prairie fire. When the Zombie Bear Legion is removed from the third layer of the abyss and no petri dish can produce zombie bear troops anymore, it means that the witch Lilith's hundreds of years of planning has been pried open a crack. The seeds of rebellion will grow wildly in the bodies of the martyrs. Chen clenched his fist, raised his right arm high, and activated the magic shield with all his might. All beings in the corpse nest will forever remember our sacrifices today. In an instant, brilliant light enveloped Chen. He appeared as if a celestial being had descended, clad in armor and sanctified, forging a glorious image in the hearts of all the warriors. I wish you all great fortune in battle and a triumphant return. Now, march. Target, Flesh Bear Factory. Yes, yes, yes. The roars of all different races and languages echoed through the towering mountains. The cold night was chilling, but the blood was boiling. It's explosive. So cool, Chen. The audience watching the college entrance examination live broadcast was filled with passion, feeling a sense of witnessing history. Chen is not just a born sage, he is simply a born leader, possessing extraordinary charisma. Warriors of different races gather under him so harmoniously and obediently. Reminiscent of historical figures like Huang Chao/Zheng Jiao/Chen Shang rallying the troops with a single call. In the past, the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom also stepped onto the battlefield with such fervor, bloodily battling in the abyss, slaughtering demons, preserving half of our ancient civilization. It's truly poignant. It's laughable, the Hunting Nation Military Academy just stubbornly said, sorry, we don't lack students, but now I want to ask, which military academy would consider a leader like Su Chen too many? Has there been anyone in the Hunting Nation Military Academy in the past decade who was more outstanding than Su Chen? The one who should regret it more is that old hag Wu Mingxi. She didn't want such a good son-in-law like Su Chen and instead rushed to marry Zhang Kongcheng of the Weak Water family, only to find that Zhang Kongcheng became the wife of the Spider Queen first and even had over 300 little spider demons with her. With 1,000 faces, all those who witnessed Su Chen's stunning performance wore different expressions. For instance, two groups of people, each with a champagne tower, beside the grand, extravagant champagne tower of the Ruoshui family. All the guests whispered among themselves, afraid to speak loudly for fear of startling Zhang Lirong. The faces of Zhang Lirong and Wu Mengxi were both ashen, particularly unappealing. One had been proven incapable of raising a son, while the other had been proven to have poor judgment in finding a son-in-law. Yet, their embarrassing stories had spread far and wide, becoming a household joke, a source of laughter for countless spectators during their meals. Bu Fian simply rested her right palm on her chin, quietly watching Su Chen's advance, worried about his upcoming bloody battle. At the same time, beside the modest champagne tower of the Bailing City Lord's residence, Mayor Chen Xuani, Principal Zhao Renjie, and Vice Principal Chu Tianlin were eagerly learning how to build a champagne tower while happily popping champagne like it was water. Wait, we barely made it halfway through the champagne, and before Su Chen is even crowned as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, we're about to finish it. Isn't that a bit ungrateful? Shouldn't we be accumulating good fortune for Su Chen? Principal Zhao Renjie asked with some concern. Ha, you're a senior research talent, the head of a school, and you're this superstitious? Ridiculous. You should drink 3 cups as punishment. Ton. Good wine. I'll immediately pay out of my own pocket for takeout and have them all send over 20 more bottles so that all the faculty and students can celebrate together. A tipsy Principal Zhao declared proudly, our Beiliang Academy is about to produce a top scorer in the college entrance examination, and it's all thanks to my guidance. Isn't it because under my administration, Beiliang has been thriving, allowing Su Chen to study in peace and achieve success? It's also due to my management. Mayor Chen Xuani shot back, his eyes glazed with drunkenness. Old rascal, trying to take credit, huh? You've got no shame. My sword is not to be underestimated. Old nonsense, trying to steal my student? My magic wand is no less formidable. Let's go to the virtual arena. We'll both apply to lock our levels at 1, ban all equipment, and settle it with just our fists and chests. Damn it, let's do it. The municipal team and the school team. In the end, Mayor Chen Xuani and Principal Zhao Renjie were persuaded to back down. After all, it would be quite disgraceful for a dignified mayor and principal to come to blows over who deserved credit for the new top scorer in the college entrance examination. Not to mention, they were actually prepared to strip off all equipment, lock all levels and skills, and brawl with just their level 1 bare stats. One could only imagine the ensuing scene, men on top of men, all muscular. It would surely become a shocking black mark in Beiliang's history. However, after this little episode, Chen Xuani and Zhao Renjie bore no grudges. Instead, they exchanged knowing glances. Just now, my secretary recorded your embarrassing moments. I have your dark history. Is my secretary just a vegetarian? Your disgrace has also been documented. If you don't behave, I'll expose you too. Ha ha ha. Su Chen is really impressive. We in Beiliang are in for a treat. Indeed, whether it's teaching resources or financial allocations, the Dragon Country will surely lean towards us next, benefiting all civil servants and teachers with at least a 30% salary increase next year. So, we must reward Su Chen properly. Let me think. What should we reward Su Chen with? As soon as the words fell, a massive phantom descended upon Beiliang City. As night fell, in the reception room of the Ruoshui family, an unexpected guest became Zhang Lirong's honored guest. It was none other than Shen Jinghong and his son Shen Zimo from the Iron Blood Alliance. They had come, of course, to discuss how to deal with the increasingly significant threat posed by Su Chen. In recent days, Shen Jinghong had been unable to eat or sleep, completely frazzled. As soon as his scalp touched the pillow, he would fall into a deep sleep, and then 5 minutes later, he would dream of Su Chen holding a skull-headed wand, summoning a vast army of undead disasters, crushing the Iron Blood Alliance into powder, and slaughtering the entire Shen family. Then Shen Jinghong would wake up in a cold sweat from the nightmare. The father and son respectfully navigated through the corridor where many prominent figures were chatting. Both were somewhat amazed by the connections of the Ruoshui family. Shen Jinghong couldn't help but whisper to his son, no wonder Wu Mingxi despises the poor and loves the rich, abandoning Su Chen to marry into the Ruoshui family. Just look, 4th-tier talents are everywhere, and 5th-tier talents are all over the place. This is the power of a wealthy family. Shinzimo nodded, and then he saw the fashionable and stunning Bufian in a white outfit and hot pants by the champagne tower, instantly filled with awe. Even for Shinzimo, who was accustomed to beauties from his upbringing in the Iron Blood Alliance, Bufian was a top-tier beauty. A rare gem. Especially with her elegant demeanor as a wealthy young lady, combined with her captivating dark eyes and an incredibly alluring figure, she was truly a woman that no man could resist. Behave yourself, Shin Jinghong coldly reminded his son, whose desires were running wild. That is the future young mistress of the Ruoshui family. You are not worthy of coveting her. Unless you can advance to the 6th tier, you should restrain all your admiration and keep only a trace of respect. Yes. Shinzimo's resentment and jealousy towards Su Chen and Zhang Kongcheng instantly reached new heights. Beautiful women take turns sleeping. This year it's my turn. Why can they pursue her while I can only put on a servile face? Damn it. My family is too weak. It's because he didn't work hard enough. If my father were also a god-level powerhouse, Bufian would already be delivered to my bed. Damn old man, dragging me down. While cursing inwardly, Shinzimo obediently kept his head down, not daring to speak. Welcome. It is truly an honor for the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance to grace my humble abode, Zheng Lirong said, displaying the demeanor of a polite family patriarch in front of unfamiliar guests with a perfectly timed smile and a courteous handshake. After shaking hands, Shin Jinghong said seriously, Chairman Zhang, Su Chen's threat is gradually shifting from potential to reality. Not long ago, I believed that Su Chen wouldn't pose a threat to me for at least 10 years. But now you can see, even though Su Chen is only level 20, he has Mayor Chen Xuani, Principal Zhao Ranjia, and the officials of Beiliang standing behind him. Moreover, with the backing of the Dragon Slayer clan, if Su Chen truly marries Chen Mengmeng and Chen Tangtang, he will also gain the strong support of the god-level powerhouse Chen Jingqiu. Not to mention, once he becomes the top scorer in the Dragon Kingdom's college entrance examination, he will be in the spotlight, and the Yanhuang Military Academy has already decided to increase their investment in him. Additionally, Shin Jinghong counted on his fingers. If Su Chen continues to restore the artifacts, he may very well uncover more legacies under the crown of the undead disasters. Zhang Lirong felt increasingly anxious. Wu Mengshi was also unpredictable. But Shin Jinghong, emboldened, laid all his thoughts bare. My son is Su Chen's classmate. They have been classmates for 3 years, so he knows Su Chen's character. A drop of kindness repaid with a fountain, a grudge returned tenfold. I forcibly took the special admission quota to the Hunting Nation Military Academy that rightfully belonged to Su Chen, and Shin Jinghong lowered his voice, revealing a secret. I also sent assassins to the 037 Abyss battlefield, attempting to assassinate Su Chen. Zhang Lirong's face changed dramatically, and Wu Mengxi's expression turned icy. Please be cautious with your words. I haven't heard anything, Wu Mengxi immediately retorted, shaking her head, but she did not indicate that she would report or leak the information. Shin Jinghong's lips curled slightly. No worries. Su Chen knows all about this, it's just that without evidence, he can't do anything to me. As I confess my sins, I only hope to gain the trust of the two of you. We are all in the same boat. And Su Chen is about to become our hidden danger. Zhang Lirong snorted coldly. He hasn't even become the top scorer in the college entrance examination yet. Who knows, he might unexpectedly die while attacking the Flesh Bear factory. Ha! As soon as the words fell, they saw the host in the CCTV live studio, anxiously interrupting the guest discussion. We interrupt this program for an urgent message. Let's connect with our special correspondent from Beiliang Academy, Xiao Yan. The undying old cat, His Excellency Caesar, has already arrived there and is beginning to form a symbiotic contract with Su Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale, their faces filled with confusion. The college entrance examination had not yet ended. The top scorer had no affiliation. How could Su Chen start obtaining god-level summoning items? Zhang Lirong, Wu Mengxi, and Shin Jinghong also changed their expressions drastically, all looking towards the live broadcast. Then, they saw Mayor Chen Xuani riding the wind and wielding his sword, stepping into the air, facing the enormous phantom high above. Your Excellency, undying old cat, you have come to Beiliang. What is your purpose? You have been severely injured and are very weak. Why would you burn your life to specially transport yourself to this remote place? I have already chosen my contractor, Miao. The phantom of the undying old cat, Caesar, cast his shadow over the entire city as if a massive gloom enveloped the earth in layers. Is it Su Chen? Mayor Chen Xuani showed a look of joy but also some confusion. But the college entrance examination has not yet ended. He may not necessarily be the top scorer. Of course, in my heart, little Su is already 1000% the top scorer. But at least the formal process still needs to be followed. The audience couldn't help but roll their eyes. Mayor, you are being too double standard, and you spoil that kid Su Chen too much. The undying old cat, however, calmly said, I think, this time when you organized the college entrance examination, you must have written some instructions incorrectly. I am looking for a host, and it does not mean I only look at whether the other party can become the top scorer. I have never been a vassal of the top scorer. Among the top scorers of the Dragon Kingdom over the years, about 1/3 of them can eventually become god-level powerhouses.
and I can 1000% return to the divine throne. No one truly believes I need to be a vassal of the top scorer, right? The undying old cat, Caesar, smiled slyly, chatting casually with Chen Xuani. Chen, it's been a long time since we last met. You're still so laid back. Mayor. Chen Xuani's face darkened. Old cat, CCTV is live broadcasting. Don't use nicknames. It turned out their private relationship was quite good. This was easy to understand. The experts of the Dragon Kingdom often supported the end of the world anchor base, and the undying old cat frequently brought a group of fluffy elite citizens to help the Dragon Kingdom resist foreign enemies, so the experts were all familiar with each other. The undying old cat rolled his eyes. When a person dies, their debts are cleared, understand? I am about to reincarnate, and all the past is just a fleeting cloud. So, even the cat videos on my computer, I haven't formatted them because I have truly seen through the world and no longer care about fame or reputation. The audience, drenched in sweat. Ahem, you are still a national hero of the fluffy citizens, so pay attention to your image. Even if you are about to die, the fluffy citizens will still need you as a spiritual idol in the future. Chen Xuani also rolled his eyes wildly. If they find out you are a collector of cat videos with lustful content, wouldn't that shatter the filter? It would hinder the fluffy citizens' great cause of resisting the abyss? It might even create a sense of disillusionment like, my idol is actually a lewd cat, I'm tired, let it all end. The audience, sweating profusely. The undying old cat smiled. So, I can only show my truest self on your Dragon Kingdom's territory. Because, first, you can't possibly pass these embarrassing stories back to my compatriots. Second, if you tell the truth, no one would believe you anyway. They would only think you are trying to slander His Excellency Caesar, harboring ulterior motives. Fans are like this, even if their own brother collapses, they will stubbornly block their ears and refuse to believe it. The audience, drenched in sweat, responded. Don't believe it? We have saved the recordings. Chen Xuani scoffed. Ha, it's just an artificially synthesized AI video. Caesar, well-versed in fan culture, sneered. What about the recordings I kept? Just a voice actor's monster imitation or voice synthesis software, not worth mentioning. I also took photos. Just edited images, seeing is believing. Ah. Chen Xuani was left speechless and could only change the subject. So, did you choose Su Chen as your symbiote? Of course. The immortal old cat Caesar sighed bitterly. My biggest regret before dying was not being able to reconcile with the plushy lion Harvey. My intelligence network has discovered that he is leading a group of plushies in a bloody battle in the Lonely City. The very lonely city scene in Su Chen's college entrance examination livestream. He should also know where my doomsday anchor base is located. It's just that, in the end, we couldn't bring ourselves to meet face to face. Ha, what a ridiculous pride. Neither of us is willing to back down. Caesar sighed deeply, but Su Chen helped me fulfill my dream in his instance. Moreover, the Abyss Avengers, formed by Su Chen, aligns with my vision of unifying the indigenous front. His policies resonate with mine, and his worldview matches with mine. He is the heir I have longed for. Caesar said solemnly, so, regardless of who wins the college entrance examination, I have already chosen my symbiote. Okay. Mayor Chen Xuani said with a beaming smile, then please join us in building a champagne tower. Tonight we are preparing to party until we drop. Alright, let this be the final feast of my life. The immortal old cat descended to the ground, transforming back into an ordinary, plump orange cat carrying a rusty iron sword, looking quite unremarkable. CCTV live broadcast room. Reporter Xiao Yan from Beiliang summarized, as we can see, His Excellency the immortal old cat Caesar has decided to pass away in Beiliang, using phoenix blood to be reborn within Su Chen. He will grow symbiotically with Su Chen, existing as his summoning creature from now on. Let's congratulate Su Chen in advance. He is about to obtain a god-level summoning creature, getting one step closer to becoming a god-level summoner. Thank you, reporter Xiao Yan. The CCTV host glanced at the two guests. Professor Shen, expert Zheng Heng, what do you think about this matter? Professor Shen squinted his eyes and made a judgment. It seems that the immortal old cat is preparing to deliver his final gift to his chosen Su Chen. Yes, he wants to leave Su Chen with a final means of survival before he passes away, expert Zheng Heng said calmly, very certain. What do you mean? The host, with limited understanding, couldn't quite grasp the underlying meaning. Professor Shen said lightly, the immortal old cat Caesar has many enemies, even if he is reborn in another world. Having left the corpse nest world, wouldn't he still worry about the zombie legion sending assassins to hunt him down? Just look at the old movie The Terminator. Even when traveling through time and space, the villain still wants to eliminate the male and female leads completely. That is the true villain mentality. And before Caesar passed away, he was at least a dying god-level powerhouse, possessing some extraordinary abilities that mortals can hardly imagine. Expert Zhang Heng said with a smile, for example, sealing a super move, the demon-repelling sacred flame, within Su Chen's body. Once his life is in danger, it can be activated. Oh, the fate curse Abyss's wrath sealed within Su Chen by the Lord of the Undead Calamity operates on the same principle. Once someone attempts to kill Su Chen, they will be met with instant death under the gaze of the Abyss Lord after his death. The host suddenly realized In short, congratulations to Su Chen, he has already received the most precious reward for being the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Professor Chen sighed, it's useless no matter how others fight to the death. The weak water family. The atmosphere instantly froze. Shen Jinghong furrowed his brows, looking at the pale-faced Zheng Lirong and Wu Mingxi, and said softly, I told you, if this person is not dealt with early, it will lead to great disaster. Now, it's already extremely difficult to resolve. Zheng Lirong regained the calm composure of the leader of the weak water family, tightening her brows, alliance leader. Shen Jinghong, the old cat is now Su Chen's immunity card, and the crown of the undead catastrophe has also given him a curse of fate. Yes, under this double insurance, what can you do to deal with him? Wu Mengxi was already thinking of cutting her losses, not wanting to offend Su Chen any further. After all, to put it bluntly, her feud with Su Chen had not escalated to the point of life and death. At worst, she could just bow and apologize. With this thought in mind, Wu Mingxi emphasized the difficulty of dealing with Su Chen, not wanting to board this pirate ship. Caesar and Su Chen have already become a community of fate, and don't forget, the Velvet Resistance in the Corpse Nest world is also a community of fate with our homeland, the Blue Star World's Dragon Kingdom. In other words, Su Chen, Caesar, and the Dragon Kingdom are a trinity. Wu Mingxi reminded her friend, are we really going to be enemies with the state machinery? That would be a bit like an ant trying to shake a tree or a mantis trying to stop a chariot, wouldn't it? Zhang Lirong immediately fell silent. Wu Mingxi continued to her friend, moreover, Lirong, the conflict between your families Kong Chang and Su Chen is limited to online verbal battles. It's just a war of words. Su Chen hasn't suffered any real loss. You can still back off now. Well, that's true. Zhang Lirong paused, feeling that this statement was quite reasonable. Shen Jinghong felt a pang in his heart. He had come specifically to try to unite the two major forces of the mysterious sanctuary and the weak water family. Unexpectedly, he had failed before even starting. Two bitches, so cowardly. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, flipping them off in his mind, wishing he could take off his belt right there and whip them into a spinning top. But compared to their forces, the Iron Blood Alliance was like a shack beneath a towering building, insignificant. Shen Jinghong could only patiently advise, Zheng Kongcheng has humiliated Su Chen online and tried to steal his love. Which hot-blooded young man can withstand such provocation? You want to make peace, but Su Chen is about to become the top scorer in the college entrance examination and has obtained a god-level summoning item. He is at his most triumphant moment. Would he be willing to let you off the hook? Zhang Lirong shot him an annoyed glare and said lightly, the weak water family is willing to reconcile with him. Taking a step back is already a huge concession. He will only be grateful. Su Chen is so clever, being able to stand out in the college entrance examination. He wouldn't fail to see this point of gain and loss. Yes, Su Chen hasn't suffered any substantial loss. Wu Mingxi pouted, he just got a few insults online. What's the big deal? In his livestream, he gets insulted hundreds of thousands of times every day, and he hasn't lost a piece of flesh. As a big internet celebrity, I believe he has some resilience. You guys? Shen Jinghong was immediately stumped. He never expected that he would travel such a long distance only to find that he couldn't persuade them at all, and instead, he had exposed his own shortcomings, being put in a difficult position. Let's go, Alliance Leader Shen. Wu Mingxi immediately issued an eviction order for her friend, coldly saying, don't worry, we won't spill the beans about your use of death warriors against Su Chen. We all understand the basic rule of keeping secrets for others. But when it comes to dealing with Su Chen, I'm afraid it seems we have to part ways. Alright, if you change your mind, remember to contact me. Shen Jinghong hesitated, but seeing their expressions, he could only hold it in. After he turned to leave, Zheng Lirong looked at Wu Mingxi and sighed bitterly. As for the marriage alliance, I'm afraid. Sigh. Wu Mingxi also said softly, sister, I'm ready to let go. I feel unworthy to interfere in Fian's marriage because Su Chen has almost swollen my mouth from all the arguing. Every time I think back to when I arrogantly refused to let him sign the S-level sponsorship agreement, I can't sleep all night from regret. You might not know, but it was just a mere 200 million in sponsorship fees. However, at that time, if I had agreed, it would have been a timely help for Su Chen, a gesture of recognizing a hero. Su Chen would have been grateful to the Sacred Hall of Mysteries, even offering boundless loyalty. Alas, it's all too late. Too late. Zheng Lirong also smiled bitterly. The fact that you can be so open with me shows that our long-standing sisterhood has not been in vain. If you still insist that my son Kong Cheng is the only match for Fian and want him to be her husband, I have to suspect that your willingness to be my best friend is just a way to cling to the Ruoshui family. Even I, as Kong Cheng's mother, feel deeply frustrated and believe that Su Chen is exceptional. Zhang Lirong sighed, completely convinced by Su Chen's performance. Actually, I'm not afraid of Su Chen, but no one knows a son better than his mother. My son Kong Cheng has a long future ahead, and if he and Su Chen end up in a bitter feud, I'm very worried he won't be able to win against Su Chen and might ultimately fall at his hands. It's fine. If we back off now, Su Chen won't hold a grudge against Kong Cheng, Wu Mingxi said lightly. Are you sure? Zhang Lirong frowned. Yes, Wu Mingxi smiled bitterly. Su Chen is about to win the bet, while Kong Cheng has been labeled a clown by netizens, losing face.
As the winner, why would Su Chen hold a grudge against the loser? As a chef, would you hate a fish on the chopping board?
Only the fish would hate the person.
Zheng Li wrong.
Meanwhile, Shen Jinghong and his son Shen Zimo, stepping out of the Ruoshui family, were both in complex moods. The former was worried
about Su Chen's potential revenge, scratching his head anxiously. The latter, upon thinking that a beauty like Bu Fian might become Su Chen's or Zhang Kongqing's possession, was consumed by jealousy. Just as both were feeling down, a person wearing sunglasses suddenly blocked their path, a slight smirk on their lips. "Hi, you must be Su Chen's enemies, right? Can we discuss a business deal? Who are you?"
Shen Jinghong stared warily at the other. As a high-level powerhouse, he clearly sensed a faint wave of malevolent
energy emanating from the person. That was the corruption from the abyss. I wonder if you would be willing to spare 3 minutes to listen to the whispers of the abyss.
The other person removed their mask, revealing a delicate face covered in dense magical patterns. "I would like to formally introduce you to the Supreme Demon Lord from the Abyss, the ultimate destination of all souls, the end of all things on earth, Greyweir, the Night Demon King."
"Who is that?"
Shen Zimo scratched his head in confusion. But beside him, Shen Jinghong had already pushed Shen Zimo behind him, revealing a serious expression. "You are the worshippers of
the Abyss. How dare you show yourselves in broad daylight? Are you insane? You won't report us because we share a common bond, assassinating the human prodigy, Su Chen."
Shen Jinghong's pupils suddenly constricted.
On the CCTV live broadcast channel, the
host had already reined in their playful demeanor, solemnly stating, "It's time to witness the strongest among this year's candidates. The main assault force from the Zombie Legion has arrived at the front lines. Leading the coalition of the lost is the strongman
we mentioned in our preview, ranked third among the 10 Legion commanders, Saint Bernayames." As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared in all the scenes, a bare-headed man with strong arms, covered in fur, looking incredibly rugged, yet dressed in an exquisitely tailored suit.
His right cheek was densely inscribed with the Buddhist Diamond Sutra, along with a clear character for
endurance.
"This is Saint Bernayames," the host introduced with a complex expression. "In recent years, he has gone silent, reportedly trying to explore the path to divinity, seeking ways to ascend to god-level strength. His signature look is the Buddhist scripture tattoo on his face and the character for endurance." A smirk of sarcasm appeared at the corner of the host's mouth. "This is his most hypocritical trait. It is well known that Saint Bear has the most explosive temper among all the Legion commanders, capable of razing cities at the slightest disagreement. The sins he has committed are beyond measure. The Buddhist scriptures are his hypocrisy, and the path of endurance is his disguise." Professor Shinny also spoke seriously. "I would like to formally announce to all viewers that the total bounty for killing Saint Bernayames is Dragon Country 1.9 billion, Eagle Country 700 million, Gaul Rooster Country 600 million, Kangaroo Country 430 million. We welcome all demigod-level assassins skilled in assassination, as well as Traveling Mage, adept at high-dimensional space transfer, and Voodoo Master, who can cast spells from afar, to hunt this beast." Expert Zhang Hong added, "Additionally, all professionals who kill Saint Bear will receive a first-class merit medal, issued by the
Dragon Country, with all attributes plus 300.
It also contains a 7-dimensional space crafted with great expense by the Dragon Country, with a full capacity of 100 cubic meters, allowing for the storage of numerous items, greatly expanding any professional's backpack space."
The audience couldn't help but gasp. The bounty on Saint Bernayames was an astonishing 3.63 billion. Whoever could kill him would instantly become rich overnight. Moreover, the first-class merit medal is not just a powerful piece
of equipment, it also signifies tax exemption privileges, allowing free entry into dungeons 300 times a year, with all expenses
covered by the state.
Since the Abyss invasion and the full transition of professions, there have been no more than 10 living people in the Dragon Country who have received a first-class merit medal. To think he was made into a dungeon boss by the Dragon Country's college entrance examination committee. "They must really hate this guy," a spectator from Eagle Country lamented.
"And our graduation exam this year featured the Abyss Lord Hades, which is quite similar. Our Elephant Country's dungeon boss this year is the Witch Lilith, and the difficulty is very low. So, our candidates from Elephant Country have thoroughly beaten her millions of times. It feels great, I mean the joy of revenge." "Not that kind of joy," a spectator from Elephant Country made a statement full of national characteristics. "You Elephant Country folks are truly hard to describe." At this moment, all of Caesar's Country entered the CG animation segment.
There, Saint Bernayames appeared, wielding a turbocharged steam jet battle axe, enchantment plus 999 strength, refinement plus 29, embedded with 8 strength magic stones forged to level 10, roaring as he emerged on the horizon.
Behind
him, countless elite zombie bears charged on all fours towards the end of the world anchor base.
Following them were the biochemical
cannons of the Zombie Legion, huge artillery filled with mini zombie capsule shells, bombarding the end of the world anchor fiercely. the base immediately raised a shield to defend. The capsules shattered against the shield, and then the mini-zombies inside awakened like ghostly infants, passing through the shield and landing inside the base, launching indiscriminate attacks on the civilians within, creating mass chaos. Next came the elite forces of the Naga zombie tribe, the 8-armed Naga. They began casting powerful blizzard spells from a distance, turning the end of the world anchor into a frozen world of ice and snow. The great battle was about to erupt. The time of the end has come, and next is the elegy of the rabbit people's heroes, as well as the moment when the human race shines like stars. The host sighed emotionally. As soon as the words left his mouth, a rabbit people magic master, whose arms were broken and could no longer hold a staff, rose into the air, stepping lightly in the void. This meant he was at least a demigod-level powerhouse, destined for a brilliant and extraordinary life, enough to write a legend. In the next moment, the rabbit people magic master self-destructed in the sky, using his blood as a sacrifice, burning his soul to summon the forbidden spell. Holy light illuminates. All the blizzards summoned by the 8-armed Naga instantly dissipated, and the bodies of all rabbit people warriors felt warm under the holy light, while their hearts grew colder. All the rabbit people displayed expressions of sorrow. The host also shed 2 lines of hot tears. That was the martyr of the rabbit people resistance army who fell in the anchor of the apocalypse. Defense battle, the rabbit people light magic master, Brian Rabbit Fluff, our dear friend from the Dragon Kingdom. She has rushed to our fortress 6 times, and thousands of Dragon Kingdom citizens survived because of her blood-soaked battles. In that war, she was torn apart by the holy bear, unable to heal in time, so she willingly sacrificed herself. Thanks to all the martyrs' blood battles, our 2 great civilizations, the rabbit people and the human race, can continue to exist to this day. In the CCTV live broadcast room, all the guests observed a moment of silence. This also represents another educational significance of the college entrance examination, to always remind all candidates and viewers to remember the cornerstone of modern civilization, to know what they are fighting for, and to respect all martyrs who fought for the human race, lest many human professionals, under the oppression of pessimistic emotions, fall into the embrace of the Abyss cult, becoming traitors to the human race and lackeys of the Abyss. The CG animation ended. All candidates received a system notification. You have witnessed the sacrifice of the rabbit people martyr, Ms. Brian Rabbit Fluff. All rabbit people troops morale +10, combat power increased by 50%. You have received the blessing of holy light illuminates from the rabbit people martyr, Ms. Brian Rabbit Fluff. All attributes +100. The undying old cat, Caesar, has joined the battlefield with the holy sword to repel the demonic flames. The rabbit people guards have all rushed to the front lines. They aim to capture the thief and kill the holy bear. Naimase. Please ensure their safety. The time of the end has come. Please fight freely. When your health drops below 30%, the college entrance examination will automatically end, and you will be directly teleported out of the instance. Boom, boom, boom. The mournful war drums sounded in the anchor of the apocalypse. All the rabbit people fought like mad, their eyes turning blood red with extreme grief and anger. Thus, Ji Tianyi immediately led his undying battle soul troops following Caesar into battle. Then, Morong Shuewu sang her ultimate skill, Heroic Spirit Lament, as countless souls of soldiers who had sacrificed in the anchor of the apocalypse crawled out from the ground, fighting alongside the living. The host exclaimed in shock, I didn't expect that Morong Shuewu should be considered the true number 2 seed. She actually masters this powerful skill. Yes, if I remember correctly, the ultimate skill of the Bard, Heroic Spirit Lament, requires level 40 to learn. Professor Shin Yi provided a professional evaluation, so for Morong Shuewu to master it in advance means she must have a set of equipment that lowers learning level requirements. And one piece of equipment can lower the requirement by at most 5 levels. Therefore, Morong Shuewu must have brought at least 8 pieces of top-tier equipment that reduce learning requirements by 5 levels to be able to use Heroic Spirit Lament at level 20. Professor Shin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, her backer must have invested heavily. Expert Zhang Heng smiled and said, for the undying old cat, Caesar, such an investment is certainly worth it. Even Ji Tianyi went to great lengths to bring a second-class military merit badge into the college entrance examination instance. If it weren't for Chen's sudden emergence, Morong Shuewu would surely have claimed the title of top scholar. Unfortunately, these exceptionally talented individuals have encountered the genius that is Chen, the CCTV host remarked with a hint of regret. But Morong Shuewu has not lost out. She has proven her terrifying potential to a global audience and made a name for herself. Undoubtedly, she will have a bright future ahead. Ji Tianyi's undying battle soul army will surely shine as well, Professor Shin Yi succinctly commented, but they are destined to be overshadowed by Chen's dazzling aura. Come on, let's switch to Chen's perspective and admire his feat of storming the Flesh Bear Factory. With that, the director of the central video channel immediately centered Chen's footage. While adjusting the other 3 seed contestants' screens to smaller windows, the area around the Flesh Bear Factory was already engulfed in flames. Su Chen's summoned army and the Lone City Fuzzy People army were charging towards the factory's high walls. The 13 guardians of Flower Fruit Mountain worked together to lift the siege hammer, moving in perfect unison as they fiercely slammed it against the factory's iron gate.
It seems Su Chen has launched a full-scale attack and everything is going smoothly, Professor
Shinny remarked with satisfaction. The fireworm army has ignited the roots of the underground light tree, so at this moment, the Flesh Bear factory is in complete chaos. The roots of the light tree, if I remember correctly, are quite difficult to ignite.
The host asked in confusion. Could you please explain how Su Chen managed to do it?
They are underground, in total darkness, and
we can't see the live broadcast.
Professor Zhang Hong smiled lightly. It's just that they have a high ignition point and high
moisture content.
But the fireworms can spew magma. Igniting the roots is merely a small task. They can even set the sea on fire. Generally speaking, the roots of the light tree are guarded by zombie insect troops. But today, it is clear that the defense of the Flesh Bear factory is weak. Many troops must have been dispatched to attack the end of the world anchor base.
This is a rare opportunity.
That comes once in a millennium. Professor Shinny agreed deeply.
All the commanders of the zombie legions believe that the Fuzzy
People's resistance has reached its darkest hour. They never expected that a lone human force would unite a group of indigenous people from the third layer of the abyss and launch a deadly strike against them.
In a sense, Su Chen is creating history. The exam paper he submits may even influence the future strategies of our dragon country. Many military bigwigs will use Su Chen's exam
paper as reference material. Expert Zhang Hong interlocked his fingers, giving a high evaluation.
Ha, that's too exaggerated, right?
Many viewers from Dragon Country exchanged glances, feeling that this expert had become a fan of Su Chen, which explained his
seemingly nonsensical remarks. Yeah,
the military bigwigs have been through countless battles. How could a mere student like Su
Chen compare? That statement is really over the top. Is the CCTV expert reliable? This is a classic case of one fan overshadowing 10 critics. The CCTV host expressed the same confusion. Expert Zhang Hong, are your words a bit too complimentary? Su Chen is indeed a young genius, but in terms of tactics and strategy, he surely cannot match the decades of experience of the military bigwigs, right?
Zhang Hong smiled slightly. One of the main purposes of the college entrance examination is to draw inspiration from the grassroots, allowing these vibrant students to brainstorm and help our marshals and generals find new ideas.
You underestimate
the breadth of vision of the military bigwigs. As long as it's a good idea, as long as it's a good method, there will always be a
teacher among 3 people. They will take it as reference.
So, I can guarantee that Su Chen's exam paper will be submitted to all the bigwigs tomorrow, becoming their reference material. I see, the CCTV host realized.
Professor Shinny also smiled slightly.
There's no need to be overly surprised. Many tactics originate from the grassroots, only refined and processed by our military
academies.
After all, this is the era of universal job changes, and tactics naturally come from the contributions of everyone.
Oh, let's not talk about that for now. Look, Su Chen is already facing the enemy commander, Saint Bear. It's coming. Sure enough, as
all the experts predicted, Saint Bear Naomes had abandoned the anchor of the Apocalypse base and chose to use the portal to return to rescue the Flesh Bear factory. Compared to breaking through the enemy's base, preserving one's own nest is, of course, more
meaningful.
Meanwhile, all the spectators were dumbfounded to see that Su Chen's instance system had a post-battle summary. Ding dong. Given that the enemy commander Saint Bear Naomes fled without a fight, the morale of the zombie coalition has collapsed,
resulting in a total rout.
The undying old cat Caesar is leading the Fluff People troops in a tail chase, annihilating the zombie
forces.
Congratulations, candidate Su Chen, you have achieved victory in the defense of the anchor of the apocalypse. Your college
entrance examination points plus 200.
This is a glorious complete victory, with our side's casualty rate below 20%. Incredible. Your college entrance examination points additionally plus 100. Your college entrance examination evaluation has reached SSS level. Considering that your hidden task is still ongoing, your instance of Caesar's kingdom has not closed and is still ongoing, but congratulations in advance, you have completed the solo instance of Caesar's kingdom.
Su Chen scratched his head. So, I've already gotten an SSS evaluation in 1209 points? It seems I've broken the college entrance examination record again. Sigh, always being in the spotlight isn't good. It's just a pity that I'm too outstanding and this overflowing talent can't be hidden. The host, the guests, the audience.
This kid's narcissistic words really make one want to punch him.
But before anyone could speak, an unexpected turn of events suddenly appeared.
On the battlefield, a brilliant light erupted from Su Chen's artifact world and pocket.
Because an artifact repair task had been completed, Su Chen glanced at his profession panel.
The artifact repair tasks were clear. Task 1, after job change, go to any first level Abyss battlefield and complete the achievement of slaughter of 10,000 demons.
Task 2, clear the world instance Caesar's Kingdom on Nightmare. Difficulty solo. He thought he had to complete both tasks to perform the first artifact repair, but unexpectedly, the rewards were settled in batches. Thus, under everyone's gaze, in the astonished gaze of Saint Bernames, a strange figure suddenly appeared in the instance of Caesar's kingdom. Thunder rumbled from the void. The instance server suddenly crackled with electricity. A terrifying will invaded the instance. The college entrance examination department sent a warning that Su Chen's instance has a problem, as a god-level powerhouse forcibly shattered the void, breaking the fourth wall, blurring the boundaries between virtual and reality, and intruding into his instance. The CCTV host suddenly showed a look of vigilance and panic. Anything involving a god-level powerhouse is an SS-level disaster. Wait a moment. It has been detected that the appearing god-level powerhouse is His Excellency the Undead Catastrophe, so it's fine. Soon, the host showed a relieved smile. It turns out he forcefully broke into the instance to reward his direct disciple, Professor Shin and expert Zhang. Hong exchanged glances and said in unison, in that case, one of the tasks to repair the artifact world in pocket is to complete the Caesar's Kingdom instance. This makes a lot of sense and is very logical, because repairing the artifact must require massive amounts of energy, and the highest power generation in Long Country every year is when all the instance servers for the college entrance examination are powered. All the spectators widened their eyes. They saw a blurry phantom appear before Su Chen, who said with great satisfaction, "Congratulations, young summoner, you have completed a divine artifact repair task. Although it is the simplest one, the seed of the artifact can grow from 0.1% repair rate to 0.3%. The summoning space you possess will therefore double. Yay!" Su Chen smiled with satisfaction, thinking, now my 100 skeleton army can grow to 200. Moreover, the chance of him achieving the slaughter of 10,000 demons task has increased again. Su Chen was already preparing to step into the first-tier Abyss battlefield after the college entrance examination to slaughter 10,000 demons, and completely finish the 2 divine artifact repair tasks of the first stage. The phantom under the crown of the Undead Catastrophe continued. I will use the backup power prepared by the Dragon Kingdom for the college entrance examination to repair the divine artifact. Please wait. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of energy was extracted and infused into Su Chen's left middle finger, into the artifact that transformed into a magic ring world in pocket. Crackle crackle. Beep beep. The artifact burst forth with dazzling rainbow brilliance, causing all the spectators to feel envious, wishing they could possess it. Wow, this is the process of repairing a divine artifact. The Soul Phantom under the crown of the Undead Catastrophe is using energy as a hammer, memory as a mold, and the seed of the artifact as a prototype to reforge. World in pocket. Professor Shin watched in a daze, unable to help but say, this footage is extremely precious, as there are very few historical records of divine artifact repairs, making it highly valuable for reference. I'm quite curious about that phantom. What is its relationship with the true body of the Undead Catastrophe, and can it still contact the true body trapped on the 99th layer of the Abyss? Expert Zhang Hong raised a crucial core question. If he can really return from the Abyss, the overall strength of our Dragon Kingdom will immediately rise to a new level. The Undead Catastrophe, who could form an army alone, was entirely different from other divine-level powerhouses. Other divine-level powerhouses could at most contend with a single Abyss Lord, but he alone could match an entire Abyss army, rivaling the entire Abyss realm. Soon, the artifact was fully repaired, and an additional attribute appeared, all attributes plus 50. Although as a divine artifact, having only 50 points in all attributes seemed a bit shabby and not impressive at all. But considering it had only recovered to a peak of 0.3%, it was already quite good, better than nothing. Keep up the good work. The phantom of the Undead Catastrophe began to dissipate. Immediately, Su Chen couldn't help but ask, Your Excellency, everyone is hoping for your return. Is there any way we can support you? The 99th layer of the Abyss is our blind spot. Any intelligence you could provide would be helpful. The phantom paused, then smiled bitterly. I am merely a tiny soul fragment split from the true body, responsible for passing on skills and repairing divine artifacts. As for what the true body encountered on the 99th layer, all I received was a warning: do not inquire, do not seek, do not go. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This was a golden word from the true body, which naturally deserved careful analysis. Okay, my mission is complete. I will continue to watch over you in the void. The phantom smiled slightly. You did very well, child. Even my true self did not achieve such extraordinary accomplishments at your age. Su Chen pondered and asked, what was he like when he was young? He was a shy, ordinary boy, often troubled by a few words from the girl he loved, easily manipulated by her. His favorite book was The Sorrows of Young Werther. The phantom's lips curled slightly. He was very good at gaming as a child, especially skilled in micro-operations, even winning several electronic sports championships, becoming quite famous for a time. Unfortunately, later, the demon came, and his entire life came to an abrupt halt. After saying this, the phantom vanished without a trace. Su Chen didn't have time to feel melancholy, because just as the phantom paused the instance, the counterattack
of the Flesh Bear Factory was instantly activated with his disappearance. Saint Bear Neames, along with his elite guard, charged fiercely. Su Chen, who had just gained plus 50 to all attributes, activated the magic shield without hesitation and faced the Legion commander. Head on. No matter how powerful you are in reality, here you are just a level 30 at most. Su Chen's expression instantly turned cold. Filled with resolute fighting spirit, murmuring to himself, I will follow in the footsteps of the sages, embark on the path to divinity, and expel all demons. How could I fall in such a trivial instance? Boom! Su Chen was hit in the chest by Saint Bear's jet axe. A blood red -1000 floated up from his forehead. But it didn't matter, magic shield and mana sharing took effect simultaneously, significantly reducing the little fox's mana, but Su Chen remained unharmed. My goodness. In the college entrance examination livestream, all the viewers couldn't help but sweat nervously. Such terrifying high damage would have instantly killed most other candidates. Only Su Chen could withstand the full force of the Legion commander's strike. TCH, just a Legion commander, is that all? Su Chen spat out a mouthful of blood but defiantly raised his middle fingers, contemptuously provoking the opponent. Although Saint Bear Neames was merely data in the instance, a virtual NPC, it possessed extremely high artificial intelligence, being a top-tier AI model. Behind it was the power of a top supercomputer from the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, Saint Bear's performance was quite anthropomorphic, its face displaying vivid rage. You little human scoundrel! Dare to invade our Flesh Bear Factory? You must be tired of living. Who allowed you to step onto our bear tribe's territory? Su Chen scoffed. Your Excellency, how shameless. When you attacked the furfolk resistance, who gave you permission? Who signed off on it? Is there any documentation? Is there any law? What's wrong? Are you allowed to slaughter the furfolk while we aren't allowed to fight back? A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his lips. All I know is, those who kill will always be killed. Those who annihilate clans will ultimately perish with their clans. After saying this, Su Chen rolled up his sleeves and swung his summoner's staff, charging forward to strike Saint Bear Neames on the head. Bang! A critical hit was triggered. A small -5 appeared above Saint Bear's head. The audience was taken aback. A universally recognized fragile magic profession, summoner actually engaged in melee combat with a Legion commander boasting a boss panel and was using a staff. Is this what a melee mage looks like? Well, -5 health is impressive too. The small number is quite cute. A bunch of rookies who can't understand Su Chen's strategic intentions, still mocking and looking down on him. Meanwhile, in the CCTV livestream, two professional guests immediately understood Su Chen's intentions. Clearly, Su Chen believes that Saint Bear's damage is extremely high and is afraid that his summons and allies will suffer losses. So he personally stepped in to test the opponent's damage with his own magic shield, Professor Shini said calmly. Indeed, the test result is damage is still within an acceptable range. It seems Su Chen intends to kill Saint Bear Neames. And as we all know, it just teleported back from the anchor base of the apocalypse. This means that one of Saint Bear's life-saving measures has already been used up. Expert Zhang Heng smiled slightly. No strong person's life-saving measures can be infinite. Moreover, Saint Bear is merely a level 30 boss in the instance. But, the host said anxiously, with a single hit, Su Chen lost 1,000 health points. Even if he has a magic shield, how long can he hold on? The two guests sighed in unison, sharing the same concern. The next furious attack from the Holy Bear made all the audience's hearts leap into their throats. Dungeon prompt, Holy Bear Neames uses Bloodthirsty Rampage, hitting with a furious 5-hit combo. -322, -233, -199, -409 critical hit, -436 critical hit. In an instant, Su Chen lost nearly 1,600 health points again, causing the little fox's mana to plummet once more. But what was even more terrifying was that Su Chen was stunned, he couldn't escape, couldn't recover, and was swaying on the spot, forced to endure the Holy Bear's next skill. So, dungeon prompt, Holy Bear Neames uses Dragonfish Massacre, hitting with a whirlwind battle axe. -97, -88, -76, -45, -37. A long string of damage numbers flashed at a high frequency, and a thick mist of blood rose from Su Chen's body. It was clear that the damage was extremely high. Damn it, Su Chen won't be killed in one hit, will he? Where's his guardian? Should we suspend the college entrance examination early? The CCTV host suddenly panicked. If Su Chen, already regarded as the top student of the college entrance examination, were to capsize at the last moment when his scores had already crushed other candidates, it would become a major public safety incident, significantly impacting the morale of the entire Dragon Country. Many of Su Chen's enemies couldn't help but focus intently, anticipating the scene of his downfall. Xin Jinghong looked forward with excitement. What a stroke of luck. Su Chen brought this upon himself. He deserves to die. Shen Zimo was overjoyed. He really was overconfident. He could have dominated for a lifetime, making his peers unable to lift their heads, becoming the undisputed #1 of the new generation. But now he's falling.
In the college entrance examination, hee. The apostle of the abyss sect beside them also showed a fervent expression. We just tried to set up a trap to hunt this human prodigy and he dies prematurely. This shows that the luck of humanity has run out. Blue Star should be ruled by a higher race. End the tyranny of humanity and let the world return to the abyss. Zhang Lirong sighed with a hint of pity. Su Chen. To die from arrogance and negligence, how sad, lamentable, pitiable, and laughable. My son Kong Cheng has been hiding in the grass, afraid to move, looking somewhat cowardly, but as long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no need to worry about firewood. This is the wisdom of a sage. Wu Mingxi also let out a long sigh. The heartache caused by Su Chen is finally gone. We no longer need to consider how to ease our relationship with him. One of our worries is finally resolved. Wait. At this moment, in the CCTV live broadcast room, Professor Shen calmly reminded, don't forget, Su Chen is a summoner. Even if he is stunned, he can still use the soul contract to control his summoned creatures with his mental power. Moreover, Su Chen is a wise strategist. He hasn't summoned the giant monkey to his side for defense. Expert Zhang Hang and Professor Shen Yi shared the same view. I guess Su Chen can hold on. Yes, Su Chen can indeed hold on because he isn't relying on his own mana to sustain the consumption of the magic shield. Instead, he is depending on the little fox, who possesses the infinite mana attribute. Furthermore, even though Su Chen was stunned, the little fox was unharmed. She elegantly took out a bottle of top-grade recovery potion from her bag, sipping it delicately, pursing her lips to wipe away the purple liquid. All mana restored by 50%. She then took out a large mana potion, gulping it down, and a series of mana recovery notifications popped up above her head, plus 100, plus 100, plus 100. Alright, the CCTV host suddenly realized, I remember the rugged lion, Harvey, who was also a master of spatial teleportation. He could have rushed to aid Su Chen at the first moment, but he didn't. This is quite unreasonable, unless Su Chen had already made an agreement with him. Sure enough, when Su Chen recovered from his daze, he appeared calm. Glancing at the holy bear without a hint of panic, have you run out of tricks, Your Excellency? Master Bear, your scrubbing technique is still a bit too gentle. I'm young and strong, put in a bit more effort. The audience was instantly stunned. Many fans who were worried about Su Chen were left bewildered. This guy really can take a beating, huh? Are you the strongest punching bag in Dragon Country? The holy bear, Naomace, was clearly taken aback, his face filled with disbelief. You actually withstood my deadly combo move, Bloodthirsty Frenzy plus Fish Dragon Massacre? This is impossible. Even the immortal old cat Caesar would need to activate the holy flame of exorcism to withstand it. Su Chen smirked. Little do you know, there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. My invincible strategy is simply unresolvable against you. What is the name of your strategy? The holy bear couldn't help but ask. Su Chen shrugged. Oh, it's called the Invincible Tycoon Drug User. He took out a bottle of top-tier recovery potion from his backpack, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down. Made in Dragon Country, instantly restores 50% of health and mana. I am the god of medicine. Bro, watch me regain my mana. The holy bear, Su Chen smiled leisurely. Produced in Dragon Country, it must be a premium product. One bottle costs 300,000. Buy 10 get 1 free, specifically targeting poor folks like you. The host, the audience. Su Chen's mana quickly replenished, and at the same time, the Black Wukong who had been dispatched completed his task, separating the holy bear, Naomace, from his elite zombie bear guards. The rugged lion, Harvey, also led the bravest group of rugged troops to fulfill Su Chen's orders, surrounding all nearby spellcasters. Now, the bear hunt operation closed the net. Su Chen roared, signaling all troops to launch the plan. Capturing the thief means capturing the king. This is the core of all Su Chen's plans. He had no interest in killing ordinary zombie bears. He only wanted to challenge the most difficult part, which was the holy bear, Naomace, a demigod who had never been hunted in reality. If he could bring him down, it would surely score him big points in the college entrance examination. Moreover, the hidden task Su Chen received had the completion conditions: conquer the flesh bear factory and defeat the zombie bear forces. Among these two conditions, conquering the flesh bear factory was actually quite easy, as it only required the fireworm to burn the roots of the light tree underground, forcing the flesh bear factory to relocate since the blood-sucking trees they planted could no longer absorb energy. So, this could be considered a form of conquest. However, defeating the zombie bear forces was much more challenging, because their leader, the holy bear, Naomace, controlled the core technology of the flesh bear factory and ruled over the most elite bear warriors. If they wanted to escape, who could stop them? At that time, if the main force of the enemy withdrew safely, ready to return at any moment, could that still be considered a defeat? It could easily be glossed over as a strategic retreat. Therefore, a true defeat would mean bringing down the holy bear, Naomace. Ultimately, Su Chen devised this plan, using himself as the bait of the Abyssal Avenger leader to slow down the holy bear's pace, attracting him to unleash skills on himself, then feigning defeat and retreating, luring the enemy deeper, thus isolating the holy bear, Naomace, from his troops. You don't think you've succeeded, do you? The holy bear, bold and skilled, casually smirked. I am a bear that can fly.
Having said that, two meaty wings suddenly extended from the broad back of the holy bear, revealing the pitch-black feathers of a fallen angel.
Oh, I am well aware, Your Excellency.
As it is clearly stated in your 17th edition of the correction materials, Chen replied without a hint of surprise, explaining calmly, you were already at your wits' end in the counter-encirclement battle against the Rome people in the Dragon
Kingdom, cornered into a pit.
Yet, you managed to strip a fallen angel of its wings and used biotechnological techniques to transplant and stitch them onto yourself. Thus, in the end, you took to the skies with a playful attitude, soaring
effortlessly to escape.
After achieving a resounding victory, you even took pleasure in savoring the expressions of our strong warriors in despair, indulging in humiliation and spewing insults. Chen smiled faintly. Our human race excels
at summarizing the experiences of defeat.
Your tricks will not allow me, a junior, to stumble into the same pit twice.
What 17th edition correction materials? What counter-encirclement battle?
The holy bear, Naomes, displayed a look of
confusion.
As an NPC in the instance, he naturally was unaware of the intelligence from the real world.
Chen's lips curled slightly. That is not important. What matters is, please try flapping your wings.
The holy bear snorted coldly and
flapped his wings vigorously.
Then, he remained completely still, showing no signs of movement.
What's going on?
The holy bear expressed shock.
Here, flying is prohibited.
The figure of the roan lion, Harvey, emerged from the shadows.